family, the spirit hall came to the orphanage to awaken our spirits. All my friends are geniuses. When it was my turn, I thought I would be a useless one, but the crystal ball shone like a small sun, and it turned out to be innate full soul power. After we joined the Spirit Academy, I even got a flag demon while hunting for soul rings, and Hulaina mutated and evolved. What other surprises are in store? Let me tell you, that day, when the Spirit Hall came to awaken our spirits, the guy's face almost froze when it was my turn. He must have been thinking, 3 geniuses came before. It should be a useless one now, right? But when I placed my hand on that crystal ball, Duong, it lit up like a small sun. Goodness, that guy's eyes almost popped out, and he stammered, innate. Full soul power. Who understands this, my family? This is incredible wealth, and it finally came to me. I have to start from the beginning. That day, YeCong, an ordinary second-time transmigrator, was lying on a hillside fishing. In my last life, I was a Night Watchman, incredibly capable, but I messed up, and when I opened my eyes again, I became a member of the orphanage in Douluo Continent. Just enjoying my nap. My little red-haired sidekick Yin ran over to tell me that the adult from the Spirit Hall had come to awaken our spirits. I was instantly energized. It had been 6 years. Finally, this day had come. When I staggered to the assembly point, my other 2 friends, Xiaoyu and Hulaina, had already secured their spots for me. We 4 are the F4 of the orphanage, and I am the F1. These 3 kids have been training with me since childhood, and although they cried every day, none of them dropped out, and our bond is very strong. After waiting for a long time, a soul master finally arrived, named Su Haitao, looking exhausted, probably having run through several villages without completing his KPI. Without saying a word, he directly used his spirit, his eyes glowing green, with 2 rings floating behind him, 1 white and 1 yellow, showing off his muscles to us little kids. Then he started testing us one by one. My little friend were really impressive. Yin was the first to go up, and wow, a lava lord, innate level 8 soul power. Su Haitao's tired face instantly lit up. But the surprises were not over yet. Hulaina, Demon Fox, innate level 9 soul power. Xiaoyu, Moonblade, innate level 9 soul power. Su Haitao was no longer just lit up, he was practically bursting with joy, his mouth almost reaching his ears. It was my turn. As I stood there, I suddenly felt my hands become heavy. In my right hand was a small dark golden hammer with a dragon coiled around in my left hand, with a shiny golden gong that looked particularly valuable. At that moment, I was taken aback. Wait, the things I used in my last life, the soul-guarding hammer and the soul-calming gong actually came with me? Is this considered illegal possession of controlled items? Su Haitao was stunned. A gong? His expression was as if to say, the first 3 were SSRs. How come yours turned into an N card? Although a bit disappointed, he still followed the procedure and let me test my soul power. The 3 little kids were even more nervous than me, staring at the crystal ball. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. Su Haitao was dumbfounded. All his fatigue and irritation vanished, looking at me as if I were a golden ingot. In one morning, 4 geniuses emerged, and one with innate full soul power. This performance would surely get him promoted to district president upon his return. The following kids were not as fortunate. They all failed. Su Haitao immediately asked the 4 of us if we were willing to join the Spirit Hall. The 3 kids looked at me, and after thinking for a moment, I asked him, what about the benefits after joining? Is there food and accommodation included? Su Haitao was quite honest and laid out the benefits of the Spirit Hall. As long as you are loyal, resources, teachers, and techniques are all top-notch. Upon hearing this, what was there to hesitate about? It would be foolish not to hug a big leg. I made the decision on the spot. Deal. We joined. And just like that, the 4 of us said goodbye to the old dean and followed Su Haitao to the Spirit Academy. When we arrived at the academy, I realized it was quite deep. Students are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, which basically distinguishes between paid-on players, hard workers, monthly card holders, and free users. The A class has a teacher starting at Soul Sage. Tuition is completely waived, resources are abundant, and they even distribute 1,000 gold soul coins as a scholarship every year, simply a VIP among VIPs. The D class? 8-person dorms, and it's already good if the food is enough. Because of our explosive talents, the higher-ups paid special attention to us. Surprisingly, Hulaina broke through on the way and directly reached level 10. The academy wasted no time and sent a Soul Sage teacher, named Zhu Ming, to take me and Hulaina to the soul hunting forest to obtain our first soul ring. On the way, teacher Zhu Ming educated us about soul beasts. As I listened, I felt something was off. The worldview was too twisted for a soul master to become stronger. They had to kill soul beasts, and for soul beasts to survive, they had to kill soul masters, a vicious cycle of mutual harm with no way to reconcile. When we arrived at the entrance of the hunting ground, It was bustling, just like a market, with vendors and teams everywhere. Teacher Zhu Ming specifically reminded us that this kind of place is treacherous, so be careful. You could buy something in the front and get followed and robbed from behind. Entering the forest, Teacher Zhu Ming said he remembered there was a 400-year-old emperor crone nearby, a sound wave type, particularly suitable for my gong spirit. I thought, okay, let's leave professional matters to the professionals. True to his status as a soul sage, once he unleashed his spirit, the kingly aura he emitted scared the emperor crow into submission it couldn't even resist. Teacher stunned it and threw it in front of me, telling me to take action. Let me tell you, in my last life, I even dealt with shape-shifting great demons. Killing a bird is nothing. I went up with a dagger, clean and neat. A yellow soul ring floated out. I sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. However, halfway through, something strange happened. The Emperor Crow's corpse suddenly transformed into a stream of light and whooshed into my body. Immediately, the color of the soul ring on me became fainter until it disappeared entirely. Teacher Zhu Ming turned pale, having taught for over 10 years. He had never seen such a scene and was about to forcibly interrupt me. At that moment, I opened my eyes and smiled. Teacher, I'm done. Both the teacher and Hulaina were stunned, asking what my soul skill was. I patted Hulaina's head to calm her down, then waved my hand, and a small yellow flag appeared in my hand, with a large soul character in the middle. Huang Yao Fan. I shouted at the flag, "Little crow, come out and serve." GA. A bird call rang out, and a cloud of dark green gas floated out from the flag. The next second, the Emperor Crow, whom I had just killed, reappeared before us alive. Teacher Zhu Ming was so startled he almost acted. The crow saw him and was equally furious. I quickly stopped him. "Teacher, don't attack, it's on our side now. It's my flag demon." "Flag demon?" The teacher looked confused. I had to bluff my way through. This is a special ability of my spirit. It can capture the soul and body of soul beasts into this flag, turning them into my little brothers that I could summon to fight at any time. Teacher Zhu Ming stroked his chin, wearing a "I don't read much, so don't lie to me" expression, suddenly squinting and asking, "Wait, your spirit isn't a gong? What does this flag have to do with it?" Goodness, I almost forgot about that. I quickly thought and said, "Teacher, it's like this, my gong also comes with a skill." Saying this, I directly demonstrated picking up the soul-calming gong and giving it a clang. At the sound of gong, even Master Zhu Ming, strong as a soul sage, felt his soul power stagnate, while Hulaina was directly frozen in place, unable to move. Once the effect passed, Hulaina angrily ran over to hit me. I quickly apologized. Sorry, this move is called Binding Spell. AoE damage. It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Master Zhu Ming looked at me with a complex expression, probably thinking of me as some ancient monster reincarnated. He nodded, didn't ask more, and simply said, "All right, now go find a soul ring for Hulaina." I immediately summoned the Emperor Crow. "Little crow, time to work, go scout ahead." Guess what? This crow, after being refined into a flag demon, actually gained intelligence and directly communicated with me telepathically. "Boss, I know there's a 380-year-old spirit fox 5 miles away, and it's my arch nemesis. Its soul ring must be perfect for that human girl." After I relayed this information, Master Zhu Ming looked sour, probably wondering why his own soul rings couldn't turn into such convenient scouts. We followed the crow to the location, and upon arrival, Little Crow volunteered to take revenge personally. I thought that was fine, so I let it go. As soon as these two old enemies met, without much talk, they went straight into battle. The spirit fox could create clones, and 3 beams of light shot towards Little Crow. However, since Little Crow was now a flag demon, its body could phase, allowing it to withstand the attack and counter with a flurry of poisonous feathers, turning the spirit fox into a pincushion. I watched in speechless disbelief. This silly bird actually played a life-for-life strategy. After the fight, I recalled it into the flag to recuperate. Next up was Hulaina. The young girl was hesitant to kill for the first time. I could only guide her, saying that this world is survival of the fittest. If you don't kill it, it will die for nothing, and we still have others to hunt, so why not? Hulaina was also a sensible person. She gritted her teeth and gave the spirit fox a quick end. Once she absorbed the soul ring, wow, it mutated again. Her fox spirit martial soul actually evolved. It had a layer of golden light on its fur, and there were new golden patterns on her forehead. The first soul skill she obtained was outrageously powerful, called Phantom Clone, where the clones had 40 of the main bonus combat power, and for each additional soul ring, she could create another clone. I estimate that by then, Master Zhu Ming had already. I'm so fed up. I took 2 new students out, and one is a loser, and the other is also a loser. How can he, as a soul saint, bear this? As soon as we returned to the academy, Teacher Zhu Ming rushed to the Pope's hall and reported everything about us to Pope Bibi Dong. After hearing it, Bibi Dong, sitting on the throne, lightly tapped her staff and asked with great interest, "That child named YeCong, can he refine soul beasts into flag demons? And can he also awaken intelligence and fight independently?" Zhu Ming knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. "Yes, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong nodded. "I see. You can leave now." Once Zhu Ming left, only Bibi Dong was left in the hall. She spoke to the empty shadow. "Elder Gui, have you investigated YeCong's background?" As soon as she finished speaking, a figure in a black robe suddenly emerged from the shadow, exuding a ghostly aura, like a walking dry ice machine. "This guy is Gui Mei." His voice was as raspy as sandpaper as he reported, "Your Holiness, I found out that YeCong's background is as clean as a new one. He is just an orphan, picked up by the orphanage director in winter." As he spoke, he handed over a small booklet with both hands. "Goodness, I tell you, the intelligence work of the Spear Hall is truly exceptional." The booklet even detailed when YeCong was weaned and when he went to bed. Privacy? Non-existent. With a wave of her staff, the booklet flew into her hand. She flipped through it and casually tossed it aside, asking Gui Mei, "Elder Gui, what do you think of this child?" Gui Mei was cautious and said in a deep voice, "A clean background can't be trusted. Those old foxes from the three great sects can easily forge an identity to deceive us." Guess what Bibi Dong said? She smiled, and that smile made me feel uneasy. She said, "You're right, but a child is just a blank slate, right? If we give him enough benefits, whatever we want to draw on it is still up to us." Changing the subject, she directly assigned a task to Gui Mei. "Elder Gui, you've never had a disciple, right? I think this kid is not bad. His martial soul has some kinship with yours. Take him as your disciple." What else could Gui Mei say? "As you command." But he wasn't a fool. He didn't rush to tell YeCong he was his master. Instead, he decided to go stealthily and observe secretly. Who understands this, right? Taking a disciple is like an interview. It requires observation from shadows. On one hand, he wanted to see what this kid's character was like, whether he was worth teaching. On the other hand, he wanted to check if there were any title-level big shots hiding around him as bodyguards. If there were, it would indicate that this kid was no ordinary person, and he needed to be nipped in the bud. As for YeCong, he had no idea he had been clearly arranged. Once back at the academy, he ran to the back mountain, began to form seals with both hands, and muttered, "Hai Su Shenwei, Spirit Communication Technique." I tell you, he wanted to test his old skills from his previous life to see if he could summon his spirit beast to this world. What happened? Nothing at all. The grass was still the same grass. He could only shake his head, realizing that either the contract was broken or he was too weak now. Ultimately, he had to level up quickly. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, YeCong, Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin were sitting on the grass chatting. Suddenly Yin, in a burst of enthusiasm, said, "Brother Yi, the Academy's grand competition is coming up. Let's form a team." YeCong was immediately dumbfounded and reached out to check Yin's forehead. "You're not sick, are you? Why are you talking nonsense?" Yin pushed his hand away with an expression of disbelief. "I'm serious. There will definitely be many people wanting to challenge our Class A. If we form a team, it would be good to have each other's backs." YeCong was practically speechless. "I told you to stop sleeping in class, and you still don't believe me. Look at our configuration. You, a strong attacker. Me, a control type. Xieyu, a strong attacker. Hulaina, a control type. 2 ADCs and 2 supports, no tank. No assassin. Aren't we just waiting to be wiped out?" In formal competitions, it's either a 3-person team or a 7-person team. Where do you find a 4-person team? At this moment, Xieyu stepped in to mediate. Yin has a point, but we can think differently. I can team up with Laina and Brother Yi. You can team up with Yin. We can each find an additional support or agile attacker, and that would work, right? This plan seemed feasible, and everyone nodded. So it was settled. Although Yin felt a bit disappointed since he originally wanted to team up with Hulaina, he had to accept it. Then Hulaina suddenly raised a question. "If we fight too many battles, won't all our moves be figured out? Wouldn't that make us an easy target?" I tell you, I was just waiting to see how YeCong would respond. As a result, this kid's eyes flashed coldly, and he spoke with such nonchalance. "Simple. In the first match, whoever dares to challenge us, just beat them to the ground. Just make sure they can still breathe. When the later challengers see this, they'll know they have to be prepared to lie down for half a year, and naturally, no one will dare to come. Goodness, just give them a little bit of Chinese-style shock, right? This line of thought is ruthless. I like it. Before we knew it, it was the eve of the grand competition. YeCong was woken up every morning before dawn by his croak alarm clock for morning training. After finishing his practice that morning and just about ahead of class, he was stopped on the playground by a skinny guy. The guy had an arrogant look, his chin raised as if he could see the sky. Are you the one with full innate soul power, YeCong? YeCong saw the look in his eyes and understood. He was another one of those fools who wanted to step on a genius to rise up. He smiled and said, yes, what is the matter? The guy sneered. I advise you to be sensible. If you don't want to get beaten up in the grand competition, just obediently give up your Class A position. YeCong spoke to him like he was coaxing a child. All right, you're the best. I'm looking forward to your wonderful performance. This immediately made that guy explode with anger. He shouted, what if you have a soul ring? You're still just a broken gong. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the air froze. YeCong's smile instantly vanished, and his eyes darkened like they could drip water. The term broken gong was to him a far worse insult than cursing his ancestors for 18 generations. It was the most vicious insult in the profession of being a Night Watchman. What did you call me? The guy was startled by YeCong's imposing aura, but he still held his head high and said, I said you're a broken gong. What is wrong with that? Before he could finish, YeCong's fist had already smashed into his face. Following that, a whip kick sent the guy crashing to the ground. YeCong mounted him and gave him a good beating while cursing. So you think you're a broken gong? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I want to be surnamed Yi. In an instant, a crowd surrounded the playground, and Xiaoyu squeezed in to see what was happening. He was dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of trouble did this unlucky kid get in to make the usually good-tempered brother Yi so angry? Fortunately, the teacher arrived quickly and separated the two. The guy, named Liang, ran away crying. YeCong, aware that he was in the wrong, lowered his head and quietly accepted the teacher's scolding. In the morning class, YeCong was drowsy, mainly because he couldn't understand why a soul master had to study advanced mathematics. Is this reasonable? Finally, after enduring until noon to eat in the cafeteria, Xiaoyu could no longer help but ask, Brother Yi, why did you go so hard on that skinny guy this morning? YeCong shook his head. It was hard to explain. He couldn't just say it was because of a phrase that an outsider couldn't understand, right? The four of them were eating when Hulaina took a sip of meat porridge and her eyes lit up. Wow, today's meat porridge is so fresh. It must be made from a 100-year-old soul beast. YeCong smiled and pushed his bowl over. If you like to eat, then you can have mine too. Hulaina was overjoyed and leaned over to kiss YeCong on the cheek. I tell you, at that moment, the entire dining table fell silent. Xiaoyu and Yan's hearts shattered like dumpling filling. YeCong was also at a loss. With a clear conscience, he really regarded Hulaina as a sister. Just at this awkward moment, an unexpected guest arrived. A seemingly refined young man walked over, smiling brightly. Hello, classmates from Class A. My name is Liu Chen. From Class B. I do like to make friends with everyone. YeCong narrowed his eyes, fully aware that this was another smiling tiger. Much more troublesome than Li Ying from the morning. He cut to the chase. You were classmates with Li Ying, right? I just beat him up this morning. Liu Chen smiled and said, I'm not like that fool. I'm happy when he gets beaten. YeCong sneered, putting down his chopsticks. If you genuinely want to make friends, I welcome you. But some people, under the guise of friends, come to probe into others' affairs. The smile on Liu Chen's face instantly froze. He stopped pretending and his gaze turned cold. YeCong, enjoy your last days in Class A. On the day of the competition, I will take everything from you. After saying that, he turned and left. YeCong said goodbye to his friends and just returned to the dormitory when he felt a chill breeze pass through, making him break out in goosebumps. It was an evil spirit. He was too familiar with this feeling. He instinctively summoned his martial soul. With a gong in his left hand and a hammer in his right, unfurling the radiant demon banner, and the Emperor Crow also appeared, ready for battle. Hee, little kid. Quick reaction. A hoarse voice rang out, and a ghostly figure slowly appeared, a soul power pressure overwhelming him, far stronger than teacher Zhu Ming. YeCong was startled, but his mind was racing, a soul master above Contra, able to come and go freely in the academy, with a ghostly movement and surrounded by black mist. He braced against the pressure, awkwardly cupping his hands in salute. Student YeCong, greetings to Elder Ghost. Oh, that ghostly laugh sounded eerie, interesting. How did you recognize me? YeCong shared his reasoning, and the ghostly figure nodded in satisfaction. He had been observing YeCong thoroughly during this time, noting his temperament, talent, and effort, and now realized that his mind was also sharp. Good. I've decided to take you as my disciple. YeCong, do you wish to be my disciple? I tell you, this is a golden opportunity that fell from the sky. How could YeCong not seize it? He knelt down with a thud. Disciple YeCong pays respects to master. In the afternoon, the ghostly figure asked for leave for YeCong directly taking him to the Douluo Forest, under the pretext of a week-long special training. On the way, the ghostly figure marveled at YeCong's talking crow, cursing it as a stupid bird. The Emperor Crow immediately exploded in anger, cawing loudly. The ghostly figure asked, "Song, what is it saying?" YeCong's Taichit, maintaining a straight face as he made up a story. "Master, it says you are unrivaled in skill, and it admires you immensely." The Emperor Crow was so furious it pulled on his hair, but YeCong expressionlessly pulled it back into the radiant demon banner. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, the ghostly figure tossed YeCong down like a sack. "You will live here for the next week. With that crow helping you, you won't die. Remember, unless you encounter a soul beast over 1,000 years old, I won't intervene." After saying that, he vanished. YeCong sighed. "Well, here we go, with survival in the wilderness? This is too unreliable. I didn't even bring equipment." As soon as he finished speaking, a black-purple bracelet fell from a tree, hitting him right on the head. "Everything you need is in the black domain. Don't disappoint me." The ghostly voice echoed from the air. YeCong's face immediately lit up, shouting to the sky, "Thank you, Master, for the treasure." He then put on the bracelet. The ghostly figure hiding in the shadows had a dark expression, thinking to himself, "I just lent it to you. How did it turn into a gift? This kid's face is too thick." YeCong didn't care about that, happily playing with the soul guide. His life motto was to have a thick skin and enjoy to the fullest. He checked the contents inside. There was enough food and water for 2 to 3 days, with the rest consisting of a tent, tools, and a bunch of medicines. The meaning was clear. If you want to eat, go hunt yourself. YeCong complained, but wasn't afraid of getting sick, quickly summoning the crow. "Little crow, get up and get to work." YeCong was busy setting traps in the wild, digging holes and sharpening bamboo stakes, his actions remarkably skilled. On the other side, Hulaina was extremely worried at the academy, distracted during class. When she asked the teacher, she only found out that YeCong had been taken away by a big shot for special training, which eased her worries a bit. YeCong had good luck and quickly found a nest of rabbits, using smoke to drive them out, and ended up catching a large number of soft-bone rabbits, keeping a few large ones and releasing the small ones. One of them was even 100 years old, which surprised him. The Emperor Crow was also busy, bringing back a 10-year-old 7-colored deer. Now, he had enough food for a week. After filling up, he wandered nearby, looking for a safe place to set up a tent. But when he walked into a marshy area, he encountered a black water rhinoceros with one eye blind. The rhinoceros clearly had a grudge against humans, charging at YeCong without hesitation. YeCong quickly dodged, and with a clang of the soul-calming gong, he managed to freeze the nearly 1,000-year-old black water rhinoceros. He commanded the Emperor Crow to attack, but the rhinoceros had tough skin and meat, and the feathered arrows couldn't break through its defenses. He quickly changed tactics, instructing the crow to use mental attacks while he went in with a hammer. But in just a few seconds, the black water rhinoceros broke free from the freeze and sprayed a column of water at him, sending his gong flying. Then its horn glowed, and a powerful move charged at him. Just as YeCong was about to be gored, the ghostly figure hiding in the shadows was ready to intervene. At that moment, the Emperor Crow let out an extremely piercing scream, "Ka!" the death cry. This sound even made the ghostly figure frown. The rhinoceros's powerful move was interrupted on the spot. Although it continued its charge, it gave YeCong an opportunity. He seized the moment, jumped onto the rhinoceros's back, and hammered down with his soul-calming hammer like rain. The ghostly figure watched, nodding repeatedly, thinking this kid's combat awareness is impressive. The test can end early. YeCong crazily output damage on the rhinoceros's back, nearly exhausting his soul power before he barely retrieved the soul-calming gong, hitting it repeatedly and once again freezing the black water rhinoceros. The Emperor Crow seized this last opportunity, shooting several toxic feathers directly into the rhinoceros's only good eye and the empty eye socket. The poison surged straight to the brain, and the black water rhinoceros let out a mournful wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, a yellow and purple soul ring slowly rising. YeCong let out a breath, lying flat on the ground without any dignity. Fortunately, this beast was only close to 1,000 years old. Otherwise, it would have been certain who would clean up after whom today. Of course, with Master watching nearby, he wouldn't die anyway. Just as he collapsed on the ground to catch his breath, he quickly sat cross-legged to recover his soul power, having the Emperor Crow stand guard beside him. My cheap master, the ghostly figure, floated nearby like a ghost, and I tell you, the look in his eyes was complex, both satisfied and contemplative. Goodness, he was probably already planning some earth-shattering scheme in his mind. He suddenly had an idea that shocked me. He said, Is there a possibility that I could directly jump to the second ring after 1,000 years? I was dumbfounded at the time. This is not scientific. But the old guy, Gui Mei, knew a secret. As long as you can kill a soul beast by yourself, you can ignore all the rules and directly absorb its soul ring. This is outrageous. While I was busy leveling up and fighting monsters, 3 uninvited guests arrived at the other end of the Stardow Forest. An old couple brought a little girl. Don't underestimate these 2 old folks. They were nicknamed the Invincible Dragon and Snake. The old man, Meng Shu, was an 80-level soul Douluo. The old lady, Chao Tianxiang, was over 60-level soul emperor. They were here to find the first soul ring for their precious granddaughter, Meng Iran. As a result, the old man had sharp eyes and discovered the traps and campfire I had left behind, and he was teaching his granddaughter on the spot, saying something like, "Look at this person, he has an old hand. You have to be careful when you're out." I wanted to laugh. "Brother, you're about to meet my master, who is the ultimate old fox, so you better be careful yourself." As soon as my stamina recovered, I went to dismantle the rhino corpse. After all, the rhino horn was quite valuable. Just as I was about to open its head, a clattering sound occurred, and something fell out, shining with a black light. I picked it up and looked. Damn, a soul bone. Family, who understands? This thing can turn brothers against each other. My heart sank. My master was watching nearby. Will he kill me over this? I had a sudden idea and decided to play a trick on him, shouting into the air, "Moses, Moses? Is master there? I got some equipment. Do you want the soul bone?" As a result, Gui Mei really appeared. His speed was so fast he was in front of me in an instant, blocking my hand that was about to absorb it. He took it away, and my heart sank. It was over. I had miscalculated. He examined it for a long time and then threw it back, saying unhappily, "You brat, you're lucky. This is an external soul bone. Absorb it yourself. I'm not desperate enough to steal from my disciple." Huh, this script doesn't match. Then he explained to me that this external soul bone can level up with me. Its rarity comparable to a flashy bag from 2025, worth a fortune. He himself was getting old, and this soul bone was of low age for him. It would be a waste for him to use it, so it was better to give it to me, this potential stock. Of course, what he didn't say was that he was investing heavily in me, hoping I would help him regain face for the grudge of being beaten by Tang Hao in the past. TSK, old fox. I was polite and immediately sat down to start absorbing it. With the title Douluo as my protector, what was there to fear? After absorbing it, I directly leveled up to level 15. This soul bone formed a black shield on my left arm, with a sharp rhino horn on the back of my hand. And the skill was called Furious Torrent, combining attack and defense. Looking incredibly cool. I immediately demonstrated it to Gui Mei, but of course, he easily broke it with a light slap. However, he seemed quite satisfied, but then warned me, saying this thing is my trump card and must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary, or it would bring trouble to myself. Just as I finished absorbing the soul bone and hadn't had the chance to be happy, Gui Mei suddenly tilted his head, sneering at the nearby woods. "You too? Have you been watching for so long without coming out to chat?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old couple's faces turned green, and they walked out from behind the trees, looking miserable. They hadn't expected that due to their curiosity, they would run into such a life-threatening situation. Without saying a word, Gui Mei unleashed his killing intent and directly suppressed the old lady, making her unable to speak. The old man, Meng Shu, still wanted to act tough, saying something like, "We will die together." My master instantly flashed over, and the next second, their precious granddaughter, Meng Iran, was in his hands. My master held the little girl and sneered, "You think you're worthy?" I saw that it wouldn't do. Killing them would be a waste. I hurriedly stepped in to play the good cop, saying, "Master, please spare them. This is all a misunderstanding. Why not let them join our spirit hall and become one of us?" Well, my master and I, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, swiftly recruited the dragon and snake family. The old couple had no choice but to nod in agreement, merging their entire family and their beast academy into the spirit hall. Then Gui Mei casually took Meng Iran as a hostage, claiming it was to take her as a disciple, and personally helped her hunt for her first soul ring. After everything was done, Gui Mei took me and the new little junior sister, Meng Iran, back to his private manor in the city. You heard that right. Even titled Douluos have estates assigned by the Spirit Hall, and it was quite grand. Then began the devilish training. He taught us a technique called Soul-Devouring Staff Technique. Let me tell you, my talent is truly remarkable. He demonstrated it once, and I could perform it quite well. The little junior sister Meng Iran watched with wide eyes. During our breaks, we even secretly gossiped about what he looked like under the mask, and the next second he appeared behind us like a ghost, scaring us out of our wits. Then came the practical training. He gave us an hourglass of time and let us attack him as a team. As long as we could touch him once, it would count as a win. The rule was that he wouldn't use soul skills, and his soul power was suppressed to the same level as mine at level 15. When the timer started, we charged at him desperately, with the Emperor Crow causing disturbances in the air, while Mengya ran and I launched the main attack from the ground. So what happened? We couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. His movement was simply inhuman, like a ghostly shadow. Mengya ran quickly got knocked out of the field due to a coordination error. In the end, I was the only one left. Seeing that I was still hiding, Gue Mei started to provoke me, saying I was nothing special and that he was very disappointed. I got fired up at that moment and decided to gamble. After all, he was my master. He wouldn't really kill me, right? I shouted at him. Master, since you want to know, then watch closely. 5 directions flame array. I stomped my foot violently, and the ground instantly cracked, forcing him back a step. Seizing this opportunity, I took out the soul calming gong and shouted out all the resentment I had in my life. Vitality shock. With a loud bang, I blacked out. But before I passed out, I saw my master, that title doll, also sway a bit, his eyes rolling back, although he was only fainted for less than a second. Family, I, a level 15 soul master, knocked down a title Douluo. This achievement is enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. When I woke up, I was already soaking in a medicinal bath. While I was in closed-door training and leveling up, the Spirit Hall Academy had already erupted in chaos. Because the Dragon and Snake families' Beast Academy merged, students from both academies were fighting every day, almost like a real-life Squid Game. My old classmates, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, as the leaders of the original Spirit Hall Academy, were confronting a 4-eyed guy named Wei Bao from the other side. This Wei Bao was a smiling tiger. He claimed he wanted to demand an explanation for the students who were beaten, but in reality, he just wanted to seize resources and engage in power struggles. Hulaina was also tough. She directly issued a challenge, inviting them to fight early. But Xiaoyu and the others knew very well that most of the lower-year students in the Spirit Hall Academy came from commoner backgrounds, and compared to the noble children from the Beast Academy, they were still lacking. Xiaoyu even started mumbling that it would be great if I were here. On the other side, that smiling tiger named Wei Bao returned to the dormitory and pulled out a stack of documents. Good heavens. It was detailed information on all the students from our Spirit Hall Academy. Soul weapons, soul skills, levels, everything was crystal clear. He boasted to his subordinates that it was delivered to him by a fool named Liang. Now, it's bad. Even before the match started, our side S underpants were stripped clean. I felt that this fight wouldn't be easy. Sure enough, on the day of the match, it was a 5-on-5 arena battle, and the winner was whoever was left standing. Let me tell you, it was a rather desolate scene because it was during class time. Aside from our own people, there wasn't a single shadow in the audience. Xiaoyu went up first, and he was incredibly imposing, directly calling out, Wei Bao, get up here. And guess what happened? That sly Wei Bao was down below, shaking his finger, grinning like a fool. Oh, I'm not good at fighting. After saying that, he motioned, and a girl from their side came up, named Nier, a level 13 agility attack type, taller than Xiaoyu by half a head. Xiaoyu announced his own title, a level 13 strength attack type. Down below, Wei Bao's lackeys were puzzled, whispering, Brother Bao, wasn't the plan for Rock to go up? Did that guy give false information? Wei Bao shot him a glance like an old fox and smugly began his lecture. You fool. Didn't you see the new rule? Surrender and lose half. As long as you're not knocked out or carried off by the referee, you can come back on stage. I just want to send someone to wear him down. This is called a Tianshi horse race, understand? Good heavens. I realized right then how cunning this guy was. The match on stage had already started. Xiaoyu's twin blades were swirling like a whirlwind, unleashing the first soul skill, Slash. The blades gleamed coldly as he relentlessly attacked Nier. That girl had a silver moon wolf as her martial soul and activated her soul skill, Moon Shadow Dash. Moving with lightning speed, but she was completely overwhelmed, only able to dart around the arena and unable to fight back at all. I tell you, before the third ring, the advantage of weapon martial souls over beast martial souls is truly significant. Nier had speed to spare, but couldn't even touch the edge of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a straightforward person. While fighting, he also advised, You're not my opponent, just surrender quickly to avoid injury. The girl probably didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so honorable, hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and continued. But this was just a scraping. After holding on for a while, she couldn't take it anymore and quickly raised her hand to surrender, jumping off the stage. Martial Soul Team, 1 point for us. Next, the second contestant from the Beast team was a little chubby guy named Rock. He came up with a big grin, clasping his hands. "Say, bro, please go easy on me." Down below, Nana frowned, saying, "Something's off. I feel like this fat guy's bad intentions." Yin was still laughing foolishly. "You're overthinking it. ISNT, you just going to handle him easily?" Nana directly pointed out. "That Nier just surrendered. She can come back. They're trying to use a wheel battle to wear my brother down. And how do they know so much about us? Unless someone sold our information." Yin finally realized his expression changed instantly. Meanwhile, on the stage, a more outrageous scene unfolded. As soon as Rock got on stage, he activated a soul skill called Ice Armor Guardian and then plopped down on the ground, not moving at all. Good heavens, I was completely dumbfounded. This guy just laid down? What kind of ultimate old-school strategy is this? His martial soul was a double-layered Xianbing turtle, and his defense was leagues ahead at the same level. Activating his soul skill doubled his defense, and just like that, he became an ice turtle fortress. Xiaoyu rushed up to chop, sparks flying everywhere, but only left a few white marks on the shell, unable to break through the defense. He instantly understood. This fat guy was trying to wear him down to death. You think Xiaoyu would just sit down and compete in stamina? Don't joke. He,'s the king of kids, cares about his face the most, with so many people watching. How could he lose face like that? If it were that old sly fox YeCong, he'd probably pull out some seeds and start chatting with him right on the spot. While hacking away, Xiaoyu remembered what the teacher had taught, and finally recalled that the Xianbing turtle's weaknesses were its head and tail. He seized the opportunity, leaping up to chop Rock's head with his twin blades. This move was both fast and fierce, and it looked like it was gonna hit. But that fat guy not only didn't T-dodge, he even wore a wicked smile. Xiaoyu's heart sank, knowing something was off. But he couldn't T-change his move mid-air. Suddenly, Rock let out a loud roar. Heavy armor charge. He actually detonated all his soul power, charging straight at Xiaoyu like a cannonball. I was dumbfounded down below. Family, who understands this ISNTA match? This is simply two crazed lunatics exchanging blows with their lives on the line. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. The referee was also startled and quickly dashed between the two to intervene. Guess what happened? He took a hit from both sides. His hand was cut by Xiaoyu's blade, and his arm went numb from Rock's collision. I bet he was cursing inwardly. Are kids today this ruthless when they fight? In the end, the referee announced both lost fighting capability, a draw. Both eliminated. Well, our strongest Xiaoyu was directly taken out in a one-for-one exchange. Yin, with his violent temper, exploded on the spot, roaring to go up for revenge. But Nana stayed calm, grabbing him. "Wait, they're clearly targeting us. If you go up now and get eliminated too, we're finished. Let someone else go up first to test the waters." On the other side, Wei Bao looked at Rock, who was being helped back, with a cold glint in his eyes. He hated the unexpected events that were beyond his control the most. He directly sent Nier back onto the stage. Although that girl couldn't beat Xiaoyu, taking on our side S members was a piece of cake. She easily knocked out too. Yin was watching from below, his blood pressure rising, eyes turning red. Just as our last cannon fodder jumped off the stage after surrendering, he shot up in a flash, not even waiting for the referee to announce the start, activating his martial soul and launching a barrage of punches at Nier. His fists were engulfed in flames. The temperature terrifyingly high. Nier was already exhausted. How could she dodge? She took a punch head-on, burning her entire sleeve and wolf fur, her face turning pale from the pain. Just as she was about to shout surrender, Yin unleashed his ultimate move, Hell Lava Surge. Oh my! The entire ground instantly turned into a lava path, charging straight at Nier. If that hit, she'd probably be done for. Luckily, the referee was quick and pulled Nier out. Nier eliminated. Score tied 2-2. Now it was the beast team that got anxious. A guy named Lai Jia, who was chasing after Nier, charged onto the stage without waiting for Wei Bao to speak. "Bastard, I'm here to settle this." Yin looked at his Qing Yin leopard martial soul with a cold laugh, full of disdain. Down below, Nana and Xie were nervously clenching their fists. With Xie out of the picture, if Yin got worn down too, we'd be left with just Nana, and that was basically game over. But let me tell you, another dramatic scene unfolded. That Lai Jia, an agility attack type soul master, actually decided to go head-to-head with Yin, a strength attack type. He activated a soul skill called Steel Rock Claw, wildly clawing at Yin. Yin didn't take him seriously at all. He sidestepped and grabbed Lai Jia's wrist. The strength was so great that Lai Jia's face turned purple, unable to break free. Yin twisted both his arms behind his back, his palm heating up, burning the guy to the point of howling. "I surrender. Referee, save me." Wei Bao covered his face down below, probably feeling exhausted. What kind of pig teammates are these? A winning situation turned into this. Yen threw Lai Jia off the stage, and the next opponent, Lei He, came up. This guy had a Dearth Demon Bear martial soul and was holding a steel fork, clearly a tough nut to crack. He wasn't stupid either. Instead of going head-to-head with Yen, he used his fork skills to attack, making it hard for Yen to defend. And he ended up with 3 bloody holes in his arm. Yen also unleashed true fire, enduring the pain to create distance, seizing an opportunity to pour all his soul power into his first soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. The power was 2 to 3 times stronger than when he attacked Nier earlier. Lei knew he couldn't dodge it either, and this guy was ruthless enough to throw the steel fork at Yan's head, holding it backward. Boom! With a loud bang, Lei was blasted by the lava, turning him into a charred piece of coal, emitting a fragrant smell. Yan wasn't in a better state. Although he dodged the head, the steel fork struck his chest, creating 3 bloody holes, with blood gushing out like a fountain. The referee was truly stunned this time, probably scared out of his wits. In just a moment of distraction, these 2 kids exchanged their lives for each other, causing such a huge mess. He hurried up to check, finding that he was only unconscious, which finally relieved him. As for Yen, he was clutching his chest where the blood was pouring out, yet he still managed to smile and asked the referee, "So, did I win this round?" The referee nodded with a twitching mouth. The score was 4-2. Xiaoyu quickly went up to help Yen down and announced the next match as a forfeit. Yen was still there showing off? Hee, how about that? I said I'd take out 3, and I did. All direct eliminations. I'm better than you. Before he could finish, the pain made him gasp. Finally, it was Nana's turn. She leaped onto the stage like a little deer, facing her last opponent, a cool guy named Geet, whose martial soul was the Azure Scale Eagle. Nana smiled and greeted him, trying to persuade him to surrender. But the guy coldly replied, "I will defeat you and then take care of that cripple and trash." Wow, those words directly set Yen off in the audience, yelling to go up and fight. On the stage, Nana wasn't angry. She just smiled and said, "Then we'll see if you have that capability, senior." As the match began, Geet moved like lightning, his wings turning into blades, aimed straight at Nana's throat. At that moment, Hulaina smiled slightly, and her whole person split into 2, transforming into 2 identical Hulainas, attacking Geet from both sides with short blades. Geet was stunned. He never expected Nana's soul skill would be a clone. He hurriedly used his wings as a shield to block the attack, sparks flying. Relying on his strength, he pushed both Hulainas back, then jumped into the air, starting to taunt. A little fox on the ground dares to look at the eagle in the sky. This wave of trash talk I give full marks. Nana didn't indulge him at all, directly retorting, "Just a little chicken. What are you so arrogant about?" Geet was enraged and dove down at the Nana, who just spoke, convinced that was the real one. But just as he was about to hit, that Hulaina smiled slightly and turned into a wisp of white smoke, disappearing. Geet finally realized he had been played and hurriedly tried to change his move to defend. But it was too late. The real Hulaina had stealthily circled behind him, directly jumping onto his back, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Geet was quick to react, using the hard feathers on his back to withstand the hit, buying himself some time as he awkwardly turned around to face Hulaina. Let me tell you, as soon as this guy steadied himself, Hulaina didn't give him a chance to breathe. He was still there boasting, saying how he had underestimated her before and would use all his strength to take her down. Wow, with that disheveled look. One would know he was making a speech about his defeat. Hulaina, like a little fox, smiled and said, "All right, senior, let me see your skills." However, as the second round began, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Geet's whole body was tense, staring at Hulaina, afraid she would use the clone trick again. But Hulaina? This time, she couldn't even be bothered to use her soul skill. She just held a small dagger, made a starting pose, and quietly waited for him to attack. This made Geet furious, thinking, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Arrogant." He shouted and charged at her with all his might. So what happened? Folks, who understands? Hulaina's little steps were like they had motors, and she swiftly dodged. Then she struck back with a hand chop. Her posture was beautiful, said to be called Diao Chan bows to the moon. Let me tell you, this set of boxing was taught to her by YeCong called beauty boxing, with every move imitating ancient beauties, specifically designed to counter men. YeCong himself couldn't learn it, saying it was too eye-catching for men. A crescent-shaped soul power sliced through, and Geet didn't dare to take it head-on, quickly dodging. Hulaina had already anticipated this, taking a step forward, her figure splitting in 2 again, simultaneously using the She Sure Holds Heart move, both fists flying towards Geet's face. Geet had no choice but to use his wings as a shield to withstand it. At the moment he withstood it, he freed one hand to grab Hulaina's wrist, his fingers like they had practiced the 9-in white bone claw. But Hulaina reacted even faster. Her right hand's dagger headed straight for his palm. With a puff, blood appeared on Geet's hand, causing him to quickly retract it. If he had been a millisecond slower, he would have lost half his palm. Hulaina was merciless, flipping her wrist, and the dagger flew towards Geet's forehead. Geet was frightened and hurriedly turned his head to dodge. In that brief moment, Hulaina had already changed her move, raising her left hand. Her right hand striking a people-playing pose called Zhao Jun exits the fortress, with 5 fingers tapping rapidly on Geet. Meanwhile, her clone had ghosted around to Geet's back, catching the flying dagger and steadily placing it against his neck. The battle ended clean and neat. While Hulaina was rampaging, our YeCong, let me tell you, he was soaking a bath at the ghost mansion, deeply questioning his life. His mind was buzzing with one thought: so, have I joined Tang Sect's opposing camp? Or am I part of the martial soul hall, the iron villain? Although he had always disdained that double-standard Tang Sect, who acted all high and mighty, he still felt a bit uneasy about going against the child of destiny. He glanced at the blue panel in front of him, his eyes twitching. Wow, this system understands what being late means. Reincarnated twice, and now at 6 or 7 years old, the golden finger finally arrives. The system panel displayed a bunch of skills related to the Grim Reaper, like soul suppression, stun, soul suppression, judgment, looking quite impressive. With the system activated, all his memories from his first life about Dalu came back. He could only encourage himself. What am I afraid of? Tang Sect became a god king with a third-rate technique. Can a man with the Grim Reaper's inheritance and a system defeat him? Besides, he has the script. The immortal herb of ice and fire's eyes. I don't recognize it, but Judah does. Doesn't this provide a ready-made opportunity to intercept? He calculated the time. Qin Xuanji probably died about a year ago, and Bai Bai Dong had just taken power. There were still 5 years until the plot began, and 11 years until entering Shrek Academy. There was plenty of time to develop and turn the entire plot upside down. After some research, he discovered that this system had actually been activated in the last life. He just didn't know why it had a bug, and only started now. This system could not only view information but also draw lots. But the cost of this lottery was a whopping 100,000 gold soul coins. It was simply daylight robbery. Fortunately, the system would give 1 free lottery every year on his birthday, and from the second life to now, he had saved up a total of 23 times. He silently chanted in his heart, started 10 consecutive draws. The roulette stopped, and 10 light spheres floated out. YeCong looked at the colors, and his face darkened. All white. Damn, this luck is heading straight for the African chief. Clearly a 10 consecutive draw, and not even a guarantee. Continue with the 10 consecutive draws. He didn't believe in this evil. This time it was slightly better: 7 white ones, 2 green ones, and 1 blue one. The whites were all useless snacks. The greens were 2 bottles of potions, 1 for health recovery and 1 for mana recovery, better than nothing. The blue one was a puzzle piece, said to be able to exchange for a golden legend if 7 pieces were collected. Goodness, isn't this just a pure cash trap? He didn't dare to draw any more for the remaining 3 times. A non-lucky person must have the awareness of being non-lucky and must save up for a 10 draw before fighting again. He closed the system and estimated the time. He had been unconscious for less than 10 minutes. He looked at the thick curtain beside the bathtub, and it was clear to him that Meng Yiran was probably on the other side. He couldn't understand the gender concepts in Douluo Continent. On one side, there were kids like Ma Hongjun who went to brothels at such a young age, and on the other, there were Shrek's mixed-gender dormitories. It was simply magical. He looked down at the herbs in the bathtub: Xianyu flower, Qi Ling fruit, TSK, all valuable goods. His master was truly investing heavily. YeCong didn't waste time either. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate with the medicinal power. By the time he finished cultivating and got out of the tub, it was almost dark, and Meng Yiran had already left. He got dressed and went to the hall, where Gui Mei was already waiting for him. Gui Mei's hoarse voice sounded. How do you feel? Thank you for your concern, Master. The disciple is fine now. YeCong replied respectfully. Just as he wanted to say something, Gui Mei interrupted him directly. I'm not interested in any secrets you have. As long as you don't betray the spirit hall, I can help you. But if you dare to have other intentions, I will personally clear you out. YeCong was complaining wildly in his heart. You can forget it with your little bit of dark energy later on. Tang Sect can just sneak attack you with a sea goddess light and take you down in an instant. By then, I wouldn't even need to unleash my ultimate move. I could probably go 50-50 with you. But he still answered respectfully. I will follow Master S teachings. After all, As long as Gui Mei and the Spirit Hall did not touch his bottom line, he was still willing to be a loyal minister. Gui Mei nodded and told him to go back to his room to rest. When YeCong returned to his room, it was luxurious. After confirming that no one was watching, he took out paper and pen and began to plan how to intercept Tang Sect's opportunities. For safety's sake, he wrote in English, as he had passed the IELTS in his second year of high school, and his level was solid. He listed them one by one. First, Xiao Wu. This was Tang Sect's 10,000-year soul ring gift package. He must find a way to intercept it in advance. Second, Shrek's teammates. Recruit those who can be recruited, and send away those who cannot be. Third, the 8 spider lances. This was a bit tricky since it was a gift from the Shura god, but it must be seized if there is a chance. Fourth, the ice and fire 2-headed eye. This was easy. Just find an opportunity to leak it to the chrysanthemum Douluo and the poison Douluo when the time comes. Find a way to help him detoxify and bring this powerful fighter on board. The old poison master is very clear about rewards and grievances. If you treat him well, he really can fight for you. Unlike Tang Sect, who stripped the medicinal garden bare and even changed the land deed to his name. The more YeCong wrote, the more speechless he became. He realized that the Spirit Hall's failure was purely self-inflicted. After the Soul Master competition, they clearly captured Shrek's group, but what happened? Not only did they not kill them, but they also obediently handed out the soul bone rewards. This is not villain behavior. This is simply a model of integrity. Even more outrageous were the higher-ups, Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Qian Renshua, one after another, all had love-struck brains, inexplicably falling in love with the arch-nemesis Tang Sect, crazily giving away their heads and intelligence. He realized that external enemies were not scary. What was scary was the internal pig teammates. It seemed that his path was long and arduous. In the following days, YeCong and Meng Iran began their hellish training. Morning for physical training, afternoon for skills, and evening for cultural lessons. Every day, they were exhausted like dead dogs, relying entirely on medicinal baths and massages to keep going. After 5 days, Gui Mei gave them 2 days off. On the first day of the break, YeCong was in the yard doing pull-ups, sweat soaking a large area of the ground. 1,150. After completing the last one, he fell directly from the tree, lying on the grass in a big X, his arms aching terribly. Meng Iran, who was under the shade of the tree, looked dumbfounded. "Senior brother, it's a holiday today. Why are you working so hard?" YeCong panted and smiled. "I'm used to it." Meng Iran's eyes twinkled, and she came over and said, "Senior brother, staying in this wilderness every day is so boring. It's not far from Heaven-Do City. Why don't we go for a stroll?" YeCong thought it made sense. He was quite curious about Heaven-Do City, since many stories in the original work took place there. He still didn't know whether Qian Renshua's plan to replace the prince with Xueqinghe had succeeded or not. He just couldn't understand why a son of God with innate soul power of level 20 would be sent to carry out such an undercover plan. Wasn't that just a pure waste of time? Wouldn't it be better to just seize the throne after becoming a god? The two ran to apply to Gui Mei. Gui Mei was reading. After hearing the request, he pondered for a moment and actually agreed. Not only did he agree, but he also said, just in time, the Joshin Haitang family, Yi Renshin's old man, is going to hold a soul awakening banquet for his granddaughter in 3 days. I'll give you an extra day off, and you can come with me to see. Goodness, Joshin Haitang, that is the top healing-type martial soul in Douluo Continent, claimed to be able to save someone as long as they had a breath left. That was quite a big deal. Gui Mei asked the housekeeper, Linoisi, to prepare gifts. This housekeeper was also quite formidable, a soul sage at level 78. The 4 of them got into a carriage pulled by a soul beast called Rapid Wind Horse, and they arrived at Heaven-Do City in half an hour. The guard at the city gate saw the imposing carriage and knew it was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. They didn't dare to say a word and quickly processed the paperwork to let them in. Once inside the city, YeCong was like a child who had never seen the world, curiously lifting the curtain to look around. After all, he was just a child now, so it was normal to be a bit childish. Upon arriving at the Yi family, the scene was bustling with activity, with guests everywhere. The garden was filled with prominent figures from the continent, 2 from the 3 major sects, and emissaries from the 2 great empires. Gui Mei, due to his reclusive personality, found a corner to sit down, and anyone who tried to get close was deterred by his unapproachable aura. YeCong was quite happy to relax, sitting next to him while his eyes scanned the surroundings like radar, spotting many familiar faces. That old man with green hair must be the poisoned Douluo, Dugobo. The blonde, arrogant young man next to him was Davis. The Xingluo Empire really had a big heart to send a prince over like this. On the Heaven-Do Empire side, Xueqinghe was also present. He wondered if underneath that shell was really Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo were also there. After waiting for a long time, an old man with white hair led a little girl with blue-purple hair onto the stage, and the whole venue instantly fell silent. The old man was Yi Renxin, who first thanked everyone for coming, and then asked everyone to take care of his granddaughter, Yi Lingling, in the future. Ning Fengji, being a clever person, immediately stood up to say some formalities, stating that everyone would definitely protect Yi Lingling. Of course, who would dare to offend a future top healer? That would be insane. Oh, except for Tang Sect. Sure enough, Yi Lingling awakened the Jiuxin Haidang and had innate level 9 soul power. This talent would surely lead her to become a title Douluo in the future. Next came the segment of toasting and acknowledging people. Yi Lingling was receiving gifts until her hands were sore. Ning Fengji directly sent cash. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect sent herbs. And Dugu Bo gifted a poison manual he had personally written. So it was Gue Mei's table's turn. To everyone's surprise, Gue Mei actually stood up voluntarily, cupped his hands toward Yi Renxin, and said in his hoarse voice, "Brother Yi, how have you been?" YeCong was stunned at that moment. My usually taciturn teacher actually took the initiative to greet someone and even call him brother? Yi Renxin smiled slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This old man can still live a few more years." Guess what happened? The old ghost burst into laughter, raised his glass to clink with the old man, pushed up his mask, and downed it in one go. He said, "Brother Yi, don't say that. If it weren't for you back then, I would have grass growing several meters high on my grave. Just call me Old Ghost. Let me tell you, these two old men have known each other for decades, and there's a story behind it. My master, the Old Ghost, had a name that no one remembers anymore, and his martial soul is peculiar. Having mutated from a first-level little ghost fire, when he was young, he was unfortunate enough to fall into a cursed place called the Lake of Death. And just as he was about to drown, he actually encountered the legendary demon. For some reason, that demon didn't kill him, but instead saved him and fused his martial soul with his soul, turning him into a living dead being, and he was directly named Ghostly Charm. His power increased, but the side effects were terrifying. He feared light, had an interest in flesh and blood, and found everyone displeasing. He was a complete monster. He sought out many doctors, but to no avail, and his personality became increasingly eccentric. Just when he was about to completely give up, he met the young Yi Renxin. Back then, old man Yi was still a hot-headed youth, and when he heard about such a difficult case, he was so excited that he insisted on treating him. My master was so annoyed at the time that he wanted to slap him dead, but out of respect for the Yi family's reputation, he was afraid of becoming a public enemy across the continent. Following the principle of, if I can't provoke you, I can at least hide, he started playing hide-and-seek. But old man Yi was also stubborn, chasing him for a whole year, insisting on treating him. In the end, my master had no choice but to agree to let him try, and even made a harsh remark that if he couldn't cure him, he would kill him. You wouldn't believe it, but Yi Renxin really had some skills. He discovered that my master's issue wasn't a disease, but a curse. His 9-heart begonia martial soul specialized in treating various debuffs. Although it couldn't be completely eradicated, it could be suppressed easily. After some back and forth, my master felt better, and his personality improved, and the two became great buddies. Later, Yi Renxin returned home to inherit his family business, and my master went off on his own, eventually encountering the title Douluo, leading them to join the Spirit Hall together. Speaking of which, my master joined the Spirit Hall because he heard that the angelic holy light from the Qian Renxue family could counter his curse. Later, the previous Pope, Qiang Sunji, personally helped him test it and found that a large amount of holy light was poison, but a small amount could stimulate his cultivation, creating a state where lonely Yin does not give birth and lonely Yang does not grow. Isn't that a coincidence? Yueguan's flower martial soul is purely Yang, and their martial souls complemented each other, leading to a martial soul fusion technique, becoming the famous duo known as the Henga 2 Generals in the Spirit Hall. Oh, I digress. Back to the banquet. After the two old friends finished their drink, the conversation flowed. Yi Renxin then noticed me, the onlooker, and asked Old Ghost, "Who is this young man?" My master was so proud, his tail almost wagging up to the sky. "This is my disciple, YeCong." I quickly stepped forward to pay my respects. "Nephew YeCong, greetings to Uncle Shi." Upon hearing this, Yi Renxin was delighted. "Oh, sharing the same surname as me. Perhaps we were family 500 years ago. Who are your parents?" Good heavens, as soon as he said this, the atmosphere froze. I could only brace myself and say, "Uncle Shi, don't worry, I have no parents. I grew up in an orphanage. all thanks to my master taking me in. Old man, you looked extremely awkward. His face stiffened, and he quickly scratched his head to change the subject. Then, what is your martial soul, nephew? I glanced at my master, who nodded, and I then revealed my Huangyao banner, calling out Little Crow. A puff of green gas floated out, transforming into a crow, resulting in the little crow cawing loudly. It was so loud that all eyes in the room turned to us. Let me tell you, at that moment, it felt like a large-scale social death scene, and I was so angry that I wanted to hit the crow on the head for being so loud. Can't you be quieter? The crow looked quite wronged, thinking, didn't you say I should make a grand entrance? YeLingling beside me looked on with shining eyes, probably having never seen this type of summoning beast soul skill before. Yurishin also found it quite amazing. Suddenly, this old man, not one to hold back, stroked his beard and said, I have a humble request. I wonder if nephew would be willing to be my adopted son? Huh. I was completely stunned at that moment, not just me, but even my master was taken aback, and even the usually composed YeLingling's eyes widened, thinking her grandpa was about to make me his little uncle. Family members. Who understands? This is just like Whitebeard from One Piece, going around grabbing people and calling them his sons. I was ready to curse inside, thinking, do you think I'm El Boo, randomly claiming fathers? I understood that this old man saw my talent and wanted to recruit me to protect YeLingling. But this move was too bold, trying to poach me right in front of my master, the Spirit Hall's elder in charge of punishment. If it weren't for your good relationship, you'd have to sleep with one eye open at night. I shook my head quickly and refused. Senior, I appreciate your good intentions, but I'm already part of the Spirit Hall, and it's inconvenient for me to join another faction. I see. Yurishin looked regretful, realizing he had been too abrupt. The adults continued to drink and chat, while we kids were sent to another small garden to play. As soon as we got there, we saw two rowdy kids arguing. The Crown Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire and the Crown Prince Shui Tianling of the Heaven Do Empire. These two princes were arguing like elementary school kids, glaring at each other while a group of other kids fanned the flames, reveling in the chaos. I took on Yurishin's task of maintaining order, and my head was spinning. I really couldn't watch any longer, so I struck the soul calming gong, which resonated and froze everyone present. I said, can you all calm down? If you want to fight, take it outside. Don't cause trouble in someone else's house. The hot-tempered Davis shouted, you little brat from the Spirit Hall, let us go. I wasn't angry, smiling as I said, gentlemen, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Let's talk it out. As soon as the freeze was lifted, Meng ran, holding YeLingling, complained, Senior brother, why did you drag us into this? I looked at YeLingling, and good heavens, her affection level was probably plummeting rapidly. This little girl was holding a grudge. Shui Tianling, however, was much more composed than Davis. After regaining movement, he immediately smiled and said, I apologize, Brother YeCong. We were the ones who offended you. He even proactively shook hands with Davis, although they were still subtly competing during the handshake. I realized that none of the princes were naive, especially those raised in the Star Luo Empire's environment, where they were trained to be ruthless. Davis would eventually be someone who would have to kill his own brother in a few years. Just as I was feeling troubled, Davis suddenly turned his attention to me. YeCong, since you are an elder's disciple, your strength must be considerable. I challenge you. I was about to refuse when that little Shui Tianling started fanning the flames again, sarcastically saying, Davis, you really have some nerve. Bullying the weak is your Star Luo Empire's traditional art, right? He even deliberately glanced at Davis's younger brother beside him. I realized what was going on. This crown prince from the Heaven Do Empire, while looking cultured and refined, was actually quite scheming, wanted to make me enemies with Davis and sow discord between the brothers. Seeing that these two princes were really about to fight, if the Star Luo prince beat the Heaven Do prince on their home turf, it would be a big deal. I quickly stepped forward. Brother Davis, since you wish to spar, I will accompany you. Davis's eyes lit up. He was still the hot-blooded youth at this moment, and said cheerfully, all right, much more straightforward than that scruffy bird. Let us go. Meng was still being playful, patting my shoulder and saying, don't worry, senior brother, I'll help you collect the body later. I directly rolled my eyes at her. The match began, Davis, a level 22 Soul Master. I, YeCong, a level 15 Soul Master. He immediately activated his martial soul, the evil eye White Tiger, with 2 yellow soul rings shining dazzlingly, and unleashed his first soul skill, White Tiger's Protection Barrier. I didn't bother with any fancy moves and charged at him wielding my Soul-Subduing Hammer. My speed was fast, catching him off guard. One strike sent him staggering backward. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in close combat, he opened his mouth and unleashed his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. I had anticipated this and retreated as soon as his second soul ring lit up, raising my gong as a shield to block. The energy sphere smashed into the gong with a loud clang. The shockwave made my blood surge, and I stumbled back several steps. But just as he finished using his skill, my hammer slipped from my hand and struck him directly in the face. He had no time to dodge and could only take it head-on, almost breaking his arm. As I called my hammer back, ready to continue the fight, I was surprised to see Davis rubbing his arm, smiling as he said, "I lost." All of us were stunned. He patted his brother's head and said, "YeCong has one less soul ring than me and hasn't even used a soul skill. In this situation, even if it were a tie, I still lost." Wow, I was a bit taken aback. This guy, although hot-tempered, really had good character. I quickly responded politely, "Brother Dai, you're too modest. If we continued, I would definitely lose." After the banquet ended, we bid farewell to old Master Yi, and my master took me with him while Long Gong and Sheepa took Meng ran along. Before leaving, I gave Yi Lingling a gift, a set of glass zodiac figurines. Let me tell you, these things are sold by weight in our place like a wholesale market. But they are priceless treasures. The little girl's affection, which had just dropped to the bottom, instantly shot up to the limit, and she hugged the gift tightly. On the way back to the mansion, my master suddenly asked me, "Are you close to that prince from the Dai family?" I nodded. "It's all right, he's quite straightforward. I consider him a friend." My master was silent for a long time before he said earnestly, "The spirit hall does not interfere with your friendships. But the bottom line is, you must not get involved in the struggle for the throne, especially in the Star Luo Empire. Perhaps in a few years, he will die, or he will no longer be himself. I hope you can accept reality then." Meng was confused, and Long Gong explained the cruel succession laws of the Star Luo Empire to her, where brothers turn against each other, and the winner takes all. After hearing this, Meng felt something was off and asked many questions, like how tragic the fate of the Zhu family girls was completely like Tools, and whether the Dai and Zhu families, with generations of close intermarriage, were sure their offspring would be fine. I was internally complaining. Honestly, isn't the Zhu family just a pure Tool family? And with both families doing this, what kind of genetic pool are they messing with? Long Gong sighed and said, "This is reality. The Zhu family traded freedom for status, and to them, it might not be a loss." Upon returning to the mansion, my master listened to Long Gong and she report on some conflicts after the academy merger. It turned out my master was still the principal of the Spirit Academy, just acting like a hands-off manager. After hearing everything, he simply nodded and said, "It's normal for kids to be competitive. It's better to suffer losses in the academy than to be beaten to death outside." Then he mentioned he would be going to the academy in the next few days to arrange for the tournament and handed our training over to Long Gong. Days passed, and before the tournament, Meng and I returned to the academy. As soon as I entered the classroom, that guy Yin yelled, "YeCong, big brother," and rushed over. Xiaoyu and Hu Laina also surrounded me, and the class erupted in excitement. Teacher Zhu Ming on the podium looked dark, but he didn't dare say anything to me. After all, I was the principal's direct disciple. He could only wave his hand to let us sit down. For the whole morning, the four of us whispered below, while Teacher Zhu Ming's eyelids twitched wildly, and in the end, he could only pretend not to see us. During lunch, I learned from them that a few days ago our class had a fight with another class and ended up losing. Yin angrily said, "I suspect there's a traitor among us who sold out our information." Xiaoyu, being more composed, told him not to speak recklessly. I frowned. If there really was a traitor among us, that would be too dangerous. Hu Laina didn't want to discuss these unhappy topics and suggested that after the competition, we should go back to the orphanage to visit Grandpa the director. Just as we were guessing who the traitor was, the scene shifted to my master, who had already slammed the investigation documents on the table. He looked at the documents and sneered, as if to say, "Is this the best you can do? You think you can play tricks in front of me?" He planned to deal with it publicly after the tournament ended, to set an example. In the afternoon, the school gave us a break to adjust our state. After finishing my meal, I strolled alone around the campus. Wanted to sit for a while in the old place in the garden. When I got there, I saw someone was already in the pavilion. A woman sitting there in a daze. Although she was dressed quite simply, she was really beautiful, with fair skin and outstanding temperament, at first glance. She was not an ordinary person. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, the woman suddenly spoke, "Classmate, wait a minute." I was taken aback, turned around, and politely responded, "Teacher, are you calling me?" She smiled without confirming or denying, just looking at me. "I know you. Your name is YeCong, right?" Goodness. How would I know? I just nodded. If it's the one from class 1, then it should be me. I thought to myself, this beautiful teacher is probably someone my cheap teacher Zhu Ming is pursuing. Otherwise, how would she know such a little brat like me? You might wonder why I didn't think she was related to my master. Come on, my master is a solitary old man, with an eerie aura around him. It's an understatement to say strangers should avoid him. It's more like a level of living beings should stay away. I even calculated that one day, if my master cosplayed as a ghostly figure, he might scare Tang Sect out of his wits. Seeing me in a daze, the beautiful teacher asked, "Why aren't you sleeping at noon? What are you doing here?" I immediately played the part, spreading my hand with a serious face. "Teacher, you don't know? At my age, how can I sleep? Of course, I have to seize every moment to practice hard." She was directly amused by me, moved aside a bit, and patted the spot next to her. "You're quite an interesting kid. Can I take a few minutes of your training time to tell you a story?" With a beautiful woman inviting me, how could I refuse? I boldly walked over and sat down. "You say it, I promise to speak freely." She smiled and then began with a classic opening. "I have a friend." Well, I heard that opening and knew it was going to be cliché. The story that followed was so trite, about a rich girl falling in love with a poor boy, being thwarted by her family, and then they drifted apart, with the girl feeling melancholy and missing her first love. I could tell you, I could come up with 800 versions of this plot with my eyes closed. After she finished telling the story, I cleared my throat and began my life mentor performance. Teacher, as the saying goes, the one involved is confused while the bystander sees clearly. You, oh no, your friend. The reason she can't forget her first love is not that he was so great, but because you were forcibly separated at the happiest time. So many years have passed, and his image in your friend's heart has long been beautified into a perfect white moonlight. As soon as I said this, I felt the smile on her face instantly fade. And I tell you, in that moment, I even sensed a killing intent. But it quickly subsided. She pressed on. "In your opinion, is he also a waste?" Goodness. I directly thought, goodness. At that moment, I didn't even realize I'd stepped on a landmine and was still talking eloquently. Not necessarily a waste. But after so many years without seeing each other, the filter must be as thick as a city wall. I suggest that your friend take some time to see how he's doing now, just to settle a concern. Seeing it with her own eyes will shatter any illusions. Going to see him personally, she murmured as if I had truly convinced her. After sitting for a while, I said goodbye and returned to my dormitory. Suddenly, halfway there, my mind went blank. Wait a minute, wealthy heiress, poor boy, separated by elders. Isn't this just a polished version of the affair between Pope Bibi Dong and Master Yu Shaojing? Who understands this? Family. That woman. Could be Bibi Dong herself. My hair stood on end. I just criticized the head of the Wuhun Hall, the strongest woman on the continent, to her face, and even suggested she go meet him in person to burst her own fantasy. What a reckless mouth I have. She wouldn't slap me to death, would she? I quickly shook my head. No way, no way. The Pope is busy with her duties, focusing on companionship. How could she have time to come to our academy's back garden to have a heart-to-heart with a kid? Right. I wiped my cold sweat and ran back to the dormitory as fast as I could. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the academy competition. The competition venue was directly set in the central square of the Wuhun Hall, with drums and firecrackers making a grand scene. As the captain of Class A, I had to hold a large flag and follow teacher Zhu Ming, leading our class of 10 into the arena with great pride. The entire square resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, with a giant arena in the center and tiered seating all around. At the highest point on the east side, there was a golden throne, clearly reserved for the biggest boss. By the time we arrived, the arena was already filled with people from various grades. And there was a group that was distinct from us. Obviously the students from the Beast Academy, whom we had beaten before, all of them with fire in their eyes. Our teacher, Zhu Ming, was chatting with other teachers, boasting about how our class may be small, but full of elites, and how our classmate Sun Yuan Tian was a once-in-a-century talent, engaging in mutual flattery. Just then, my junior sister Mangaran was waving at me vigorously from the opposing team, and I waved back with a smile. However, Hulaina next to me immediately looked displeased and leaned over to ask in a low voice, "YeCong, who is that girl?" I had to explain softly. She is my junior sister, also a disciple of the Ghost Awe, granddaughter of the Dragon King and Snake Lady. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's little face instantly stiffened. Wow, she was already treating her as the #1 rival without even anything happening yet. While she was lost in thought, a loud voice echoed throughout the arena. "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." Oh my God. I saw a woman so beautiful she didn't seem real, holding a scepter and wearing a crown, walking towards us step by step. The aura she exuded was noble, dignified, and elegant, simply stunning. 2 figures followed her, one on the left and one on the right. It was my master Ghost Shadow and that effeminate Jew Dalu. When I clearly saw the Pope's face, my legs almost buckled. Oh my God, it really was her. The same woman from that day, in the pavilion. I was internally screaming. How could the Pope, such a dignified figure, not be satisfied with walking around the Wuhun Hall, and instead come to our academy's back garden for a secret visit? Why did I have to say such things? My little brother Yin, noticing something was off with my expression, quietly asked, Boss Yi, what's wrong? Are you unwell? I gritted my teeth and forced out a line. It's nothing. Stand straight in your position. The entire arena erupted with cheers. We welcome His Holiness the Pope. Everyone bowed in respect. Bibi Dong sat on the throne and raised her delicate hand. Teachers and students, please rise. Then she gave a passionate mobilization speech that got all the students below fired up, shouting and cheering. After the speech, Teacher Zhu Ming kicked me, gesturing for me to go present the flag. I turned pale, like a bitter melon, and hesitated while holding the flag, walking to Bibi Dong's front. I didn't know if it was my legs going weak or what, but I suddenly knelt on one knee, burying my head deeply, and handed over the flag. Disciple YeCong pays respects to the Pope. Bibi Dong seemed not to recognize me and smiled. I have long heard that this year's Class A's top talent is exceptional. Today, seeing is indeed believing. I presume your understanding and insights are also different from ordinary people. Cold sweat broke out. Wasn't she pointing at me? I hurriedly chuckled twice. Your Holiness, you flatter me. I'm just thinking aimlessly. Don't believe the flattery from the outside world. The Douluo beside me couldn't help but laugh at my embarrassing state, giving my master Ghost Shadow a knowing look, implying, your disciple is quite something. My master shot him a glare. Shut up, or I'll beat you. However, his brows furrowed, as if he was confused about why I was acting so timid, completely different from my usual self, my whole demeanor radiating guilt. Fortunately, Bibi Dong didn't make it difficult for me anymore, waved the flag, and announced the competition began. In an instant, the entire arena erupted. Lu Shun from Class B dared to fight me. Qin Shuimin from Class C. I've disliked you for a long time. Various challenge calls rang out, and the arena quickly turned into chaos, with various martial souls flying everywhere, looking quite lively. At that moment, a muscular man like a tower jumped onto the stage, scanning the surroundings, and finally pointed directly at me. YeCong, I want to challenge you. This guy was Quang Zhun, originally from the Beast Academy. He probably thought that since Hulaina and the others were too fierce to provoke, he could challenge me, the so-called captain, thinking I was a soft persimmon. Hey, looks like I've been underestimated. I chuckled lightly and jumped onto the arena, looking at Quang Zhun, who was a whole circle bigger than me. I casually lifted my soul-suppressing hammer and beckoned him with my finger. This immediately set him off. He roared, his martial soul, the earth-shaking gorilla, manifested, and a yellow soul ring lit up. He was a level 13 soul master. Seeing that my soul ring didn't light up, he was even more furious. Bastard, there's a limit to looking down on people. Saying this, he activated his first soul skill, Iron Arm Punch, and smashed it towards me. Hulaina was shocked from below, while my junior sister Mangyuran calmly shook her head. Too reckless. He's definitely going to lose. I tell you, at that moment, I was too lazy to move. Just watching that fist the size of a cooking pot come towards me, slightly stepping forward, my whole body like a drawn bow, placing the soul-suppressing hammer horizontally in front of my chest. Just as the fist was about to hit me, I finally moved. The hammer in my hand was as fast as lightning, tapping 3 times on his wrist. That guy's face instantly turned pale. Half of his body went numb. Seizing the opportunity with his guard down, I swung my hammer around and slammed it into his stomach. Bang! His martial soul shattered, and he bent over like a shrimp, stumbling back several steps, almost spitting out blood. I had held back my strength. Otherwise, he would be lying in bed for half a month. One move, and he was done. The whole arena fell silent. My master, Ghost Shadow, stood above with his hands in his pockets, commenting with a strong air of sigh. This kid lacks restraint. It seems his temperament needs more honing. Beside him, Yueguan's mouth twitched, probably cursing inwardly. Keep pretending, you just keep pretending. Your mouth must be grinning to the heavens under that mask. Below, a guy named Liang looked on with red eyes from jealousy. Before I could catch my breath, another guy jumped up, Li Yuqin, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, greeting me. Brother Yi, long time no see. I'm here to have a little chat with you. I sneered. Don't get too familiar, we're not close. As soon as my words fell, I suddenly had a small apricot-colored flag in my hand, and with a flick of my wrist, the flag flew past his cheek, directly embedding itself into the arena's stone slabs. This guy surprisingly wasn't too angry. Instead, he laughed and summoned his martial soul, the 9-section whip. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. With a flick of my finger, smoke emerged from the flag, and my Emperor Crow made a dazzling appearance. At that moment, the entire arena was shocked, including the teachers and Ju Douluo on the stage. Bibi Dong remained quite calm. This little guy is interesting. His banner spirit can actually rival a 1,000-year soul beast. My master respectfully explained beside her, "Yes, your majesty, this banner spirit can grow alongside him." YeCong was confused, feeling like he missed something big. On stage, YeCong was already furious. "YeCong, you cheated. You actually brought a soul beast to compete." I couldn't be bothered to respond to him and directly ordered the crow, "Finish this quickly, and ideally, let him lie down for a few days." Down below, Yin was already excitedly jumping up to show off. "Did you see that? That's my boss Yi, the Emperor Crow. Isn't it awesome?" Hulaina beside him covered her face, looking like she didn't know this fool. A teacher, Tian Pingyu, had a dark expression and accused me of cheating. Our class teacher, Mr. Zhu Ming, immediately retorted, "Old Tian, there are countless soul skills in this world. How many have you seen? What? Are you a disciple of that master? I tell you, in the soul master community, claiming to be like a master is top-tier mockery." Tian Pingyu was so furious he couldn't speak because his nephew YeCong had a trump card, 100-year soul bone. Seeing he couldn't beat the crow, YeCong suddenly changed tactics, using the soul bone skill to transform from hard to soft. The steel whip in his hand instantly became like a snake, winding around the crow and striking directly at me. It was something, but still not enough. I raised my hammer and blocked with a clang, then punched him in the chest using the momentum. He staggered, and the crow behind him seized the opportunity, its claws pressing down on his shoulder. A tremendous force pressed down, and YeCong collapsed to his knees with a thud. I waved my hand, signaling the crow not to kill him, then directly grabbed him by the collar and threw him off the stage. My little brothers below were dumbfounded. Yin poked Xieyu. "Didn't you want to challenge the boss? Go give it a try." Xieyu looked at him speechlessly. "I like challenging strong opponents, but that doesn't mean I enjoy getting beaten." After that, the competition was none of my business. No one dared to seek trouble anymore. The rest of our class A, like Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, also rampaged through, basically invincible at their level. Bibi Dong watched above with satisfaction and asked Yuguan, "Elder Ju, what do you think of this year's freshman?" Yuguan thought for a moment and said, "The brightest is definitely YeCong, but unfortunately, he was taken by the old ghost. The rest are Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin. All three have the potential for titles in the future, especially that one called Xieyu. He suits my taste and could be considered for apprenticeship." Bibi Dong smiled. "Oh, I am more optimistic about that little girl Hulaina. How about we make a bet and see which of these siblings shines more in the future?" Yuguan immediately bowed. "To have such an interest from your majesty is an honor for me." Thus, the grand competition lasted 3 lively days. Apart from the first day, Bibi Dong didn't show up again. After the competition ended, the Real show was just beginning. I tell you, once the academy was reorganized, they immediately held a full staff meeting, and boy, the reckoning was here. The vice principal, Jialuo, really showed no mercy. He directly called out, "Li Ying, step forward." That kid immediately went weak at the knees, shuffling out like he was heading to the execution ground. Jialuo wasted no time, directly exposing his misdeeds of stealing student information to his cell for money, publicly announcing his expulsion. Families, who understands? That kid Li Ying fell to the ground, crying uncontrollably, saying things like, "I was wrong. I repent, I reflect." Too late. Jialuo's gaze was akin to looking at air, fully aware. These people never regret doing wrong. They regret getting caught. Not only him, but even the teacher in charge of the storage room, his class teacher, all faced emotions and fines, and Wei Bao's accomplices were also called out, each one lowering their heads like quails, not daring to utter a peep. After dealing with these minor fish, Elder Gui slowly walked to the center of the stage, his voice like sandpaper. "Hulaina, Xieyu, Yin, come with me to meet the Pope." After a pause, he added, "YeCong, you come too." Wow. The 4 of us were directly called out. Yin was so nervous on the way that he was shaking and quietly asked me, "Boss, why does the Pope want us? Is it to harvest our kidneys?" I had no idea, so I could only pat his shoulder and reassure him, "Don't worry. From my experience, this is definitely a reward." Guess what happened next? Elder Gui led us directly into the Pope's palace. I tell you, that scene was something I'd never seen in my life. The opulence was an understatement. The 2 guards at the entrance, guess what level they were? Soul Saint. Soul Saint. Those who could establish their own sects outside were just guards here. The Spirit Hall truly lived up to its name. With just a random brick thrown down, you could hit 10 soul masters inside. Upon entering the main hall, Sitting in the center was Bibi Dong. Her aura, wow, the future empress, truly formidable. We quickly bowed, not daring to breathe. I stole a glance. Beside her stood two titled Duluos. One was Zhu Huaguan, and the other an unknown female Daw, later known to be Ling Yuan Daw. Bibi Dong seemed to be in a good mood today, smiling as she opened directly. Hulaina, do you wish to be my disciple? Hulaina's CPU immediately burned out, and she stood there dumbfounded. It was her brother Xiaoyu who, sensing the moment, gently kicked her, prompting her to react. Quickly kneeling and bowing, disciple pays respects to the teacher. She was so excited, tears nearly streaming down. Of course, it was thrilling. Her idol had chosen her. How could she not be excited? Following that, Zhu Huaguan, with a delicate hand gesture, threw a flirtatious glance at Xiaoyu. Little Xiaoyu, come be our disciple. Ling Yuan Dalu also looked at Yan. You're called Yan, right? From now on, you'll follow me. The two of them were also overjoyed, immediately becoming apprentices. I watched as they each found their place, and felt quite happy. But, wait, what does this have to do with me? Why was I called here? To observe a large-scale family reunion? Just as I was pondering this, Bibi Dong's gaze suddenly landed on me. YeCong, she smiled meaningfully. Why do you seem so afraid of me? Weren't you quite chatty a few days ago? My scalp tingled, and I could only force a laugh. Your Holiness, you jest. I was just speaking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. But then her next sentence completely stunned me. YeCong, I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Huh. I tell you, the air in the entire hall froze. Hulaina looked like she was about to burst with pink bubbles in her eyes, probably already thinking of what to name our kids. Under Elder Gui's mask, I could feel his jaw nearly dropping. Wait, Your Holiness. This was the disciple you recommended to me. ISNT it a bit too unchivalrous to dig a hole in front of me. But even more explosive was yet to come. I, YeCong, outright rejected her on the spot. I clasped my hands to Bibi Dong. Thank you for your kindness. Your Holiness, but the junior already has a master. I cannot betray my teacher. As soon as those words were out, Elder Gui was both touched and terrified, while Bibi Dong's face darkened instantly. A terrifying soul power pressure surged toward me, and her voice turned cold. YeCong, do you think I'm discussing this with you? My legs went weak, and I felt my bones creaking. Elder Gui wanted to step in to protect me, but then, the entrance burst open with a bang, and an even stronger soul power directly pushed Bibi Dong's pressure back. A golden-haired old man walked in with his hand behind his back, his voice booming, Bibi Dong, you're already such a grown person. Forcing a child to go backwards in life, right? My goodness, Dalu, the legendary peerless Daluo, the first person under the gods. Why is he here? Is it for me? No way. What have I done to deserve this? Bibi Dong looked at him with disdain, mocking, great offering. Why are you here instead of worshipping your angel god in the offering hall? Dalu completely ignored her and said directly, I'm here for this child today. Another one? The ghostly elder must be in shock. What kind of Tang Sect meat does his disciple have that both the Pope and the great offering are fighting over? Dalu was quite righteous, patting the ghostly elder on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm not like some people who fight you for a disciple. I'm just here to guide him a bit when I have time. Consider me half a teacher. This directly blew Bibi Dong's fuse. What did you just say, Qian? She stood up suddenly, fists clenched, looking like she was about to fight at any moment. Wow, a divine battle. The other titled Duluos quickly pulled their disciples back, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. In the end, it was Bibi Dong who backed down first. She took a deep breath and sat back down, regaining her elegance as a noblewoman. She stared at me, her mind racing. YeCong, since you are already the disciple of the ghostly elder, I won't force you. So, would you be willing to call me your godmother? What else could I say? If I refuse again, it would be disrespectful. I honestly knelt down and bowed. YeCong, greet my godmother. Just like that, after a long ordeal, the four of us finally came out of the Pope's hall. The teachers were all left behind for a meeting, and only a servant was sent to escort us. On the way, the servant gave us a brief introduction to the structure of the Spirit Hall, mentioning the Pope's hall, the Offering Hall, the Doa Hall, leaving us stunned. For years flew by, and let me tell you, we were growing like we had eaten golden fertilizer. Now, the five of us are the new generation of the Spirit Hall's Golden Five. YeCong, 10 years old, level 27 Great Soul Master. Hulaina at level 25. Xiaoyu at level 24. Yan at level 23. Even Mengyuran is at level 20. This cultivation speed is simply outrageous. I was puzzled. Did Tang Sect's innate full soul power come from a discount site? He leveled up 19 levels in 6 years. and he isn't as fast as Zhu Zhuqing, who was being chased by her sister and cultivated while on the run. Incredible. One day, the five of us discussed and decided to go on a graduation trip. First stop back to the orphanage to visit Grandpa by Aodwa. Ever since I recognized Bibi Dong as my godmother, I originally wanted to take the old man to Spirit City to enjoy life, but he couldn't leave those children behind, so he refused. Later, we pooled our savings and renovated the orphanage. It looks majestic now. After bidding farewell to the old man, we headed straight for the true destination of this trip, Nodding City. My plan was simple. Intercept Xiao Wu, family, who can refuse a free 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone. As for the so-called human-beast romance, in this world, spirit beasts are resources. Those useless arguments don't matter. I really can't stand Tang Sect's double standard theory. When we arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy, wow, it felt like we were watching a live drama. I saw an arrogant doorman pushing old Jack around, saying something inappropriate. Innate full soul power of blue silvergrass? Are you kidding? This proof must be forged. I noticed a kid named Tang Sect beside me, his eyes flashing with killing intent, with the safety of his concealed crossbow already off, ready to shoot at the throat. Just then, the soul of the entire book, the master, Yu Xiaojiang, made a grand entrance. He came over and reprimanded the doorman with just a few words, then led Tang Sect into the academy. I stroked my chin. It seemed I was too late to directly snatch Xiao Wu. That old six Tang, how must have been watching from the shadows already. To deal with Tang Sect, I could only take my time. I had long thought about it. For such a destined child, directly killing him might trigger the Shura God's resurrection sheet, plus a bunch of extras. The safest method is to seize all his opportunities and lead him down the wrong path, letting him rot into a pile of useless mud that even the Shura God would disdain. Yin was still lamenting, another one with innate full soul power. What a pity he didn't come to our spear hall. Xiaoyu was bantering with him. Oh, did the Python King finally get enlightened today? I couldn't be bothered with these two clowns, threw away the stick from my candied hawthorn, and said, "Let us go. Stop messing around. We should go meet that legendary master and see if he is really talented or just a fraud." To be honest, I have no good feelings towards this Yu Xiaojiang. In terms of relationships, he is a scumbag. Academically, he is just a tailor, and his talent is abysmally poor. He is the perfect example of there are no useless spirit souls, only useless soul masters. Today, I would personally see just how much of a master this guy really is. When we found him, he was there, looking all warm and fuzzy with Tang Sect. After Yu Xiaojiang finished boasting about his theories, Tang Sect bowed deeply, looking very sincere. I walked up directly, smiling and interrupting them. "Excuse me, are you the master?" Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback for a moment, looking at our five, squeezing out a smile, quite proud. "If you're looking for Yu Xiaojiang, then that's me." I assessed him. He was of medium build, with stubble on his face, thick and big lips, and he looked utterly worn out. How did this appearance manage to woo both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong? It's truly a mystery of Douluo Continent. That little brat Tang Sect looked at us with a strange gaze, filled with scrutiny and killing intent, probably afraid we would learn his secret of having twin martial souls. Meng Yuran exploded on the spot. "Hey, what is with that look, kid?" I quickly mediated, smiling and extending my hand to Tang Sect. "This little brother must be the master's new disciple, right? I'm Lu Cong. Nice to meet you." As usual, when out and about, surnames are all made up. Tang Sect hesitated for a moment, didn't he shake my hand, and coldly replied, "Tang Sect." The rest of us also conveniently introduced ourselves with fake names. Gulaina, Manu, Zhao Iran Yao. I showered Yu Xiaojiang with flattery, and he was completely bewildered, while Tang Sect's expression softened a lot. Anyway, Yu Xiaojiang was already confused by me, and I struggled to keep a straight face at his master demeanor. This guy even hinted that he wanted to take me as a disciple. Let me tell you, I almost performed a subway elder looking at a phone right there. I quickly made an excuse and pulled my people away. Tang Sect was still looking at his master with adoring eyes. Oh, the kid is still young, not very bright. Poor thing. Just as we were about to leave, we bumped right into the protagonist of the script, Xiao Wu, a little girl with scorpion braids and a rabbit ear hairpin. Beautifully carved, truly adorable. Of course, I couldn't just walk away. As we brushed past her, I flicked my finger and a feather smaller than dust landed on her. This thing is used by our family to mark, harmless, but as long as I want, I can find her anytime. The little girl probably just felt a tickle and didn't notice anything, so that was that. My teammates were still marveling. Wow, this little town has such a beautiful girl. and I gave them a mysterious smile. Don't worry, future her will bring us a big surprise. Seeing their bewildered expressions, I knew I had successfully played the Riddle Master. All right, the tasks here in Nottingham are done. Let's head straight to the next stop, the Soul Hunting Forest, mainly to help Meng Iran secure her second soul ring. This is our first time forming a team on our own, not counting those soul saints secretly protecting us. And to be honest, I'm quite looking forward to it. Before entering the forest, we landed in a small town, and to avoid trouble, we specially hired a local blacksmith uncle to pretend to be our guardian. After preparing our supplies, just as we were about to head into the mountains, suddenly an old man rushed towards us, dragging a dirt-covered little boy with him. The old man knelt down in front of us, crying and begging us to take his grandson to hunt for a soul ring. I immediately became alert. Who knows if this is a scam these days? But Sieyu, being kind-hearted, pulled the boy up and asked him a few questions. I was shocked when I heard the boy shyly say, "My name is Oscar, and my martial soul is a sausage with innate full soul power." What the heck? All 6 of us, including the blacksmith uncle, almost dropped our jaws. Innate full soul power? And it's a food type? Who understands this? It's practically an unprecedented SSR. Is this wealth just falling into my lap? While others were still in shock, I rushed forward. I know exactly how amazing this kid will be in the future. He is destined to be the god of food. The divine inheritance comes packaged and delivered. How can I let this go? I immediately made a bold move. Oscar, right? Don't go hunting for souls. Come with me. Join the Martial Soul Academy, and I'll cover all your training resources. The boy was stunned, pointing at his nose, struggling to speak. You mean, I can go to school for free? Yes. Will there be meals? Not only meals, but everything: food, clothing, housing, transportation, soul ring configuration, a one-stop service. All arranged clearly for you. What about my grandpa? Your grandpa is my grandpa. Ah, we will build a house for the old man, provide a pension, and let him enjoy his old age. As soon as I finished speaking, Oscar burst into tears, shouting, "Brother, you are my brother from another mother," and then hugged my thigh. I pulled him off my leg, thinking, well, our little team has gained a support member. After settling his grandpa, we headed into the soul hunting forest with our new member Oscar. As soon as I entered the forest, I summoned my 2 flag spirits. The Emperor Crow Shimu was responsible for aerial reconnaissance, and the Hurricane Toad Xiaofeng was in charge of ground security. Oscar's eyes widened in awe, looking at me with admiration and even poking my toad. With Shimu in the sky acting as our radar, we quickly found a 300-year-old big-boned pig, which was just right for Oscar. Yin insisted on showing off in front of the new little brother and volunteered to take the lead. He covered his hands with rock, and as the big-boned pig charged, he hammered it fiercely, finishing off with a hellish lava rush that almost roasted the pig alive. He tossed the half-dead pig in front of Oscar, who grabbed a dagger and swiftly delivered the first yellow soul ring. Of course, we couldn't waste the remaining pork, so I took out my portable pot and utensils along with some seasonings, showcasing my top-notch cooking skills on the spot. The aroma was so enticing that we couldn't resist. However, it also attracted an unexpected guest, a phantom snake. This creature excels in mental attacks, and when Meng Iran accidentally made eye contact with it, she fell into a trance from its illusion. Fortunately, my Croshimu let out a sharp cry, breaking the illusion and pulling Meng Iran back. Hulaina had already been annoyed by that snake. Being an expert in mental attributes, she quickly captured the 600- or 700-year-old snake with ease. Iran, go for it. Hulaina threw the half-damaged snake to Meng Iran, saying its attributes and age were fitting for her, and it would be her second soul ring. Meng Iran took the snake, her eyes burning with determination, and cleanly sent it on its way before sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Not long after, the sky darkened, and Oscar was the first to finish absorbing his. He was overjoyed, repeatedly summoning his martial soul. As he recited the soul incantation for his fragrant recovery sausage, a steaming sausage appeared in his hand. I thought, thank goodness. This soul incantation isn't as perverted as in the original work. Yin rushed over to take a bite, his eyes lighting up. Wow, delicious. We each had one, and the taste was indeed incredible. It not only restored soul power and stamina, but also healed wounds, with a shelf life of a week. This isn't just a support type. It's practically a mobile banquet with a medical kit. Meng Iran finished absorbing hers as well. She was so hungry that she showed off 3 big sausages. Her second soul skill is called Nightmare, which can instill fear in opponents, with the effect, depending on their mental strength, quite powerful. With both soul rings secured, we exited the forest overnight, bid farewell to the blacksmith uncle, and went to the Spirit Hall branch to get Oscar his Soul Master certification. with all the paperwork in order. Oscar tearfully said goodbye to his grandpa, and then curiously asked me, "Boss, where are we going next?" I thought for a moment. Since the team was just formed, we need to practice in real combat. Let's go to Soto City, to the Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing Grand Soul Arena, the young ones are all excited. That place is a sacred ground for soul masters and is also the territory of the most mysterious forces on the continent. It is said to be strong enough to challenge the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, truly an underground kingdom. When we arrived in Soto City, the Grand Soul Arena was simply massive, like a sports stadium, incredibly spectacular. We went in to register and received the most basic Iron Soul badge. Oscar was a bit disappointed. He thought he would encounter those snobbish staff, and we would have the classic plot of slapping faces, but the staff was highly efficient, handling everything in an official manner, giving him no chance to show off. Since it wasn't our turn yet, we ran to the audience seats to observe first and get familiar with the process. Let me tell you, the fighting stage is quite large. With a diameter of about 20 meters, there's enough space. But it was packed with people. The audience seats were filled to the brim. On stage stood a host in a tailcoat, clearing his throat and starting to announce. Next, in the number 14 fighting arena, a one-on-one soul battle. Let the match begin. Wow, his voice sounded like he had a loudspeaker attached. The contestants were two great soul masters. One was Zheng with a beast martial soul, the blackback monkey, facing off against the iron-horned bull soul master, Gong Hao, who had already achieved 3 consecutive victories. I thought, oh, this is interesting. A winning general against a challenger. I'm familiar with this script. Soon, the burly man named Gong Hao stepped onto the stage. I was taken aback. This guy must be at least 2 meters tall. His body was muscular and bumpy like granite, standing there like a wall. His opponent Zheng was just an unremarkable middle-aged man, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd. The match began, and without saying a word, Gong Hao activated his first soul ring, making him grow even larger. And with a roar, he charged forward. The man named Zheng looked quite calm, probably calculating in his mind. Just as Gong Hao's gigantic fist was about to smash into his face, Zheng suddenly took off his coat and threw it over Gong Hao's head. Brilliant! Vision blocked. Then he jumped behind the big guy, activated his first soul ring, and a long tail shot out from behind him, wrapping around Gong Hao's waist, trying to trip him. But he underestimated the weight of the 2-meter giant. Gong Hao tore off the clothes on his head and quickly grabbed the tail wrapped around his waist. Grinning as he said, "Little monkey, I've caught you." Zheng also reacted quickly, retracting his spirit skill in an instant, making the tail disappear with a whoosh, leaving Gong Hao grabbing at nothing. This infuriated the big guy, and he immediately launched his second spirit skill, Rampaging Bull Charge. Horns sprouted from his head in an instant. He snorted twice and charged forward like a madman. Zheng didn't even have time to dodge and could only brace his arms in front of his chest to take the hit. With a loud bang, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the edge of the stage, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Gong Hao preparing for a second charge, Zheng forced himself to catch his breath, rolled over, and quickly activated his second spirit skill, Claw of Chaotic Winds. His claws instantly became incredibly sharp, and he launched a frenzied attack on Gong Hao, making the big guy howl in pain. But this was just superficial damage. Zheng knew very well that if this dragged on, he would definitely be the first to fall. He steeled his heart and deliberately left a gap in his defense. Gong Hao, as expected, fell for it and threw a punch with all his might. Now's the time. Zheng jumped up sharply, and his tail re-emerged, this time wrapping around Gong Hao's arm. Using the momentum, he swung himself onto Gong Hao's neck. His sharp claws were poised to strike at the throat, ready for a fatal blow. But then, let me tell you, the tide of battle turned faster than flipping a book. Gong Hao actually reached out his large hand, tightly grabbing Zheng's arms, and then he slammed him hard to the ground. Bang! With a loud sound, Zheng was knocked unconscious. The whole audience was stunned. The reversal in just a few seconds was unbelievable. The host quickly reacted and announced on stage, "Gong Hao wins." The little AO beside me was dumbfounded, sticking out his tongue. So exciting. Indeed, all the soul masters here are incredibly skilled, with full battle experience and a fierce determination. Until the last moment, you never know who will win. Next up was our Nana. She donned her mask, codenamed Demon Fox, and lightly landed on the stage with a point of her toes. Her petite figure instantly became the focus of the entire arena. The audience erupted. How old is this little girl? A great soul master? Impossible. Which big family as princess is here to experience life? No one seemed to think highly of her. Her opponent was also a burly man who boomed, "Little girl, You've come to the wrong place. You should go home. Nana just smiled sweetly. Uncle, underestimating someone can lead to a terrible defeat. As soon as she finished speaking, her martial soul manifested, and she moved her body, executing a move called Red Fluff Night Run, seemingly light as a feather, as she slapped toward the opponent's chest. The burly man named Xiongguoxing was no fool. I didn't take her lightly, knowing he was too slow to dodge. He gathered all his soul power and activated his first soul skill, Iron Skin. His skin instantly turned silver white, like a piece of iron. When Nana's palm struck, the burly man let out a muffled grunt, but only took half a step back. Feeling embarrassed, he reached out to grab Nana. But at that moment, the corners of Nana's mouth curled into a smirk. In that instant, her charm made Xiongguoxing momentarily dazed. In a battle between experts, a momentary distraction is enough. His hair stood on end, and he hurriedly tried to activate Iron Skin again, but it was too late. In the next second, 3 fierce claw strikes hit him from 3 directions simultaneously. With several ripping sounds, deep claw marks were left on his iron skin. Only then did he realize that 2 identical hyena figures had appeared on the stage without him noticing. It turned out that after Nana broke through to Great Soul Master, she grew a second tail, and her clones went from 1 to 2. However, Xiongguoxing was indeed skilled. Enduring the pain, he quickly judged where Nana's true body was based on the depth of the wounds. He roared in anger and activated his second soul skill, Rampaging Boar Charge, charging towards the figure he identified as her true self. Little Ao was jumping up and down beside me. Nana is in danger. Why is anyone worried? Yin glanced at him calmly. Don't worry, just watch. Nana won't lose so easily. Sure enough, just as Xiongguoxing collided with the hyena figure, that figure suddenly dispersed like smoke. Another clone, Xiongguoxing was stunned. This was impossible. He was extremely confident in his judgment. Clearly, the clone that had hurt him the most should be the real one. How could it be fake? Hey, this was Nana's strategy. She deliberately made her true self's attack power lower than that of the clones, purely a psychological game. This maneuver was like 4D chess. While Xiongguoxing was still doubting his life, the real Nana had quietly appeared behind him, delivering a kick that sent him flying off the stage. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that this seemingly harmless little girl would defeat a veteran of the fighting arena in just a few minutes. After Nana's victory, the rest of us took turns to compete. I, Yin, and Xiaoyu all won, while Meng Yiran lost. She had just reached level 20 and faced an opponent who was level 28. The level difference was too severe, there was no way around it. The little girl was a bit unhappy. Yin, not satisfied with just one-on-one, suggested a 2-on-2 match. Meng Yiran was not in the mood, so she stayed behind to accompany Oscar. That place was filled with all sorts of characters, and Oscar, being a support type, really needed someone to protect him. The remaining 4 of us grouped up. I thought I would team up with Xiaoyu for strong offense and control. However, Nana objected and insisted on teaming up with me. Fine, I indulged her. In the end, it became me and Nana as a team called Nightwalker Inspector. Yin and Xiaoyu formed a team called Lava Blade. After the draw, the first match was Yin and Xiaoyu's Lava Blade. Their opponents were a couple team called Cat and Mouse, known for their exceptional synergy and impressive records. They were on the verge of advancing to the Copper Fighting Arena. This cat and mouse duo looked quite peculiar. The man was called Puke Cat, tall and thin like a bamboo pole. The woman was called Drill Mouse, short and round like a ball. Upon seeing their opponents were Yin and Xiaoyu, 2 young kids, they began to taunt, saying they would teach the younger generation a lesson. But as soon as the fight started, Yin unleashed hellish magma rush, forcing the couple to split up the dodge. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity, launching 2 moon blades after them. Puke Cat relied on his speed to dodge one of the blades. However, Xiaoyu's second soul skill, Control, allowed the moon blade to turn around and chase after him again. Puke Cat was terrified, while his husband Drill Mouse, distracted, almost got his neck sliced by Xiaoyu's other moon blade. In a critical moment, Drill Mouse opened his mouth and bit the moon blade. His soul skill was Golden Bite, capable of chewing through metal. Xiaoyu quickly retracted her martial soul, fearing it would get crushed. Seeing his wife getting hit, Drill Mouse panicked and charged at Xiaoyu like a madman. But with his rhythm disrupted, he exposed a flaw. Xiaoyu easily dodged his attack, moved in close, kicked him over, and then held both moon blades to his neck. The match ended. I told you, there are 2 rich merchants in the stands betting on them. The one who bet on the cat and mouse combination is from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, named Ning Chuan. He lost money and face and was extremely angry. After returning, he directly called the housekeeper and fiercely ordered, "Go, take care of the cat and mouse combination and the 4 from the lava blade. Get rid of them all. Be clean about it. Just because he lost a bet, he wants to kill 4 people. The disregard for human life by these nobles really opened my eyes. Yin and Xie still had no idea that they were already on someone else's radar. After 2 more matches, it was finally our turn, me and Nana, to fight as the Night Watchers. Our opponents had a name that was quite arrogant, called Dragon and Snake Unmatched. Meng Iran turned dark upon hearing this name. Her grandparents were known as the World-S Dragon and Snake, clearly a case of plagiarism. Nana smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. My brother YeCong and I will teach these 2 account thieves a good lesson. When we stepped onto the stage, we realized who Dragon and Snake Unmatched were. Goodness. It was Yuqianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo. One had a top-tier beast martial soul, and the other had a top-tier poison martial soul. No wonder they dared to call themselves that. These 2 had strong backgrounds, and they didn't even wear masks, directly revealing their true names. Yuqianheng, level 25 attack. Dugu Yin, level 23 control. Nana and I exchanged a glance and politely returned the greeting. Night Watcher, level 27 control. Fox Spirit, level 25 control. Dugu Yin was a bit displeased to see us using code names, muttering under her breath, hiding behind a mask. Not a decent person. Yuqianheng, however, was quite magnanimous, telling her to stop talking and prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, arcs of electricity flickered around him, showing his dragon transformation. Dugu Yin also transformed into a beautiful snake, her snake tail wrapping around his waist, readying her stance. At that moment, I saw Yi Lingling from the Tiando Royal Academy in the audience let out a soft gasp, as if she recognized the gong and hammer in my hands. A man beside her immediately leaned in curiously and asked, Lingling, what's wrong? The man beside Yi Lingling, let me tell you, is named Osro, and he looked completely bewildered just asking what happened. And guess what? Yi Lingling shook her head and told him, it's over. The captain and the others are going to lose this time. I know that person. Osro immediately didn't believe it, saying it was impossible. My Captain S. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is the best in the world. Huh, the best in the world. On the stage, that beautiful snake named Dugu Yin looked at the gong and hammer in my hands and burst into laughter, pointing at me and saying, oh, no wonder you're called Night Watcher. You really are a gong player. Goodness, I thought to myself, another poor girl is going to get beaten. My teammates in the audience, like Yin and the others, pretended to shake their heads and sigh, but inside they were almost bursting with laughter. They all knew that I usually had a very good temper, like a punching bag, but there were 2 words that couldn't be mentioned. Gong player. Who understands, right? Her words were like dancing crazily in my minefield. I instantly put on a kind smile and said to them, sorry, ladies, before my words even finished. Without saying a word, I pushed off with my toes and shot out like a cannonball. I quickly stowed the gong, holding the hammer with one hand, and aimed straight at Yuqianheng. With a move called Gong Strike 1000 Splits, I told you that hammer glinted with a dark light, heading straight for his forehead. Yuqianheng's expression changed, and he quickly activated his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, instantly covering his arms with blue dragon scales, hard as iron. His girlfriend Dugu Yin also cooperated well, immediately spewing a cloud of blue poisonous mist to envelop him, claiming it could increase his defense by 30. I ignored it and held my breath, charging straight into the poisonous mist, bringing down the hammer from above. Yuqianheng took the hit with his dragon-transformed arms, resulting in a loud clang that sent his arm numb. He was stunned and shouted at me, aren't you a control type? Why are you fighting like a berserker? And why don't you have any soul rings when using skills? I laughed, dodging his claws while replying, didn't your little girlfriend lie too? Support claimed to be control. As for the soul rings, guess? Yuqianheng was furious, roaring as he pushed me away with a shake of his arms, then swung his dragon claw at me. I swayed my body, easily dodging like a swallow, and countered with a hammer strike aimed at his stomach. He reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block, but he knew he couldn't keep this up and directly activated his second soul skill, Thunderstorm, electricity crackling around him. Dugu Yin also applied a new buff on him called Blue Scale Red Poison, increasing his attack speed and power, making him seem like he was on steroids. Now Yuqianheng was feeling invincible, like he was high on drugs, his eyes reddening as he chased after me, feeling like he could conquer the world. Huayina also made her move, directly blocking Dugu Yin, and the 2 women began a fierce fight. As for me, I pretended to be retreating step by step, being pressured by Yuqianheng, looking extremely embarrassed. In reality, he had long fallen into my rhythm. Dugu Yin was still trying to use trash talk to distract Huayina, saying something like, ISNT your boyfriend going to help when he is losing? Huayina ignored her completely, increasing her offensive. Yu Qianheng had completely lost his cool, shouting, "Night Watcher, you're definitely going to lose. Surrender now, and you might get fewer hits." While I shattered his lightning with my hammer, I laughed. "Brother, don't speak too confidently. Combat is ever-changing." He sneered and, with a claw infused with lightning, grabbed my soul hammer, while his other hand reached for my head. Just when he thought he had me, I smiled. I tell you, in battle, when I smile, life and death are unpredictable. He saw me smile and felt a jolt of anxiety. Du Guyan seemed to sense something too, suddenly screaming, "Tianheng, get away." Although Yu Tianheng didn't know why. He obediently released me and jumped aside. Just as he leaped, several dark feather arrows whizzed through the air, directly nailing the spot where he had just stood, cracking the stone slab. Crow feather flying arrows. That's right, while I was pretending to retreat, I had quietly thrown down my Huangyao banner. My precious flag spirit, the Emperor Crow Shimu, had been waiting for a long time. The Night Watcher thrives on the unexpected, a one-man army. Although Yu Tianheng dodged quickly, he was still hit by a few poisoned feather arrows in the shoulder. He immediately felt a numbness spread through his body, his mind beginning to blur. Fortunately for him, the two poisons Du Guyan had applied earlier surprisingly countered my Crow's potent poison, slightly alleviating it. Otherwise, he would have fainted right there. The entire arena was stunned. No one had seen where this crow had come from. Yu Qianheng gritted his teeth, pointing at me and shouting, You cheated." I reached out, and Shimu landed on my arm, smiling as I said, "Brother, you can eat randomly, but don't speak carelessly." Weren't you curious why didn't he use soul skills? "Here, let me introduce you. This is my first soul skill, Emperor Crow." Just as he was about to say something else, I stepped forward and lightly tapped my hammer against his forehead. "Brother you're too tired, take a nap. You bastard." Du Guyan watched her boyfriend get knocked out by my hammer, furious and screaming. I, however, calmly pulled out a dark antidote from my pocket, pried open Yu Tianheng's mouth, and stuffed it in, then stood up and shrugged innocently at her. "Don't worry. I just thought he was too tired and let him take a nap." She still wanted to say something fierce, but Huiyuna seized the opportunity, using a clone to sneak behind and slapping her down. The match ended, and we gathered backstage. Except for Meng Yiran, who unfortunately lost. Everyone else won and even made some small money, and they were all quite excited. On the other side, Yi Lingling was treating Yu Tianheng, confirming that he was just poisoned and knocked out by me. Nothing serious. When Yu Tianheng woke up, this guy was quite straightforward, directly admitting that I was stronger than him and saying he would come to seek revenge after he learned dragon transformation. Seeing that he was fine, Yi Lingling said she needed to step out and specially called Osro to accompany her, probably to look for me. We had just come out of the Grand Soul Arena and were looking for a place to eat when we turned into a small alley and found ourselves surrounded by 6 men in black. Yin took a step forward and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" The leader of the black-clad men smiled sinisterly. "To take money and eliminate disasters for others. Someone paid to buy your lives." We were all stunned. We hadn't offended anyone. I cupped my hands and politely asked, "Senior, can you clarify why we have to die?" The black-clad man said, "It's just your bad luck. That red-haired kid and silver-haired kid won against someone they shouldn't have in the arena." Upon hearing this, I relaxed, realizing they were after Yin and Xiaoyu. So I was not worried anymore. Just as I was about to speak, the black-clad man grew impatient. "Stop wasting time. Let us go." With a command, all 6 of them revealed their martial souls. Goodness, the weakest among them was a soul sovereign, and the leader was a soul sect. Such a large scale, just for us soul masters. Oscar's face turned pale, almost crying, clutching my leg and shouting, "Brother Tsong, what are you complaining about at a time like this?" I ignored him, took a deep breath, and then shouted at the top of my lungs, "Help. The talents of the Spirit Hall are going to be killed." The black-clad men were momentarily stunned, but it was too late. In the next second, several flashes of cold light passed by, and I tell you, the heads of those 5 black-clad men were directly separated from their bodies. Only the leader remained, beaten to a pulp with his martial soul shattered, spewing blood. Immediately after, 3 figures appeared in front of us, and at the forefront was my teacher, Zhu Ming. The other 2 were unfamiliar, but their aura clearly indicated they were soul sage level powerhouses. I greeted with a grin, "Hi, teacher, long time no see." Teacher Zhu Ming looked at me with a strange expression. "How did you know we were secretly protecting you?" I chuckled, "Of course. Our Spirit Hall has a grand business. Can we trust our 2nd generation to wander around outside? Forget about enemies. Even those sects and empires that seem friendly would love to take out a future flower like us if given the chance. I just didn't expect you, teacher, to personally come to protect us." One tall, thin soul sage beside Zhu Ming laughed, saying I understood things clearly. The unfortunate assassin leader who survived was kindly interrogated by my teacher and his companions and confessed everything. He said he was hired by someone named Ning from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and that the intel was sold to him by someone inside the Grand Soul Arena. Now the matter escalated. Teacher Zhu Ming took that evidence and led us back to the Grand Soul Arena. At the entrance, we ran into Yi Lingling and Osro, who were looking for me. Coincidentally, the soul sage named Aoyan turned out to be Osro's second uncle, making things even livelier. Hyena watched me and Yi Lingling reminiscing, her little face almost unable to hold back, filled with a sense of crisis. The supervisor of the Grand Soul Arena, Barton, a six-ring soul emperor, was quite the actor. Upon hearing that his subordinates leaked client information, he was both shocked and angry, stating he would definitely punish them severely. Then, to make amends, guess what he presented? A piece of 1,000-year-old soul bone. I tell you, that is a soul bone, a priceless treasure. Yin and Xiaoyu thought this was caused by them, so they voluntarily withdrew from the distribution, and the others followed suit. In the end, that soul bone ended up in my hands. Of course, I wasn't too interested in the 1,000-year soul bone itself, but, I secretly sold it to my system for a straight 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Just enough for 10 consecutive draws. After bidding farewell to Yi Lingling and the others, Teacher Zhu Ming decided to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School the next day to ask how they disciplined their disciples. To bolster our presence, he rushed back to the Spirit Hall headquarters overnight to fetch reinforcements, saying he wanted to invite a titled law to preside over the situation. As for us, we were arranged to stay at the most luxurious hotel in the city. 30 gold soul coins for a night, which scared Oscar, who said that was enough for a family to live well for several years back in his hometown. Back in my ridiculously luxurious room, I took a bath, changed clothes, lit incense, prayed, and then, trembling, clicked for the 10 consecutive draws. The moment the wheel stopped, I tell you, I almost suffocated on the spot. 2 whites, 1 green. For blues, 2 purples, and a shining gold. At that moment, I had only one thought. This immense wealth has finally come to me. Am I drawing cards at the cost of my lifespan? I clicked to check. Mahjong, a stitch doll, a book titled Herbal Compendium, 3 magical puzzles. The first 8 styles of Breath of the Moon, a book titled 10,000 Serpent Poison Classic, an essence called Eunice, and finally, that golden card was a super Douluo summoning card. Every single item was something I urgently needed. The Herbal Compendium could help me identify the celestial herbs of the ice and fiery Yang Eye. The 10,000 Serpent Poison Classic could be used to deceive that old poison master Dugabo, and the best of all was this summoning card, which could summon at least a 96th level Super Douluo and guaranteed loyalty. I excitedly rubbed my hands and directly crushed the card. Golden light gathered, and a middle-aged man with white hair wearing a purple-black magic robe appeared, accompanied by a fit of manic laughter. I didn't expect to crawl out of the grave. I quickly checked his information. Ho ha ha ha, a peerless Douluo from 10,000 years ago, 99 level, and he was a black magician. The most troublesome part was that he had a dual personality. During the day, he was a nice guy, but at night, he was a terrifying madman. And now, it just happened to be night. Family, who understands? Trying to reason with a lunatic, I was feeling quite nervous. I cautiously asked him, Senior, you? He gave me a sidelong glance and laughed maniacally again. Hey, little one, don't worry. Although I'm a madman at night, you resurrected me, and I will protect you. Besides, you are the Holy Sun. What does being the Holy Sun have to do with him? I didn't dare to ask. Just then, 2 soul sage bodyguards next door sensed this terrifying pressure and barged in. Ho-ha's smile instantly vanished, and his gaze turned extremely unfriendly. The 2 soul sages immediately went weak in the legs, sweating profusely. I quickly tried to smooth things over. Senior, they're just worried about my safety. Ho-ha laughed again, his mood changing faster than flipping a book. However, the soul sage named Tan Yinxing, in a moment of madness, actually dared to threaten a peerless Douluo, saying something like, I'm the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. If you dare touch me, the Spirit Hall will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. My heart was in my throat. As a result, after hearing that, Ho-ha laughed even more eerily. What a coincidence, he is also a Holy Son to me. I came here to protect him. Tan Yinxing wanted to ask more, but was directly covered by Aoyan's mouth and dragged away. Aoyan, while dragging him, forced a smile. Your Highness, my companion is not in his right mind. Please don't hold it against him. We shall take our leave. Saying that, he forcibly pulled Tan Yinxing out of the room. As soon as they exited, Alien's smiling face instantly collapsed, and he began to scold. Are you stupid, Tan Yinqing? You're in a few hundred gold soul coins a month. What are you risking your life for? There are elders and the Pope above us. Why worry? This workplace survival wisdom, Alien had it down to T. Goodness, the hotel was in chaos. The commotion we caused woke up all the other guests in the entire hotel. But as soon as it was mentioned that the troublemaker was a titled Douluo, I tell you, everyone instantly became mute, not daring to breathe. No joke, with a figure of this level, don't even think about disturbing your sleep. If he decided to get rid of you on the spot, you'd have to admit you were just unlucky. The hotel manager was simply something else, bowing and scraping like a quail, repeatedly saying that His Excellency had graced their humble establishment. Then he arranged for all of us, including Yin and his group of kids, to stay in the most luxurious suites, the kind that costs 300 gold soul coins a night. He even emptied the entire hotel of guests out of his own pocket, afraid that any disturbance would interrupt the boss's rest. This level of service is something even Haotian would send people to learn from. I tell you, YeCong didn't sleep well when he returned to his room either. He was pondering, what exactly is this Hua's background? Why does he insist on calling himself the Holy Sun? By all accounts, a figure of his status should be strutting around the entire continent, on par with the three invincible powerhouses of the sky, land, and sea, not needing to give anyone face. Moreover, his state last night clearly indicated he had just come out of Arkham, obviously emotionally unstable. What does he try to achieve by acting like this? Unable to figure out, he decided to sleep, arguing with a madman, isn't that just asking for trouble for yourself? As a result, early the next morning, I tell you, the scene was magical. The previously wild and cool beauty had turned into a honest and simple middle-aged uncle. His pupils were a normal brown, the patterns on his face were gone, and his hair was wrapped in a scarf. If you hadn't seen him go crazy before, who would have thought he was an unparalleled powerhouse? He even pulled Orleans and the others over, repeatedly apologizing, saying he was sorry for scaring them last night. Folks, who can understand this contrast? The ghost Thaw next to him was almost unable to contain himself. He must have sensed that this uncle was a hidden nuclear weapon, with unfathomable strength, possibly even stronger than the Pope. Likely only the legendary Grand Offering could suppress him. YeCong asked him, and Hua scratched his head, looking embarrassed as he revealed a shocking secret. Oh, I'm sorry, Holy Son, I was too excited yesterday. I sense that you have an affinity for the god of the underworld, and you can inherit the divine position. As soon as this was said, the faces of the two soul saints turned pale, probably thinking, oh no, knowing such a big secret. Won't we be silenced? The ghost Allah was fine, just looking like someone was trying to steal his disciple. He hoarsely asked, may I ask what your title is, Your Excellency? The guy choked for a while. My title is Ugly Mage. No, the god of the underworld. Yes, call me the underworld Douluo. Good heavens. He couldn't even get his title right. What a talent. Then, the heavyweight arrived. Hua cleared out all the bystanders, leaving just him and YeCong to start recounting a piece of history that had been 404D. He said a long time ago, the divine realm wasn't ruled by the 5 current gods, but by 2 big brothers, one in charge of life, called the Heavenly Emperor, the other in charge of death, called the Underworld Emperor. This Underworld Emperor saw through human nature and thought that whether mortals or gods, deep down they were all greedy and selfish, and the whole world was rotten and irredeemable. He believed we should restart the universe. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor disagreed, and the two had a debate that lasted 100 years, eventually leading to a huge battle in the divine realm that shattered the heavens and the earth, with half of the gods being wiped out. The result was mutual destruction. The Underworld Emperor was completely finished, and his authority was divided among the current Shura god, god of destruction, and others. The Heavenly Emperor was also gravely injured, and before dying, he cast an ultimate move that formatted all the gods' memories, making them believe they were the chosen ones, created by the Creator God. YeCong was stunned, internally criticizing how this guy knew so much about the secrets even the gods had forgotten. But he didn't ask, he only grasped the key point. So, this divine position inheritance is actually an empty promise, and in the end, I still have to rely on myself, right? Hua looked awkward and could only chuckle. Theoretically, that is how it is. I mainly serve as a bodyguard and sparring partner to help you take fewer detours. All right, with that history lesson over and breakfast eaten, the main force set off directly toward the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. All right, I forgot to mention how that unlucky guy Ning Chuan came into the picture. This has to be credited to the ghost Law, whose efficiency is truly high. Last night, he snuck into Soto City alone, swiftly dealt with the Soul Emperor who had been treating Ning Chuan like a dog, and then directly stormed the Seven Treasures Commerce Association. Ning Chuan was still sleeping with a girl when he was awakened and dared to curse, but when he opened his eyes and saw the ghost Douluo's face, he almost wet himself. This kid still tried to be clever, wanting to use connections and money to negotiate, but the ghost Douluo couldn't be bothered, saying, You're not even worthy to talk to me. He sealed Ning Chuan's soul power and, like picking up a chick, stealthily took him away. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji was handling documents when he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that something big was about to happen. His two bodyguards, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, were bickering beside him, saying with confidence that with them around, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell. Just then, someone reported that the ghost Douluo from the Spirit Hall was asking for an audience, looking like he was there to seek justice. Ning Fengji's heart sank, but he still maintained his calm demeanor, waving his hand to invite the ghost Douluo in. Soon, the ghost Douluo led our group into the conference hall in a grand procession. Ning Fengji was all politeness, saying, Elder Ghost, you've traveled a long way. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The ghost Douluo wasn't playing along. He sneered and directly opened his hand, creating a black hole that tossed the bound Ning Chuan out from another space. Ning Zhongzhu, my disciple was almost killed by your people. You need to give an explanation for this. Ning Feng Tifronet. The Bone Douluo beside him exploded. No evidence. Do you think the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is like your spirit hall, where you can make trouble as you please? As soon as he finished speaking, both he and the Sword Douluo moved, attacking the ghost Douluo from left and right, planning to take him down first. Are you two planning to go to war with the spirit hall? The ghost Douluo coldly shouted, his martial soul also manifesting, showing no fear. They thought they were guaranteed to win 2 against 1, but I tell you, the honest Uncle Hua, who had been standing to the side like a bystander, finally took action. He waved his magic wand and lightly shouted, Hua, haha, congeal space. The 2 arrogant titled Douluos froze mid-air, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Ning Fengji realized something was wrong, and the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda directly activated its martial soul true body, 6 rays of light rushing to enhance the 2, finally freeing them. At this point, the Sword and Bone Douluo joined forces, and under Ning Fengji's enhancement, their strength was now enough to clash with a 98th level Super Douluo. Now, Ho got serious. He slammed his wand down, and his expression instantly shifted from that of a good-natured person to that of the final boss. Haha Eagle, Mr. Ghost, protect everyone well. Rest assured, Your Excellency the God of the Underworld. He then solemnly recited, Hua, haha, Clown Emperor, possess. Then, I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. 9 rings rose from beneath his feet. They weren't yellow, purple, or black, my friends. There were 9, all TM 10,000-year red soul rings. Moreover, each soul ring had golden patterns, with more on each one, and by the time of the 9th ring, there were 9 golden patterns, the brilliance shining so brightly it almost blinded me. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Ning Feng Ti, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo had expressions more dramatic than seeing a ghost. Now it was good. The atmosphere was so quiet you could hear a heartbeat. I tell you, the people from the Spirit Hall, including those 2 soul saints, had their eyes wide open, excited as if they were on fire. Of course, this was a live PK of titled Douluo, something you'd have to risk your life just to watch normally. Today, they were in the VIP rock zone in the front row. How could they not be excited? My master, Ghostly Charm, even seriously told them, watch carefully. Learning just a bit of this will be enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. Just as he finished speaking, the Sword Douluo Chun Xian shouted, make your move. And guess what happened? That old man named Huahaha, who was honest just a second ago, suddenly started laughing maniacally, his expression completely out of sync with his face. He activated his 3rd soul ring, conjuring a flamboyant gift box out of thin air, and shouted, haha, surprise explosion box. At that moment, I thought, what kind of bizarre move is this? He waved his hand, and that box shot off like a cruise missile, bypassing the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, heading straight for the back row, where Ning Fengji was. What a way to start by targeting the support. The Bone Douluo Gurong panicked, let out a roar, revealing his Bone Dragon true form, and with a space flash, he appeared right in front of Ning Fengji, layering his defensive soul skills as if they were free, building up a defense thicker than a city wall. But he was still young. I only heard a boom. As the entire ceiling of the conference hall was blown away, the power of that explosion was incredible. When the smoke cleared, The Bone Doll was blasted back from his dragon form to human form, charred all over, and fainted on the spot. Ning Fengji was also shaken by the shockwave, spitting blood, unable to maintain his martial soul. Oh right, there was also an unfortunate fellow named Ning Chuan, who went ignored and was blown to pieces, quite literally. In a physical sense, couldn't he even be pieced back together. The sword doll's eyes turned red, howling. Fengji, old bone. Huahaha completely ignored him, flashing that wicked smile again, waving his wand, flying sword playing cards. 54 playing cards. Let me tell you, each one gleamed with golden light, shooting towards the sword Douluo like flying daggers. The sword Douluo knew he couldn't withstand it. He was also a tough guy. He activated a defensive shield, then lit up his 9th soul ring, using his strongest attack, the divine and demon dual slash. He intended to trade 1 for 1. He was clear in his heart. Even the strongest defensive Bone Douluo was taken out in 1 move. So no matter how many shields he stacked, it would be useless. And what happened next? Those 2 destructive black and white sword energies slashed down, and huahaha, as if playing, planted his wand on the ground. Haha, earth shield. A wall of earth rose up as if it were nothing, effortlessly blocking the ultimate move. Not a hair was harmed. In contrast, the sword Douluo was directly pierced by that pile of playing cards, left standing only by leaning on his sword stuck in the ground, his eyes filled with despair. The gap was suffocating, like a max-level boss coming to a novice village to fish. He muttered, the unmatched law, probably recalling how his father was one-shot by Dalu back in the day. At that moment, the people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School rushed over, and upon seeing the ruins before them, with their invincible sect leader and 2 elders lying on the ground like rag dolls, everyone was dumbfounded. Huahaha floated leisurely in the air, using magic to lift the 3 severely injured individuals and arrange them on the ground, restoring his honest smile. Now, can we have a good talk? What is it to talk about? This is just one-sided extortion. The final result was that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School bled heavily, with each of us kids getting 1 million gold soul coins, plus the freedom to pick 1 treasure from their treasury. We practically hit the jackpot. After taking the money and splitting the loot, we parted ways in 7 Treasure City. The people from the Spirit Hall went back, while I followed my master, Ghostly Charm, and the inscrutable Huahaha straight to the Sunset Forest. Why? Because I, the protagonist, felt something calling me from there. It was that mystical. Upon reaching the Sunset Forest, I directly said, Uncle Hua, could you please open a map and see which area of this forest is peculiar? Hua nodded, took out a crystal ball, and like activating a full map hack, locked onto the location in seconds. My master watched from the side. His expression didn't change, but I could feel he was a bit sour inside. Clearly, I'm the master. Why is everything being handled by an outsider? When we arrived at the location, good grief, it was a toxic mist, so dense you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. My master took one look and said, this handiwork is definitely that old guy Dugabo's doing. What happened next? Huahaha waved his wand, and a tornado appeared out of nowhere, forcefully blowing the toxic mist away, creating a starry path. Dugabo's meticulously arranged defense system was like paper in front of him. Passing through the toxic array, the scene inside stunned me. A massive valley with a hot spring in the middle, 1 half milky white, the other half crimson, clearly distinguishable, resembling a giant mandarin duck pot. I hadn't even had time to marvel when Huahaha, more excited than I was, covered his face and let out a classic villainous laugh. Ha ha ha. Searching high and low for something that's right here. The ice and fire yin-yang, it truly led me here. The commotion and expression left my master dumbfounded. He told me that this place is called the ice and fire yin-yang, one of the 3 great treasure troves of the world. Any heavenly materials or earthly treasures thrown here would grow at 10 times the speed. Moreover, this is the burial ground of the Water and Fire Dragon King. I quietly touched the herb compendium I had prepared, realizing I had been overly prepared, as this turned out to be a true divine being. Huahaha patted his chest and said, let us go. There are plenty of treasures here. I'll find you the best immortal product, and, after consuming it, your cultivation will soar like a rocket. My master, Ghostly Charm, listening nearby, grew worried and quietly asked, Your Highness, won't this reckless drug use lead to an unstable foundation? Huahaha laughed upon hearing this, waved his wand, and conjured a holographic projection, starting a live demonstration. He spoke of innate chi, saying that a person's martial soul is like a cup. If the martial soul quality is good, the cup is big, allowing for more chi to be held, leading to better talent. The so-called immortal products do not forcefully pour experience into you. They fundamentally transform you, giving you a bigger and better cup. My master was completely taken aback, exclaiming, "You mean this thing can directly enhance innate soul power?" Indeed. Huahaha pulled out a fan from somewhere, leisurely fanning himself. He also glanced at my master, saying, "Mr. Ghost, your Yin energy is too heavy. Encountering holy attributes will leave you at a loss. If you find a suitable immortal product, it might help you remedy this flaw." My master, however, was casual, waving his hand. "No need. Let the treasure be used by the young. Let us not waste it on this old bone of mine." Without hesitation, Huahaha began to wander around the mandarin duck pot, his eyes gleaming as if he had entered his own vegetable garden. He took out an ancient bronze alchemy furnace he had pilfered from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, casually collected some herbs, and started brewing a few basic pills to warm up his skills, his technique flowing smoothly. Then, his gaze locked onto the center of the mandarin duck pot, where a blue ice octagonal wonder flower and a fiery red cabbage awaited. The octagonal ice grass and the blazing fire apricot flower. Let me tell you, just to pick these two herbs, Huahaha showed his first serious expression. He activated his martial soul, unleashing the two skills of his fifth soul ring, instantly doubling his attack, defense, and speed. With a golden dagger in one hand and a jade dagger in the other, his figure moved as fast as lightning, darting towards the spring's edge. First, he swiftly cut off the octagonal ice grass with an iron dagger, and a wave of cold air instantly erupted, covering the surrounding plants with a layer of white frost. Then, without even looking back, he turned around and used a jade dagger to chop down the fire cabbage. After finishing, he returned to his original spot, and two massive magical hands reached out, grabbing the two immortal plants, one ice and one fire. Then he actually forced these two items together. I watched as the extreme ice and fire touched, and in that moment, all their essence disappeared, becoming ordinary. Huahaha moved quickly, immediately tossing this mixture into the alchemy furnace. He said that the neutralization time for these two items was only 10 breaths, and, if missed, they would be wasted. As soon as they entered the furnace, it began to shake violently, with red and blue lights flashing alternately, as if it was about to explode. Huahaha used his terrifying soul power to suppress the furnace, then threw in a pile of top-grade medicinal materials whose names I couldn't recall. After a stick of incense, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat. When the lid opened, 3 pills lay quietly inside. One was pure red, one pure blue, and the last one had red and blue patterns intertwined, shimmering on the surface as if it were alive. Huahaha picked up the red and blue pill, smiling as he said, "Ice Fire Yin-Yang pill, Holy Sun, quickly eat it. We will protect you." I took the pill, my mouth twitching uncontrollably. I understood the reasoning, but this thing was as big as a small ball. I looked at him and said helplessly, "Uncle Hua, how am I supposed to swallow this?" He actually scratched his head a bit awkwardly. There was a little accident during the refining, but it doesn't matter, the effect is the same. Just eat it quickly. My master was also urging from the side. I took a deep breath and decided to go for it. It was just dislocating my jaw. King Tang back in the day directly ate it raw, and mine had been processed, so what was there to be afraid of? I opened my mouth wide and forced the huge pill down. The medicinal power exploded within me instantly, a surge of ice and fire rushing through my limbs and bones. My mind went blank, and driven by instinct, I stripped off my clothes and plunged into the ice fire Tuinai. Guess what? That water, which could instantly dissolve a tidal daw, felt like a hot spring to me. Although the process of my body being torn apart and reassembled was painfully excruciating, I could also feel an unprecedented powerful force being born within me. I practiced in the water while my master on the shore was anxiously pacing, almost jumping in to save me. It was Huahaha who stopped him, explaining that this was a great opportunity for me. Seeing that I couldn't come out for a while, the old man Huahaha couldn't sit still and said to my master, "Mr. Ghost, since we're idle, let me help you open another furnace." This time my master didn't refuse. Huahaha rummaged through the medicinal garden again and finally locked onto a celestial product called the 10,000 Holy Ghost Flower. Then had his eagle fetch a 10,000-year black water mysterious turtle and bled it on sight. The most outrageous part was when he went to collect a medicinal herb called ghost ginseng. That thing actually became sentient. It transformed into a hideous little doll and tried to run away. In the end, Huahaha grabbed it without saying a word, directly erased its intelligence, and tossed it into the furnace as material. This operation can only be described as far ahead of its time. Let me tell you, after he tossed the ghost ginseng into the furnace and worked on it for a while, Duong, two pills emerged, colorful and black, with golden threads running through them. Looking very high-end, he kept one for himself and directly tossed the other to the ghostly figure. The ghostly figure was also a straightforward person, without saying a word. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the night and swallowed it in one bite. He knew very well that someone of Hua's level could crush the two guarding title Douluos of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school with just a finger, even with Ning Fengji using hacks. Such strength, did he need to control him with lowly pills? What a joke! That is a small-minded way of thinking, brother. Besides, when a big shot gives you a gift, do you dare not eat it? That would be disrespectful. Ha watched as the Yin energy on the ghostly figure became more solid, nodding in satisfaction and muttering to himself. Our Yin Ming lineage is never weaker than anyone. Such words were filled with grandeur. Then, the real show began. As soon as night fell, Hua took off his headscarf, and his smooth, white hair instantly exploded, his pupils turning a shocking plum red, with strange patterns appearing on his face. Family, who understands? This guy actually had a night mode, just as he transformed. A loud shout came from the sky. Who dares to trespass in my medicinal garden? Following that, a green-haired old man descended from the sky. I looked, isn't this the shame of title Dugabo? This old man was also quite conspicuous, insisting on walking down from the sky step by step, each step lighting up a soul ring. Yellow, purple, black, as 9 rings lit up, the pressure was like a hammer smashing down. To be honest, although his combat power was lacking when it came to showing off, he was definitely at a kingly level. Unfortunately, his timing was quite awkward. If he had arrived a bit earlier, he might have been able to sit down and have a cup of tea with the daytime good-natured Hua. If he had come a bit later, sensing the earth-shattering aura of the nighttime Hua, he would have definitely knelt on the spot. But he just happened to arrive right when the persona switch occurred, before the new skin had even warmed up. Now, he directly ran into the gun barrel. The night version of Hua let out a strange laugh, and that laugh made my hair stand on end. Title Douluo? So scary. Magical hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a semi-transparent large hand descended from the sky, grabbing Dugubo, who was still posing, and with a bang, slammed him into the ground. Dugubo had just crawled out of the pit, covered in dirt, when he looked up and was terrified. Behind Hua, 9 soul rings lit up, and let me tell you, they were so red, as if just pulled out of a blood pool. All 9 were 100,000 years. What a pity for your cultivation. Next life, keep your eyes open. Hua had a cruel look on his face and reached out to deliver a lethal blow. That killing intent was so thick that Dugu Bo forgot to breathe. His legs went weak, and he could only close his eyes and await death. Just at this critical moment, a young voice rang out, "Spare him." Following that, a bronze short stick flew through the air, landing perfectly between the two of them. Hua's momentum instantly retracted, and he turned to look. Dugu Bo also saved his life, curiously peering over, thinking who this kid was. So bold as to meddle in the affairs of a titled Douluo. Guess who it was? It was YeCong. This kid had just finished his great healthcare in the Ice Fire Tuin had successfully cultivated the Water Fire alchemical body, with muscles that looked incredibly beautiful, charging out bare-chested. Oh, YeCong, congratulations. Hua's laugh, paired with his crazy demeanor, sounded very sarcastic. YeCong quickly put on his clothes and ran forward, first asking, "Uncle Hua, where's my master?" After learning that the ghostly figure was refining pills, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Dugubo, a bit embarrassed, and said to Hua, Uncle Hua, this medicinal garden originally belongs to him. We're occupying his land, and then trying to kill him. Isn't that a bit unethical? Goodness, this kid was really showing his saintly heart. I thought that crazy Hua would directly beat him up too, but unexpectedly, he nodded. You have a point. He took the 10,000 Serpent Poison Classic that YeCong handed over, flipped through it, then smiled eerily at Dugubo. Little kid, what is your name? Dugubo stammered in the spines. Imo Dugubo. Is it Dugubo? Do you want to die or live? Hua didn't give him a chance to answer and spoke to himself. Every time it rains on a cloudy day, do your ribs get numb and itchy? At noon and midnight, do the top of your head and the soles of your feet hurt like they're being pricked by needles? TSK. Being able to endure for so many years, I admire you. This speech left Dugubo dumbfounded, as it was all true. Not a single detail was off. Duguboy, join my faction, and I will teach you how to detoxify. This trade is quite fair, isn't it? Upon hearing that detoxification was possible, Douluo's eyes lit up. His granddaughter, Douluo, also has this hereditary disease. Freedom is worth nothing. For the sake of his granddaughter, he immediately knelt. Is what you said true, senior? Never lie. The night version of him looked down on lying. Douluo has seen the crown. Douluo knelt on one knee with a thud. Waha laughed heartily. Welcome, Elder Douluo, to become the third member of my underworld. Douluo was immediately taken aback. What? The third? Did I just join a ragtag group? At this moment, Gui Mei had just finished refining a pill and walked over, looking helpless. Your Majesty, it's not very appropriate to dig into our spirit hall's holy sun, is it? As soon as he appeared, good heavens, he was completely transformed. Not only had his level skyrocketed to 96, but his martial spirit had evolved into a ghost immortal, no longer fearing any holy attribute restraint, and he even took off the mask on his face, revealing a handsome uncle. Douluo was immediately furious upon seeing his old rival. Waved his hand and said domineeringly, I will personally explain to the Spirit Hall. YeCong is both the holy son of the Spirit Hall and my holy son of the underworld. So was decided. Gui Mei, along with YeCong, who had just broken through level 30, excitedly set off to hunt soul rings, while also completing the task assigned by Hua to capture 10 water attribute soul beasts over 50,000 years old. Hua also sent his pet, an eagle called Eagle, to accompany them. Douluo found a place to go into seclusion and began to cultivate the 10,000 snake poison classic. Meanwhile, Hua was alone at the Eye of Ice and Fire fiddling around. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, he was actually setting up a super complex formation. Finally, he took a deep breath, used his soul power to protect his whole body, and with a splash, jumped into the half-ice, half-fire pool. He descended, and the temperature became increasingly extreme. If it were me, I would have long been done for. At the bottom of the pool, the space suddenly opened up, and with a sweep of his mental power, he found the source of this place. 2 huge dragon skeletons, one red and one blue. They were the corpses of the Fire Dragon King and the Water Dragon King. TSK. A former level 1 god of the divine realm actually ended up like this. Wahaha spoke while his eyes showed no sympathy. He came here for the artifacts beside these dragon skeletons. The Holy Fire Heavenly Dragon Spear and the Holy Water Spirit Dragon Pearl. Although both were shattered, they were still extraordinary treasures in this lower realm. He urged a trace of divine power from the underworld within him, and behind him appeared the phantoms of a scepter, a balance, and a scythe, using his magical hand to grab the 2 broken artifacts. The moment he got hold of them, he grunted, revealing how great the pressure was. He did not dare to delay, quickly grabbing the artifacts and shooting upwards. As soon as he broke the water surface, he pressed the 2 treasures into the positions where the 8-sided mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot flower had previously grown, which was the formation's eye. Now everything was in place, just waiting for the east wind, waiting for Gui Mei and the others to catch those 20 soul beasts as offerings. And this earth-shattering formation could be activated. On the other side, in the sunset forest, Gui Mei and YeCong were searching for soul beasts. Suddenly, Eagle spoke up. Leave the fire attributes to me. You go look for water attributes. Gui Mei was shocked. You can talk? Eagle was quite proud. Of course, I'm a ferocious beast of 400,000 years. It's normal for me to speak. 400,000 years. Gui Mei was instantly petrified, feeling that his previous understanding of soul beasts had been completely overturned. The theories he heard from Tang Hao about 100,000 year soul beasts now seemed like a joke. He was still reminiscing about the old days when Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall were acting, tricking Ian, when his thoughts were abruptly pulled back. At that moment, it started to rain, with thunder and lightning. Lightning bolts were striking a specific spot. YeCong and Gui Mei exchanged glances and instantly understood. In unison, they shouted, "It's the thunder sound purgatory vine. This thing is a top-tier existence among plant-type soul beasts, naturally growing by feeding on thunder and lightning, with terrifying destructive power. By the looks of it, this vine had at least 2,000 years of cultivation." Gui Mei immediately decided, "Song, this is it. Your 3rd soul ring." YeCong shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Master, don't interfere. I want to subdue it myself. This kid has guts." YeCong, holding a hammer, with 2 dazzling flags swaying behind him, the Western Wood and Howling Wind flags as protectors, charged forward. The thunder sound purgatory vine sensed danger and whipped out like a long whip, crackling with thunder. Howling wind blew a fierce gust, deflecting the vine's attack trajectory. YeCong seized the opportunity, striking down with a hammer. Westernwood didn't waste any time either, shooting a dozen highly toxic feather arrows straight at the vine's roots. The thunder sound purgatory vine swung its tendrils to block most of the arrows, but it clearly underestimated the power of YeCong's hammer, which caused it to freeze momentarily. This one flaw allowed several arrows to hit its roots. Unfortunately, the Emperor Crow's poison was instantly vaporized in the face of the supreme yang and supreme hardness of thunder, rendering it ineffective. However, YeCong discovered its weakness, the roots. He immediately commanded Westernwood and Howling Wind through mental connection to entangle the main vine. While he took a bold step forward, stomping hard on the ground. 5-direction shock. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open, exposing the roots of the thunder sound purgatory vine. YeCong followed up with a soul-crushing palm, forcibly uprooting the entire vine. Good heavens! Beneath that root had actually condensed into a small thunder pool. Seeing its own lair being uprooted, the thunder sound purgatory vine panicked and went on a rampage. Let me tell you, the lightning struck YeCong like it was free, crazily hitting him. YeCong was also bold, enduring the electric shocks without letting go. His hair stood on end, and his body was emitting white smoke. Good heavens, if he hadn't practiced some water-fire alchemical body before, he would probably be well done by now, and still crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After pulling out the vine, instead of immediately attacking, YeCong retreated a few steps, took a pill, and began his traditional skill, pre-battle persuasion. He had Westernwood and Howling Wind, his two mouthpieces, go up for some PUA. Oh no, negotiation. Westernwood, the crow's mouth, went first. Caw. I say, old friend, those who recognize the times are wise. Join our boss. You'll eat well and drink well in the future. We won't treat you poorly. The vine was quite proud, sending a thought back. Humph. I carry the bloodline of the Thunder God. How could I be afraid of death? Howling Wind, that frog, directly mocked. Thunder God bloodline? You think that's impressive? You're just a bloodline. Let me tell you, my boss is a bona fide descendant of the underworld god. Besides, we know what your clan is like. 50,000 years is your ceiling. You still want to become a god? What a pipe dream. This hit directly at the vine's sore spot. Their clan was indeed formidable, but they had a fatal flaw. They couldn't live past 50,000 years. Their genetic lock was a fact. They practiced just to fight for that faint possibility. After a long silence, the vine finally squeezed out a sentence. Can you help me break through 50,000 years? YeCong saw the opportunity and personally stepped up, saying in the language of soul beasts, helping you break through your bottleneck is easy. You think I'm a flag demon? Although I've lost my freedom, from now on I will be free from calamities, equivalent to stepping out of the three realms. Once I become a god, you old-timers can follow me to enjoy blessings in the divine realm. Isn't that better than being struck by lightning while crossing the tribulation here? Goodness. The promise he painted was grand and enticing. The vine fell silent again, just when YeCong was about to lose his patience and directly use physical means to persuade it. It finally relented. Come here, I will offer a sacrifice to you. I'll tell you, this sacrifice is not ordinary. The soul beast will give you its life, soul rings, and soul bones all packaged up, and it will be a perfect fit, 100 soul bone drop. This vine was quite a tough character, going straight to the point. Not far away, the Ghost Master saw this scene, his eyes lit up, muttering to himself, good kid, he can actually make a soul beast actively offer a sacrifice. That's much better than Tang Hao, who had to coax and deceive his wife into sacrificing. Listening to this made me want to laugh. It seemed the Ghost Master had quite a deep grudge against Tang Hao. The sacrifice process was quick. Suddenly, a third large flag rose behind YeCong. The Thunder Prison Vine became his third flag demon, codenamed Shock, China Soviet. He also gained a torso bone produced by the Thunder Prison Vine, which could grow like an external soul bone due to the fusion of seeds. Family, we now have 3 large flags. In their patrolling circle, this was akin to going straight from an intern to a department director. And this was not the end. Did you think 3 flags were all? The 4th flag was just the real start. At the 4th flag, the number of flag demons each flag could accommodate would no longer be 1, but would grow exponentially. 4 flags could hold 8, 5 flags could hold 16, and at 8 flags, each flag could hold 128, a total of over 1,000. Do you understand what it means to have an army of 1 family? This operation is simply leading by a wide margin. YeCong's level also shot up to level 36, a 10-year-old soul master. This record is quite impressive across the continent. However, the newly acquired soul skill, named Thunder Traction, had effects that were hard to describe. Gaining soul power by being struck by dozens of lightning bolts wasn't as effective as meditating for a day. It was purely an early investment, betting on future growth. After a night of hustle, the Ghost Master had caught 10 water attribute dragon soul beasts and brought us back to the ice and fire Tuyong. As soon as we returned, we saw Brother Hua, smiling as he welcomed us, accompanied by the newly upgraded Douluo. As soon as the Ghost Master saw Douluo, he started a jab. "Oh, old poison. Congratulations on breaking through to level 93, finally shedding the title of the shame of title Dalu." Douluo's face darkened, and the two nearly got into an argument. YeCong was quick-witted and hurriedly changed the subject. "Uncle Hua, why do you need so many soul beasts?" Hua chuckled and replied, "The underworld is just starting, and we lack manpower, so I'm catching some strong labor. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible." Next to the ice and fire Tuyong, on one side were 10 fire attribute dragon vein soul beasts, and on the other, the Ghost Master released the 10 water attribute beasts he caught, all starting from 50,000 years. 10,000-year soul beasts, it was like dumplings being thrown in, directly used as sacrifices placed in a huge magic circle. Hua stepped onto the altar, his expression instantly serious, waving his wand. Necromancy. The entire magic circle erupted with purple light, and he chanted incantations, making the spring water in the ice and fire Tuyong boil like it was being heated. Immediately after, a red and a blue divine-level soul bone burst forth from the spring, surprisingly entwined with dragon souls. The dragon's might was overwhelming. Douluo, the newly promoted level 93 title Duo, felt his legs weaken on the spot, under the pressure of the martial soul. How loud was this commotion? It directly reached the home of the soul beasts. Deep in the Stardoe forest, the sleeping silver dragon, King, suddenly opened its eyes, awakened. Who is disturbing my relative's grave? Then, it dispatched its best fighter, the beast god Emperor Tian, to investigate. Meanwhile, Huahaha's ritual continued. The blood and flesh essence of the 20 soul beasts, combined with the divine power of the 2 divine artifacts, were all infused into those 2 Dragon King soul bones. Finally, as the light faded, they transformed into 2 giant eggs etched with golden patterns, one red and one blue, quietly resting in the spring. Huahaha was exhausted and sat down to meditate, telling us, "A distinguished guest will be arriving soon. I must personally receive them." The Ghost Master was quite confident. "What guest requires your personal attention? Aren't the 2 of us titled Douluo enough?" Huahaha smiled. "The one coming, you really can't receive. He is the top figure among soul beasts." Upon hearing this, YeCong's expression changed. He knew who it was, Beast God Emperor Tian. Just as he was thinking, the sky darkened, and a dragon roar shook the entire forest as a massive shadow blotted out the sun. Huahaha calmly picked up his wand. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." After saying that, he went out alone to welcome the guest. When Emperor Tian landed and transformed into human form, just as he approached the ice and fire Tuyong, he was blocked by Huahaha. Without even looking, he raised his hand to swat this ant dead. However, Huahaha lightly waved his wand to block it, smilingly teasing, "Emperor Tian, it's been 10,000 years, and your temper is still so explosive." Emperor Tian was stunned. His eyes widened like copper bells, taking several steps back, looking as if he had seen a ghost. "It's you? Weren't you supposed to be dead? Family, who understands? The former big boss has risen from the dead." It turned out these 2 had known each other 10,000 years ago, being rivals and friends who had fought without knowing one another. The key was that Huahaha never killed soul beasts while leveling up. All his soul rings were crafted by himself. Therefore, Emperor Tian regarded him as a true friend. Huahaha led Emperor Tian into the valley and spent an hour explaining the resurrection of the Dragon King. After listening, Emperor Tian sighed, walked to the spring, and looked at the 2 dragon eggs with complex emotions. Finally, he bit his finger and squeezed out 2 drops of essence blood, which he flicked into the dragon eggs. "Uncle, as a junior, this is the only way I can show my filial piety." I felt a bit heartbroken watching this. Then Huahaha shifted the topic, pointing at YeCong. "Emperor Tian, do you still remember our research back in the day? Perhaps it can really be realized in the near future." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's eyes lit up, rushing over in a few strides to scrutinize YeCong from head to toe, and finally directly plucked a scale from himself and tossed it over. "Kid, take this." I have old ties with Huahaha. Consider me your elder and accept this small gift. Goodness, that was a dragon's reverse scale, equivalent to a portable bodyguard summoning device. Emperor Tian really played the role of a generous benefactor. YeCong directly latched onto the beast god's thigh. After the matter was settled, everyone went their separate ways. The Ghost Master had to return to the Spirit Hall to report, and Huahaha thought, I'll go with you, so you won't have trouble explaining and end up being put in a difficult position by your Pope. The two big shots traveled quickly, zooming to Spirit City. However, just as they entered the city, they bumped into a blonde beauty in white clothes, who flew over and hung onto the Ghost Master. Her voice sweet and charming. Little Mei Mei, long time no see. Why are you avoiding me? The Ghost Master's face darkened. I could feel his anger even through the mask, gritting his teeth as he pushed her away. Damn flower, let go of me. The most outrageous was Huahaha. This old brother had a sincere expression, completely oblivious that it was a man, and stepped forward to bow to the Ghost Master, his face full of blessings. Haha, mister. Ghost, your relationship with your wife is really good. Let me tell you, the Ghost Master's face nearly cracked, turning paper white. He probably wanted to die at that moment. Kicking the flamboyant Yueguan beside him out with one foot, anxiously explaining, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. This guy's a man, a pure man. My colleague, Huahaha, was instantly petrified, the smile at the corner of his mouth frozen harder than an ice sculpture, wearing an expression of shock and confusion. He must have been thinking, wow, is the world 1,000 years later already this open? Seeing this situation, Gue Mei realized it was getting worse. So he simply shut up. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, his expression management would have definitely collapsed. He quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, let's hurry to meet the Pope. After saying that, he shot Yueguan a fierce glare, which clearly meant, try to act up again. Yueguan was also a clever one, immediately putting away his mischievous demeanor and approaching respectfully to bow and apologize. As a result, when I followed them to the Pope's palace, I was completely stunned. Who understands? The head of the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, and the elusive Grand offering Dalu, both top-tier big shots, actually stood at the door to welcome us. This scene was simply overwhelming. Seeing this spectacle, Yueguan and Gue Mei's legs went soft, and they quickly knelt on one knee to pay their respects. And guess what? That old man Dalu completely ignored them, as if he didn't see them at all, and strode directly to Huahaha, full of enthusiasm, reaching out to grab him. Lord God of Death, we've been waiting for you. Please come in. Bibi Dong also graciously inclined her body in greeting. Once Huaha entered with the two big shots, Bibi Dong turned back and cast a sidelong glance at the still kneeling Gue Mei, her words sharp. Oh, Elder Gue, you still remember to come back? I thought you had forgotten you were from the Spirit Hall and had gone off to establish your own faction. Gue Mei was so taken aback he couldn't lift his head, only able to admit his mistake honestly. Bibi Dong didn't truly make it difficult for him, waving her hand for them to come inside. As soon as they entered the main hall, Huahaha started to raise the stakes. He cut to the chase, saying he wanted YeCong, that little genius, to be the joint holy son of the Spirit Hall and the underworld. Upon hearing this, Dalu began tapping his fingers on the table, asking what that meant. Huahaha explained that this holy son wasn't meant for YeCong to inherit any family business. After all, this child was exceptionally talented and was destined to become a god, looking down on the mundane affairs of your world. Giving him this title was mainly to show that we value him, and resources must be maximized, you understand? What? Dalu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as saucers. Are you saying YeCong can become a god? Beside him, Bibi Dong immediately seized the opportunity to mock. Grand offering, mind your image. Don't act like you've never seen the world. It's embarrassing for our Spirit Hall. Dalu didn't even bother to respond to her this time. Hua, however, tilted his head innocently and said, becoming a god. Is it that difficult? Not to mention, Your Highness the Pope, aren't you the heir of the Rakshasa god? And I feel that the angelic god you have here is quite active. I bet the heir of the angelic god has also emerged, right? Let me tell you, as soon as these words came out, Bibi Dong, who was just feeling proud, instantly lost her smile. Her expression was as if she had been caught playing on her phone during class by the homeroom teacher, frozen in shock. Accepting the Rakshasa goddess inheritance was a top secret. How did Huahaha know about this? At this point, I have to interject and tell you about a major incident that happened with Bibi Dong earlier, which was simply the biggest scandal of the year. Because of that child YeCong, she suddenly wanted to meet her white moonlight, Yu Xiaojiang. She wanted to prove that the man she had loved for so many years was indeed perfect. What happened? That night, she secretly snuck in a nodding academy to find Yu Xiaojiang's den. Good heavens, that was no white moonlight. He was a greasy, slovenly middle-aged loser. The place was as messy as a pigsty, and he himself was in a heavyweight situation, kicking and beating his pig-dog hybrid spirit, Luo Sanpao, while cursing. It was pure, unadulterated incompetence and rage. Even more absurd followed. The dean of Notting Academy kindly brought a stack of new student lists, hoping he would take on a disciple. In front of the dean, he pretended to be all high and mighty, but as soon as the person left, he threw the list harshly to the ground, complaining that those kids had poor talent and were useless, wasting resources. Folks, I just wanted to ask, how does a guy with a half-level innate soul power have the face to call others useless? What he was looking for was not a disciple, but a tool to validate his nonsense theories. Bibi Dong watched all of this from the shadows, and her entire worldview shattered. How did the sunny boy in her memories turn into this? And it wasn't over. Yu Xiaojing got hungry, his wallet cleaner than his face, and he actually started cursing to himself. Good thing today is the day to collect subsidies from the Spirit Hall. What a pity. I should have squeezed more money out of that silly woman Bibi Dong back then. Hiding in the shadows, Bibi Dong felt her heart turn cold, her silver teeth nearly biting through. She forced down her anger and rushed to the Spirit Hall's branch to hear how others evaluated Yu Xiaojing. As a result, when she asked, "Good heavens," the steward said that Yu Xiaojing was just a lazy bum, living off others and treating everyone like he owed him 800 million, with an extremely bad attitude. At this point, Bibi Dong was completely heartbroken, but she still wanted to know one last question. Did this man ever love her? She took out a soul guide device called the Truth Sphere and, as Yu Xiaojing was leaving after collecting his money, pointed it at him and pressed it. Yu Xiaojing immediately went blank, like a puppet. Bibi Dong trembled as she asked, "Did you ever love Bibi Dong?" That puppet-like Yu Xiaojing replied expressionlessly, "No. She was just a tool for me to achieve my goals. But she is indeed very beautiful." Bibi Dong felt a pain that made it hard to breathe, and then asked him why he had approached her in the first place. Yu Xiaojing's answer was even heavier. First, the Spirit Hall has a lot of books, and I want to go in to find information to help me break through. Second, if I could bring the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall back to our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, that would be a great achievement, and I could return to the sect. Hearing this, Bibi Dong actually felt no anger, only endless exhaustion and disappointment. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart, folks. She finally understood that she had been completely love-struck, toyed with by someone. She retracted the soul guide device, watching Yu Xiaojing stagger towards the tavern, with no more ripples in her eyes. Silently, she returned to Yu Xiaojing's residence, took back the Pope's order she had given him years ago, and inexplicably left behind 100 gold soul coins, completely cutting off this twisted fate. After doing all this, she left without looking back, heading straight for the city of slaughter. This sister was holding in her anger and needed a place to vent. Now, back to the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong was exposed by Huahaha's words and couldn't sit still any longer. She found an excuse of feeling unwell and dragged Gue Mei away. As soon as the two were in a secluded place, Bibi Dong couldn't hold it in anymore and asked Gue Mei about Huahaha's background. Gue Mei recounted his experiences in detail, including how he had eaten an elixir to evolve his martial soul, how the eagle he raised was a ferocious beast from 400,000 years ago, and the most explosive part was that this guy was actually on brotherly terms with the beast god Emperor Tian. Bibi Dong gasped in shock. Who is Emperor Tian? That's someone whom even Qian Dalu has to rely on divine power to barely suppress. A terrifying thought suddenly popped in her mind. Could Huahaha be the transformed soul beast? Gue Mei quickly advised her to calm down, saying, "Your Highness, even if he is a soul beast, what can you do? Besides, have you forgotten he is also a divine servant?" Bibi Dong finally realized, right? If it's the divine spokesperson, then it makes sense to suppress Emperor Tian. As for knowing about her divine test, it was probably the god behind her who told her. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt a bit disheartened. She originally wanted to keep this trump card to surprise Qian Dalu, but now it was all exposed. Just as they were ready to head back after discussing, Gue Mei added another knife. "Your Majesty, the grand offering, there's one more thing I need to remind you both. The Lord of the Underworld during the day and at night is completely two different people. Now that it's dark, he has probably switched personalities. In the evening, well, how should I put it? He is all about being eccentric, so be mentally prepared." Sure enough, when they returned to the papal palace, they saw Yu Guan trembling like a frightened little wife. And Huahaha was sitting with his legs crossed, wearing a wickedly charming smile, looking at Yu Guan and saying, "Hee, little chrysanthemum, your potential for cross-dressing is quite good. I have a gender transformation magic here, very interesting. Would you like to give it a try?" But before I could finish my flirty banter, I suddenly felt something was off. The next second, whoosh, I directly flashed in front of BB Dong and leaned in to sniff her. Wow, that smell was overwhelming. She was practically a walking malicious intent detector. I couldn't help but laugh and said to her, "Your Majesty, this strong Rakshasa, divine sin on you, is a bit intense. You can't possibly not know what you're worshipping, right?" My sudden face-to-face flash stunned Qian Dalu beside us into silence. His brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly, and he sighed more in one day than in the past few decades. With a stern face, he said, "Brother Hua, please behave yourself." I chuckled, took a sliding step back, and playfully performed a court bow, but my expression clearly said I was wrong, but I would do it again. BB Dong managed to stay composed. She shot a glance at YeCong, signaling him to leave quickly, then calmly looked at me and said, "Then please enlighten me, Your Majesty of the Underworld. What exactly is the Rakshasa deity?" Hey now, this is getting interesting. I cleared my throat and started spilling the tea. Let me tell you, you probably don't know, right? The Rakshasa deity you worship is, to put it bluntly, a dog of the Shura deity. The Shura deity is in charge of slaughter. That's the real deal. The Rakshasa deity is just a white glove separated out to do dirty work and take the blame. This is impossible. BB Dong immediately broke down. Her body started to tremble. Of course, she understood. Which major power doesn't have a few dirty work white gloves? When the boss wants to clean up their act, the first ones to be silenced will be those who know too many secrets. The saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Doesn't she understand that? I looked at her pale face and continued to add salt to the wound. Still don't believe it? Then think for yourself. Since you accepted this inheritance, what good things has the Rakshasa deity given you? God-given soul rings? Increased soul power? Nothing at all, right? Not only have there been no rewards, but hasn't it also been daily debuffs, making your emotions more irritable and paranoid? They never intended to cultivate you. They just wanted a scapegoat to push out when a Shura deity wants to clean house. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Who understands the family dynamics? This girl's life is practically an extended version of a melodrama, losing her parents at a young age, encountering a scumbag as she grew up, and then being betrayed by her most beloved teacher. After finally latching onto a divine leg, it turns out she is just disposable cannon fodder. Her mentality completely collapsed. She threw her staff, and her whole being slumped to the ground, black energy surging out wildly. Looking like she was about to go berserk, Qian Dalu noticed the situation was off and was about to rush in with a flash of golden light. Hey, would I let him succeed? I was faster, swiftly grabbing BB Dong's face. What are you doing? Qian Dalu exploded on spot, about to unleash his martial spirit on me. I flapped the wings of the eagle resting on my shoulder, creating a wind wall to block him. Although he took me out in one hit, that 1 second of delay was enough. With a wave of my left hand holding a magic wand, I shouted, "Ha ha ha, Earthball Independent Room." With a loud boom, a giant earth ball rose from the ground, completely enclosing me and BB Dong inside. The main theme was no entry without permission, leaving Qian Dalu outside, staring wide-eyed. Once inside the little black room, I wasted no time and directly entered her spiritual world, as if strolling through my own backyard. I wanted to see what that little Rakshasa deity was up to. Wow, I was shocked. In the center of her spiritual sea, there was actually an altar, and on that altar, a younger version of BB Dong was sealed in crystal. That was clearly her good intentions. 3 pillars nearby were spewing black gas, frantically refining the crystal, intending to turn her into a crazy person who only knows revenge. I shouted into the air, "Stop hiding. Come out, Rakshasa deity." As soon as I finished speaking, 3 streams of black gas merged into one, revealing a scantily dressed, voluptuous woman. The divine consciousness of the Rakshasa deity. She was still pretending. "Oh dear, a distinguished guest has arrived. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. I was rolling my eyes. Stop pretending. I'm here to kill you. If you're sensible, just end it yourself, and I'll save some trouble." Such bold words. She smiled, but her attack was ruthless, slapping towards me. I horizontally held my wand, easily blocking it, and behind me, 9 blood-red soul rings lit up, launching directly into a 3 major soul skills combo. Scarecrow giant, werewolf vampire, the scene was very Halloween, mainly focused on summoning. At first, she was quite dismissive, clearing my summoned creatures while swallowing their souls, her power skyrocketing. She even licked her lips and mocked me. "Little one, your soul skills are quite interesting. If I feast on them, I'll leave you with a whole corpse." I laughed at that moment. "Hee, You fell for it, fool. First soul skill, reverse effect. Activate. She thought she was showing off her skills, devouring souls to increase her power. But what happened? Hee. The joke was on her. With one reverse effect, all the buffs she gained instantly turned into debuffs. Her strength dropped significantly in an instant. You're seeking death. Her face twisted in anger as she swung her scythe at me. I immediately used a splitting technique. My body scattered in an instant, leaving her to strike empty air. What's even more outrageous is that she used too much force and couldn't stop, and her scythe directly struck the crystal, sealing BB Dong's benevolence. With a crack, the crystal shattered. Now, she was completely mad. Once the domain time was up, her strength recovered partially, and she instantly flashed in front of me, grabbing my neck. Bug, I caught you. Her voice sounded like it crawled out of hell. I was being choked to the point of almost losing consciousness. But I still managed to laugh. No, it's me who caught you. I reached back and grabbed her arm. Fourth soul skill, terrifying puppet, activate. At first, she looked disdainful, but suddenly she screamed in terror. This is divine power? How could you have divine power that's even higher than mine? Too late. Under my divine power's erosion, her consciousness was rapidly erased, her gaze gradually becoming hollow, completely turning her into my puppet. Cough, cough. Phew. I let her go, sitting on the ground and spitting out blood. Damn, that was close. Luckily, this was just a mindless divine thought. I took a breath, shaped the divine thought into a small purplish-red ball, stored it away, and then exited BB Dong's mental world. When I released the earthen ball, Dalu was almost going crazy outside. BB Dong also woke up, feeling refreshed and unprecedentedly clear-headed. I shook the small ball in my hand and said to BB Dong, "Here, the culprit is right here. It's a good thing, containing pure divine power." Then I revealed a devilish smile. "BB Dong, I'm offering you a chance for immense wealth and power. Do you dare to accept it? Your Majesty, please speak." She was extremely respectful towards me now. "It's simple. Merge this thing into your martial soul and let it undergo an ultimate evolution. If luck is on your side, you might even create your own divine position in the future. However, there's only a 70 success rate. If you fail, you'll go boom and explode into a brilliant firework." Just as Dalu was about to advise her not to act impulsively, BB Dong stepped forward without a second thought. Her eyes resolute. "I'm willing to give it a try." Ha ha ha. I burst into laughter on the spot. Brave enough. All right, I'll help with this. I quickly wrote a list and had Dalu prepare some rare materials to increase the success rate by another 10. The next day, in the secret chamber, I had set up the formation, and BB Dong sat in the center, her second martial soul, the soul-eating Spider Emperor, taking over her body. It was truly heart-wrenching. It felt as if every bone in her body was being crushed and reassembled by a blender, yet she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. When the last trace of divine power merged into her body, the evolution was complete. When we both emerged from the underground palace, we saw Dalu and Qianrenchu waiting at the door. The mother and daughter were very affectionate upon meeting, with BB Dong hugging her daughter, her demeanor soft and devoid of any hint of the Pope's authority. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dalu eagerly asked, "Pope, how did your martial soul evolve?" BB Dong smiled and gently patted Qianrenchu's head, saying, "It's good. Mom will show Schwerer right now." When her second martial soul activated, 8 soul rings appear behind her, the last one being 100,000 years old. But the strangest part was that there was no change in her own body. Instead, beneath her feet, a gigantic, soul-eating demon spider appeared out of nowhere. The giant spider even spoke human words, bowing to Qianrenchu and saying, "Spider soul greets the young master." My eyes lit up. This is intriguing. The martial soul has separated and has independent thought. BB Dong proudly introduced, "That's right. My second martial soul has now become an independent entity, possessing all my strength. Most importantly, I can now use both of my martial souls simultaneously." Good heavens. When she said that, the entire place was shocked. This was equivalent to BB Dong directly gaining another identical and equally powerful fighter who could communicate with her mind. Moreover, her first martial soul could still create clones, which meant that in battle, they would face 3 BB Dongs at once. Who could withstand that? Let me tell you. Dalu turned green with envy and quickly asked if she could use the spider soul skills. BB Dong shook her head, saying it wasn't possible. That thing was now an independent AI. The soul skills had to be used by itself. But, do you think that's the end? BB Dong smirked and said it had a second form. She directly shouted at the giant spider. "Spider soul, give him a show. Demon soldier, transform." Good heavens! The soul-eating spider emperor complied, and with a flash of dark light, it transformed into a two-headed iron rod with fist-like ends, landing firmly in Bibi Dong's hand. A beast martial soul had directly transformed into a weapon martial soul. This was pure cyberpunk, absolutely incredible. After taking care of Bibi Dong, I received a note from our saint's son, stating that there was a hidden dungeon behind the Holy Soul Village in Notting City, containing the resurrection armor and divine leg bones of the Blue Silver Emperor, and asked me to retrieve them. I didn't think much of it. After all, a few hundred kilometers was just a matter of stepping on the gas for me. However, when I arrived, everyone was dumbfounded. In this towering mountain range, the entire area was covered in grass, and I had to find a specific blade of grass among a pile of them. Wasn't this like finding a needle in a haystack? But who am I? I directly unleashed a big move. Clown trick Halloween night. Good heavens. I summoned 100 ghostly figures, a swarm of blood-sucking bats, and various demons and monsters to act as scouts for a carpet search. As for me, I just sat back and relaxed, focusing on elegance. Before long, a little bat flew back and said it found it in a water curtain cave. I was puzzled. Why was the Blue Silver Emperor not living in the Silk Spider Cave, but instead in the water curtain cave? Was it paying homage to the great sage equal to heaven? I passed through the waterfall and was even more dumbfounded. A barrier set up by a tidal Douluo had trapped a single blade of grass in a cave with no soil, no light, and no water. Family, who understands this new kind of torture play? Killing someone is one thing, but to sacrifice them without giving them a chance to resurrect, and to plant them in such a place to slowly torment them to death. How cruel could one be? I didn't care about that. The saint's son specifically wanted it. So I directly ignored the barrier, flashed in, and took the grass along with the soil. Before leaving, I casually swept the area and, found a delivery box under my feet. I opened it to find the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor, 10,000 years old. Good heavens! Was the culprit a bit out of their mind for not wanting such good equipment? It was simply like a living bodhisattva in 2025 coming to bring me warmth. As soon as I left, Tang Hao stumbled in, looking like a drunkard coming to pay respects to his wife. However, upon entering the cave, he was dumbfounded. His wife was gone, and so was the equipment. With a thud, his wine gourd fell to the ground. That guy instantly sobered up, his eyes wide as saucers. And then he erupted into a fit of rage, picking up his big hammer and smashing it against the mountain, flattening a peak in the process. After smashing, he began to reflect on life. Who did this? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. Forget it. No need to think. After all, who could hold a grudge against me and break my barrier, if not the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall. I will never forgive you. Good heavens. This blame was thrust upon them without hesitation. Then this guy entered a rampage mode, heading straight for a Spirit Hall branch in a place called Qingshan Town. At that time, people there were awakening their martial souls, a peaceful scene, and a little girl was happily asking her parents what martial soul she would awaken. The next second, a blood-red sky appeared, and Tang Hao descended like a demon god, without saying a word, displaying 9 soul rings. The 100,000-year red ring nearly blinding everyone's eyes. The branch master below wanted to flatter him, but Tang Hao ignored him entirely, magnifying the Haotian Hammer 100-fold and smashing it down with a bang. The entire branch, along with a radius of 1 mile, instantly turned to ruins. How many innocent civilians were crushed into meat paste just like that? That happy family of 3 was also flattened by a rock. And Tang Hao, he stood in the middle of the ruins, looking as if nothing had happened. What was he thinking? A bunch of worthless people, they deserve to die. Who told you to have anything to do with the Spirit Hall? I have truly never seen such a shameless person. News of this reached the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong exploded on the spot. She was now the benevolent goddess, and upon seeing the death list, she felt heartbroken and immediately ordered a pursuit. However, Ghost Douluo, I tell you, this old ghost has been hanging around YeCong for too long and has also learned some bad tricks, full of schemes. He stepped forward and said, "Hope, don't be anxious. Tang Hao is like a rat in the gutter. He's hard to catch. Let's directly shift the blame to the Haotian Sect." When YeCong heard this, he exclaimed, "What a brilliant plan, old ghost. This move is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let the Haotian Sect fight among themselves, and it will force Tang Hao to stop causing trouble." Bibi Dong also found the strategy excellent and immediately executed it. Thus, the Spirit Hall's propaganda war began. The first wave, the disciples of the Haotian Sect, are utterly insane, slaughtering civilians. The Haotian Sect quickly came out to refute, saying Tang Hao had long been expelled. The Spirit Hall directly countered, "Are you trying to exploit a bug here? The person hasn't lost his martial soul, so you say he has expelled? Can I also ask the high priest to step down, wipe out your sect, and then come back? The Haotian sect was left speechless by this retort. As a result, the spirit hall threw out a bombshell, a shocking scoop. The Haotian sect colluded with soul beasts, intending to overthrow humanity. Then they reworked the story of Tang Hao from back then into a brand new version, claiming that our former pope went to investigate soul beast spies, intending to give them a chance. But Tang Hao betrayed them, tricked his wife into sacrificing herself for him, and then ambushed and severely injured our pope. Let me tell you, once the story came out, the entire continent exploded. Tang Hao was directly transformed from a lovesick tough guy into a scumbag who sold his wife for glory. He was so furious he could burst a lung, but couldn't dare to show his face, only able to drink and curse at home every day. Meanwhile, the Haotian sect was also dumbfounded, unable to voice their grievances because the real version was even more embarrassing. In the end, the Spirit Hall naturally expelled the Haotian sect from the top 3 sects and planned to reorganize the sections. This set of combos is simply a textbook-level public opinion battle. The camera cuts back to my side, where I was explaining Tang Hao's love story to Douluo and the others at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. After hearing it, the old poison master was stunned and expressed his inability to understand, saying that a person's XP shouldn't be so free, right? I and the Holy Son immediately raised a few key points. Your wife is about to give birth, and you're taking her all over the world? You're a soul beast. Why don't you go hide in the Stardow Forest? Also, you left your resurrection armor in a godforsaken cave. Do you really love her or want her to die? The blue-silver emperor was so shaken that its leaves were trembling. It probably wanted to argue, but who would care? My boss, Wahaha, spoke up, saying our underworld organization just happened to be short on people, so we should recruit this grass and properly transform her love-struck brain. Who knows? We might even put on a touching show of maternal kindness and filial piety in the future. Douluo was also sent out by me to recruit members and soon tricked his old friend Yurenxin, who was a healer, into joining us. Thus, our underworld gained 2 new members, Yurenxin's granddaughter, Yi Lingling, and Douluo's granddaughter, Dugwian. My boss saw that we had more people and decided to give out benefits. So, he started refining pills based on the list, like mixing Evil Moon's Moonblade with Rare Mushroom and Heavenly Chrysanthemum, or combining Yan's dual fire and earth attributes with Rooster Crown Phoenix, Sunflower, and Earth Dragon Golden Melon, and Yi Lingling's 9-star Begonia with Fragrant Chi Luo Immortal product. Everyone got a share of the immortal-grade pills, all arranged clearly, in addition to pill refining. My boss loved to sit next to the blue-silver emperor on a small stool, every day preaching life principles to her, conducting ideological re-education at a steel stamp level. The most outrageous operation was yet to come. One night, my boss directly crushed that 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's leg bone into powder and scattered it in the soil as fertilizer. Family, we're talking about using a 100,000-year soul bone as fertilizer. Who else but my boss could pull off such a move? He forcibly accelerated a little grass seedling to 70 or 80,000 years, just one step away from being reborn. I hadn't been idle in the past 6 months either. My soul power leveled up again. It doesn't sound like much, but in my profession, every level up is like crossing a tribulation, incredibly difficult. Usually, I would drag the old poison master Douluo and my master Gay who made a train with me. Of course, I made them suppress their soul power to match my level before fighting. Guess what happened? That old poison master couldn't handle it. He agreed to use only the first 3 soul skills, but as we fought, I pushed him too hard, and he used his 5th soul skill, Sun Luo Wanxiang. After losing, he wouldn't admit it, saying he wasn't feeling well today. It was ridiculous. My master Gui may watch the show and almost laughed himself sick, mocking him for embarrassing himself. The old poison master turned green with anger, and the 2 titled Douluos almost ended up fighting like children. While we were arguing, suddenly, the sky turned dark. Dark clouds rolled in, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, looking just like the end of the world, all aimed at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. My master and the old poison master changed their expressions and disappeared in an instant, leaving me alone on the spot. I quickly mounted my flying flag monster, Shimu, and chased after them. By the time I arrived, my boss Wahaha and the others were already there, each with serious expressions. The 2 giant eggs in the middle of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, one red and one blue, were glowing and seemed ready to hatch. The thunder from above struck down with a crack, thicker than my waist. My boss reacted swiftly, using a 6-tier magic, earth armor, to shield us, and even added a little gift from a clown, claiming it would bring good luck. Let me tell you, That thunder calamity was fierce, striking 5 times in a row, and my boss's shield shattered. The subsequent bolts struck the eggs directly. Just when everyone thought it was all over, the 9th and most powerful bolt surprisingly didn't strike down, and the dark clouds dispersed. Then the 2 eggs floated up, and the shells cracked open with a dazzling golden light. 2 children, a boy and a girl, walked out. I was stunned. After all that, we hatched 2 human cubs? But the next second, the aura from these 2 little kids exploded. 9 rings, all titled Daluos, and their levels were shockingly high. I estimated they were going for level 98. Even more explosive was that these 2 little ancestors immediately knelt down in front of my boss and called him Dad. Wow. My boss became a father by surprise, achieving both a son and a daughter in one go, and they were both top-tier combat powers. Just then, the blue-silver emperor, which had been nourished by the soul bone, transformed into a 6-year-old girl. My master Gay May stared at the little girl for a long time and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Wow, isn't this Tang Hao's wife?" He was the one who led the team to hunt her down. I would recognize her even if she turned to ash. He told this to an elder named Yi Renxin nearby, and when that elder heard it and looked at the 6-year-old girl, he exploded, cursing. What a sin. Tang Hao has a unique taste. It's one thing to like soul beasts, but why go after little girls? He's simply a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. Family who understand this logic. It's like a winding road, absolutely ridiculous. My master was laughing so hard he was almost injured and didn't bother to explain. My boss gave the reborn blue-silver emperor a new name, calling her Blue Yue. At this point, it was my turn to step up. I directly said to her, "Yue, let's make a bet. I'll help you see the true face of your good husband." She was both fearful and resentful towards Gue Mei, who couldn't be bothered to waste words with her, and directly dropped a bomb. "Little girl, do you really think our spirit hall is divine, able to predict where you are? Don't you think a powerful assault-type soul master who hasn't even reached title Douluo can run away for so long with a pregnant you under my sensitive attack-type title Douluo?" Blue Yue was instantly dumbfounded. Gue Mei sneered and revealed all the cards. To put it plainly, that night was just a show. Your good husband Tang Hao used your 100,000-year soul bone as a bargaining chip to invite our spirit hall to play along. In the end, he got what he wanted and turned against us, selling us and the Haotian Sect out. After this revelation, Blue Yue completely broke down. My boss told her not to think about it for now and to focus on condensing her first soul ring. Then even more ridiculous things happened. The 2 newly recognized godchildren jumped in to help, and with 1 red and 1 blue energy input, they forcibly turned a white 10-year soul ring into a purple 1,000-year soul ring. The first ring was already 1,000 years. This operation completely refreshed my worldview. She even inherited the flight ability from the previous soul bone, making her a newly condensed soul master, able to fly. It made the nearby title Big Shots green with envy. Meanwhile, I was leveling up like crazy, and my little friends weren't idle either. Hulaina, Xieyu, and the others took on a mission to hunt bandits. They initially thought it was a beginner's task, but when they arrived at the location, they discovered the intel was wrong. Not only was there a soul Zune in the bandit den, but the leader was actually a soul master of the 4th ring. Our battle power instantly became insufficient, and after a failed sneak attack, it turned into a head-on confrontation. Xie made a quick decision. He and his sister Hulaina went to deal with the 2 strongest enemies, while Yin and Mangyaran took care of the minions. The bandit leader was a freak, shouting that he would skin Xieyu alive. Xieyu was immediately furious and unleashed his ultimate move, Breath of the Moon. With 1 move, Dark Moon Palace of Night. The blade light was as fast as lightning, instantly leaving several cuts on the Soul Master's body. Then he followed up with Pearl Flower playing with the moon, turning the blade wind into countless small crescent moons, covering the area like rain. It forced the Soul Master to use his 4th soul skill and retreat into a turtle shell. But my buddy Xieyu didn't stop. The 3rd move, Annoying Moon Erosion, was already on its way. When that blade came down, let me tell you, it was powerful and heavy. Xieyu really put all his strength into it, merging 2 crescent blades into one and delivering a fierce strike at the mountain bandit leader. With a loud bang, the tortoise shell exploded, and the bandit leader was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a thud. The wall was smashed out with a huge hole. My buddy Xieyu had reached his limit. His soul power and physical strength were completely depleted, and he barely managed to hold onto a tree to avoid collapsing. His martial soul had completely vanished, just as he let out a sigh of relief. Thinking he had secured the situation, what do you think happened? A chilling laugh came from behind the wall. He almost messed up there. The mountain bandit leader actually rubbed his head and staggered out. His clothes were tattered. and he had a large gash on his body, but he looked as if nothing had happened. Seiyu's eyes were about to pop out. What was going on? Did this guy have such a thick health bar? The mountain bandit leader wore a sickly grin, his eyes bloodshot. Kid, you're really something, almost capsized in the gutter. Don't worry, I'll skin you alive inch by inch. Just at this critical moment, even the assessment officials who were watching from the shadows were ready to intervene. Suddenly, whoosh, an air cannon descended from the sky, accurately targeting the enemy, and boom, it sent the mountain bandit leader flying again. We looked up and saw a large greenish-blue bird flying in the sky, with two people sitting on it, a man and a woman. The man had a toad floating beside him. Clearly he was responsible for this. It was my big brother YeCong. How'd he get here? The two assessment officials in the shadows were stunned. One shouted, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun," and the other was also confused. How could the Holy Sun be here? YeCong jumped down from the bird, grinning as he walked over to Seiyu and patted him on the shoulder. Good job. Seiyu, it's been half a year since we last met. You've learned the first 3 styles of moon breathing. Not bad. Brother Yi. Seiyu was extremely surprised. At this moment, Hulaina and the others had also cleared the area and came over, excited after not seeing each other for half a year. But then, this bandit, bloodied and battered, actually staggered to his feet again like an unkillable zombie. He continued to laugh maniacally. I have the blessings of the adults. You can't kill me. I am invincible. At that moment, I thought, did this guy activate some kind of cheat? Does anyone understand how we can fight this? YeCong directly stopped us. All right, you all rest and watch the show. He shook his wrist and went up himself. The blood-soaked mountain bandit swung a scythe at him, but YeCong raised his hand and blocked it with a small broken gong. He frowned, his face full of disdain. TSK. So you took a shortcut and learned the tricks of the evil soul masters? Really disgusting. After saying that, he kicked the guy to the ground, and then, let me tell you, the next scene was a bit inappropriate for children. YeCong picked up a hammer and started banging it next to the guy's head. Thud, 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 like striking a wooden fish while scolding. Aren't you invincible? Huh? Being a bandit isn't enough. You have to resort to these crooked ways? Just as that head was about to be smashed into a mushy mess, the two assessment officials finally couldn't hold back anymore and quickly appeared to stop YeCong, saying this guy was just a newly minted evil soul master and must have a big fish behind him, so they needed to leave him alive for questioning. Later, the evil soul master was stripped of his martial soul and taken away, and we began to clean up the battlefield. The little girl beside YeCong was named Lan Yue, who poked at people's faces and got scolded for being a bad egg. We then learned that my big brother YeCong was already level 37. Seiyu immediately felt depressed, thinking he was doing well, but compared to his brother, he was just standing still. We entered a warehouse to look for survivors. In the scene, there is something I will never forget in my life. The corners of the walls were filled with dried corpses, as if they had been drained dry. The Soul Emperor examined them and said they were all dead, used as materials for those beasts to practice their skills. We all fell silent. The oppressive atmosphere was simply suffocating. As we went further in, things got even more explosive. On several stone beds, there were a few women locked up, their eyes vacant like walking corpses. The bloody smell and chains in the room made it obvious what they had gone through. When we told them that we had wiped out the mountain bandits, they first screamed like mad, and then when the chains were unlocked, they all chose to take their own lives. Hulaina wanted to stop them, but was held back by YeCong. My big brother sighed and said, for them, living is more painful than dying. This is a form of liberation. Yin was so angry that he almost ground his teeth, saying it was really letting that beast off easy. We then found 2 little girls in a cage, who were being prepared to be sold as goods. After asking about their backgrounds, one was named Chao Shitting, whose parents died protecting her during an indiscriminate attack by a titled Dalu on the martial soul branch. The other was named YeCong, who was finally adopted by kind-hearted people, only for her adoptive parents to be killed by those bandits. Hulaina was crying as she held them both. In the end, YeCong set fire to that evil warehouse and recited a passage of a rebirth spell with closed eyes. We took the 2 children back to the martial soul hall, while YeCong and Lan Yue stayed behind, saying they had more to do. Later, I learned that they went to Holy Soul Village. On the way, YeCong explained the situation on the continent to Lan Yue and casually mentioned that the titled Dalu who destroyed the martial soul branch and caused Chao Shitting's parents' deaths was Tang Hao. Lan Yue fell silent. The heroic image she had in her heart had probably shattered into pieces. On the way, my big brother YeCong didn't idle either. He somehow got a card drawing system and went for a 50 consecutive draw. Goodness, golden lights flashed everywhere, with puzzle pieces, titled Dalu summoning cards, genius summoning cards, and even a second martial soul card that could grow a martial soul. The most outrageous thing was that he also drew a golden legend, a leaf called Fusong leaf, which sounded incredibly impressive. When they arrived at Holy Soul Village, they asked the village chief, Old Jack, about Tang Hao. But the old man sighed and said Tang Hao had left a few days ago. He also complained, saying Tang Hao was just a drunken lazy bum, always drunk, and had to rely on his son Tang San to cook for him, simply a social giant baby. At this point, Lan Yue was completely disheartened. They went to Tang Hao's dirty and smelly blacksmith shop, and YeCong suddenly said that his precious son would be coming back. He asked Lan Yue if she wanted to see him, but she shook her head, saying the past had nothing to do with her anymore. The two of them just walked away, perfectly missing each other. Guess what happened next? Just outside Nodding City, Tang Hao ran into my master, Gue Mei. It turned out my master had been secretly protecting YeCong all along. Now, old enemies met, and they were particularly hostile. Tang Hao was furious and immediately unleashed his soul ring pressure, questioning my master what he was doing here. My master has a sharp tongue. With a sneer, he said, "What's wrong? Haotian Douluo, is Nodding City your home? Or do you have some unspeakable secret hidden here?" Tang Hao immediately broke down, swinging his hammer at my master. He probably still thought my master was the weakling for back then, forgetting that he could take on 3 opponents back, then purely relying on a sneak attack and a temporary boost from the Azura God. Whereas now he was seriously injured and still pretending to be a big shot. What happened next? He got absolutely thrashed by my master. My master is no longer the weakling he once was. His strength had increased several times, forcing Tang Hao to retreat step by step, and in the end, my master knocked him dizzy with a combo, causing him to spit blood and be slammed against the wall like a broken sack. Just as my master was about to take his life, he suddenly stopped, sneering, "Tang family rat, get lost," and then floated away. Tang Hao thought my master was afraid he would counterattack in his dying moments, and he hurriedly ran off, not knowing that my master had received news that YeCong had already left and couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. When my master returned, he was in high spirits, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, saying he had given that old brat Tang Hao a good beating. His mind was clear, and he felt like he was on the verge of breakthrough. YeCong glanced at Lan Yue and found her completely unfazed by the news of Tang Hao getting beaten, indicating she had completely lost interest. Upon returning to the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Eye, YeCong tore up the titled Dalu summoning card. With a flash of golden light, a tall red-haired big sister appeared. Kneeling on one knee, she introduced herself, "Subordinate Scorpion, greetings, Master. Let me tell you, this sister is quite impressive. Her name is Song Chantian, a titled Dalu of level 93, who came from 500 years in the future." She said that according to the original history, after the Wuhun Hall was gone, Shrek Academy monopolized everything, becoming even darker than the Wuhun Hall, colluding with the nobles to control the Soul Master resources, completely blocking the path for commoners. She is one of the leaders of the future resistance. After accumulating for hundreds of years, the resistance already has several titled Douluos and has officially launched a counterattack. But they were still thinking too simply. Let me tell you, the more Song Chantian spoke, the angrier she became, slamming her fist on the table, her eyes turning red. She said that the resources of the resistance were like paper in front of Shrek Academy, collapsing at the slightest push, and all the hard work of hundreds of years returned to square one overnight. But do you know what's even more shocking? They discovered a huge secret right before they died. This resistance was a trap from the beginning. It was bait released by Shrek Academy, aimed at luring out everyone unhappy with them, and then wiping them out in one go. Family, who understands? After working hard to build a career, only to find out the big boss was an undercover agent sent by the competitor. Who can take that? Moreover, they played a public opinion war, blackening the resistance as evil soul masters to divert social conflicts. This operation is simply textbook-level dirty. Song Chantian was trembling with anger, saying that wasn't even the most disgusting part. The most disgusting part was that they discovered those evil soul masters causing trouble all over the continent were actually raised by Shrek Academy themselves. Wow, I was directly a subway old man looking at my phone. JPG. These people were raising evil soul masters to create chaos, making commoners feel they couldn't do without them. On the other hand, they used the evil soul masters to eliminate those disobedient families while making a fortune on the side. This is almost hitting me in the face. They are simply the ancestors who do both. After hearing these future secrets, I had an idea about our side's lineup, which is also very impressive. The Lord Hua is a level 99 ultimate Daw. The two guardians, Xianbing and Baihua, are both level 98 super Douluos, plus their Estigabo, my grandfather Yurenxin, and the newly arrived Song Chantian, 3 titled Douluos over level 90. My grandfather also got the Divine Soul Ring made by Hua, using divine power. The 9th ring directly reaching 99,000 years, with a red border. The face value is maxed out. Song Chantian was so excited at that moment, saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's charge directly at Shrek and crush these bastards in their cradle." But Wahaha stopped her. I was puzzled at that time, thinking, why wait if we were so powerful? Later, I learned that he feared the Shura god behind Tang San. He said regarding Tang San, "We either recruit him or find a way to lead him down the wrong path, making the gods unable to stand by and kick him out. Killing him directly is a last resort, because that old Shura god is very protective. If you dare to touch his son, he would definitely ignore the rules of the divine realm and come down to eliminate you directly. Then give Tang San a resurrection armor to continue playing under a different name." Alright, let us set aside future matters for now. I quickly took out 2 Genius Summoning cards and 1 second Martial Soul card. For the Genius card, I directly limited it to 6 years old, and with a swish, 2 little geniuses, 1 boy and 1 girl, appeared. One was named Lin Xiao, with a martial soul of a paintbrush, innate full soul power, currently at level 15. The other was named Jiang Yu, with a martial soul of red water avoidance, also impressive, at level 14. Here comes the key point, family. The second martial soul card. I tore it, and with a bang, a giant, stunning sword appeared in my hand. The Long Quan Emperor sword. The entire sword was dark gold, its sharpness making it feel painful just to look at. I flicked the sword body with my finger, and it made a clear sound, coolness defined. After taking care of all this, I left 10 soul-raising pills and returned to the Wuhun Hall with the remaining divine pills. Upon returning, I first want to see my adoptive mother, Bibi Dong. Hey, I found her entire demeanor had changed. Previously, she was like a domineering female CEO asking, "What are you looking at?" Now, she was as gentle as the girl next door, making one feel as if they were basking in spring. I quickly asked if something had happened, and my adoptive mother said she had taken in a little junior sister a couple of days ago. It was one of the 2 little girls that Nana and the others had picked up before, both with top-notch talents. One was named Chao Shitting, with a mutated human-faced demon spider, martial soul, and was accepted as my adoptive mother-esque disciple. The other was named Yu Yang, with a black dragon stick martial soul, a top-grade weapon martial soul, who was snatched away by the 6th and 7th offerings to be their disciple. Just as we were talking, a voice came from outside saying, "Mom," and my goodness, it was Sister Shui, Qianren Shui. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and without saying a word, she grabbed my hand and ran outside. "Little Yezi, let us go practice a few moves with Sister," my adoptive mother shouted from behind, telling her to let me rest for a while. But she didn't even look back. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll stop at the right time." These 2 kids, really, upon arriving at the training ground, wow, a bunch of elders and offerings all came to watch, except for the ghostly old man. No one was optimistic about me. Sister Shui looked at me with a smile. "Little Yezi, let Sister see how much you've improved in half a year." As soon as she finished speaking, 6 large white wings suddenly spread out from behind her, yellow, purple, black, and 5 soul rings shining brightly. Soul King. She was actually over level 50. I was shocked at that moment. "Sister Shui, did you upgrade with a rocket?" She was so proud. "How about that? ISNT Sister Powerful. I'll give you 3 moves." "Okay, you let you." With a thought, the 3 flag monsters, Shimu, Xiaofeng, and Zhongsu, appeared. The soul-settling hammer spun in my hand for a circle, and I charged straight up, executing a move, the Greater Thousand Cracks. Sister Shui just smiled, retreated half a step, and with a flap of her 6 wings, she protected herself like an eggshell, completely unscathed. I wasn't surprised. I stomped my foot hard, activating the 5 directions flame array. The ground cracked, and she couldn't stand, so she had to fly up into the sky. Opportunity. My 3 flag monsters had already surrounded her, with crow feather arrows, wind howling cannons, and thunder god whips striking from 3 directions. But Sister Shui was completely unfazed. Her first soul ring lit up, and she transformed into a little golden person, charging out directly, with speed, attack, and defense all skyrocketing. She threw a punch in my face. "Little Yezi, 3 moves are over, it's my turn." I quickly raised the soul-settling gong as a shield to block. Let me tell you, her punch carried divine energy, making my soul power drop like ice cream in the sun. I decisively swung the other hand, raising the soul-settling hammer, and struck at her waist. Soul-shattering hammer. This hammer carried the energy of the underworld, specifically breaking her kind of divine armor. Sister Shui was knocked back several steps by my hammer, and her expression finally became serious. "All right, little Yezi, looks like I have to get serious." Her fifth soul ring lit up, and she produced a shining golden angel sword. My 3 flag monsters charged up again, but her head soul bone lit up, and with a soul shock, directly silenced my 3 generals. All of them fainted. Damn it, sister, you're not playing fair. You said to stop at the right time. And you started by knocking out my babies? I had no choice but to recall the flag monsters and use the water armor shield from the external soul bone to block her incoming sword strike, helplessly saying, Sister Shui, you're cheating. She huffed, rubbing her waist that I had hurt, saying she had already gone easy on me, but her hands weren't slow at all, activating her 4th soul skill, Angel Featherblade, with 5 light swords flying around her like floating cannons. Seeing she was about to get serious, my competitive spirit also rose. As soon as the soul-returning hammer was retracted, the fighting spirit in my eyes flared up, and I extended my right hand. Sister, you're forcing me. Second martial soul. Dragon Spring, Imperial Sword Draw. Let me tell you, the scene was such that the jaws of all the big shots in the audience nearly hit the ground. Twin martial souls. The looks from my godmother Bibi Dong and the old man Qian Dalu shot straight at Guimei, who was shaking his head madly, indicating he didn't know either. In the end, they could only conclude, oh, it must be a gift from the gods. Bibi Dong's face turned pale. She knew the dangers of twin martial souls. If the second martial soul was given a soul ring too early, the body wouldn't be able to handle it and would explode on the spot. She wanted to shout for a stop, but was stopped by a glance from Dalu. On stage, Sister Shui was also shocked, but she didn't ask much and thrust her sword forward. I flipped my wrist, deflected her sword with the tip, and simultaneously pushed my water armor shield directly against her. At the moment she dodged, the soul rings on my Dragon Spring Imperial Sword lit up. Purple, purple, purple. 3. My godmother in the audience felt her heart tighten. She couldn't understand where I got those soul rings. In fact, these 3 soul rings were provided by my 3 flag demons. The martial souls were common and could level up with me, which was outrageous. I smiled at Sister Shui and said, Sister Shui, be careful. With a wave of my hand, all 3 soul skills were activated. They were all enhancements. The first soul skill, Destruction, maximized the sharpness of the sword. The second soul skill, Royal Power, added mental intimidation and shattered fighting spirit. The third soul skill, Imperial Might, directly opened a domain, increasing all my attributes by 30 while weakening the enemy by 30. Sister Shui was stunned. Little Yezi, where did you get this domain? I smiled without answering and charged at her. Of course, I was still over 20 levels lower than her, and it felt more like she was feeding me moves to test my limits. The final outcome was clear. I exhausted my soul power and could no longer move. As soon as the match ended, I was immediately summoned by my godmother to the palace for questioning. After I explained about the common leveling of martial souls, she could only chalk it up to the uniqueness of the divine, gifted martial soul. After checking that my body was fine, she let me go. Once outside, I pulled Sister Shui along and gathered Hulaina, Xieyu, Yin, and even the 2 new little junior sisters. I transformed into a generous benefactor, pulling out a pile of white J bottles. Come, everyone get to share, and those who see it get to share. Xieyu was a bit suspicious, fearing that the medicine might have side effects, but his sister Hulaina immediately objected, directly confronting him. Brother, how can you doubt Brother YeCong? I quickly mediated, saying these were specially tailored divine pills with absolutely no side effects. I handed a bottle to Xieyu, Miracle Mushroom Destruction Pill, for cultivating an indestructible body. Then I gave a bottle to Hulaina, Ice Muscle Jade Dew Pill, to nourish your muscles and bones, enhancing mental strength. Next, I gave Yin, Dragon Phoenix Lava Pill, with fire and earth dual attributes, perfect for you. It might even allow your martial soul to evolve. Everyone received the most suitable pill for themselves, and even the 2 little ones didn't miss out. As the pills were all distributed, I finally turned to Sister Shui with a serious expression. Sister Shui, the gift I'm giving you ISNTA pill, but its effect is 100 times stronger and even more dangerous. I took out a crystal pendant, inside which was sealed a golden, shining Fusong leaf. As soon as that thing appeared, Sister Shui felt her 6-winged angel martial soul seem like a little chick in front of it. She was stunned. Little Yezi, such a precious thing. Are you really giving it to me? I nodded. Take it. Wearing it regularly will improve your physique and promote martial soul evolution. Sister Shui was deeply moved, patting her chest and saying she would give me anything I wanted in the future, even the stars from the sky. I chuckled. No need for the stars. Can you help me get the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the Hanhai Qinquan shield? She readily agreed, saying she would take care of it. After sending Sister Shui away, I protected my friends. 3 hours passed, and everyone underwent earth-shattering changes. Xiaoyu had a phantom of a moon blade behind him, exuding killing intent. Hulaina had a dual-tailed spirit fox behind her, exuding natural charm. Their martial souls were even attracting each other, hinting at a merging trend. And the martial soul fusion skill, Demon Charm, was on the verge of awakening. It was an epic enhancement. Others also exhibited various phenomena, their auras drastically changing. When the sun was about to set, Oscar was the first to wake up, followed closely by YeCong. The two stretched lazily, feeling incredibly comfortable. After absorbing the immortal grade 8 Immortal's Orchid, they were enveloped in a layer of lustrous sheen, their aura exquisite, like celestial beings descended to earth. How do you feel? Any changes? YeCong asked softly. It feels amazing, Oscar shouted, trying to keep his voice down after checking his physical condition. The excitement in his eyes was hard to conceal, and if it weren't for the presence of others, he would probably have burst into laughter. Seeing him like this, YeCong had a guess. Let me guess, are you just one soul ring away from becoming a great soul master? Hee, you're exactly right. Brother Yi, you're truly my reborn parents, my earthly father. Oscar laughed happily and was about to rush over to give YeCong a big hug. YeCong pushed him away with a look of disdain. Mind your image. I don't hug, man. Then he turned to YeCong. How much have you improved? YeCong replied seriously. Brother Holy Son, I have now reached the soul master level. The specific improvement will only be clear after I absorb the soul ring. Having wandered outside since childhood, she had experienced too much of the warmth and coldness of human relationships. The spirit hall allowed her to feel warmth again after her adoptive parents were killed. She was filled with gratitude towards the spirit hall and YeCong. Oscar, your luck is quite good. But compared to your sister, you're still a bit lacking. Meng Yiran's voice rang out beside him. The strange patterns on her cheeks had disappeared, and she now had a delicate figure, curving gracefully. She really resembled a beautiful snake. Sister Yiran, what level are you at now? Oscar asked curiously. Meng Yiran waved her hand with a hint of pride. Not too much. I've improved by 5 levels. Just reaching level 30. Chapter 92. Strength improvement. Before the sky completely darkened, the other few also finished absorbing their soul power. Originally not far from the next level, they all took this opportunity to complete their breakthroughs. Among them, Yan's gains were absolutely the largest. Not only did he elevate the fire and earth elements to their ultimate attributes, but even his martial soul underwent a transformation. His original lava lord unexpectedly grew 2 horns on his head and wings on his back, awakening the dragon and phoenix bloodline, completing the evolution of his martial soul. Now, his martial soul has leaped from a super martial soul to a true top-tier martial soul. Except for the 2 little kids who hadn't fully developed yet, the other 5 experienced significant changes in their temperament. Xiaoyu and Yin, with 1 cold and 1 hot, directly satisfied almost all girls' preferences for the tough guy style. Oscar, on the other hand, was somewhat different. His appearance was already soft, combined with an ethereal demeanor and a pair of peach blossom eyes, making many girls feel he was far more appealing. Hulaina and Meng Yiran, although both charmingly beautiful, had their own distinctions. Hulaina noticed that YeCong's gaze, which resembled her own, was slightly different from usual. She smiled subtly, walked over, wrapped her arms around YeCong's, and said softly, Brother YeCong, do you think I'm pretty? Feeling the soft touch on his arm, YeCong's mouth twitched slightly. Unknowingly, had this girl already developed such a good figure? However, he quickly regained his composure, reached out to flick Hulaina's forehead, and said with a hint of annoyance, You little girl, who taught you these tricks? You actually came to tease me. Hulaina winced at the pain and covered her forehead with her hand. Her eyes were filled with grievance. Clearly, she had been so proactive, yet Brother YeCong still seemed oblivious. Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cover her face. It was evident to anyone with eyes that her younger sister liked YeCong, but whether YeCong was truly oblivious or was pretending to be foolish, he always forced a change of topic. Since everyone has reached a bottleneck, let's rest early today, and tomorrow let the teacher take us to hunt for soul rings. YeCong ignored the lovey-dovey Yin and Meng Yiran, the odd-looking 2 little ones, the resentful Hulaina, the grinding teeth Xiaoyu, and the helpless Oscar. After saying this, he turned around and left with a calm expression. Only his quickened pace indicated that his heart was not as calm. YeCong was also human and had desires. Although his physical age was only in his teens, his mental age was nearly 30, making him feel extremely uncomfortable both psychologically and physiologically about dating a little girl just over 10 years old. although children in this world were generally precocious. With some even visiting brothels in their teens, he couldn't concern himself with others. All he could do was manage himself well. After everyone said their goodbyes, they dispersed back to their dormitories. To become strong, besides 1% talent, one also needed 99% effort. Although that 1% was more important, how could that 99% be saved? Late at night, after ending her training, Hulaina lay on her soft bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She believed her appearance and figure were top-notch, so why wouldn't YeCong accept her? She could sense that YeCong did not dislike her. If anything, his attitude towards her felt more like the concern of an elder for a younger one. As a clap of spring thunder sounded, lightning illuminated half the sky, and heavy rain poured down. The outside was filled with the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, which brought a sense of peace. While she was lost in thought, a knock on the door came from downstairs. As part of the Golden Generation with a 5-ring soul power and each being a disciple of a titled Dalu, they enjoyed the privilege of living in independent villas. Hulaina wondered who would come looking for her so late at night. She got up, put on her pajamas, and walked to the door. She had no worries about who might be outside, being the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. The security in their accommodation area was second only to that of the Pope's residence. Even a titled Douluo would need to put in some effort to sneak in. When she opened the door, she saw Meng Yiran standing there with an umbrella, accompanied by 2 little ones, YeCong and Xiaoshitting. Xiaoran? Hulaina was a bit surprised. Meng Yiran smiled slightly, pulling the 2 little ones forward. Nana, the thunder scared these 2 little girls, so I brought them to find you. YeCong and Xiaoshitting exchanged glances and rolled their eyes in frustration. Clearly, it was you who couldn't sleep at night and called us out. Why are you putting the blame on us? Hulaina chuckled at Meng Yiran's antics, shook her head, and let the 3 in. The bed in the bedroom was large enough to accommodate 4 girls. They huddled together and whispered about their private matters. Hulaina sighed. Sometimes I really envy you and Yen. You both understood each other's feelings early on and got together, unlike me. Senior brother. He just doesn't know how to express himself. I can see that he actually cares about you. Meng Yiran comforted. Yeah, I believe that day will come. Hulaina felt much better under Meng Yiran's comfort and said with some anticipation, tomorrow we need to head to the Stardo Forest. What kind of soul skill do you think we will obtain? Originally, Hulaina planned to have her walk the agility or control route, but due to a mix-up with the 2 soul rings, she had now become a solid attack-type soul master. Meng Yiran smiled. It also depends on fate. There are all kinds of soul beasts. Nobody can say for sure what kind of soul beast we will encounter. But what specific soul skill we get will depend on our martial souls, as even for the same soul beast, different martial soul users will absorb different skills. Xiaoshitting suddenly raised her small hand and asked, is the Stardo Forest also a forest for breeding soul beasts? She had heard in class that the Spirit Hall and the 2 major empires had exclusive forests for raising soul beasts to provide soul rings for their descendants. Of course not. Those breeding soul beast forests are nothing. It's hard to even encounter a 1,000-year soul beast there. Generally, only soul masters of that level would go there. Hulaina explained patiently with a slight smile. The Stardo Forest is one of the 3 most famous soul beast habitats on our Douluo Continent. Its area is almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Among them, 2/5 of the area is in our Heaven Do Empire, while 3/5 is in the Star Luo Empire. It is a vast primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts there are extremely terrifying. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. It is said that there are even 10,000-year soul beasts inside. Any soul master, as long as their strength is sufficient and their luck is good, can find a most suitable soul ring for themselves there. Xiaoshitting's eyes lit up. Then I can definitely obtain a very powerful soul skill. Haha, of course you can. Xiaoshitting is amazing. Hulaina smiled, pinching her soft little cheek. Chapter 93. Heading to hunt souls after a night of silence. Everyone got up early the next day, had breakfast, and gathered in the square. As the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, their collective action was naturally given the highest importance by the Spirit Hall. The teachers leading them were Meng Yiran's grandparents, Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. There were 10 of them, 5 males and 5 females, perfectly divided into 2 horse-drawn carriages. The carriages they rode in were crafted from 1,000-year-old sunken wood reinforced with iron essence. They appeared ordinary but were worth their weight in gold, only fit for the rulers of common duchies or even kingdoms to enjoy. The 1,000-year sunken wood, being a unique type of plant soul beast, was indestructible, and ordinary iron tools could not inflict any damage on it unless one used their martial soul to modify it. The iron essence was even rarer, only able to be refined by advanced blacksmiths using special techniques, and its value surpassed that of gold of equal quality. The four magnificent horses pulling the carriage were not ordinary livestock, but genuine soul beasts known as dragon scale horses. This type of soul beast was rumored to possess dragon blood, boasting incredible strength. They were entirely snow white, without a single stray hair, with fine scales around their necks. They had two small protrusions on their foreheads, and their tails were thin and long, resembling that of a lion. Despite these dragon scale horses being only a few decades old, they were capable of defeating ordinary century-old soul beasts. Their speed was astonishing, able to cover 1,000 kilometers in a day and 800 kilometers at night. Their endurance was also remarkable, capable of running nonstop for 3 days and nights after a good meal. The Stardow Forest was not close to Spirit City, and after a day of travel, they arrived at a town near the Stardow Forest. As it was getting late, they decided to rest here to recuperate before entering the Stardow Forest. Rather than a small town, it was more like a supply station specifically for soul masters hunting for soul rings. Originally a small market, it had developed over dozens or even hundreds of years into its current scale. Besides the transient population, the settled population was also considerable, with many residents having lived here for several generations. The streets were lined with shops, all related to soul masters, selling weapons or armor, offering various potions for detoxification and recovery, and they even saw a special type of clothing with over a dozen pockets. In addition, there were guilds and inns. The inns provided rest and supplies for passing soul masters, while the guilds issued tasks and purchased treasures brought from the forest, such as soul beast bodies or herbs, etc. Including YeCong, it was her first time visiting such a place. Although textbooks provided some introduction to these supply stations on the outskirts of forests, it was merely a brief mention. Seeing in person was a completely different experience. They chose a relatively decent inn, drove the carriages into the courtyard, and handed them over to the attendant for proper care. The inn had 2 floors. The first floor was a tavern and restaurant, while the second floor provided accommodation. Meng Shu and Xiao Tianxiang did not join them for dinner, but went straight upstairs to book a double room. The food was also brought directly to their room by the service staff. After some discussion, they decided on 4 double rooms since there were 4 males and 4 females. Yin brought the menu from the counter and handed it to YeCong. "Bossy, you're the best at eating here. Order whatever you want today, I'll treat." YeCong took the menu and exclaimed, "Wow, why is Yin so generous today?" He scanned the menu and quickly selected a few dishes, then handed it to the attendant. "Though the place is small, the menu is quite comprehensive. I hope the taste won't disappoint me," YeCong said with a smile. Not only was he skilled in cooking, but he was also a connoisseur when it came to food. Before long, the dishes were served, steaming and delicious, making everyone's mouth water. They had survived the day on Oscar sausages, so facing fresh meals was a delight. At the dining table, Hulaina happily chatted with her friend about gossip and other topics, but she refused to acknowledge YeCong. Clearly, she was still upset about what happened yesterday. YeCong knew that Hulaina was angry with him, and not knowing how to explain, he could only smile wryly and focus on his meal. Just as they were finishing up, a group of people walked in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a protruding jaw, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose, wearing black-framed crystal glasses resembling a shifty businessman. Behind him were 3 male students, none very old, the oldest being around 14 or 15, and the youngest appearing to be only 6 or 7 years old. The middle-aged man did not converse much with his students and went upstairs to enter a single room. The students chose a table to sit down. Except for the 14 or 15-year-old boy, YeCong quickly recognized the identities of the other 3. The leading teacher was the 4-eyed cat Flender. The youngest chubby boy was likely Ma Hongjun, and the golden-haired young gentleman was undoubtedly Dai Mubai. As for the oldest boy, he was either a graduate from previous years before the story began, or a poor soul who had dropped out due to unforeseen circumstances. Although YeCong had no intention of causing trouble, the Shrek Academy students, who adhere to the motto that a coward does not dare to provoke trouble, were not planning to eat in peace. TSK, Longgu, which academy are these students from? They have so many pretty girls, Dai Mubai said, his eyes wandering shamelessly over the 4 girls. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled, staring intently at Hulaina. What a pity. If only we had girls like this in our school. The boy referred to as Longgu paid no mind, telling his 2 junior classmates, "Women are just commodities. As monsters of Shrek Academy, we can have whichever type of woman we want in the future." They spoke loudly, even raising their voices intentionally, making their remarks piercing even in the bustling restaurant. Hulaina naturally heard their voices, turning to find herself locking eyes with Ma Hongjun. In his little eyes, she sensed a blatant lewdness that made her feel nauseous. She never expected that a 6- or 7-year-old child could have such disgusting looks. The boy called Longgu stood up. "Junior brothers, today I'll show you my skills," and walked over to YeCong's table. Chapter 94, Shelf Announcement. After a long wait, I can finally go live tomorrow, which is this Friday at noon 12. I want to thank all the readers for their continued support. I previously wrote a book, but it performed poorly and I couldn't bear it anymore, so I discontinued it. When I started this new book, I didn't have high hopes, but fortunately, the great Peng Lai from the 9th group helped me out, and I successfully signed a contract, leading us to this moment of going live. Here, according to the rules of the community, I kindly ask all readers to lend a helping hand and place some initial subscriptions to give this struggling author a bit more confidence. I will borrow from other authors' rules for additional updates. Tomorrow, I will release 3 chapters. If the initial subscriptions exceed 300, I will add 1 more chapter. If they exceed 400, I will add 2 more, and so on. Chapter 95. Is not provoking trouble a sign of mediocrity? Just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, a long-haired young man named Along walked over, fiddling with his hair and wearing a smile he thought was very cool. "Beautiful lady, would you like to have a drink with me?" he said, reaching out to put his hand on Hulaina's shoulder. YeCong raised his hand and threw a chicken bone he had just finished chewing, hitting Along's wrist directly. Coldly, he said, "Get your dirty hands off her. If you can't manage yourself, I don't mind helping you out." Unlike the genius who could twist the idea of bullying the weak and fearing the strong into the belief that not provoking trouble is a sign of mediocrity, YeCong's principle has always been, if a person does not offend me, I will not offend them. If a person offends me, I will root them out. At this moment, someone was asking for trouble, so he would naturally not hold back. Along sized up YeCong, confirming that he looked to be just over 10 years old, and immediately relaxed his guard. "Kid, do you know what you're doing?" As he spoke, a treasure knife appeared in his hand, and 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and yellow, floated behind him. In his eyes, he was a monster, unmatched by even ordinary geniuses. And facing a child much younger than him, he naturally didn't take it seriously. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward, revealing their martial souls. Standing on either side of Along, one was a white tiger, and the other a phoenix, which indeed had a certain imposing presence. Seeing that both sides were about to fight, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would not indulge them. They protected the non-combatant Oscar and the yet-to-gain soul rings Yu Yang and Chao shitting behind them, and stood up, revealing their martial souls. Inside the small shop, the atmosphere was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and a fight could break out at any moment. The shopkeeper, frightened, hurried out to mediate, fearing they would smash the entire inn. The diners in the restaurant were also in an uproar. Those near both sides quickly stood up and moved aside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, but most did not leave immediately. Instead, they watched the scene with excitement. After all, watching a duel between soul masters usually required going to the Great Soul Arena, which came at a hefty price. Now they could watch for free, and ordinary people with martial souls naturally became excited, especially since soul masters often appeared in this place. YeCong raised his hand to stop his eager teammates, tossing a bag of gold soul coins to the shopkeeper. "I will cover all losses today." Ignoring the smiling shopkeeper, he said coldly, "When did a broken knife, a wild cat, and a grass chicken become so arrogant? Shimu, tear them apart for me." With his command, a dark green figure appeared from the floating Huang Yao banner. Ga, accompanied by a loud cry, the Emperor Crow Shimu appeared. "Heavens, it's a soul beast!" someone exclaimed, causing many guests who had initially come to watch the show to turn and flee in fear. After all, they understood better than anyone the terror of soul beasts. At this moment, Shimu's eyes glinted with ferocity, and its sharp claws, emanating a chilling aura, charged straight at Along. How could Along still be unaware that he had stepped onto a hot plate? His hands and feet went cold, and cold sweat broke out as he panicked and fell disoriented. "Stop!" Just then, a shout came from the second floor, and a figure rushed over. However, he was still a step too slow. Shimu's sharp claws pierced directly through Along's shoulder, sending him crashing against the wall, where he finally came to a stop. Shimu had held back. Otherwise, in just a few seconds, it could have completely killed the boy. Flander rushed toward the fallen Along, while simultaneously unleashing a soul technique aimed at Shimu. The transformed Shimu, having the ability to mist itself, directly evaded Flander's attack, and then returned to the Huang Yao banner at YeCong's command. Flander helped Along up and checked his injuries, relieved to find that Along was not seriously harmed. He stood up, his expression cold as he looked at YeCong Jr. You are merely engaging in a friendly spar between peers. Why must you be so ruthless? Friendly spar. YeCong retorted with a cold laugh. That guy initiated the provocation. You think I've been merciful? Otherwise, do you think you could still be alive? Flowery words. Today, I will act as your elder and teach you a lesson. A cold light flashed in Flanders' eyes. Underestimating YeCong, he didn't even summon his martial soul and reached out to grab him. Just as his palm was about to touch YeCong, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward him. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Flanders staggered back several steps, barely stabilizing himself. Looking at his disordered breath and bloodied hand, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Chao Tianxiang, holding a snake staff, stood between Flanders and YeCong, saying indifferently, Flanders, you really have quite the authority. To speak so grandly about bullying the weak, you've opened my eyes. Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang? Why is she here? Flanders' eyes showed apprehension. Not to mention that Long Gong and Snake Lady were inseparable, just Long Gong alone, as a powerful soul Douluo, was enough to make him drink from a bitter cup. Moreover, the two of them had a martial soul fusion technique called Dragon-Snake Combination. What shocked him even more was that Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang, who had been stuck at the Soul Emperor level for many years, had actually broken through to become a Soul Saint. As an old-school Soul Saint, Flanders, even without his martial soul, was not someone a mere Soul Emperor could easily repel or injure. Seeing Flanders' expression change, Chao Tianxiang chuckled and cupped her hands. I didn't expect he was a disciple of Senior Chao Tianxiang. I was indeed rude. Four-eyed cat eagle, you jest. I'm merely a small soul saint. How can I be qualified to be the teacher of the Holy Sun? She replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Chao Tianxiang felt a sense of relief seeing the famous four-eyed cat eagle Flanders take a hit at her hands. Although the title of Dragon Gong and Snake Lady was loud in the Soul Master world, it was more due to Meng Shu's contributions. Chao Tianxiang only had the cultivation of a Soul Emperor, and a Soul Saint could easily handle her. However, the fear of Meng Shu's powerful strength and their terrifying martial soul fusion technique kept her from acting rashly. With the help of the Spirit Hall, she had merged a soul bone over 9,000 years old, successfully breaking through the shackles after many years and stepping into the realm of Soul Saint. As for Flanders, upon hearing Chao Tianxiang refer to YeCong as the Holy Sun, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he pinched himself to avoid fainting. My life is over. The fact that the Dragon Snake family had merged into the Spirit Hall many years ago was no secret. The only one who could be called the Holy Sun aside from the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall this was not just stepping on a hot plate. This was clearly stepping on a steel bar that could crush him to death. At this moment, Flanders still did not reflect on what was wrong with his school rule that not provoking trouble is a sign of mediocrity, and he blamed YeCong for being idle and playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Chapter 96. The end at this moment. The three little kids realized the existence they had provoked, and they were filled with regret and a deep-seated fear. Their faces turned pale, and their legs went weak as they collapsed to the ground. Among them, Dai Mubai's performance was the most pitiful. A puddle of yellow liquid had actually flowed out from his pants. As a prince of the empire, he had a greater understanding of the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the fear of death, he wouldn't have abandoned his fiancée to flee alone from the Douluo Empire to this small village to survive. He believed that even if he really died at the hands of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Empire wouldn't seek revenge for such a discarded pawn like him. At most, they would use it as an excuse to demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall and seek compensation. His cold-blooded older brother would probably be even more grateful to the Spirit Hall in his heart, thankful that they helped him eliminate such a threat. Seeing this situation, Flanders began to have second thoughts. He didn't have deep feelings for these disciples. They weren't worth offending the colossal Spirit Hall for. His purpose in running the school and teaching students was more for fun. Like the rule, he set to recruit geniuses, which was simply because teaching geniuses was easier. They could become successful with just a little guidance, without needing to put in much effort. Because of this, after running the school for over 10 years, most of the students he recruited already had innate soul power of 6 or 7 levels. Yet in the end, only Qin Ming stood out. The others either faded into obscurity or died untimely deaths. Even the teachers at the academy were casually hired by him, with the most famous among them being the notorious Zhao Waoqi. This guy was reckless and was wanted by the Spirit Hall for his numerous crimes. He only stayed at Shrek Academy as a teacher after being taken in by Flanders. When it came to teaching students, he was never serious. He treated them with beatings and scoldings, using them as punching bags. He claimed it was to toughen them physically. Flander was confident that with his speed as an experienced agile attack type Soul Sage, he was not someone a newly entered Soul Sage like Snake Woman could catch up to. Just as he was about to move, a loud voice blocked him. Flander, it's been years since we last met. I didn't expect you to start a school and teach disciples. How delightful. The way you teach your students seems to be quite lacking. The speaker is Meng Shu, who is blocking the door, holding a dragon head cane in one hand and stroking his flower-like beard with the other, kindly looking at Flandra. Flandra felt a tightness in his scalp and quickly bowed to pay his respects. Junior Flandra pays his respects to Senior Meng Shu. I only casually pick locks in the countryside and make a living at school, naturally far inferior to you, Senior. Unlike Chao Tianxiang, she is just slightly higher in seniority, but significantly weaker in strength. Meng Shu not only has a higher seniority than himself, but is also far superior in strength. Being a genuine soul master powerhouse, Meng Shu glanced at the three children slumped on the ground, and when he saw the most pitiful one, Dai Mu Bai, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, Flander, although today's incident doesn't concern you much, as the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a student does not learn, it is the teacher's laziness. As a teacher, you also bear an inseparable responsibility. The lesson taught by the senior is that it is my duty to discipline, which has led to today's situation. I hope the senior will forgive me. Flander's face twitched. At this point, he could no longer think about abandoning his disciples and running away. If he dared to do so, his reputation would be utterly ruined, and he would not be able to survive in the Spirit Master world. Meng Shu turned to YeCong and said, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, how to deal with these people should be decided by you. Faced with these future enemies, YeCong should ideally eliminate them in their cradle. However, after careful consideration, YeCong ultimately decided to let them go this time. What happened today, strictly speaking, was not too serious. If he insisted on using this opportunity to get rid of them, it would not only be unjust, but might also tarnish the image of the Wuhun Palace. However, it was also impossible to let them go without any consequences. YeCong needed to give them a profound lesson. He pondered for a moment and said, The death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Let these few receive 100 slaps, and then kneel at the door for a night. Meng Shu nodded and praised, The Holy Sun is merciful. He then turned to Flander and said, The Holy Sun is magnanimous and merciful. So there is no overly severe punishment for you all. Did you hear the arrangements for you? Hurry up and do as instructed. Flander and the others had bitter expressions, but they did not dare to resist and could only repeatedly express their gratitude, acting according to YeCong's instructions. What happened today was well within the realm of possibility, as YeCong had truly harbored murderous intent. Being able to survive was purely out of his mercy. At night, YeCong climbed onto the roof and sat beside Hulaina, who was enjoying the night view. When she saw YeCong sit down next to her, she let out a soft hum and then shifted slightly away. YeCong smiled wryly and touched his nose. Was this little girl still holding a grudge? A person who was feeling better while eating is now feeling worse again. Women's hearts are like a needle in the sea. Nana. Don't call me Nana. Why are you climbing up to the roof so late instead of resting? YeCong's mo taichit. Great. This little girl is still holding a grudge about his excuse to go to bed early last night. He sighed and said, Nana, I am very sorry about what happened yesterday. Hulaina suddenly turned her head to look at YeCong, her eyes filled with disbelief. Did she hear that right? YeCong actually admitted his mistake on his own. YeCong has always been stubborn, even when he's in hot water. His eyes are blue, but his mouth remains defiant. This has already been recognized as a fact by the Spirit Hall. Even if he truly made a mistake and his actions improve, he would never admit to being wrong. Is he turning over a new leaf today? YeCong glanced at Hulaina and said, half-jokingly, We grew up together and know each other very well. We can definitely be called childhood sweethearts. But precisely because of this familiarity, it's hard to make a move. Hulaina chuckled and replied, What is there to be shy about? Look at Yen. He ended up with Xiao Ran, didn't he? Are you saying that brother YeCong will be shy? As Hulaina teased and questioned. YeCong scratched his head and revealed an awkward yet polite smile. The atmosphere was no longer as awkward as before. In the long night, the two restless young boys and girls sat side by side on the rooftop, discussing life under the moonlight. Under the gentle moonlight, their bodies inched closer together until they finally leaned against each other. Chapter 97. Entering the Star-Do Great Forest after a night of rest, the next day, everyone energetically walked out of their guest rooms. As soon as they arrived on the first floor, they saw YeCong and Hulaina had already bought breakfast, sitting by the table waiting for them. Seeing the two of them looking radiant, and since everyone hadn't seen them after waking up, including the two little ones, their faces were filled with curiosity. YeCong and Chao Shitting were not as naive as ordinary children due to their experience with bandit kidnappings. Xiaoyu was the first to call out, "Brother Yi, you are being unfair. Laina is only a few years old. You." Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the abdomen by Hulaina, the force of which brought tears to his eyes. Hulaina glared and said, "Brother, if you dare to speak recklessly again, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Hulaina's fierce demeanor, Yin and Oscar, who originally wanted to join the banter, obediently closed their mouths. With everyone behaving well and not making any more comments, YeCong nodded in satisfaction and recalled all three of his spirit beasts. After breakfast, they directly ignored the group of Shrek Academy people still kneeling at the door and headed straight to the Star-Do Great Forest. For the remaining more than 100 miles, they chose to walk instead of driving. It wasn't until they had walked far that the 4 disciples of Shrek Academy slowly stood up. However, after kneeling for an entire night, they were in poor condition both psychologically and physically. As a soul sage, Flinder was fine, though his face was slightly pale. Aolong, as a level 35 soul master, could barely stand, but his legs were shaking, and he might fall at any moment. Dai Mubai, who only had 1 spirit ring, was the worst off, almost unable to stand due to weakness. Flinder didn't dare to stay any longer, realizing that given their current condition, they wouldn't be able to go to the Star-Do Great Forest. The Spirit Hall people would not attack them outside due to considerations of influence, but things would be different once they entered the forest. Who knew if they would end up as fertilizer for some giant tree? After his 3 disciples had rested, they changed their destination to the Sunset Forest. They had to choose a large forest because this trip was originally for Dai Mubai to obtain his 2nd spirit ring. As the prince of the Xinglua Empire, the royal family had long figured out the first 4 soul skills that were most suitable for their martial souls. This meant they knew which soul beast to hunt for the first 4 spirit rings, how many years of cultivation the soul beasts needed, and what soul skills would be obtained after absorption. All had specifications and indicators. Such quality soul beasts could only be found in large forests. Artificially raised, small hunting soul forests simply could not meet the requirements. Although these children from the Spirit Hall's golden generation had not yet officially entered the Star-Do Great Forest, they could already feel refreshing breezes blowing from the forest, and the fragrance of the plants made them feel invigorated. After walking a bit further, the towering trees that blocked out the sun came into view. Just the distant sight of the endless green ocean was breathtaking. This was only the outermost area, with tall trees at least over 20 meters high. The dense forest had no visible paths, and the shadows of the trees obscured the view of the true scenery within. "All right, everyone take a moment to rest here," Meng Shu said, glancing at the students who had been rushing the whole way. The group stopped, and after traveling over 100 miles, their bodies had warmed up, with a fine layer of sweat appearing on their surfaces. YeCong, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin, and Meng Yaran were in the best condition, with only slightly irregular breathing. Otherwise, they were no different from usual, as the 5 strongest students, running over 100 miles was no problem for them. Oscar had some minor issues, but although he was an auxiliary type and his physical condition could not compare to the top 5, he had undergone professional training. After adjusting his breathing rhythm, he quickly returned to normal. The 2 little girls, who had yet to obtain spirit rings, were being supported by the spirit power of Chao Tianxiang, so they didn't feel fatigued either. Oscar used his soul skills, chanting spells, to create a sausage for each person. After eating the sausage, everyone's fatigue vanished. Meng Shu said, somewhat sternly, "The Star-Do Great Forest is not a place where the country raises magical beasts. The magical beasts here are extremely dangerous, and you may face attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year magical beasts at any time. Once we enter the forest, none of you should stray more than 20 meters away from me." Yes, Chao Tianxiang took the lead to clear the path, while Meng Shu took up the rear to guard the group. Then the 5 strongest students, led by YeCong, along with Xiao Feng and Zhong Su, protected the weaker trio in the middle. The only one who could fly, Shi Mu, soared in the air to scout the situation. Except for YeCong and Meng Yaran, everyone was entering the Star-Do Great Forest for the first time. They were filled with curiosity about this most mysterious and grand forest on the continent. After walking less than 100 meters, they encountered their first group of soul beasts, the golden devouring rats. Although these were only young ones with 10 to 20 years of cultivation, they gathered in large numbers, usually in groups of dozens or even hundreds. With their numerical advantage, even an ordinary soul master could easily fall prey to them and end up as nothing but bones. Chao Tianxiang chose not to directly invade the territory of these golden devouring rats, but instead took a detour. Although these little creatures were insignificant in the eyes of Soul Sage, like Chao Tianxiang, there was no need to create unnecessary bloodshed by seeking out trouble. Not to mention that every soul beast takes a long time to grow, making them nearly non-renewable resources. Furthermore, engaging in battle could attract powerful soul beasts, leading to unnecessary trouble. With Shimu acting as their aerial navigator, they avoided almost all soul beasts, even if a few unwitting soul beasts approached them. Once it was confirmed that their attributes and ages did not match the martial souls of this group of children, they were all chased away by Chao Tianxiang. As the sun gradually rose to its zenith, it was nearly noon. After more than an hour of travel, everyone felt a bit fatigued. "Let us eat something and take a break," Meng Shu said. The group's tense nerves relaxed slightly. YeCong had Xiao Feng create a strong wind to clear an area, and everyone sat down on the ground. Just as YeCong was about to take out food from the black domain to share with everyone, a larger version of Shimu flew back, dropping a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of 300 to 400 years from midair before shrinking down and landing on YeCong's shoulder. Everyone jumped at the falling creature, and after seeing it clearly, they looked at Shimu with unusual expressions. For Shimu, whose cultivation was close to 10,000 years, capturing a small spider with only a few hundred years of cultivation was a piece of cake. The human-faced demon spider had already been beaten to a pulp by him, and after being dropped from such a height, it was on the verge of death, barely hanging on. Chapter 98. Soul Ring Absorption. After YeCong praised Shimu for resting his head on his shoulder, he turned to Chao Shitting and said, "Sister Shitting, this human-faced demon spider has cultivation of over 300 years. Both its age and species are very suitable for you. Quickly absorb it." Gao Siting notet, Tangju. Brother Yi. She expressed her gratitude, took out the dagger her teacher had given her, and directly opened the head of the human-faced demon spider, ending its life. The spider struggled a couple of times before a yellow soul ring slowly floated up from its corpse. Chao Shitting's tragic experience made her more mature than her peers, so she naturally didn't have any sentimental feelings or hesitation. She sat cross-legged and used her soul power to attract the soul ring onto herself. Besides her senior brothers and sisters, there was also a soul saint and a soul Douluo protecting her. Unless a titled Douluo senior was bored enough to bully a group of juniors without considering the consequences of offending the Spear Hall, there was no need to worry about outside disturbances. While Chao Shitting was absorbing the soul ring, YeCong set up a stove, took out some smokeless coal, and lit it to make some barbecued food. The reason they had only eaten dry rations earlier was to save time. But now that they were waiting for Chao Shitting to absorb the soul ring, there was no rush, and they could sit down and rest properly. After about half an hour, Chao Shitting finally completed the soul ring absorption. As she broke through her bottleneck and lost her limitations, the effects of the divine elixir she had taken became apparent, and her soul power skyrocketed to level 18. Hulaina rushed over and hugged Chao Shitting, rubbing her little face. "Little Shitting, what kind of soul skill did you get?" Chao Shitting tried to resist a bit, but found that with her current strength, she couldn't escape Hulaina's grip and had to give up struggling, allowing her to act as she wished. "Sister, my soul skill is a bit strange. It can't be released at will. It's more like it directly enhances my martial soul." Chao Shitting frowned and tilted her head in thought as she spoke. "Now, when my martial soul is activated, my physical attributes have improved by at least 20. And I also have the spider's innate skills of danger sensing and wall climbing. And the most important thing is that it doesn't consume soul power. It feels like it's instinctive. A passive soul skill." YeCong was somewhat surprised. Although this ability sounded a bit ordinary and could be considered somewhat useless if examined closely, this soul skill provided a permanent enhancement, effectively allowing the martial soul to undergo a kind of evolution. Moreover, with those two additional abilities, she could avoid most dangers. In this regard, it was definitely much stronger than other soul skills. It could even be said to be useful for a lifetime. Most first and second soul skills are only useful in the early stages. By the time one becomes a titled Douluo, the power of the first soul skill might not even be as strong as a regular attack. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they set off again to search for soul rings. There were 7 people in need of soul rings, and they had only helped one person complete their soul hunt so far. However, this time they weren't as lucky as before, even with Shimu's aerial assistance. They had walked for 3 days and only found a 360-year-old iron armor dragon lizard as the first soul ring for YeCong. As night fell again, everyone skillfully set up temporary tents. Thanks to YeCong, who was like a walking warehouse, there was no need to worry about food. However, they did not light a bonfire. They continued to use smokeless coal to cook their food. It was something they had all learned while in the forest, not to start fire. Although most soul beasts feared flames, a small number of them were very fond of fire, and among these, many were deadly. If they were in a small, artificial soul-hunting forest, it wouldn't matter, as even thousand-year soul beasts were extremely rare there. But the Stardow forest was different, deeper inside. Even 10,000-year soul beasts were everywhere. YeCong also knew that in the deepest core of the Stardow forest, there were countless beast kings, 100,000-year soul beasts, and several fierce beasts, soul beasts over 200,000 years old. Moreover, at the bottom of the life lake lay a half-destroyed god king. However, those beings usually Wuhun idly wander around the outskirts. Furthermore, with the reverse scale of the Emperor's Sky, he typically wouldn't have to worry about any soul beast daring to harm him. The forest adventures over the past few days had not been without purpose. Although their soul power had not increased significantly, and their overall strength had not improved much, their practical combat experience and comprehensive strength had been subtly enhanced, and their mutual understanding had gradually improved through repeated battles. The Stardow forest, while fraught with danger, was also an excellent sharpening stone. Even outstanding talents needed to improve themselves through constant battles. Otherwise, they would only become a beautiful but useless vase. Now, even without the intervention of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, and without YeCong's help, they were capable of dealing with all soul beasts below 5,000 years. This was still under the condition that the few of them, including Xiaoyu, had not obtained their third soul rings. Otherwise, their achievements would have been even greater. After dinner, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang took turns keeping watch, with the boys and girls staying in 4 separate tents. The space inside the tents was quite spacious, enough to accommodate 2 people resting together. Xiaoyu lay beside YeCong, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The matter of hunting for soul rings, no matter how many times he experienced it, always filled him with anticipation and excitement, especially since this would be his first 1,000-year soul ring in his life. Brother Yi, what kind of soul skill do you think my third soul ring will be? He asked, a bit excited. As an 11-year-old soul master, although he was not as strong as YeCong, he would definitely leave a significant mark in the records of the Spirit Hall. The Soul Master rank was the first watershed for Soul Masters. Breaking through the 30th level meant reaching another level of Soul Masters and indicated limitless prospects. Having a third soul ring would lead to a qualitative leap in strength. If the first and second soul rings could still be fought to a standstill with ordinary people, then after the third ring, Soul Masters would truly realize their superiority over ordinary people. YeCong thought for a moment and said, your current 2 soul skills are for enhancement and improving the flexibility of your attacks. Your third soul skill can be a purely offensive soul skill. For example, soul beasts like the twin-blade mantis, diamond tiger, or claw lizard would suit you very well. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement with YeCong's suggestion, fully trusting him. YeCong not only had exceptional strength but also excelled academically. Chapter 99. The recruitment ceremony of the underworld after YeCong returned to the Spirit Hall. The ice and fire duality of Hua did not remain idle. Following the intelligence and map provided by Gui Mei, he dispatched the 2 great protectors and all the elders except for Yi Renxin, who had almost no combat power. The goal was to recruit the 4 major affiliated families of the former Haotian Sect, Li, Yu, Pe, and Min. In the territory of the Li family in Tiando City, Titan led the elite members of the family, standing in a row in the courtyard. This sudden appearance of the red-haired woman brought a terrifying pressure to him, who possessed the strength of a soul Dalu. Clearly, she was a titled Dalu. Moreover, the overwhelming killing intent indicated that the visitor was not friendly. He braved the pressure, his face severe, and spoke in a deep voice. I am Titan. I did not expect esteemed senior to visit our Li family. What brings you here? His voice was loud enough for every corner of the courtyard to hear. Song Chanqian had no good feelings for this loyal dog of the Tang Sect. Her voice was devoid of emotion, cold, submit or die. Impossible. Titan was agitated, not even thinking before he directly refused. I, Titan, am truly the servant of the old master. Death is for the old master's ghost. I will never join another force. The old master he referred to was naturally Haotian Dalu Tang Hao. Although recently that Haotian Dalu's reputation was not good, it did not hinder Tang Hao's status in Titan's eyes as the #1 Tang fan. As soon as he finished speaking, a long, red scorpion tail swung through the air and smashed Titan hard into the wall. Titan coughed up blood due to this sudden attack, but he had timely activated his soul skill, using his immense strength to mitigate part of the impact. Otherwise, he would have likely been directly bisected. Father, grandfather, Tai Nuo and Tai Long, a large and small gorilla, saw the old man severely injured and panicked, quickly rushing to help the old gorilla tighten up. I said, I am not consulting your opinions, but notifying you. It's your choice whether to die or submit. Song Chanqian's voice was cold and ruthless. Her soul rings had already appeared, and her martial soul was fully manifested. If this old titan insisted on resisting, she would mind sending the Li family on their way. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Titan still stubbornly refused. I said, I will never surrender. You can give up that thought. I will always be the servant of the old master. In that case, I will fulfill you. Go on your loyal journey. Everyone likes a loyal dog, but for enemies, it is quite annoying. Song Chanqian's expression completely turned cold. Her palm transformed into a red scorpion claw, ready to take Titan's life, and then unleash a large AoE soul skill to directly annihilate the entire Li family. However, before Song Chanqian could make a move, the Li family first erupted in internal strife. After all, not everyone was as loyal to the Haotian Sect as Titan, who would want to die if they could live. No major power can maintain complete unity. When there are many people, various voices will naturally emerge. Why must the patriarch be like this? The Haotian Sect has long abandoned us. There's nothing wrong with submitting to this esteemed adult. Yes, patriarch, we were once an affiliated family of the Haotian Sect. Now we're just joining another sect. There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, it was the Haotian Sect that abandoned us, not we who betrayed them. We have no need to sacrifice our lives for a bunch of cowards. Exactly. Even if the Haotian Sect had great kindness towards our Li family, we have repaid it after so many years of loyalty. Besides, after offending the Spirit Hall, they directly abandoned us and ran away. If we consider it from this perspective, they still owe us. Inside the entire family territory, there was now a cacophony of voices. Song Chanqian stopped her attack, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Hearing these rebellious words, Titan was immediately infuriated. Already heavily injured, blood surged to his head, and he spat it out again. You, how can you do this? You are simply beasts worse than pigs and dogs, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Our Li family is a part of the Haotian Sect today and will always be part of the Haotian Sect. Titan, unable to care for the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, pushed away his son and grandson who were supporting him, raising his trembling hand to angrily point at the clan members. Enough, second uncle. What is so worthy of your unwavering loyalty to the Haotian Sect? Haven't they already harmed us enough? Not to mention that when we were still part of the Haotian Sect, their inner disciples treated our clan members with all kinds of humiliation. When the Haotian Sect went into hiding, they directly abandoned us like discarded children, leaving us to face the wrath of the Spirit Hall and become their scapegoats. Why should we clean up the mess caused by the disciples of the Haotian Sect? The speaker was named Tyson, stepping forward with red eyes to question Titan. Tyson was a soul sage, second only to Titan, and as the leader of the second generation of the Li family, he held high prestige within the clan. His father, Tai Luo, was Titan's younger brother, who died years ago in the Spirit Hall's encirclement. He harbored a deep hatred for the Spirit Hall due to the death of his father, but even more so for the Haotian Sect. If it weren't for that rat Tang Hao provoking the Spirit Hall, how would the Li family have suffered such calamity? If the Haotian Sect had courageously resisted, it would have been one thing. Even if the Li family had fought against the Spirit Hall at the cost of their clan's extinction, he would have no regrets. But the key was that the Haotian Sect members, fearing for their lives, directly abandoned the four major affiliated families without prior notice, allowing the Spirit Hall to slaughter their clan members to vent their anger. Ironically, the Li family managed to survive until now by relying on the Spirit Hall's mercy. Given Tang Hao's actions and the relationship between the Li family and the Haotian Sect, it would be entirely reasonable for the Spirit Hall to completely annihilate them. Tyson's words struck a chord with the clan members, and with a backbone, people began to echo and support Tyson. Yes, the bunch of short and cowardly guys from the Haotian Sect don't deserve our loyalty. Exactly, the bastards of the Haotian Sect never treated us as human beings. To put it nicely, we are an affiliated family of the Haotian Sect. To put it bluntly, we are just a group of slaves raised by the Haotian Sect. Patriarch, we just want to live. What's wrong with that? Shut up. Shut up. I'm the patriarch. You all shut your mouths. Or I will punish you according to family law. Titan trembled all over, 8 soul rings appearing as he swung his fist, smashing the already shaky house into dust. Although Titan was also troubled by the Haotian Sect abandoning them. As Tang Hao's loyal dog, what the master loved, he loved. What the master hated, he hated. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to slander his master and the Haotian Sect. even if it was his own clan members. Chapter 100: The Clan of Strength. Surrender. Facing the 8 oppressive soul rings, the scene fell into a moment of silence, but it quickly erupted again. The clan leader? Bah, how dare you claim that? We are clearly the victims, yet you only make us apologize to those bastards. My sister is only in her teens and has already been ruined by those scoundrels. A young man charged out of the crowd, pointing at Titan and shouting angrily. Tainer, seeing a young punk daring to point at his father's nose and curse at him, immediately flew into a rage. You little brat, you're seeking death. You don't know your place, disrespecting your elders. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With that, 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, rose from Tainer's feet. His muscles bulged, almost tearing his shirt apart, and a layer of yellow fur appeared on his skin. He was possessed by the great strength gorilla. What he intended to do was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, establishing authority for his father by teaching this arrogant young man a lesson. Tyson stepped forward, blocking the youth and intercepting Tainer's punch. With a furious expression, he said, Tainer, what do you want? Do you really want to hurt your own kin? Tainer's talent wasn't high, and at his age of 30 or 40, he had only just entered the Soul King realm. Compared to his cousin, who was only a year or 2 older, his strength was far behind. Although Tainer was somewhat afraid of his cousin, he still argued back. Red-faced, this brat is disrespectful to his elders, so I naturally have to enforce the family law. It's not for you to enforce it. I ask you, is there any falsehood in what Inner said? After Tyson finished speaking, he coldly looked at Titan. Uncle, you are getting old. Please step down from the position of clan leader. Rebellion. Rebellion. Tyson, I have tolerated you time and again as my nephew. I never expected you to commit such acts of betrayal against our clan. Today, I will clean up the house for my deceased brother. Titan, ignoring his injuries, forced himself to stand up and charged at Tyson. Tyson's expression was complex. He took a deep breath, grabbed Tainer by the collar, and threw him aside. With his martial spirit manifested, flames ignited around him as 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from his feet. For the future of the clan of strength, I ask you to die, uncle. His martial spirit was a fiery gorilla, mutated from the great strength gorilla, which not only possessed immense strength, but also added fierce flames to his attacks. Because of this, he dared to confront Titan, who was at the Soul-Duo level, especially since Titan was now gravely injured and likely could only exert a fraction of his power. The 2 gorilla fists collided, sending both of them stumbling back several steps. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tyson stole a glance at Song Qianqian. However, she looked on with an expression of amusement, sitting on the wall without any intention of stopping them. Tyson sighed. Although he had a good relationship with his uncle, the clan of strength had reached a critical point of life and death. His uncle's slave-like mentality from the Haotian Sect would only drag the entire family into an irretrievable abyss. For the clan of strength to survive, they had to clear the obstacles, and he also needed a token of loyalty. Ankel y Sora. Tyson roared angrily, stomping his foot to activate his martial spirit, transforming into an oversized fiery gorilla. Titan, both shocked and angry, exclaimed, You dare? Even if I am gravely injured, I'm not someone you, a mere soul saint, can offend. With that, his 7th soul ring also activated his martial spirit, transforming into a giant beast to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Tyson. Facing the duel of the 2 martial spirit manifestations, Song Qianqian waved her delicate hand lightly, creating a soul power barrier to protect the members of the clan of strength standing with Tyson. After all, these would be the subordinates of the underworld in the future, and there was no need to waste them in such a place. As for those die-hard loyalists standing with Titan, Song Qianqian naturally couldn't care less about them. Her mercy was already shown by not killing those stubborn fools. The battle between the 2 powerful beings who had manifested their true forms shook the earth and mountains, especially since both were pure power-type soul masters. Just a few exchanges had turned the surroundings into ruins. Fortunately, the clan of strength was considered a large clan, and the clan grounds were spacious enough. Song Qianqian had informed the responsible officials in advance to evacuate nearby residents. Otherwise, today would surely have brought disaster. With countless innocent casualties, having already been severely injured by Song Qianqian, Titan was now struggling against Tyson. He had become somewhat powerless, unintentionally exposing a flaw. He was struck in the chest by Tyson's fiery fist, breaking through his martial spirit manifestation. The backlash from the broken martial spirit and the internal injuries he had just received caused Titan to spit out blood, his breath weak. Tyson released his martial spirit manifestation and walked over to Titan. Although he felt pity for his uncle's miserable state, he still said, "In my capacity as the 13th clan leader of the Clan of Strength, I hereby decree that the 12th clan leader Titan has committed numerous wrongdoings, nearly leading the Clan of Strength to destruction, and is now deposed from the position of clan leader." "Tyson, you can't do this, my father." Tainer struggled desperately, but before he could finish, a clan member stuffed a smelly sock in his mouth. Tyson closed his eyes, unable to look any longer, and continued to announce, "The Titan lineage is expelled from the Clan of Strength, never to return." Song Qianqian glanced at Tyson indifferently. "What is your name?" "Your Majesty, I am Tyson," he said, lowering himself respectfully, fearing to anger this great person. Song Qianqian nodded. "Tyson, you are quite good." She paused and continued from now on. "The Clan of Strength will be a subordinate family of the underworld. Do you have any objections?" This was not a question, but a notification. Tyson did not hesitate at all and immediately knelt down. "I am willing to lead the Clan of Strength to join the underworld. I dare not have any objections." Song Qianqian nodded. "I believe you wouldn't dare." Then she tossed a map. "Gather here before noon in 3 days. The Lord wants to see you." With that, she turned and left. As for whether the Clan of Strength would feign surrender, if they dared to do so, Song Qianqian wouldn't mind letting their entire clan experience what it means to find it hard to die. After sending off Song Qianqian, a clan member hesitated and finally opened his mouth to ask Tyson, "What about the son and grandson of the traitor Titan? How should we handle them?" Tyson glanced at the already lifeless Titan, then looked at the tightly bound Tainer and Talon. He rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, "Don't involve family in this. Today's events are ultimately an undeserved disaster. Give them some money and let them take their uncle's corpse away from the Clan of Strength." Chapter 101. Control, Sensitivity, Break, and Subjugation. Apart from the Family of Strength, the 3 groups of Control, Sensitivity, and Break also encounter trouble with the title Da blocking their door. The territory of the Control family, Xianming, in order to appear imposing, wrapped himself in a black robe, making it difficult for people to discern his true appearance and height. He lowered his voice to make it sound quite hoarse. "How is it? The patriarch of the Yu family, Niu Gao, do you want to live or die?" The patriarch of the Yu family, Niu Gao, silently lamented. Ever since being suppressed by the Spirit Hall, the Yu family had been living modestly, relying on building houses to make a living, never daring to cause trouble. He couldn't understand when he had offended this lord. Previously, while the clansmen were gathered around a construction blueprint discussing and debating how to improve it further, this noble arrived riding an ice dragon. With just a wave of his hand, he turned all the clansmen except for Niu Gao into ice sculptures. Niu Gao was a man who knew how to read the situation. He understood that facing such a high-level opponent, resistance would only lead to death. He let out a long sigh, bent down, and respectfully said, "The Yu family is willing to surrender." Although Niu Gao had a rough personality, he was also someone who could be meticulous. He had vaguely guessed that this was an operation targeting the 4 families. He was somewhat worried about his good brother Titan, as the most loyal follower of Tang Hao, regarding the persuasion of other forces. Niu Gao shook his head, not daring to think further. Right now, he was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself. He could only silently pray that Titan would not act recklessly and end up losing his life. He stared blankly in the direction where Xianming had left. After receiving his willingness to surrender, Xianming directly, leaving behind a map before departing. When did such a terrifying force appear in the Douluo Continent? I'm afraid only the Spirit Hall can continuously resist. The Minji tribe's territory, Dugobo has already sealed off the entire area with a green scale poison formation. This old monster, who has successfully achieved rejuvenation through cultivation, casually sits in a tree wearing a black and green interwoven outfit. He supports his chin with one hand while playing with a strand of his green hair, mockingly saying, "You keep running. Aren't you claiming to be the fastest? Who knows, you might just break through my encirclement. I keep my word. As long as you can escape, I will not make a move." The Minji tribe specializes in speed and can be considered the best scouts on this continent. In terms of speed, they claim the 2nd place among the same rank, and no one dares to claim it first. As the tribe leader, the old white crane is even faster to the extreme. Although he is only a soul Doa, even when facing some speed-type title Doa, the white crane still has the upper hand in speed. However, when facing the control-type Dugobo, his proud speed loses its effectiveness. The white crane glanced at the roof, the ground, and those tribe members on the trees were either poisoned or petrified, and he suddenly didn't want to run anymore. Even if he could escape the range of Dugobo's poison formation, his tribe members would likely suffer the wrath of the enraged poison Douluo, and then the Minji tribe would face annihilation. The White Crane steadied his mind and clasped his hands, asking, "Your Excellency, poison Douluo, do we have no choice but to surrender?" "Of course not." Donggu Bo smiled faintly, his pair of vertical pupils revealing a cold glint. "You can also choose to die." Behind the White Crane, a pair of white wings flapped, hovering in the air. After hesitating for a long time, he took a deep breath and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. "The Minji tribe is willing to submit." In the land of the Broken One clan, Shanghui held a peculiar fire-red long sword in his hand, wearing an angelic smile as he looked at Yang Wudi, clan leader Yang. "I've long heard that your combat power is unmatched in the world. With the broken soul spear in your hand, even with only the strength of a soul Douluo, you do not fear title Douluo at all and dare to face them. I will make it difficult for you. Let's have a match. I will not use any soul skills other than Refined Tooth. As long as you can make me drop my weapon before the sand in the hourglass runs out, I will immediately turn around and leave, no longer making things difficult for you. Conversely, you will unconditionally submit to my underworld." Yang Wudi's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice, "Is what you said true, Your Excellency? I never joke about this," Shanghui said seriously with her small face. However, her girl-like figure and appearance gave a humorous impression of feigned maturity after making such an expression. Unlike Xinying, Shanghui did not hide her true appearance, but boldly visited in person. This led some members of the Pa family to initially think she was a little girl causing trouble, considering shooing her away with some money. Once Shanghui displayed her powerful soul power pressure, it immediately alerted the clan leader Yang Wudi. After Shanghui clarified her identity and purpose, the scene unfolded as described above. Yang Wudi pondered for a moment, nodded, revealed his martial soul, the breaking soul spear, and struck a starting pose with a sharp gaze. "Then forgive my rudeness." Yang Wudi, level 82 soul duo, martial soul breaking soul spear. Behind him appeared 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Indeed, due to the characteristics of the breaking soul spear, members of the Pa family would gain an extra soul ring upon reaching the Soul Sage realm in addition to the normal soul rings absorbed. One more soul ring means one more soul skill. This is why the Pa family can easily fight above their ranks. Of course, this characteristic, while granting the Yang family immense combat strength, also limited their cultivation, much like the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, keeping all clan members stuck at the Soul Douluo level, forever unable to step into the title Douluo level. Even the astonishing ancestor of the Pa family was stuck at the 89th level, unable to advance even a step in his lifetime. Shanghui twirled her sword and stepped forward. "I am Shanghui, level 98 title Douluo. As for my martial soul and title, you will know in the future. The one who strikes first is strong. The one who strikes later suffers." As the timer began, Yang Wudi launched the first attack. He showed no mercy just because Shanghui looked harmless. Yang Wudi was well aware of the terror of a level 98 title Douluo, and he directly activated his martial soul's true form. 3rd soul skill, explosion. 6th soul skill, break. 8th soul skill, annihilation. In the state of his martial soul true form, Yang Wudi unleashed his 3 major soul skills simultaneously, and a long spear as black as ink lunged towards Shanghui like a monstrous python. Facing the fierce attack, Shanghui remained completely calm. Her small feet, as white as jade, lightly tapped the ground, and her figure floated gracefully, dancing like a ballerina. The bells on her ankles jingled in the wind, producing a melodious sound. While evading Yang Wudi's attack, she flicked her wrist, and a scorching blade of energy was unleashed, slicing directly towards Yang Wudi. Chapter 102. Yang Wudi Surrender. This refined tooth is a product created by the 2nd soul skill of Shanghui, formed by the condensation of fire essence. It has already reached the level of ultimate fire, even if Shanghui does not add any additional soul skills. Its power is enough to burn everything. Although Shanghui is not particularly skilled in sword techniques, with the characteristics of refined tooth and her own formidable strength, she is capable of handling most enemies. Though this was merely a casual strike from Shanghui, Yang Wudi did not dare to be careless. Facing the oncoming wave of heat, he quickly adjusted his stance and positioned his soul-breaking spear horizontally across his chest to block the strike. Yang Wudi staggered back several steps, his hands gripping the spear, starting to show signs of burns. He silently lamented, "What a terrifying fire element. If this lady were to unleash her full power, she could probably turn the entire Longxing city into scorched earth in an instant." After pushing Yang Wudi back, Shenghui did not pursue the advantage, but instead stopped and waved her hand, signaling him to continue attacking. Yang Wudi breathed a slight sigh of relief and raised a spear to fight again. Enhanced by various soul skills, the soul-breaking spear had reached a terrifying level. Shock, penetration, explosion, attraction, tear, break, annihilation, and shatter. After each round of attacks, the soul-breaking spear would gain an additional attribute. This also included the 7.5 soul ring he had created, which had the shattering characteristic, giving a high probability of breaking the enemy's martial soul, but also risking backlash against his own martial soul, with a certain chance of shattering. With 8 stacked attributes, the soul-breaking spear resembled a volcano ready to erupt, capable of engulfing everything once it explodes. Under these circumstances, even a defense-type title Douluo could be in life-threatening danger if they were not careful. Fighting Yang Wudi, who had nearly reached his peak, Shenghui finally showed a serious expression. She praised, as expected, of the soul-breaking spear, which is said to have the strongest destructive power. Just this spear alone is likely stronger than many title Douluo. The more I see, the more I want you to join us. Yang Wudi's complexion turned slightly pale as he unleashed nearly all of his soul skills, putting a significant strain on himself. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. What follows will be my strongest strike. If I still cannot handle you, I will naturally surrender with my clan." With that, he launched his most powerful attack. Although Yang Wudi was proud, he knew how to gauge the situation. Facing Shenghui, a powerful super Douluo, he had already extinguished his internal pride. As he swung the black spear with all his might, under the influence of his formidable might, the soul-breaking spear nearly transformed into a solid entity, its length magnifying several times. It soared through the sky like a black dragon, containing immense force aimed at piercing Shenghui. Shenghui infused her soul power into the refined tooth. Originally just glowing red on the surface, it ignited into a blazing fire with a massive influx of soul power. Slash! Shenghui called out lightly, and, with a single strike, she sent the fully charged soul-breaking spear flying to the side. Then, she stepped forward and raised her palm to strike at Yang Wudi's chest. That delicate, seemingly fragile hand possessed immense strength, and with just one palm, it sent Yang Wudi stumbling back several steps. He then felt a surge in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, nearly collapsing, but a nearby clan member quickly supported him. Clan leader. The clan member's eyes were filled with concern. During the previous siege by the Spirit Hall, the Paklan suffered the most among the 4 great families. Counting the elderly, women, and children, there were barely over 100 clan members left. If something were to happen to the clan leader, the pillar of their clan, it could truly be described as the sky falling and the earth collapsing, verging on extinction. I'm Innate. Yang Wudi waved his hand, using the soul-breaking spear as a crutch to support himself up. He calmed his surging blood and cupped his hands to Shenghui, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Your Majesty. But how did you see that I was unwell?" This was not merely expressing gratitude for Shenghui's mercy, but also thanking her for directly clearing his blood vessels and forcing out the toxins that had accumulated in his body for years. Just like the Li clan excels at blacksmithing and the Yu clan at architecture, the Pa clan also has its own side business, alchemy. Alchemy encompasses a wide range of practices, from creating healing medicines to concocting deadly poisons. Among the healing medicines, some even directly use highly toxic substances as medicinal catalysts, achieving a poison toxicity counteraction effect. As a leader of the Pa clan, Yang Wudi not only possesses remarkable combat strength, but also has the highest proficiency in medicine within the clan. However, all medicines are toxic to some extent, which led to Yang Wudi, who had been immersed in various medications for years, inhaling a significant amount of toxic gases during the alchemical process and unknowingly succumbing to chronic poisoning. The blood he had just expelled was tainted with most of the toxins from his body. Shenghui nodded and said, "During our previous spar, I noticed that although your steps were steady and consistent, your left leg was slightly trembling and your left wrist maintained a strange angle, with your left hand always relaxed and not gripping tightly. If it weren't due to nervousness, it was likely a sign of muscle spasms in your left arm. Coupled with my understanding that your clan is skilled in alchemy, I deduced that this must be due to chronic poisoning from long-term alchemical practices." Shenghui casually handed a map to a Pa clan member standing nearby, saying, "Gather here in 3 days. I quite like you, and I hope next time you won't come as an enemy." Only after Shenghui walked away did a clan member carefully ask Yang Wudi, clan leader, "Are we really going to submit to the underworld like this?" The Pa clan, which had already enjoyed freedom and independence for a long time, now had a new master, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Young Woody took the map and forced a bitter smile, saying, "What else can we do? Heaven and hell do not give us the right to choose. We only have the fate of being chosen." He recalled the visit from the previous, most powerful in awe, Tang Chun, who had come to subdue the clan decades ago when he was still a child. At that time, his grandfather, Yang Kai, was the clan leader. Yang Kai, an 80th level Soul-Duo, was defeated in just one encounter against that powerful figure. The Yang family had no choice but to submit to the Haotian Sect. Unexpectedly, decades later, this kind of thing was happening to him again, which inevitably filled him with a sense of desolation. Chapter 103 Element City, Huahaha sent his subordinates to subdue the 4 major affiliated clans that originally belonged to the Haotian Sect, while he himself was not idle and arrived alone at Element City. As it was nighttime, the white-haired Huahaha was exceptionally arrogant. He rode the wind and stood in midair at the center of Element City, unabashedly unleashing his immense soul power. He cackled and used his soul power to transmit his voice, making sure that every corner of the city could clearly hear him. "Ha ha ha. The ruler of Element City, come out and meet me." Although Element City was the main city of the Tiando Empire, it had a strong degree of autonomy. Unlike other main cities that lacked a permanent presence of the Spirit Hall, even the city lord was not appointed by the Tiando Empire. The main city and the surrounding counties and villages formed a self-contained entity, comparable to major sects like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, creating a mini-nation. Originally, Element City was governed by 3 families, the Wind, Fire, and Water families, which took turns managing the city. The 3 academies in Element City, Shunfeng Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Chihua Academy, were also subordinate enterprises of these 3 families. The heads of the 3 families were also the deans of the 3 academies. The Water family, Shui Ro, an 84th level soul, Douluo. Considering that Tianshui Academy only admits girls, I defined it as a matriarchal clan, with the clan leader being female. The sisters Shui Yuer and Shui Binger have also changed from being half-siblings to being half-siblings through their mother. The Fire family, Hui Yuan, an 85th level soul Douluo. The Wind family, Feng Yun, an 88th level soul Douluo. A few years ago, the Spirit Hall wanted to intervene in Element City, but due to its own positioning as the top force among soul masters on Douluo Continent, it was not appropriate to be overtly aggressive. So it sent one of the lower 4 sects that had already shown intentions to submit to the Spirit Hall, the Xiangjia Sect, to establish the 4th Academy representing the Earth element, Xiangjia Academy, in Element City. This external force was naturally met with unanimous resistance from the original 3 families. However, considering that Xiangjia Academy had the backing of the Xiangjia Sect, and that its leader, Huyin Zhen, was closely connected to the Spirit Hall, it was difficult not to suspect that this was orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the original 3 families were hesitant to confront the Xiangjia Sect directly. They then invited the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, which also had its eyes on Element City, to enter Element City under the name of Thunder Academy, executing a strategy to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. At the same time, they marginalized Xiangjia Academy and publicly declared it as the 4-element city, excluding Xiangjia Academy. The 5 soul Duo powerhouses in the city, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Huahaha, naturally did not dare to delay and all rushed towards his direction. The first to arrive were Shui Ro, the dean of Tianshui Academy, and YeCong, the dean of Thunder Academy. These 2 were the only soul Douluos with flying abilities due to their martial soul characteristics. The other soul Douluos could only rely on their soul power to hover momentarily in the air. Hui Yuan and Feng Yin followed closely, floating in the air and standing behind Shui Ro. Huyin Zhen, the dean of Xiangjia Academy and the leader of the Xiangjia Sect, arrived last. It was clear to anyone that he was being excluded from this small group. "May I ask what brings you to our 4-element city at this late hour?" YeCong said loudly. "When did Element City become yours?" The heads of the original Water, Fire, and Wind families frowned and exchanged glances. Although they knew that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had long been eyeing Element City, they had refrained from taking action due to the mutual restraint between them and the Spirit Hall. They did not expect that someone would directly represent the entire Element City, clearly treating it as already under their control. Although the 3 family heads felt displeased, they did not say much considering the formidable enemy before them. However, it was strange that Huyin Zhen, who usually took the lead in such matters, showed no intention of stepping forward this time, wearing a calm expression as if deep in thought. Hu Yanjun silently assessed Huahaha, pondering, is this the powerful figure mentioned by His Holiness? Truly unfathomable. A few days ago, he had received a letter from Bibi Don, instructing him to act as an insider to assist Huahaha in taking over Element City. In Bibidon's view, since the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect were mutually restraining each other, making it impossible for either to seize this piece of fat meat, it would be better to do a favor for Huahaha. Huahaha's eyes gleamed like lightning as he fixed his gaze on YeCong. Under Huahaha's scrutiny, this Soul-Subduing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect let out a muffled grunt and retreated several steps. Old man, are you the ruler of this Element City? Huahaha asked YeCong with an exaggerated smile. Realizing he had misspoken, YeCong remained composed and proudly replied, I am YeCong, an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. I'm also the Dean of Thunder Academy and one of the stewards of 4 Element City. Naturally, I am qualified to represent Element City. Huahaha nodded. Oh, in that case, things will be much easier. I assume the people present are all decision-makers of Element City. I am here to take over Element City, and I hope you won't be ungrateful. His words left the Soul-Subduing's present momentarily stunned. Even Hu Yanjun, who had received the news earlier, was taken aback. Is this how direct His Holiness is? Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, even on the verge of erupting into conflict, Hu Yanjun hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Your Holiness, this matter is of great importance. So please let us discuss it elsewhere. Huahaha nodded. Hee. Sure. Let's quickly choose a location. I can't wait to have a good talk with you. The 4 from the Water, Fire, Wind, and Thunder Academies exchanged glances, perhaps considering that having one more person could mean one more strength. Or perhaps due to the fact that this proposal came from Hu Yanjun, they felt it would be inappropriate to leave him out. So they made an exception to include him in this meeting. The meeting place was set in the City Lord's mansion. Upon entering the City Lord's mansion, Huahaha boldly sat down in the main seat. Although the few decision-makers of Element City felt displeased, they had to endure and stand by due to their insufficient strength. Huahaha extended his hand. I give you 2 options. First, obediently submit to me, and we all benefit without trouble. Second, be forced to submit after I beat you up, which means you will suffer physically, and I will have to exert effort as well. So what's your choice? How will you decide? Chapter 104. Elemental City? It should be renamed Underworld Academy. Faced with Huahaha's arrogant remarks, YeCong, who came from a prominent family and had a volatile personality, stepped forward first. Your Majesty, Elemental City is our ancestral home for generations. You come here, and without any discussion, you want to forcibly occupy it. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Huahaha did not speak, but the Haha Eagle, which had been feigning sleep on his shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes wide, staring at YeCong with a gaze like lightning. Under the gaze of the Haha Eagle, YeCong felt a chill run through him, and he questioned, Beast, what are you looking at? The others felt something was off, and Hu Yanjun even mocked directly. Director you, are you regressing as you get older? How can you be angry with a little bird? However, before he could finish his sentence, the Haha Eagle, which he referred to as a little bird, flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind that sent YeCong flying. Crashing into the wall, Hu Yanjun, who had been laughing at YeCong, abruptly stopped, not expecting this seemingly inconspicuous little bird to possess such immense power. The wind, fire, and water families felt a chill rise in their hearts. If even a pet has such terrifying strength, how powerful must their master Huahaha be? You're all of a certain age. Have you been in a gentle place for too long? Why are you so naive? This world has never been reasonable. Huahaha held his staff, revealing a sinister smile. Arrogance requires ability, but unfortunately, I just happen to have that ability. As he finished speaking, a powerful pressure emanated from him, spreading outward. Under this terrifying soul pressure, the 5 directors present felt a suffocating sensation. Huahaha extended his hand and continued. The essence of this world is that the strong dominate the weak. In front of the strong, there's no place for the weak. So, 5 directors, do you submit or not? Seeing the situation was not right, Hu Yanjun realized it was time for him to step up. Otherwise, he would be unfairly beaten alongside these guys. He suppressed his discomfort and stepped forward, cupping his hands to Huahaha. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the Elephant Armor Sect to withdraw from Elemental City and hand over the Elephant Armor Academy. Hu Yanjun's actions left the other 4 families in shock. What's going on? Wasn't Hu Yanjun always representing the Spear Hall, wanting to take Elemental City? Why is he now giving up his own academy and running away? Doesn't he fear the Spirit Hall's retribution? Ho-ha-ha smiled slightly. Good. Mr. Huyen is quite straightforward. I want to take your offering for free. This will be the funding for purchasing the academy. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and a ring flew out, landing in Huyenjun's hand. Ho-ha-ha said, this storage ring is called the Ink Jade Black Dragon, containing 5 flying-type soul tools that can only be used by Soul Kings. It can compensate for your Diamond Mammoth's heavy build and slow speed. Huyenjun had initially prepared to give away the academy for nothing, but he did not expect Ho-ha-ha, despite his forceful approach, to offer something of such value. He quickly stowed away the Ink Jade Black Dragon and knelt down, bowing his head in thanks. Thank you, your majesty, for the treasure. Get up, Ho-ha-ha said, his gaze sweeping over the other 4. He smiled mockingly. What about you? Have you decided what to do? Although YeCong had just suffered a setback, he believed it was merely due to his carelessness, so he stubbornly stood up again. Your majesty, I respect you because your strength indeed surpasses ours. But if you recklessly abuse your power simply because you possess the title of a title Douluo, be careful of retribution. My family's lord will certainly come and talk to you. The reason he said this was not out of fairness for the wind, fire, and water families, but because he could not tolerate the meat he was about to eat being snatched away by others. Ho-ha-ha's smile grew more intense, and a murderous aura gradually emerged, let alone the current Ho-ha-ha in a madman state. Even in his nice guy form, he could not tolerate such provocation. How noisy. He extended his left palm and gently squeezed, and YeCong let out a scream, spitting out blood. YeCong was horrified to discover that his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul had shattered, with no possibility of repair. His soul, Douluo cultivation, was also completely gone. Now he could only rely on his physically strong body, which was slightly better than an ordinary person's due to years of nourishment. He was both frightened and angry, nearly fainting from such a stimulus. YeCong trembled, pointing at Ho-ha-ha, and shouted, How dare you? Ho-ha-ha casually waved his staff, sealing his mouth. Consider this a lesson. If they're SA next time, I guarantee you will die without a trace. As compensation for offending me, your Thunder Academy belongs to me now. By the way, tell your family lord that if he wants to take revenge on you, I will gladly accompany him anytime. After saying this, he waved his staff and sent YeCong out of the city lord's mansion, having driven away the annoying fly. Ho-ha-ha turned his gaze to Huiyuan, Shui Ro, and Feng Yun, smiling kindly. What do you 3 directors think? What to think? Just look with our eyes. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions filled with bitterness. If it were like the Spirit Hall, sending a Soul-Duo to build an academy, using a relatively gentle method to recruit them, they might have a way to respond. But if it were like Ho-ha-ha directly attacking without regard for martial ethics, they had no means to counter it. As for whether they could use public opinion to suppress Ho-ha-ha's actions, don't joke. Who would dare to do that? Not to mention that their previous actions had already offended the Spirit Hall, which probably wished for them to be dealt with. The stinky fish and rotten shrimp of the Heavenly Dough Empire would likely not even be regarded by this lord. Seeing this situation, they could only sigh and bow in greeting, saying in unison, Thank you for your attention, your majesty. It is our honor to be under your command this time. We naturally seek this. Good, very good. Ho-ha nodded in satisfaction. Those who know how to recognize the times are heroes. Since you have joined me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. He waved his staff again, and 3 groups of red, green, and blue light appeared, landing on the table in sequence. As the light dissipated, everyone present widened their eyes, and their breathing quickened. These were actually soul bones. Tearing wind and shattering clouds, left arm bone. Crimson flame spirit fist, right arm bone. Azure water spirit wave head bone. These 3 soul bones perfectly corresponded to the wind, fire, and water families, each being at least over 40,000 years old. These 3 major sects could serve as family heirlooms. It is known that 10,000-year soul bones are also called treasures of the Blood River. Any one of them could trigger a bloody storm in the Soul Master World. It is rumored that 2 national lords once broke out into a fierce battle over a high-quality 10,000-year soul bone. The war was so brutal that it could be described as a river of blood. Since then, 10,000-year soul bones have gained such a seemingly beautiful yet romantically bloody name. Although Huyenjun looked envious, he did not dare to compete for them. After all, YeCong's recent fate served as a warning. If he did not know better, his ending would surely be worse than his. The reason Ho-ha-ha could so boldly present 3 10,000-year soul bones is naturally due to his unique magic, Evil Soul Refining Bone. He skillfully fused the body of the soul beast and the soul ring produced by it through the use of this magic. thus forming a rare soul bone. More importantly, this magic can not only be used on soul beasts, but also on soul masters. Huahaha said, "From now on, Element City will be renamed as the Underworld Academy, and the three of you will serve as the dean and vice deans to manage it. As for who will be the dean, you can discuss it among yourselves." He then turned to Huyenjun. "Mr. Huyen, Xiao Ku is here. I trouble you to help me one more time before you leave. Aside from transferring everything from your original Academy of Armored Beasts to these three deans, please make another trip to Thunder Academy to assist them, so that these three deans can take over smoothly. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will complete the task perfectly." Chapter 105, Attitudes of Major Forces, Part 1. The consolidation work quickly came to an end. Aside from encountering some minor troubles while consolidating the Thunder Academy, everything else went exceptionally smoothly. The biggest resistance in consolidating Thunder Academy came from the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and its affiliated families. However, with the strongest dean being disabled, the remaining people naturally could not stir up much trouble. Under the strong suppression of Huyenjun and the heads of the Water and Fire families, those teachers who wanted to resist were quickly defeated and became easy prey. Fahaha's nature was still relatively kind, and he did not make things difficult for the members of these families, directly allowing them to leave. All of this happened at night, and by the time daylight broke, everything had settled down. The events of that night were so shocking that, aside from the Spirit Hall, which already knew the details, and the information-restricted Haotian Sect, the entire continent was shaken. Although the four families of Strength, Break, Defense, and Agility had declined, there were still major families with titled Douluos. They had once been affiliated with the Haotian Sect, and although they had now become independent families, they still bore the mark of the Haotian Sect. If they were to be incorporated, they might incur the resentment of those from the Haotian Sect. The native families of Wind, Fire, and Water, which were formed by elemental talents, were also nobles conferred by the Heaven Do Empire. Incorporating them would also be akin to undermining the Heaven Do Empire. Furthermore, the Thunder Academy that later joined had the influence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Such a forceful annexation would undoubtedly create enmity with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. As for the Elephant Armor Academy, although it was merely a representative academy of the lower force sects, many high-ranking individuals were aware that to seek development and gain more benefits, the Elephant Armor Sect had long since allied with the Spirit Hall. In this light, this newly emerged underworld had offended nearly all the forces on the continent. Spirit Hall, Heaven Do Empire, Haotian Sect, and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. If common folk and powerless nobles viewed this as mere idle gossip, the higher-ups, who knew more of the inside story, felt an unprecedented earthquake approaching and urgently convened a meeting to discuss how to respond. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Fengji dismissed everyone except for the two titled Douluos, Bone Uncle and Sword Uncle, and called them into a private room. "Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, what do you think about this newly emerged underworld?" With various forces surfacing, the original situation on the continent changed, and the situation became increasingly unpredictable. Although Ning Fengji was known for his great wisdom, he found it difficult to see the future clearly in this situation. First, there was the mysterious powerhouse named Huahaha, and then there was the mysterious force of the underworld. Such coincidences made Ning Fengji suspect that the master of the underworld was indeed Huahaha. It must be said that Ning Fengji's mind was sharp. He had only met Huahaha once, and he had not witnessed the events that transpired in Element City that night. Yet, based solely on the rumors circulating outside and some scattered bits of information, he deduced the truth of the matter. Gu Rong frowned. Isn't that Huahaha a member of the Spirit Hall? How could he create that force on his own? To be honest, Gu Rong had always taken pride in his defenses, yet he couldn't withstand even a single move from that person, which had plunged him into a state of self-doubt for quite some time. Old Bone, are you saying that your defense training has made you lose your mind? That Huahaha can't possibly be from the Spirit Hall. Chun Xen suddenly spoke up to explain for Ning Fengji. If Huahaha really came from the Spirit Hall, then why have we never heard of such a powerful titled Douluo before? Gu Rong was unconvinced. Old hag, I don't like what you're saying. Maybe he's a hidden old monster? Chun Xen, feeling exasperated. Can't you think for yourself? If he really is an old monster deliberately hiding, why would he expose himself over such a trivial matter? That's true, but if that's the case, it really could be troublesome. Gu Rong's previously relaxed brow furrowed again. Being enemies with a person and being enemies with a force are completely two different things. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. As a businessman, he had a clear understanding of human relationships. Not necessarily. If he has his own force, he must also have a weakness. There are no eternal friends in this world, nor are there eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If we can find the fundamental reason for his cooperation with the Spear Hall, as long as we increase our stakes, I don't believe we can't make him change partners. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. As the sect master, YeCong also gathered the elders to discuss matters. As one of the parties involved in this incident, they took it more seriously than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Besides him being a titled Douluo, there is also the Vice Sect Master Luomian and the 9 Elders of Longzhou Mountain. Apart from YeCong, who was a Super Douluo at level 95, Vice Sect Master Luomian had already reached the peak of Soul Douluo at level 89. As for the 8 Elders, there were also seasoned Soul Douluo powerhouses. This shows the deep foundation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. These were just the senior members in control of the clan's power. If one included those like YeCong, who had less power, the number of Soul Douluos would be even greater. YeCong surveyed the elders around him and cleared his throat to speak. What do the elders think about Thunder Academy being annexed and YeCong being disabled? What else can we think? That underworld is shitting on our heads. How can we forgive them? The speaker was the youngest, Hong. Although he was the lowest in both age and cultivation among those present, he had a high seniority, being YeCong's 25th great-grandson. Therefore, he represented the Southern Wong Mountain, the second most important mountain after the main peak, True Dragon Mountain. However, an elder from Lanshan raised an opposing opinion. Not good. The one invading Element City is clearly a titled Douluo powerhouse. If we offend them rashly, it will definitely be disastrous. The Southern Wong Mountain elder Hong became furious. Yuhanjian, when did our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect produce a coward like you? Are we supposed to endure being bullied just because our opponent is a titled Douluo? Although Yuhanjian ranked lower than Hong in seniority, he did not lose any momentum. When did I say we shouldn't take revenge? We are about to face the re-election of the top 3 sects. We must not create trouble. If we rashly make enemies, we might attract a lot of trouble. Hong was not persuaded and instead laughed in anger. What a joke. The Tyrant Dragon Sect is invincible. Will you hesitate over such a trivial matter? Chapter 106 Attitudes of Major Forces, Part 2. Faced with the argument between the 2 elders, everyone, including the sect master, remained silent, eyes focused inward, quietly watching like bystanders. Hong's eyes were filled with disdain. Old stubborn. It's because of people like you that our Blue Electro Tyrant Dragon Sect can only rank 3rd. What we need is fearless dominance, and with your timid attitude, when can we achieve great things? Although he held a higher rank, his age and experience were ultimately too limited. Because of his special status, he had been well protected within the sect, and could be considered a flower in a greenhouse. Growing up in such an environment had fostered his arrogant character, completely disregarding the existence of others. In his eyes, both the Spirit Hall and the 2 empires were nothing more than insignificant entities. As for the Haotian Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, which were on par with the Blue Electro Tyrant Dragon Sect, he didn't take them seriously either. In his words, one is a cowardly blacksmith, and the other is a powerless merchant. What qualifications do they have to stand alongside my true dragon? When the Haotian Sect was removed by the Spirit Hall, he even secretly celebrated. Yuhanjing was trembling with anger. As the oldest elder in the clan, when had he ever been insulted like this? If it weren't for the fact that this person held a slightly higher rank than him, he would have already taken action to clean house. All right, you don't need to argue. I have my own decision on this matter. Finally, YeCong, who had been drinking tea and watching the show, spoke up to stop the quarrel between the 2 elders. He glanced at the deputy sect master Luomian beside him and said lightly, Luomian, do you have any news to report? Luomian smiled slightly. I wonder if the ancestors and the elders remember the incident that occurred over half a year ago at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? Are you referring to the mysterious powerhouse from the Spirit Hall who defeated the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and left after demanding a hefty compensation? An elder asked curiously. Although this matter had been kept under wraps by Ning Fengji at the time, it wasn't really a secret among the high-ranking officials of various forces. It was just that no one dared to bring it up in front of Ning Fengji. Don't be fooled by this guy's usual gentle and elegant smile that makes everyone feel like they are in a spring breeze. It's merely the persona he has created. This smiling tiger is far more terrifying when he resorts to schemes than the rough and crude YeCong. If you offend YeCong, the result is simply being directly killed. But if you offend Ning Fengji, he will squeeze out your, and even your family's, interest bit by bit. What is more terrifying is that you might still feel grateful to him until your death. Exactly. Luomian nodded. According to the information returned by our spies, I had my subordinate artist complete a portrait of that mysterious title Dalu. Everyone, please take a look. As he spoke, he took out a scroll, and as it unfolded, a striking portrait of Hua Ha 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 appeared on the paper. Yu Yuanjin also took out a portrait, which was drawn based on Yu Zigong's description, and the figures in both portraits were identical. It seems that the title Dalu who occupied our Thunder Academy is not simple. I didn't expect it to actually be a title Dalu from the Spear Hall. No wonder the Armor Sect withdrew voluntarily. Yu Yuanjin pondered. The Spirit Hall has indeed made a big move. If my guess is correct, the upcoming sect election will also see participation from the underworld. Sect Master, are we just going to swallow this? Yu Luomian asked. Yu Yuanjin snorted coldly. Humph. The Spirit Hall is lawless. If they're just showing off in their own territory, I wouldn't bother, but if they want to ride on our blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, I certainly won't let them off easily. Luomian, help me draft a challenge letter. I want to have a one-on-one challenge with His Excellency Hua Ha Ha. Although the Heaven Do Empire was also a victim, they did not possess the formidable strength of the blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. The strongest worshipper of the empire was merely an 89th level soul Dalu. The reason they had survived to this day without being destroyed by the Star Luo Empire was entirely due to the Spirit Hall's mediation and support from the two major sections. In this matter, they found themselves in a dilemma. If they were to turn against each other, it would be tantamount to seeking death. This was someone who could force 8 soul Dalu families to surrender overnight, showing no fear of offending the blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Such a presence, even a heavily guarded imperial palace, would likely seem as if it were unprotected. The Snow Knight Emperor was afraid that any action he took would lead to assassins taking advantage of his sleep to take his head. If they remained silent, the Empire's face would be lost entirely. In front of the Star Luo Empire, they would be unable to hold their heads high, and might even provoke rebellions in their subordinate kingdoms and duchies because of their authority. In the court, 2 groups of officials were arguing fiercely. One side believed that the Empire's reputation must not be lost, and even if they couldn't wait, they should seek justice and display the Empire's might. While the other side argued that reputation, no matter how important, could not be eaten, and offending such a terrifying force might jeopardize their very sustenance. It would be better to feign ignorance and act as if this matter had never happened, prioritizing peace. The argument between the 2 groups of officials left the Snow Knight Emperor dizzy. He was filled with pent-up anger and waved his hand to stop the debate. He glanced at the quietly standing Snow Qinghe in the corner and said, "My son, what insights do you have on this matter? What do you think? Use your eyes to see." Snow Qinghe silently mocked, having already been replaced by Qian Renshua. As one of the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, she often corresponded with her mother, so she had some understanding of this matter. However, she did not expect the underworld's actions to be so swift, achieving such shocking feats in just one night. As for His Excellency Hua Ha Ha, the Lord of the Underworld who stirred up a storm, she had met him once. The reason she could create a false body to handle tasks and deal with the Snow Knight Emperor without hindering her cultivation was entirely thanks to the spell he gifted her called Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone creates a clone by absorbing sunlight. Although the clone is extremely fragile, it possesses all the abilities of the main body. Snow Qinghe stepped forward, bowed, and said, reporting to Father, "I believe that His Excellency Hua Ha 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 is terrifyingly powerful. It is better to resolve enmity rather than create it, and we should avoid making enemies. However, on the other hand, our Heaven Do Empire's face cannot be lost like this. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to great trouble in the future." Snow Knight became interested. Everyone can say pretty words, but few can truly come up with a solution. Oh, do you have a way to achieve a win-win situation? Chapter 107 Attitudes of Major Powers, Part 2. Since the unexpected deaths of his most politically talented eldest son and his most gifted third son in cultivation, he had focused all his efforts on his second son, Xue Qinghe. Although he had suspected that all of this might be the doing of his second son, Xue Qinghe, he did not delve deeper into it. After all, there was no evidence for such matters, and the emotions within the imperial family were inherently very indifferent. He himself had climbed to this position by stepping over the corpses of his brothers. As long as the act of fratricide was not made public, it could be considered a trivial matter. Xue Qinghe did not disappoint him, whether in handling state affairs or in dealing with people. He had already met the standards of the future ruler in his mind. As for the fourth son, it was better not to mention him. As long as that ungrateful son did not cause any calamities for the country, being a carefree prince was enough. Xue Qinghe said, "In my humble opinion, we can grant that lord a title of nobility. Even if we cannot bring him under the Tian Do Empire, we should at least stand firm on moral grounds." "Your Majesty, you cannot." Xuexing quickly stepped forward, bowed to Emperor Shui, and said, facing a villain who occupies our cities, instead of attacking him, "We should promote him? Does that not make our Tian-Do empire appear weak and incompetent?" He then turned to Xue Qinghe with a serious expression. "Qinghe, let me ask you, as a prince, how can you not bravely face the disgrace of our country, but instead retreat? What is your intention?" Xuexing was the younger brother of Emperor Shui, and during the previous struggle for the throne, he had fully supported his elder brother. Therefore, he became the only prince with real power in the Tian-Do Empire and was qualified to stay beside the emperor and be entrusted with important responsibilities. Prince Xuexing secretly supported the fourth prince, Xuelang. Yes, that first spoiled prince who excelled in drinking, gambling, and debauchery. Whether he supported Xuelang out of genuine affection for this nephew or had other motives was unknown. For this reason, he immediately opposed Xue Qinghe. For Xuexing, opposing everything proposed by Xue Qinghe, even nitpicking, was essential. Even if he could not diminish Xue Qinghe's standing in the eyes of the emperor, he wanted to irritate him. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. "Uncle, you are mistaken. The forces capable of such significant actions overnight are certainly not limited to 1 or 2 titled Douluos. In terms of numbers alone, they probably exceed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. If we regard them as enemies, it would be unwise. We might even suffer devastating consequences. On the contrary, if we keep showing goodwill, even if we cannot make them part of the Tian-Do Empire, we can leave some goodwill like Lord Dugu. At the very least, this way, when facing the Star Luo Empire, we will not be in a passive position." Xuexing opened his mouth to say something, but he heard Xue Qinghe continue. "If we pretend to be deaf and mute, we might become the laughingstock of others. Therefore, looking at it this way, it would be wiser to take the lesser harm and grant them noble titles. Among the nobility, mutual mergers between noble factions are not rare. So, in this light, Huahua occupying Element City could be considered justified." Emperor Shui, intrigued, leaned forward. "Then, according to my son's opinion, what title should I grant him?" This time, however, Xue Qinghe did not elaborate. He lowered his head and said, "This son is dull and does not dare to overstep. I asked my father to make the decision. Emperor Zhuyi nodded in satisfaction." Knowing when to advance and retreat, Xue Qinghe had now become a qualified leader. Perhaps after 100 years, he could lead the Tian-Do Empire to new heights. After pondering for a moment, Shui Yi said, "Shuei-Ro, Huiyuan, and Fengyun are all hereditary earls. If we merge these 3, they should be granted the title of duke." As soon as Shui Ye's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Including Xue Qinghe, no one expected that Shui Yi would directly grant Hua such a high title. Under the emperor, only the royal family had the right to bestow princely titles, so they did not count in the hierarchy, while the remaining 5 ranks were duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. A duke had the power to establish a duchy, and within his territory, his status was equivalent to that of the emperor. He could appoint civil and military officials and even wage war against other duchies and kingdoms. After a brief shock, Xue Qinghe quickly returned to normal. He hurriedly knelt. "Father, you are wise." At this moment, Xue Qinghe was merely a shadow clone, so he naturally had no concerns. Seeing that Emperor Shui Yi had made a decision, the officials dared not voice any further opposition and all knelt in unison, shouting "Long live." Shui Yi continued, "This matter will be fully entrusted to my son, Xue Qinghe, with Xuexing as his deputy to assist him wholeheartedly, without error. Your son's subject understands." Among the major powers involved, the calmest was the Haotian Sect. After sealing off their sect, the Haotian Sect had always been cut off from news, and with the recent events, all their disciples dared not leave the sect casually. Even if they became aware of these matters, they were powerless. Tang Yuehua, who was in the Moon Pavilion, simply nodded calmly after listening to the account from the new resident. After the person left, a hint of sadness appeared on her face. The Haotian Sect had truly fallen. Even an insignificant person could bully them. Second brother, are those things said by the Spirit Hall true? As soon as this thought arose in her mind, she quickly shook her head, dismissing it. In her heart, Tang Hao was a hero of the world. If it weren't for their sibling relationship, Tang Yuehua had even considered dedicating herself to him. Such a hero would never engage in treacherous and despicable acts. Indeed, it must be the Spirit Hall using slander to frame her second brother, Tang Hao, after committing all kinds of evil deeds. Tang Yuehua was indeed a remarkable woman. Although she was a direct descendant of the Haotian Sect, due to a mutation in her martial soul, her soul power was only level 9, making her a minor soul master. However, She had managed to establish a business beneath the emperor's feet through her means. The Moon Pavilion she founded had now become a standard noble school, where every noble took pride in cultivating there. It was also thanks to the income from a Moon Pavilion that she single-handedly supported the large family of the Haotian Sect. However, perhaps due to the malice of this world, on this continent, every woman with even a little achievement suffered from severe romantic delusions. Bibi Dong, already healed. Ain, already healed. Lu Erlong. Even Poseidon, who was claimed to be invincible at sea, was the same. Chapter 108. Forest Assembly. Large chapter. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already the agreed-upon time. Yang Wudi from the Pa family, Niao Gao from the Yu family, Bai He from the Min family, and the new leader of the Li family, Tyson, all arrived at the marked location on the map as per their agreement. In addition, the leaders of the water, fire, and wind families were also invited to this place. Upon seeing that the representative of the Li family was not his old friend Titan, but a younger relative, Niao Gao's heart sank. He took 3 steps and 2 strides and grabbed Tyson by the collar, sternly demanding, "Where has old Titan gone?" Tyson dared not meet his gaze and didn't know how to respond, so he could only lower his head and remain silent. At this moment, Niao Gao realized that Titan had already fallen. He was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes turning red. "You scoundrel! Titan is your uncle. How could you lay such a vicious hand on him?" Niao Gao gasped like an angry bull, growing more furious as he spoke. He raised his fist, intending to strike Tyson hard. "All right, old rhino, stop." Yang Wudi reached out and grabbed Niao Gao's raised arm, stopping him from taking the next step. Although Yang Wudi wasn't as close to Titan as Niao Gao was, they had been friends for many years and had weathered many storms together. At this moment, he also felt a sense of sorrow for the death of a friend. He sighed and advised, "You know old Titan's character. He was loyal to that scoundrel Tang Hao and would never betray him. I don't know what the situation is on your side, but in my Pa family, there's a profound super Douluo. Given old Titan's nature, if he hadn't died, the entire Li family would likely have perished." Niao Gao fell silent, his arms hanging weakly at his sides. Hadn't he already suspected this when a mysterious black-robed strongman who controlled the ice dragon came to recruit him? He shot a fierce glare at Tyson and then kicked him away, saying, "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." Tyson stumbled back a few steps, almost falling, but fortunately, he was supported by the nearby Huiyuan. Huiyuan, Shuei-Ro, and Feng Yun exchanged glances and sighed softly. From a certain perspective, their situation seemed relatively better. Huiyanjun had escaped just in time, and besides gaining this big shot of favor, he also obtained some immensely valuable soul-guiding devices. Their 3 families had promptly surrendered and received a soul bone. Only that unfortunate president of the Thunder Academy, Yu Zi, had directly become a waste. After a while, Huahaha finally arrived late. Accompanying him were several high-ranking members of the underworld. First, the 2 protectors, Sheng Hui and Xianming, followed by the 3 elders, Dugabo, Song Qianqian, and Yirenxin. They remained calm upon seeing Dugabo, since they had previously heard by he mention that this poisoned Douluo had joined the underworld. However, when they saw that Yirenxin had also joined the underworld, they were quite shocked. What surprised them even more was that Yirenxin had somehow broken through to become a titled Douluo. Just this point alone was more astonishing than their knowledge that the underworld had a remarkable number of titled Douluos. Since Yirenxin was a healing-type soul master, for him, as long as he had a breath left, he could basically save anyone, aside from the 3 families from Element City. This was the first time these 4 families had met the master of the underworld. In fact, even the water, fire, and wind families were somewhat surprised to see Huahaha, as they had always perceived him as a man with a mischievous smile and an incredibly arrogant and domineering personality. However, the Huahaha before them was restrained and humble, with an incredibly sincere smile. If they weren't also soul master-level powerhouses, they would have thought he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. "I'm really sorry. I may have been a bit too heavy-handed before and offended a certain friend. I had a spar with him on the way here, which delayed my arrival. Thank you all for waiting," Huahaha said with a gentle smile, apologizing to everyone. This operation directly left several titled Douluos present in shock. If it weren't for seeing the several titled Douluos beside him showing great respect towards him, they would have doubted whether Huahaha was a counterfeit. After all, any titled Douluo was extremely proud, and they would only show respect to those stronger than themselves, except when it came to support-type soul masters. The idea of a strong person apologizing to a weaker one was something they had never heard of. They naturally did not dare to be presumptuous and hurriedly returned the greeting. No, it is our honor to wait for your excellency." If the leaders of the Li, You and Min families were still unsure who Huahaha's friend was. The heads of the water, fire, and wind families had already guessed. It was most likely YeCong, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. They were secretly alarmed. Battles between experts often took a long time. Sometimes, a single fight could last several days and nights. YeCong, as the leader of the world's #1 beast martial soul sect, naturally possessed terrifying strength. Yet Huahaha faced such a formidable opponent and seemed to have only exerted a little effort, without even getting his clothes dirty. Could he be the legendary ultimate Douluo? This thought floated in their minds. The family leaders do not need to be overly courteous. I invited everyone here for a reason. Huahaha raised his hand in the air, and the leaders were all lifted up. Please, master of the underworld, instruct us. We will certainly not hesitate to die. That's enough. There's no need for that. Huahaha waved his hand and said with a smile, now that you have joined the underworld, I can't very well take advantage of you. With a wave of his hand, 4 soul bones appeared and fell into the hands of the 4 family leaders. Niugao received a 20,000-year-old enamel turtle trunk bone. Tyson received a 40,000-year-old frenzied cracking ape left arm bone. Bai he received a 40,000-year-old soul devouring sparrow right leg bone. Yang Wudi received the highest grade sacred white tiger right arm bone, which was a staggering 67,000 years old. To obtain these 4 soul bones, Huahaha had put in quite a bit of effort. Aside from the sacred white tiger right arm bone, the other 3 were refined from evil soul masters he had captured. After receiving the soul bones, the 4 leaders were somewhat incredulous, doubting whether they were dreaming. Could soul bones of this caliber really be given away like cabbages? As former major affiliated families of the Haotian Sect, they naturally understood that even in this once #1 sect, their inherited soul bones consisted of only 2 leg and arm bones aged around 60 to 70,000 years. The 3 families that had already received this gift were once again amazed. To directly send out 7 pieces of top-grade soul bones of the Blood River treasure level was a show of grandeur that far surpassed any major sect. The only one that could be compared to it would likely be the Spear Hall, right? If they had previously surrendered out of necessity. Now, they could only say it was truly fragrant. They felt incredibly fortunate about their actions. Under Huahaha's instructions, they sat on the ground and began to absorb the soul bones. About an hour later, they finally finished absorbing the soul bones. With the completion of the absorption, not only did the physical qualities of the 4 family leaders significantly improve, but they also gained an additional skill, and their long-stagnant soul power levels also broke through. Among them, Tyson, the weakest, was now 1 step closer to becoming a title Douluo. As a top-grade soul bone, the skills granted to them are naturally not weak. The soul skill attached to Niugao's enamel turtle trunk bone is the steel barrier, which creates a large pale golden defense shield centered around himself, with indestructible defensive power that can even withstand attacks from title Douluo. Tyson's frenzied cracking ape left arm bone has the attached soul skill of explosive fist, which adds a layer of milky white light to the surface of the fist after gathering energy, capable of crushing solid objects. Baihi's soul devouring sparrow right leg bone has the attached soul skill of extreme shadow chasing wind leg, which unleashes a spinning kick with a blue light arc towards the target after gathering energy. If powerful enough, it can cut the enemy in half. This successfully compensates for Baihi's lack of offensive skills. Yang Wudi's holy white tiger right arm bone, being the oldest among these 4 soul bones, also has an extraordinary attached soul skill, Holy Judgment. After determining the target, the soul-piercing spear is thrown, with Holy Judgment adding a locking feature that guarantees a hit. Combined with the terrifying destructive power of the soul-piercing spear, Yang Wudi's ability to single-handedly kill a title Douluo may no longer be simple boasting. They each stepped forward to express their gratitude and swore an oath with their martial souls, pledging eternal loyalty to the underworld and never betraying it. Huahaha nodded with satisfaction and said, "Let me make it clear beforehand, I have always been strict with rewards and punishments. If you can achieve enough merit, perhaps I can arrange a full set of soul bones for you. Conversely, if you make mistakes, then you can blame me for being ruthless." Although he wore a gentle smile on his face, it gave a chilling feeling. The 7 clan leaders, Li Yu, Po Min Feng, Shui, and Hua, dared not voice any objections and nodded obediently in agreement. In terms of recruiting subordinates, Huahaha has always employed both grace and power, using a method of giving a sweet date after a slap to win their loyalty. Until now, these 7 clans have officially joined the underworld, becoming one of their own. Under the leadership of the title Douluo, They entered the Eye of Ice and Fire to discuss the construction of the underworld. Prior to this, Huahaha had encountered the uncle and nephew from the Shui family who came to offer titles. Faced with the Tiando Empire's gesture of goodwill by conferring the title of Duke of the Underworld, Huahaha accepted this olive branch with a simple thought. With this identity, things would become much easier for him. Of course, even without this identity, no one could stop him from doing what he wanted. As for the responsibilities and obligations that come with being a Duke of the Empire, Huahaha stated that if the Tiando Empire really faced a crisis of national extinction, he might lend a hand, depending on his mood. The Xingluo Empire, upon learning of this news, sighed but did not pay much attention. Firstly, merely a title cannot make title dual-level powerhouses submit. Just look at the current top beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the top support martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, both of which are within the Tiando Empire's territory. Without mentioning the old dragon, Yu Yuanjin, that old fox Ning Fengji, aside from enjoying his title in the Tiando Empire, is also Shui Qing's teacher. It can be said that they are completely aligned with the Tiando Empire, forming a community of shared interests. Yet even so, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect has never provided any military support to the Tiando Empire. If not for this, the Tiando Empire wouldn't have been under constant pressure from the Xingluo Empire. As for whether this mysterious title law would pose a threat to the Xingluo Empire, the current Emperor Dai Tianchong has never even considered such a possibility. In his view, forcing 7 soul Douluo families to surrender is something that any strong titled Douluo can accomplish. The fact that the underworld is unafraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect only indicates that their strength is also among the top 3 sects, but still inferior to the entire Xingluo Empire. Dai Tianchong's confidence stems from his extraordinary strength. Aside from being a level 93 titled Douluo powerhouse himself, his wife, Zhu Luoyi, also possesses the cultivation of an 87th level soul Douluo. Having never seen the continent's top powers, he naively believes that with the martial soul fusion skill of the Yinming White Tiger between him and his wife, combined with the Xingluo Empire's million-strong army, they would be invincible across the entire Douluo continent. What he does not know is that his arrogance and ignorance will bring a devastating blow to the new Luo Empire in the future. In the hidden chamber of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Yuanjin sits cross-legged, regulating his breath with soul power. If anyone were here, they would surely notice that Yu Yuanjin has sustained significant internal injuries. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a blood arrow spurted out. Although his face turned somewhat pale, his breath stabilized. Yu Yuanjin placed his hands on his knees, his expression complex, and murmured to himself, "I didn't expect that Huahaha would be so powerful. If he hadn't held back, perhaps I wouldn't have escaped death today. Is it possible that the Spirit Hall really has such strong individuals? If so, what should I do if one day the Spirit Hall suddenly targets my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect?" Proud of his true dragon martial soul, Yu Yuanjin began to doubt himself after today's battle, and his heart was shattered. The crushing defeat against Huahaha has become his inner demon. If he cannot overcome it, he will never make any progress. He thought he had been cautious enough, unleashing all his means, including his true form, soul bone skills, and even dragon transformation secret techniques, the moment he encountered Huahaha. Yet even so, he was defeated in just one encounter. This was still the result of Huahaha holding back. Otherwise, he would have likely been left without a complete corpse. Yu Yuanjin suspects that the calamity the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect faced 6 months ago was caused solely by this lord of the underworld. With such strength, it would be difficult for him to single-handedly defeat the 2-titled Douluo assisted by Ning Fengji. Chapter 109. The Soul Beast delivered to their door in the Star Doe Forest. YeCong's soul ring hunting mission was nearing its end. After half a month, Hulaina, Meng Aran, and Oscar each obtained their 3rd and 2nd soul rings, respectively. Hulaina's 3rd soul skill, Fox Fire Command, comes from a 2,000-year-old day fire spirit fox, and can summon flames to burn the target. Currently, Hulaina can only create 3 flames, but as her strength increases, the number of flames will gradually rise. Meng Aran's 3rd soul skill, Bone Corroding Poison Needle, comes from a 1,500-year-old 2-headed viper, and the serpent-shaped sculpture at the top of her staff can spit out a large number of poison-laden flying needles. Oscar's 2nd soul skill, Detoxifying Garlic Sausage, comes from a 700-year-old azurite toad. Consuming it not only relieves the user's poison state, but also provides a temporary poison resistance buff. More importantly, as he grows stronger, the detoxification effect improves, and the duration and effectiveness of the poison resistance buff are extended. Although they had been wandering around the outskirts of the Star Doe forest for half a month, they still felt both physically and mentally exhausted. Considering that YeCong and Chao Shitting were still young, Chao Tianxiang made an extra trip to send the two girls back to the spirit hall. As night fell and they were roasting potatoes around the fire, Meng Shu comforted Yin and Xieyu, saying, "You two don't need to rush too much. If we can't find anything in the outskirts, we can check the mixed area. With my protection, it should be fine." Just as he was speaking, a beastly roar interrupted them. They saw a blue-scaled giant python with distinct scales rushing out of the forest, covered in wounds, clearly having just survived a fierce battle. Chasing the blue python was a small giant over 10 feet tall, made entirely of stone and magma. Each of its steps covered 7 or 8 meters, and the roar they heard earlier came from it. The blue rock python, with dark purple patterns on its surface, was over 10 feet long and should have been around 1 to 2,000 years old. The lava giant, a variant of the rock giant, also appeared to be around 1,000 years old based on its size and demeanor. Oscar's eyes lit up as he quickly identified the species and age of these two soul beasts. As a food-type soul master, he didn't need to hone his combat skills like others, so he had more free time. He spent this time in the library. The spirit hall was rich in various texts, and even the most basic literature was extremely valuable to the outside world. After reading countless texts, Oscar's knowledge base skyrocketed, earning him the nickname Living Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Unlike YeCong, who had several soul beast minions to explain things to him, Oscar directly improved himself, imprinting a wealth of information about soul beasts in his mind. YeCong smiled slightly and flipped his wrist to take out the soul-gathering hammer, saying, "It's effortless to find what I seek." He looked at Yin and Xieyu. "These two soul beasts are just right for you." He was about to take action, but Hulaina stopped him, her fierce fighting spirit burning brightly. Eager to try, "Brother YeCong, let me and Xiao Ran handle these two guys." YeCong hesitated for a moment, but nodded. "Be careful." Don't worry. Brother, Yin, let's go." Hulaina pulled Meng Iran and called out to the two boys. Meng Shu also reminded, "Iran, be careful. If anything goes wrong, I will intervene immediately." "Don't worry, Grandpa. With the 4 of us, we're more than enough for these two soul beasts," Meng Iran said confidently. At this moment, the two soul beasts noticed the humans. The natural enemies that were previously fighting each other temporarily set aside their hatred and turned their attention towards the 2 boys and 2 girls who wanted to hunt them. Xieyu took the lead, stepping forward, and his moon blade crisscrossed to directly divide the battlefield. As his soul ring lit up, Xieyu charged at the blue rock python with a fierce killing intent. Hulaina casually formed a hand seal and unleashed her newly acquired 3rd soul skill, Foxfire Command. Instantly, 3 flames ignited around her. These fireballs were extremely hot and seemed to possess a special attribute. Getting too close would not only cause dryness but also induce a state of mental disorientation. The scales of the 1,000-year-old blue rock python were practically indestructible. Xieyu's first soul skill, combined with Hulaina's fox claw, only sparked a few flames upon impact, failing to injure the beast but fully awakening its ferocity. The blue rock python, feeling the pain, twisted its body wildly. It reared up, its vertical pupils gleaming with cold light. "I can't defeat that big oaf made of magma. But can I handle you 2 little bugs?" Its massive body swayed, and suddenly, many fragments of stone appeared around it, which then flew towards Yin and Hulaina like a sandstorm. Xieyu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly positioned himself in front of his sister, swinging his moon blade to form a silver barrier that blocked all the stones. With the enhancement of his 2nd soul skill, his control over his martial soul had reached a commendable level. He could be said to wield it as effortlessly as an arm. Hulaina smiled brightly. She extended her delicate hand and pulled Xieyu behind her, saying, "Brother, you forgot? I'm stronger than you now." As she spoke, she summoned the 3 flames to gather in front of her, forming a massive flame shield that devoured all the stones. Then, the flame shield dispersed again, and Hulaina used her clone technique, creating 3 clones that, after receiving the enhancement of those 3 flames, clawed at the blue rock python together. On the other side, Yin and Meng Iran, the young couple, were also fighting the lava giant together. After evolving, Yan's martial soul granted him the ability to hover briefly in the air. With his 2 powerful soul skills combined with Meng Iran's support, they quickly cornered their hunting target. At first, Meng Iran tried to rely on the lethal poison from her 3rd soul skill to take down the lava giant. However, Due to the lava giant's body being composed of stone and scorching magma, it was immune to the poison. Seeing this, Meng Yiran had to change her strategy. She used her second soul skill to immobilize the lava giant, and then, in conjunction with Yan's fierce attacks, she found gaps to dismantle it. The snake blade was an additional soul skill granted by her soul ring, and as Meng Yiran's martial soul evolved and her strength increased, the sharpness of the snake blade also improved. It was now sharp enough to rival Xieyu's moonblade. Chapter 1:10 The Last Two Soul Rings Sun Thief. Take this punch. Yin flapped his wings and hovered in midair, shouting as he swung his fist down towards the lava giant's head. After specialized training, Yin had become quite adept with his soul skills, having fully integrated his first and second soul skills. In addition to using the granite gauntlets made from his second soul skill, he also applied a buff to himself using the hellish magma charge of his first soul skill. Although the lava giant was several times larger than Yin and significantly stronger, Yan's martial spirit was that of the Lord of Lava, making him a superior being compared to the lava giant, which weakened its imposing aura. Moreover, since it had already sustained significant injuries and had been controlled by Meng Yiran's second soul skill, Nightmare, it stumbled back a few steps after Yin landed a punch. The purified fire element had reached the ultimate level of fire, making it difficult for the lava giant, which naturally fed on magma, to endure, letting out a wailing cry. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Yiran moved in directly, wielding her snake staff. Oh no, after absorbing the elixir, her martial spirit had evolved into the poisoned serpent treasure staff. The poisoned serpent treasure staff whirled in Meng Yiran's hand, and her soul-devouring staff technique had made some progress after years of study and practice. Despite the significant difference in size between her and the lava giant, each of her attacks left a scar on the giant's body. Over time, even an ant could potentially kill an elephant. Surrounded by the two of them, the lava giant soon found itself only able to defend, with no ability to retaliate. Looking quite pathetic, realizing the situation was unfavorable, it feigned an attack to push Yin and Meng Yiran back before attempting to flee. However, just a few steps into its escape, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky in front of it, blocking its path. This was the work of YeCong's flag demon, Thunder Hellvine. The vine rooted itself in the void, bathing in the sea of thunder. It communicated with the lava giant using the universal language of soul beasts through mental waves. Return, there is still hope to fight those two humans. If you try to escape, I will surely kill you. Although the lava giant had not yet attained intelligence, it could still understand the universal language of soul beasts. Its simple brain may not grasp why this soul beast elder was pressing it so hard, but it dared not defy and let out a mournful cry before turning back to re-engage with Yin and Meng Yiran. Hellish magma charge, Yin shouted, and as his palm touched the ground, a river of magma surged straight towards the lava giant. Despite being a creature made entirely of lava, the giant let out a howl of agony at the intense heat, and suddenly, two dark red patches of magma on its body brightened, doubling its power. It then swung its fist down at Yin. Facing the enormous fist, Yin did not dare to take it head-on and flapped his wings to float away from the blow. Just as he ascended, the lava giant condensed a fireball in its other hand and shot it directly at him. Seeing the dire situation, YeCong prepared to act, but a shield made of flames appeared in front of Yin. Nana? Yin and Meng Yiran both looked at Hulaina in surprise. You guys can't do it. You've been at it for so long and still haven't taken down this guy. Hulaina crossed her arms, grinning at them. They saw that the enormous azure rock serpent had already been slain, and Xieyuyu was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring. With a wave of her hand, Hulaina split the flame shield into 3 fireballs that gathered around her, cheerfully saying, "How about it? A lovely sister is here to help you deal with this guy." No need, we could take it down ourselves." Before Yin could finish his sentence, Meng Yiran interrupted, attacking the lava giant while saying, "Sister Nana, don't listen to this fool. We still need you to handle this big guy." Hulaina nodded in satisfaction. Little Ran speaks nicely. She cast her clone skill again, surrounding the lava giant with a total of 4 figures, and then simultaneously unleashed the fox demon claw. The clones chose to engage in close combat, their pink claws rushing directly at the lava giant. The claws, sharp enough to slice through iron, tore through the lava giant's hard exterior, leaving deep and large wounds. Unlike the dense and small cuts caused by Meng Yiran earlier, Hulaina's attacks left substantial and deep gashes. The lava giant was pushed back several steps by the powerful attacks, its flames burning wildly, exuding a fierce intent to perish alongside these 3 troublesome humans. However, before it could fully unleash its fury, Meng Ran quickly regained her composure and pulled it back into the nightmare once again. Seizing the opportunity, she swung the poisoned serpent treasure staff and aimed it directly at the immobile lava giant's heart. Yin was not idle either. He charged up and unleashed a self-created soul skill called Flame Cannon, smashing hard against the lava giant's chest. This soul skill was a fusion of his first and second soul skills, boasting immense power, with temperatures exceeding 100 degrees, enough to destroy most living beings. As both the heart and body were pierced, the lava giant let out a painful howl, and its massive form collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Meng Ran did not immediately withdraw the poisoned serpent treasure staff. She stood on the lava giant's body, urging Yin, "Hurry up and finish it off." Yin nodded. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged forward and swung his granite-filled arm, shattering the lava giant's head before it took its last breath. Yin retracted his martial spirit and sat cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes, placing his hands on his knees, guiding the soul ring to envelop him gradually. Meng Shu sighed in relief as he watched the two absorbing their soul rings. During the past half-month, he had acted nonchalant, but the psychological pressure had been significant. These young masters and ladies were undoubtedly the cherished ones of the Spirit Hall. Any mishap would be a cost he could not bear. Now, it seemed that this journey could finally come to an end. The absorption of the soul rings went particularly smoothly, and in about half an hour, they completed the absorption of their third soul rings. Xiaoyu obtained a powerful soul skill called Thousand Blade Rock Crushing Slash after using the skill. The moon blades would exhibit a shattering phenomenon, and each fragment would carry immense power. Xiaoyu demonstrated his newly acquired soul skill. And with thousands of fragments moving in unison, a large tree, which was the target, was left riddled with holes and torn to pieces. Chapter 111. Yan's third soul skill. After watching Xiaoyu's performance, YeCong pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaoyu, can you use your second soul skill to control these fragments?" Xiaoyu seemed to think for a moment, then activated his third soul skill, transforming his martial soul, Moonblade, into thousands of pieces and attempted to use the soul skill control to manipulate these fragments. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. He could only make the fragments hover around him, and there was no way to develop it further. YeCong comforted him, saying, "There's no rush on this matter. To fully control thousands of fragments, it requires a long period of training. Once you can control them completely, you can try to recombine them to create other unique soul skills." Then he turned to Yin and asked, "What is your third soul skill?" Yin chuckled and replied, "Boss YeCong, my soul skill is an amplification type, and it will definitely surprise you all." YeCong became interested and revealed his martial soul. Walking to Yan's side, "Interesting, let me practice with you." Yin hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss, let's make it clear first that you can't use Shimu and the others." YeCong was taken aback for a moment, then realized Yan's cautiousness and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I won't use any flag monsters." In terms of strength alone, YeCong was merely fighting above his rank, barely at the level of an ordinary soul zone. His real strength lay in having several powerful flag monsters as support. With the advantage of numbers and perfect coordination, even a Soul King could suffer a significant loss if not careful. Boss YeCong, you need to be careful." After receiving YeCong's assurance, Yan's eyes shone brightly, and he spread his arms. With his martial soul manifested, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple appeared. As the third soul ring flickered, he let out a low roar, "Rage of the Lava." A radiant glow enveloped Yan's body, and his strength surged dramatically. So strong, YeCong was slightly taken aback, immediately concluding that Yan's third soul ring granted him a powerful amplification soul skill. The exact extent of the enhancement would need to be determined through actual combat. Yin rushed into attack, his granite-encased arms striking down towards YeCong's head with great force. YeCong hurriedly raised his soul-suppressing hammer to block, but he still underestimated Yan's strength. The powerful impact numbed his arm, forcing him to retreat quickly. However, Yin reacted swiftly, following up with a second punch. As YeCong dodged, he silently pondered. The increase in strength, attack, and reaction speed was more than just a 10% boost. Which aspects would this journey emphasize? Could it be an all-around amplification? YeCong was startled by this thought and immediately denied it. If that were the case, then Yan's third soul skill would indeed be too astonishing. An all-attribute enhancement wouldn't just include conventional aspects like strength, defense, attack, and speed, but also reaction speed, soul power operation speed, mastery over one's martial soul, mental strength, and more. In such a state of enhancement, even a mere 1% increase could lead to earth-shattering changes. Moreover, generally speaking, such soul skills often come with side effects, often leading to a long period of weakness or other issues after use. As for what side effects Yen would encounter after using this soul skill, that remained to be seen. With the all-attribute enhancement, Yan's movements were no longer as clumsy as before. With just a thought, he instantly unleashed his first soul skill, Hell Lava Rush. He punched, and scorching lava erupted from his fist, surging towards YeCong. This time, YeCong did not continue to dodge. He used the soul-suppressing gong as a shield to withstand the powerful firepower directly. After undergoing the tempering of water and fire, YeCong's physical quality had also seen a significant improvement. Although he was a weapon martial soul master, his physical constitution was already on par with that of soul masters with beast martial souls of the same level. Breaking 1,000 cracks, YeCong's expression grew serious as he stepped forward, charging ahead. He slightly twisted his body and swung the soul-suppressing hammer in a very clever manner towards Yen. Yan's expression changed. Sensing the situation was dire, he hurriedly raised his arm to defend. The soul-suppressing hammer felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. With just one strike, it cracked Yan's rock-like gauntlet, causing him to stagger back several steps. Yen quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and YeCong. He glanced at the crack on his gauntlet and helplessly said, "Boss, I didn't expect you to be this strong. This is my last move. If you can withstand it, then I truly have no other way." Saying this, he assumed a stance, raising one arm to gather energy. YeCong did not interrupt him, quietly waiting for Yen to unleash his most powerful self-created soul skill, Flame Cannon. He wanted to see how strong the Flame Cannon would become after the enhancement. After about 1 or 2 seconds, Yen finally finished gathering energy, transforming into a flaming meteor that charged straight towards YeCong. YeCong felt the intense heat approaching and couldn't help but marvel at Yan's growth and strength. Despite just absorbing his third soul ring and having only level 31 soul power, the destructive power of this attack was enough to severely injure or even kill a soul zone. He ducked to evade Yan's incoming punch, and as Yen flew past him, YeCong jumped up and kicked towards Yan's chest. After taking the kick, Yen flew out, but Meng Shu caught him just in time, preventing him from crashing into a tree. Yen stood up, rubbing his chest with a wry smile, and said, "Boss, did you have to hit so hard? You almost made me lose my breath." "Sorry, my mistake." YeCong smiled apologetically, feeling it was just a matter of getting used to it. "Yen, your fighting style is too straightforward and lacks adaptability. That's the reason for your failure. If you can add some softness to your aggressiveness, you will become even stronger." Meng Yiran curiously leaned in and asked, "Yen, what is your third soul skill? It really feels like you've been enhanced a lot." In the past, when they sparred with YeCong, it usually took at least 2 to 3 of them working together to barely defeat YeCong without using flag monsters. But now Yen, relying solely on himself, was only slightly shorter than YeCong. This strength had increased dramatically. Yen took a bite of the red sausage Oscar gave him and smiled, saying, "My third soul skill is called Rage of the Lava, which can enhance all my attributes by 5. What the hell?" YeCong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had suspected it earlier, he couldn't help but curse after it was confirmed. Chapter 112 about YeCong's low-key, yet luxurious life, Yen said with a look of regret, "Actually, it's not that impressive. With my current strength, I can only activate the rage of the magma flame once a day, and each time it lasts only 3 or 4 minutes. This guy is definitely showing off." Xiaoyu walked over with a strange expression and patted Yen on the shoulder, saying, "Old Yen, saying that makes it easy to get beat up, you know? Full attribute enhancement. Such soul skills are usually only possessed at the 10,000-year level, yet Yan's third soul ring has one without any backlash effect." This kind of luck surprised YeCong. If he weren't already familiar with the plot, he would definitely not think this guy was a child of destiny. "All right, we've been out for more than half a month. Let's talk about it when we get back. To the spirit hall, let's go." Meng Shu's mood relaxed significantly, and even he, who is usually stern and serious, made a rare joke. Hooray! Everyone cheered in unison. They had encountered quite a few dangers over the past month and were experiencing a dual fatigue of body and mind that was hard to describe in words. Now that everything was resolved, they could finally go home. They didn't want to think about anything else at the moment. They just wanted to return to their warm beds for a good sleep. After leaving the Star-Do Great Forest, they didn't delay and hurried to the small town where they had stored their carriage. Considering it was getting late, they decided to stay at an inn for one night before returning to the spirit hall. Since they were all feeling exhausted, they didn't indulge in any entertainment and returned to their rooms to rest after dinner. The next morning, They set off towards the spirit hall in the carriage. The speed of the carriage was naturally impressive, being pulled by soul beasts, and it was incredibly fast. However, due to the long distance, it still took them a whole day to return to the spirit hall. Did you expect it? I'm back again, Yin exclaimed dramatically as he jumped off the carriage with open arms. Meng Yiran tapped Yin on the head and scolded, "Don't make such a racket. Can't you see it's night?" Meng Shu said, "All right, you all go back and rest. I'll go report on this trip." Everyone nodded. After a long period of fatigue, they were eager to return to their own beds for a good sleep. Even YeCong was no exception. With the energy of a knight, YeCong was indeed in better spirits than the others, but he was still limited. After all, his nighttime energy was made up for by napping at noon. Over the past half-month, he had barely been able to sleep at night, let alone during the day. Finally back in his room, he naturally collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. He slept straight through until noon the next day, only getting up slowly when the sun was high in the sky. Having already graduated, he was now following his master, Gue Mei, for individual training at the Spirit Hall. He also had teachers like Qian Dalu and his adoptive mother, Bibi Dong, in the underworld. There were also Huahaha and several other elders and guardians who would occasionally train him. His time had become relatively free. Having previously asked for leave from Gue Mei, he could naturally arrange his time freely. After a simple breakfast, he leisurely went to the backyard. YeCong took a few eggs from the nest of the 5-colored chicken he had raised for about a year and returned to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. YeCong planned to make ginseng egg fried rice, which he had always wanted to try. The main ingredient used for this dish, the ginseng egg, was certainly not ordinary. Aside from the fact that these eggs were laid by soul beasts, they were also fed with extremely expensive feed. The 5-colored chickens had been raised by YeCong since they hatched, and the feed he used was not cheap either. The feed was made from various precious medicinal materials like ginseng, atractylodes, and Panax nodo ginseng, ground into powder and mixed with rice. Fed at 1 or 2 taels morning and evening for 3 months to obtain the precious ginseng eggs. The egg yolks of these eggs were white and had no earthy smell like ordinary eggs. Instead, they had a faint herbal fragrance. Each egg could be sold for a sky-high price of over 10 gold soul coins, making them more than 100 times more expensive than regular eggs. As for the other main ingredient for the fried rice, the rice itself was also not ordinary. First, they needed to extract the essence from 18 parts of different fish, such as the tongue of carp, the brain of silver carp, the liver of grouper, the fat of yellow croaker, slices of black fish, and the fins of mandarin fish, and then combine them with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine to simmer on low heat for 4 hours. The raw materials alone cost dozens of gold soul coins. This was possible because YeCong had his own income aside from his monthly salary. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to spend like this. Indeed, every precious dish has its reasons for being rare. It either wastes money or life. Here Nanxiang, manual sarcasm. YeCong snapped his fingers, and a small flame rose up on the stove. Fire attribute, low-level magic. Fire starting spell. No matter how high YeCong's magical talent was, even with the hands-on guidance of Huahaha, a top mage, he had only mastered some of the most basic spells. For example, the fire-starting spell used to light a fire, the illumination spell used for lighting, the cleansing spell used for cleaning oneself, etc. After the broth was ready, YeCong used it to steam the rice. Then he took 3 ginseng eggs, separated the yolks, and mixed them evenly with the cooled rice, ensuring that each grain of rice was coated with egg liquid. Finally, he added a small amount of salt and stir-fried it in the pan. Thus, an expensive dish of ginseng egg fried rice was finally ready to be served. Unlike the extravagant emperor's fried rice, this bowl of ginseng egg fried rice looked quite ordinary. At a glance, it seemed no different from a regular bowl of rice. However, in terms of taste, it was just as stunning as the emperor's fried rice. Just as he was about to dig in, Gue Mei came to visit, and he wasn't alone. He brought his good buddy, Jutha Yuguan, along. When Gue Mei walked in and sniffed the air, he immediately caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. He became intrigued and asked, "What delicious thing are you cooking again?" YeCong's hobby of experimenting with strange foods was well known in the Spirit Hall. So far, he had raised chickens, ducks, fish, sheep, and various other animals in his backyard. YeCong helplessly complained, "Master, are you just coming over to mooch off my food? You could have just come, but why bring someone else?" Of course, he didn't say the latter part out loud. Seeing YeCong's somewhat resentful expression, Yuguan covered his mouth and chuckled. "It seems like little Tsong doesn't welcome me. How could that be? Your arrival brings light to my humble abode." YeCong replied with a forced smile. As for the old rascal Yuguan, his relationship with YeCong was more like that of friends across generations. So there was no need for too much formality. Chapter 113. Virtual Combat Space. Yuguan truly acted as if he were an outsider, swaggering over to the dining table, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Shout, Song Song, your cooking is great. Quick, serve us a portion. YeCong glanced at Gue Mei, who turned his face away, pretending not to see. Gue Mei also liked the food YeCong cooked, but he felt embarrassed to directly mooch off his own disciple. The reason he brought along his good buddy, Zhu Huaguan, was that Zhu had enough thick skin to boldly ask YeCong, the younger generation, to cook for them. YeCong could only comply, darkening his face as he served a bowl of ginseng egg fried rice to each of the elders. After they finished eating, Gue Mei finally explained his purpose. A few days ago, Douluo had visited the Spirit Hall, both to ask the Spirit Hall to revoke his previous wanted notice and to catch up with Douluo, and also to deliver a newly developed soul guide device from Huahaha to YeCong, since YeCong had gone out to help his companions hunt for soul rings. The device had temporarily stayed with Gue Mei. Now that YeCong was back, it was naturally time to return it. After sending Gue Mei and Yuguan off, YeCong stared at the large container that resembled a spacecraft re-entry capsule, feeling troubled. What was this thing for? Indeed, it was possible that Douluo had left in a hurry, or that Huahaha himself was rather careless and forgot to provide a matching instruction manual for it. This left YeCong to puzzle over the mysteries of this large iron shell by himself. After fiddling with it for a while, he finally discovered a clue. As he infused his soul power into it, the large iron box was activated, emanating a brilliant blue light. Suddenly, YeCong felt a flash before his eyes, and when he cleared his vision, he found himself in an ancient and desolate wilderness. Then, a piece of information entered his mind, virtual combat space simulating through thought, matching to the most suitable opponent. In battle, let go of everything, fight freely, without fear of casualties. YeCong was somewhat surprised. This was a great item. He never expected Uncle Hua could come up with something like this. With a thought, he controlled the interface to set his level to 37. Although YeCong was confident in his strength to easily defeat a soul zone, he considered that the enemies generated in this secret realm were the ultimate beings of each strength tier. Therefore, to be safe, he chose an opponent of the same level. After making a selection, the interface gradually faded away, replaced by a giant made entirely of rock with red and blue patterns. The giant let out a roar and charged toward YeCong. YeCong's expression sharpened as he sensed the opponent's strength and quickly summoned his 3 flag monsters. Yidanashjimu, Xiaofeng, and Zhongsu were a bit confused about being suddenly transported to another place, but they didn't ask too many questions and directly launch an attack on the enemy before them. YeCong took the initiative, using the Zhenhuan Dingshin from his basic skills as he struck the soul bell. With a clang, the strange giant froze in place. Seizing this opportunity, the flag monsters launched their attacks together. YeCong also took this chance to inform the 3 monsters of the situation via mental communication. They had underestimated the giant's defensive power. Neither Xiaofeng and Zhongsu's wind blades, nor Shimu's venom, nor even YeCong's hammer could inflict any damage on the giant. Not only that, their attacks seemed to enrage the giant completely. It raised both hands, manipulating water and fire elements to condense into elemental spheres and hurled them at them. The flag monsters possessed the ability to mist, and faced with the incoming attacks, they chose to evade by misting. Seeing his 3 little brothers run away, YeCong silently cursed their lack of loyalty, while simultaneously raising the soul bell and water armor shield for defense. The dual defense was indeed powerful. Facing the giant's fierce assault, YeCong remained unscathed. However, the strong impact still sent him flying back a few steps before he stabilized himself. The 3 flag monsters regrouped by his side, preparing to face the giant's attack together. Realizing that their attacks had no effect, the giant shook its head and let out a piercing roar before charging at YeCong again. Facing the incoming fist, YeCong's expression turned serious as he narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. 5 directions quake. As his foot struck the ground, cracks appeared instantly, and the giant lost its footing, swaying under the impact of the shockwave, breaking 1,000 cracks. At the same time, YeCong leaped into the air, swinging his soul hammer toward the giant. The giant, of course, wouldn't sit idly by. It reached out with its massive hand to grab YeCong in midair. Shimu and the others weren't idle either. Seeing the situation, they quickly closed in to restrain the giant's arms. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected change occurred. The giant's originally indestructible fist underwent a transformation, turning into an extremely flexible long whip that dodged the flag monster's blockade and directly ensnared YeCong's soul hammer. YeCong hadn't anticipated such a move. Caught off guard, his soul hammer was snatched away. His expression changed slightly, and without his weapon, he quickly adjusted in mid-air. His right palm glowed with a dark green light, while the top of his water armor shield glowed with a dark light. Soul-crushing palm combined with torrent peak. The two powerful skills, unleashed together, shocked the three flag monsters, who were in a spectator state. If they still had physical bodies, even with their current strength, taking this move would leave them severely wounded, if not dead, considering their strength and the characteristics of the flag monsters. Each one alone could easily defeat an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. However, no one expected that the giant's originally rough body would become incredibly pliable, absorbing most of the powerful force YeCong had sent. With his attack missing, YeCong didn't have time to be surprised and quickly flipped over to stand again. And with a thought, he summoned the soul hammer back to his hand. This giant possessed both hard and soft characteristics. YeCong's combat awareness was also very high. In just a few seconds of confrontation, he had already sensed the giant's uniqueness. His gaze flickered as he transferred the soul hammer to his left hand while summoning his second martial soul, the Longquan Imperial Sword, with his right hand. Indeed, he didn't need to think like his adoptive mother, Bibi Dong, who had a switch when wanting to change martial souls before her martial soul evolved. He could use two martial souls simultaneously. This was something he had just discovered not long ago, and he hadn't had the chance to tell anyone yet. So far, only he knew about this. Chapter 114. The soft and hard puppet YeCong held a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, with three flag spirits swirling around him. After adjusting his state, he charged once more at the big-headed creature. The first soul skill, destruction. YeCong tentatively swung his sword. The sword energy carrying a vast killing intent slashing towards the big-headed creature, which was still scratching its head. As expected, the big-headed creature regained its hard characteristics, and the indestructible sword energy only chipped off a few pieces of stone from its body. Indeed, YeCong's expression darkened. Although he had figured out the pattern of the big-headed creature's characteristic transformations, he couldn't feel happy about it at all. This guy looked foolish and dazed, but in reality, he was quite clever, or perhaps just instinctively sensitive. When facing different attacks, he could switch to different characteristics to neutralize defenses. When faced with blunt weapon attacks, he would transform into something as soft as flowing water, using softness to overcome hardness and making it difficult for weapons to find a point of leverage. Conversely, when facing sharp weapon attacks, he would transform into something as indestructible as a mountain rock, rendering ordinary weapons incapable of breaking through his defenses. Since physical attacks weren't effective, let's try magic attacks. YeCong thought to himself, temporarily retracting the soul-suppressing hammer, and then raised his left hand. Mighty Soul-Destroying Cannon. This Mighty Soul-Destroying Cannon was an upgraded version of the Soul-Shattering Palm, possessing not only tremendous destructive power, but also the ability to launch attacks from a distance. However, this move, while powerful, consumed a lot of energy. With YeCong's current strength, he could only use it 3 times a day at most. As a shot from the Mighty Soul-Destroying Cannon was fired, YeCong immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He hurriedly circulated his soul power to alleviate this overwhelming feeling of weakness. The big-headed creature seemed to sense the impending danger this time and chose not to take it head-on, but turned to flee. However, it still underestimated the effect of the Mighty Soul-Destroying Cannon. This ultimate move, which drained 1/3 of YeCong's soul power, not only had powerful destructive capabilities and long-range attack characteristics, but also had tracking abilities. A dark green energy projectile, guided by YeCong's power, changed direction and pursued the big-headed creature once more. One chased, one fled. Taking advantage of this brief moment, YeCong managed to rest and recover a considerable amount of soul power. His flag spirits also descended and stood by his side, watching the spectacle. A chase soon came to an end. The big-headed creature ultimately couldn't escape the tracking of the soul-destroying cannon and was inadvertently blown to smithereens when it reached the lakeside. Seeing the big-headed creature defeated and their master victorious, all the flag spirits led by Shimu cheered in celebration. Something felt off, extremely off. YeCong, however, did not let his guard down. This guy shouldn't be this weak. With this in mind, YeCong rearmed himself and readied for battle. Sure enough, the scattered fragments on the ground began to move again. The soil rolled, forming a stone man that stood up. The lake water rippled, and a water sphere burst forth, transforming into a waterman. The stone man and the waterman positioned themselves on either side of YeCong, sandwiching him like a cheese filling. Although the original big-headed creature was split into two and its size decreased significantly, its strength was not diminished in the slightest. It simply lacked the ability to transform characteristics compared to before. Without the transformation of characteristics, the split big-headed creature's combat power had doubled. Moreover, as two puppets sharing the same intent, their combined strength was not simply 1-1-2. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. YeCong's expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Boom! Accompanied by a massive sound, the stone man charged forward, initiating the attack. Its heavy footsteps pounded against the ground like an ancient beast, resembling a heavy armored vehicle crashing towards YeCong. YeCong snorted coldly, showing no fear as he charged forward. He swung the soul-suppressing hammer, the hammerhead glowing with a dark light, bell breaking 1,000 cracks. Currently, the only powerful, purely offensive hammer technique he could execute was this one. But that was enough. The saying goes, one trick is enough to eat through the heavens. Coupled with some other minor techniques, it was sufficient to suppress most enemies. If all else failed, he still had his second martial soul to give the opponent a big surprise. As the soul-suppressing hammer smashed into the stone man, the stone man's forward charge was indeed repelled, its heavy feet leaving a deep trench in the ground before it finally came to a stop. A deep pit was created on its body, and stone debris continuously fell from it. Just as YeCong had just repelled the stone man, he felt a chill behind his head. A long whip made of water lashed out from behind him with a gust of wind, launched by the agile waterman. However, he was not flustered at all. He simply sidestepped lightly to avoid the attack. The water whip grazed his shoulder and struck the ground, actually cutting a crack into the surface. Before the waterman could make its next move, YeCong had already conjured a lightning ball and threw it towards it. A powerful current instantly surged through the waterman's entire body, and the wind blade took the opportunity to cut the waterman's body into countless pieces. To prevent it from reassembling, the wind also manipulated a small whirlwind to carry the severed body parts elsewhere. Shimu, the eldest brother, was not idle either. With the increase in his level and the aid of the will of the continent, his attacks had reached a conceptual level. The sharp shriek could disrupt the waterman's attacks, while the toxic feathers caused the waterman to be soaked in toxins. With both mental and physical attacks combined, the waterman's movements gradually stiffened, losing its greatest advantage, agility. On the other side, YeCong was also engaged in a tough struggle with the stone man. The initial success in repelling the stone man was merely due to a surprise attack. Now, with the battle intensifying, the stone man became more and more ferocious. The stone man felt no pain and would only attack more fiercely after being injured. After several punches that YeCong blocked, his wrist became numb, and he dared not continue fighting strength for strength, having no choice but to fight while retreating. YeCong once again seized the opportunity to kick at the stone man's head. Normally, this kick would be enough to smash an enemy's head into a pulp, but the stone man showed no signs of injury, merely shaking its head before charging again. Instead, it was YeCong who felt pain and gritted his teeth. Damn it. I can only try that move. YeCong sidestepped the stone man's charge. Its only advantage was its heavy build and slow speed. It was precisely because of this that YeCong could engage in a prolonged struggle with it. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down long ago. Chapter 115. The Golden Scale's absolute curse. YeCong was a disciple brought out by the Spectre. Naturally, he had learned about 70 to 80% of the Spectre's proud movement techniques, skillfully dodging the attacks of the stone man each time. It was only because the stone man relied on a programmed operation to function. Had it been a creature with independent thought and intelligence, it would have likely been driven to frustration long ago. Boom! YeCong twisted his body again, narrowly avoiding a kick from the stone man. He then stepped forward, taking advantage of the stone man's momentary imbalance to press his hand against its head. Air shock. Air shock is activated through chi energy, breaking through the opponent's physical defenses. In theory, this is a very practical skill, especially effective against opponents of the same level. However, it has a significant drawback. Once used, it generates a backlash. In other words, the caster's defenses would also be compromised, and their clothing would likely be destroyed. Considering that everyone in this virtual space was on his side, YeCong didn't mind the potential embarrassment and resolutely unleashed the technique. The stone man's defense was astonishing, or rather, its entire body was made of rock. To YeCong's surprise, his air shock actually shattered a layer of its outer shell. A hint of joy appeared on YeCong's face, but the next moment, his smile froze. Despite having lost a layer of defense, the stone man was unfazed, and YeCong even sensed mockery on its featureless face. Seizing the opening created by YeCong's attack, the stone man swung its fist towards his chest. Puff! Even though YeCong's physical defense was impressive after enduring rigorous training, He still spat out a mouthful of blood after taking this hit, kneeling on the ground, unable to straighten his back due to the pain. YeCong could feel that at least 3 or 4 of his ribs were broken, and if he hadn't dodged quickly enough, his internal organs would have likely been crushed. The stone man pressed the attack, leaping into the air and bringing its left leg down with force. YeCong barely managed to roll out of the way, astonished by how this heavy creature could jump so high. However, just as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was catching his breath, he felt a warning bell ringing in his heart, followed by an urgent alert from the flag demon. Be careful, boss. Despite YeCong rolling out of the way in a desperate attempt to evade, he was still pierced in the shoulder by a water-like tentacle. The attacker was the water creature that should have been defeated by the flag demon. At this moment, the water creature could no longer be called humanoid. Its body had twisted like some indescribable entity, with countless tentacles thrashing wildly, enough to drive anyone who looked at it insane. His 3 flag demons were now trapped by the water creature. No, it should be called a water monster now. The 3 flag demons were firmly ensnared by the water monster's tentacles, unable to move or even use mistransformation. They could only communicate with YeCong through their special connection using telepathy. YeCong attempted to recall the flag demons, but the bond between the flag demons and the Huangyao banner seemed to have been forcibly severed. No matter how much he called out, there was no response. YeCong's expression turned grim. He had never encountered such a situation before. While dodging attacks, he communicated with the flag demons and learned that the 3 of them had indeed managed to control the water creature earlier, but they had celebrated too early. As is well known, the consequences of popping champagne too soon are usually disastrous. They hadn't noticed that as toxins spread throughout the water creature's body, it had triggered a transformation into its second form, becoming a kind of Cthulhu-like creature. It then launched a surprise attack with 3 tentacles, directly eliminating the 3 flag demons who had initially intended to assist YeCong, leading to the current predicament. The water monster and the stone man launched simultaneous attacks, one hard and one soft, bombarding YeCong. He had no choice but to evade clumsily, and oddly enough, the stone man, who had not transformed, had become the weaker of the 2. Nevertheless, even in its weakened state, it forced the already seriously injured YeCong to defend himself without the ability to retaliate. Could it be that I'm really going to lose this time? TSK, this is so frustrating. Fortunately, this is just a holographic simulation. Otherwise, I might really be done for. I guess I need to be more careful next time. Wait, there is still a chance. I could try that technique. While YeCong was lost in thought, he suddenly remembered the secret technique he had obtained from the lottery, the Golden Scale's absolute curse. He had already carved the required patterns on his body long ago and had been continuously storing and compressing his soul power during this time. After half a year of adjustment, he was fully charged. To fully energize the Golden Scale's absolute curse, he had wasted quite a bit of time meant for cultivation. Since this was in a virtual space, YeCong wasn't worried about exhausting his stored energy in this battle. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he leaped back a few steps to create distance from his 2 enemies, then formed a seal with his hands and chanted the incantation. The Golden Scales were once creatures of the pond, but when they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons as the Golden Scale's absolute curse activated. He, already naked, radiated a golden light, revealing the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon on his skin. What followed was a surge in power. Strangely enough, the 2 mini-bosses simply waited quietly for YeCong to grow stronger, showing no inclination to attack. Was it possible that they couldn't interrupt him during the transformation and had some sort of invincibility buff? The tripled power granted YeCong an unprecedented experience. A wild thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to try out that technique early. After all, he was currently in a holographic projection space, so he didn't have to worry about the backlash from failure. With that in mind, he ignored the threats from the 2 enemies in front of him and summoned the dark persona he had locked away deep within himself, attempting to merge with it. What he was about to unleash was his strongest form, Night Sovereign. In theory, due to the special nature of his cultivation system, he only needed to reach the Soul Sage level to unlock it smoothly. However, at this moment, within the virtual space, he was not afraid of any means. In the state of the Golden Scale's absolute curse, his power had reached an unprecedented level, and in front of him were 2 opponents he could not defeat in their normal forms. In such a favorable situation, he couldn't help but want to give it a try. Chapter 116. The ruler of the night formed before the advent of electric lighting. Humans only knew the night through the word darkness. In ancient times, resources were scarce. Even when there were candles, they were mostly used indoors. After midnight, The outdoor world was shrouded in darkness, filled with endless fear. Humans locked their fears outside and escaped reality through sleep, waiting for the world to brighten again. After midnight, demons roamed freely and ghosts wandered. Yet, among them was a human, as recorded in historical texts, simply a common person responsible for telling the time. In the realm of darkness, he could oversee monsters within a radius of thousands of miles by his own strength. The term Night Watchman was merely a fade to deceive mortals. This profession of supervising all monsters across vast territories should more accurately be called the ruler of the night. However, fortunes changed. After the introduction of electric lights, human routines became increasingly irregular, and nights became brightly lit, leading to the disappearance of pure darkness. The ruling power that the Night Watchmen were accustomed to invoking in the dark began to gradually weaken. After a century of decline, the regal stature they once held was completely lost, and even the profession of Night Watchman had faded from official history. Originally the top position among inspectors, it was replaced by gravekeepers. The dark persona was a key to unlocking the ruler of the night form. Night Watchmen used a special dark fragrance. As long as they harbored darkness in their hearts, after at most 3 nights of exposure, they would inevitably awaken their dark persona. Although the Night Watchman under the dark persona possessed far greater combat power than before, the dark persona often acted cruelly and recklessly, displaying severe antisocial tendencies. This could easily lead to irrevocable consequences. The second and final step to awaken the ruler of the night form involved assimilating and absorbing the dark persona using the master persona. This process was inherently the most dangerous step in awakening the ruler form. After the Night Watchman had been weakened, the danger of this process increased by more than double. He himself had fallen at this step, controlled by the anti-dark persona during trials. To preserve his last semblance of dignity, he resorted to punitive measures that ended his own life. Although his twin brother Yi, who participated in the trials with him, did not meet such a tragic fate. He barely managed to seal his dark persona and could not fully control the ruler form. The half-finished ruler of the night could only be unleashed during occasional violent outbreaks. It was said that he had been cut off from his family's financial support after injuring a clan uncle, causing him, despite being a young master from a prestigious family, to become a poor high school student reliant on odd jobs for survival. YeCong pulled back his thoughts, no longer lost in wild imaginings, and resumed the task he had failed to complete last time. He felt fortunate that he had traversed to the Douluo Continent during the Doi period, where society was still ancient and had not suffered from the pollution of electric lights. Thus, he could unleash the full power of the Night Watchman. The Douluo Continent during the era of the Tang Sect had already undergone modernization, and he feared he would also be suppressed. The process of assimilating the dark persona did not take much time. It was completed in just a few seconds. YeCong was naturally overjoyed and did not have time for further contemplation. He shouted, "Ruler of the Night, activate." As a black robe adorned with red patterns draped over him, he felt his power double once more, and even his aura transformed, as if a king had descended. His 3 flag spirits felt this change most acutely. YeCong extended his arm and grasped the air, reconstruct. The wounds he had previously suffered were instantly healed, fully revitalizing him. Soul-Suppressing Hammer, Night-Suppressing Gong. YeCong flipped his wrist and unleashed 2 skills that could only be used in the ruler form. The originally short-handled Soul-Suppressing Hammer instantly elongated under the influence of soul power, becoming a short staff that reaches eyebrows. The Soul-Suppressing Gong, which was originally only 8 or 9 inches in size, grew to over a person's height, completely shielding YeCong like a shield. YeCong shook the elongated soul-suppressing hammer and smiled slightly at the stone man and water monster, saying, "I always wanted to say that phrase. Looks like now I can fulfill that wish." Pride in the mist, fragrance of flowers and fruits, 1 stick to suppress 10,000 demons. Beyond the EC, in a water curtain, the celestial being bowed low. The stone man and water monster exchanged glances, not understanding YeCong's words, and let out a strange cry before charging forward. "TSK, boring." YeCong glanced disdainfully at these 2 uncultured brutes and snapped his fingers. "Dark Domain, activate." An endless darkness centered around YeCong suddenly unfolded, obscuring the vision of all beings except for him. Within the dark domain, YeCong not only had keen sight and hearing, but also gained enhanced perception. He was fully aware of everything happening in the darkness. The stone man and water monster lost their sight in the dark and could only stop, looking around in confusion. YeCong smiled smugly at the scene. However, he did not waste time. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and instantly charged towards the 2 mini-bosses. Although the Golden Scale Absolute Curse had a duration of half an hour, he did not have the habit of wasting time. Moreover, these two were quite troublesome. It was likely that the Stone Man also had a second form. Figuring out how to completely deal with these two would probably be quite complicated. After all, no one could guarantee that these two would not have a third form like Russian nesting dolls. YeCong struck the soul-suppressing gong, producing a dull sound, Soul Shake. Unlike Paralyze, Soul Shake was an extremely pure form of sound wave attack. It could not only inflict physical damage, but also dealt significant mental damage, often proving effective against elemental beings. Moreover, with the upgrades of the soul-suppressing gong and hammer, their power had naturally increased by more than double. Indeed, as YeCong had guessed, under the powerful sound wave shock, the Stone Man with its strong physical defense fared better, while the water monster, composed of elements, was directly dispersed. YeCong hurriedly seized the opportunity, manipulating the Huangyao banner to pull them back within, allowing them to recover while he fought the two monsters alone. It must be said that this virtual space was indeed magical. After a few seconds of adaptation, the simulated bosses had evolved the ability to sense and locate their opponent. Roar! The Stone Man and Water Monster, having regained their forms, let out a strange cry and charged towards YeCong together. However, with the support of the domain, YeCong was faster than them. He waved his hand, first using the shield version of the soul-suppressing gong to block the water monster, then thrusting the soul-suppressing hammer forward, its head glowing with dark light, aimed directly at the Stone Man's chest. Chapter 117, Narrow Victory Judgment. YeCong unleashed the strongest skill of a Night Watchman, a move known for its ability to directly destroy the enemy's soul, causing them to lose their wits. He chose to thrust instead of smash because this method maximizes the lethality of the weapon. Simply swinging the stick would dissipate some of the force, making the attack feel somewhat weak. Conversely, thrusting concentrates all the force at one point, resulting in the greatest power. As the saying goes, who says you can't kill without a sharp point? YeCong applied the same principle. The soul-calming hammer struck the Stone Man's chest, and the powerful impact shattered the Stone Man's body. But that wasn't the end. After defeating the Stone Man, YeCong immediately redirected his weapon to deal with the water monster. Considering that the water monster was immune to blunt physical attacks, YeCong chose his second martial spirit, the Dragon Spring Emperor's Sword, and combined it with several small spells he had mastered to confront it. At this point, the water monster's tentacles had bypassed the defense of the knight's soul-calming gong and were rushing towards YeCong, each tentacle carrying a potent neurotoxin. YeCong used his mind to control the knight's soul-calming gong for defense, while quickly dodging backward. At the same time, he held the stick in one hand and the summoned dragon Spring Emperor Sword in the other. Although YeCong had only learned a few moves in swordsmanship from the immortal Huang Dajia in his past life, his sword technique was not weak when combined with the unique soul skill system of Douluo Continent. Destruction, Majesté, Souveraineté. 3 soul rings flickered, and a fierce sword aura was unleashed from the dragon's Spring Emperor Sword, slicing the water monster into several pieces. The water monster let out a piercing screech and then began to reassemble itself. Not so fast, haha, mage's hand. As YeCong recited the incantation, a deformed and somewhat frail mage's hand appeared behind him. Although this mage's hand was underdeveloped, it did not hinder its ability to cast spells. With a freezing spell cast, the writhing water monster was instantly frozen into several chunks. At that moment, the Stone Man also completed its second phase transformation. The Stone Man in its second form did not change shape like the water monster. It simply became more robust and gained magical attacks. The second stage Stone Man did not recklessly charge at YeCong for hand-to-hand combat as before. Instead, it raised its foot and stomped down hard on the ground, causing thick spikes to shoot up towards YeCong's back. Fortunately, YeCong had prepared for this, blocking the attack with a move reminiscent of Su Qin's sword stance, then shaking his wrist to once again use judgment and throw the soul-calming hammer at the Stone Man. Boom! The soul-calming hammer exploded beside the Stone Man like a cannonball, instantly filling the air with smoke and debris flying everywhere, creating a spectacular scene. Unfortunately, it was a smoke cloud with no real damage. When the smoke cleared, the Stone Man staggered out of a deep pit. To withstand the explosion, the Stone Man had created a massive shield, preventing it from being blown to pieces. YeCong seemed to have anticipated this situation. He swung the Emperor's Sword to unleash a sword aura, intending to bisect the Stone Man. Within the sword domain created by Majesty, not only were his own strength and speed enhanced, but the enemy also suffered a 30 reduction in morale and attack power due to negative effects. With the boost from a Knight's ruler and the weakening of the dark domain, YeCong's power reached a terrifying level. Perhaps the stone man had just released a skill to withstand the explosion, or maybe it was confident it could endure this attack, but facing the sharp sword aura, it did not raise its shield again and instead chose to take the hit. Swoosh! The sharp blade sliced through the stone man's waist like a hot knife through butter, cleaving it in two. The stone man never expected that even after entering the second phase, its defense would be significantly improved. It would still be so easily defeated by YeCong's attack. YeCong then leaped high, not giving it any time to revive. Retracting the dragon's spring emperor sword and gripping the Soul-Subduing Hammer tightly to swing it with all his strength. Falling stars. Instantly, countless dark green projectiles were summoned from the air, raining down like a B-2 bomber carpet bombing the ground. In the previous battle, YeCong had already realized that regardless of which one he killed first, the other would resurrect. To completely defeat them, he could only slay both at the same time. As the bombardment concluded, the system finally determined that YeCong had defeated the enemies and released him. Exiting the virtual combat space, YeCong finally sighed in relief. The experience in the virtual space had been incredibly thrilling, leaving him drenched in sweat. He checked the time and realized he had been fighting in the virtual space for so long, yet only a minute had passed in reality. This advanced technology amazed him even more. Although using the virtual combat device could not increase his soul power level, it could significantly enhance combat awareness with almost no side effects, allowing him to engage in life-and-death battles without worry. Being killed only meant being teleported out. YeCong was naturally very satisfied with this. It was his first time using the Knight's ruler mode, and its power was indeed extraordinary. He was confident that if he could activate this state at any time, even with his current 3 rings, defeating a god-level martial spirit like Qianrenshua, who was already at the Soul King level, would not be an issue. He clenched his fists, contemplating whether to unleash the Golden Scale Forbidden Spell in reality to experience the power of a Knight's ruler. However, after some consideration, he decided against it. Not only would it exhaust his energy, but he would also need to recharge. Moreover, casting the Golden Scale Forbidden Spell in reality was not without side effects. Once cast, he would be in a weakened state for the next 3 days, with only a third of his original strength. YeCong stretched, and although it was still early, he decided to rest. He had spent the afternoon preparing that life-changing fried rice, and then experienced this virtual combat device, feeling both mentally and physically exhausted. He urgently needed to recover through sleep to replenish his energy. He moved the machine back into the house, placed it in a corner of the living room, and then headed back to his room to rest. Tomorrow, he would bring Yin and the others to experience it as well, and try out his forbidden techniques, such as mystification, flag demon self-detonation, and flag demon great healing. Theoretically, these techniques required sacrificing the flag demons to execute. If it were in the past, YeCong would never do such a thing to his beloved flag demons. However, in the virtual combat space, that concern was unnecessary. Everything was virtual, and there was no need to worry. At worst, he could apologize to them after coming out and comfort them properly. Chapter 118. Establishing a newspaper. YeCong shared the virtual fighter with a few friends to test it out. Except for Oscar, who was a support type and thus didn't need to be tested, the others who accepted the test were all beaten badly. As for the lowest level Chao, Shitting, and YeCong, they were directly taken out with one move when facing the powerful Tough and Soft Puppet, being knocked out in just one encounter. The key is that this happened not just once or twice. Even after multiple attempts, all they could do was slightly prolong the time before they were defeated, and they were still far from being able to defeat their opponent. So when they learned that YeCong had achieved victory on his very first attempt, they were all quite astonished. "Boss, you're not joking, are you? You just did one test and took care of those 2 guys." Yin exclaimed, standing up in surprise and gesturing exaggeratedly. "Quiet." Xiaoyu stopped Yan's antics with some exasperation, reaching out to push him back into his seat. Although Yin sat back down, his eyes were eagerly fixed on YeCong, hoping for some guidance. "Boss, I know you must have some treasure, right?" YeCong hesitated for a moment, but decided not to keep it to himself. He directly took out the Golden Scale Absolute Curse and handed it to a few people. "I have a self-created soul skill that everyone can try." He glanced at the puzzled crowd and smiled slightly as he introduced it. This technique stores the user's soul power in a special way and can triple your combat power when it erupts at a critical moment. Of course, as a price, you will fall into a weakened state for the next 3 days, only able to exert 1/3 of your strength. However, I believe that just the triple burst power is enough to be uplifting. After hearing this, the group exchanged glances, and Mingaran was the first to speak. senior brother. This technique should belong to that lord of the underworld, right? Are you really okay with giving it to us? YeCong understood that they had misunderstood, but he didn't elaborate much and just smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Huo won't blame me for this little matter. I still have this level of authority." He then explained the details of the golden scale absolute curse to everyone. The first time you cultivate it will take a long time. It might even delay your training progress. For example, the energy I needed to charge before took over half a year. However, the second time will be much easier. Life at the Spirit Hall remained calm and ordinary to the point where YeCong, who found it hard to stay calm, began to feel a bit restless inside. He had noticed long ago that while the Spirit Hall had done a lot of good, fighting against evil soul masters, awakening soul powers for the impoverished, providing subsidies for common soul masters. Unfortunately, despite the Spirit Hall doing a lot of good deeds, its reputation among ordinary soul masters was not particularly good. The main reason for this was that the Spirit Hall lacked a voice in public opinion, coupled with the intentional guidance of the two empires. Ordinary citizens of the two empires viewed everything the Spirit Hall did as a matter of course. They only considered the Spirit Hall a good organization when receiving subsidies, and this sentiment was not held by just one person. Indeed, in the original work, Oscar thought this way. To address this, YeCong came up with a simple and straightforward solution, establishing a newspaper to control public opinion through print media, thereby controlling the narrative across the continent. He had mentioned this suggestion to Bibi Dong not long ago, and after discussions among the higher-ups, it was quickly approved. As the Pope's adopted son and the student of the High Priest. As long as YeCong didn't propose absurd suggestions like selling the Spirit Hall as if it were a house, his proposals were generally set in stone. In fact, theoretically, such a trivial matter didn't even need discussion. Bibi Dong alone could make the decision. However, YeCong's suggestion was not merely about building a newspaper that spanned the entire continent. He also proposed taking this opportunity to establish a cooperative relationship with the underworld for mutual benefit. If the underworld were just an ordinary sect, it wouldn't be a problem, as the Spirit Hall had already quietly absorbed many influences like the lower four sects. However, the key issue was that the decision-maker of the underworld also possessed the strength of a limit Douluo. This made the higher-ups somewhat uneasy. However, upon seeing that both Bibi Dong and Dalu, two big shots, were united in supporting the cooperation, the other elders and priests naturally wouldn't stubbornly oppose it and create unnecessary trouble for themselves. The underworld originally belonged to YeCong's influence, so the cooperation went smoothly. The two sides collaborated, and a location was set within the Spirit Hall, which could have branch halls and sub-halls spread throughout every town on the continent. The sole guide device used for printing was also developed by the nearly omnipotent mage Hua in about half a day. Aside from needing to hire professional newspaper staff, the daunting task of delivering newspapers was naturally entrusted to the Minji clan, known for having the fastest speed on the continent. When the Bai family learned they were going to work for the Spirit Hall, they were initially resistant. However, after Hua calmly explained the situation to them, Bai became less resistant. After all, the Minji clan was notoriously poor, and to earn money, they had to take part-time jobs like the other three clans. Yes, it was purely because the pay was generous, and absolutely not for any other reason. With the newspaper project launched across the continent, the Douluo Continent news quickly gained favor among the struggling commoners and even some minor nobles. The various short articles, stories, anecdotes, and even historical tales on it soon attracted a massive loyal readership in this world that severely lacked entertainment. More importantly, the Douluo Continent news had a very suitable update speed and price. 3 issues were published each month, with each issue costing only 5 copper soul coins. This price, while a bit high for ordinary people who could only rely on physical labor, was still somewhat acceptable. Moreover, purchasing the newspaper was not troublesome. It could be easily bought at any small town as Spirit Hall sub-hall. To cater to different audiences, the Holy Magic Publishing House also launched newspapers at different levels and price points. After all, there would always be some nobles with peculiar mindsets who felt that reading the same things as commoners was an insult, preferring to spend extra money as an IQ tax to distinguish the two. To accommodate these big clients, the newspaper specially introduced Collector's Edition and Luxury Edition. Although compared to the ordinary version, the only difference was slightly fancier paper. The pricing was indeed calculated in soul silver coins. Chapter 119. Does the 7-treasure glazed tile school also want to start a newspaper? The establishment of a newspaper naturally caused a sensation across the entire continent. Unlike those emperors who scoffed at the little tricks played by the Spirit Hall, the shrewdest businessman, Ning Fengji, quickly sensed something unusual. Sigh. Ning Fengji put down the limited edition newspaper and rubbed his aching temples. Ever since that titled Douluo named Hua appeared, things have been going poorly. Now, the underworld has teamed up with the Spirit Hall to produce a newspaper that records people's livelihoods, allowing the common folk to understand current affairs without leaving their homes. This seems harmless, but the more ignorant those commoners are, the easier they are to govern. If they awaken to their situation, it could lead to significant trouble. Even more frightening is the possibility that if this continues to develop unchecked, it may elevate the Spirit Hall's reputation significantly. This would be extremely disadvantageous for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To make matters worse, that Lord of the Underworld Hua's alliance with the Spirit Hall adds even more pressure on him. He has already learned from the Sword Doa Chan Xian that the Spirit Hall is also hiding a formidable figure. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu. CHNXN's father is named CHNG New Jersey N, a powerful super Douluo with a soul power of 98 levels. He once took the young CHNX to travel into Shili Shirgua for several years, all in pursuit of a higher level. Later, they coincidentally encountered Chi Nd Ali, who was also traveling across the continent. CHNG New Jersey N had been invincible for too long, and upon meeting such a strong opponent, he felt the itch to challenge him. The result was that CHNG New Jersey N was severely injured after just one encounter, and soon after, he died from his injuries. Initially, NFNGZH felt a sense of fear upon learning of this existence, but fortunately, Chi Nd Ali had a peaceful temperament and was not bloodthirsty. If he had been a narrow-minded and sinister person, given that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect often opposed the Spirit Hall and took pleasure in irritating them, it is likely that they would have faced extermination long ago. Now he understands why the group of arrogant and overbearing big hammers from the Haotian Sect, despite having the formidable ancestor Tang Chun backing them, only dared to mock and despise the Spirit Hall verbally, but never thought of replacing it. The reason likely lies here. The only thing that allows him to breathe a little easier is that the relationship between the underworld and the Spirit Hall is merely an alliance. If the two were to completely merge, he might have to consider how to surrender. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. No matter how good the partners are, there will ultimately be conflicts of interest that prevent a unified mindset. At most, they can only maintain a superficial harmony, helping each other while ensuring their own interests are not harmed. For instance, and NGZH often emphasizes the phrase about the three upper sects being of the same branch. But when the Haotian sect was forced into retreat by the Spirit Hall, he merely watched from the sidelines, at most verbally condemning a few things. Even in the original work, when the Bon Doa Gu Ing encountered Tang San, a prodigy of the Haotian sect who was lost, his first reaction was to eliminate him, rather than to befriend him. This was still under the premise that Tang San was friends with their little princess and that he had something to gain from him, needing to engage in business cooperation. Given the common enemy of the Spirit Hall, the alliance among the three upper sects is still so unstable. And the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the underworld is indeed like a needle against a wheat awn, inevitably leading to mutual defiance. NGZH estimates that the best situation between the two is merely like the superficial politeness maintained during Tang Chen's reign between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. He believes that as long as he can seize the opportunity to sow discord, of course, getting the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect involved is impossible. He would choose a scapegoat to do this. It is not impossible for these two major forces to tear each other apart and become enemies. NGZH rubbed his temples, pulling his thoughts back and letting out a sigh. He was exploring the ordinary, luxurious, and 3 levels of newspapers, lost in thought. NGZH. The Spirit Hall is making big moves again. CHNXN burst in, holding a newspaper, followed closely by Gu Ing. Jianshu Gushu. And NGZH nodded in acknowledgement as he looked up at CHNXN and Gu Ing. Seeing that NGZH also had 3 newspapers in hand, CHNXN said, FNGZH, it seems you already know. The Spirit Hall's actions are definitely malicious. What should we do? Ning Fengji did not answer. Instead, he asked in return, then according to the opinions of the 2 uncles. What should we do? Gu Rong spoke straightforwardly. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we let the earth flood. Isn't the Wuhun Hall trying to use newspapers to expand their influence and promote what they want to promote? Let's take advantage of this trend to start a newspaper and expand the influence of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Fengji tilted his head and looked at Chen Xian. Is Uncle Jian thinking the same way? Chen Xian nodded. I agree with Old Bone's idea. To repay them in their own way. If our 7-treasure glazed tile school really wants to do this, I believe the Heaven Do Empire won't sit idly by. This is indeed a good opportunity to promote ourselves. He had half a sentence left unsaid, which is that we can take this opportunity to discredit the Spirit Hall as well. Even if it has no effect, just annoying them would be great. Ning Fengji, however, shook his head with a wry smile. Things are probably not as simple as you think. He picked up the most ordinary version of the newspaper and waved it, saying, this ordinary version sells for only 5 copper spirit coins. The collector's edition and luxury edition are more exquisitely made, but they're only 1 or 2 silver spirit coins. The layout quality of these newspapers is top-notch. If we set our prices according to the prices given by the Spirit Hall after we establish the newspaper, we won't be able to break even. We'll always be operating at a loss. He paused and continued. Furthermore, although our 7-Treasure Commerce Association is spread all over the continent, we still can't compare to the Spirit Hall, which can even be found in every small town. Let me ask you, if there is a product that is low-priced and easy to purchase, and another that is indeed a bit more expensive and relatively troublesome to buy, which one would you choose? Chen Xian and Gu Rong exchanged a silent glance, unable to find words, although they were pure martial artists. Having followed Ning Fengji for a long time, they had picked up a bit of business acumen through observation. Moreover, what Ning Fengji had just mentioned was something even a small child could easily make a choice about. Damn it, the Spirit Hall is definitely misappropriating a large amount of the people's resources to engage in this losing business. Gu Rong slammed his fist hard against the wall and said angrily. Chen Xian remained relatively calm and asked Feng Ji, are we just going to sit back and wait for our doom? Ning Feng sighed deeply, closing his eyes and leaning against the back of the chair. After a long while, he finally spoke. It seems there is no other way now. We might as well start a 7 Treasures newspaper to compete with them. With the help of the Tiando Empire, I believe it won't turn out too badly. As for the rest, we can only take it one step at a time. Chapter 120. The underworld as the first rays of sunlight broke through. Lan Yue had already risen early to begin her day of training. The plan for the day starts in the morning, and, as a grass-type being, rising with the sun had become second nature for Lan Yue. As a soul beast transformation type, she was already training faster than her peers in the early stages, and with the guidance of renowned teachers, at just 8 or 9 years old, in human years, she had already obtained her second soul skill, Blue-Silver Energy Body. This skill could increase her attack, speed, and defense by 100 each. When applied to teammates, it could boost them by 50. The reason she could achieve such a terrifying enhancement effect with her second soul skill was that the age of her second soul ring had already reached 6,000 years. This was comparable to the level of a typical 4th soul ring. Such a bug-like ability could only be matched by the equally extraordinary YeCong. The training ground for Lan Yue was naturally the most vibrant area of the Sunset Forest, located within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. With a noble title backing him, Hua had naturally turned the Sunset Forest into a private territory, establishing it as the headquarters of the underworld. Of course, Hua was not unreasonable. The outskirts, mixed areas, and even the inner circle of the Sunset Forest were open to outsiders, with only the core area being a true forbidden zone. Moreover, even without the Sunset Forest, there were many other places on the continent to hunt for soul rings. Specifically in the Tiando Empire, aside from the shared Stardo Forest, there were also places like Starlight, Imu, and the Northern Frozen Forest, which would not affect soul masters hunting for soul rings. As for the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, if they were willing to obey, Hua would naturally not be too harsh on them, treating them as protective spirit beasts. Conversely, if they were unruly, Hua would not hesitate to use them as expendables. After all, no one would refuse to have more soul bones, and high-level soul beasts had uses beyond just that. The soul beasts capable of living in the core area were naturally formidable, although not as restricted as in the Stardo Forest. There were several that were already very close to becoming beast kings, 100,000-year soul beasts. With proper resources and training, it was not impossible for them to become true beast kings. Regarding Hua's domineering actions, many so-called righteous individuals protested, claiming that the Sunset Forest belonged to everyone, and such a forcible occupation was unfair to the continent, that the Sunset Forest was a forest for all, not for one person. And slogans like "Return the Forest to the Continent" were chanted. However, no matter how loud they protested, it was merely talk without action, as no one dared to take real steps. After all, Those who had the ability to penetrate the core area knew much more than ordinary people. Not to mention Huahaha's many titled Douluos under his command, his own strength was terrifying. Did they not see that after he incapacitated an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, that sect had not dared to retaliate? It was well known that that old dragon was notoriously protective. Clearly, the two had engaged in private discussions, though the details were unknown. It seemed that the old dragon must have suffered a significant loss. Those without the ability, wanting to cause trouble for Huahaha, was simply a fantasy. After all, the Sunset Forest was not easily accessed. The most likely scenario was that they would become food for passing soul beasts before they even reached the underworld. As for why there was such a loud yet ineffective display, it was open to interpretation. We may lack the courage to eradicate bandits, but we have the audacity to profit under the guise of doing so, and quite boldly at that. A certain sage once said, one must create clever reasons, rally the gentry, and collect taxes and donations. Once they pay, the common people will follow suit. After receiving the funds, the gentry would be reimbursed, while the common people's contributions would be split 7-3. Ahem, getting sidetracked. The underworld can generally be divided into two parts, the academy and the sect. The academy part is naturally the original element city, now renamed Underworld Academy. It is managed by the 3 clan leaders of water, fire, and wind, who serve as the deans. Apart from abolishing entrance requirements and admitting students from outside, all eligible children within the sect who are not attending school will study here. The sect part is located deep within the Sunset Forest, forming a separate forbidden zone. The construction of houses was naturally entrusted to the Yuji clan, led by Nyogao, who excelled in architecture. 5 departments were established: logistics, construction, equipment, forging, alchemy, intelligence, and combat, with the most outstanding individuals serving as department heads. Young Wudi, with his strength as the strongest soul, simultaneously served as the head of the combat and intelligence departments. Under Huahaha's direction, each sect member was assigned according to their strengths. These departments were no longer limited to a single clan. For instance, some members of the Min clan who enjoyed alchemy could study under a senior in the alchemy department. A member of the Li clan who was fascinated by architecture could apprentice with someone from the Yuji clan. And some sect members who had no interest in their family's legacy devoted all their energy to cultivation, naturally joining the combat department. Now, the underworld's configuration was no weaker than any top-tier sect. Aside from the sect leader Huahaha, there were 5 titled Douluos, not to mention the 6 old Douluos, who were the clan leaders of several major families. The Li clan leader was only a soul sage due to unforeseen circumstances. The number of disciples was countless. In addition to carefully selecting a team called the Element Battle Team from the Academy, Huaha also formed another combat team. Along with Lan Yue, Jiang Yu, and Lin Xiao Xiao, who had joined earlier, there was also a little chubby boy. He was the new creation made by Huahaha using the reverse mirror. As for the raw material, it was that little chubby boy Ma Hongjun, who had been unable to obtain soul rings after being beaten up by YeCong and had to hunt in the Sunset Forest. A squad led by Flander encountered Huahaha as soon as they entered the forest, but Huahaha did not make things difficult for them. Upon discovering that the little boy's martial soul and talent were decent, but his character was lacking, he used the reverse mirror to create a brand new individual. This new version of Ma Hongjun was not lecherous or perverted like his original self. In fact, he could be said to have an entirely different personality. He was absurdly innocent, with almost no attraction to the opposite sex. His only interest, or rather the only way he could resolve his evil fire, was eating. The new version of Ma Hongjun's evil fire would burn the energy within him, and if not replenished in time, he could be consumed by the evil fire and burned to death. However, Huahaha would naturally not allow his student to have a flawed martial soul. After tossing Ma Hongjun, the comic version, to Shenghui for training for a period, not only was the evil fire cured, but even his martial soul evolved into a vermilion bird. Chapter 121. Observations from the Soul Fighting Arena, the victor, Mr. Sword. Audience friends, give your warmest applause to the winner. The host, flying in the air above the Tindo Great Soul Arena, loudly announced the results of the battle. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, YeCong, hidden behind a somewhat comical mask, smiled slightly and leisurely walked down the stage after adjusting his mask. Mr. Sword is a new alias for YeCong. Aside from the bell ringer, with different names, the martial souls used during the fights naturally varied as well. To avoid appearing too conspicuous, he specially asked Huahaha for a set of soul guide devices that could change the color of his soul rings and his appearance. Now, his 3 soul rings were just ordinary yellow-purple, and he looked like another young boy. As a peak soul master at rank 39, Mr. Sword has maintained an undefeated record since his debut, crushing his way to 27 victories, directly advancing to the rank of Copper Soul Fighter. Among these 27 victories, there are also more than 10 life-and-death battles. These more than 10 life-and-death battles directly established Mr. Sword's reputation, wearing the cutest mask while fighting the fiercest battles. For any soul master who encountered Mr. Sword in a life-and-death battle, it was hardly possible to leave with their whole body intact. This contrast led to a saying in the Great Soul Arena: never underestimate your opponent. Those who seem harmless may actually be the most dangerous. After this saying emerged, nearly all the soul fighters who enjoyed playing the fool suffered significant losses, and many unfortunate souls truly ended up like pigs. Mr. Sword's swordsmanship is superb, without exception. All opponents he faced in life-and-death battles were sliced into multiple pieces by his sharp sword. As a result, many speculated that this Mr. Sword was the disciple of the guardian Dalu Continent from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After finishing his match, YeCong did not leave immediately. Instead, he took a turn and came to the audience section for Team 7's competition, becoming a spectator. At that moment, the competitors on the stage were also familiar faces to him: the Royal Fighting Team, led by YeCong. At this time, this 7-member team had already formed. The incident where Huahaha incapacitated an elder of the Thunderclap Tyrannosaurus sect, who was at the Soul-Subduing level, had not been publicized. Outsiders only knew that there had been some unpleasant conflicts between the two major forces, but not much more. Although both Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling were granddaughters of the elders of the underworld, the relationship between the underworld and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect had not reached a deadlock. This incident could serve as an opportunity for both parties to become partners and even establish a marital relationship. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect lost a soul, Douluo, and their sect leader was beaten up, this news did not spread. Only a few top figures from both sides were aware. Moreover, they received some compensation. Initially, Huahaha, feeling guilty after defeating YeCong, presented a soul bone as a token of apology, so the matter faded away. YeCong adjusted his mask and observed the Royal Fighting Team with some contemplation. It seemed that half of the Royal Fighting Team were his own people: Asro, the grandson of the Elder of the Spirit Hall; Odom; Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of the Underworld Elder; Dugu Bo Yi Lingling, the granddaughter of the Underworld Elder; Yi Rinxin; Bai Chunxiang, the granddaughter of the Underworld Intelligence Department head Bai He. Bai Chunxiang had previously disguised herself as a boy and used the name Yufeng to join the Royal Fighting Team. With the establishment of the underworld and the integration of her clan, she, along with Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, became a family and decided to drop her disguise, appearing before her teammates as a girl. Her sudden appearance startled her teammates, except for the two girls who were already on duty, especially her best friend Asro, who almost questioned his life. Bai Chinxiang's martial soul was originally flawed, or rather, cursed. The reason their clan pursued speed without adding any offensive soul rings was not because they all wanted to, but because they had no choice. Many clan members had tried to break this curse by absorbing soul rings of other attributes, but none succeeded. They all reached a bottleneck at rank 39 and could not progress, ultimately having to sacrifice part of their memories to activate the soul ring ritual to replace those non-speed attribute soul rings to occasionally ensure the purity of their martial soul. Originally, Bai Chunxiang would have faced this situation in the future, but after joining the underworld, things changed. Huahaha used the precious dragon blood ginseng treasured by Bai He as the main ingredient, adding some rare medicinal materials as auxiliary ingredients to refine a precious pill. This pill directly helped Bai Chunxiang not only break through in level, but also evolve her martial soul from the original Swift-Tail Swallow to the powerful and fast Qingying Spirit Sparrow. Having absorbed celestial-grade items, the three of them now possess strength far beyond that of their peers, ranking among the top in their entire team. Dugu Yin, level 32. Yi Lingling, level 26, Bai Chunxiang, level 29. Even the team leader, Yu Qianheng, had recently returned home, fortuitously defeating his cousin Yu Tianxin and receiving a soul bone as a reward from the family. After absorbing it, his level reached 30, and after absorbing a soul ring, he caught up with Dugu Yin to become a great soul master, maintaining his position as team leader. In the original work, to highlight the strength of the Shrek's 7 monsters, the levels of the Royal Fighting Team members were forcibly suppressed. This soul bone, of course, was a gift from Huahaha, with an age of over 34,000 years. Although it was still a bit short of being a treasured legacy of a top sect, it was still extremely rare. In my alternate setting, for the top 3 sects, soul bones over 50,000 years old can become treasured legacies. In contrast, Asro, who is also an agility-type soul master, and the Shurja brothers, who are defense-type, had lower levels in the team, just breaking through to the Great Soul Master level with only levels 23 and 24. Perhaps because they were all born into noble families and were not afraid of retaliation from enemies, they did not bother to hide their identities. The 7 members of the Royal Fighting Team appeared in their true forms. Their opponents were a team called the Iron Blood Fighting Team. Their average level was slightly higher than that of the Royal Fighting Team, with 4 Soul Masters among them. However, the Soul Ring distribution of the Iron Blood Fighting Team was a bit inferior. Apart from the captain and vice-captain, all 5 of the other members had a first Soul Ring of uniform 10-year Soul Rings, only reaching the 100-year level after the second Soul Ring. Among the 4 Soul Masters, only the captain had the best Soul Ring distribution of yellow-yellow-purple. However, unlike the Royal Fighting Team, which consisted of young ladies and young masters, the Iron Blood Fighting Team lived a life on the edge. Their combat awareness was significantly higher than that of the Royal Fighting Team. Although the Royal Fighting Team also frequently participated in soul fighting competitions, they typically engaged in ordinary battles, emphasizing a point of restraint. In contrast, the Iron Blood Fighting Team, as a mercenary group, did not participate in soul fighting regularly and often engaged in life and death battles during their missions. Chapter 122, The Royal Fighting Team vs. Iron Blood Team, Part 1. At the referee's signal, the captain of the Iron Blood Team charged forward, leading the sprint. In the midst of the charge, the captain completed the manifestation of his martial soul, bloodthirsty mad lion. His teammates also unleashed their martial souls one after another: goat, monkey, iron axe, pangolin. The quality of their martial souls was not high. Aside from the captain, the others mostly had ordinary abilities. In this regard, both teams had their advantages and disadvantages. The Royal Fighting Team had much higher martial soul quality and better combinations than the Iron Blood Team. However, the Iron Blood Team generally had a higher soul power level and more combat experience. Given these factors, the outcome of the battle was somewhat unpredictable. Blood Ignition. The bloodthirsty mad lion directly unleashed his third soul skill, a powerful enhancement-type soul skill that not only eliminated his own pain, but also significantly increased his speed and attack power. However, it also caused substantial damage to himself, and maintaining it for too long could even endanger his life. The fierce tiger also exerted full strength. Although the few youngsters before him were far inferior in both soul power and combat experience, they came from prominent families, so he couldn't underestimate them. Yu Qianning naturally wouldn't hold back. After receiving the 2 buffs stacked by Duge Yin, he also unleashed his third soul skill, Thunder Fury, entering a berserk state as he roared and charged forward. The lion's paw and dragon's claw collided, creating a tremendous sound wave as the 2 captains engaged in a contest of strength. In addition to his own enhancement, the bloodthirsty mad lion also received a power boost from his support-type soul master, the compass. Although it was only a 20 increase, it was enough for him to directly suppress Yu Qianheng. Seeing himself being pushed back step by step, Yu Qianheng understood that if this continued, he would surely be defeated. He no longer held back, shouting loudly as a thunder pearl condensed in his hand. Soul Bone Skill, Thunderbolt. The powerful thunderball exploded instantly, and the bloodthirsty mad lion had already sensed the danger and quickly jumped back to evade. This lion-like man glanced at the black scar on his arm from the explosion, a flash of extreme greed in his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. So it's a soul bone? Young Master Yu is indeed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. At such a young age, he already possesses such a treasure. You don't need to worry about it. Yu Qianheng snorted coldly. While activating his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, he simultaneously unleashed the dragon transformation technique he had just learned. His right sleeve exploded into ashes due to the swelling of his arm, which grew by more than half a foot. His entire arm became extremely thick, covered in blue-purple scales, and his hand transformed into a claw, also covered in the same scales. Each joint in his hand became remarkably thick, and blue-purple electric snakes swirled around him, continuously gathering or flowing around his arm. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings also shifted positions, no longer swirling around him, but instead circling his specially mutated arm. From a moment of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master reaches level 30, each time they gain a soul ring, a trace of their dragon transformation appears on their body. Like now, Yu Qianheng's right arm is a change in his first limb. After the dragon transformation was activated, Yu Qianheng's combat power rose significantly, immediately reversing the suppression on the bloodthirsty mad lion. The other team members were also facing tough opponents. The Mountain Splitter Axe, under the cover of the pangolin, charged straight for the second strongest member, Dugu Yin, aside from Yutianheng. Hee, little sister, just surrender obediently. You're delicate, and it wouldn't be good if you got hurt later. The burly man holding the Mountain Splitter Axe stood beside the pangolin with a wicked grin. As a level 36 Soul Master, he was confident he could easily defeat Dugu Yin, who had just become a Soul Master. However, due to the example set by Mr. Sword, which made him more cautious, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Moreover, Dugu Yin's soul ring configuration far exceeded his, so to be safe, the Mountain Splitter Axe brought the level 29 Great Soul Master Pangolin to assist in surrounding Dugu Yin. The Mountain Splitter Axe was unaware that Dugu Yin was the granddaughter of the infamous Poison Douluo. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After all, that master was notoriously moody, and in folktales, if you angered other titled Douluo, you might just die. But if you fell into the hands of the Poison Douluo, it would be hard to even think of dying. To cut a long story short, facing the two encircling her, Dugu Yin merely smiled disdainfully. When did even the likes of you become so arrogant? She opened her mouth and sprayed out a plume of pink smoke that enveloped the two. Second soul skill, Azure Scales Red Poison. For safety reasons, Dugu Yin did not use her most powerful third soul skill, Azure Scales Purple Poison. After all, this was not a life-and-death battle, and it would not look good if she seriously harmed her opponents. Under the effect of Azure Scales Red Poison, the eyes of the Mountain Splitter Axe and the pangolin turned red, and they became increasingly agitated. Jia. Little girl, stop resisting and just surrender obediently, the Mountain Splitter Axe said, his face flushed, laughing maniacally as he lunged forward. The pangolin was not much better off, panting heavily as they closed in on Dugu Yin from both sides. Faced with this situation, Dugu Yin simply smiled seductively, twisting her delicate waist as she used true snakeskin movement to evade their attacks while continuing to release Azure Scales Red Poison. Although Azure Scales Red Poison increases the target's attack power and speed, it can easily lead to intoxication. Even a small amount can cause a loss of rationality if not countered by Azure Scales Blue Poison, which forces calmness. If inhaled in excess, it could lead to cardiac arrest due to extreme excitement. This tactic was newly developed by Dugu Yin. After practicing the 10,000 Snakes Poison Classic, her poison became stronger. Although the positive buffs of the first two soul skills could not stack, the negative buffs could multiply the side effects each time. With this characteristic, Dugu Yin was becoming more adept at using this new combat style. The first soul skill, Azure Scales Blue Poison, also possessed this effect. But its principle was exactly the opposite, paralyzing the target's central nervous system until they couldn't move at all. Although this combat method was clever, it was also easy to go awry. For example, now, the Mountain Splitter Axe, whose soul power level was already higher than Dugu Yin's, became even more ferocious in combat power due to the enhancement of speed and attack power, especially since their support-type Soul Master, the Compass, also provided him with a layer of speed buff, leaving Dugu Yin feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 123, Royal Battle Team vs. Bloodthirsty Battle Team, Part 2. The mountain-cleaving axe seized the opportunity, swinging the axe in his hand, which was as large as a wheel, to deliver a powerful chop towards the tail of Dugu Yin. However, before the axe could land, it was blocked by a hard and thick tortoise shell. That scared me to death. Luckily, you acted in time, brother, Dugu Yin said with a sly smile that was uncharacteristic of snakes, exaggerating her relief. The taciturn Shimo merely nodded in response, without speaking. While fending off the attack, he instantly activated his soul skill. As the turtle shell trembled, the mountain-cleaving axe emitted a flash, and then surprisingly fell straight down, losing consciousness. Dugu Yin seized the opportunity to pursue, gathering her innate poison in her palm and unleashing the self-created soul skill, Green Scale Palm, taught to her by her grandfather Dugu Bo, striking fiercely at the pangolin. The Green Scale Palm was an extraordinary skill created by Dugu Bo through thorough study of the 10,000 snakes toxicology. Essentially, the power of the Green Scale Palm is determined more by the toxicity than by the amount of soul power. Moreover, it is even more astonishing that this move can enhance its properties through refining other toxins. There are many reactions to poisoning, such as body heat, limb spasms, and itching all over. At this moment, the pangolin was already feeling hot and sweaty under the effects of the green scale red poison, like a boiled shrimp. Its steps were unsteady, and seeing that it couldn't evade, it curled into a ball while applying its soul skill to enhance its defense. However, it underestimated the power of the green scale palm. as a pangolin, its defense was not perfect. The green scale palm initially did not cause much damage, but soon, the strands of toxic gas seeped through the gaps in its scales. Under the effects of the potent poison, the pangolin quickly succumbed and was eliminated along with the mountain-cleaving axe by the referee. In just this one encounter, the Iron Blood battle team had lost 2 players. The bloodthirsty lion's face turned somewhat grim, and he became increasingly ruthless in his attacks, showing no mercy and striking with lethal intent. With YeLingling's long-range support, the two quickly adjusted their breathing and regained their consumed soul power and stamina, and any minor injuries they sustained were instantly healed before they plunged back into the battlefield. Out of goodwill, she also provided simple treatment to the 2 pangolins and the mountain-cleaving axe who were already down. With the evolution of her martial soul, the curse of the Joshin Haidang lineage seemed to have been broken, although this could not be directly manifested and would require time to verify. Visibly, in addition to her enhanced soul power, YeLingling's healing ability had also improved further. She was no longer limited to healing all injuries, besides restoring health. She also gained the ability to replenish soul power. She even possessed the effect of dispelling any debuffs caused by external interference. Nowadays, YeLingling could restore health, replenish soul power, and eliminate abnormal statuses. She had truly become a perfect support with no blind spots, and due to the elixirs she consumed, primarily made from the fragrant Chilua celestial products, she also had the characteristic of being immune to all poisons. Duguyen and Shimo chose to assist the airborne by Qinxiang. Yu Qianheng and the bloodthirsty lion were evenly matched and temporarily did not need external support. YeLingling was also very safe under Shimo's protection. Currently, it seemed that only the agile attacking duo was facing significant trouble. In the face of a Soul Master and a Peak Great Soul Master's encirclement, Ostro was eliminated due to a moment of carelessness. Only Bai Qinxiang remained, relying on her soul power, speed, and ability to fly to barely fend off the 2 members of the Iron Blood battle team. The blue-red frog, Wu Qing, and the Tibetan antelope, Ho Changhai, could not reach the airborne Bai Qinxiang and could only continuously interfere, preventing her from landing. If this continued, Bai Qinxiang would likely be defeated due to exhaustion of her soul power. Lacking long-range attack methods, Ho Changhai decided to throw the interference task to Wu Qing while he himself attempted to harass YeLingling with his agile movements. Bai Qinxiang considered directly defeating the 2 by relying on aerial strikes. However, Wu Qing's first and second soul skills combined, causing his tongue, coated with acidic saliva, to thrash around in the air. Some of the saliva was flung off and landed on the arena, corroding the surface of the arena and creating a small pit. This disgusting scene delivered a psychological and physiological blow to Bai Qinxiang, who already had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Not only that, but Wu Qing wore a mocking smile. Hee, little bird, you might as well stop struggling and let Master Wu eat you up. Wouldn't that be better? Uffed. Does a toad think it can eat swan meat? You think you deserve to eat me? Bai Qinxiang retorted while dodging in the air, feeling disgusted. Meanwhile, beside YeLingling, protected by Shimo, he swiftly swung his tortoise-shell shield to block Ho Changhai's harassment. With the effect of his soul skill during the first round of their encounter, Ho Changhai, who had already reached level 29, was actually pushed back a few steps. However, this situation did not last long before Ho Changhai managed to turn the tide again. Although his attacks were akin to scratching, relying on his agility and soul power far superior to Shimo's, he quickly wore Shimo down, making him look quite embarrassed. Just as Shimo became careless and exposed a gap in his defense, ready to be overwhelmed by Ho Changhai, another shield descended from the sky, directly nullifying his attack. The one who intervened was none other than his twin brother, Shimo. Both brothers were taciturn by nature, and with the mutual understanding and connection that came from being twins, a single glance was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. They instantly formed an absolute defense to protect YeLingling, rendering Ho Changhai helpless, who could only scratch the tortoise shell in frustration. With the healing and soul-replenishing support from YeLingling, the 2 brothers didn't need to worry about their own consumption at all. This time, Ho Changhai was at a disadvantage. Just like Wu Qing's plan to exhaust Bai Qinxiang's soul power before forcing her to concede was truly misguided, transforming into a beautiful snake, Dubian twisted her waist to avoid Wu Qing's splattering saliva. Once close to him, she first used her green scale blue poison to paralyze his nerves. And then her palm glowed with a ghostly green light as she unleashed the green scale palm towards Wu Qing's back. Watch out! Another guardian from the bloodthirsty battle team, Snail, who was assisting the defensive Soul Master duo Pan, quickly alerted his friend when he sensed something was wrong. Chapter 124, Imperial Battle Team vs. Bloodthirsty Battle Team, Part 2. At this moment, Wu Qing realized it was too late to dodge. His paralyzed body made movement extremely difficult. In a moment of desperation, he activated his third soul skill, Earth Buddha Frog. The Earth Buddha Frog was originally designed to summon a large-mouthed frog beneath the target to swallow it, causing massive damage. However, Wu Qing used it in reverse, allowing the frog's mouth to swallow him, turning it into a defensive technique. At the same time, Bai Qinxiang adjusted her posture in the air as soon as she was released. Her second soul ring lit up, and her wings suddenly shimmered with flowing light, then emitted a metallic texture, Featherblade. Bai Qinxiang twisted her body and executed a death dive, targeting the auxiliary soul master of the bloodthirsty battle team, Compass. You better not. Think of getting away. Snail, the armored snail, stammered, but his actions were far from hesitant. His second soul skill, Copper Shell Snail, a defensive barrier made of snail shell material, instantly unfolded, protecting both him and Compass within it. Bai Qinxiang's attack was ineffective, and she ended up crashing into the wall, becoming dizzy. Opportunity! Snail's eyes brightened, and for once, he did not stutter. He directly unleashed his first soul skill, Spiral Shield. The shield in his hand spun rapidly, generating powerful recoil. Under this impact, Bai Qinxiang cried out in pain and was sent flying. Fortunately, she quickly activated her third soul skill, Air Barrier, reducing the damage by more than half. Otherwise, she might have been directly eliminated due to severe injury, though she would undoubtedly be healed by YeLingling. Getting hurt still stung. Using her flying advantage, she flapped her wings to break in time, stopping at the edge of the arena without touching the ground. Bai Qinxiang glared fiercely at Snail. I didn't expect your snail shell to be quite thick. Snail showed a somewhat foolish smile. Thank you for the compliment. Idiot, she didn't compliment you. Compass interrupted Snail's words with a rough knock on his head. Quick, take care of that little bird. Okay, this time. Snail did not stutter as his third soul ring lit up. The snail shell on his back emitted a series of cracking sounds, then unexpectedly transformed into a cannon shape. Third soul skill, Silver Armored Giant Egg. Seeing this scene, many spectators below erupted in cheers. Except for a few who had placed bets, most spectators were after excitement and thrills. It didn't matter which side won or lost. They wanted plenty of twists and turns in the match, enough to be thrilling. Even YeCong stood up nervously. He didn't expect this defensive soul master to possess such a powerful offensive move. As Snail gathered energy, a basketball-sized silver egg was instantly shot out from a cannon's mouth, heading straight for Bai Qinxiang in midair. Bai Qinxiang's face changed slightly when she saw such a large cannonball coming at her. She quickly used her third soul skill, Air Barrier, while activating her first soul skill, Phantom, leveraging her speed to dodge to the side. She knew very well that if she got hit by such a large cannonball, she would definitely suffer at least a broken bone. Seeing his attack miss, Snail became furious and began to fire wildly from the cannon. Bai Qinxiang twisted her body, frantically dodging amidst the rain of attacks. As the silver eggs fell, they also caused significant disruption to his teammates. For example, Ho Chenghai had no choice but to give up his attack and evade left and right. The Shijia brothers opened their Xuanwu turtle shell shield to protect their auxiliary, YeLingling, quietly standing in the corner of the arena as spectators, enjoying their leisure. Meanwhile, Wu Qing's tactic of being swallowed by the frog, although useful, was not very effective. Under the Bai Lin palm, the red-skinned frog with blue patterns instantly turned completely green. To make matters worse, it was struck by a silver-armored giant egg fired by Snail, causing him to spit out blood due to the dual blows of the broken soul skill and the damage received. Full stop. Compass was furious upon seeing this scene and kicked Snail violently. Unprepared, Snail staggered from the kick and had to stop his attack. Yu Qianheng glanced at the chaotic battlefield and smiled slightly. It seems your teammates are not particularly strong. It's none of your business. The bloodthirsty master looked somewhat displeased, not only because he was angered by his teammates' foolish actions, but also due to the backlash from his soul skill, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Thunder Strike. Yu Qianheng noticed he was distracted, raised his arm, and unleashed his second soul skill. Thunder gathered in his palm, and as he swung his hand down towards the bloodthirsty lion, the massive bolt of lightning struck him, leaving him charred and forcing him to stagger back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Faced with no choice, the bloodthirsty lion, already feeling the backlash, was unbearable. Yu Qianheng seized the opportunity and, with his right arm already transformed into dragon form, became even more terrifying under the enhancement of Thunder Dragon Claw. He swung his claws fiercely at the bloodthirsty lion. The bloodthirsty lion let out a low roar, and a soul ring flickered as he unleashed a lion's roar. Then, his muscles bulged as he recklessly charged towards Yu Qianheng. Second soul skill, Rampaging Lion Charge. Yu Qianheng showed no fear as he charged forward, first shredding the sound wave bullet produced by the lion's roar with a claw before engaging in a purely physical clash with the bloodthirsty master. Although the bloodthirsty master had a higher level and combat experience than Yu Qianheng, prolonged consumption had left him somewhat fatigued. In contrast, Yu Qianheng, supported by Yi Lingling, had hardly any depletion. Instead, he grew stronger with each battle. This led to the situation where the bloodthirsty lion was completely suppressed after just one exchange, only able to defend without any chance to counterattack. The scene on the battlefield was now very clear. The Imperial battle team had only been eliminated one Osro, and even by Qinxiang, in the worst condition, was only slightly disheveled. Her consumed stamina and soul power, as well as injuries, had all been completely restored by Yi Lingling. On the other hand, the bloodthirsty battle team had already lost 4 members, with their strongest captain now being completely suppressed. And Snail and Compass were also under siege from Dugu Yin and Bai Qinxiang. It seemed that the defeat of the bloodthirsty battle team was only a matter of time. YeCong stood up and quietly left the Grand Soul Arena. Having already guessed the outcome, he naturally did not need to watch how the rest unfolded. Chapter 125. The person in charge of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, YeCong, had just left the Soul Arena when 2 people stealthily followed him. With the Flag Demon as his eyes and ears, YeCong immediately detected these 2 stalkers. Noticing that they were only soul respect level, he didn't make a scene and instead turned around, intentionally heading towards a secluded alley. Seeing that Mr. Sword had chosen a remote path, the 2 responsible for the tracking were unexpectedly pleased. They exchanged glances and quickly followed him. However, as soon as they turned into the alley, they realized they had lost sight of their target. They exchanged wary looks, heightened their vigilance, and cautiously moved forward. When they reached the end of the alley, they found it was a dead end, and Mr. Sword was nowhere to be seen. They immediately sensed danger and turned to flee. YeCong, masked and appearing from nowhere, blocked their escape route. Don't rush to leave. You've been following me for so long, and aren't you looking for a deserted place to talk with me alone? Now that I'm here, why do you want to run away? His tone was gentle, but the 2 soul respects sensed the killing intent behind it. They both understood that if their answers didn't satisfy Mr. Sword, they might lose their lives here. They shouldn't underestimate him just because of the cute mask he wore. Those unfortunate souls who died in the Soul Arena were a cautionary tale. The soul respect on the left reacted first. He suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. His swift movement startled both his companion and YeCong. The soul respect cried out, "Mr. Sword, spare us. We are forced into this." As he cried, he subtly tugged at his companion's pants leg and gave him a knowing look. His companion immediately understood and also knelt down, pleading for forgiveness from YeCong. It must be said that their crying skills were quite impressive, with tears and snot flowing, making anyone who heard them feel moved. YeCong had always preferred softness over hardness. Seeing their plight, he hesitated for a moment, stepped back half a pace, and said in a deep voice, "All right, I won't kill you. Stand up and speak." Unexpectedly, the 2 soul respects took this as an opportunity to press further. Not only did they not stand up, but they crawled a few steps forward, hugging YeCong's legs and wailing, "Mr. Sword, only you can save us now. The supervisor demands that we bring you to see him. Otherwise, our whole family will be in danger. Let go of me." YeCong saw that they were about to wipe their snot on his pants, feeling disgusted, and kicked them aside. After being kicked, the 2 soul respects did not resist. They continued to kowtow like garlic, crying and pleading for YeCong's help. YeCong thought of directly refusing, but seeing how close they were to tears, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Why is every person in charge of the Great Soul Arena so troublesome? It was the same when he went to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Now, it was the same in the Heaven Do Arena. While he thought, he probed with his spiritual sense into the black domain, glancing around and finding the few tokens he had as trump cards, which calmed him down a bit. YeCong waved his hand, interrupting their cries. "Stop crying. What kind of image is this? A bunch of grown men crying here. I'll accompany you to meet him." The 2 soul respects immediately stopped crying, their acting skills impressing YeCong. Their faces lit up with joy, and they quickly got up, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Mr. Sword. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. Enough with the flattery. Lead the way." YeCong interrupted their praise and headed again towards the Great Soul Arena. With the two staff members leading, YeCong soon arrived at the office of the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena. This person in charge was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He sat in a chair covered with tiger skin. In front of him was a large sandalwood table, and standing beside him were two mysterious individuals in gray robes. The room was filled with a pleasant incense that seemed to have a brain-boosting effect. Seeing YeCong enter, the person in charge smiled and waved for the two staff members to leave, then extended his hand to invite YeCong to sit down. YeCong didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled out a chair, sat down casually, and placed the cup of water handed to him by the mysterious person in a black robe on the table, saying indifferently, "Mr. Person in charge, just get to the point. No need for small talk. Hee. Mr. Sword is indeed a straightforward person. Since that's the case, I'll be direct." The person in charge revealed a very shrewd smile. "Mr. Sword, or perhaps I should call you the bell ringer." Hearing this, YeCong's expression changed slightly, but his mask concealed it from others. He replied calmly, "Hee, you must be joking, Mr. Person in charge. The bell ringer, YeCong, is a saint of the spirit hall, a high and mighty being. How could I be mixed up with a mere commoner like myself? Don't be modest. If I didn't have full confidence, how could I speak so casually?" The person in charge smiled at YeCong, took a sip of tea, and continued, "Tell me, if those forces like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, who have grievances with the Spirit Hall, found out that the Spirit Hall has a genius with twin martial souls, what do you think they would do? Oh, don't you think that's a bit unethical?" Although he wasn't clear about the real purpose of the person in charge calling him here, YeCong had already sensed things were not going well. While engaging in verbal sparring with this person in charge, he quietly summoned the flag demon, ready to act at any moment. Unethical? Hee perhaps. For me, making money is what matters. The person in charge was unbothered by YeCong's sarcasm. To ensure the accuracy of the information, please take off your mask. Once I verify your identity, I will naturally let you go. By the way, if you want to summon your flag demon, I'd advise you to save it. After all, this incense was specially prepared as a gift for you. The person in charge looked at YeCong with a smile, giving a kind reminder. YeCong's expression stiffened. The incense was indeed problematic. How did he discover this weakness of mine? While quickly operating his breathing technique to isolate the toxic gas, he hurriedly recalled the flag demon. The flag demon's ability to vaporize was naturally powerful, but it had a relatively fatal weakness. Its resistance to certain gaseous toxins was almost zero, because vaporization would penetrate the toxic gas more thoroughly. Now, under the influence of the toxic gas, except for the Emperor Crow with inherent toxins still in decent condition, the remaining two flag demons had temporarily lost their combat ability. Chapter 126. The troublemaking master of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, YeCong, sensed that something was off. He quickly jumped back, trying to kick the table away, and sneered, "You don't think I would be afraid just because there are no flag demons, do you?" As he spoke, two mage hands appear behind him, each grasping a soul-calming gong and a soul-calming hammer. In his own arms, he tightly held the dragon's spring emperor sword in one hand and summoned a water armor shield with the other. There are even external soul bones. Things are getting more interesting. You two go and spar with his friend. The master still wore a smile, not surprised by YeCong's strong combat capability. After all, he had been fighting in the Great Soul Arena under the name of Sword Master for some time, yet he still had no defeats. To some extent, this was even a bit stronger than YeCong's main title, the Bell Ringer. With a gesture from him, the two black-clad individuals acting as deceased figures threw off their robes and charged toward YeCong. Although they were not very old, only about 11 or 12 years old, they both possessed the cultivation level of a soul respect. YeCong was secretly astonished by this. To reach the level of soul respect at the age of 12 is an absolute genius with full, innate soul power. And such geniuses who are guaranteed to become title d'or are extremely rare. To find two of them in this Heaven Do Great Soul Arena was truly surprising for YeCong. Moreover, according to common logic, such geniuses would absolutely be cherished like treasures in any major power. Yet, this Great Soul Arena treated these geniuses as servants to command. Was this madness? Or was there something else behind it? However, there was no time for YeCong to think too much. Facing the male and female attackers rushing at him, he wielded the Imperial Sword to block their assaults. The boy, with his martial soul activated, had several crimson maple leaves swirling around him. Each leaf was formed from a soul power, sharp enough to cut gold and jade. The girl, seemingly skipping the martial soul activation process, had 3 soul rings in yellow and purple floating behind her. As she tore off her robe, she revealed many characteristics of soul beasts: ears, a tail, limbs. Is this girl a beast transformation person? YeCong, well-read, immediately guessed the girl's identity. Beast transformation people could be considered one of the most unfortunate groups on this continent. Most of them were soul masters with beast martial souls, and during their martial soul awakening, they experienced some mishap, leading to irreversible beast characteristics in their bodies. Because of this uniqueness, some nobles particularly favored this trend. Well, YeCong admitted he also had a slight fondness for it. Their rarity made beast transformation people a resource to show off among nobles. Facing the dual attacks like a sandwich, YeCong was completely unperturbed. First, he used the water armor shield to block the crimson maple leaves, then countered with a sword strike towards the wolf girl. While engaging in combat, YeCong did not hold back his tongue. You think you could take me down with just 2 soul respects? You're overly confident, or should I say, you look down on me? In response to YeCong's taunt, the master lightly stroked the ring on his finger, smiling without speaking, as if watching a farcical show. As the sword domain called Junwei unfolded, YeCong's strength instantly received a boost. Furthermore, the 2 individuals within the sword domain felt a sense of suppression, and their morale and attack power diminished significantly. At the same time, the 2 mage hands created by YeCong swung the Soul-Calming Hammer, striking the Soul-Calming Gong, activating the Soul Dispersion skill. The reason he did not use binding was that this skill, like Vitality Shock, required the target not to harbor intentional defensive emotions towards the caster. In other words, it could only catch an opponent off guard, which clearly did not fit the current situation. Since YeCong did not inject much soul power, the sound waves produced by the Soul-Calming Gong only affected the 2 for a few seconds, but that was enough. Under the effect of soul dispersion, the boy felt dazed, and his martial soul was forcibly released from the possession state. The girl, being a beast transformation person, had a closer bond with her martial soul, so she only felt momentarily dazed before returning to normal. Seeing YeCong's sword about to fall, her first soul ring flickered, her speed instantly increased, and she leaped in front of YeCong, using her claws to block his slash. YeCong then noticed that the girl's wolf claws were covered with a layer of icy crystals. It was this hard, icy layer that prevented her claws from being completely severed by the Imperial Sword. Before YeCong could swing his second sword, the boy reactivated his martial soul, and with a point of his finger, he created several sharp maple leaves once again. Under the boy's control, the maple leaves flew toward YeCong from all angles. YeCong caught a glimpse of the boy's first and second soul rings flashing alternately and immediately understood that he had a soul skill that allowed him to control his martial soul or soul skills. Just like the evil moon, the beast transformation girl did not idle either. After being pushed back by YeCong, she formed a hand seal, and with her second soul ring flashing, a wolf head phantom appeared behind her, opening its mouth wide to bite at YeCong along with a flurry of maple leaves. Facing the attacks that completely blocked his escape routes, YeCong showed no fear. He smiled slightly and shouted, "You dare to show such trivial skills? Watch my great might heavenly dragon." He first used royal power to disperse the virtual wolf head with royal sword energy, then wielded the dragon's spring emperor's sword to protect himself thoroughly, blocking and slicing each maple leaf in half. With every swing, the destruction effect he added to the dragon's spring emperor's sword increased. As the surrounding maple leaves were all eliminated, the dragon's spring emperor's sword was already thirsting for action. Slash! YeCong shouted sharply. A sharp sword energy fiercely slashed towards the maple leaf boy. Simultaneously, the water armor shield on his arm charged up and unleashed a powerful strike towards the beast transformation girl. Raging water peak. Maple leaf gathering and dissipating. Frosty claw. Facing the terrifying attacks, both of them simultaneously unleashed their third soul skills, which had the power of thousand-year soul rings. The maple leaf boy summoned 9 massive maple leaves that rotated around him, instantly increasing his speed. He also used his soul power to create several more maple leaves, arranging and combining them into a shield to withstand YeCong's terrifying sword energy. The beast transformation girl condensed her extreme cold soul power, forming a pair of enormous wolf claws on her arms, which she swung fiercely at YeCong. YeCong twisted his body in the air, narrowly avoiding the beast transformation girl's claw with a risky maneuver, while the powerful raging water peak struck her abdomen directly. Chapter 127. YeCong's trump card, the beast human girl, due to her special physique, had a physical quality far exceeding that of her peers who were beast martial soul masters. To be precise, Her physical attributes were only second to soul beasts. However, even so, she was still sent flying by YeCong's frenzied waterfall peak, coughing up blood. Aside from the fact that YeCong's attack was inherently powerful, the beast-human girl's martial soul was the cold shadow dark wolf, which greatly inherited the wolf's traits of tough skin and strong legs. Now that she was hit in a vital area by YeCong's attack, she was naturally defeated. The Maple Leaf Boy had indeed underestimated the fully buffed dragon, Spring Emperor Sword. His defense was directly pierced through, and his third soul skill, which had been stacked on him, was instantly broken. He was heavily slammed against the wall, feeling intense pain and unable to move. In fact, due to the impact of the King's sword chi, he even experienced a moment of fear and awe towards YeCong clap, seeing his two subordinates defeated. The main person in charge remained unflustered. With a smiling face, he clapped and said, "Truly impressive. You are indeed the pride of the martial soul hall. To be able to take on two opponents and still counterattack easily." YeCong retracted his martial soul and didn't even glance at the two fallen individuals. With a cold smile, he said, "Old fool, what kind of scheme are you plotting this time?" In response to YeCong's insulting title, the main person in charge did not get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Such a genius. If I capture you, it will definitely require a hefty ransom, right? Just surrender quietly and spare yourself the pain of being hunted." As his words fell, he slowly stood up, and 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black floated around him. He was actually a Soul-Duo level powerhouse. With a cold grunt, the immense pressure of a Soul-Duo was directed towards YeCong without reservation. YeCong merely took half a step back and then stabilized the stance. A layer of light yellow soul power defense countered the soul power pressure from the main person in charge. He smiled, his eyes filled with mockery. "Although I don't know where you found the courage to oppose the martial soul hall. Can you use that walnut-sized brain of yours to think? Do you really believe I came here without any trump cards?" As YeCong spoke, he took out a token from the black domain, engraved with a fiery red scorpion. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and launched it, shouting, "Demonic Wrath Catastrophe." The token instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the main person in charge. As YeCong summoned the token, the smile on the main person's face vanished. Upon sensing the powerful attack contained within the streak of light, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly summoned his martial soul, the heavy armor shield, along with various protective skills, all layered on top. He clearly felt that this attack was terrifying, and if he couldn't block it, he would definitely die. However, his proud defense was so fragile in front of the crimson streak of light, so easily shattered like paper. Damn it, how could this be? The main person's expression twisted in rage. He had considered everything, even setting up barriers in advance to prevent leaks of information. But he never expected that amidst all his precautions, YeCong possessed such a terrifying trump card. Now, the barrier had become a tortoise shell that trapped him instead. "Oh, you're not dead yet? It seems you also have some impressive defensive treasures." Seeing the main person struggle to rise from the rubble in a disheveled state, YeCong mocked with a sneer. The main person could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said viciously, "Even if I fall today, let's each take a step back and get the hell out of here." This time, the smile shifted to YeCong's face. "Did you get it wrong? You were the one who sought me out first, and now after I've dealt with you, you unilaterally declare a step back and want me to leave? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The main person seemed to have heard a huge joke. He sneered, "You think you can kill me? Even as a wounded soul Douluo, I am not someone a mere soul master can easily humiliate. Although I don't know how you sealed the attack of a title Douluo, such a method, you probably won't be able to use it again for a while, right?" YeCong smiled happily. "Congratulations, you got it right. That token, if I want to use it again, I indeed have to find a way to recharge it. However, I never said I only had one token." He deliberately paused, then waved his hand, causing countless tokens of various colors to appear around his body. Each token was engraved with a special soul imprint: crimson gold, six-winged angel; emerald green by Ling Snake King; dark purple, soul-eating spider king; golden yellow wonder fungus, sky-reaching chrysanthemum. Each one contained terrifying and powerful might. The reason YeCong dared to venture alone into the dragon's den was that these tokens were his source of confidence. To ensure his safety, Wuhun had specially created a batch of magical tokens that could store the 9th soul skill of a title Douluo. All of the title Douluo from Hell, including Yiren, chose a token to seal their 9th soul skill. Not only that, but from a martial soul hall. His adoptive mother Bibi Dong, teacher Dalu, Master Gui Mei, and Uncle Yuan also participated in this activity. If it weren't for the fact that this technology could not be made public. Bibi Dong would have wanted all title Douluo affiliated with the martial soul hall to have one, to better protect her precious adopted son. With the 9th soul skills of Qin Dalu and Hua Ha 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 in hand. Even a few title Douluo from the upper 3 sects who teamed up to kill YeCong would risk their lives in the attempt. Moreover, in addition to these countermeasures for retaliation, YeCong also had another means of saving his life, the substitute scarecrow, which is one of the soul skills carried by Hua Ha Ha Ha's 9th soul ring. Its effect, as the name implies, is to replace the host in death. When not activated, it is just a palm-sized cute scarecrow. Once the bound host suffers a fatal attack and is about to die, it will instantly activate, taking on the causal consequences of that death. What is even more terrifying is that this scarecrow can ignore any field or attack restrictions. Even a god would find it impossible to bypass it to kill the host, because it is nearly a law-like, judgment-type soul skill as long as the host is alive. It remains in standby mode. Once the host dies, it will activate instantly. However, due to its bug-like ability, even the strong Hua Ha 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 can only produce one each month. Unfortunately, all 6 substitute scarecrows produced by Hua Ha Ha are currently with YeCong Chapter 128. Treasure hunt in the secret room. It's time to end this. Let me give you a grand funeral. YeCong lightly pointed his finger, and the token representing Yu Guan instantly flew out. As the chrysanthemum wilts, the ground is filled with wounds, flowers fall, and hearts break. In terms of grandeur, Chrysanthemum Douluo's 9th spirit skill is undoubtedly the most visually spectacular, even surpassing Qian Douluo's angel sacred sword by a bit. The person in charge completely disappeared in the golden storm, not even letting out a scream at the moment of death. His body was torn to powder, scattering in the air. The thought of possibly breathing in that guy's powdered remains made YeCong feel a wave of nausea. He first destroyed the incense, then waved his hand to summon the flag demon again, using Yirinxin's token to heal all the poison flag demons, instructing Xiaofeng to purify the air in the room. After dealing with the filthy atmosphere in the room, YeCong instructed the 3 flag demons to carefully search for any secret room structures around, while he walked towards the 2 people who were supporting each other. While detoxifying the flag demons earlier, he had also given these 2 a simple treatment. With a smile, YeCong extended his hand towards them. "How are you? Let me formally introduce myself. My name is YeCong." The boy hesitated for a moment, shook YeCong's hand, and said in a low voice, "My name is Shunshi, and this is my sister, Shauna." "Shunshi, Shauna? That's a nice name." YeCong tilted his head, thought for a moment, and nodded in approval. "Although I don't know why you chose to serve that guy, since he has already been killed by me. Why not join my side and become my friends? Don't worry, I won't hold the past against you." YeCong extended an invitation to the 2. Seeing Shunshi fall into silence, YeCong clapped his hands with a suddenly enlightened expression, making a promise to them. "I see, you must be under some kind of restriction, right? Although I can't prove anything for now, I assure you that as long as you join me, I can have Uncle Hua help you remove all restrictions." Shunshi and Shauna exchanged a glance, wordlessly. It seems that to survive, they could only take a gamble and trust this young man of noble birth. Although YeCong appeared very easy to talk to, kindly asking for their opinions, if they dared to refuse, he would probably turn hostile immediately. Having lived in the Great Soul Arena for many years, he was somewhat of a half-local there, and they had seen enough of the villains who could turn on a dime, smiling one moment and killing families the next. After making up their minds, Shunshi and Shauna bowed together, pledging their loyalty to YeCong. At this moment, YeCong received a message from Zhongsu. "Lord, we found the secret room." YeCong was delighted. It was indeed so. He immediately replied, "Try to break the door from inside." Sonsu fed silent, channeling his soul power to attempt to blast open the hidden door behind the wall. Perhaps due to his race, Zhongsu was different from the chatty bird, Shimu. He had always been taciturn. Even telepathic communication was rarely used. As the power of thunder and lightning gathered, a loud explosion rang out, and a wall collapsed, revealing a large hole leading to a hidden chamber. Suppressing his excitement, YeCong called back Shimu and Xiaofeng, while inviting Shunshi and Shauna, his new recruits, to join him in exploring the secret room. Upon entering the secret room, YeCong lit the oil lamp with the fire starter he carried, revealing the entire layout of the secret room before him. The secret room was not small, approximately the size of 2 dormitories combined from when YeCong was in school. The arrangement inside the secret room was relatively simple, with bookshelves installed on the wall directly opposite the entrance, filled with the collections of the person in charge. In the center of the room was a desk. While it was smaller than the one in an office, it was even more ornate. clearly beyond the price range of an ordinary person. Even the carpet in the secret room was incredibly luxurious, hand-stitched by the finest artisans of the Tiando Empire. Each meter of this fabric came at a high price, and to cover the entire secret room with it would require an astronomical sum. YeCong clicked his tongue. A Soul-level person in charge could possess such luxurious private property. It seemed that the Great Soul Arena truly earned money hand over fist. Even this was a conservative estimate. However, one had to wonder, with so much wealth, why would he still resort to such underhanded dealings like kidnapping? Was it simply dissatisfaction? Was it greed, or was there something more? YeCong first approached the bookshelf to admire it. On the shelves were treasures, ancient books, calligraphy, and cultural artifacts. Each could be worth a fortune. However, the purpose of a secret room is to conceal things that one does not want outsiders to know or see. If it were merely for pleasure and display, it wouldn't warrant the construction of a secret room for concealment. Unless the person in charge wanted to hide something else. Just as YeCong was pondering this, Shimu proposed an idea. Boss, could the real treasures be hidden in this desk? YeCong's eyes lit up, nodding in praise. Good idea. Saying this, he walked to the desk, touched the ornate surface, and murmured to himself, what a pity for this fine desk boom. He skipped the careful searching process and suddenly revealed the Soul-Subduing Hammer, smashing the desk to smithereens in one blow. Among the ruins of the desk, they quickly found several storage soul guides. These soul guides varied in shape, but the one thing they had in common was their large storage capacity. YeCong didn't waste time counting the spoils. He packed all the precious items hanging on the wall into the black domain. Due to certain special mechanisms, the storage soul guides couldn't be nested, so YeCong handed the 4 newly acquired storage soul guides to Shana and Shunshur for safekeeping. Of course, this was also a small test set by YeCong. If they couldn't resist such temptation, then there was no need to keep them around. The person in charge had originally set up barriers to better carry out his nefarious deeds, preventing anything from leaking outside. He had calculated everything, but he never expected YeCong's trump card to be so outrageous, leading to his silent demise, which could be considered digging his own grave. In light of these advantageous conditions, YeCong certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself. He directly left the office through the window, disguising himself as an ordinary passerby. Chapter 129. Teacher Qin Ming. After leaving this place, YeCong pretended to be unaffected, and not only did he not leave Tiando City quickly, but he swaggered back to the entrance of the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. His actions startled Shunshur and Shana, making them break out in a cold sweat. To avoid unnecessary trouble, YeCong kindly draped a cloak over Shana. Although this cloaked appearance was still eye-catching, people were at most just curious, without the greedy and lewd gazes. Shana sighed in relief, and when she looked at YeCong again, there were some indescribable emotions in her gaze. After a while, the royal battle team finally exited the Grand Soul Arena together. However, they looked somewhat downcast, not at all like victors. YeCong thought to himself, could it be that an accident caused them to be counterattacked by the Iron Blood team? With this in mind, YeCong pushed through the crowd and approached them with a slight smile, saying, "Hi, everyone, long time no see. YeCong, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing YeCong, the 3 members from the underworld and Wuhun Hall, except for Bai Qinxiang, who was unaware of the situation, were somewhat surprised. The 2 little followers beside him didn't attract much attention. After all, it was normal for someone of YeCong's status to have a few lackeys following him. YeCong glanced helplessly at the speaker, Dugu, and shrugged, "Miss Dugu, even if you don't want to see me, you don't have to be so blunt." At this moment, Yu Tianheng stepped forward, extending his right hand to YeCong with a polite demeanor. "I've long heard of the saint's son YeCong's great name. Today, seeing you in person is indeed extraordinary. My name is Yu Tianheng, please advise me." YeCong smiled and shook hands with him, saying, "Brother Yu, you have a poor memory. We have met before." Seeing the puzzled expression on Yu Tianheng's face, Dugu explained for YeCong, "This guy is the Night Watchman." Yu Tianheng's eyes lit up with understanding. He had participated in quite a few competitions at the Grand Soul Arena, and the few defeats he suffered were deeply etched in his memory. He particularly remembered the incident where he and Dugu dragon and snake unmatched lost to Night Walker half a year ago. He looked at YeCong with admiration. "There aren't many people who can defeat me at the same level, and among my peers, you are the first to have done so. I hope that in the future, I can have the opportunity to spar with you again." "That would be fine." YeCong nodded in agreement with a smile. "By the way, YeCong, I haven't seen you on stage these days," Dugu suddenly asked. "You aren't just here on vacation, are you? Are you just here to watch the matches?" YeCong laughed heartily and changed the topic. Well, let's not talk about me. I watched your match earlier. You should have won easily. So why does everyone look so glum? There's no joy in victory at all? Yin sighed. Don't mention it. Although we defeated the Iron Blood team, we were scolded by the teacher. How could that be? You won and still got scolded? YeCong was very confused. Qianheng explained, actually, this is partly my fault. Our teacher has very strict requirements. His goal is to cultivate monsters and to pursue the strongest and most perfect results. Therefore, we are not allowed to make even the slightest mistake. As the captain, I made a tactical error, so even though we won, we still received reprimands from the teacher. Moreover, the strategy one used in the arena was not approved by the teacher. Yin added, he thinks my method of using reverse amplification against enemies is too dangerous and has forbidden me from using it in the future. I am too. Lingling expressed that she had also been criticized by the teacher. After listening to their accounts, YeCong furrowed his brow, still calling it monsters. Isn't that teacher's mindset a bit outdated? A good cat is one that catches mice, regardless of color. The teacher should help students refine new tactics instead of outright denying them. What? Are you implying that you have objections to my teaching methods? The speaker was a man in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance, simple black hair, and plain clothes. His bright black eyes revealed a hint of profoundness. Qin looked at YeCong with arrogance. Little brat, considering your youth, I won't hold your words against you. Just apologize to me, and we can forget about your offense. Due to his late arrival and his usual arrogance, Qin, who looked down on some of the talents outside, was not concerned with the identity of the saint's son of the Wuhun Hall, which led him not to recognize YeCong's status. Looking at the person before him, YeCong frowned slightly. To be honest, he did not like this guy. In the original story, this guy was indeed a backstabbing wolf. Clearly a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, he was always thinking about his alma mater, to the extent that when his students encountered those so-called juniors, he not only forbade his own academy from exerting full strength, but also scolded his students for being unreasonable when faced with their harassment and blatant rule violations. This behavior made YeCong look down on him from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Qin-Ming's arrogant expression, YeCong sneered, if you want me to apologize, that's fine, but I'm afraid your luck is too thin, and you can't handle my courtesy, then don't blame me for harming you here. You smooth-talking brat. Qin was furious. In his eyes, apart from his own teachers at Shrek Academy, no one dared to speak to him like this, especially not a little brat who hadn't even grown up yet. You're not learning well at such a young age, but are disrespectful to your elders. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your teacher, Qin said angrily, and as he activated his martial soul, the blazing fire wolf, a ball of yellow flame erupted around him, causing his muscles under his clothes to bulge, stretching the originally loose clothing tight, and his eyes turned yellow. 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared around him. Clearly, he was a soul emperor. Qianheng looked somewhat nervous. He opened his mouth to try to stop his teacher, but was blocked by Yin. She had long wanted to see YeCong suffer, but had never had the chance. Within the same rank, YeCong was absolutely invincible, and those much stronger than him would not dare to act against him due to his status. Today's situation was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for whether YeCong would encounter any accidents, Yin was certain that such a thing was unimaginable. After all, even she had life-saving means gifted by Hua, and YeCong's status in the underworld was extraordinarily high, so his life-saving methods were likely even more formidable. Facing Qin pressure, YeCong showed no signs of weakness. He prepared to take action against Shunshur and Shana, holding the soul-cleansing hammer as he approached Qin. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A 5th ring and a 1,000-year soul ring waste. YeCong intentionally tried to provoke him, emphasizing the last sentence. You're seeking death. Qin was indeed furious. The inadequacy of his 5th soul ring's age was a permanent pain for him, and this ungrateful little brat actually dared to tear at his wound. This was undoubtedly a path to death. Chapter 130. The Gift from Hohaha. 9 Dragon Sons, please stop for a moment. Just as the two were about to make a move, a gentle soul power separated them. This soul power, though incredibly mild, was immensely thick, like a heavy city wall that could not be breached. Yelingling exclaimed in surprise. Grandpa, you're here. The two were previously tense, immediately relaxed, and looked towards the kind-faced old man with white whiskers. Greetings, Your Excellency. Hello, Grandpaye. Yirenxin's breakthrough to the title de law had not been announced publicly. The title Your Excellency, although similar in nature to titles like Your Majesty or Your Highness, is a special title reserved for title de law, akin to a mark of respect for powerful individuals. However, there are exceptions, as YeCong has treated and saved countless people, and it can be said that every notable family on the continent has benefited from his kindness. This has made YeCong's reputation on the continent extremely high. To show respect for him, he became the only soul master who could enjoy such honors even at the Soul-Duing level. YeCong's Ardual, Relievit YeCong, who had only been engaging in banter with Qin. Although he was exceptionally powerful, he wouldn't be reckless enough to challenge a Soul Emperor. If a fight broke out, he might very well end up getting beaten. Your Excellency, may I ask what brings you here? Qin said respectfully. Although Qin usually held himself in high regard, he dared not act rashly in front of this venerable elder. With a smile, YeCong said, Teacher Qin, thank you for your efforts these days. Today is Lingling's birthday, and I have come here to present her with a gift. A gift? Lingling's eyes widened in surprise, filled with anticipation. Busy with the soul fighting competition today, she had completely forgotten that it was her own birthday. YeCong gently ruffled his granddaughter's hair and cheerfully handed her a gift box about a foot square. This was specially customized by the city lord for you. Open it and take a look. Customized by the city lord? Lingling, Dugian, and Bai Qinxiang all shivered slightly upon hearing this, instinctively looking at YeCong. All three had consumed the pills refined by Hohaha, which helped them break through their own bottlenecks and reach new heights. Anything made by Hohaha would certainly not be an ordinary item. The other members of the royal battle team were somewhat unaware of the intricacies, but had heard rumors about the Lord of the Underworld possessing unfathomable strength and the ability to change the world. Additionally, the three girls had returned home after their family joined the Underworld, and upon rejoining the team, their powers had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although they did not know the reasons, they could guess that the girls must have received treasures bestowed by the Lord of the Underworld that allowed their martial souls to evolve. Naturally, they were very curious about items made by such a powerful figure. Seeing that the girls were looking at him, YeCong felt a bit speechless. What are you looking at me for? Uncle Hoha Isen, you gonna tell me what gift he prepared. If you want to know, just open it and see for yourselves. Uncle Hohaha, YeCong's expression turned strange, and an unusual light flashed in his eyes. Wasn't Song the holy son of the Spirit Hall? How could he refer to the leader of another force with such an affectionate title? Was there some hidden story? As one of the prospective heirs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, YeCong's thoughts were incredibly delicate, and he immediately detected something unusual about YeCong's choice of words. In that instant, he realized many things which explained why Dugian, Lingling, and Bai Qinxiang knew YeCong. It seemed the underworld and the Spirit Hall were closer than expected. Although YeCong remained outwardly calm and composed, he was already contemplating whether to inform his grandfather about this matter and let him decide what to do. Bai Qinxiang's eyes sparkled, and she urged in a coaxing tone, Lingling, hurry and open it. The city lord is powerful, and anything he chooses as a gift is definitely not ordinary. Okay. Lingling nodded and, under the expectant gazes of everyone, opened the gift box. Inside was a seemingly ordinary bracelet with a total of 9 beads, each carved with different soul beast faces, every one of them lifelike, as if they were real. Lingling certainly didn't believe that Hohaha went to great lengths just to give her such an ordinary gift. She picked it up and examined it closely, but was puzzled, so she turned to her grandfather for help. YeCong spoke at this moment, handing Lingling a needle and saying, if you apply your blood to the eyes of these beast heads, you will know its purpose. Lingling trusted him and followed YeCong's instructions. As the blood soaked into the eyes of the 9 beast heads, the entire bracelet suddenly emitted a milky white light and actually floated in midair. This is actually a soul guide. Lingling's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. With a smile, YeCong introduced, when the city lord handed this to me, he told me that this item is called 9 Dragon Sons, which combines 9 different soul guides, each with powerful functions. They can attack, defend, and even assist and escape. Even when you reach the title Douluo level in the future, you will still be able to use it. Although YeCong's words were calm, they were like a thunderclap in the clear sky. YeCong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly used soul power to transmit a message. Grandpa Yi, why did you take this item out in public? I'm afraid someone might act on greed and do something bad. YeCong glanced at YeCong meaningfully and replied through soul transmission, Holy Son, do you think I came here alone? YeCong immediately understood, feeling much more at ease. He glanced around, and if there were no surprises, many of the seemingly ordinary people among the crowd should be guards sent by the underworld. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. YeCong's mind exploded upon hearing YeCong's words. Did the soul guide device come from the lord of the underworld? I must not have heard wrong, right? The technology for soul guides had long been lost for an unknown period, and the only existing ones on the market were storage-type soul guides, with those possessing other functions being unheard of. Furthermore, even the remaining storage soul guides, no matter how small the internal space, were extremely expensive. After all, having one less means one less, and often the significance outweighed the practical value. But now it seemed there were still people capable of making soul guides. This was simply unheard of. In just one evening, YeCong felt that the stimulation he experienced was greater than all the shocks he had felt in the past decade. Chapter 131, a chapter whose name is unknown, as YeCong said. The image and name of the 9 dragon sons are derived from the saying the dragon has 9 sons, each of which is different. Even the abilities of each bead correspond to the respective dragon sons. Chionyo bead contains the power of flames and explodes upon contact with the target. Yazi bead contains the power of lightning, destroying the target with thunderous force. Chao Feng bead, extremely fast, evading all attacks. Hu Lao bead releases sound waves to create interference. Swan and Eye bead exhales smoke to create illusions. Basya bead, extremely heavy, hard to resist. Bind bead uses a cage to trap enemies. Tao Tai bead has a vast internal space, capable of storing anything, can store living beings but cannot contain their consciousness. Chi Wen bead creates a protective shield to evade all malicious attacks. These 9 beads can not only be used individually but can also be combined. When used together, 9 suns linked beads, true dragon emerges. They can summon all 9 dragon sons and transform into a true dragon. However, doing so consumes an enormous amount of soul power, and given Yiling's current strength, it would be enough to drain her soul power completely in an instant. Moreover, the 9 dragon sons are also capable of growth. With no restrictions on the levels, they can be used by soul masters. The higher the level, the greater the power unleashed, especially those few offensive beads, if used by a titled Douluo, could easily destroy a city in one blow. YeCong Gunanjit, Tov Atirenjin. Such items, applicable to all stages of soul masters, can be used in conjunction with multiple soul tools and even recognize their master through blood. Would likely be of the 9th or even 10th rank in the great misunderstanding of Huiyuhao becoming a god set 1,000 years later. Huahaha, no matter how generous, would not give such things to a little girl. He speculated that it was highly likely that Uncle Hua had gifted it to YeCong for self-defense, but the old man was reluctant to use it himself, which is why he passed it on to his granddaughter. YeCong came to Tiando City this time to deliver gifts. But her main purpose was to bring along the forces from the underworld to participate in the sect competition that could change the continent's landscape. YeCong need not be mentioned. He was the dual holy son of these 2 major forces, and his status was self-evident. The members of the royal fighting team also had extraordinary backgrounds, each backed by a major sect. After asking for leave from teacher Qinming, the people from the Royal Fighting Academy dispersed, returning to their homes. Qinming felt fortunate upon learning of YeCong's identity, glad he hadn't acted rashly. The Spirit Hall was the pinnacle of soul masters on Douluo Continent, and if he had really beaten up their holy son, he would have definitely faced severe consequences. Moreover, the newly emerging underworld was not an easy target to provoke. It was said that just a few days after its establishment, it had directly subdued the 4 affiliated sects of the original Haotian Sect, suppressing and ruling over Element City. According to rumors, the patriarch of the Li family, Titan, was killed by one of the elders from the underworld, Song Qianqian. Clearly, it was their own internal strife. Why should I bear the blame? As a sole emperor and a senior teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, he feared he might find himself in trouble any day. Meanwhile, YeCong returned to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. As the current 3rd sect of the continent, they placed great importance on this conference, wanting to push forward. The Shijia brothers returned to the Xianming sect, where they dared not think of the top 3 positions. But they still aimed to compete for the lower 4 sects. At least their family had never believed that the defense of the Xianming turtle was inferior to that of a diamond mammoth. The 3 girls, along with YeCong and the 2 little followers he had just mentioned, followed YeCong on their way back to the Spirit Hall. Bringing along the lonely Osro, as it was already late, they quickly decided to set out the next morning and chose a hotel to stay for the night. With strong financial backing, they naturally booked a luxurious single room. YeCong hid in the room and began to sort through the spoils he obtained from the manager. As he opened each storage soul tool, the wealth inside left him speechless. Goodness, is the manager really this wealthy? Despite YeCong's noble status, he was still stunned upon seeing the entire fortune of the Tiando Great Soul Arena's manager. In his life, it was the first time he had witnessed what a mountain of money looked like. Not to mention the vast amount of soul coins. He even discovered 6 soul bones of varying positions, excluding the head soul bone, which was relatively low at only 9,000 years. The rest were all over 10,000 years, classified as Blood River treasures. Although this 9,000-year head soul bone was a bit younger, its quality was absolutely not low. It came from the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan. It's important to note that the deep sea is an extremely dangerous area for today's human soul masters, especially for land soul masters. Even a soul emperor or soul sage might be humiliated by an ordinary 1,000-year sea soul beast, not to mention a dominating soul beast like the Magic Soul Great White Shark. Furthermore, the Magic Soul Great White Shark not only has a Beast King level leader, but also belongs to the Sea God Eskin, serving as the guardian beast of Sea God Island. Anyone daring to hunt it would face pursuit from Sea God Island. Based on these points alone, the value of this 1,000-year soul bone far exceeds that of the other soul bones. Additionally, YeCong found a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including treasures like shark brain and whale glue, which can significantly enhance physical attributes. Moreover, the weight and age of these items are not low. It can be said that if someone could consume a small piece of whale glue, even a patient with previously poor physical attributes would be able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring in the second ring. After YeCong finished counting these treasures, he packed them away again and then opened the third storage soul tool. The third storage soul tool contained various bottles and jars of medicine, scattered in dozens of bottles, all labeled with names on red paper. All medicine has a bit of poison, YeCong thought as he glanced at them and packed them away again. How to handle them would best be decided when he encountered Uncle Hua, so he could identify them. It's best to clarify such matters. After all, no one knows whether these things are poison or medicine. The last storage soul tool was filled with paper documents. Although there were many documents, they were meticulously organized by the manager and stored in a binder. These documents could be roughly divided into 2 categories. One category consisted of letters exchanged between the manager and others. The other category contained research materials and financial transactions related to the Great Soul Arena, among other issues. Chapter 132. YeCong Spoils of War. After YeCong finished reading those letters and records, he helplessly put down the papers and rubbed his forehead. This person in charge really knows how to play. After reading all the paper documents, YeCong finally understood what this guy had been thinking. He hadn't said a single truthful word. The so-called selling of intelligence and taking himself hostage for ransom was merely an excuse. His real goal was to prepare to gift himself to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Yes, he was planning to defect there. A large portion of these paper documents consisted of correspondence between him and Ning Fengji, while another part contained confidential documents regarding soul master cultivation and several prescriptions, including those soul bones and heavenly materials. These must have been the chips he stole from there to exchange for the protection of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Based on the writings recorded in the letters, YeCong roughly deduced his plans. This person in charge had colluded with the 7-treasure glazed tile school long ago. With the help of that old fox Ning Fengji strategies, he quickly stole confidential documents about there and through his own theft, acquired quite a few treasures. He was preparing to find an opportunity to fake his death and then jump ship to the 7-treasure glazed tile school as a guest elder who wouldn't have to manage anything, thus starting a life of leisure. I must say this defection plan was actually quite good. However, unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing. He not only underestimated the strength of the Spirit Hall, but also underestimated the terror of there. It's not that YeCong was boasting. To a certain extent, he understood they're even better than the person in charge. There has always liked to hide in the shadows. Even the forces under its command only communicate through intermediaries and do not know where the headquarters is, nor who the members are. After his strength increased, he obtained more authority, one of which included access to forbidden books. Among those forbidden books, YeCong saw more records about there. There has a very long history, so long that it is no longer traceable, existing even before the Spirit Hall was founded. According to the records, all high-ranking officials of there are referred to by code names, with a leader called the Fool, and he has 22 counselors under him. Moreover, these counselors all possess the strength of tidal Douluo. Under their command, there are 4 departments: the Holy Grail, the Scepter, the Star Coin, and the Sword, each managing different affairs. These secrets were discovered after the first angel god ascended to divinity and traveled the continent. It can be said that aside from forces that have once birthed deities, no one knows just how powerful there is. Although it is unknown how many counselors are currently in power, one can imagine that there is definitely not weak. Even if his plan were to succeed and he brought himself to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to take credit, he would likely be killed by there sooner or later, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that took him and could face great misfortune. Among the research documents, YeCong found something interesting: transformation and cultivation of beastization people. It was over 100 pages long, and after reading it, YeCong breathed a sigh of relief. There really is ruthless. They're even conducting human experiments. The key is that this is not a typical human experiment, but rather a forced transformation of normally awakened beast martial soul masters into beastization people through human intervention. Soul masters excel in intelligence, but lack strength, while soul beasts excel in strength, but lack intelligence. The mad researchers at there believe that only by combining the strengths of both can they cultivate the most perfect and excellent warriors. In their constant exploration and experimentation, there have been successful cases, but naturally, there have also been failures. Those failed test subjects, aside from some who died on the spot due to the experiment, were directly destroyed, while those with decent appearances were cleaned up and sold as slaves at auction houses to extract their last bit of value. YeCong pondered it. This explains why auction houses always seem to have so many high-quality slaves. It is likely that there is the supplier providing a stable source. This implies that Shauna's background is quite tragic. She must be one of the latter, a lucky success in beastization transformation. This also explains why she reached the rank of Soul Master at such a young age without taking any elixirs to improve her qualifications. After calming down his somewhat shattered worldview, he hesitated not at all and directly threw the entire document into the flames of the fireplace. Such inhumane and world-harming things are better destroyed outright. YeCong took a sip of water, took a short break, and continued to sift through the other documents. He quickly found something else interesting among the pile of documents: a recipe for the immortal pill. This thing has another name, called the Three-Corpse Brain God Pill. It can be considered a flawed treasure pill that, when taken, can greatly enhance cultivation speed, even achieving 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. However, since it is referred to as the flawed version, it naturally has strong side effects. This immortal pill is highly addictive. Once taken, one can never stop using it for life. If one does not take it when the time comes, they will experience unbearable itching from the inside out, suffering greatly. There's a saying, immortal pill, immortal pill. Even immortals must face the end after taking it. When the time comes, if the medicine is not taken, life becomes worse than death, and one screams like a ghost. Just the introduction made YeCong feel horrified, causing his hand to tremble and drop the prescription to the ground. There truly has good methods. They can even come up with such a way to control people. Now that he thinks about it, the 2 new subordinates he took in are probably controlled by this kind of drug. YeCong contemplated and found a small vial among the pile of medicines, with the words immortal pill clearly written on it. It seems this is the thing. YeCong let out a sigh, hesitated for a moment, and then unfolded the crumpled prescription again, folded it properly, and put it away. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He would hand these things over to Uncle Hua when he saw him tomorrow. With the prescription and the sample, it should be easier to concoct the antidote, and by then, it would help free his 2 new subordinates from control. At this point, YeCong expressed that there is truly not a good place, and if given the chance, he would very much like to flatten it directly. An idea arose in YeCong's mind. Could it be that the extremely arrogant Holy Spirit Church that appeared 10,000 years later evolved from there? After all, the forms and styles of the 2 are too similar, which made YeCong have to suspect. If that is the case, it would be best to eliminate such a calamity in its cradle. Chapter 133, meeting the news of the mysterious disappearance of the manager of the Wuhun Arena in Tiando City, quickly reached the ears of the fool. Although this manager was merely a lowly soul Dalu, his intention to betray the organization drew the attention of the fool, who summoned 22 administrative officials to gather in the conference hall for a meeting. Having all 22 officials present was extremely rare, as the fool had always adhered to the principle of better to have none than to have too many, with many positions remaining vacant for long periods. The 22 titled Douluos took their seats along both sides of a long stone table. The lighting in the conference room was quite dim, allowing them to only vaguely see each other's faces. Among these 22 titled Douluos, there was a mix of genders and ages. It wasn't that those who appeared youthful were truly young and accomplished. Reaching the title Dalu level was merely a small technique in the utilization of soul power. Upon reaching the title Dalu stage, A soul master's soul power undergoes a sublimation, allowing them to choose to freeze their appearance at a certain point in time, achieving a form of rejuvenation in a certain sense. Oh, everyone is here? What a pity, such a grand meeting, and I thought someone had died. I even dressed up specially for this occasion, ready for a feast. The speaker was a charming and alluring woman, who, despite her appearance resembling that of a courtesan, was indeed a powerful titled Dalu, codenamed the Lover. A short old man about 1.50 meters let out a strange chuckle. Hee, come on everyone, we are colleagues after all. Do we have to be so ruthless? Speaking of which, if someone really did die, wouldn't he the fool give us a long holiday? I'm quite curious about this. A stern-looking middle-aged man reprimanded. Hermit, since you know Lord Fool called us for an important matter, then be quiet. Power! A muscular man with a bare upper body and a fierce face openly mocked the middle-aged man. Ha! So it's Emperor. What a great show of power. Power! Are you looking to challenge me? The Emperor did not get angry, his gaze cold as he asked in a deep voice. Power showed no fear, retorting sharply, as if I would be afraid of you. The soul power pressure released by the two intertwined in the air, ready to erupt into a battle at any moment. The colleagues, eager for excitement, began to cheer. Emperor, can you tolerate this? Hurry and deal with him. Power, you aren't scared, are you? Go on, after you take him down, you'll be the Emperor. Just as the two were about to clash, a cough broke the tense atmosphere, and a masked man appeared at the forefront. Greetings, Lord Fool. With the man's arrival, the entire conference room fell silent, as if they had not been on the verge of chaos just moments before. The Fool made no comments on their previous behavior. For him, it didn't matter if his subordinates had poor relationships or even lacked loyalty, as long as they could handle the tasks assigned to them properly. The manager of the Wuhun Arena in Tiando City has gone missing after stealing a large amount of confidential information. What are your thoughts? The Fool spoke slowly, yet his tone was oppressive. These officials, who could command power outside, were submissive in front of the Fool, not daring to act recklessly. After a moment, the hanging man timidly spoke up. My lord, looking on the bright side, perhaps he is dead? After all, even the secret chamber he prepared was blown open. Oomph. The Fool coldly snorted at this remark. The hanging man immediately staggered back several steps, his face pale, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. An ant, whether dead or alive, is of no importance. Now, all the treasures and documents he stole are also missing. What I need is for the secrets he stole not to fall into the hands of others. The Fool's words carried an undeniable tone, and then he fell into a brief silence. No one dared to interrupt the Fool's thoughts. Time seemed to freeze, and the entire venue was silent as a grave. The Fool was known for his unpredictable temper and brutal nature. He particularly disliked being interrupted during his contemplation. Once, a certain official had foolishly disturbed him while he was deep in thought, and as for the outcome, well, just look at the human skin mat at the door to know. Hungingman. Finally, the Fool stopped thinking and raised his head. A cold gaze pierced through the hollow of his mask, fixating on the hanging man. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one, and their gazes towards the hanging man held more than a hint of glee and sympathy. The hanging man shivered and quickly stood up, bowing. Your subordinate is here. I grant you certain powers. Not only priority access to information, but also the right to act first and report later. This matter is under your full responsibility, and you must retrieve the stolen documents. Once accomplished, I will certainly reward you well. If I fail, the Fool's words trailed off, followed by a chilling laugh. The hanging man was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked. Faced with his superior's assignment, he did not dare refuse, eagerly agreeing. Although the Fool had granted him significant authority and promised generous rewards upon success, the hanging man felt that this would likely be his last mission, and he probably wouldn't be around to claim that reward. It wasn't that the Fool would go back on his word. Although they were villains, there was hardly any camaraderie among colleagues, yet they never made empty promises. As long as you could complete the task, the promised reward would certainly not be lacking. However, someone who could silently kill a Soul-Subduing in the Wuhun Arena office and then leave without a trace would likely possess strength that was not weaker than his own. As for mobilizing personnel, those who were unwilling would be more than happy to see him meet a disastrous end. And even if he did use his privileges to force them to work, they would probably just be slacking off. After assigning the task, the Fool's expression turned hollow once more. After a long pause, he suddenly said strangely, a great force is about to arrive. Our goals will soon be achieved. Chapter 134. YeCong's fourth flag demon. The journey from the Tiando Empire to Wuhun City was not too far. Even with some family members in tow, it only took a day and a night to arrive. YeCong went straight back to his dormitory, while the participants from the underworld, including the two new little brothers he had taken in, were specially provided with accommodations by the Wuhun temple. Unsurprisingly, this meeting brought YeCong another big surprise from Huahaha. With the continuous improvement of the cultivation system, the emergence of soul cores has made it increasingly easier for soul masters to cultivate. Although this new cultivation system has not broken the shackles of soul rings, it allows soul masters to easily break through their original bottlenecks and reach higher levels. This is why, in the subsequent the Yuan, Zhong, Cheng Shen Lu, and Tai Ziwei Fu Si Fong Lu, there appeared a situation where title Douluos were everywhere and super Douluos were as common as dogs. In fact, in Song Qianqian's era, the prototype of the soul core had already appeared. Huahaha built upon this foundation and successfully perfected the theory through research. Currently, several titled Douluos in the underworld have been practicing the soul core method, and their strength has further improved. Moreover, Huahaha used this as bait to recruit 4 soul Douluos who had been stuck at level 89 for many years. These 4 individuals are biological siblings, collectively known as the Wangqi 4 Sons. They not only have a tacit understanding of cooperation, but also possess a unique martial soul fusion skill. Even ordinary titled Douluos would treat them with respect. This has made them somewhat famous in the soul world. Now, under Huahaha's recruitment, they are attempting to break through the bottleneck of titled Douluos using the soul core method at the Ice and Fiery Nyang-Ai. If all goes well, in a few days, the underworld will add 4 more titled Douluos, and they will have martial soul fusion skills. The extreme prohibition fields of Gui Ju and his partner are already terrifying. If the 4 titled Douluos, who share blood ties, were to unleash their martial soul fusion skill together, what kind of scene would that be? For this sect competition, the underworld has truly gone all out. Aside from Xianming, who remained behind to defend the sect, Huahaha, the sect leader, led all 4 titled Douluos here. After a few days of combat tempering, YeCong successfully broke into level 40 while meditating. With a thought, he summoned a little guy from the Black Domain. Taking advantage of its still unconscious state, he hurriedly began the process of refining and absorbing it. This little guy had just been hatched from the essence of Yunas a few days ago. Due to its high danger level, YeCong suppressed it and sealed it in the Black Domain right after it hatched, until today. Now, this little creature is not called the infamous Yunas, but its juvenile form, the Shadow Sphere. Although it is in its juvenile form, it is not cute like the typical juvenile spirit beasts. It is a monster composed of several black spheres linked together. These spheres are arranged in order of size, with the largest black sphere, serving as the head, being about the size of a volleyball, while the black sphere at the tail has a diameter of only 1 centimeter. Each black sphere is as deep as a black hole, seemingly capable of absorbing everything within. The process of subduing the flag demon was very easy. YeCong had done this many times in his previous life and was already quite skilled at it. As the shadow sphere gradually transformed into a flag demon, YeCong's 4th flag, the Huang Yao fan, appeared. He opened his eyes and clenched his fist with slight excitement. From now on, the number of his flag demons would no longer be limited to 1 per piece. When he has time, he plans to venture into the forest to catch some 100-year-old or just a few decades-old spirit beasts as consumables, allowing him to utilize those forbidden techniques in the outside world as well. The Shadow Sphere also benefited from this special mechanism, and as its master, YeCong's level increased from the initial level 1 to level 42, completing its evolution and truly becoming the fearsome shadow demon Yunas that roams the universe. Of course, he still has a long way to go to reach that level. First, considering that Yunas is merely the name of their race, it is not particularly suitable as a unique title. After all, it would be impossible to find a second one on Douluo Star. Second, YeCong wanted to maintain symmetry with his first 3 flag demons, so he gave Yunas a new name, Zhoulan. The previous owner of this name was arguably the most flamboyant in that 8-member team. Although perhaps slightly lacking in appearance, he was absolutely top tier in terms of strength. This also fits Yunas' identity as an otherworldly visitor capable of distorting space. Such identity and strength are indeed well-deserved. Although there was a slight mix-up in ranking, with the original Big Brother becoming the 4th, this is a minor issue. Now a level 42 Soul Master, YeCong was in a great mood and summoned all his flag demons to introduce this new flag master, Zhoulan, to his 3 elder predecessors. Unlike those predecessors who had lived for hundreds of years, Zhoulan was merely a newborn, and due to the explosive increase in power, he had not yet fully mastered his abilities. After the welcome ceremony for the newcomer, YeCong transformed into a smooth operator and headed to visit his two little brothers based on the address provided by the staff. Thanks to YeCong's influence, the brother and sister received a small independent house. The location was not far from YeCong's dormitory by the lake. Although the house wasn't particularly large, it was a precious warm home for the siblings. After all, when they worked under that supervisor as slaves, they could only squeeze into a rickety wooden box that could barely fit a bed. This was still considering their decent talents, which allowed for good training to become capable fighters. Otherwise, their treatment would likely be even worse. Under the supervision of someone who liked to vent his emotions through the abuse of his subordinates, it was a normal occurrence to kill a few slaves who had no rights and belonged to him, let alone ordinary servants with free status. Before YeCong arrived, Shun and Sha were busy arranging their new home. Upon seeing YeCong approach, they hurriedly stopped their work and respectfully said, "Greetings, master." They were about to kneel and bow their heads. YeCong was quick to reach out and pull them back, stopping their next action. "There's no need for that. I don't like those complicated formalities. It's better to skip the overly grand gestures of kneeling and bowing. Besides, I mentioned before that we are friends, not master and servant. Right?" "Understood, master." The two changed their kneeling to a cupped fist salute, bending their bodies, with both their actions and tones still filled with respect. Chapter 135. Disaster slave YeCong was somewhat speechless. If he had known that he would end up taking care of himself, he shouldn't have taken out that token. The token was also found among the spoils of war, and at the time, YeCong studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out its purpose. The only thing he noticed was that the pure wooden token seemed to be inlaid with some kind of bone around it. YeCong was puzzled. So the next day, he took this thing to ask the brother and sister, hoping to get an answer, but unexpectedly, it turned into the current situation. Fortunately, the records of the spirit hall were sufficient, and with a living encyclopedia Ho-Ha-Ha, he quickly found a book in a corner of the spirit hall. A story recorded in it resolved his doubts. About 400 to 500 years ago, a major incident known as the disaster of witchcraft occurred in the Tiando Empire. The specifics of the situation were that the then Emperor of Tiando had not established a position for the Empress, only setting a rule. Whoever gave birth to the Emperor's first son would become the Empress of the Empire. The competition for this position among his concubines involved both open and covert struggles, various contests, and even some palace maids were drawn into this smoke-free war, using all their means to seduce the emperor in hopes of gaining his favor and conceiving a dragon's son, thereby soaring to greatness, perhaps due to his indulgence in youth. This emperor died young. In this situation, two concubines became pregnant simultaneously. Coincidentally, the fathers of these two women were the top civil and military officials of the Tiando Empire, both of equal status and certainly unwilling to compromise under pressure from the other side. It should be noted that while these two prominent figures were the pillars of the Tiando Empire, their relationship was not harmonious. In fact, it was very bad. It can be said that once one side's power exceeded the other, it would inevitably lead to a fight to the death, completely annihilating the other. This led to the two pregnant concubines refusing to back down, as losing here meant not just losing the title of Empress and the future position of Empress Dowager, but even their families would face disaster. If before this, they had formed factions and suppressed each other, with nothing more than verbal confrontations from now on, it would be a matter of directly wanting to eliminate the opponent, to completely destroy her rival, Lady Li, the daughter of the Prime Minister, who would later be known as Empress Dowager Li Xuan, devised a poisonous scheme. After careful planning, she first bribed a maidservant close to Lady Hua, the daughter of the Marshal, and had a straw doll with the Emperor's name hidden under her bed. Then, in collusion with her father, while the Grand Marshal was away at war, she submitted a false report accusing Lady Hua of colluding with evil spirit masters and cursing the Emperor with witchcraft. The Prime Minister spent a large sum of money to hire an evil spirit master who could manipulate others' emotions to ensure the plan's smooth execution from the shadows. The plan proceeded very smoothly. The Emperor, stirred by anger, was furious, especially when he found the cursing props under Lady Hua's bed. And without giving her a chance to prove her innocence, he directly ordered her to be torn apart by 5 horses. However, once he calmed down, he felt a wave of fear. It should be known that Lady Hua's father, the Grand Marshal, commanded 1/3 of the army in the empire. If he learned of his daughter's tragic death, he would surely rebel. With his peak-level Soul-Duing cultivation and their family's prestige in the military, he feared he might lose his throne. At this moment, the Prime Minister offered another plan, first imprisoning or directly killing those from the Grand Marshal's faction to eliminate any chance of them leaking information. Then, pretending nothing happened, he summoned the Marshal back. inviting him to a banquet under the pretense of hospitality, using poison wine to kill him. What followed was a thorough extermination process. The intention was to completely wipe out the marshal's family, leaving no trace behind. However, perhaps due to feelings of guilt, the emperor did not follow through with his plan. He publicly declared that the marshal had attempted to rebel and should have been executed, but due to his past merits, he spared him from a death penalty but imposed a life sentence. The surname Disaster was bestowed upon them, and everyone was demoted to slavery, with any newborns branded with the character Disaster to mark their identity. The Disaster family became the only unique slave family on the continent. The marshal's bones were also cut and embedded in a special token to command these Disaster slaves. Due to the severity of this incident, the Tiando Empire conducted a major purge, destroying all records related to it, and those who knew about it mysteriously committed suicide at home, specifically with 17 stab wounds in the back. It was only because the Spirit Hall was powerful and acted as a neutral organization, unafraid of threats from any forces, that this incident was documented and sealed in the historical archives. In an instant, and at a moment, it was clear that these two were children of that family. YeCong had seen the disaster mark on the back of the instant one. They were not biological siblings, but could only be considered relatives. Moreover, they had not met in the place called Disaster Island, which specifically collected disaster slaves. They were merely bought by the same master and had to rely on each other as family. As for how to help them complete a mental transformation, that would be a long-term task, so there was no rush. YeCong first took out a few bottles of surplus divine pills and handed them to them. You can use these for now. Once Uncle Hua develops the antidote, you will be completely liberated. The instant one stepped forward, respectfully accepting the medicine bottle. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. YeCong scratched his head and sighed. If he had known it would turn out this way, he shouldn't have taken out that token. Now, there was an invisible barrier between him and the two younger brothers. After thinking it over, YeCong decided to temporarily assign the instant one to a task. Perhaps the situation would improve after some time. As for the moment, the little girl's slave mentality was not as severe as the instant one's, so he could teach her well while she was by his side. Of course, he would never admit it was because he was fond of her that he kept the little wolf girl around. Thinking of this, he said, "Instant, I have a long-term task to arrange for you. Are you willing to accept it? Please assign it directly, Master. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." The instant one did not hesitate at all. YeCong nodded. "Good. After this sect mission is over, I will arrange for you to go on a trip to join a certain academy. You can understand it as me asking you to be an undercover agent to help me investigate the intelligence I need. As for the name of the academy, the address, and the information you need to investigate, I will tell you all in a couple of days." Chapter 136. The Grand Competition of the Sect begins. This year's Grand Competition of the Sect is quite different from previous ones. As the host, the Wuhun Temple not only invited all sects from around the world to participate, but also set up spectator stands. Of course, not just anyone can qualify to watch the matches. The Wuhun Temple has established certain requirements to sit in the stands. Apart from the relatively high ticket prices, there are also strength requirements for the audience. One must at least have the cultivation level of a soul sect to qualify for entry. If one wants to bring guests, a soul king can bring one person, a soul emperor can bring two, a soul sage can bring four, and so on. This has led to a particularly lively atmosphere in Wuhun City during this time. In a nutshell, it was a scene of drums and gongs, firecrackers fluttering red flags, and a sea of people. Besides the competitors from various sects vying for the positions of the 7 great sects, there are also many spectators. After all, this involves battles between titled Daluos, which are almost impossible to witness on ordinary days. Overall, the competition venue can be divided into 2 arenas. The first arena is focused on soul Daluos competing for the positions of the lower 4 sects. The current lower 4 sects are the Holy Dragon Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect, and the Wind Sword Sect. The leaders of these 4 sects are all veteran soul Douluo powerhouses. Apart from defending their positions against challengers, they can also challenge other sect leaders if they wish to improve their sect's ranking. The other arena is for the battle for the upper 3 sects, determined by titled Daluos. Originally ranked first, the Haotian Sect has now been disqualified, and after being defeated by the Wuhun Temple, they dare not compete for a position this time. As for the second and third positions, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, their rankings have remained almost unchanged for years. They had considered taking advantage of Haotian Sect's expulsion from the 7 great sects to contend for the title of the world's #1 sect. But after witnessing the terrifying strength of Hua, they had to abandon that thought. After all, even if the two sects joined forces, they might not be a match for him alone. Moreover, based on known intelligence, it was said that the underworld had just merged with several major families, and the number of titled Daluos might exceed the combined total of their two sections. As the competition began, the major sects preparing to compete and the spectators entered the venue one after another. The leaders of the 6 existing sects took their seats in their exclusive boxes. The upper 3 sects, now 2 major sects, and the lower 4 sects are recognized as the top sects on the continent to show their importance and respect. The Wuhun Temple specially built resting or viewing areas for them. All treatments decrease according to their ranking in Chinese order. The higher the rank, the better the treatment. And conversely, those with lower ranks receive less favorable treatment. Ning Fengji settled into the exclusive box of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. During the last sect competition, he was still a child, and since he was not the son of the sect leader, he did not qualify to watch the matches. He could only listen to his father narrate the events of that grand competition. In that competition, the leader of the Haotian Sect, Tang Sect, dominated and easily defeated the 3 titled Daluos and several soul Daluos from the other 6 sects by himself, making the Haotian Sect the undisputed number 1 sect in the world. The succession of these major sect leaders is not directly inherited by the leader's biological son. The biological son of the founding ancestor has some advantages at most, but the final selection goes to the person with the highest talent and strength in the sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has an additional requirement, which is, to be precise, a hidden task that can only be triggered at a specific time, when the old generation's protecting title Douluo is about to pass away. Whoever among the sect's disciples can invite back a new protecting title Douluo will almost certainly inherit the position of sect leader. On the one hand, Ning Fengji used his exceptional emotional intelligence and eloquence to invite back the 2 titled Daluos from the Swordbone, and on the other hand, his own talent was indeed remarkable, becoming the first soul sage among his peers. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda can only cultivate to the level of soul sage, allowing him to easily seize the position of sect leader. As he recalled, Ning Fengji looked at his daughter Ning Rongrong with affectionate eyes. Although he had many children, the love he showed for the others was at most comparable to that for Ning Rongrong. The reason was that this daughter was the one among many children whose personality resembled his the most. Moreover, her talent was the highest. On the day of her martial soul awakening, she directly awakened innate soul power at level 9. Furthermore, with the 2 protecting titled Daluos at their prime, there was no need to worry about triggering that hidden task. Therefore, it was almost certain that Ning Rongrong would inherit his position as sect leader in the future. The purpose of bringing her out this time was to broaden her horizons, and if conditions allowed, it would be best to establish connections with leaders from other sects after the competition. Ning Fengji withdrew his thoughts and was taken aback when he looked at the high platform. There were actually 3 chairs in the position that should have been exclusively for the Pope. Moreover, these 3 chairs were of the same level, and the 3 individuals sitting in them were quite intriguing. Sitting in the middle was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhun Temple, who naturally deserved to be there. On the left was a blond young man whom Ning Fengji had never seen before, but after Chen Xian's introduction, he learned that this was Qian Dalu, the grand offering of the Wuhun Temple, who had long been in seclusion. Although he did not know what wind had blown this old recluse here, it was only right for the grand offering to sit there. As for the 3rd position on the right, upon seeing the white-haired, middle-aged man sitting there, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow. How did the underworld gods sit in that position? Could it be that the relationship between this place and the Wuhun Temple is closer than I imagined? If that is the case, could this competition be a conspiracy? Right? The competitors from the underworld also have their own independent rooms provided by the Wuhun Temple. Although they are likely to secure a position due to their extraordinary strength, they still do not have that official status, and theoretically, they should not be able to enjoy such services. With this thought, Ning Fengji fell into deep worry. Chen Xian noticed the concern in Ning Fengji's heart. He handed Ning Rongrong to Gu Rong and walked to his side. Fengji, what's wrong? Ning Fengji did not speak, only gestured with his eyes for Chen Xian to look at the high platform. After seeing the situation there, Chen Xian also frowned. After a long time, he said softly, "Don't think too much. Perhaps it's just that the underworld god is exceptionally powerful, and the Wuhun Temple is showing respect for him with this special treatment. After all, in the end, the Douluo Continent respects strength. For now, all they could do was hope so." Ning Fengji sighed softly and said, Chapter 137, The Grand Competition of the Sect, Part 1, As Cardinal Hongyi finished reading the opening statement, Yuanjin confidently jumped onto the stage first. Although he had indeed been beaten up by Huahaha not long ago, that beating wasn't in vain. Apart from receiving a soul bone as compensation, he unexpectedly broke through to level 96. With his breakthrough in strength, his confidence soared. With the world's number 1 beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he dared not think of claiming the top sect position, but the second spot was still within reach. Just as he was about to challenge the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Shenghui slowly walked onto the stage. The bells on her ankles chimed softly with each step. Mr. Yu, I have long heard of your exceptional strength. I've come today to seek your guidance. Although Shenghui was small, her voice and tone showed no signs of childishness. On the contrary, her voice was gentle and mature, like that of a caring mother. Yuanjin did not underestimate her because she was a little girl. Anyone who could step onto the stage in such a setting was definitely not an ordinary person. Once a title Douluo is achieved, there's a chance to reshape one's appearance. Just as he had chosen to fix his appearance to middle age after becoming a title Douluo for the sake of authority, he solemnly introduced himself. I am Yuanjin, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, a level 96 title Douluo. Please give me your guidance. Although his martial soul had not yet manifested, the phantom of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared behind him, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged around him. Far away in the VIP box, Ning Fengji's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing Yuanjin's words. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect this old dragon to have broken through. So, he came up to challenge the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect for the second position. Beside him, Chen Xian guessed his thoughts and calmly said, You need not worry about this. Fengji, even if he has broken through, what of it? The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is indeed powerful, but my sword is also not weak. His tone revealed confidence, and his eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Huahaha had indeed left him dejected for a time. However, after emerging from that predicament, his mindset improved, and he achieved a deeper understanding of the sword. Although he had not yet broken through in soul power, his combat ability had significantly increased. Now, he was looking forward to a truly intense battle with Yuanjin. After all, during his time in the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, the only one he could spar with was Gu Rong, and as a defensive soul master, Gu Rong primarily focused on defense, never allowing Chen Xian to fight to his hard-ass content. Shenghui smiled slightly, extending her hand, and behind her, the yellow, purple, black, red soul rings appeared. I am Shenghui, the left protector of the underworld, a level 98 title Douluo with a martial soul fire apricot blossom. Please give me your guidance. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she had specifically practiced the trick of changing the color of soul rings before coming to Soul City, displaying the modified soul rings to everyone. She even concealed the part belonging to the dragon race. What she presented to the public was merely an unremarkable plant-type martial soul. Though modified, the final 10,000-year soul rings still surprised everyone on the stage. The 2 soul skills nurtured by the 10,000-year soul ring were undoubtedly powerful, and according to common knowledge, possessing a 10,000-year soul ring would also mean having a 10,000-year soul bone. Aside from carrying 2 formidable soul skills, a 10,000-year soul bone greatly enhances one's own abilities. Of course, they were unaware of Shenghui's true identity and origins. As a form of alternative soul beast transformation, her soul rings evolved from herself, and the soul bone was a special kind of bone of her own. Dalu looked at Shenghui on the stage, narrowing his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, the god of death, I didn't expect there to be such a strong figure in the underworld. It seems that even if you do not take action today, you can comfortably sit atop the throne of the number 1 sect in the world. Brother, you flatter me. I'm just lucky to have gathered some like-minded friends. Huahaha smiled and replied. The 2 exchanged smiles, revealing an unspoken understanding. It was that Dalu had seen through Shenghui's identity. After all, Shenghui and Xianming had truly reincarnated as humans. Not to mention he was just a divine servant. Even a true god would not detect anything unusual. What surprised him was that he hadn't expected such a strong figure to be among Huahaha's subordinates. And according to the introduction of the little girl, she was a left protector, implying there was a right protector as well, whose strength was likely also a level 98 super Douluo. If that were the case, then the strength of the underworld had probably surpassed that of the Spear Hall. Fortunately, they were friends, not foes. Becoming enemies with such a person would indeed be a nightmare. On the stage, after witnessing Sheng Hui's terrifying strength, Yu Yuanjin had some reservations. However, as a dragon, he was proud and could not easily back down. He let out a low roar, and the phantom of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex behind him instantly merged into his body, completing the martial soul manifestation with a dragon-esque roar. Sheng Hui intentionally let him strike first, standing quietly and watching. Yu Yuanjin silently noted that he owed Sheng Hui a favor. He unleashed the 3 major enhancement soul skills of 4, 6, and 7 simultaneously, then used the dragon transformation secret technique to become a true dragon. Now, he had adjusted his state to its peak. Ordinary soul masters, including their martial souls, could only add 3 enhancement-type soul skills for themselves, or else their physical bodies would collapse under the excessive enhancement. Of course, the enhancements from auxiliary martial souls and soul bone skills were counted separately. All beast martial soul masters in the arena felt a fear that came from deep within their bloodlines, especially the sect master of the Holy Dragon Sect, Toba Shi, whose face looked particularly grim. He only knew that divine dragons had a terrifying suppression over earth dragons, but he didn't expect this suppression to be so strong. Faced with the bloodline pressure from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he couldn't even manifest his martial soul. Under this terrifying dragon might, Sheng Hui remained calm, even sporting a slight smile. She whispered to herself, "If my memory serves me right, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex should be a descendant of the Radiant Dragon King, right? Well then, considering the good relationship between my previous self and the Radiant Dragon King, I'll go a little easier on you." Accompanied by the flickering of her 2 soul rings, a strangely shaped weapon appeared in her hand. Her second soul skill, Refined Tooth. Chapter 138, Sect Competition, Part 2, Facing the aggressive blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Sheng Hui did not feel the slightest bit of tension. Dragon-type martial souls are indeed the most powerful among beast martial souls, but they have a fatal weakness: absolute submission of the lower rank to the higher ranked. This is why Sheng Hui deliberately restrained all her dragon-related aura. Otherwise, just releasing her presence would be enough to intimidate her opponent, Yu Yuanjin, with the terrifying might of the Dragon King. As for the owners of other beast martial souls, they would likely lose their combat ability directly under the dragon's might. Although the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed a true dragon species, it is already a 3rd-generation variant, with the Golden Saint Dragon and the Radiant Saint Dragon being higher ranked. As for the Radiant Dragon King, she is already a prince-level being among the 1st-generation species. Although she was only a level 1 god in the divine realm, her powerful physique was enough to fight against God King-level beings. Her good sister, the Fire Dragon King, is similarly formidable. Although Sheng Hui, as the reincarnation of the Fire Dragon King, is far from her predecessor's power, she is not someone just anyone can provoke. With a gentle wave of her hand, Sheng Hui unleashed a scorching red sword aura that slashed towards the airborne Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin did not show any carelessness and directly activated his strongest 9th soul skill, True Dragon's Roar, shaking the heavens. As the soul skill was unleashed, a dark cloud gathered above him, and countless bolts of lightning descended like a shield, protecting him within. At the same time, Yu Yuanjin's soul power combined with the thunderous lightning to form 9 massive thunder dragons. This move required the coordination of soul bones to activate. It was not only both offensive and defensive, but also allowed him to control the movements of the 9 thunder dragons freely, enabling both area attacks and single target strikes with terrifying power, comparable even to a 100,000-year soul skill. When Yu Yuanjin broke through to the title Douluo rank with the help of the sect leader and several elders, he was fortunate to encounter a thunder dragon beast that was over 84,000 years old. Although this old beast is not a true dragon, it is a subspecies of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Mastering the most violent lightning elements, it is capable of overpowering some weaker true dragons. It was perfectly suited to serve as Yu Yuanjin's 9th soul ring. To subdue this soul beast, the sect leader and the elders exerted considerable effort. One titled Da, leading 4 or 5 soul Da to deal with an 80,000-year soul beast should have been easy. But the key issue was that they couldn't truly kill the soul beast. It had to be Yu Yuanjin who would take the soul. This meant they had to be cautious in their actions, not daring to go all out. After such great effort, the rewards were naturally significant. Not only did it provide him with a high age and powerful soul skill, but it also came with a soul bone. Unfortunately, this soul bone and soul ring could not be used separately. They could only unleash their terrifying power when combined. Although Yu Yuanjin understood that he was destined to lose in this match, he still chose to go all out, at least not wanting to be defeated in one move. although Sheng Hui's strength was almost overwhelming to him, making defeat inevitable. Being directly defeated in one blow was hard to accept. Moreover, there would always be some gossipers who wouldn't care about those nuances, and they would simply say, the sect leader Yuengin of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was taken down in one move by a little girl. The 9 Thunder Dragons, upon facing Sheng Hui's strike, managed to neutralize her attack only after losing 4 of their number. Predecessor, I apologize. The Thunder Dragon transformed from Yuengin spoke. The remaining 5 Thunder Dragons roared and, under his control, charged towards Sheng Hui. So, can it be blocked? This is getting interesting. Sheng Hui nodded calmly. After all, a title Dalu with a true dragon martial soul should at least be able to block a simple attack from her. Flame, Thorn Wheel. Her 4th soul ring flickered, and a circular object composed of countless petals appeared in Sheng Hui's hand. Unlike ordinary flower rings, this one was enveloped in flames, distorting the air around it due to the intense heat. Go, Sheng Hui commanded, lightly flicking her fingers as the flame thorn wheel flew towards the giant dragons in the sky. The released flame thorn wheel began to expand in midair, directly shattering the 5 thunder dragons that were clawing and roaring. It then continued spinning towards Yuengin. Faced with such an attack, Yuengin initially thought to evade. However, given the attack range of the flame thorn wheel, the chance of dodging was nearly 0. In desperation, he had no choice but to brace himself for this attack. Transforming into a dragon significantly enhanced his physical defense, so he should be able to withstand this attack. Or so he hoped. Yuengin had prepared 2 plans in advance. After charging up, he roared, 8th soul skill, Dragon Claw Slash. With that, he swung his dragon claw downward, directly striking at the approaching flame thorn wheel. On the sidelines, aside from the spectators who enjoyed the excitement, the elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect stood up nervously, fearing for their sect leader, especially Yulomian, Yuenjin's younger brother, who, in his anxiety, crushed the armrest of his chair into pieces. The 2 forces collided, instantly creating a powerful shockwave that spread outward. Fortunately, the viewing area was far enough from the arena. In professional Soul, the level defensive Soul Masters had erected barriers, barely avoiding collateral damage. Cough, cough, cough. Once the dust settled, Yuengin crawled out of a human-shaped pit, looking somewhat disheveled. His clothes were torn in several places, revealing his muscular physique. After stabilizing himself, he cupped his hands towards Sheng Hui, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, predecessor." Sheng Hui nodded. No need for such formalities. This is just a competition, after all, so it should be held to a reasonable extent. No one expected that a duel between title Daluos would conclude so quickly. The girl named Sheng Hui appeared so unremarkable. Yet she had defeated the title Daluo with the world's #1 beast martial soul in just 2 moves. Although the audience felt somewhat unsatisfied, they did not dare to cause a ruckus like in the Grand Soul Arena. Not to mention that this was the Spirit Hall, where disturbances were not tolerated. The competitors down below were not ordinary Soul Masters. Each one possessed the power to take down an entire city. With the match concluded, the underworld officially entered the ranks of the top 3 sections. Yuengin returned to his territory to let the support-type Soul Masters help him heal and recover his soul power, preparing to challenge the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School next, to secure the position of the 2nd sect in the world. Chapter 139, Sect Competition, Part 3. The second match quickly commenced, and the underworld immediately challenged the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School again. As the challenging party, the underworld had the authority to choose the method of competition. Since the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School was an auxiliary sect, the underworld kindly proposed a battle format that favored them, namely, a 3-on-3 team battle. Upon hearing about this format, everyone was somewhat surprised, including the concerned parties, the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spear Hall. If it were just this, it wouldn't be too much of an issue. After all, with the title Dalu Sheng Hui, who was at level 98, one could probably handle 3 opponents with just a bit of trouble. However, the problem was that the underworld sent out 3 additional participants: Poison Dalu, 9-Heart C Tang Yirenxin, and a female title Daluo who had never been seen before. This competition mechanism seemed to be advantageous for the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School. They claimed to be the #1 auxiliary sect in the world, although the sect leader Ning Fengji was only at the peak of level 79. His unparalleled auxiliary ability could almost provide a 100% boost to the battle power of title Daluos. Looking at the underworld side, while the unfamiliar female title Daluo's strength was unclear, it could be asserted that it would not exceed level 95. Yirenxin, as the possessor of the 9-heart Tang martial soul, was somewhat evenly matched with the 7 treasures glazed tile tower. As for Douluo, although there were rumors of his recent breakthrough, he would still be somewhat lacking against the seasoned Super Douluos, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. By logic, even if Wahaha did not need to engage personally, sending out the left guardian Shanghui would have been enough to easily resolve the battle. Yet, he chose to send out a lineup that was clearly not a match for the 7 treasures glazed tile school. What was this Lord of the Underworld trying to accomplish? All the leaders of the top forces were silently pondering this, realizing that it would be very difficult for this camp to win the competition. On the high platform, Bibi Dong was quite curious and couldn't help but ask, "I wonder what plans your majesty the god of death has? If it's just this, it might be quite dangerous." Wahaha smiled slightly and said, "Please rest assured, your majesty the pope. Although Mr. Dugu and Miss Song have just reached level 95, if one were to underestimate them just because their soul power levels are lower, then they might end up losing quite badly. Because they have an ace up their sleeve when they stepped onto the arena, neither side immediately engaged. Instead, they started with some small talk. It's been years since we last met. I didn't expect the usually reclusive Elder Yi to join another faction. This really surprises me," Ning Fengji said with a smile, although his tone was filled with a hint of gunpowder. In response to Ning Fengji's sarcasm, Yi Renxin was not angered. He smiled and said, "Sect leader Ning is so busy with affairs. How could you have the time to worry about an old man like me? Besides, I am not like sect leader Ning, who has the 7 treasures glazed tile school at his disposal. Even if I do nothing, I can still make a fortune. As an old, solitary man, I naturally seek stability. Under the protection of the Lord of the Underworld, I have found a place to retire." As the match began, they stopped the pleasantries. With their martial souls manifested, colorful soul rings appeared on the arena. Unlike the configuration of 2 title Douluos and 1 soul sage from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, the 3 from the underworld had a full 27 soul rings floating around them. Moreover, what was even more surprising was that one of those rings was as red as blood. Although it was already well known that Yi Renxin had joined the underworld, he had never announced his breakthrough to title Dalu, not even reporting it to the Spear Hall. Ning Fengji could hardly contain his gentlemanly demeanor and exclaimed, "You actually broke through to title Douluo, and you have 100,000-year soul ring? Haha, thanks to the Lord of the Underworld. I was fortunate enough to break through to title Douluo and also lucky enough to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring," Yi Renxin said, his old face beaming with joy. For so many years, the 9-heart Tang lineage had given the 7 treasures glazed tile lineage a resounding slap in the face. He suddenly felt invigorated, even experiencing a sense of breakthrough in his own bottleneck. The 7 treasures glazed tile tower and the 9-heart Tang were the 2 most powerful auxiliary martial souls in the world, and both had always been in competition. Although their relationship was still somewhat decent on the surface, behind the scenes, they were constantly vying against each other. It could be said that every generation of elites from the 7 treasures glazed tile school had the 9-heart Tang lineage in their minds as their first imaginary opponent. This is also why in the original text, Ning Rongrong understood Yi Lingling, whom she had never met. Not only was Ning Fengji surprised, but those watching were also shocked by the scene before them. This healing-type title Dalu was unprecedented in the last 1 or 200 years. Many people thought to themselves, when Elder Yi was still a soul Dalu, he could already heal you as long as you were still breathing. Now that he has broken through to title Dalu, can he achieve the legendary ability to resurrect the dead? Fengji, calm down. Jen Xin Xiaodet. No matter how strong Elder Yi is, he is ultimately just a healing-type soul master. This battle still needs a combat-oriented soul master to decide it. Ning Fengji, worthy of being a sect leader, quickly adjusted his mindset, restoring the ever-smiling expression. Then, please forgive me, Elder. As the 7 treasures glazed tile tower emitted a beautiful glow from his hands, the flowing light merged into Gu Rong and Shun Xin's bodies. In Ning Fengji's view, no matter how strong the 9-heart Tang was, it was only in terms of healing. Even if they had advanced to title Dalu, it would not change this phenomenon. The auxiliary effects of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower were more focused on amplification. And his side S, Sword Dalu, Chan Xin, and Bone Dalu Gu Rong were already stronger than Douluo and that unknown female title Dalu. With his own support, winning this match was already a sure thing. Although there might still be a personal visit from Shanghui or even Lord Huahaha to tidy things up later, being able to win a match was certainly far better than being scolded by that old dragon. Song Qianqian stepped forward, and after manifesting her martial soul, a long scorpion tail swayed behind her, covered in a layer of heavy scales. Chun Exine, I've long heard of your unmatched strength. Today, let me see for myself. As she spoke, her first and second soul rings flickered, and some changes occurred in her body. First soul skill, Crimson Claw. Second soul skill, Thorn Fire Armor. Chapter 140, Sect Grand Competition, Part 4. Chengxin's gaze was cold. As you wish. He brandished the 7-killing sword and lightly uttered the word kill. Then, he formed a sword technique with his hands and charged forward to strike down Song Qianqian. However, Song Qianqian was not to be underestimated, although she was at a lower level than Chengxin. She was confident in her abilities as a holder of 3 soul bones and could contend with the power of a 96th level title Da. On the other side, Douluo Bo activated his martial soul's true form at the first opportunity, and a massive, evolved green-scaled poison dragon appeared in the arena, coiling around YeCong for protection. Unlike ordinary martial soul true forms that transform the user into a beast form, Douluo Bo summoned the green-scaled poison dragon directly from thin air. He looked down at Ning Fengji from above the dragon's head. Gu Rong gazed at the gigantic green-scaled poison dragon before him, a hint of caution in his eyes. He was somewhat surprised, saying, "Old Poison, your martial soul has actually evolved." Douluo Bo wasted no time and directly unleashed his abilities. He first opened his mouth and sprayed a green mist to cover the entire arena, using the soul bone technique, Medusa's Gaze. As the 8th soul skill, its power was not to be underestimated. If there was a significant power difference, Douluo Bo could irreversibly petrify his target, making them a permanent statue and achieving immortality in another way. Although the petrification effect only lasted half a second for a powerful figure like Gu Rong, it was sufficient. Once Douluo Bo saw he had controlled Gu Rong, he immediately changed direction. His 9th soul ring flickered, and a dark green beam shot out from the mouth of the green-scaled poison dragon. His 9th soul skill, green-scaled divine light. Douluo Bo was indeed a control-type soul master, and his 9th soul skill was not weak. Even before the evolution of his martial soul, it was enough to clash head-on with the 8th skill of the assault-type Dalu. Jute Dalu. Now its power was even stronger. Normally, even a title Dalu could not continuously unleash 2 major skills. But Douluo Bo could do so without cooldown because YeCong was timely replenishing his soul power. After using Medusa's Gaze, his soul power was fully restored, and he immediately unleashed green-scaled divine light. However, Douluo Bo still underestimated Gu Rong's strange abilities. Just as his powerful attack was about to hit Ning Fengji, a bone dragon appeared out of nowhere to block the attack. At that moment, Gu Rong broke free from the petrification and floated in front of Ning Fengji. His martial soul not only had extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also possessed spatial attributes. Long before Douluo Bo cast the green-scaled mist to cover the field, Gu Rong had already been on guard. When Ning Fengji used his 8th soul skill to set up the time-space gate, he concealed several bone dragons created with his 5th soul skill, Bone Dragon Phantom, within the gate. It was precisely due to these preemptive arrangements that they suddenly appeared at a critical moment to save Ning Fengji. Douluo Bo, you've indeed become much stronger. Gu Rong said seriously. I won't be careless below. I'll give you credit for acting fast. Seeing his ambush fail, Douluo Bo let out a cold snort of regret and shifted to defense, focusing on protecting YeCong. The battle between Song Qianqian and Chengxin was still quite intense, but she was clearly at a disadvantage. Although aided by the green-scaled mist, Chengxin was able to avoid the poison from entering his body with his innate sword energy and the protective divine light from Ning Fengji. Song Qianqian was forced to retreat step by step under Chengxin's fierce swordsmanship. Fortunately, with YeCong's continuous healing, she had not sustained any serious injuries. Despite this, unafraid of injury, she grew braver as the battle progressed, and in terms of momentum, she even pressured Chengxin. Ning Fengji, though startled by Douluo Bo's ambush, quickly regained his composure. It seems we might win this round by luck. Not necessarily. We still have an invincible trump card. YeCong Similite. Scorpio, stop playing around. There will be another chance to spar with the sword Dalu. For now, we need to secure this victory and not disappoint the master. Okay. The Scorpio Dalu, Song Qianqian, nodded and used the move Flowing Arrow Scorpion Break to force back Chengxin before retreating to regroup with her teammates. An invincible trump card? Ning Fengji was puzzled. Based on the current situation, it seemed that the Underworld sect was bound to lose. But why did they still have such confidence? Invincible trump card? Ning Fengji felt uncertain. Although he did not know what was about to happen, he felt an ominous premonition as the Scorpio drew closer to the poisoned Doa. Could it be? He hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Gu! Sword Uncle, stop them!" As he spoke, he exerted all his strength to amplify the two protective Douluos. At that moment, Chengxin and Gu Rong also guessed that these two tidal Douluos were going to perform a martial soul fusion. Though they were unsure how Douluo, an old man, could still research a martial soul fusion technique with a younger female tidal Doa, they did not have time to ponder this and simultaneously unleash their ninth soul skills to interrupt the fusion process. "Hee, do you think I'm not here?" With a wave of Yi Renxin's hand, and as the blood-red soul ring flickered, his never-before-used ninth soul skill was showcased for the first time before everyone. The nine-star begonia bloomed once more, and a fragrant barrier enveloped the entire arena. The delicate fragrance directly interfered with the soul power operations of Ning Fengji, Chengxin, and Gu Rong, causing their nearly completed ninth soul skills to abruptly stop. All three of them suffered backlash from the forced interruption of their soul skills, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the poisoned Doa Douluo and Scorpio Douluo Song Qianqian's momentum surged. This was not due to the effects of martial soul fusion, but rather an achievement accomplished with Yi Renxin's assistance. Moreover, they were protected by a glowing orb, impervious to fire and water, and blades and guns could not penetrate. Their martial soul fusion technique could not be forcibly interrupted by brute force in a short period. How is this possible? Is this the soul skill brought by a 100,000 year ninth soul ring? Ning Fengji was dumbfounded. If seeing Yi Renxin break through to tidal Douluo had only made him feel somewhat frustrated. After all, the nine-star begonia's breakthrough was understandable from a common-sense perspective, given that their lineage had no restrictions on cultivation levels. Furthermore, with the nine-star begonia having joined another sect, it had, in a sense, lost its chance to compete for the title of the world's #1 support martial soul against their seven treasures glazed tile school. From this standpoint, Ning Fengji felt a sense of relief. But what he did not expect was that Yi Renxin could provide such a powerful amplification to his teammates. While he could only provide an 80 amplification, Yi Renxin's amplification might have already reached 100. Logically, the nine-star begonia was a healing support martial soul. So why did it possess such a powerful amplification ability now? Was the heavens about to doom his seven treasures glazed tile school? Ning Fengji, who had always been composed and seemingly in control of everything, found himself for the first time questioning his life. Chapter 141, Sect Competition 5, what is known as a thought blossoms. Dominating the world can definitely be considered one of the strongest amplification soul skills of the current era. As a 100,000 year soul ring that provides only one soul skill, this unique soul skill is naturally powerful. It disrupts the soul power operation of all enemy forces within its domain, applies a dominant body effect to allies, and increases all attributes by 150 for a duration of one incense stick. Of course, although this ability is incredibly overpowered, it cannot be used without limits. It can only be used once a week, and once used, Yi Renxin will not only be unable to use this soul skill for the next 7 days, but her soul power will also drop back to the soul Douluo level. Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed pagoda, as an amplification type auxiliary martial soul, can obtain healing type soul skills like 7 treasures divine light. So it is not surprising that Yi Renxin's 9-star begonia, as a healing type auxiliary martial soul, gains an amplification type soul skill under the enhancement of a 100,000 year soul ring. At this moment, the martial soul fusion technique of Douluo and Song Qianqian is also nearing completion, and a black bell emanating a sinister aura is gradually taking shape. Death bell fall. Douluo and Song Qianqian shouted in unison, controlling the bell containing terrifying power to descend from the sky, enveloping Ning Fengji and the other two within it. Humans perceive the world through 5 senses: taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch, which are often referred to as the 5 senses. The usual methods of poisoning involve feeding poison through ingestion, using smoke to let the target unknowingly inhale poison, or injecting poison into the target's body with sharp weapons. This is done through taste, smell, and, to some extent, touch. However, the poisoning effect of the death bell goes beyond that. It involves not only the literal sense of touch, but also affects hearing and vision. Moreover, the most frightening aspect is that this toxin can not only affect the body, but can also erode the mind. In other words, anyone trapped by the death bell will inevitably fall into a poisoned state. The martial soul fusion technique of Douluo and Song Qianqian shocked everyone present. In the private box, Yi Lingling looked surprised and whispered to Duguyan, Yanzi, it seems you might have a new grandma. Duguyan's cheeks flushed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Lingling, don't talk nonsense, it's not even official yet. My grandpa is so old, and Aunt Qianqian is still so young. That said, her eyes also revealed a hint of excitement and gossip. Hey, don't be so rigid about age. Yi Lingling poked her cheek and said with a mischievous smile, Grandpa Dugu looks so young now. Who would think he is already quite old? Besides, achieving title Douluo extends one's lifespan. So if you think about it, isn't the age difference between them negligible? As the owner of the Spirit Hall, there were naturally many spectators participating in the viewing. For instance, those title Douluo who were free at the moment came to join the excitement. Yuan spoke with a tone full of envy and regret. TSK, I'm a bit envious of that old poison master. I didn't expect that at such an old age, he would still encounter a companion with a martial soul fusion technique, and a young and beautiful girl at that. It seems he is about to experience a second spring in life. Martial soul fusion techniques require a strong degree of compatibility between the fused martial souls. For example, the Dai and Zhu families, known for their martial soul fusion technique, Ghostly White Tiger, usually have a compatibility of over 70 to 80. The trio, known as the Golden Triangle, which was once all the rage on the continent, had a compatibility as high as 99. The two title Douluo of Ghost Chrysanthemum, one of the prominent figures of the Spirit Hall, also had over 70 compatibility with their martial soul fusion techniques. The sea turtle Douluo approached and patted Yuan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. I say, old Chrysanthemum, as far as I know, most of the martial soul fusion techniques appearing on the Douluo Continent are either young couples or siblings. Your situation with Old Ghost is a bit special. He then pretended to realize something and clapped his hands. I understand now. Neither of you has descendants. It wouldn't be that. Before he could finish a sentence, a cold, piercing soul power hand slowly fell on his shoulder. I see you're quite idle, sea turtle. Old Ghost. The sea turtle Douluo's body stiffened, his neck creaking as he slowly turned his head, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. Weren't you supposed to be guiding the Holy Sun's training? Ghostly Charm did not respond, merely snorted. Humph, if you have nothing to do, you can help in the archives. If you still have free time, I wouldn't mind sparring with you. The sea turtle shivered and quickly replied, that is really not necessary, huh? Logically, as a defensive title Douluo, although he was heavy and couldn't touch the agile Ghostly Charm, the agile Ghostly Charm should not be able to break through his defense either. However, the issue was that this was true in the past, but since Ghostly Charm gained opportunities, her strength had skyrocketed. Not only was her speed faster and her attack power stronger, but even her previously weakest defense had improved significantly. This created an extremely awkward situation. Ghostly Charm, with her speed and unpredictable movement, made it hard for opponents to gauge her. Those who fought against her not only couldn't catch her shadow, but also had to endure a beating. For this reason, very few people were willing to spar with Ghostly Charm now. After all, sparring is about mutual competition, not just getting beaten up. Ning Fengji and his two protective Douluo, Chun Xin and Gu Rong, had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Although they were startled by the sudden martial soul fusion technique, they did not take it seriously. In their view, although they were currently suppressed within the so-called death bell, breaking free from this broken bell would be an easy task. As they displayed their formidable power and unleashed various soul skills against the bell, with each collision, bell sounds echoed, and the sound wave toxin was unknowingly transmitted into their nerves. Fortunately, the sound wave toxin of the death bell only targeted those inside the bell. Otherwise, the innocent onlookers in the arena would likely be accidentally harmed. Douluo and Song Qianqian worked hard to maintain the large bell. They just needed to wait for the toxin to take effect. The amplification effect previously applied by Yi Renxin had not yet disappeared, and Yi Renxin could replenish their soul power at any time, meaning that as long as Yi Renxin did not exhaust her soul power, the three members of the Seven Treasures Glaze Sect would not be able to escape. Chapter 142. The Sect Competition 6. By the time Ning Fengji sensed something was wrong and wanted to use the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile's divine light to heal Chun Xin and Gu Rong, it was already too late. As the one with the weakest physical constitution, he fell into a faint state due to the full effects of the 5 poisons. The powerful Chun Xin and Gu Rong could only hold on a little longer before losing their fighting capability as well. The underworld successfully won the match again, and with these 2 victories, they successfully advanced to the position of the #1 sect in the continent. The poison trio from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile Sect, although they recovered some vitality under Yi Rinxin's treatment, unfortunately lost to Yu Yuanjin. With this, the rankings of the top 3 sects were completely disrupted, now consisting of Underworld, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. The consecutive defeats deeply affected Chun Xian, and even his usually invincible Sword Heart showed signs of damage. As for the bottom 4 sects, there were no changes. The rankings remained the same. Although some emerging sects attempted to replace them, they all returned in failure. With the last match concluded, the grand election competition for the powerful sects lasted 3 days and 3 nights finally came to an end. The results were announced by the titled Douluo, revealing the current list of the 7 major sects to everyone. The election competition for the entire continent has now ended, with the top 3 sects being Underworld, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and the bottom 4 sects being Holy Dragon Sect, Elephant Armor Sect, Windsword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect. This summarizes the results of this competition. Any objections can be raised now. The venue fell into complete silence. Was this not obvious? These sects had truly fought their way to this point, and if anyone dared to speak out of turn, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Zhu Tuo repeated this twice, and, seeing that no one spoke up after a while, turned around and respectfully bowed to the 3-titled Douluo on the high platform before addressing Bibi Dong. Your Holiness. The list has been certified by the continent's spirit masters, and there are no issues. Please give your speech, Your Holiness. The content of the speech was the usual routine, mainly acknowledging the advancement of the 7 major sects, followed by a call for everyone to assist the Spirit Hall in governance and combat the evil soul masters to protect the peace and stability of the continent. Finally, it was expressed that the selected sect masters should temporarily stay in Spirit City for a few days until the tokens were forged and delivered to them. Those who had never heard such a speech found it incredibly fresh, while those who had participated several times basically knew what she would say next. Thus, the sect competition officially concluded. The eliminated participants and audience were cleared from the venue, leaving only the 7 selected major sections. Bibi Dong announced that to celebrate this significantly important event, the Spirit Hall had organized a banquet and hoped everyone would grace it with their presence. Apart from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, everyone else was in high spirits. For instance, the current top 3 sects had anticipated Underworld claiming the number 1 position. But upon its actualization, all members of Underworld were especially excited. Yu Yuanjin from Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect also felt particularly pleased with their rise to 2nd place and drank a few more cups at the banquet, becoming quite inebriated. He first went over to toast the titled law of Underworld one by one. Then he stumbled over to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's table, reeking of alcohol, to toast Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, and Gu Rong. Seeing him in such a self-satisfied manner made Ning Fengji so angry that he almost ground his back teeth to dust. However, out of courtesy, he had to force a smile and congratulate Yu Yuanjin on his good ranking. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are few in joy, but 1 cup is too many in sorrow. Feeling frustrated, Ning Fengji quickly became tipsy after a few drinks. Chun Xian was in a similar state, and the only one left somewhat sober was Gu Rong, who could only advise his sect leader and friend to drink less. The situation at the other children's table also seemed not particularly good, due to some special reasons. The atmosphere of the entire venue was somewhat awkward. Spirit Hall and Underworld were practically one family, which goes without saying. As juniors of their respective powers, their relationships were naturally quite close. The bottom 4 sects, due to certain reasons, specifically for profit, also had a very good relationship with Spirit Hall. Even Yu Qianheng from Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect appeared quite close to Spirit Hall because of his teammates and YeCong, which led to Ning Rongrong feeling somewhat excluded. As the princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, she had always lived a life of being pampered. When had she ever suffered such grievances? The poor little princess, feeling disrespected, cried and threw a tantrum, saying, "You bunch of bastards are bullying me. I'm going to tell Daddy to come and teach you a lesson." The stout little boy Hu Yanli retorted without reservation, "You can forget it. This isn't your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and no one here is going to pamper you." His grandfather, Hu Yanjun, led the Elephant Armor Sect, which was known to have the closest relationship with Spirit Hall among the bottom 4 sects. And he naturally wanted to perform well in front of the Holy Son of Spirit Hall. "Fatty, what did you say?" Ning Rongrong was immediately provoked and turned her anger towards Hu Yanli. At this moment, consumed by rage, she completely shed her disguise of a demure lady and revealed her true colors as a witch, unleashing all the foul language she had learned over the past 6 or 7 years. This directly enraged Hu Yanli, who, as a true roughneck, knew far more vulgarities than Ning Rongrong, who prided herself on being an elegant noble lady. Many crude words made even YeCong, the seasoned driver, raise his eyebrows. All right, Miss Ning is just being unreasonable. There's no need to go that far. YeCong hurriedly intervened as he saw Hu Yanli getting more and more vulgar. If this little girl got truly angry, it would not end well. After all, Ning Rongrong was a future member of the protagonist group, and not to mention the ethereal and uncertain luck she carried, she might be an extremely important piece for YeCong. On the other hand, YeCong glanced at Oscar, who seemed a bit dazed. He wanted to give his little brother some benefits, playing matchmaker to see if he could pair these two together. In the original story, the fusion technique of their martial souls, known as Revival Divine Light, was something YeCong found very tempting. He just didn't know if this was arranged by the Shura god. If it was, it would be quite a pity. Otherwise, if it wasn't, he couldn't wait to see how this Tang Sect would win. Chapter 143. The disturbed angelic divine legacy Hohaha did not join the others in the wild revelry at the banquet. Instead, he accepted the invitation from Qiandao Lu to step into the angelic temple, a place forbidden to outsiders. As a fragment of divine soul, transformed from a creator-level deity, Hohaha was particularly sensitive to divine power. He could clearly sense that within this temple, which was supposed to be dedicated to the holy angels, there was actually a hidden force of another divine power. It seems I've discovered something quite interesting. If that guy knew about the mess happening in his divine realm, he would surely be surprised, right? A smile crept across Hohaha's lips. If my guess is correct, then this could be really amusing. He did not immediately make a fuss about it. After all, for a divine envoy, the deity he served was 100 times more important than his own life. To exaggerate a bit, some loyal followers might not even get too angry if someone pointed a finger at them and cursed. But if anyone dared to speak ill of the deity they were excited about, they would turn hostile in an instant, reducing the offender to ashes. Although Hohaha was arrogant and audacious in the evening, it didn't mean he enjoyed poking at his teammates' sore spots. After casually chatting with Qiandao Lu, he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Old Qian, do you know the relationship between the angel god and the sea god?" Qiandao Lu was taken aback for a moment. Though he didn't understand why Hohaha suddenly asked this, he pondered and replied about that. It seems there are indeed some records. Both deities ascended to divinity in the same era, and due to their followers, they even held a private discussion. As for what was discussed, that remains unknown. It's just that after that, the ocean became the sea god's territory, while the land became the domain of the martial soul hall. Is that so? Hohaha thought for a moment before suddenly raising his head with a somewhat strange smile. Old Qian, I have a piece of bad news and an even worse piece of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news and worse news? Qiandao Lu was somewhat confused. Let us hear the bad news first, so I can be prepared. Oh, Hohaha chuckled, if I'm not mistaken. Your angel god has already passed away. Enough. Your Majesty the god of death, please mind your words. Before he could finish, Qiandao Lu angrily interrupted him. Even a phantom of an angel appeared behind him, and his soul rings manifested. For Qiandao Lu, the only one who could compete with his faith was his granddaughter, Qianrenxue. At this moment, someone was defaming the angel god. How could he not be furious? If Hohaha couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, he would confront him, even if he couldn't win. Hohaha just smiled. I knew you would be anxious, but don't rush. Let me explain slowly. Qiandao Lu calmed down a bit. After spending some time together, he had gained some understanding of Hohaha. Although Hohaha's personality differed greatly between day and night, one commonality was that he never spoke without reason. He wouldn't indulge in nonsense. Moreover, in his view, Hohaha, like himself, was also a divine envoy, and the deity behind him seemed to hold a status even higher than that of the angel god. Perhaps he really knew some inside information. With this thought, he slowly retracted his martial soul and coldly snorted, Your Majesty the god of death, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, today's matter won't be so easily resolved. Hohaha merely smiled and didn't get angry. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly spoke. I say this with solid grounds. Let me ask you, in your daily prayers, haven't you gone a long time without receiving any messages from the angel god? Qiandao Lu was stunned for a moment. It did seem to be true. It wasn't just him. Accurately speaking, it had been generations since anyone had contacted the angelic ancestors. He previously thought the angel god was too busy, but now it seemed otherwise. Realizing this, Qiandao Lu's face turned somewhat pale, and fear arose in his heart. Hohaha continued. If it were only based on this, I wouldn't dare to conclude so definitively. However, I sense that the divine power here is quite dim and has significantly depleted, clearly showing the characteristics of a fallen deity. Qiandao Lu remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with difficulty. Thank you for informing me, Your Majesty. What could the worst news be? His heart was filled with a fear that hadn't emerged in many years. If a single piece of bad news was so explosive, what could the so-called worst news be? This is why I asked you about the relationship between the angel god and the sea god. Hohaha didn't keep him in suspense and said directly, if I'm not mistaken, within this pure divine power of the angel god, there's also a trace of the sea god's divine power mixed in. If the two have a good relationship, it could be said that the sea god is helping to take care of an old friend's lineage. If their relationship is average, it becomes intriguing. I fear that the originally set divine examination has already fallen into the control of others. This time, Qiandao Lu truly could not sit still. If the death of the angel god was a heavy blow to him, after all, his granddaughter possessed the potential for divinity and would soon restore the glory of the angel god. Then discovering that the divine examination he relied on had also become someone else's plaything shattered the last thread of rationality. He suddenly slammed the table, standing up and roaring, "Damn sea god! Since you were so shameless, don't blame me for facing your lineage." At this moment, Qiandao Lu was genuinely angry, even releasing his divine power. Fortunately, Hohaha acted quickly, containing the surrounding chaos within a confined space, thus preventing the wild divine power from destroying the entire hall. His brothers waiting outside, hearing their leader's rage, rushed in to check the situation. The second envoy, Golden Crocodile, spoke first. "Big brother, what happened?" "It's nothing." Qiandao Lu calmed down slightly, waving his hand and speaking in a calm voice. "You all step back for now. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. I have important matters to discuss with His Majesty, the God of Death." Golden Crocodile could sense that something was off with his boss, as if he was suppressing his anger. However, he did not ask further, bowed, and left the angelic temple with the rest of the envoys. At this moment, Qiandao Lu appeared incredibly calm. But this was merely a brief moment of tranquility before the storm. Deep in his heart, a volcano named anger was about to erupt completely. Seeing that Qiandao Lu was truly on the verge of a breakdown, Hohaha stopped teasing him. He put away his nonchalant expression and said somewhat seriously, "The divine examination of the angel god has been tampered with, and that is a certainty. However, I might be able to resolve it, right?" Qiandao Lu's eyes lit up. Not long ago, this god of death had helped Bibi Dong resolve the problematic Rakshasa divine examination. Hadn't he? Without a second thought, Qiandao Lu immediately knelt down. This action startled Hohaha, who quickly stood up to pull Qiandao Lu up, saying, "Old Qian, why are you doing this? You can truly break the sea god's interference. You are a benefactor to our angel lineage, worthy of this old man's bow." Qiandao Lu said earnestly. Aside from his gratitude to Hohaha, Qiandao Lu's heart was now filled with hatred for the sea god. He had made up his mind to completely annihilate Sea God Island, severing the sea god's lineage and cutting off his faith to avenge the interference of the divine examination. As for whether his secret crush, the high priest Poseidon of Sea God Island, would hesitate at a critical moment, this is completely reassuring. Qiandao Lu merely admires Poseidon, but that doesn't mean he is a sycophant for that woman. Any individual who might obstruct his granddaughter's path to becoming a deity will be treated as an obstacle to be removed. Hohaha glanced at Qiandao Lu, whose eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent, and guessed his thoughts, saying lightly, "I know you want to take revenge, but now is not the time. The priority is to eliminate the means of the sea god seat first. When there is time in the future, I can accompany you on a journey." Qiandao Lu was immediately overjoyed. "Then, thank you very much, Brother Hua." After this conversation, he had regarded Huahaha as his own elder brother. If Huahaha could really accompany him, then the chances of destroying Sea God Island would be much more secure. After all, he could only match Poseidon at best. And unless all the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall were summoned, it would be very difficult to take down Sea God Island. Unlike more than a decade ago, when they came with enthusiasm but returned dejected. Chapter 144. Shrek Academy in the wilderness outside Soto City, Balak Kingdom. A young boy stood on a hilltop with a map in hand, gazing into the distance. In his line of sight was a small village with only about 100 households. The village was surrounded by a wooden fence, seemingly to guard against wild beasts. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, mostly consisting of boys around his age, most of whom were accompanied by their parents. There were likely parents bringing their children to enroll. Can a school really be found in a place like this? It looks like a scam. With a sigh, He was puzzled by his leader's intentions. Did they really need an undercover agent in such a small, shabby village? He had been under YeCong's command for about 6 months. During this time, he had temporarily halted his soul power cultivation and, with the help of his sister and Huaha, finally broke free from his addiction to the immortal pill. Next, he received his first mission, to join Shrek Academy and report any developments to YeCong. To facilitate his work, YeCong had even prepared a bishop-level token for him. Possessing this token was like having a bishop present, and any members of the Spirit Hall below the bishop level had to fully obey his orders. At first, when Shunsher saw YeCong making such a grand arrangement, he thought he was being assigned a tough task, perhaps to go undercover beside the emperors of the 2 great empires or the sect leaders of the 3 major sections. He was even prepared for the possibility of exposing his identity and taking his own life. What he didn't expect was that it would be like this. This was hardly different from vacation. That said, Shunsher remained extremely serious. YeCong had saved both him and his sister, so he naturally couldn't let down his expectations. Moreover, there might be some hidden masters in this place. After all, isn't that what stories often say? Lord YeCong must have his reasons for doing this. After adjusting his emotions, Shunsher carefully folded the map and walked down the slope with his head held high. At the village entrance, there was a table where an elderly man in his 60s sat. Above the wooden archway at the entrance hung a somewhat tattered sign with 5 simple characters carved on it: Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 characters was a green head that looked like some humanoid monster. It was green and somewhat cute. The old man behind the table also wore a similar green round badge, likely the emblem of Shrek Academy. Such a shabby academy was somewhat hard for Shunsher to look at, putting aside everything else. The old man responsible for accepting applications seemed to be in a lazy mood, and his clothes, to put it nicely, were plain. He looked more like a village elder than a spirited old man from the streets of Spirit City. In front of him, a boy had his parents by his side. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Is this really the so-called Soul Master Academy, the one that claims graduates can become barons of the empire?" The boy's father frowned and said, "Since we're already here, let's wait a bit. This might be a test. The Real Academy isn't here." Similar conversations were definitely not rare among the crowd waiting in line. Clearly, no one had any hope for this dilapidated little village. As they spoke, it was a girl's turn. After paying the tuition of 10 gold soul coins, she extended her hand as instructed by the old man. The old man pinched her hand a couple of times, shook his head, and said, "Your age doesn't qualify. You can leave." The girl was taken aback and then widened her eyes. "I just turned 13. How can you say I'm not qualified?" The old man, somewhat impatiently, replied, "Rules are rules. We only accept children under 13. Anyone over 13 will not be accepted. Now you can leave." The girl was somewhat unwilling and gritted her teeth. "Then give me back my application fee." The old man, however, coldly replied, "Once registered, it is non-refundable. Even a clay figurine has some temper." The girl couldn't help but angrily retort, "This is clearly a scam. Refund our application fee, or we won't leave." The old man snorted coldly, struck his cane on the ground, and a deep, muffled sound reverberated, causing almost everyone to stagger. An incredibly powerful aura was released from him, followed by the appearance of 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, floating behind him. This seemingly ordinary farmer was actually a super strong soul emperor of level 60 or above. Perhaps you came here out of curiosity and don't know our enrollment requirements. To apply to Shrek Academy, you should first understand the rules. Coming here without understanding is just throwing your application fee away. It's not too late to have regrets now, the old man said coldly. Shrek is a kind of monster. Even among soul beasts, it is a very peculiar existence. The meaning of Shrek Academy is Monster Academy. This means we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Anyone over 13 or with soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here. Shunsher, mingling in the crowd, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was truly a bold statement, one that dared to speak and another that dared to listen. To reach level 21 before the age of 13, those who could achieve such a level either relied on drugs or had extraordinary talent, and would belong to the top geniuses in any major power. How could they possibly come to this shabby place? The key was that they hadn't made this clear in advance. Withholding the application fee without refund was pure fraud, wasn't it? As for the soul beast named Shrek, was it not just a fabrication? Although Shun sure couldn't be considered well-educated, he had had some access to books while working under the head and, after joining the Spirit Hall, he even borrowed YeCong's permissions to browse through various illustrated books on soul beasts. Even then, he had never heard of such a strange species as Shrek. Under these various conditions, Shunshi's expectations for this academy dropped even lower. It seemed that the only thing worthwhile was the strength of the academy's teachers. After all, even in the entire Bala Kingdom, soul masters of the Soul Emperor level were definitely few and far between. If this truly was a school founded by an unparalleled strongman in hiding, then all the previous evaluations needed to be overturned and reassessed. After all, strong people always have some quirks, don't they? Under such harsh conditions, more than half of the applicants and their parents dispersed immediately. Those who remained were clearly confident in passing the old man's test. The next few applicants were all above level 20 in soul power and had 2 soul rings. After paying the 10 gold coins for the application fee, the old man told them that they had passed the first round of the entrance exam and could enter the academy for the second round. Parents were not allowed to enter the academy with the applicants. Chapter 145. Entrance exam. As the line dwindled, it was soon Shunshi's turn. The old man pinched Shunshi's wrist, frowned slightly but still nodded. Barely passed. Release your martial soul. Shunshi was 12 years and 7 months old this year, which was somewhat dangerously on the low side of the acceptable age limit. He nodded, and as he released his martial soul, a maple leaf appeared in his hand. 3 soul rings in yellow and purple floated behind him. When the old man saw that Shunshi actually possessed the strength of a soul master level, he could no longer maintain his composure and suddenly stood up. His voice trembled with excitement. You've actually broken through to Soul Master? The few remaining students and parents in line were equally astonished. They considered themselves extraordinary geniuses for reaching level 21 before the age of 13, but compared to this boy, they felt insignificant. Yes, teacher, I'm qualified, right? Although Shunshi deeply disliked the old man's somewhat pretentious demeanor, he still put on a somewhat humble attitude to successfully complete the task. Coughing, the old man realized that his earlier behavior had been too excited and inconsistent with the aloof image he had cultivated. After clearing his throat twice, he regained his composure. Your talent is quite good. When you reach the next stage, tell the supervising teacher, and you can skip the second stage and go directly to the third. Thank you, teacher. With a somewhat false smile, Shunshi bid farewell to the admissions officer and walked into the gate. Back when he was a slave working under that master, in order to reduce beatings and please his master for better protection of himself and his sister, he had developed excellent expression management skills. Unless he wanted to, no one could read his inner thoughts from his facial expressions. The old man nodded in satisfaction, feeling very fortunate to have received such a talented and polite student. Today he would insist that the miserly Flander treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. After watching Shunshi enter the academy, he returned to his seat. All right, who's next? Everyone continue. With the emergence of such a genius, the old man's face wore a smile, no longer appearing as deadpan as before. The teacher in charge of the second stage was also an elderly man named Lu Qibin, who also had the strength of a soul emperor. Upon learning of Shunshi's level, he too was thrilled, directly giving him the green light and generously waving him through. The other students who were stopped here felt no resentment. After all, their strength was evident, and the strong always had certain privileges. On the way to the fourth stage, he saw 2 little kids with their arms around each other's shoulders, discussing which brothel to visit for fun, their faces filled with lewd smiles. Listening to their overly mature conversation, Shunshi almost couldn't maintain his false smile. Are kids these days so precocious? However, he didn't dwell on it too much, readjusting his mindset and heading to the fourth stage location as directed by Lu Qibin. If the first 3 stages assessed the student soul power levels and martial soul quality, the fourth stage would test practical combat abilities. Officially, it was said that this was to avoid pampered children, but in reality, it was simply for educational purposes. After all, although the school appeared to have exceptional teachers, none had formal training and were utterly clueless about education. Soon, he arrived at the final stage venue. It was an area of about 200 square meters, with a chair in the center where a middle-aged man was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Why is it him? Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Shunshi's eyelids twitched. His appearance was quite ordinary. Though not tall, he looked very sturdy. His broad shoulders resembled a city wall, and his coat could hardly conceal his muscular build, which looked as if it had been forged from steel. His expression was friendly, but his robust physique inherently conveyed a strong sense of pressure. Although this middle-aged man had an unremarkable face, Shunshi recognized him immediately. Zhao Wujia, the unmoving king. This guy was no ordinary person. In his youth, he had caused trouble in taverns, injuring and killing numerous civilians. The Martial Soul Hall had issued a capture order for him. but he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. Due to various reasons, that incident eventually faded away, but his wanted notice had never been revoked. Unexpectedly, this guy was hiding here. It seemed he needed to report this matter to the higher-ups. "You are the student here for the interview?" Zhao Wujia opened his eyes and, seeing only a fair-skinned young boy, asked in a booming voice. "Yes, teacher." Shunshur appeared extremely respectful as he asked, "May I inquire what the assessment goal is for the 4th stage?" Zhao Wujia rubbed his chin, pondering. To be honest, it was somewhat regrettable that only one student made it to the 4th stage. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't lamenting the lack of students. He simply felt that a soul master above level 25 wasn't even qualified to be a punching bag for him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I want to bully you. You have 1 incense sticks time. If you can touch me, no matter what, it will be fair, right?" On the surface, this proposal indeed seemed fair. It could even be said to give Shunshur many advantages. Zhao Wujia's martial soul was the great strength diamond bear. Tough-skinned and immensely strong. It could be said to be well-balanced in offense and defense. The only flaw was his cumbersome size and slow speed. However, it should be noted that Zhao Wujia was a level 76 soul sage. His so-called slow speed was only relative to soul masters of the same level. For weaker soul masters, he remained incredibly agile, making it nearly impossible to touch him. Therefore, this was essentially a one-sided bullying activity. In other words, if this little game satisfied Zhao Wujia, he might let this kid pass. If not, well, he couldn't guarantee what might happen. After all, this little competition could strictly be considered a sparring match. Since it was sparring, it was perfectly normal for someone to get hurt, right? At worst, he could coordinate with the dean later to put on a show, ensuring this kid would be grateful to join the academy. Chapter 146, Joining Shrek. Zhao Wujia gently twisted his hand to light a stick of incense, then casually waved it, pinning the entire incense to a nearby large tree. The timer started, and in an instant he completed his martial soul manifestation. When Zhao Wujia saw his 3 soul rings, he was once again surprised. It seemed he really had to go easy on this one. He absolutely had to keep this genius. If he accidentally eliminated him, that old miser would probably nag him for half a day. First soul skill, Leaf Blade Flowing Maple. Second soul skill, Maple Storm. In an instant, there was no holding back, and he seemed to have the momentum to take Zhao Wujia's life directly. It was a joke. This guy was already a soul emperor-level powerhouse when he first made a name for himself, and now he could only be stronger. If a mere soul master like him could easily injure him, then he really shouldn't be in the spirit master business and should just hang himself from a crooked old tree and start over. Sharp maple leaves appeared beside him like flying darts, and under the control of his second red flag, they shot toward Zhao Wujia from all angles, clearly trying to restrict his movements. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up. Good coming. With a roar, he also completed his martial soul manifestation. As he transformed into a bear-like figure, 7 soul rings appeared. Clearly, he hadn't wasted his years but had continuously improved, now reaching the soul sage level. His second soul ring flickered, and with a roar, he raised his hand to slap out a palm, using the shockwave to shatter all the flying leaves aimed at him. Shunshur quickly rolled to avoid the aftermath of Zhao Wujia's powerful palm, then shot out a few more leaves for cover while charging directly at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's seemingly heavy body became surprisingly agile, easily dodging Shunshur. He first used his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, to deflect all the attacking leaves, and immediately followed up with his third soul skill, Gravity Compression. The suddenly enhanced gravity threw Shunshur off balance, causing him to fall from midair. However, Shunshur's reaction was also extremely quick. Just as he was about to fall flat, he performed a backflip, quickly standing up close to the ground, lightly tapping it to unleash his third soul skill, surrounding his body with several large maple leaves that spiraled toward Zhao Wujia. Even though Zhao Wujia was known for being stingy, after years of self-cultivation, his character had improved a lot compared to the past. Faced with this little genius, he felt a sense of appreciation for talent, put away his playful mindset, and began to assess seriously. During this process, he could be said to have gone easy on him, using only his first 3 soul skills and even suppressing his soul power to a level similar to Shunshur's. Shunshur could be considered a killer with rich battle experience. However, compared to Zhao Wujia, he was still lacking significantly. After all, this guy's reputation as the immovable king was genuinely earned with his fists. Not to mention, just the fact that he had offended so many people back in the day yet had not been killed, remaining lively until now, was enough to prove his extraordinary ability. Scatter. Shunshur shouted, and the 5 huge maple leaves surrounding him instantly spread out, even cutting through a few trees around him. Zhao Wujia did not dodge this time. He raised his arms in defense, allowing the attack to land on him. To his surprise, the spinning giant maple leaf shot out by Shunshur actually broke through his immovable king body, leaving a scar on him and forcing him to step back several paces. He looked at his bleeding arm, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although he had let up a bit, the fact that a soul master could injure his tough body was enough for him to boast about for a while. However, at the same time, he estimated that he would be laughed at by that miser Flanders. You did quite well. You pass. Zhao Wujia nodded and approved Shunshur's admission, already planning to give this kid extra lessons in the future. He glanced at the tree that had been cut in half and rubbed his teeth. That miser Flanders would probably get serious about this, and he would have to let this kid compensate. The enrollment had ended, and this year, apart from Shunshur, none of the other students had successfully passed. Those few little geniuses who had passed the first round were forcibly eliminated in the second and third rounds, even failing to qualify for the fourth round. When Shunshur learned that those 2 lewd little boys were his classmates, he felt extremely disgusted. However, for the sake of future undercover tasks being easier to execute, he pretended to be very enthusiastic and greeted the 2 of them. During the conversation, he learned that the older boy with heterochromatic eyes was named Dai Mubai, and at 12 years old, he already had a level 25 strength. The younger, rather lewd little chubby boy was named Ma Hongjun, who was even younger, not yet 10 years old, but was already a level 17 soul master. Upon learning their real ages, Shunshur found it hard to bear. Before aligning with his current master YeCong, he had been walking in the dark for many years and had seen quite a bit of filth. But seeing someone so young becoming an experienced player in the nightlife was the first time for him. If Dai Mubai could be somewhat understood for achieving the title of a playboy at 12, given the general precocity of soul masters due to soul power, it was unimaginable for Ma Hongjun to be involved in such activities at 8 or 9 years old. In response to his doubts, Ma Hongjun explained that his martial soul had undergone incomplete mutation, causing evil fire to swirl within him, and he had to rely on this method to vent it. Shunshur feigned a look of sudden realization, even seeming to have a hint of envy in his eyes. But the feelings of disgust in his heart did not diminish at all. Rather, they intensified. This was not only directed at the individual, but also at the entire school. Although the issue of evil fire seemed alarming, it was actually easy to resolve. Any ice-type soul master could easily neutralize and suppress it. Given that he was only a soul master of a few levels, Shunshur even suspected that just finding a cold place would suffice to suppress it. According to Ma Hongjun, he was brought back by Flanders and had gone through the proper apprenticeship ceremony. As a master, instead of helping his disciple find some resolution methods, he instead appeared to have ideas that led to deviant paths. If this continued, the evil fire would never truly be controlled. One day, if it erupted completely, he would either die from his own backlash or become a disaster-level evil soul master. Chapter 147. Return to Heavendo City after YeCong broke through level 40. He shattered the limitation of the Huang Yao banner, which could only accommodate 1 flag spirit. Since his 4th soul ring had reached the 10,000-year level, the soul beasts he chose to act as flag spirits were also at the 10,000-year level. Of course, he continued the habit from his previous life, publicly claiming that each Huang Yao banner could only accommodate 3 flag spirits, except for his master, Gue Mei, who helped him hunt flag spirits. No one else knew the true capacity of the Huang Yao banner. However, even without exposing his second martial soul, with his impressive battle achievements and the 12 10,000-year soul beasts under his command, any ordinary soul emperor who encountered him would likely face defeat. In addition, YeCong had also devised a few interesting things, 2 self-created soul skills named Spiral Ball and Water Walking. Yes, both of these were inspired by an anime called Naruto. In his previous life, he had thought about creating this unique, detailed description of a ninjutsu with no specific hand seals. However, due to differences in systems, he had never succeeded. Now, relying on his soul power, he finally managed to create it. In the process of researching these skills, he almost injured his arm several times. Fortunately, aside from his main combat power, YeCong also captured many flag spirits to serve as cannon fodder, which he successfully healed using the forbidden technique, Flag Spirit Great Healing. Otherwise, he would have long since harmed himself. These cannon fodder flag spirits were naturally not very high in level, aside from a few soul beasts that were on the brink of death due to territorial disputes. The rest were small soul beasts under 100 years old, so there was no waste involved. These 2 skills were created through the use of soul power, One involves manipulating soul power to swirl in the palm, forming a damaging sphere, while the other allows soul masters to stand directly on the water's surface using the attachment of soul power. Because of these characteristics, learning these two skills does not have special requirements for soul masters, and the spiral ball can even be enchanted according to the different attributes of the soul master. In other words, once perfected, auxiliary-type soul masters would also possess significant offensive capabilities. Thus, this invention carries great epic-making significance. Of course, to avoid unnecessary trouble, YeCong directly shifted the blame to Hua, as it is only natural for a top-tier powerhouse to have many self-created soul skills. Only the golden generation of the Spirit Hall had the fortune to learn them, and even Hua, who was taking the blame, only taught them to a select group of direct disciples in the underworld. As a restless person, YeCong did not linger long at the Spirit Hall. After dispatching the instant team, he quickly got up and returned to Heaven-Do City. Although he did not disguise himself like last time, he did not bring anyone else along except for Shauna, who insisted on following him. As for whether YeCong would encounter an assassination attempt, aside from his numerous life-saving methods, if he revealed all his hidden cards, he would even dare to confront a soul sage. At first, YeCong didn't even plan to bring Shauna, as he preferred to wander alone. However, Shauna was a stubborn little girl, because YeCong had brought her and her brother out of the abyss of suffering and given them warmth. She had firmly recognized him as her master and was willing to follow him forever. Under this strange mindset, when YeCong refused her company, Shauna fell into a state of depression, even contemplating despair. Due to this incident, along with the persuasion from her master and adoptive mother, YeCong had no choice but to agree to let Shauna accompany him as a maid. Because YeCong chose to travel openly, his mode of transport was, of course, top-notch. Not to mention the extravagant interior of the carriage. Even the horses pulling it were 100-year soul beasts. Shauna, as a beast-human hybrid with the bloodline of the extreme Cold Wolf King, had gained the essence of the wolf tribe due to a twist of fate. Thanks to her natural enemy's pressure, the experienced extreme shadow horse obediently followed her commands, whereas others would have to expend considerable effort just to tame it. With the extreme shadow horse's astonishing speed, which could travel 10,000 miles by day and 8,000 by night, YeCong and Shauna reached Heaven-Do Imperial City in less than a day. The guards at the city gate were quite curious about this beast-eared girl, but after years in this profession, they possessed at least a basic sense of discernment. They recognized the nobility of the person in the carriage and naturally dared not make trouble. After properly handling the entry procedures, they let them pass. With his identity as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, enough to intimidate most people, Shauna did not wear the black robe to conceal her identity this time, but instead drove the carriage openly for YeCong. She no longer had to worry about her unique physical structure causing trouble, which brought her an unprecedented sense of ease. Although the Imperial City was filled with more wealthy young masters, these individuals have been educated from a young age about whom they could bully and whom they could not offend. As the most prominent figure currently, YeCong was naturally listed among those who must not be offended. Many high-ranking officials even warned their juniors to befriend this holy son of the Spirit Hall if they encountered him, to try to win his favor and hopefully become friends. However, there are always exceptions. For instance, the top young master of the Heaven-Do Empire did not take YeCong seriously. Just as Shauna was driving the carriage slowly, a group of young men suddenly rushed over and blocked their path. The sudden appearance of these individuals startled Shauna, who hurriedly pulled the reins. Fortunately, the carriage was not moving fast, otherwise there could have been casualties. Before Shauna could ask what was happening, one of the boys arrogantly said, "Little girl, our boss has taken a liking to you. Come with us for a while." His tone was unapologetic, as if being chosen by his so-called boss was a great honor, and accompanying him to play was a perfectly natural thing. "Hey, how can you speak like that? You make it sound as if I'm some sort of villain." A young man, who looked weak and had heavy dark circles under his eyes, obviously a dandy, staggered over from his group of flunkies. He closed his fan and revealed a smile that was more fake than sincere. "To the friend in the carriage, I am Shuebong. I find your maid quite appealing and hope to borrow her for a while. May I?" Chapter 148. The Prince's Banquet Avalanche, the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, is simultaneously the most notorious young scion in the entire empire. Words like idle and bullying could be tailor-made for him. According to the original text, these behaviors are merely a disguise, as he pretends to be a good-for-nothing socialite to dispel the suspicions of his second brother, to avoid following the paths of the eldest and third brothers. However, in YeCong's view, this guy is likely just being himself. Even if he initially had the mindset of enduring humiliation, after years of indulgence, he has long since taken pleasure in it. YeCong certainly wouldn't tolerate his little brother being bullied like this. With a slight movement of his finger, he summoned a small spider. Don't be fooled by its palm-sized appearance. It has been specially compressed, and it is a genuine forest man-eating spider. There is no need to use his main force against such lowly trash. After all, YeCong does not want to kill anyone at the moment. And no matter how unwelcome he is, it would be quite troublesome to kill him in the Imperial City. For now, he just wants to teach these scoundrels a lesson, and randomly selecting a 10-year soul beast would be enough. Just as he was about to send the man-eating spider out, a familiar and gentle voice rang out. "Fourth brother, are you bullying people again?" The speaker was none other than the second prince of the Tiando Empire, Xueqinghe, more appropriately referred to as Qianrenxue. Dressed in male attire, he spoke and acted with remarkable elegance, truly resembling a noble young man. He rode up to YeCong's carriage and directly intimidated the group of people who were about to act. Second brother? The previously arrogant Avalanche's momentum suddenly diminished, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. However, he still stubbornly raised his head and said, "I just wanted to have a good chat with this friend." "What? Does my second brother need to manage my friendships?" Xueqinghe smiled slightly and said, "If fourth brother is simply trying to make friends, I naturally won't stop you, and I would even wholeheartedly support it. However, your method of making friends is rather unconventional. I fear ordinary people cannot accept it." Avalanche's expression changed, but he ultimately did not dare to confront his second brother. With a cold snort, he left with his group of friends. Watching Avalanche leave, Xueqinghe turned to YeCong's carriage and smiled. "Friend from the Spirit Hall, my fourth brother has been somewhat unruly in the past, and I hope you can be more forgiving. I have prepared a banquet at my residence to apologize to you." YeCong then stepped out of the carriage and returned the courtesy. "Your Highness the Second Prince is too polite. I have heard much about your behavior at the Spirit Hall. It is said that you are gentle and forgiving, treating the worthy with respect. Now that I see it for myself, it is indeed true. Since your Highness has sincerely invited me, how could I refuse?" These two had long been well acquainted. Yet now they acted as if they barely knew each other, like a pair of ancient foxes putting on a show. After agreeing on a time, YeCong accepted Xueqinghe's official order and temporarily parted ways to find a place to stay. On the way to find an inn, YeCong noticed Shauna looking somewhat downcast. He thought for a moment, and guess what was on her mind? Saying lightly, "Are you feeling dissatisfied because you saw the Xue family, who have persecuted your clan?" "I wouldn't dare," Shauna replied, her ears perked up, and her arm holding the reins trembled slightly, speaking with trepidation. "Don't be nervous." YeCong chuckled at her demeanor. "My relationship with the Tiando Xue family isn't as good as you might imagine. In fact, when necessary, we could very well become irreconcilable enemies. As for the second prince..." YeCong shook his head. "When the time comes, perhaps I will give you a big surprise." Although Shauna did not understand, she did not ask further. While YeCong was very friendly in his demeanor and did not treat her like a slave to be bought and sold, even showing her a degree of affection, Shauna was clear about her position. Whatever her master chose to share, he would, and if he did not wish to speak, asking would be seen as disrespectful. With YeCong's status, money was truly just a simple number to him. Not to mention his monthly salary was already over 1,000 gold soul coins. He also had his own business, and just from dividends, he could earn quite a bit each month. Adding to that a recent windfall, money, in a real sense, was merely a number to him. Therefore, under the right conditions, he would certainly not treat himself poorly regarding food, clothing, and lodging. He went directly to the most upscale inn in the Tiando Empire and booked 2 top-tier guest rooms in one go. After a brief wash, aside from YeCong himself, Shauna, as his maid, changed into the classical luxurious attire he had chosen for her to prepare for the banquet. As a beast-eared girl, she wore an outfit that was distinctly different from the styles of this continent, adding a unique flavor. With the proper attire and official order, no guard dared to stop them. Naturally, the expected dramatic confrontation was avoided. Since this was a private banquet, there was no need to adhere to too many formalities. The two sides took their seats, with only 2 elderly men accompanying Xueqinghe, while YeCong brought only Shauna with him. This time, Xueqinghe, or rather Qianrenxue, did not send a disguise to attend the banquet, but came in person. The 2 elderly men beside her were the 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, Snake Spear and Spike Porcupine. After setting up a protective barrier around the palace, they no longer disguised themselves and revealed their true appearances. With a mischievous smile, she glanced at the stunned Shauna and said to YeCong, "Little Yezi, I didn't expect your taste to be so unique." In this regard, You are somewhat similar to my cheap uncle. YeCong felt a headache coming on. Sister Shui, could you please not compare me to that kind of person? I just thought the little girl looked pitiful, so I took her in. Yes, yes, yes. Little Yezi is the kindest. Qian Rinchue's face was filled with disbelief. Snake Spear and Spike Porcupine exchanged helpless smiles. The young lady was as mischievous as ever. Speaking of which, this girl still has some connection to the Tiando royal family. YeCong shifted the topic. She is a disaster slave I rescued from the Great Soul Arena. A disaster slave? Qian Rinchue, with her high status, even surpassing YeCong in the Spirit Hall, naturally knew this backstory. She looked at Shauna with a mix of sympathy and gentleness in her expression. This girl is still a poor soul. Your name is Shauna, right? Once the major matter is accomplished, I will give you a chance to clear your name and take revenge. Chapter 149. YeCong's method. Shauna was momentarily at a loss. Her body trembling slightly, even her hair standing on end. She had inadvertently learned too many secrets. Sometimes knowing too much could lead to a servant being killed without a trace left behind. YeCong glanced at Shauna, placed his hand on her head, and rubbed it gently to soothe her emotions. Sister Shui, since you are willing to reveal your true self in front of her, it means you trust her. As long as your heart is true, I will not treat you poorly. After YeCong's reassurance, Shauna's emotions finally stabilized a lot. When YeCong withdrew his hand, he casually patted her wolf ears. The texture is really nice. Shauna's cheeks flushed bright red. Her ears were among the most sensitive parts of her body, second only to her tail. Qian Rinchue took out a four-sided pyramid made entirely of blue crystal from her storage soul guide, shook it lightly, and smiled. Little Yi, the sea god S domain shield sister has brought this for you. How about it? Sister, I'm impressive, right? YeCong's eyes lit up as he took the sea god S domain shield and examined it carefully. After confirming that he couldn't trigger the divine test effect, he had to regretfully put it away. Perhaps someone might be able to activate this special effect and participate in the sea god assessment ahead of time. Qian Rinchue couldn't help but ask, Little Yi, although this is a soul guide, almost no one can activate it. What do you want it for? YeCong had no intention of hiding anything and explained the origin and function of the sea god S domain shield in detail. As for how he knew all this, well, that was a question for the omnipotent Mr. Hoa ha ha ha. Upon learning that this seemingly inconspicuous soul guide was actually the key to a divine assessment and a legacy from Sea God Island, the expressions of Shi Jiao and Ci Tun changed, and they looked at Shauna with a hint of murderous intent. They were well aware of the situation on Sea God Island. Even those veteran titled Daluos from the Spirit Hall who had not personally experienced the battle had heard tales of it. Sea God Island also had a 99th level Peerless Daluo station there, and although the guardians of that place were all below level 95, their geographical advantage was enough to allow them to kill across levels. At this moment, they unexpectedly obtained information about that place, a matter of the highest secrecy. Just as they were about to kill Shauna to eliminate the witness, YeCong stood up and blocked their next move. Two seniors. I can assure you once again that Shauna will not leak any secrets. The two exchanged glances, and Shi Jiao spoke first. Your Highness, this matter is of great importance. Is it really good for a mere maid to hear it? YeCong's tone was indeed very firm. I trust her. If one day she really dares to betray me, then I will personally take her head. Shi Jiao wanted to say something, but Ci Tun patted his shoulder, cutting off his words. Since your Highness has said this, then I naturally would not dare to overstep. A knock on the door interrupted the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Qian Rinchue let out a slight sigh of relief, and with a thought, she changed back into her disguise. After receiving permission, an elderly eunuch entered respectfully. His eyes were downcast as he bowed and said, Your Highness, the second prince, the sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji, has brought his eldest daughter, Ning Rongrong. As in the original work, due to various considerations, Shui Qinghe became Ning Fengji's disciple, and under Shui Qinghe's manipulation, Ning Rongrong also relied heavily on her older brother, often coming to play with him. Shui Qinghe pretended to be somewhat surprised and stood up, nodding. Please come in quickly, brother. The petite figure rushed in like a whirlwind and leaped into Shui Qinghe's arms. Ning Rongrong noticed YeCong, who was also in the hall, and made a face, clearly still brooding over the incident that happened at the Spirit Hall not long ago. YeCong didn't mind. He had no habit of bickering with a little kid. He also stood up, smiling as he cupped his hands in salute to Ning Fengji, who entered afterward. I didn't expect to meet Sect Master Ning here. It seems we are indeed fated. Ning Fengji was not alone. Aside from his daughter, the Bondoagu Rong accompanied him as a protector. In the previous sect competition, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect had narrowly lost to the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, dropping from second to third place, which caused Chun Xin and Dao Xin to break down and choose to enter closed-door cultivation. Now, the sect master had to rely on Gu Rong for protection during his outings. Since Shi Jiao and Si Tun had both used the transformation magic provided by Hua Ha to conceal their true identities, Gu Rong did not recognize them and only regarded them as ordinary servants. Ning Fengji smiled and returned the gesture. Compared to me, Your Highness, the Saint's son, visiting the palace is indeed more surprising. Could it be that the Spirit Hall wants to intervene in royal matters? Although both appeared extremely polite, their tones were laced with gunpowder. Ning Fengji had considered using some means to eliminate YeCong while he was out, but he took into account that YeCong, as the Saint's son of the Spirit Hall, must have plenty of means to protect himself. Moreover, YeCong's close relationship with the underworld was also very significant. If the Spirit Hall wanted to maintain its public image, many underhanded methods could only be played secretly, while the underworld didn't care about evidence. Direct sect wars were a possibility. At the very least, they could also resort to assassination methods, and by then, his daughter would likely have 24-hour guard around her. YeCong did not linger for long. After a brief farewell to Xue Qinghe, he turned around and left with his maid. However, no one noticed that just after he exited the palace gate, he subtly raised a finger and a magnificent demon banner was instantly raised. YeCong Weitspo, Zulan, use soul possession. As his words fell, the green smoke gradually condensed into a rather eerie creature, Shadow Demon. Eunice? This guy was different from YeCong's other flag demons. Although he also possessed intelligence, he was a complete madman, devoid of any positive emotions, only driven by instincts of devouring and destruction. In other words, his alignment belonged to chaotic evil, which made him an outlier in the small circle of flag demons. Fortunately, YeCong had absolute control over his flag demons. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that this one Wuhun rebel suddenly bestowed with the name Zhoulan. Eunice transformed into a wisp of black smoke and floated into the palace, merging into Ning Rongrong's body. This process was silent. Even titled Douluos did not notice. Chapter 150, The Bell Tower on the Other Side. The Prince of Snowstar's residence was far from peaceful. Accompanied by the sound of a teacup shattering, Snowstar's angry voice could be heard scolding his incompetent nephew, Avalanche. You fool! Who told you to provoke the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Snowstar paced back and forth in the room in frustration. Although Avalanche looked aggrieved, he couldn't help but retort, Uncle, you were the one who told me to act like a young master. I told you to act like a young master. But I didn't mean for you to become a useless, good-for-nothing. When you encounter someone with real power, instead of thinking about how to befriend them and make them an ally, you offend them instead. Do you really want to be a useless prince? Snowstar felt a wave of stomach pain. If it weren't for the fact that Avalanche was the only remaining prince aside from Snow Qinghe, he would never support this guy. The reason Snowstar was unwilling to support Snow Qinghe was quite significant. Although Emperor Snow Knight had not officially named a crown prince, he had long since assigned most of the empire's affairs to Snow Qinghe. Snow Qinghe had gained the emperor's appreciation for his extraordinary administrative abilities, which led to increasing trust and favor. He could now be considered the acting vice-emperor of the Tiando Empire. At the start of his rise to power, Snow Qinghe introduced a law stating that princes would be punished equally with commoners for crimes, aiming to limit the power of the nobility. Those nobles who were used to wielding power and enjoying life could hardly tolerate being placed on the same level as commoners. As a result, they engaged in a lot of explicit and covert struggles against Snow Qinghe, with Snowstar leading the charge, creating various troubles for his nephew during this time. Snowstar knew that if he allowed Snow Qinghe to ascend the throne in due time, he would definitely be in trouble. He might even end up committing suicide by being stabbed 17 times the very next day. On the other hand, he had his own ulterior motives. He also wanted to sit in that position and enjoy the power, even though he didn't dare to act too boldly right now. Being the regent for a few days wouldn't be bad. With Avalanche's intellect, he could easily manipulate him. Although he was now a prince, second only to the emperor, he was not satisfied. No matter what, he was still a subordinate. Whether it was his brother Snow Knight or his nephew Snow Qinghe, as long as they sat in that position, with a single word, they could make everything he owned vanish. Therefore, he wanted to control his own fate, not only to ensure his power remained unshakable for eternity, but also to seize even greater authority. After leaving the palace, YeCong did not return to the inn, but took advantage of the curfew not yet starting to drive out of the Tiando Imperial City, heading straight for the Sunset Forest. Although Shauna did not understand why he was doing this, She did not ask further and obediently acted as a driver. She had already experienced enough fright for one day and didn't want to go through that kind of experience again. As the carriage was about to enter the sunset forest, YeCong asked Shauna to stop at a nearby inn, and they chose to walk into the forest. As they approached the outskirts of the sunset forest, YeCong suddenly spoke up. I say, old brother, you've been following me since we left the palace. After such a long time, aren't you tired? It's time to show yourself, right? Before Shauna could react, a strange laugh came from nearby. Little brat, your ears are quite sharp. After you die, I'll cut them off and use them as a delicacy to enjoy. Seeing the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, Shauna shivered and quickly positioned herself in front of YeCong. YeCong, however, pushed her aside and said helplessly, you must be someone sent by the bell tower, right? Forget it, there's no point in talking. Let's just get to it. As he spoke, he held the Soul-Calming Hammer in front of his chest. The bell tower was indeed a killing organization under their command, along with the mercenary group Red Blood Legion, both belonging to the Sword of Treasure faction. The bell tower was extremely powerful, and had even declared years ago that as long as the payment was sufficient, they would dare to kill even titled Douluos. Aside from the occasional board officials who came to play, the permanent gold medal assassins here were 12 soul-level experts, collectively known as the 12 Deadly Signs. Despite all being Soul-Duo, it was rumored that if these 12 joined forces, they could form a formation powerful enough to threaten Super Douluos above level 95. Because of their formidable strength, they never concealed their intentions to kill, even boldly gifting their targets a mini red metal bell as a prelude to their impending assassination. The Hanging Man quickly discovered that the incident at the Tiando Great Soul Arena was caused by YeCong and sent assassins to deal with him. Upon seeing that little bell, YeCong immediately informed Huahaha and Dalu, the two publicly recognized strongest beings on the continent. Naturally, they couldn't just let it go when their own child was targeted by an assassination organization. They didn't know where the headquarters was, but the bell tower was easy to find. After some friendly negotiations, both sides signed an equal agreement. The bell tower could continue to send assassins to hunt YeCong, but the level of the assassins could not exceed YeCong's by too much, at most one soul ring higher. That is, with YeCong currently at the level of a 42nd rank Soul Master, the strongest force the bell tower could send would be at most a 59th rank Soul King. Although the Hanging Man was very dissatisfied with this agreement, he dared not resist. He knew that if he dared to utter a word of dissent, he would lose his life today, but if he were to back off now, they wouldn't let him off easily either, and he might find it hard to die later. The bell tower wanted to eliminate YeCong, but they also wished to use the bell tower as a sharpening stone to hone YeCong. After all, even if YeCong couldn't truly win, he had enough trump cards to protect himself. YeCong glanced sideways at the middle-aged man who had come to assassinate him and said flatly, "You talk too much. I hope your skills are as abundant as your words." Looking for death, the middle-aged man was furious, and in an instant, he activated his martial soul, revealing 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black behind him. Accompanied by the appearance of a blood drum, the stench of blood and decay assaulted the senses. It was evident that he was an evil soul master. YeCong's previously indifferent expression suddenly changed. If the visitor had been just an ordinary assassin, YeCong wouldn't have felt too angry. After all, they were just doing their job and typically wouldn't kill without a mission. Moreover, the targets they killed were all soul masters, usually wealthy merchants at the very least. However, evil soul masters were different. They were like rats that everyone wanted to exterminate. They practiced through slaughter, usually targeting defenseless common people. Moreover, they often destroyed entire villages, committing mass murder. Chapter 151. Counterattack. YeCong's voice was cold. How many people have you killed to reach this level? He chuckled. Do you remember how many small buns you've eaten? Mo Yun smiled coldly, greed flashing across his face. As long as I kill you, the master will help me ascend to Soul Emperor, and you will obediently become my nourishment for advancement. He clapped his hands towards a blood drum, and with 2 heavy drum beats, his 3rd and 5th spirit rings lit up in succession. 3rd spirit skill, Heart Devouring of 10,000 Souls. 5th spirit skill, Blood Bowl Barrier. A red barrier resembling an inverted bowl enclosed the two, and countless vengeful spirits immediately flew out, emitting chilling cries as they rushed towards YeCong. In that instant, Montag Yun's Taktik started Shauna. When she regained her senses, she found that the blood-red barrier had separated her from YeCong, seeing him in danger. Shauna felt anxious and swung her frosty wolf claw at the barrier, trying to tear a hole in it. But this was a 5th spirit skill from a Soul King. while Shana was merely a 3-ring soul master. How could she break through? Yet YeCong remained completely calm. He first gave Shana a thumbs up from beyond the barrier to indicate he was fine, then shouted, "Little dower," with a wave of his arm. All 4 sides of the Huing YO flags were raised, except for the Zhuolan that had been sent out on a mission. The remaining 11 flags were all summoned to fight the vengeful spirits. Logically, the flag spirits couldn't stay away from their summoner for long, and the energy consumption would be immense if they were too far away. However, Zhuolan was different from the other flag spirits. As its body was a miniature black hole, it could autonomously absorb power from the outside world to replenish itself. Moreover, since it was using a soul possession method to return to life, it reduced energy consumption to some extent. Although the number of vengeful spirits surpassed the flag spirits, their quality was far inferior. After just a brief stalemate, the vengeful spirits belonging to Mo Yun were quickly suppressed. Montag Yun was stunt. He hadn't expected this young man to possess summoning abilities as well, and the entities he summoned were much stronger than his own. "You're still daring to be distracted while fighting me?" YeCong stepped forward, swinging his hammer towards the evil soul master's head. Mo Yun's expression changed drastically. He hadn't realized he had underestimated this kid. He had thought he was picking up an easy bargain by killing a 4-ring soul master. But now it seemed he was gravely mistaken. Mo Yun struck the blood drum fiercely. His second spirit ring lit up, and a protective barrier of sound waves enveloped him. Then his 4th spirit ring, second only to the 5th spirit skill, also lit up suddenly. Explosive sound wave bomb. At such close range, YeCong had no way to dodge. However, he remained unfazed. With a flash of golden light in his left hand, a luxurious bronze gong appeared to protect his chest. Taking the sound wave missile at such close range shattered the Jinhuan gong instantly. YeCong was also sent flying, rolling on the ground before he managed to stand up. Whether it was from the residual shock wave or the backlash from his shattered martial soul, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mo Yun's eyes turned red. He couldn't believe that all the vengeful spirits he had painstakingly accumulated had been wiped out by YeCong's flag spirits. He shouted angrily, "You little brat, I'm going to use you to fill my martial soul." Saying this, he struck the blood drum again, and sound wave attacks surged towards YeCong. Unlike Shana, who was anxious outside the barrier, YeCong, the person involved, was completely untroubled. Although he looked somewhat miserable, covered in blood, his mood was not low at all. He waved to retract the flag spirits, saying, "Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." He summoned the external soul bone water armor shield and wielded the Jinhuan hammer in one hand while brandishing the water armor shield to confront Mo Yun. Although YeCong was a summoner, his close combat skills had never been weak. First, he blocked the sound wave attack with the water armor shield, then struck with the soul-crushing hammer towards Mo Yun's head. The soul-crushing hammer, an upgraded version of the great power extermination cannon, not only had formidable physical output, but could also directly inflict mental damage. In other words, this blow was not only smashing into Mo Yun's body, but was almost shattering his soul. Mo Yun let out a scream. The thin sound wave barrier could not withstand YeCong's attack. As the barrier shattered, he was sent flying. Mo Yun's condition was far worse than YeCong's. All his teeth were shattered, and a large part of his head caved in, with Mo Yun severely injured. The blood bowl barrier could no longer be maintained and instantly collapsed. YeCong seized the opportunity to pursue, leaping high to unleash the external soul bone skill, Raging Waterfall Strike. Mo Yun looked on in terror as the attack aimed to pierce him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the pain in his soul and body made it hard to speak, and he could only look at YeCong with pleading eyes, shaking his head incessantly. YeCong naturally would not make the foolish mistake of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, this guy was an evil soul master. If he truly let him go, how many innocent civilians would suffer? If he showed pity to this guy, then who would pity those innocent people who died at his hands? The fierce attack easily tore a large hole in Mo Yun's body, as if piercing through tofu. YeCong let out a breath. His steps faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Shana rushed over to support him. He glanced at the flustered Shana and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After taking the chi blood pill produced by Huahaha, his internal injuries had been simply treated. Although today, as events were somewhat dangerous, they were all under his control. Mo Yun hadn't even reached the level that forced him to use his trump card, let alone the life-saving hand order. He had killed Soul King-level evil soul masters before, aside from those who voluntarily entered the Slaughter City due to desperation. The Spirit Hall had also suppressed many evil soul masters who wreaked havoc, often subjecting them to torture to repay their sins. These scum of society, who were imprisoned, naturally became YeCong's training material. After dealing with Mo Yun, YeCong quickly collected the spoils. Unfortunately, this guy had not brought much when he came out to execute the mission. He only found a token representing his identity and rank, along with a few hundred gold soul coins for operational expenses. To YeCong, this money was just a number, so he simply gave all of it to Shauna, treating it as a little welfare for his personal maid. Chapter 152. The competition. YeCong came to the Sunset Forest this time to take a look at the underworld. The one responsible for picking them up was a diamond mammoth with a cultivation of 70,000 years. This diamond mammoth had clearly been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the two, it raised its trunk and let out a long trumpet, then used its trunk to lift them up and gently place them on the seat on its back. Huahaha had successfully established his dominance in the Sunset Forest with his powerful strength, coupled with his methods of both kindness and severity. Many spirit beasts had submitted to him. This diamond mammoth was trained by him to serve as a transport. The Sunset Forest, after all, was one of the gathering places for spirit beasts, which posed little danger to tidal Daluos, but for weaker spirit masters, a slight misstep could lead to them being killed and turned into spirit beast droppings. To avoid this situation, Huahaha specifically tamed the Diamond Mammoth clan to be responsible for the transportation of sect disciples. As a reward, aside from using some means to elevate their clan leader to a true 100,000-year spirit beast, he also promised that all Diamond Mammoths with a formal affiliation would receive protection from the sect and could not be hunted. The Diamond Mammoth was considered to have a strong bloodline among spirit beast clans and had few rivals. With its over 70,000 years of cultivation, no spirit beast would dare to cause trouble. All spirit beasts instinctively stepped back upon seeing it. Thus, the three of them, one person and one beast, safely passed through the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Upon reaching the location of the underworld, the Diamond Mammoth shook its trunk again, letting the two down from its back and emitting a long trumpet to indicate they had arrived. YeCong patted its thigh and smiled. "You've worked hard." After bidding farewell, he and Shauna quickly navigated through the maze to the core area of the underworld. In the training ground, several pillars and numerous sandbags were set up, clearly intended for the children to train with. However, there were no children training at the moment. They had all gathered around the central arena, acting as enthusiastic spectators. In one corner of the courtyard, an elder with white hair and a long beard was leisurely sunbathing in a rocking chair. His eyes were slightly squinted, and he swayed back and forth. If an ordinary person saw him, they would never guess that this seemingly ordinary old man was a tidal, Dalu-level powerhouse. The elder was named Wang Chai, the eldest of the four sons of Wang Qi. The four sons of Wang Qi were all veteran Soul-Duo powerhouses. Although they had fortuitously broken through to tidal Dalu with Huahaha's help, the strongest among them was only stuck at level 92, as their potential had been exhausted, leaving them unable to advance further. Additionally, due to their lack of large-scale AoE offensive capabilities, they were somewhat inferior even to the infamous Dugobo during the era of shame for tidal Daluos. After all, Dugobo had claimed that he could not defeat any tidal Dalu, but he could kill them until they were left with only tidal Daluos. However, while they lacked strong group attack capabilities, they were absolutely irritating in one-on-one situations. After obtaining their 9th spirit skill, their methods of restricting or annoying opponents had reached new heights. Moreover, as a set of 4 twin brothers and sisters, they possessed a particularly powerful martial soul fusion technique. Even when they were still soul Daluos, they could trap tidal Daluos. If not for this, they wouldn't have been valued by Huahaha, who saw their potential to break through to tidal Dalu. Now that they had already broken through to tidal Dalu, if they used their martial soul fusion technique again, it was rumored that even Huahaha would be trapped for half a breath of time. YeCong quickly noticed that although Wang Chai appeared to be leisurely sunbathing, he was actually keeping a close eye on the situation in the arena. If anything went wrong, he would immediately intervene to rescue the defeated participant. YeCong nodded, but did not go over to greet him. Instead, he pretended to be a novice and squeezed into the crowd to watch the scene in the arena. Seeing the two on the stage, YeCong was somewhat surprised. He recognized the girl. She was Lin Xiao, a talented girl he had summoned over a year ago with a genius summoning card. As for the boy, he was unknown to him. He pulled a nearby student who was part of the crowd and curiously asked, "Hey, what's going on here?" The student, having never seen YeCong before, assumed he was new and enthusiastically introduced. "Is it your first day here? Let me introduce you. This is Lin Xiao. the second strongest among our younger generation in the underworld, and she's our big sister, the personal disciple of the Lord of the Underworld. The challenger is a genius from the Pa family, who believes his talent belongs to no one but himself, so he has challenged our big sister. Second? Yeah. The first is Boss Jiangyu. Besides that, there's also the legendary Son of Saint, but the Son of Saint is elusive and rarely seen, so he isn't counted in the rankings. No one knows who would win if he faced off against Boss Jiangyu. The student said this with a sense of regret. Shaking his head, YeCong said nothing more. He smiled silently and shifted his gaze back to the stage. Be careful. And with the tip of his toes, 3 spirit rings flashed, and he lunged forward with his spear. YeCong had not completely inherited the Yang family's traditional martial soul, the soul-breaking spear. Instead, it had mutated into the rock-splitting spear, which had rock attributes. Break! YeCong shouted, thrusting his spear forward. The rock-splitting spear, enhanced by his first spirit skill, emitted a layer of soft yellow light, and the spear tip glimmered coldly. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, he didn't have the fixed spirit skills of the Pa family. His first spirit ring came from a 400-year-old earth dragon beast, and when activated, it not only enhanced his control over earth elements, but also imparted a hint of dragon energy to his martial soul. Lin Xiaoxiao was not to be outdone. Her brush instantly elongated under the enhancement of her first spirit skill, transforming into the judge's pen from the mysterious weapons to confront YeCong. Both sides displayed impressive martial skills, and without using any spirit skills, they fought evenly matched. However, the longer spear had a distinct advantage over the judge's pen, and in terms of raw skill, Lin Xiaoxiao was likely still a bit stronger. This was a pure martial arts sparring match. Both sides tacitly refrained from using other spirit skills. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was only 11 years old, through abundant resources and appropriate training methods, she had already reached the level of a 32nd level soul master, nearly on par with YeCong. This was also why she intended to further solidify her foundation, hence the forced suppression of her level. Otherwise, she could likely advance even further. Chapter 153 Intense Battle. Lin Xiaoxiao's martial arts were personally instructed by Huahaha and several titled Dalu elders, so they were naturally impressive. Although YeCong was not as skilled as Lin Xiaoxiao, he still had his family's martial arts, which could be considered as having been taught by a famous master. Moreover, his strength and soul power were somewhat higher than Lin Xiaoxiao's, giving him the upper hand for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao first took a step back to dodge YeCong's thrust, smiling slightly as she said, Brother Yang's spear technique is indeed remarkable. I acknowledge you. But be careful with this next move. As she spoke, her second soul ring flickered, and the pen in her hand surprisingly split into 2, one in each hand. This type of soul skill that duplicates one's martial soul is definitely rare and usually can only be found in 10,000-year soul rings. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was indeed lucky. Her second soul ring, which was yellow with a hint of purple, was provided by a mirror image magical beast that had over 900 years of cultivation. To absorb this soul ring, which was just a step away from evolving into a 1,000-year soul beast, Lin Xiaoxiao had worked hard. With both hands in action, the left hand's pen directly deflected YeCong's cracking rock spear. Taking advantage of the opening he exposed, Lin Xiaoxiao advanced, her right hand reaching out as the pen's tip aimed directly at YeCong's throat. YeCong's face stiffened slightly, and he quickly withdrew his spear while also activating his second soul skill. A layer of energy formed a yellow protective shield around him, directly blocking Lin Xiaoxiao's attack. With the first move missing, Lin Xiaoxiao also retreated a few steps to create distance. Both sides wore serious expressions, and after a brief rest, they began the second round of competition. If their previous battle was merely a contest of martial arts, now it would be a true display of soul masters' understanding of their own soul skills and martial soul. Lin Xiaoxiao took the initiative, illuminating her third soul ring, and quickly completed a painting using the void as paper and soul power as ink. Her third soul skill was called Flourishing Brush, which truly showcased the characteristics of a brush. This soul skill was somewhat similar to YeCong's, allowing her to summon a certain soul beast to assist her in battle. Of course, the summoned soul beast couldn't compare to YeCong's powerful one. The number and strength of the beasts simulated through her painting, as well as their duration, were all limited by Lin Xiaoxiao's soul power. Moreover, and more importantly, casting this soul skill required Lin Xiaoxiao to have a solid foundation in painting. The closer her drawing resembled the summoned soul beast, the closer its strength would be to that of a real soul beast. The beast she was painting was the four-armed demon ape, a powerful soul beast with Titan bloodline, known for its strength. Although its bloodline was not as pure as that of the Titan giant ape, it was still extremely powerful. YeCong, of course, would not give her the chance to complete the painting of the four-armed demon ape. With a flick of his wrist, his spear shot out like a dragon. Third soul skill, Flying Rock. As his purple soul ring lit up, YeCong's yellow long spear emitted a glow, and then countless stones floated around him, rushing towards Lin Xiaoxiao in the direction pointed by his spear tip. Facing the overwhelming barrage of flying stones, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, but at that moment, she could not move freely and could only choose to take the hit. She quickly operated her soul power, using herself as a medium to rapidly create a set of simple armor, the Martial Soul True Body Armor. This technique could be considered one of the unique skills of the underworld, belonging to the Martial Soul True Body Experience card, which greatly enhances one's attack and defense. By operating soul power and using the Martial Soul as a foundation, one could forge a set of armor that best suited them. The stronger the level, the more body parts the armor would cover. By the time one reached the Soul Sage level, they could create armor that completely covered their body. However, at that point, the Martial Soul True Body Armor would become less important. After all, the Martial Soul True Body was much more useful than this. This method might not be of much use for Beast Martial Soul users, as Beast Martial Souls provide a significant boost to physical qualities once the Martial Soul is attached, making them tough and resilient. However, for ordinary weapon Martial Soul users and auxiliary Martial Soul users, it could be a lifesaver. For instance, Lin Xiaoxiao, facing such a fierce attack, only let out a muffled groan and coughed up a bit of blood. Fortunately, the four-armed demon ape was successfully painted, and with the finishing touch, this powerful soul beast roared into existence on the arena. After summoning this giant creature, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, hiding behind it to regulate her breath. Although she was not seriously injured after taking that hit, she certainly could not participate in the battle again for a short time. Facing this giant beast, which stood 2 to 3 meters tall, YeCong's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, twirling his spear. YeCong lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, bent down to press the spear, and charged towards the four-armed demon ape. The four-armed demon ape was not to be outdone. Letting out a roar, it crouched down, built up power, and suddenly leaped forward to charge at YeCong. YeCong jumped up to evade the four-armed demon's attack, thrusting his long spear towards it in midair. The four-armed demon ape quickly changed its tactics and dodged to the side. If it were a real soul beast, it could have relied on its toughness to take the hit and attack recklessly. However, since it was merely a soul beast drawn with soul power, its defense was much weaker than that of a real soul beast. In fact, the difference was astronomical, and if it sustained too much damage, it would directly dissipate. After dodging, the four-armed demon ape quickly adjusted its posture before YeCong landed. Before YeCong could stabilize his footing, it lunged at him. YeCong had no choice but to horizontally brace his spear to defend, but even so, he was still knocked back several meters along with his spear. The four-armed demon ape seized the opportunity, leaping high, raising its arms, and smashing down towards YeCong. Its immense strength, combined with the upward momentum, multiplied its force several times. YeCong's face turned serious as he also activated the Martial Soul True Body Armor and braced his spear horizontally against his waist. After a simple clash, they passed each other, and YeCong quickly turned around, aiming his spear at the four-armed demon ape's back. The four-armed demon ape reacted quickly, using its arms to block as it turned. Due to the vast difference in strength, YeCong was instantly pushed back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the other 3 arms of the four-armed demon ape struck towards his chest. YeCong hurriedly lowered his body and swept his leg towards the four-armed demon ape. He had already figured out that in a head-on confrontation, he would definitely not be able to defeat this giant. At least for a short time, winning was absolutely impossible. What he could do now was to delay as much as possible until Lin Xiaoxiao's soul power was exhausted, and then this giant would naturally dissipate. Chapter 154. The four-armed demon ape in a sudden move. The four-armed demon ape dodged YeCong's attack. YeCong's response was extremely quick at the moment the ape landed. He swung his arm, forcefully striking the gun barrel towards the ape's face. The four-armed demon ape was not to be outdone, using its upper arms to press down on the gun's tip while the lower pair swept along the gun barrel, launching a surprise attack towards YeCong. The battle between the two had escalated to a fever pitch. After dodging the ape's punch, YeCong quickly countered, thrusting the gun directly at the ape's throat. The four-armed demon ape continuously blocked and dodged with its arms, while YeCong pressed on relentlessly, each move faster and more dangerous than the last. Seeing itself cornered at the edge of the ring, the ape suddenly bared its teeth and let out a furious roar. It then lifted its arms and, with a barehanded grab, seized the gun's tip, using its other two arms with great force to slam down on the gun barrel. The incredible strength momentarily overwhelmed YeCong, causing his martial spirit to slip from his grasp, and he was pushed back several steps. As the saying goes, there is no mercy in battle. And the four-armed demon ape, or rather, Lin Xiao, who controlled it, would not let this opportunity pass. She swung her fist towards YeCong's chest. With no time to regain his martial spirit, YeCong could only cross his arms to block. Accompanied by a dull thud, he staggered back several meters, nearly falling over. He felt excruciating pain in his arms, unable to move, if it weren't for the fact that his martial spirit armor happened to be arm guards. That punch would have shattered his arm bones. At this point, YeCong was too exhausted to continue fighting and had no choice but to admit defeat. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If the battle continued, her soul power would be depleted, and she would be the one to lose. With that, the match concluded, and Lin Xiao emerged victorious. Most of the spectators were her fans, and they erupted in cheers upon seeing their idol win. YeCong quietly left the arena without drawing anyone's attention, although he was quite interested in the girl who could draw spirit beasts. She would not defy her master and obediently followed him away. When they reached a tree, YeCong suddenly stopped, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Senior Dugu, do you really need to hide in the tree all the time? Ha ha ha. Kid, your reaction is quite sharp." A young man with green hair jumped down from the tree, laughing heartily. Sha Na was startled and instinctively revealed her spirit rings to shield YeCong. She bared her claws and bared her teeth, glaring fiercely at Dugu. The previous incident with the assassin at the clock tower had left her deeply ashamed for not fulfilling her duty as a guard, and she certainly wouldn't shrink back now. However, her self-proclaimed fierce appearance held no intimidation for Dugu, who found it somewhat amusing. With a cold laugh, he suddenly transformed his expression into one of menace and swiftly grabbed Sha Na by the neck. "Little girl, you are quite diligent. But do you really think you can stop me with just a little spirit elder level?" YeCong was somewhat dissatisfied with Dugu's actions and placed a hand on his wrist. "Senior Dugu, please don't tease her." Dugu's expression quickly returned to normal, and he released his grip, laughing heartily. "Just kidding, this little girl is quite loyal. Not bad at all." He saw nothing wrong with his actions. As in his inherent belief, servants were not considered people but equated to pets. Not only him, but this thinking was prevalent among most, except for a few like YeCong who had different views. YeCong looked at Sha Na, who was kneeling on the ground coughing, and then glanced at the unconcerned Dugu. "I can't let my little brother be bullied for nothing. He needs to bleed a little as compensation." As YeCong calculated in his mind, he walked with Dugu towards the core area of the underworld. When passing through the Ice and Fire two-element eye, he encountered Lan Yu, who was meditating along with Jiang Yu and Ma Hongjun, who were training in the Ice and Fire Springs. Lan Zuwei, being the queen of the blue silvergrass, naturally benefited greatly from training in the Ice and Fire two-element eye. Additionally, she had a good external aid, allowing the blue silvergrass in this area to capture soul power from the air and then transmit it to herself. Although her authority was not fully complete yet, it was enough to command the surrounding plants. After all, she earned her throne through her strength, not inheritance. Her ability to command her subjects was as instinctual as eating and drinking, requiring no tokens to prove herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have divided part of her authority to create a crown for the Blue Silver King to keep. Jiang Yu and Ma Hongjun, representing water and fire attributes, corresponded perfectly with the two springs. Fortunately, they had been accepted as students by the super Duluos Shenghui and Xianin and had consumed precious pills earlier, rapidly increasing their strength and even undergoing a transformation in their martial spirits. Jiang Yu successfully awakened a trace of dragon bloodline within his martial spirit, transforming from the original red water spirit to the pure water blue dragon. Ma Hongjun managed to successfully harness the evil fire for his own use, no longer suffering its backlash, becoming a true fire phoenix. However, this did not diminish his love for food, as being a foodie was deeply ingrained in his bones and had little to do with his martial spirit. YeCong did not disturb them, merely pausing to watch for a while before heading directly to the Grand Mansion. Dugu did not enter, but stopped at the door. YeCong left Sha Na at the entrance and walked in alone. Inside the hall, Hua was conversing with the two guardians, Sheng Hui and Xianin. YeCong was even surprised to see a familiar face, Beast God Emperor Tian. After greeting everyone, he learned they were discussing the feasibility of artificial spirit rings, and without hesitation, he pulled up a chair and joined in. He suddenly noticed something seemed off with Sheng Hui. Although she was always gentle, YeCong felt today's gentleness had an added touch of maternal affection. More importantly, her hand seemed to instinctively rest on her lower abdomen, gently stroking it, with a hint of tenderness in her gaze as she glanced down. An absurd thought suddenly arose in YeCong's mind, and he turned to look at Xianin with a strange expression. Xianin, crossing his arms and looking displeased, bluntly said, "Why do I feel like you are thinking something inappropriate?" The contrast between his old-fashioned tone and youthful appearance was quite striking. Chapter 155, Unexpected Visitor, Part 1. Before YeCong could speak, Tian reached out and ruffled Xianming's hair, looking at him as he said, "Ha, little kid, your observation skills are quite sharp." He then addressed Xianming. "See, I told you you're a pervert, and you didn't believe me. At such a young age, you've gotten a girl your age pregnant. This behavior is quite outrageous. Even in the spirit beast world, in human society, you'd be sentenced for this." That's right. A minimum of 5 years, up to the death penalty. YeCong added, throwing in his 2 cents. The Douluo Continent is generally in an agricultural civilization period, with ordinary people who cannot cultivate having a much shorter lifespan compared to more developed eras. The legal marriage age has naturally been lowered to 12 years old. Xianming, looking displeased, swatted Tian's hand away, saying, "Humph, I and Sheng Hui just look young. Our actual ages are older than even spirit masters and spirit beasts." He continued, "Also, Tian, don't think that just because you're the spirit beast overlord now, you can do whatever you want. By seniority, you should call me uncle." "Don't be ridiculous," Tian scoffed. "To put it bluntly, you're not even as worthy of respect as my uncle's reincarnated body. What qualifications do you have to demand my respect?" Watching the 2 men boys, one big and one small, who seemed to have lived countless years bickering, YeCong's Liebsteichit, the so-called cool and impressive beast god Tian seemed to be losing his character. "Can you two be a bit quieter? At your age, arguing in front of a little kid is really shameless," Sheng Hui chided them, unable to hold back any longer. Her delicate little hand helplessly supported her forehead as she spoke. Her tone was not harsh, and even contained a hint of gentleness, but it was quite intimidating for these 2 men, who immediately fell silent. However, even though they stopped talking, their expressions showed they were still unwilling to back down, glaring at each other. Meanwhile, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong fell ill after returning home. Under the deliberate influence of Jonas's curse, she often fell into a state of madness. In this mad state, Ning Rongrong displayed immense strength, requiring several strong men to subdue her, despite being a pampered young lady. Ning Fengji looked through the mirror, frowning as he watched his daughter, who was roaring like a beast and destroying the furnishings around her in the confinement room. Sighing, he felt helpless. Although Ning Fengji had many offspring, they were all born of concubines, and while he had some relationship with those children, it was minimal. Only Ning Rongrong was his only legitimate daughter, and after the passing of his wife, Cong, he had poured all his energy into this daughter. Seeing his beloved daughter in such a state made Ning Fengji feel heart-wrenched. Ning Rongrong had only turned into this way after returning from the palace. Ning Fengji had suspected that the spirit hall, particularly YeCong, had done something, but such thoughts could only remain as suspicions. After all, no matter how talented YeCong was, he hadn't fully matured. And according to the information from spies within the spirit hall, he was still just a spirit zone and could not possibly carry out poisoning in front of title de law to cure his daughter's strange illness. Ning Fengji had used all his connections, but the results were in vain. Gu Rong appeared behind him at some point, looking at the crazed Ning Rongrong, whose eyes had turned purple-black, and said, "We've already invited many healing-type spirit masters and even quite a few mental-type spirit masters. But not only have they failed to cure her, they haven't even found a clue. Is there really no way now?" "No, there is still one person." After a long silence, Ning Fengji finally spoke, his eyes bloodshot, clenching his fists, resolutely saying. Gu Rong was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized who Ning Fengji was referring to. He looked somewhat shocked. "You mean Yuan Xin? Hasn't he already joined the underworld? And the underworld is so close to the spirit hall. They would probably be secretly pleased about the trouble in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Besides, if Rongrong has become like this, there might be their shadow behind it. If we just go to him like this, I'm afraid, then there's no other way." Ning Fengji interrupted Gu Rong, Rong is the only bloodline left by Awaken. If anything happens to her, I won't have the face to meet Awaken after I die. Even knowing it might be a trap ahead, I'm still willing. Gu Shu, if those elders are displeased later, you help me suppress them. Ning Fengji was a very competent businessman, playing the game of profit and loss to perfection. As long as the benefits were substantial enough, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. However, despite this, his views and attitudes towards his deceased wife Cong were completely different from how he conducted business. Now, as long as he could save his daughter, he was willing to pay any price. Gu Rong remained silent for a moment before nodding. Fengji, no matter what choice you make, I will stand by your side. Chen had ended his seclusion and came to see Ning Fengji immediately. Looking as if he had aged several years, his heart shattered. Before, he was an unbeatable force below level 96, and even a step away from level 97. It seemed that breaking through would be a natural progression when the opportunity arose. But now he was dispirited, lacking the previous momentum, and could only be seen as a standard level 96 title Douluo powerhouse. Seeing his once loyal partner, soared Douluo Chen. In such a dejected state, Ning Fengji felt immense pain, but ultimately had no way to help. Mental ailments require mental remedies. If Chen could see through his current predicament and rebuild himself, his future achievements could be limitless. It was even possible to glimpse the legendary stairway to God. Conversely, his strength might gradually decline with age. Watching his elder and daughter encounter such misfortune, Ning Fengji even harbored an absurd thought. Perhaps he wasn't suited to be the sect leader. When Chen learned of Ning Fengji's plan, he nodded. Fengji, you and Old Bones can rest assured. I will guard the sect. Chapter 156, Unexpected Visitor. Part 2. Regarding Ning Fengji's arrival, the underworld didn't seem particularly surprised, as they had already sent someone to wait at the entrance of the forest. The two individuals welcoming them were from the Yu family and the Feng family, both soul saints. Niu Bin and Feng Jing blocked Ning Fengji's carriage on either side, stepping forward to clasp their hands respectfully, saying, Junior pays respects to Sect Master Ning and Duke Douluo. We have been waiting here on the orders of the master of the mansion. Seeing that someone was already waiting, Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Gu Rong, further confirming their suspicion that the underworld was the mastermind behind the harm done to his daughter, Ning Rong. Although they were furious, they dare not show it, as it was evident that the only place that could save Rong was the underworld. Ning Fengji first gave Gu Rong a look, signaling him not to act impulsively, then stepped forward with a smile that was as sincere as it was false, and clasped his hands, saying, Duke Wahaha is truly astute. Please lead the way. Sect Master Ning is being too polite. It's my duty, Feng Jing replied with a smile, making a gesture for them to proceed. The two soul saints led the way, while Ning Fengji personally drove the carriage with Gu Rong accompanying him at the back. Inside the carriage, Ning Rong, who had been given sleeping pills, was sound asleep. The only way to keep her quiet was to use this method. Gu Rong felt heartbroken at the thought of Rong's current situation, his heart aching as if it were being cut by knives. He glanced at the two leading the way, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion. Being on someone else's territory, if he did something rash, he would likely have to enter standing and leave lying down. The journey was silent, and under the guidance of Feng Jing and Niu Bin, Ning Fengji and his group soon met Huahaha. Since it was still daytime, the one who came to meet them was the mild-mannered, good-natured version of Huahaha. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ning Fengji directly stated his purpose. Huahaha was already soft-hearted during the day, and with Ning Fengji's embellished description of how miserable his daughter had been, Huahaha almost shed tears, immediately agreeing to treat her for free. Fortunately, Xianming, who was sitting beside him, quickly interrupted, Sect Master Ning, I sympathize with your plight, but we still need to see if you and Xin can truly help. Let's go. I'll take you to meet him. Although Xianming appeared to be a child, Ning Fengji did not dare to underestimate him and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Then I will trouble you, your grace. Having seen the power of Sheng Hui not long ago, he suspected that this seemingly youthful boy was likely the left guardian of the underworld, a super Douluo at level 98. Xuanming's personality was different from Sheng Hui's. One might even say it was entirely opposite, devoid of her gentleness and kindness. Xianming hated being treated like a little kid, and if anyone crossed his line, they would be in for a thorough beating. As for why Tian had been so reckless last time, it was simply because he couldn't beat him. Otherwise, he would have made sure he suffered. Due to Ning Fengji's perceptiveness, Xianming was in a good mood, and his favorability towards him increased significantly. He spoke half-truthfully, I have a rough understanding of your daughter's situation. You can rest easy. With old Ye's skills, she will definitely be cured. Then I will trouble you, your grace. Ning Fengji smiled broadly, concealing his true thoughts. Although Xianming knew Ning Fengji had other intentions, he was too lazy to delve deeper. After all, with his level 98 super Douluo cultivation, he was more than a match for a level 79 Soul Saint and a level 95 title Douluo combined, even if Ning Fengji was known as the #1 support soul master. Moreover, they were currently on the underworld's territory, so any little schemes they had were futile. After leading Ning Fengji to the courtyard where Yi Renxin resided and completing the handover, Xianming left. As a high-ranking member of the underworld, Yi Renxin naturally knew the reason for Ning Fengji's visit. However, he still had to pretend to be unaware, welcoming him into the hall with a smile. Sect Master Ning, you are so busy, and yet you take the time to visit this old man. It truly brings glory to my humble abode. Please come in. Ning Fengji was eager to save his daughter and did not engage in excessive pleasantries, directly stating his request. After listening to Ning Fengji's description and plea, Yi Renxin stroked his goatee, frowning slightly as he seemed to be pondering something. Ning Fengji cursed inwardly. You're putting on an act. Isn't it your group of bastards that caused my daughter's condition? And now you're pretending to be innocent. Though he cursed in his heart, Ning Fengji still maintained a smile, saying, I entrust my daughter's matter to you. With that, he discreetly pushed a ring-shaped soul guide storage device towards Yi Renxin. Yi Renxin understood and, after receiving the soul guide ring, pretended to hesitate before resolutely saying, All right, I will do my best to save your daughter. A maid carried the sleeping Ning Rongrong back to the inner chamber, and Ning Fengji and Gu Rong intended to follow, but Yi Renxin politely refused. After returning to the back room, Yi Renxin waved his hand, signaling the servants to retreat. Once he was alone in the room, YeCong slowly walked out from behind the screen. Ning Rongrong was not sick but possessed. Ordinary methods could not treat her, so it was necessary for him, the instigator, to handle it. Haha, Senior Yi, I didn't expect you to be a liar too. YeCong joked with a smile. Just do what you need to do. This incident will likely tarnish my reputation. Hey, you can rest assured. I guarantee no one else will know about this today. YeCong waved his hand, retracting the culprit, Jonas, who had been disturbing Ning Rongrong's home, back into the Huang Yao banner. He glanced at the still peacefully sleeping Ning Rongrong, chatted with Yi Renxin for a few more moments, then left through the back door. In the hall, Gu Rong was anxious, pacing back and forth. Ning Fengji, on the other hand, had calmed down, sitting in his seat and slowly savoring the fragrant tea served by the maid. Seeing that Yi Renxin had not come out for a long time, Gu Rong could no longer contain himself and was about to rush in when a servant at the entrance stopped him. Your Grace, please remain calm. The elder is here to take good care of the two. Looking for death. Gu Rong was infuriated and raised his hand, preparing to deal with this ignorant servant. Chapter 157. The Surrender of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile, School Old Gu Stop. Ning Fengji quickly intervened. At this moment, Gu Rong also calmed down, reluctantly withdrawing his hand and letting out a sigh. They were currently on someone else's territory, and if he rashly attacked and killed a servant, it would definitely lead to significant trouble later. Consider yourself lucky. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve, returning to his seat. He picked up the teapot and drank it all in one go. The guard who had narrowly escaped wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing how close he had come to disaster. Just as the two were anxiously waiting, Huahaha approached leisurely, saying, You two have waited long enough. I came to see Sect Leader Ning after finishing my matters. Seeing the host arrive, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong hurriedly stood up to pay their respects. Thank you for your hard work, Sect Leader Hua. I have no way to repay your great kindness. Sect Leader Ning is too humble. Huahaha smiled and waved his hand. We from the three upper schools are all branches of the same tree. Helping each other is only natural. Ning Feng tismilet akvardli. This phrase used to be something he said often, but now, in this context, it felt strange coming from someone else. As both sides were engaged in this exchange, Yi Renxin leisurely walked out, just as previously arranged. He saw Huahaha had just arrived in the hall. Feigning surprise. Yi Renxin hurriedly approached Huahaha and whispered a few words in his ear. Oh, is that so? Huahaha raised his eyebrows, seemingly genuinely surprised, then cast a peculiar glance at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward, asking, Sect Leader Hua, has something happened? Oh, it's nothing much. Huahaha chuckled. I'm here to congratulate Sect Leader Ning. Ning Fengji was confused and forced a smile. Sect leader Hua, please don't joke with me. I'm already overwhelmed with my daughter's situation. What joy could there be? Hua ha ha replied, hee hee. I have a good piece of news and an even better piece of news to share with Sect leader Ning, and both pertain to your beloved daughter. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions increasingly confused. Ning Fengji smiled and clasped his hands. I hope Sect leader Hua will clarify. The good news is that the girl's illness has been treated, and the evil spirit has been completely eliminated. Once she wakes up, Sect leader Ning can take her home. As for the better news, we now have a way to evolve her martial soul, and breaking through to the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is not impossible, Hua ha 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 said casually. What? Although Hua ha ha ha's tone was calm, to Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. Ning Fengji even stood up excitedly. Senior, are you serious? How could I lie to you? Hua ha ha replied with a smile. I wouldn't dare, I just don't know how to break through. Ning Fengji quickly apologized, lowering his posture just to learn the way to evolve the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda possesses an almost abnormal amplification ability, but it has a fatal flaw. Soul masters with the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul cannot break through to Soul Sage, with a maximum level of only 79. To break this limitation and achieve the title of Douluo, the method is recorded in the archives of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, to find a way to evolve the martial soul into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, this method has always been theoretical, and no one has ever truly practiced it. Now that he learned of a way to evolve the martial soul from an outsider, how could he not be shocked? I have no need to deceive you, and, coincidentally, I happen to have a rare treasure that can help the girl's martial soul evolve, Hua ha 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 said, suppressing a smile and pretending to be nonchalant. Ning Fengji, being astute, immediately understood Hua ha ha ha's meaning. His eyelids twitched, feeling surprised. This Hua ha 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 has quite the appetite. He probably wants to take this opportunity to swallow the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. He wanted to refuse, but was reluctant to give up this rare opportunity to change the situation. As for strong-arming, don't be ridiculous. The underworld is not a small power that can be easily intimidated or bribed. Not to mention that Hua ha ha ha, this great figure, was present. The underworld has far more title de law than his 7-treasure glazed tile school. If they really provoke the underworld, it might truly become the person offended at noon, the meal eaten at night. Hua ha ha did not rush him. While Ning Fengji was still silently contemplating, he spoke up. Although Miss Ning's illness has been cured, this condition is indeed rare. To avoid any aftereffects or variables, I suggest Sect leader Ning stay here for a few more days to observe her closely. How does Sect leader Ning feel about this? Then, I will impose for a few more days, Ning Fengji said after a moment of thought, clasping his hands. Such a significant matter, indeed, requires discussion before reaching a conclusion. A week passed in the blink of an eye. After the evil spirit was removed, Ning Rongrong quickly woke up, returning to her lively self. As honored guests, the underworld had few restrictions on Ning Rongrong aside from certain confidential areas, allowing her to enjoy various unfamiliar delicacies and entertainments, making the little girl somewhat reluctant to leave. In contrast, Ning Fengji was overwhelmed with the future direction of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, with several strands of hair turning white from stress. After weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, Ning Fengji finally made up his mind. He came alone to the central conference hall of the underworld without bringing anyone. He stood at the entrance of the majestic and ancient hall, looking at the plaque with the 2 grand characters, Feng Du. Perhaps, from today onward, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would cease to exist. Ning Fengji took a deep breath and walked into the hall. For the sake of his daughter's better future, it was worth doing this. Going all in, winning means having everything. Losing means having nothing. Hua ha ha seemed to have known of his arrival long ago. The interior of the hall was empty except for Hua ha 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 sitting in the central position. Hua ha ha played with the ha ha eagle and cheerfully said, Sect leader Ning, you came here alone. Have you made up your mind? Ning Fengji wore a slightly bitter smile. I have made up my mind. He slowly raised his arms to pay his respects, simultaneously lowering his usually noble head. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is willing to surrender. Chapter 158. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Evolution. After leaving the gates of Fengdu, Ning Fengji felt much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted from his shoulders. Hua ha ha had told him not to reveal that the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had submitted to the underworld for now. On the surface, it remained an independent sect, Even though the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had submitted to the underworld, it still retained a strong degree of autonomy. It was similar to a subsidiary sect. The so-called vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Senior members of the sect, like Ning Fengji and the Douluo Gubon, had the right to listen to orders but not to declarations. Just as Ning Fengji was about to leave, he encountered Dugabo and Song Qianqian passing by. "Sect Master Ning, what brings you here?" Dugabo asked curiously upon seeing Ning Fengji. "This." Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment, then with a wry smile, he explained his reason for being there in detail. Upon hearing this, Song Qianqian was taken aback, rubbing her chin and muttering to herself, "I didn't expect the boss to act so quickly. I wonder who the next unfortunate soul will be." Huh. Ning Fengji's heart skipped a beat. As a quick-witted businessman, he soon realized the hidden message in Song Qianqian's words. "So, according to this Scarlet Scorpion Douluo, has she been planning to act against me for a long time?" Dugabo saw what he was thinking and chuckled. "Sect Master Ning need not worry too much. Soon, Old Long and the others will join our big family." Dugabo's words struck Ning Fengji like thunder. The underworld's ambitions were considerable, aiming to unify the entire upper three sects. This might even include the Haotian Sect, which had already been ousted from the seven great sects. If that were the case, this step could soon lead to the emergence of a second spirit hall. He shook his head, not thinking too much about it. After all, given the current situation, it didn't matter what the underworld did. In fact, he and the underworld could be seen as sharing both glory and loss. The stronger they became, the greater the benefits for him. After parting ways with Dugabo and Song Qianqian, Ning Fengji returned to his residence. He took out the 9-colored Chihuahua pill bestowed by Huahaha, and under the protection of the bone, Douluo Gurong, the father and daughter each took one pill, sitting cross-legged to refine the medicinal properties. The 9-colored Chihuahua pill was concocted by Huahaha, using Chihuahua tulip as the main ingredient, and had a strong nourishing effect on treasure-type martial souls. There were a total of 2 pills, and, as keeping them wouldn't be of much use, he gave both to Ning Fengji. Gurong watched the father and daughter, who were both serious as they practiced, and though he felt anxious, he didn't dare to interrupt. At this moment, both father and daughter had solemn expressions, resembling statues. Coupled with the flickering 9-color divine light around their bodies, it gave off an illusion of reverence at first glance. Just at this critical moment, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Gurong was startled and nearly summoned his martial soul to take action. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, this was the core area of the underworld, and outsiders couldn't possibly intrude. He opened the door to find Dugabo standing outside. Gurong was somewhat puzzled. "Old poison. What brings you here?" What's wrong? Am I not welcome?" Dugabo smiled and tried to step inside. Gurong subtly moved aside to block his path. "If you came to visit Fengji, you might want to come back later. He has important matters to attend to right now." Dugabo halted, shrugged, and took out a small incense burner from his storage soul guide, handing it to Gurong. "From now on, we'll be companions. This incense burner can help Sect Master Ning better refine the medicinal effects. I hope you find it useful." After saying this, he placed the burner in Gurong's hands and waved his hand, turning to leave. After examining the incense burner, Gurong didn't suspect anything and lit it, placing it between the father and daughter of the Ning family, who were sitting cross-legged on the mat, refining the medicinal power. As for whether the underworld would plan to harm them, there was no need for that at all, not to mention that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was now a vassal force of the underworld. There was no need for such trouble, given the underworld's strength. However, Gurong was unfortunately too naive compared to the cunning Ning Fengji. If Ning Fengji were alert, he would never trust the gift sent by Dugabo so easily. The incense in the burner could indeed assist in cultivation, but it also contained hidden, deadly tricks. Huahaha had added a trace of mist flower pollen to it. This pollen would cause the inhaler to hallucinate, and after Huahaha's special treatment, it produced a terrifying effect, making the inhaler drop their guard against the creator of the pollen, even subconsciously obeying all their words, including Gurong. The three had unknowingly stepped into the trap set by Huahaha. The evolution did not last long, probably lasting another 2 hours, and the 9-colored radiance surrounding the two gradually dimmed. Ning Fengji was the first to wake up, and Gurong hurriedly approached him, asking with concern, "Fengji, how do you feel?" Ning Fengji seemed to have aged several years, a smile appearing on his face. "I feel refreshed. Uncle Gu, I've never felt this good before. Now I'm only one soul ring away from becoming a soul Douluo, and I believe that after you gain some glory, you still have the strength to advance another level or two." As he spoke, he summoned his martial soul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. The originally 7-layered 7 Treasures Glazed Tower had now been upgraded to the 8-layered 8 Treasures Glazed Tower. Fengji, you really broke through. Gu Rong was delighted, his tone filled with excitement. Ning Fengji shook his head regretfully. It's a pity I'm too old, and my potential is almost exhausted. Otherwise, breaking through to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower wouldn't be impossible. Now, I have to pin my hopes on Rongrong. Uncle Gu, what's this? Ning Fengji noticed the slowly burning incense burner and asked curiously. Oh, this was given by the old poison Dugo bow earlier, saying it could help you and Rongrong better refine the medicinal properties. Gu Rong briefly described the previous situation. Since the seed had already been planted in Ning Fengji's mind, influenced by psychological suggestions, he didn't suspect anything further and nodded without paying much attention to it. Chapter 159. Killing gods is nothing new, even if it's done by gnawing on medicinal herbs like in the original work. Ning Rongrong could directly upgrade to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Moreover, now that he is at a younger age, he has fully developed the effects of the medicine in a better way. Not only did he directly upgrade to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, but his spirit power also jumped from the original level of a 14th level spirit master to a 20th level. If all goes well, after absorbing the spirit rings, he could leap forward a few more levels. It's even possible for him to directly become a 28th or 29th level Great Spirit Master. Although he had long anticipated this, when he witnessed this spectacle with his own eyes, Ning Fengji was so excited that he nearly fainted. For many years, their ancestors have been dedicated to research, and the breakthrough has finally become a reality today. In another decade or so, when Rongrong grows up and can inherit the position of the Sect Master, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Sect can officially be renamed the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Well, for now, it can be temporarily renamed the 8-treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Fengji suddenly thought that the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Sect has now submitted to the underworld. Although it still maintains a large degree of independence, it can no longer be considered a true sect. With this in mind, Ning Fengji became calm, as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water, feeling somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. Just as they were deep in the sunset forest, with the help of the ancient banyan tree, they eagerly went to hunt for Ning Fengji's 8th spirit ring and Ning Rongrong's 2nd spirit ring. On another front, after dealing with the matters concerning the few esteemed guests from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Huahaha began to study the sea god-S relic brought back by YeCong, the vast Sea Qian Kuan cover. As Huahaha merged his spirit power and mental power and infused them into it, a loud rumble echoed. In an instant, as if a restriction had been triggered, a golden phantom emerged, and a majestic divine might surged forth, resembling an endless ocean, filled with a fierce and overwhelming force, mixed with a huge sacred aura. Huahaha frowned, feeling it was out of place. When did a deity presiding over the ocean possess a bright power? This was an encroachment on the authority of an angelic deity. That tall golden figure coldly gazed at Huahaha, realizing that the one who awakened it was not the chosen heir, and its brow slightly furrowed. Forget it. First, kill this ant before me. With the immense fortune of the chosen son of fate, the sea god-S heart will eventually return to his hands. With this thought, the sea god-S consciousness residing in the sea god-S heart slowly spoke. Mortal, you disturb the divine, and your crimes deserve punishment. His voice was like a heavy bell, and as he pushed with his palm, a terrifying might like a tsunami aimed to completely crush Huahaha. Ha! The young ones nowadays really don't understand the rules, since they dare to act so recklessly against beings from the lower realms. Huahaha coldly laughed and waved the staff in his hand, easily blocking the attack from the sea goddess consciousness. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and opened a new space to activate the sea goddess heart. Otherwise, if it really came to a fight, it would definitely flatten the entire area. Hearing Huahaha's words, the sea goddess consciousness was shocked. How did this human know the rules of the divine realm? Yes, he could withstand my attack. His strength is indeed extraordinary. He must be a priest of some deity. As for which deity he serves, I will interrogate him slowly after suppressing him. No matter who he is, daring to interfere with my and the Azura goddess plans is already a path to death. Thinking this, the attack from the divine consciousness intensified, wanting to quickly subdue Huahaha. However, no matter how swift his attacks were, Huahaha brushed him off with ease. Is that all you have? Compared to that Azura god, you are far inferior. There is too much water in your main god position. ISNT there? Azura god? What happened to her? The sea goddess consciousness was taken aback. He and the main body had not exchanged information in real time, so he was unaware that the consciousness left by the Azura god on BB Dong had been completely erased. Wuhun naturally did not want to say much to him. With a wave of his wand, an incomparably powerful divine force erupted from him. You are not worthy to hear what happens next. If this is all you have, then you can be extinguished. As the figure of the devilish jester, who seemed to smile and cry at the same time, completely fused with Huahaha's body, his momentum soared, and his strength reached that of a true deity. Although Huahaha had given most of the Azura goddess power, he captured to BB Dong to aid in her martial soul evolution. He kept a portion for himself. After fully absorbing that part of the power, his strength was once again enhanced. In other words, unless a true god descends, no one would be his opponent now. The sea god's consciousness felt the almost tangible madness and killing intent, experiencing fear for the first time. It could not understand why a human, as insignificant as an ant, would possess such immense power. Perhaps only when the true body descends could it subdue him. The current situation did not allow the sea god's consciousness to think too much. It grasped the air, and a projection of the sea god's trident appeared in its hand, glaring fiercely at Huahaha, who looked like a demon god, and sternly said, "You wretch, do you dare to kill a god? I'm the main god of the divine realm, the sea god. Do not be presumptuous. Hee, killing gods is nothing new. I've done it before." Huahaha grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. "If your true self descends, I might fear you a little, but a mere fragment of a god's consciousness I can extinguish with a snap of my fingers." As his words fell, a soul-stirring scythe also appeared in his hand. This was evidently a divine, artifact-level existence. Huahaha flipped the scythe in his hand, shaking his head in regret. It's a pity this thing only has 1/3 left. Otherwise, killing a little god would be a piece of cake. The sea god's consciousness stared intently at the divine weapon in Huahaha's hand. Uncertain, this is the scythe of the Azura god. No, in terms of quality, it's comparable to the Azura god's demon scythe, but it gives me an even greater sense of oppression. Could it be the legacy of the fallen deities before the Dragon God War? Upon thinking this, it immediately felt greed. If it could claim this scythe for itself, it would definitely elevate its strength to another level. Perhaps it could even leap directly from a main god level to the God King level. At that point, it wouldn't have to listen to that bastard Azura goddess directives. Although it felt greed for that scythe, the immediate priority was to crush the insignificant little bug before it. Following the principle of striking first for strength, and striking later for suffering, it swung the trident in its hand, smashing down towards Huahaha. Chapter 160, Annihilation, the Sea God's Divine Sense. At this moment, the Sea God's Divine Sense was solemn and serious, wielding a divine artifact that emitted immeasurable divine light. The 12 golden forms, third form, unreturning. The body moved with the spear, and the spear followed the body. The Sea God's Divine Sense flicked its wrist, as if breaking through countless waves, directly stabbing toward Huahaha. Huahaha swung the demonic sickle in his hand, directly blocking the Sea God's Divine Sense attack, his tone mocking. "Tsk, is this all the might of a dignified main god?" Although Huahaha's words were filled with sarcasm, his movements showed no sign of carelessness. After all, no matter how lowly the sea goddess character, having been a god for many years, meant his combat power was still beyond the limits of human theory. In the midst of their exchange, the two had already fought over a dozen rounds. The more the sea god's divine sense fought, the more it felt fear and trepidation. Looking back to the past, he too was once a celebrated figure. Although this divine sense was nearly 1/10 of his true self's combat power, it still exceeded the limits that humans could reach. Yet this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man was able to fight him so effortlessly, almost gaining the upper hand. Could he be a genius who had created his own divine position? The first form of the 12 golden forms, unstable winds and waves. The sea god's divine sense vigorously swung the trident, briefly forcing Huahaha back before quickly unleashing its strongest control technique. The power of unstable winds and waves even touched upon the level of laws. Once it hit an opponent, regardless of their strength, they would be unable to move an inch for 8 seconds. Although this had a significant boastful element, it could still rightfully be called the strongest control-type soul skill in the divine realm. Although Huahaha possessed the memories and combat experience of the creator god, the Nether Emperor, his previous incarnation had fallen in the last epoch. He was not familiar with the new tricks that had emerged in the last few hundred to thousand years. In a moment of carelessness, he was unable to dodge and fell straight into the trap set by the sea god's divine sense. Seeing the detestable ant caught in several golden rings, the sea god's divine sense was overjoyed, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, bug. It is an honor for you to die under my move." As the sea goddess, trident spun in his hand, the water elements in the surrounding air quickly gathered. The originally illusory projection of the sea goddess, trident became even more solid with the enhancement of the water elements. Raging seas wild dance. In just 1 second, the sea god's divine sense slashed out 9 water blades in succession, each containing terrifying power. The 9 water blades slashed towards Ho-Ha-Ha from different directions, completely sealing off any possibility of escape. Although the sea god had an extremely vile and low character and was lecherous, his cultivation talent was undeniably exceptional. Unlike Tang Sect, who was accustomed to appropriating others' things or directly robbing legacies, everything the sea god possessed, except for the divine authority he later stole, was earned through his own hard work. Whether it was his divine position or his ultimate skill, they were all gradually explored and developed by him step by step. The sea god not only created the 12 golden forms, which could rank among the best in the divine realm during his mortal period, but after officially becoming a god, he diligently researched his ultimate skill, developing this incredibly strong killing move. If he were to fight in an area rich in water elements, such as his home turf at sea, even if he was just a divine sense, he could severely injure or even kill a main god. If he unleashed his true self, he might even rival a true divine king. It was precisely because of this reliance that he dared to recklessly test the limits of the Shura god, a being of the main god level, and later directly acted to seize Tang Sect, who had already been designated as the prince by the Shura god, to make him his successor. Originally in history, perhaps out of concerns about teaching a disciple while starving the master, the sea god intentionally held back, not giving this move back to his stolen successor, Tang Sect. Faced with a lethal attack, Ho-Ha-Ha, trapped in place, had no way to dodge. The sea god's divine sense excited, watched as his most despised enemy was sliced into pieces, unable to restrain his laughter. This is the fate of opposing the divine. In your next life, keep your eyes open and don't dream of opposing the gods. At this point, he paused, his smile turning sinister. If you even have a next life. The sea god's divine sense stabilized its illusory body, preparing to collect the spoils, such as that artifact-level sickle, not only to compensate for his losses, but also to make a profit. After all, the cost of unleashing this move was not small, nearly draining his divine power and making it difficult to maintain his divine sense body. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. This space was created by Ho-Ha-Ha, and since he had killed him, it should have collapsed. But why was it still intact? Could it be that? A thought that even made the sea god's divine sense tremble with fear emerged in his mind. He looked towards where Ho-Ha-Ha had been, only to find not the pool of flesh and fallen artifact he imagined, but several already shattered cute dolls. Not good. The sea god's divine sense immediately realized the situation was amiss and quickly retreated, wanting to leave the battlefield. However, it was ultimately too late. He felt a chill at his neck, and then the world spun around. His head was suddenly moved from its place. The sea god's divine sense, being the projection of a deity, would not perish from such a minor injury. However, while his life force was strong, he lost control of his body due to the split actions. Watching his body now aligned with a single line, the sea god's divine sense felt anxious, attempting to manipulate divine power to reattach his head where it should be. But Ho-Ha-Ha was a step quicker. With a wave of his wand, a spell was cast that instantly froze the head floating in the air, simultaneously severing the connection between his body and head. Since there's only a head left, it should stay there and not fly around scaring people. Ho-Ha said nonchalantly, no longer paying attention to the head. He sat cross-legged, and a large medicinal cauldron appeared out of nowhere. He threw the headless corpse along with the treasures he had extracted into the cauldron to refine a human pill. Watching this terrifying scene, the sea god's divine sense was filled with both fear and anger, letting out a hysterical scream. You, do you know what you are doing? This is desecrating the divine. You will incur divine wrath. Sure. Ho-Ha-Ha was always synonymous with arrogance at night, and he naturally wouldn't take care about the threats of a defeated foe. His gaze held 3 parts coldness, 4 parts disdain, 2 parts mockery, and 1 part anger. What kind of statistics is this? I wonder if the esteemed sea god has ever heard this saying? One cannot achieve great things without taking risks. Those who do not respect the gods can only become gods. Therefore, I need your head to pave my way to the next realm. Chapter 161. The Sea God Island is in action. Part 1 Bang. Ah, you bastard, how dare he? Far away in the divine realm, the sea god Poseidon was almost driven mad with rage, smashing things at his sea god palace to vent his anger. Unlike the Rakshasa god, Poseidon, sensing that something was wrong, immediately contacted his main body and naturally witnessed the scene of his own beheading, especially the decisive blow that severed his head. Left Poseidon in a panic, frantically touching his own head, exclaiming, "Is my head still here?" As his anger subsided, he finally calmed down. Glancing at the mess in the palace, he felt increasingly irritated and ordered the divine attendants to come and clean up. The attendants, trembling in fear, entered his palace. Unsure of what had provoked this Lord God, Poseidon was never an easy god to deal with. As the deity who governed the ocean, he not only lacked any trace of the ocean's tolerance, but also fully manifested the ocean's capriciousness. After pondering for a moment, Poseidon realized that he needed to discuss this matter with his two resentful teammates, as it seemed to involve something too significant for him to handle alone. If it really interfered with that scheming Shura god, it would be a troublesome matter. Furthermore, although he had the strength to challenge the God King, he did not possess the authority that the God King held, making it impossible for him to interfere too much in the mortal realm. Even after his divine thought was destroyed, he found it difficult to perform even simple observations. As he left, he projected the image of the divine decree of Hoha to the high priest Poseidon on Sea God Island below. Retrieve the heart of the sea god in this person's hands quickly. As for whether the holy pillar Douluos on Sea God Island could contend with Hoha, would they be one-shot killed? He did not care about these matters. After all, they were just a group of ants. It was their honor to serve his cause. At worst, he could bestow some blessings afterward and produce more holy pillar Douluos in bulk. Although the entire Sea God Island was nominally his divine kingdom, the only one he could regard with any seriousness was the high priest Poseidon, not because of her exceptional talent and strength, but simply because of her high attractiveness, which was a delightful snack for the lustful sea god. Seeing that Poseidon left the temple, the attendants responsible for cleaning, especially those with a bit of beauty, breathed a sigh of relief. You must understand, this guy had no redeeming qualities apart from his outstanding talent and high strength and personality. He was not only narrow-minded and capricious, but also lewd and lustful, with no preferences between men and women. Over his thousands of years in the divine realm, many attendants had fallen victim to his hidden rules. Even some formally ranked secondary and tertiary gods could not escape his clutches. If there were gods wanting to collect evidence and expose this despicable fellow, they could directly bring him down. But alas, Poseidon was not only powerful, but also colluded with the Shura god, the enforcer of the divine realm, making it impossible for these reports to succeed. Those who spontaneously united to report this guy were all subjected to retaliation. In short, they wore shoes that fit too well, being unjustly punished with many fabricated charges. Those with divine positions fared better, as they had some backing, and Poseidon couldn't be too harsh on them, but the unfortunate attendants often mysteriously disappeared. Of course, not every deity was unscathed. Although such trivial matters were nothing to Poseidon, they could still be quite troublesome. To prevent this from happening again, he chose a scapegoat to set an example for the others. The unfortunate chicken became the evil god Medusa, a third-tier deity with no background. Not only did she fall, but her divine position was also shattered. Back to the main topic, while Poseidon was meditating in the sea god palace, she suddenly received the sea god's order. Initially, she was delighted, but upon understanding the order, she frowned. Ho, who is this? Could it be that a top-tier powerhouse has emerged on the continent during this time? Although she had doubts in her heart, she did not hesitate and directly summoned the holy pillar Douluos of Sea God Island to come and meet. For a devout believer, having the divine token of the deity they worshipped taken away was an absolute disgrace. Although the holy pillar Douluos each guarded their towns, Sea God Island was just an island, and the distances between them were not far. After about a few incense sticks worth of time, all 6 holy pillar Douluos arrived, except for the sea woman Dalu, who was unable to move due to her own reasons. She glanced around and noticed that only the sea woman Dalu was missing among the 7 main Douluos. Her brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. What? Is the sea woman Dalu not here yet? Returning to the high priest. The sea woman city was the farthest from the sea god palace, and her physical condition was inconvenient, so she might be a few minutes late. The sea dragon Dalu, as the eldest among the holy pillar Douluos, stood up to respond. Nonsense! How dare he miss such an important event? Poseyasai said angrily, "Forget it. We won't wait for her. Let's hold the meeting first." But the sea dragon Dalu wanted to say something else, but seeing Poseyasai's furious expression, he swallowed the rest of his words. He glanced at the other 5 colleagues, who mostly had their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, looking as if it had nothing to do with them. Clearly, they had long grown accustomed to such matters. This was not the first or second time it had happened. The Sea Ghost Dalu and Sea Star Dalu even showed expressions of glee. The Sea Spear Dalu took the opportunity to wink at him while the others weren't paying attention and subtly shook his head, signaling him not to say anything more for the time being. Seeing the situation, he could only close his mouth and sigh silently, saying no more. Although they were all holy pillared Daluos of Sea God Island, the sea, which was quite marginalized in the circle, although her cultivation was not the lowest, being a 93rd level control type title Dalu, she was significantly stronger than the Sea Star Dalu and Sea Ghost Dalu, both of whom were only 92nd level title Daluos. However, her Sea Woman City was the most remote and least supplied of the 7 cities. The fundamental reason for this situation was that the sea, which was not a pure-blood human, she had only half human blood. The other half came from the Sea Soul Beast Merfolk clan. Chapter 162, The Action of Sea God Island, Part 2, The Sea Witch in a Better Light, could be called a hybrid of human and sea spirit beast, but to put it bluntly, she is a mongrel. It is precisely because of this identity that, although she belongs to the older generation, most of the title Dalu, including the majority of Poseidon's followers aside from the Sea Dragon Dalu, look at her with disdain. Among them, the Sea Star Dalu and the Sea Ghost Dalu especially treat her with hostility. In their eyes, how could a mongrel have a higher cultivation than them? It's simply intolerable. Poseidon did not wait for the sea, which indirectly announced the divine decree passed to him by the sea god. Upon learning that the sea god's token had been taken by an evil person, the various sacred pillared Dalu were immediately in an uproar. As soul masters born and raised on Sea God Island, their faith in the sea god is no less than that of High Priest Poseidon. If anger could kill, then Huahaha would have long been turned to ashes by their fury. The Sea Ghost Dalu and the Sea Star Dalu exchanged glances and stepped forward to volunteer. Your Excellency, this evil person is truly reckless to dare to desecrate the sea god's token. My brother and I are willing to go to the mainland to capture this guy. Although the Sea Dragon Dalu was also furious, he remained the calmest among them. He frowned slightly, took a step forward, and clasped his hands, saying, "Great Excellency, hold on. This person was able to take away the sea god's token, so he must possess extraordinary strength. I believe we need to think this through." Poseidon raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly displeased with the Sea Dragon Dalu's actions. Before she could speak, the Sea Ghost Dalu took the initiative to mock. Sea Dragon Dalu, the matter of the token is a direct order from the sea god. Do you intend to defy the divine decree? The Sea Dragon Dalu, being the strongest under High Priest Poseidon, naturally would not be intimidated by a few words. Anyone can throw accusations. He sneered. I just want to carry out the sea god's instructions as perfectly as possible. As for you, being so frivolous in the face of such a major event, if you delay the sea god's orders, can you bear the responsibility? Or do you not care about this matter at all? Faced with the Sea Dragon Dalu's aggressive words and gaze, the Sea Ghost Dalu was momentarily speechless, instinctively taking half a step back. Enough, no need to continue arguing. Poseidon suddenly spoke up to ease the awkwardness for the Sea Ghost Dalu. What the Sea Dragon Dalu said is not without reason, but the sea god is wise and certainly anticipated this. Sea Ghost, Sea Star, you two come forward. Poseidon released a bluish light from her hand, and as the light shone, the two's powers rapidly climbed. 93. 94 levels, 95 levels. Under the blessing of the sea god, they reached the 96th level of Super Dalu before finally stopping, feeling the explosive strength within themselves. The two were ecstatic and turned to provoke the Sea Dragon Dalu with a glance. You always relied on your superior strength to suppress us, but now we are stronger than you. Regarding their provocation, the Sea Dragon Dalu naturally ignored it. As the second strongest force of Sea God Island, he was even more devout in his faith than Poseidon. To him, the title of the strongest sacred pillar Dalu was the least valuable. If any colleague could surpass him and better protect Sea God Island, he would gladly step aside. However, was it just his illusion? He seemed to feel that although the Sea Star Dalu and Sea Ghost Dalu had experienced a qualitative leap in strength, their life force seemed to have diminished significantly. This was a secret he had never told anyone. As the owner of the Sea Dragon Martial Soul, after breaking through to the Soul Sage, He gained an ability, Qi Observation Technique. This Qi Observation Technique was not as mystical as those in other worlds. It could only indicate how much longer a person could live. The denser the aura around them, the longer their lifespan. Conversely, if the aura became dim, it indicated that the person was not long for this world. Logically speaking, after breaking through to the title Douluo level, every one of them should be bursting with vitality, but at this moment, the auras of the Sea Star Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo were quite dim, as if their life force had been greatly depleted. The Sea Dragon Douluo shook his head. He must have been mistaken. After all, how could the Sea God harm his own followers? With that thought, he silently prayed, realizing that he had dared to doubt the Sea God's grace, which was truly a grave sin. In reality, the Sea Dragon Douluo did not make a mistake. The Sea God did indeed enhance the strength of the Sea Star and Sea Ghost Title Douluo, but it was at the cost of burning their lifespans to gain power. Even if the two would not fall due to external forces, they could only live for a few more years at most. Although Poseidon was also a god formed from human cultivation, after a long time, he no longer regarded humans as his kind. After so many years of being a god, he and humanity had become two different species. He viewed humans as humans view pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Even though Sea God Island is his lineage, those soul masters appeared little different from other humans in his eyes, merely domestic or wild. High Priest Poseidon took out a bluish pearl the size of a pigeon egg from her staff and handed it to the Sea Ghost Douluo and Sea Star Douluo, saying, "Take this sea pearl with you. Under its protection, you can exert 100 of your strength even when away from the ocean." Upon receiving the treasure, the two were overjoyed, and after expressing their gratitude, they left the Sea God Palace. Since the divine decree had been conveyed, Poseidon saw no need to continue chatting with her subordinates, waving her hand to signal them to leave. In a large square at the entrance of the Sea God Palace, they saw the Sea Maiden Douluo, who was not allowed to enter due to her tardiness. The Sea Horse, Sea Illusion, and Sea Spear, three sacred pillared all exchanged knowing glances, pretending not to see her as they brushed past. The Sea Dragon Douluo wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start, ultimately sighing as all his words turned into a single breath. The Sea Maiden Douluo smiled bitterly. She had grown accustomed to this situation. As a hybrid of human and spirit beast, she could be said to be unappreciated by both sides. Do you think that on Sea God Island, sea soul masters and sea spirit beasts coexist harmoniously with no conflicts? Don't be ridiculous. Soul masters need spirit rings to cultivate, and spirit rings can only be produced after spirit beasts die. This is a well-established fact. There are also many soul masters on Sea God Island, but very few can obtain the divine spirit rings. Other soul masters have no choice but to hunt spirit beasts to acquire spirit rings. The harmony between the two sides is merely a facade created by the overwhelming presence of the exalted sea god. Chapter 163. Haha visits Sea God Island, Part 1. When Sea Ghost Douluo and Sea Star Douluo arrived at the seaside, several soul sharks were already waiting for them. These soul sharks had also received orders to act as transport to take the two tidal Douluos to the inland shore. The sea is always unpredictable. Even sea soul masters only understand one of it on the surface. Rare soul beasts of 100,000 years, and even ferocious beasts with cultivation over 200,000 years, are not uncommon in the ocean. Even a powerful tidal Douluo, without any protective measures, would face a gruesome end if they recklessly wandered in the ocean. The Soul Shark clan is not considered weak, as they have a leader at the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, they once served the sea god, and their clan leader had even been a mount for the sea god, earning them respect from most sea tribes. With their protection, as long as they don't encounter their nemesis, the evil demon orca, or the true ocean overlord, the deep-sea demon whale, they would face no obstacles. The two Douluos and the two sharks quickly arrived near the city of Hanhai in the Tiando Empire. After delivering the two tidal Douluos to the shore, the soul sharks waved their tails and submerged into the deep sea. Is this the continent? I didn't expect it to be quite prosperous. However, no matter what, it cannot conceal the pervasive foul atmosphere. Sea Star Douluo glanced around with disdain. As a sea soul master, he had a natural contempt for land soul masters. Especially after defeating the Wuhun Temple's fleet several years ago, his confidence soared, believing that land soul masters were merely a group of lowly subhumans, far inferior to sea soul masters. Sea Ghost Douluo shook his head and said, "No matter what, we have stepped into someone else's territory. It's better to be cautious." Sea Star Douluo snorted, but did not refute. All right, let's scout around here first. Knowing ourselves and our enemies will ensure we are victorious in every battle. He moved to a secluded corner, and when a lucky passerby walked by, Douluo directly grabbed the person's neck, releasing a faint pressure and coldly saying, "Kid, where's this place?" The lucky passerby felt the terrifying pressure and dared not resist, repeatedly begging for mercy. "And master, this is Hanhai City of the Tiando Kingdom. I'm just an ordinary small merchant. I know nothing. Please spare me." "Shut up. If you want to live, answer my questions properly. Do you know this person?" Douluo said, transmitting Huahaha's soul power projection into the merchant's mind. Whether this merchant would suffer brain damage due to insufficient strength was not within his concern. The small merchant thought carefully, his voice trembling as he shook his head. "Master, I really don't know. Waste, what use are you?" Douluo's face darkened, and as he spoke, he exerted force in his hand, intending to strangle the merchant to death. Just as the merchant's eyes rolled back and his hands weakly struggled, about to suffocate to death, suddenly cried out in pain, and the merchant fell to the ground, gasping greedily for fresh air. Looking at Douluo, his face was extremely ugly, his hand severed at the wrist, leaving only a bloody stump. Seeing his companion injured, Douluo instantly activated his martial spirit, turning to see a middle-aged man standing at the alley's entrance. It was clear that the wind blade, just now, was launched by him. Douluo clenched his fists angrily. "Who are you? Dare to harm us? Don't you fear the Sea God's party's revenge?" Upon seeing that one of the two captors was actually a titled Douluo, the merchant was so frightened that he lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. Huahaha walked over sincerely, looking at the two tense titled Douluos. He said earnestly, "It is unkind to bully the weak. Don't you think it's too much to bully an unarmed, ordinary person?" Although Huahaha during the day and Huahaha at night had completely different personalities and appearances, Sea God Douluo still recognized him. "Sea Ghost. He is the wanted criminal by Lord Sea God." Douluo also completed his martial spirit activation at that moment. His previously severed wrist was now reattached to his arm. His sixth soul skill came from the frenzied Sea Star, allowing him to not only rapidly heal wounds, but even regrow severed limbs. Realizing that the person in front of them was their target, the two titled Douluos exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their strongest soul skills. Ninth soul skill, 1,000 touches and 10,000 absorptions. Ninth soul skill, Dark Star Azure Sky Slash. The simultaneous activation of the two super Douluos' ninth soul skills caused the world to change color. With the blessings of the Sea Pearl and the Sea God's favor, they were filled with confidence. In their eyes, even facing a 97th or even 98th level Super Douluo, no one could survive under their combined attack. What they never expected was that their admired Sea God had dug a big pit for them. Huahaha was a 99th level Peerless Douluo, or rather, he was infinitely close to a god level. Even the High Priest Poseidon, who was also a Peerless Douluo, would be defeated in 3 moves against him. Facing the strongest strike from the two titled Douluos, Huahaha simply waved his hand calmly, then suddenly clenched his palm. An open square gift box suddenly appeared beneath them, then closed up, trapping Sea Star Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo inside. At the same time, Haha Eagle, perched on Huahaha's shoulder, quickly acted to pull the unconscious merchant to safety. The powerful explosion from the two ninth soul skills did not even cause the gift box to shake. Afterward, it was completely still. As Huahaha removed the gift box, the two charred individuals fell from the air because Huahaha had created a sealed space. They were both injured by each other's soul skills. Seeing that these two, like charcoal, were taking in more air than they were exhaling and were on the brink of death, Huahaha hesitated for a moment and cast a spell to restore a bit of life to them. Not that he was truly kind-hearted to that extent. He simply felt that the value of these two surviving was greater than dying. After confirming that Sea Ghost Douluo and Sea Star Douluo would not suddenly die, Huahaha cast a coma spell and a binding spell on them. Ensuring they had no chance of escape, he tossed them into the space scroll he had recently created. Chapter 164. Hoha Visits the Sea God Island, Part 2. The reason Hohaha came here was purely a coincidence. After completing the suppression of the Sea God's consciousness, he separated a portion of the divine authority that originally belonged to the angel god from this thief and refined the divine power that constituted the physical form of the Sea God's consciousness into a divine pill. Naturally, Hohaha carefully stored this divine pill, knowing that it might create a true divine being at a critical moment. Considering that he was now basically entangled with Sea God Island, he came over to gauge the situation. If possible, he might directly eliminate this case. At the very least, he wanted to understand both himself and the enemy to ensure he would not be defeated in 100 battles. As soon as he arrived in Hanhai City, he witnessed 2 soul masters from Sea God Island bullying the common people. After handling the matters at hand, he went to the seaside. Looking at the vast and boundless ocean, Hohaha let out a sigh and took out a crystal ball the size of a human head. This crystal ball contained the sea god's consciousness, which was now reduced to just a head. However, at this moment, this unfortunate soul had completely sealed his mouth and lost the ability to speak, staring intently at Hohaha with a pair of bulging eyes. Hohaha ignored him and used this head of the sea god-s consciousness as a filter to disguise his own power as the fluctuation of the sea god-s divine power. Buzz. This divine power fluctuation spread across the entire sea area, startling all the sea soul beasts. A deep-sea demon whale, so large it resembled a small island, suddenly halted its movement, its single eye filled with hostility as it looked towards the source of the divine power. Muttering in a whale-like language, "Is that the aura of that bastard? No. That guy has already become a god and shouldn't be able to easily interfere with the lower realm. Moreover, while this aura indeed resembles that guy's, it is not pure and is mixed with many other substances." As it spoke, it irritably slapped its tail, creating towering waves on the sea surface. Beside it, a female deep-sea demon whale nudged it with concern in her tone. "Has that man returned? Rest assured, my lady, this power is far too weak compared to that guy. It's likely that the sea god, named Poseidon, is just playing around, casually releasing divine power for fun." The deep-sea demon whale king turned to look at his wife, his gaze suddenly softening. "Even if that bastard comes in person, I'm not afraid of him. Don't think that just because I'm not a god yet, I can't fight him to a standstill." As he spoke, a hint of killing intent inadvertently appeared in his single eye. "Don't talk nonsense." The deep-sea demon whale queen glared at him. "Now we are the overlords of the ocean. For me, as long as you are safe, that is the best outcome." All right, my lady, don't worry. I will always be with you and our child." No one would expect that the notorious deep-sea demon whale king actually had such a gentle side. Even the hunting evil Orcus suddenly stopped upon sensing the strength of this power. This is the power of that existence? The leading evil Orca King's eyes were filled with wariness. In fact, initially, the top predators in the ocean were not just the evil Orcus, the magic soul white sharks, and the deep-sea demon whales. However, those troublemakers were all slaughtered by the god Poseidon. Over time, aside from those old monsters that preferred to dwell in the deep sea, the evil Orcus and magic soul white sharks became the top predators in the ocean, second only to the deep-sea demon whales, and in a certain sense, they reached a level where they had no rivals among peers. Unlike the deep-sea demon whales, which prefer to stay home, these two clans were the most active groups in the ocean, perhaps because of the saying that two tigers cannot coexist. The relationship between these two groups was not good. It could even be said to have deteriorated to the extreme, becoming sworn enemies. Once these two clans met in the ocean, it would basically lead to a fight to the death. Perhaps because the evil Orcus had a madness that the magic soul white sharks did not possess. That kind of momentum where they would bite off a piece of flesh from you, even if you killed them. This led to the magic soul white sharks being at a disadvantage in terms of momentum when they encountered each other on the battlefield. If it weren't for Poseidon's protection, the evil Orcus would definitely take action, even at the cost of severe injury, to annihilate the magic soul white sharks. Forget it, the evil Orca king instructed his subordinates not to stir up trouble during this time. They could hunt within their territory. They should not provoke that group of sharks and wait to see how the situation develops before making a decision. As a highly organized soul beast clan, no one dared to defy the evil Orca king's orders. In contrast to the deep-sea demon whales and evil Orcus, the magic soul white sharks were extremely excited upon sensing the sea god's divine power. There's no mistake. This is the power of the sea god. Feeling the strength of their master, the magic soul white shark king, Xiaobai, was overjoyed. "I knew that the sea god would not abandon me." The leader, rolling around in the sea as if going mad, caught the attention of the clan elders, who exchanged glances. Although they were not as powerful as the leader, they were indeed the older generation who survived from that era. Moreover, for some soul beasts with exceptionally high talent and bloodlines, age did not equate to cultivation. As the original favored clan of the sea god, they were fortunate to have witnessed the terrifying divine might of the deity at the height of his power. Although this current power was very similar to the sea god's divine power, it felt slightly different. An elder with nearly 90,000 years of cultivation warned cautiously, "Leader, this power feels as if it's not completely the same as that of the sea god. We should still be careful." Smack! Before the elder could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a tail slap from his own leader. Xiao Bai, fuming with anger, exclaimed, "Nonsense! If it weren't for the sea god, we would have been exterminated by that group of evil orcas back then. Now that the sea god has returned, how dare you doubt him? I do not want to hear any more voices questioning the sea god." The reactions among the various clans in the ocean were varied, but apart from the loyal magic soul white sharks, most other races chose to watch coldly. With the magic soul white shark King Xiao Bai leading the way, the magic soul white shark clan swam grandly towards the coast of Hanhai City. In the face of the massive school of sharks, the weaker sea soul beasts were quickly devoured as the passing sharks considered them as food. Fortunately, prior to this, Hohaha had already used his powerful strength to forcibly disperse all the fishermen. Otherwise, casualties would have been unavoidable. Chapter 165, Hoha Visits Sea God Island, Part 2. During the parade, Xiao Bai felt that something was off. Logically speaking, Lord Poseidon should have directly descended on his sea god island. So why was he heading in the opposite direction? However, she didn't think too much about it. As the most loyal believer of Lord Poseidon, no matter how ridiculous her deity's actions were, she would always come up with an explanation that there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Just as the group of magic soul white sharks approached the shore, Xiao Bai noticed that the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man on the shore was not the Lord Poseidon she had been longing for. But before she could figure it out, the man raised his palm, his fingers curling into a grasping position. Then she felt a tremendous force pulling her out of the water. Faced with such an irresistible power, Xiao Bai let out a cry. Although she was not strong, she was indeed a genuine 10,000-year soul beast. At this moment, she found herself utterly helpless against this overwhelming force. "Chief!" Seeing their king being snatched away, all the magic soul white sharks cried out in alarm. Xiao Bai realized she couldn't move, not even to briefly use her soul power to transform into human form. So, she had to threaten, "Human, do not be presumptuous. I am the guardian beast of Sea God Island. If you dare to harm me, Lord Poseidon will surely descend with divine might to crush you." Silence. Before she could finish her words, the Haha Eagle perched on Hoha's shoulder let out a cold snort, and the pressure from the 400,000-year ferocious beast instantly silenced Xiao Bai, who had just been shouting. In a world of soul beasts, the survival of the fittest meant that, generally speaking, a soul beast's words held far more weight than a human's at the same strength level. She couldn't understand why this terrifyingly powerful fellow of her kind would bow down to a human. Wait a minute, Xiao Bai suddenly realized that this human might be a deity, and that the 400,000-year death owl was also a believer of this deity, just like her. Thinking that they belonged to the same camp, she felt a sense of relief. As for why Hohaha was using the power of the sea god, she had already concocted a story in her mind that the sea god must have sent someone down to the mortal realm for leisure, specifically asking for a token to summon his followers. As a simple-minded, not very physically developed 10,000-year sea soul beast, she never considered that even within the divine realm, there were hostilities and battles, and it was not the unified front she imagined. Moreover, this individual before her had long since placed the sea god on his kill list. The recent turmoil on Sea God Island was directly caused by Hoha's brutal slaughter of the sea god's consciousness. After realizing everything, Xiao Bai's attitude instantly became respectful. Her previous arrogance completely gone. "It is my fault for not recognizing the reason for the arrival of Lord Poseidon's friend. I hope you will forgive me." Her words left Hohaha dumbfounded. What exactly was this guy imagining? Out of a high moral standard, Hohaha felt a bit reluctant to deceive this fool. He straightforwardly said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm here to cause trouble. If you don't want this guy to completely disappear from the world, you better behave." Saying this, he took out the crystal ball that sealed the sea god's consciousness. As the suppression of his own power decreased, Xiao Bai naturally transformed into human form. When she saw the crystal ball, she was completely stunned. This lord wasn't a friend of the sea god. Why would he do such a thing to Lord Poseidon? Her underdeveloped brain couldn't handle such complex thoughts, and just as her CPU was about to overheat, Hoha narrowed his eyes and spoke again. "I think you might have misunderstood something. I never said I was good friends with that Poseidon. On the contrary, we are absolute enemies." With that, he released the seal blocking the sea god's consciousness's mouth and injected his own power into it. The consciousness instantly couldn't withstand the sudden pain and let out a wailing scream. This scream brought Xiaobai back to her senses, and with anger and fear on her face, she shouted, "Stop!" She lunged forward, trying to snatch the crystal ball. Her action seemed like a moth flying into the flame to the two top-tier beings. Ho-ha-ha didn't even move. He just let the ha-ha eagle suddenly widen its eyes and glare fiercely at Xiaobai. Xiaobai instantly felt an extremely terrifying force coming towards her, directly pressuring her insides. She lost her balance and crashed to the ground, spitting out blood. Ho-ha-ha looked at the girl lying on the ground, blood pouring from her mouth, and gently sighed as he slowly bent down, placing his hand on Xiaobai's head. "Your loyalty to protect your master is commendable, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Sleep well, and when you wake up, everything will be over. Magic, hypnosis, activate." Just as Xiaobai was about to curse Ho-ha, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and then lost consciousness. At this moment, the group of magic soul white sharks was in quite a stir after their leader disappeared without a trace. From their perspective, their chief had been grabbed by that strange middle-aged man on the shore, and both the man and the shark had vanished. Just as the shark group was about to riot, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, a gray-haired girl in a tight leather suit with a curvaceous figure appeared before them. Her expression indifferent. This was Xiaobai's human form. Seeing their leader finally appear, the agitated shark group calmed down. An elder of high standing noticed that the middle-aged man who had previously taken their leader away was standing beside her and couldn't help but ask, "Chief, may I ask who this person is?" This esteemed guest is a close friend of Lord Poseidon, here to visit the mortal realm. As believers of Lord Poseidon, we should show him proper hospitality. Now, you all go back. I will accompany this esteemed guest to Sea God Island. Xiaobai calmly replied, glancing at the elder who had asked. Since the chief had spoken, the magic soul white sharks naturally dared not say anything more. They obediently submerged into the deep sea, disappearing from sight after a few breaths. Xiaobai's significant change was naturally due to Ho-ha-ha's handiwork. Brainwashing a mere 10,000-year soul beast was as easy as pie for Ho-ha-ha. Through hypnosis, he extracted all information related to Sea God Island and the sea god from Xiaobai. After finishing, Ho-ha-ha added another layer of content, fundamentally rewriting Xiaobai's understanding. At this moment, in Xiaobai's perception, Ho-ha-ha was her true master, and as for Lord Poseidon, he was nothing but a shameless thief. Now that her master had returned, she could finally leave Sea God Island temporarily. All she needed to do was arrange for her subordinates to continue lurking around Sea God Island, waiting for her master to lead the army to arrive and coordinate from within to completely annihilate the Sea God Sect. Chapter 166. The frozen forest. Ho-ha-ha did not stay long on Sea God Island. After a few days of exploration, he quietly left without a trace. Relying on his god-level power, he did not alarm anyone. Even Poseidon, the level 99 high priest of Sea God Island, did not notice the arrival of an uninvited guest. To describe it in a poem, I came quietly, just as I quietly leave, waving my sleeves, not taking away a single cloud. To be honest, Ho-ha-ha felt quite disappointed with the strength and various regulations of Sea God Island. In terms of strength, aside from the high priest Poseidon, who is a limit Douluo with the face of divine lineage, the remaining so-called 7 holy pillars are merely ordinary titled Douluos, with the strongest sea dragon Douluo at only level 95. Moreover, there are now only 5 of the 7 titled Douluos left. The 2 frail, level 96 titled Douluos are still lying in their own space. With such a configuration, Sea God Island can only be compared to the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, and if the Worship Hall were to intervene, it would be wiped out in no time. As for why it has survived for so long despite its extremely poor relationship with the Spirit Hall, to be honest, Ho-ha-ha really could not understand. Even if the harsh environment of the sea makes these titled Douluos nearly invincible at their level, and even able to fight above their rank, if the Spirit Hall truly intended to destroy Sea God Island, it would be an easy task. After all, the Spirit Hall has more than double the number of top-tier combat forces compared to Sea God Island. Furthermore, the regulations of Sea God Island made Ho-ha-ha uncomfortable. Every resident born on Sea God Island must face assessments after becoming a soul master. The higher the talent, the more difficult the assessment. If one fails to complete the corresponding assessment tasks within the stipulated time, they could be expelled from Sea God Island for life. In severe cases, they could die directly. Even if one successfully passes the assessment, it is equivalent to wearing an invisible shackles, unless granted permission by the sea god. One cannot leave this island's jurisdiction even by a single step. Anyone who dares to leave without permission will be regarded as a traitor and face relentless pursuit not only from soul masters, but also from the sea spirit beasts under the sea god's command. It is said that those ordinary people without innate soul power, who cares about a bunch of expendables that don't even qualify for assessments? Prohibiting outsiders from entering while not allowing their own children to leave, this closed and isolated environment made Hohaha feel oppressed. Even though he belongs to a divine lineage, he does not impose such restrictions in his own element city, and the spirit city never restricts the movement of its population. Although Hohaha is confident that he could severely injure or even directly destroy the entire sea god island by himself, after much contemplation, he decided that it would be more advantageous to turn Sea God Island into a trial ground for the younger generation. After returning, he plans to visit Dalu in Spirit City to deliver the authority regarding the angel god and the crystal head of the sealers of the Sea God Temple, and to discuss how to completely seize the Sea God's position and successfully annex Sea God Island. After staying in the underworld for a week, YeCong could no longer bear the loneliness and left with Shauna. Thanks to YeCong, Shauna benefited greatly during these days. Under the guidance of Xianming and being in the Ice Spring Eye, she not only enhanced her martial soul attributes to an unprecedented level close to the ultimate ice, but her soul power level also suddenly broke through after a long period of deliberate suppression, reaching the level 40 soul master threshold. A 14-year-old soul master is indeed a prodigy. This is already comparable to the golden generation of the Spear Hall. YeCong is not among the golden generation. He is in a separate category. In order to find her the most suitable fourth soul ring, YeCong decided to head to the frozen forest in the north. The frozen forest is located at the northernmost tip of the Tiando Empire and can be considered a buffer zone between human society and the extreme north. In this era, the extreme north and the deep sea are synonymous with terror and mystery. Because very few humans venture here, the number of high-level soul beasts living here is relatively high. And there are accounts of people encountering 100,000-year soul beasts in the frozen forest. This is due to the extreme environment and powerful soul beasts, making the death rate in these areas even higher than that of the so-called largest soul beast gathering place, the Great Forest. They traveled at full speed, wasting no time in heading straight to their destination. Along the way, they encountered quite a few assassins from the bell tower, but for some reason, among these assassins, there were hardly any at the Soul King level, and even the Soul Master level was scarce. Most were merely cannon fodder at the 3-ring Soul Zune level. To deal with them, there was no need for YeCong to take action. Shauna easily took care of the group. After all, Shauna had been a hand in the past, and dealing with these pests was somewhat like returning to her old profession. She was even more skilled than YeCong in handling them. Even when they occasionally encountered formidable opponents that Shauna could not defeat, YeCong's group of transformed Soul Beast subordinates was enough to handle them directly. As they got closer to the north, the weather gradually turned cold. Snowflakes as big as goose feathers began to fall from the sky. Otom. YeCong rubbed his nose, somewhat helplessly running his fingers through his hair. What is this? In his haste to leave, he actually forgot to prepare warm clothing. Fortunately, their unique circumstances made them unafraid of the cold. Otherwise, they might have perished here. YeCong, having undergone the tempering of water and fire, had basically reached a level impervious to heat and cold. Shauna, due to her special situation as a Frost Wolf King Beastman, was immune to the cold as well. After spending 4 or 5 days, they finally arrived at a city near the frozen forest. Shauna glanced at the words Cold Spirit City carved on the city gate, slowed down the carriage, and turned to YeCong, saying, "Master, it's getting late. Shall we rest here for the night and head to the frozen forest tomorrow?" YeCong smiled and said, "This trip is originally for you to hunt for your soul ring. You don't need to ask me. Just make your own decision." YeCong truly practiced equality in his dealings with people, whether they were nobles or commoners, and even when treating beggars and slaves. He was gentle and polite. Evil soul masters do not count as people. When it comes to the people around him, he regarded them as family. After purchasing some warm clothing in Cold Spirit City, they found an inn to rest. In the real world, there are not so many troubles that come knocking. Most are just plain and simple. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, YeCong and Shauna set out on their journey. The carriage was temporarily stored at the inn, and they took a westward flight towards the frozen forest. YeCong could clearly feel that the moment they stepped into the forest, the temperature dropped significantly. The breath they exhaled almost instantly condensed into icy mist, and the surrounding trees were adorned in silver, their branches covered in ice crystals, creating a sea of white all around. It was truly beautiful. Even though their physiques were special and they wore thick clothing, they could still feel a chill. If an ordinary soul master were to come here, they would need to use their soul power to create a protective layer against the biting cold. YeCong patted Shimu's back, signaling him to descend from the air. After the two people stepped onto the soft snow, Shimu, the crow, usually perched on YeCong's shoulder. Chapter 167. Night in the icefield. YeCong and Sha Na had a very clear goal for their journey: to find a frost wolf that was between 8,000 to 9,000 years old to serve as Sha Na's fourth spirit ring. This type of spirit beast shared the same lineage as Sha Na's martial soul, and if they could successfully capture and absorb it, it would definitely provide her with a powerful spirit ability. Although YeCong had a large number of subordinates, they were mostly from the Sunset Forest. Therefore, he was not familiar with the situation in the extreme north and could only search slowly like an ordinary spirit master. Fortunately, he alone was equivalent to an army. By releasing the flag spirits, he could conduct extensive multi-line searches. The process of delving into the forest went very smoothly, partly because the extreme north originally had few species, and later, thanks to Shimu's warning, they carefully avoided some areas where dangerous spirit beasts were congregated, even when they occasionally encountered unexpected situations. YeCong only had Sha Na drive those spirit beasts back, stopping at that. After all, spirit beasts could be considered non-renewable resources to some extent. Besides, he had some connection with the spirit beast master, Dition, and would not indiscriminately kill innocents unless absolutely necessary. Although YeCong could search for spirit beast locations extensively, his personal strength was still too insignificant compared to the vast forest. As the sun set, night quickly arrived. The two of them found a relatively warm and sheltered spot to set up camp. They huddled around the campfire, warming themselves and roasting some dry food. Generally speaking, living in the forest was a major taboo, as the firelight could drive away some weaker spirit beasts, but often attracted the attention of stronger ones, leading to significant trouble. However, because YeCong had Dition's reverse scale as a talisman, as long as they didn't foolishly present themselves, typically there were no spirit beasts daring to cause trouble. Nonetheless, to be safe, YeCong released a few flag spirits with only a few hundred years of cultivation as sentinels to quietly observe the surroundings. Such a simple task did not require his main force to be involved. Arranging a few hundred-year spirit beasts with strong night vision was sufficient. After all, even as flag spirits, they still needed to rest. YeCong, being an extremely kind spirit master, never engaged in exploiting laborers. In a world of spirit beasts, there was never a shortage of hot-headed youngsters willing to challenge the strong. After all, even a bear king with only 300,000 or 400,000 years of cultivation dared to challenge Dition himself, let alone YeCong, who only possessed a piece of reverse scale with a portion of Dition's aura and might. If they attracted a brave warrior eager for a challenge to launch a midnight sneak attack, it would not be fun. Although the probability was low, it was best to be fully prepared. Moreover, when hunting spirit beasts in the forest, the danger spirit masters faced did not only come from spirit beasts. They could also come from fellow human spirit masters. According to records, at least 1/3 of the spirit masters who died in the forest were killed by their own kind. The night in the frozen forest was indeed cold, but once the campfire was lit and the heating soul guide was activated to warm the soup pot, all the chill was swept away. After comfortably drinking a bowl of hot soup, both of them began to feel a bit drowsy. After wishing each other good night, they each crawled into their sleeping bags. This night was destined to be restless. Just as YeCong was in a half-asleep state, a sharp cry suddenly echoed in his mind. It was a golden feather eagle using mental communication to convey the message of an external enemy's intrusion. He moved swiftly and skillfully, quickly emerging from his sleeping bag and adjusting his breathing rhythm to prepare for battle. Although his movements were light, they still startled Sha Na, who was resting in the other sleeping bag. Upon seeing YeCong's actions, Sha Na immediately realized there was an external enemy. She quickly manifested her martial soul, protecting YeCong behind her and entering a battle state. YeCong was not surprised by Sha Na's rapid awakening and readiness for battle. After all, before she submitted to him, she had been a killer, and it was no exaggeration to say that even during her missions, she remained alert, even if she occasionally took a break. At this moment, hunting spirit beasts in the forest was dangerous. Although YeCong told her that he was already on guard and she didn't need to keep watch, Sha Na remained fully vigilant. YeCong habitually squeezed her wolf ears and said, "No need to be too nervous. There are just some people stepping into the alert zone. Whether they are friend or foe is still unclear." "Yes, master." Sha Na obediently retracted her wolf claws, but remained alert, stepping out of the tent to shield YeCong with her body. Sha Na was introverted and did not like to talk. Aside from her brother Shun Shi, who she relied on, and her new warm-hearted master YeCong, she usually remained silent. During her time in the underworld, she had studied and trained with other students. But because she did not like to speak, her classmates once mistakenly thought she was mute. The brain capacity of a 100-year spirit beast was still too small. As a flag spirit, she could only obey orders and rely on instinct to fight. Even as a guard, the only thing she could do was alert. And YeCong could not make more effective judgments based on the information. YeCong came outside the tent, and at that moment, the campfire had somehow gone out. Feeling the biting cold wind like a knife, he tightened his clothes. YeCong looked at the swirling snowflakes, narrowing his eyes with curiosity in such an environment. Aside from nocturnal spirit beasts, rationally speaking, no creature would enjoy traveling in such weather. Even spirit masters hunting spirit beasts should take a break to conserve energy. But according to the information provided by the flag spirits, a group of bipeds was heading this way. What could these spirit masters be thinking traveling at night? Or did they have urgent tasks that required them to travel day and night without rest? The few hundred meters distance was not far, and within a few breaths, YeCong saw a few figures faintly. As they approached, YeCong could see that it was a small team of 6 people. The most eye-catching was a tall, muscular man, and around his neck was a small, thin, monkey-like figure. The stark contrast between the two was striking, and they appeared to be about 90% similar in appearance, likely brothers. The other 4 were a mix of men and women, and, compared to the 2 special brothers, they seemed a bit ordinary. At that moment, they also spotted YeCong and Sha Na. Upon seeing the 2 of them, they were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting to encounter other spirit masters here. Chapter 168. Disciples of the Haotian Sect in the sparsely populated frozen forest. A 6-member soul master team was hurrying through the night. Among them were both men and women, with strengths ranging from Soul Zone to Soul Saint. Except for one particularly odd pair of brothers, they had all reached the peak of their respective levels and needed to absorb a soul ring to officially complete their breakthrough. I really can't understand what the elders are thinking. I've clearly reached the Soul King level, yet I have to wait for 6 months before I can go out to hunt for a soul ring, complained a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a thin old man squatting on the sturdy man's shoulder spoke up. All right, go away, girl, stop complaining. Our Haotian sect is not like before. We have publicly declared a closed sect, so we naturally cannot go out casually. We can only wait until more people break through and find a remote forest to gather soul rings all at once. Besides, didn't the sect send us 2 old geezers to help you hunt for soul rings? The old man speaking was named Tang Sect, and the strongly built man beside him, who looked similar but was much larger, was his twin brother Tangren. They were both veterans of the Haotian sect and peers of the old sect master Tang Wei. The current sect master, Tang Xiao, would also refer to them as uncles. Although both brothers were at the soul saint level, they possessed a powerful martial soul fusion technique that could suppress ordinary soul Douluo. This allowed them to hold significant positions within the sect, even though they were not elders. Indeed, both of them were direct descendants of the Haotian sect, and they were traveling together at night to hunt for soul rings. In theory, the Haotian sect had declared a closure long ago, but in practice, this restriction was not very strict. As long as the members of the Haotian sect did not act too recklessly, the spirit hall would turn a blind eye. In fact, when some members of the Haotian sect, who were struggling financially, shamelessly approached the spirit hall for assistance, the staff would feign ignorance and distribute the gold spirit coins as usual. However, there are always exceptions. Ever since Tang Hao caused a commotion at various branches of the spirit hall, the spirit hall not only issued a second warrant for him, but also directly stripped the Haotian sect of its status among the top 3 sections. The previously lenient attitude of turning a blind eye had become serious. As a result, the Haotian sect found itself in a truly difficult position. If someone were to wander outside and expose their whereabouts, they would inevitably face pursuit and hunting from the spirit hall and its affiliated forces, with even on-the-spot killings being permissible. Although the Haotian sect felt indignant, they were at a loss for what to do. Not to mention that the Haotian sect was already weaker than the spirit hall. Any real conflict would likely lead to the destruction of the sect. Moreover, the spirit hall had now gained a very powerful ally, the current leader of the top 3 sects, the underworld. If the Haotian sect dared to show its face again, it would likely end in a complete annihilation at the hands of these 2 major forces. In this situation, the Haotian sect had grievances but could say nothing. Other issues could be negotiated, but if they were not allowed to leave their sect's territory, they could only close themselves off and cultivate. To some extent, This did indeed benefit the overall strength of the Haotian Sect. After all, what outsiders did not know was that the Haotian Sect already had several elders at the title Douluo level. The key problem was how the sect's disciples could seek out soul rings after breaking through. Under the relentless pressure of the Spirit Hall, the Haotian Sect could only wait until several disciples broke through before finding a time to hunt for soul rings in a remote forest, led by the elders of the clan. Damn Tang Hao, if it weren't for him, how would we be in this situation? Tang Long gritted his teeth as he spoke. Clearly, he had also reached the bottleneck for his breakthrough and had to wait a long time until enough clan members could form a small team before he was allowed to go out. Shut up. A girl of similar age named Tang, you spoke up. No matter what, Tang Hao is the sect master's brother and a title Douluo of our Haotian sect. We cannot slander him like this. Humph, Tang Long snorted coldly. In the end, it's because he caused trouble that we ended up in such a predicament. We don't need a title Douluo like him. The small-statured Tang Gue frowned, but ultimately did not speak. To be honest, he also harbored resentment towards Tang Hao. However, due to his status, it was not appropriate for him to express it openly. At this moment, as many disciples angrily cursed Tang how to vent their frustrations, he did not intervene. Moreover, Tang Long's father indeed died during that catastrophe, so his hatred towards Tang Hao was understandable. There were still many disciples like Tang Long in the sect, and, as the saying goes, it is better to open a door than to block one. If they continued to suppress their feelings, over time, they might resent the entire sect. It was precisely because of this consideration that even though sect master Tang Xiao was Tang Hao's biological brother, he had no choice but to tacitly allow the disciples to insult his own brother. When YeCong noticed that other humans had crossed the warning line, he immediately dispatched the stealthy Zhuolan to investigate the identities of these individuals. Through their conversations, YeCong naturally learned of their identity as members of the Haotian Sect. The Haotian Sect. I never expected that the once #1 sect in the world would be living such a miserable life now. YeCong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. To be honest, YeCong did not have any direct hatred towards the Haotian Sect. If there were any conflicts, they were merely differences in stance. While he was pondering, the 6 individuals had already approached within about 100 meters of the tent. Upon seeing YeCong and Shauna, they were also quite surprised, as they did not expect to encounter other soul masters hunting in such a place. Kid, who are you? What are you doing here? Tang Long, who was filled with pent-up anger, seized the opportunity to vent. YeCong had originally intended to ignore them and let them go on their own way, thinking that would settle the matter. However, seeing how these Haotian sect members were so arrogant and unreasonable, relying on their numerous life-saving trump cards, YeCong simply mocked them directly. Your words sound like farting. I came all the way to the frozen forest not to hunt for soul rings, but to invite you for a meal. The members of the Haotian Sect, who always looked down on others, were still stuck in their old ways despite being beaten down by the Spirit Hall. Now that they were in a fit of rage, how could they tolerate a lowly commoner like him provoking them, looking for death? The several disciples of the Haotian Sect were furious, their eyes glinting coldly. As their martial souls surrounded them, each of them produced a large hammer in their hands. As they revealed their martial souls, Shauna, who had been prepared, immediately entered battle mode, stepping forward to stand in front of YeCong. She slightly opened her mouth, revealing a few canine teeth, and let out a low growl filled with threat. With her martial soul activated, 3 soul rings of yellow and purple appeared behind Shauna. Chapter 169 Crisis. YeCong did not pay attention to the young disciples of the Haotian Sect wielding large hammers, and he didn't even manifest his martial soul, at least not in the eyes of this group of unaware Haotian Sect members. These 4 young men included 2 quasi-soul sects, 1 quasi-soul king and 1 quasi-soul emperor. This configuration was already quite powerful, and it could be said that killing YeCong, a level 47 soul respect, and Shauna, a quasi-soul sect, would be easy. Seeing YeCong remain unfazed in the face of such formidable opponents, Tang Gue felt a sense of doubt and guessed that he was a disciple of some major family. In the past, it wouldn't have mattered who he was. Even if he were from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, or even the Spirit Hall, the young disciples of the Haotian Sect would not have been afraid. However, the Haotian Sect is not what it used to be, and if they casually made enemies now, it might bring disaster upon themselves. Thinking of this, Tang Gue admonished the younger generation. Enough. Didn't I tell you before coming out? Don't stir up trouble. Oomph. Although Tang Long and the other young disciples of the Haotian Sect were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to reluctantly retract their martial souls. Tang Gue glanced deeply at YeCong. are quite impressive. I hope we meet again. After speaking, he patted his younger brother Tang Run, signaling him to turn and leave. Seeing the group turn to leave, YeCong breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, in a moment of excitement, he had directly mocked these Haotian Sect members. And only after finishing his taunt did he realize that the two strange old men leading the group were actually renowned figures in the Haotian Sect. These two old men lived up to their names. The elder brother Tang Gui was small in stature and very deep-minded. The younger brother Tang Run was incredibly strong, but not very bright. The two brothers had acted together for many years with an unmatched level of cooperation. If they joined forces to use a martial soul fusion technique, even a titled Douluo would have to retreat. Although YeCong had many hidden cards up his sleeve and was not afraid even when facing a titled Douluo, it was still best to use those hidden cards as little as possible. However, what YeCong did not expect was that the unexpected change would come from that fool. Tang Rin did not leave, as usual after listening to his brother. He scratched his bald head with his large hand and said in a simple manner, "Brother, I think I've seen this person before. He should be the saint's son of the Spirit Hall." Oh no, YeCong's heart sank, and he immediately thought it was bad. Indeed, Tang Rin's words were like a deep-sea bomb, instantly stirring up the calm waters. The Haotian Sect members, who were about to leave, suddenly had cold light in their eyes. Staring fiercely at YeCong ever since the news daily created by the Spirit Hall became increasingly popular across the continent, allowing soul masters and commoners in various regions to truly know the world without stepping out of their homes. It was only natural that as the most notorious saint son of the Spirit Hall in nearly a century, there would be a lot of coverage about him in the newspapers. Now that he was recognized, it was quite normal. 13th uncle, I remember now. This kid is the saint's son YeCong of the Spirit Hall. The two dissatisfied Tang Long brothers were now eager to try again, summoning their martial souls once more. The large iron hammer in their hands was ready to smash this annoying little bug into a meat paste at the command of the clan elder. YeCong sighed and asked the elder Tang Gui, "Senior, are you really going to make a move?" Tang Gui let out a cold laugh. "YeCong, I have also heard your name. I have to say, you really have some skills, and you've stirred up quite a storm on the continent. It's a pity you chose to join the evil Spirit Hall. How about this? If you join the Haotian Sect now, I guarantee you'll enjoy the best resources." YeCong shook his head. He was just saying it casually, and didn't he expect this matter to resolve so easily? With a thought, he summoned the Martial Soul Emperor Sword. There's no use in talking. Since that's the case, I hope the senior will give me some guidance. One arrogant kid. Before Tang Gui could speak, Tang Long shouted angrily and leaped into the air, swinging the large iron hammer down towards YeCong and Shauna. Fourth soul skill, Mountain Pressing Hammer. The Haotian Hammer in Tang Long's hand enlarged several times under the effect of the soul skill. As if it were going to block out the sky, Shauna revealed her claws, with the first and third soul rings flashing alternately. After amplifying herself, her claws, formed from ice, took shape in her hands. She let out a low growl, wanting to charge forward. However, the flag monster was faster. With a flash of its dark green figure, it quickly blocked Tang Long, who was descending from the sky. Bang! Hulang! Accompanied by a heavy collision sound, Tang Long was pushed back several steps by the reaction force before barely stabilizing himself. Tang Long's face looked somewhat unpleasant. After all, he was a quasi-soul emperor just one soul ring away from advancement. Yet he was actually pushed back when facing a four-ring soul sect, and someone who was just one soul ring away from officially advancing to a quasi-soul respect. This was simply a great humiliation. The most critical part was that he was in front of many companions. How would he mix in the Haotian Sect in the future? At this moment, everyone could see clearly that what was blocking him was a soul beast known for its defense. This is a soul beast? Upon realizing what it was, the Haotian Sect members were greatly shocked. Tang Gui was the first to react. No, this should be the transformation of that kid's soul skill. Looking at YeCong, who was holding the divine sword with 4 black soul rings flashing beside him, his expression immediately turned ugly. Although he did not know how YeCong managed to apply a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring, he already had a guess in his heart. "I didn't expect you to be a dual martial soul owner. Then you must not be allowed to leave." Second brother go, with a pat on Tang Rin. The two also summoned their martial souls, and a total of 14 soul rings floated behind them. Feeling the terrifying pressure, YeCong's expression also became serious. He turned to Shauna. "Those few juniors are up to you. Can you handle them?" Although Shauna was quite nervous facing such a powerful enemy, she still nodded earnestly. "I'm willing to go through fire and water for my master." "Very good." YeCong nodded. holding the sword in one hand and forming a sword seal with the other. He shouted, "Rise!" The 4 brilliant flag monsters suddenly appeared, releasing all the flag monsters that could be used for battle. As the 4th phase of the Flag Keeper, YeCong now had a total of 16 flag monsters. But excluding some used for self-detonation and those needed in daily life, the number of flag monsters that could act as warriors was only 10. Among these 10, after removing the 4 main flag monsters, there were also 2 10,000-year-soul beasts and 4,000-year-soul beasts transformed into flag monsters. YeCong quickly completed the allocation of combat power, taking the main force to confront the 2 brothers Tang and Tang, while the remaining 6 flag monsters assisted Shana in suppressing the few juniors. Chapter 170, an unnamed chapter. Seeing that YeCong not only did not surrender, but even dared to resist, Tang Gui's heart suddenly ignited with an unknown anger. "Kid, I'll send you to the west." After saying that, he leaped into the air and swung the Haotian Hammer down towards YeCong. Faced with such a strong enemy, YeCong naturally did not dare to be careless and instantly activated the Dark Knight sovereign form. With a black robe appearing on him, his perception, strength, speed, and other attributes received a significant boost. After long-term training with the self-simulator, YeCong had completely refined his dark persona, and he could now activate the Dark Knight's sovereign form at will. Of course, in this situation, although it had transformed his dark persona, he was still inevitably influenced by it, causing some changes in his character, such as becoming more paranoid, irritable, and impulsive. At the same time, as he recited the incantation, a faint golden light radiated from YeCong's body, and the Golden Scale's absolute curse used for explosive power was also unleashed. After all, facing 2 soul saints, if he continued to hide, he would likely end up dead. Under various enhancements, YeCong's strength was now infinitely close to that of a soul emperor. YeCong's eyes turned sharp, and the 4 soul rings of the emperor's sword flashed in succession. Further enhancing his strength, destruction consumes soul power to increase the sharpness of the emperor's sword, with a 100 increase in the upper limit. Royal authority consumes soul power to add royal sword aura to the sword. Anyone hit by the sword aura will experience a certain level of intimidation. Imperial might consumes soul power to create a sword aura that forms a sword domain. Within this domain, strength, speed, and other attributes are increased by 30, while the enemy's morale and attack power decrease by 30. Royal defense consumes soul power to create a sword aura that forms a sword shield, absorbing a large amount of damage and reflecting a certain degree of physical attacks. As the 4 soul skills erupted together, the Emperor's sword was enveloped in boundless light. Bang! Crack! Clang! After a collision between both sides, they were forced back considerably by the powerful recoil. YeCong, having taken a hit from a soul saint head-on, was also in bad shape. His face turned pale, blood surged in his chest, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He planted his sword into the ground, hurriedly circulating his soul power to forcibly calm the various discomforts in his body. As a soul saint, although Tang was pushed back, he was naturally unharmed. The reason he retreated was merely because YeCong's 4th soul skill had a powerful rebound effect against physical attacks. Tang face was dark. He did not expect that a mere soul master could actually push him back, especially in front of his own juniors, which made him feel humiliated. Although this was partly due to his arrogance in underestimating YeCong, who was just a 4-ring soul master and used his 2nd soul skill. It could not change the fact that he was pushed back by a mere soul master. Tang glanced at his younger brother Tang, who was entangled by the 4 flag demons, and was secretly astonished. Though Tang wasn't the brightest, his strength was undeniable. As a level 76 soul saint, he was rarely matched at the soul saint stage. Yet unexpectedly, he was firmly entangled by several 10,000-year level soul beasts. Turning back, Tang face turned cold as he said in a chilling voice, "Kid, it seems I underestimated you. As a holy son of the Spirit Hall, you truly have some skills, but you cannot be spared, Dai." With the 7th soul ring flashing, the Haotian Hammer in his hand suddenly enlarged and smashed down like a torrential force. YeCong saw this situation, and his face turned bitter. The flag demons could entangle Tang for so long purely because that guy wasn't very bright, and the flag demons moved unpredictably, easily toying with him. But he did not have such a vaporous ability, unless he used forbidden techniques. If he took that hammer directly, he would surely die without a burial place. At such a life-and-death moment, YeCong should have been fully focused on defending against the enemy, but possibly due to the influence of his dark persona, his self-destructive spirit kept igniting, and he couldn't help but sarcastically say, Hee hee, how shameless. A dignified soul saint has to use his true form to deal with a mere soul master. But I still have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Saying this, he summoned a flag demon transformed from a 10-year soul beast to rush forward, and as it approached Tang Gui, it exploded instantly. Seizing this opportunity, YeCong quickly took out a scroll, bit his finger to draw blood, and smeared it on the scroll before throwing it vigorously. As the scroll landed, it instantly transformed into a boy who looked exactly like YeCong. The only difference was the weapons he held, or to be more precise, his martial souls were not the Emperor Sword but rather the Soul-Calming Hammer and the Soul-Calming Gong. However, since YeCong's main body was in the Dark Knight's sovereign form, these two divine weapons also transformed into the Dark Knight's Soul-Calming Gong and the Divine Power Soul-Calming Hammer. The treasure YeCong used was a disposable item called a magic scroll. This treasure was given by Huahaha, and it recorded a powerful magic called Outsider Avatar. When used, one only needed to smear their blood on the scroll to create a very powerful clone. Unlike the Shadow clone, which only had an ornamental function, this Outsider Avatar truly possessed 100 of the owner's combat power. The key was that its health was also substantial, not the kind that would collapse with a single hit. Although YeCong was outstanding in both cultivation and combat talent, his magic talent was abysmally poor. It could be said that he had mastered 9 out of 10 skills, yet was completely clueless about magic. Even during the daytime, when Huahaha was teaching YeCong magic, he had fumbled several times and cursed. Even under such circumstances, YeCong only learned some of the most basic, simplest magic. After that, Huahaha simply gave up and prepared a large number of magic scrolls, each containing different spells, making them very convenient to use at any time. Now, after previously suffering a dark loss, Tang Gui had already stopped underestimating YeCong. When he saw a creature resembling a soul beast approaching him, he became slightly more vigilant. However, his main focus remained on YeCong, as this kid was not only the holy son of the Spirit Hall, but also the rising star of the underworld. With such a prominent identity, he surely had protectors around him. Although he did not understand why the protector had not appeared at such a critical moment, he decided to quickly kill YeCong, fearing that delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Under this mindset, Tang Gui did not pay too much attention to the weak creature approaching him. Although this flag demon was merely a 10-year soul beast, the destruction caused by its explosion was not to be underestimated. At the center of the explosion, Tang Gui was directly blown down from the air, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. Poor Tang Gui, once an elder of the Haotian Sect, the #1 sect in the world, a soul saint, had suffered 2 significant losses in one night because of his carelessness, all at the hands of Mir Jr., who was only at the Soul Master level. Chapter 171. The Battle of the Soul Sage. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Gui struggled to climb out of the pit. His originally sharp features now looked even more disheveled. His clothes were tattered, his face was covered in dirt, and even a trace of blood was at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Tang Gui was furious, his face resembling a fierce ghost as he let out a sharp roar. Bastard, you're looking for death. Noisy. YeCong did not waste words with him. Both his main body and clone coldly shouted and unleashed their ultimate skills to attack Tang Gui. YeCong's swordsmanship was inherited from the immortal lineage. Although he only had 3 moves and 5 styles in the sparsely populated Douluo Continent of self-created martial arts, it was enough to stand out among the crowd. As for his hammer technique, in addition to his own family's Night Watchman hammer technique, he also learned the soul-devouring staff technique from his master. And after his own modifications, it became extraordinarily marvelous. Tang Gui was both shocked and delighted. He had seen YeCong summon a scroll earlier, which led to some misunderstanding. He mistakenly thought YeCong was using a clone-type soulbone skill. He was shocked that he was actually being pressured to this extent by a mere bug, which made him feel humiliated and angry. He was delighted that by killing this son of the Spirit Hall, he would not only eliminate a future threat to his sect, but might also obtain a high-aged soulbone. Logically speaking, as a 7-ring soul sage, even if Tang Gui was injured, he shouldn't be someone a soul master who barely reached the combat power of Soul Emperor through a burst could provoke. It's important to note that the Soul Sage level can be regarded as a watershed. While it is possible to fight above one's rank from Soul Master to Soul Emperor due to various factors, such as martial soul quality, soul ring quality, and combat experience, once the true form of the martial soul is obtained, the strength of the Soul Master undergoes a qualitative change. It's like after level 95. Each level is like a heaven. Unless one has a cheat, it is impossible to fight above their level. But the bad thing was that YeCong was just such a cheat. his strength far exceeded that of soul masters of the same level, and he also possessed a vast array of items. Moreover, Tang Gui was, in reality, a defective soul sage. He merely had the rank of a soul sage, but could not unleash the power expected of one. Success and failure hinge on the same point. Although Tang Gui and Tang Run, as twin brothers, possessed a powerful weapon in their martial soul fusion skill, due to some special reasons, they were both incomplete. Only when the two combined could they truly be considered a soul sage. In other words, as the older brother, Tang Gui had brains, but lacked strength. As the younger brother, Tang Rin had strength, but lacked brains. For this reason, YeCong immediately split the battlefield upon encountering them, separating the two brothers. This greatly diminished the strength they could unleash. On the other hand, and more crucially, to some extent, both brothers have been dragging their heavily injured bodies. The cause of this situation can be traced back several years to the attack on the Haotian Sect by the Spear Hall. At that time, the sect's master and elders, as the primary fighting force of the sect, had the main task of stopping the Spear Hall's army from pursuing them. Meanwhile, the elder-level soul sages were responsible for leading and protecting the younger generation of the sect in a rapid retreat back to the ancestral land of the sect. Although the Tang brothers only had the strength of soul sages, they could not match the elder-level titled Douluos. But they possessed a martial soul fusion skill that could counter titled Douluos, which naturally made them the leaders in covering the retreat of the main force. If it were ordinary enemies, even if they were once part of the top 3 sects like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, they could have escaped quickly under such circumstances, even with the titled Douluos obstructing them. However, the problem was that their enemy was the #1 power on the continent, the Spirit Hall. Although the group of old men in the hall did not intervene, the title-level elders alone were enough to give them a hard time. At that time, for reasons unknown, the Spirit Hall did not want to completely annihilate them, so they only sent 1 or 2 titled Douluos. Otherwise, the Haotian Sect would have been erased from the Douluo Continent long ago. Even so, the Haotian Sect suffered greatly. Although the Spirit Hall only dispatched 1 or 2 titled Douluos, there were plenty of mid-level combat powers like Soul Douluos and Soul Sages, which led to heavy casualties among the escort team. Tang Gui was severely injured at that time, his martial soul shattered, and he nearly died. Although he was later rescued, he was left with permanent injuries, further diminishing his already limited strength. Coupled with several sneak attacks from YeCong, he sustained considerable new injuries. The combination of old and new wounds made it impossible for him to maintain his martial soul's true form. Moreover, he had exhausted too much energy, making it extremely difficult for him to wield his martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. Under such circumstances, if he were not careful, he could really fall into the hands of Soul Emperor. Now, Tang Gui could only place his hopes on YeCong not being able to last long, or on Tang Rin quickly dealing with his opponent to come help him. However, unfortunately, Tang Rin was currently firmly controlled by the 4 flag monsters that YeCong had summoned. Although Tang Rin did possess the power of a top soul sage, his brain was simply not functioning well. Without the help of an external brain, he was being toyed with by the flag monster's mystification, an ability that could almost immunize against pure physical damage. Tang Rin was turning in circles like a child, dodging the attacks of the flag monsters while crying loudly. Seeing that his brother was unreliable, Tang Gui gritted his teeth and once again charged towards YeCong. YeCong was also in a bad situation. He had multiple injuries from the previous battle. If it weren't for the large amounts of recovery sausages he had obtained from Oscar to heal and recover, he might have already lost his fighting ability. After all, what Tang Gui referred to as trash was only in comparison to his soul sages of the same level and was far from someone like YeCong, a counterfeit soul emperor, who could easily provoke him. Holding back his heartache, YeCong detonated several tool flag monsters, causing significant damage to Tang Gui. Raging Waterfall. Seizing this opportunity, YeCong directly activated the external soul bone and, together with his clone, aimed at Tang Gui's head and stabbed fiercely. Tang Gui was quick-witted. Although he was covered in dust from the explosion, he still managed to dodge the fatal blow in time. First, he smashed YeCong's clone into pieces with 1 hammer. And then he smashed YeCong's main body aside with another hammer. He touched his penetrated shoulder and looked at YeCong, who was spitting blood on the side, revealing a sinister smile. I didn't expect this little kid to be so lucky actually having an external soul bone on him. But it's a pity that this external soul bone has already completely fused with you. Otherwise, it would have been a great gift for me. But 1 soul bone is enough. Let me guess which one it is. Since it's a clone-type soul skill, it's very likely to be from the head or torso. In any case, it looks like I've struck gold. Chapter 172, Battle on the Snow Plain, Part 1. I indeed have a piece of soul bone. But unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Facing Tang Sect, who was closing in step by step to take his life, YeCong was completely unperturbed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh. Try this, I call it. Rebirth in the bath of thunder, drawing lightning. A body struck by countless thunders. As YeCong's body glowed, the originally clear sky above the frozen forest suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and lightning streaked across the sky, with YeCong's strength increasing. The special version of the body bone granted by the thunder-refining purgatory vine had now reached a level of 10,000 years. The soul bone technique granted to YeCong had evolved from only being able to attract lightning on rainy days to being able to attract lightning at any time and place to refine his body. The sudden change made Tang Sect and the other members of the Haotian Sect instinctively look up at the suddenly darkened sky. However, their opponent did not allow them to be distracted for long. They merely froze for a moment before regaining their focus to deal with the moment and the numerous flag demons. Tang Sect stopped in his tracks, staring at YeCong with uncertainty and sternly reprimanded. "Kid, what kind of tricks are you playing? If you obediently go to your death, I can give you a quick end." YeCong did not respond. After swallowing a recovery sausage to stabilize his injuries, he leaped towards Tang Sect. Accompanying him was a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm, cutting through the air and directly striking YeCong. Tang Sect, who was closest to him, was also affected by the lightning strike. Although YeCong winced in pain, Tang Sect's situation was even worse. Despite being a soul sage, he was thrown into disarray by the sudden heavenly thunder. The Haotian Hammer, while known as the continent's #1 weapon spirit, possessed unparalleled attack and destructive power. However, weapon spirits are ultimately external objects and do not provide soul masters with a significant increase in physical strength. This is why most soul masters with the Haotian Hammer spirit, despite varying environments, all possess a soul technique called Haotian Bodyguard, with the enhancement of the soul bone technique. Although YeCong still had to endure the pain of being struck by lightning, he could completely mitigate the damage caused by the lightning. To be more precise, the power of the lightning not only did not harm him, but even became a part of his soul power. As for Tang Sect, he was in a dire situation. The lightning striking him inflicted real damage. If it weren't for his quick reflexes in activating Haotian Bodyguard, a technique that enhances oneself and defends against damage, he would have likely collapsed on the ground, unable to move and at the mercy of his opponent. However, even though he blocked most of the damage, the residual effects of the lightning left him in a bad state. His body was charred black, his already tattered clothes had turned to ash, his hair had become frizzy, emitting wisps of smoke. Tang Sect, filled with terror, quickly retreated. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to acknowledge that today he was the one who was outmatched despite having been the one to hunt. He truly did not expect that this disciple of the Spirit Hall would have so many tricks up his sleeve, pushing him to this extent with only the strength of a soul sect. If this continued, he might lose not just face but even his life here. "Kid, today I concede. We could pretend we never saw the two of you and leave," Tang Sect shouted. Although YeCong was in so much pain that he could barely control his facial muscles, he still managed to squeeze out a few cold laughs. "Old man, are you mistaken? It's me who doesn't want to let you go." As he spoke, he once again summoned the heavenly thunder while moving towards Tang Sect. Crazy. Insane, Tang Sect thought, not realizing that YeCong would not suffer any substantial harm from the raging thunder. He assumed YeCong wanted to engage in a life-for-life battle. He had the intention to withstand the heavenly thunder and swing a few hammers to kill YeCong, but upon seeing the rolling lightning in the dark clouds, he faltered and turned to flee. Thus, in this remote and colorful forest, there emerged a strange and somewhat bizarre scene. A soul sect member was continuously struck by heavenly thunder, emitting cries of pain, yet he did not perish. Instead, he was relentlessly pursuing a very disheveled soul sage. Due to the passage of time, both the golden scale absolute curse and the night master form had dissipated, and YeCong had returned to his true realm. On Tang Ren's side, seeing his brother being chased, he was anxious and wanted to rush over to help. The four flag demons, however, could not fulfill his wish. Their task was to entangle Tang Ren. If possible, they hoped to directly kill him. After taking just 2 steps, Tang Ren was intercepted by Zhou Lan, who emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds, followed by shooting out a magic net that enveloped Tang Ren. Yunus was modeled after Yog-Sothoth from the Cthulhu mythos. As one of the 3 pillar gods, he was undoubtedly a symbol of twisted chaos. Thus, the language of Yunus, as an extension of this ancient god, was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Only the other three companions who were also flag demons could vaguely guess its meaning. Taking advantage of the moment Tang Run was bound by the magic net, the other three flag demons unleashed their skills to attack him. "You bunch of bastards. Why are you stopping me from saving my brother? You're all bad guys." Tang Rin's eyes turned red, panting like an ox, as he unleashed the true form of the Haotian Hammer, blocking all the attacks. In contrast to his weak brother, Tang Run, who possessed immense strength, could unleash terrifying combat power far exceeding that of soul masters of the same level when he fully erupted. The reason he had been bullied so badly by a few 10,000-year soul beasts before, even being pressed down, was that his childish mentality made him fearful in the face of ancient and bizarre flag demons, weakening his momentum by 3 points. Now, seeing his brother being chased and beaten, he overcame his inner fear, standing tall and showcasing his true combat talent. Utilizing a soul technique called Haotian Shockwave, which could directly damage energy bodies, the flag demon's proud phasing skills became useless, although they possessed combat power far exceeding that of soul beasts of the same level. Their cultivation level was only around 20 to 30,000 years. Compared to an exceeding soul beast, they were still too far behind. Fortunately, Zhoulon timely cast an absolute defense shadow shield to withstand Tang Rin's attacks, thus avoiding a rout. However, now they dared not engage Tang Run in close combat, opting instead to maintain distance and attack with various range skills to disrupt him. Chapter 173, Battle on the Snowfield, Part 2. Compared to this, Shauna had it much easier. Her opponents were two Quasi-Soul Sect members of similar strength, one a Quasi-Soul King lacking a 5th soul ring, and the other a Quasi-Soul Emperor missing a 6th soul ring. At the moment the battle began, the few flag spirits dispatched by YeCong to assist quickly entangled the Quasi-Soul King Tang Long and the Quasi-Soul Emperor Tang Yu, effectively splitting the battlefield. Among these flag spirits, two were 10,000-year-old entities, and in terms of single-round cultivation, they were not weaker than YeCong, the main force. However, they were unfortunately mere subordinates, unable to awaken intelligence, and their strength was fixed at the moment they were subdued. Tang Long and Tang Yu were naturally not weak, but facing two 10,000-year soul beasts and 4,000-year soul beasts left them somewhat at a loss. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shauna engaged in a 1v2 battle with the two younger Quasi-Soul Sect members. As a trained assassin, Shauna had done plenty of dirty work before being captured by YeCong. In terms of combat experience, she far surpassed these sheltered flowers. Moreover, not long ago, she had received guidance from Xianming and had been baptized by the essence of the 8-angled profound ice grass. This allowed her martial soul to undergo a transformation, elevating its quality to that of a super martial soul that could rival the Haotian Hammer. Under these circumstances, the outcome of the battle was naturally predictable. After just a few exchanges, the two Quasi-Soul Sect members were defeated. One was bitten in half by the Frost Wolf Fong and directly bisected. The other, after Shauna spoke a heartfelt word to him, became broad-minded. Little brother. Seeing her brother killed, Tang Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Just as she was about to erupt, Shauna had already taken a step to appear in front of her. With claws like blades, Shauna aimed directly at Tang Yu's throat, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. "Since you are so anxious, let me send you down to see him." Tang Yu was shocked and hurriedly swung the Haotian Hammer to defend. However, the Haotian Hammer was heavy, and after previously entangling with the flag spirits, Tang Yu had consumed a massive amount of soul power, leaving her defense riddled with flaws. As a speed-type soul master, Shauna was incredibly fast, and with the recovery from the red sausage, her state was nearly at its peak. With a successful strike, she left a wound on Tang Yu's chest. Although not deep, it changed Tang Yu's expression. She never expected that as a Quasi-Soul Emperor, she would be injured by a mere Quasi-Soul Sect member. Shauna did not linger in battle. After injuring Tang Yu, she quickly retreated under the cover of the flag spirits, leaving Tang Yu alone in a state of furious impotence. Then, taking advantage of her speed, Shauna, like a shadow, launched continuous attacks on Tang Yu under the cover of the flag spirits. Shauna did not expect to achieve a one-hit kill on a Quasi-Soul Emperor. Instead, she chose to leave countless wounds on Tang Yu through sustained attacks, aiming to wear her down completely. One had to admit that Shauna's plan was perfect. As the wounds on Tang Yu increased, she began to tire, even finding it difficult to swing the Haotian Hammer. At that moment, Shauna's gaze turned cold. her body exuding a predatory demeanor as she fully unleashed her ambitions, resembling a wolf king hunting its prey. Although Tang Yu was indeed a strong, quasi-soul emperor, the saying two fists cannot defeat four hands held true. Faced with two nearly immune to physical attacks, 10,000-year soul beasts, and Shauna, whose actual combat power far exceeded that of soul masters of the same level, she found herself in an extremely dangerous situation. She had considered fighting back, intending to smash Shauna into a pulp with her hammer. However, the 10,000-year scaled beast consistently blocked her attacks at just the right moment, using its formidable defense to deflect every strike. After several exchanges, Tang Yu not only failed to injure Shauna, but also accumulated more wounds herself. Damn it! Tang Yu gripped the Haotian Hammer tightly, glancing around at her deceased brother and another disciple of the Haotian Sect, as well as Tang Long, who was also being pushed back by the assault of several 9,000-year soul beasts, falling into a perilous situation. She looked at the two soul saint elders, who were supposed to be invincible in her heart, now also struggling in a bitter fight. No, to be precise, these two elders were also retreating step by step, being forced back by YeCong, a mere soul sect level disciple of the Spear Hall. A soul reverend had managed to trap two soul saints with various means and was on the verge of a counterkill. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe such a story. It would only be regarded as a joke. Yet now this joke was manifesting right in front of her. The hunter had become the hunted. Haha, how ridiculous. But evil Spear Hall, your plans will not succeed. Even if I, Tang Yu, die, I will take away a genius who can make you suffer greatly. With this thought, she once again gathered her spirit, her eyes filled with a severe hatred that seemed capable of slicing Shauna into 1,000 pieces. Even at this point, Tang Yu stubbornly believed she was not in the wrong, blaming everything on the Spear Hall. She completely forgot that initially, YeCong had no intention of fighting, seeking to avoid conflict. But it was these pitiful victims, the geniuses from the Haotian Sect, who insisted on crushing this holy son of the Spirit Hall in his cradle. Shauna did not particularly understand the grievances between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect, or rather, she was not interested in right or wrong among them. For Shauna, her master's orders were the only goal for her actions. As a qualified sword, she only needed to follow commands. Although her master treated her well and maintained an equal relationship, never viewing her as a slave, this did not give her the right to forget everything. Facing Tang Yu's furious gaze, Shauna's heart remained calm. If anger were effective, there would be no failures in this world. As she crouched down and assumed an attacking posture, it signified that she was ready to reap Tang Yu's head. Chapter 174, Battle on the Snowfield, N1. At a young age, Tang Yu had reached level 60, which was certainly considered exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Haotian Sect. As a gifted girl, she naturally qualified to learn and master the Haotian Sect's three major secret techniques, particularly the chaotic cloak hammer method. Unlike the Haotian 9 character secret, which required the consent of the elders, or the great Sumeru hammer, which could only be learned by the sect leader, the chaotic cloak hammer method was accessible to any outstanding or direct descendants of the Haotian lineage. Now, Tang Yu could stack the chaotic cloak hammer method up to 36 strikes. She first enveloped herself in a soul skill called Haotian Bodyguard, then began to swing her hammer continuously to accumulate power, stacking layers for the chaotic cloak hammer method. Among the three major secret techniques of the Haotian Sect, the chaotic cloak hammer method was both the most versatile and well-known. It was not only a combat secret technique, but also a forging technique considered a closely guarded secret. It is no exaggeration to say that even a piece of scrap iron filled with impurities could be transformed into a legendary weapon through the forging of the chaotic cloak hammer method. When the Haotian Sect was not hidden from the world, its extraordinary status, combined with the genuine quality of its forged products, made every weapon produced by the sect skyrocket in price, becoming a symbol of status. Sometimes, the price of a random weapon could equal the annual tax revenue of a small kingdom. Without further ado, Shauna was indeed well informed. Whether it was the previous allegiance to the Great Soul Arena or the current allegiance to the underworld Wuhun Hall, she had a comprehensive understanding of the records across the continent. Thus, when Tang Yu merely made a starting gesture, Shauna immediately recognized the rumored chaotic cloak hammer method. Upon recognizing the technique, she felt more composed and immediately devised a countermeasure. While the chaotic cloak hammer method was incredibly powerful, doubling its attack power with each layer stacked daily, combined with the already formidable force of the Haotian Hammer, once fully stacked, the final strike would be unstoppable. Even challenging opponents of a higher rank would feel like a routine affair. However, The key issue was that this skill was particularly susceptible to interruption during its execution. After all, enemies wouldn't just stand there waiting for you to stack layers. If interrupted while stacking, all progress would be lost. The ancient soul beasts, the scaled beast and the wind-treading horse, rushed in, and with just one impact, they shattered the protective barrier that Tang Yu had built. Logically, a fifth soul skill of a quasi-soul emperor shouldn't be so fragile, as her current strength was comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. However, Tang Yu was in a dire situation, and the Haotian Hammer was not specialized in defense, making it easy to break through. Tang Yu, being quite experienced in combat, quickly realized the situation was unfavorable, halted her stacking, and directly swung the Haotian Hammer, which had stacked 12 layers of the chaotic cloak hammer method, toward the nearest wind-treading horse. The wind-treading horse, caught off guard, was struck solidly, letting out a cry of pain and sustaining injuries. It turned out that the flag demon's Misty ability was not a passive skill. It was because they were refined along with their physical bodies when they were tamed. Thus, the flag demons essentially possessed a physical form, but they could change their energy composition as needed. In that moment, Shauna crouched down, and her thigh muscles exploded with power, shooting toward Tang Yu like a cannonball. Her sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light, aiming directly for Tang Yu's throat. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Shauna's pupils were neither human nor wolf-like. They resembled a four-pointed star, shimmering with a golden glow. This was one of the 6 secret techniques of the underworld. Technique, star reading. It could directly lock onto a target. The 6 secret techniques included star reading, golden armor, carefree shadow, cloud ladder, yin-yang hand, yin hand, touching dew, yang hand, lifting mountains and rivers, and celestial step. Each of these secret techniques involved various fields, such as techniques, body refinement, and movement techniques, making them all powerful and practical soul skills. The few secret arts obtained from the treasure chest by YeCong were astonishing even in Ho-Ha-Ha's eyes, and after YeCong's approval, they were classified as the highest secret techniques of the underworld. Shauna, being loyal to YeCong and possessing considerable strength, was therefore qualified to learn one of these secret arts. Not good. Tang Yu was not an ordinary person. Upon seeing the flash of cold light before her, she immediately realized the perilous situation and swung the Haotian Hammer forcefully forward, trying to push Shauna away. What she never anticipated was that Shauna did not evade the descending heavy hammer at all. She merely raised her arms to block it. This reckless fighting style took Tang Yu by surprise, and she instinctively took half a step back. The Haotian Hammer was originally unbeatable in the world due to its overwhelming power and relentless advance. Although Tang Yu took a half step back, it deflated her force significantly. Additionally, Shauna, being a beastification human, had a physical body that far exceeded that of ordinary beast martial soul masters. Under these circumstances, the Haotian Hammer, which could have sent her flying or even heavily injured her, only shattered her arms. However, even so, this kind of pain was something most people could not endure. Yet Shauna remained unfazed, allowing her 2 broken arms to hang limply, and she opened her mouth to reveal sharp fangs, lunging straight for Tang Yu's throat. Due to her beastification, Shauna was able to exhibit more characteristics of soul beasts when near her martial soul. For instance, her teeth were as sharp as those of the Frostwolf King. Coupled with the enhancement of her second soul skill, even fine iron could be easily bitten through, let alone a human neck. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She wanted to say something, but could only produce a series of gasps. Thus, the talented girl from the Haotian Sect perished on the snowfield, her eyes filled with unwillingness. After confirming that her prey was dead, Shauna slowly released her bite, instinctively licking the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, and shakily stood up with her 2 limp arms. Perhaps having just captured her blood meal awakened the wildness inherited from her soul beast deep within her genes. Her gaze was cold and captivating, resembling that of a true hungry wolf. Tang Long, who was entangled with 2,000-year soul beasts, heard that the commotion over here had subsided and, thinking that his clan sister had achieved victory, turned around joyfully, only to witness the shocking scene of Shauna literally biting Tang Yu to death. To be honest, he had seen his fair share of killings, even having personally killed people. However, he had never heard of an enemy being directly torn apart like a beast in battle. The most dreaded aspect of combat was distraction, especially when the opponent was evenly matched. While Tang Long's opponents were merely 2 flag demons transformed from 1,000-year soul beasts, they were known for their formidable combat prowess. Moreover, Tang Long had yet to gain his 5th soul ring, putting him in a very passive position. In this situation, he had just momentarily lost focus when suddenly, the 9,800-year-old golden blade mantis flashed and appeared behind him. It then swung its forelimb, directly severing his head. With a head flying into the air, the battle came to an end. Chapter 175, The Battle of the Snowfield, in 2, on the other side. YeCong's battle had also come to a close. After being baptized by thunder, both YeCong and Tang Sect looked roughly the same on the surface. They were both in tattered clothes, their hair in disarray, emitting wisps of black smoke. However, their spirits were entirely different. Tang Sect's expression was dark, his face pale, and he was occasionally spitting blood. His body swayed as if he could fall at any moment, cursing YeCong while desperately dodging. In contrast, although YeCong was gritting his teeth and howling in pain, his spirit was exceptionally vigorous, his eyes shining with the potential for a breakthrough at any moment. Little beast, if you keep being so aggressive, aren't you afraid that I will perish with you? Tang Sect's face was twisted with malice as he growled under his breath. Although YeCong's face was contorted in agony, he still refused to back down. What are you barking about, old man? You're dead for sure today. Even if a god comes, they can't save you. Mark my words. Thunder, come. With a loud shout, YeCong increased the infusion of soul power into his body's soul bone, once again summoning the heavenly thunder. This time, a thunder dragon as thick as a barrel tore through the sky, charging straight towards YeCong and Tang Sect. At this moment, their roles had completely reversed. The hunter had become the prey. In the flash of lightning, Tang Sect's face was vividly illuminated. His expression was a complex mix of fear, resentment, and regret, all interwoven. As the thunder engulfed both of them, YeCong's screams echoed across the ice field. It hurts so much. As for why only YeCong's voice could be heard. How could a dead man still scream? When the light of power dissipated, only the nearly naked YeCong and a pile of charred remains remained. After absorbing a massive amount of thunder power, YeCong's long stagnant cultivation finally broke through, reaching level 48. He glanced at the charred remains of Tang Sect, grimaced, and then knelt down, clutching his chest in pain. Oh, it hurts so much. Clearly, he had a token that could unleash the full power of a title de law, yet he chose to show off instead, which ended up being a loss rather than a gain. His previously combined forms of Night Ruler and Golden Scales had indeed granted him tremendous enhancements, but that came at cost. Although it lasted only a brief moment, it had burned away nearly 5 years of his lifespan. Though YeCong was absolutely confident that he could become a god in the future and thus possess infinite lifespan, he felt it was not worth it to burn away 5 years of his life just to kill 2 soul sages. With Tang Sect dead at his hands, Tang Run, who had lost his only support and external brain, looked at his beloved brother turned to ash, immediately thrown into chaos. He ignored the surrounding attacks from the flag demons, letting their blows rain down on him as he wailed and recklessly charged towards YeCong to avenge his brother. The flag demons naturally wouldn't allow him to run wild. Having 4 against 1 was already embarrassing enough. If they let this guy reach YeCong, it would make them look useless. Moreover, with YeCong's breakthrough in strength, their own powers had also significantly increased, making them more ferocious in battle. Heavenly Jewel of the Sky, Dust Storm Cannon, Thunder of 10,000 pounds, Magic Wave. These 4 extremely powerful soul skills all struck directly at Tang Ren. Each of these soul skills could severely injure or even annihilate a soul master of the same rank. With all 4 skills erupting simultaneously, the power was immeasurable. Although Tang Ren was strong as a soul sage, he was not a physically tough beast martial soul master, nor did he have the formidable defense of a defensive soul master. After enduring so many rounds of attacks, it was natural that he could not withstand it, and his massive body fell to the ground, splashing up a thin layer of snow mist. Logically speaking, even if Tang Ren was not very bright, he could not change the fact that he was a soul sage and could not possibly fall so easily. But the problem was that in his rush to avenge his brother, he completely ignored the 4 flag demons' attacks, abandoning his defense and counterattacks, and took all the hits with his body, which directly put him in a near-death state. Even so, Tang Ren struggled on the ground, seemingly trying to crawl to his brother's side. Faced with such genuine brotherly love, YeCong felt a mix of sympathy and emotion. But he was not someone who would leave trouble behind. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would only bring backlash. His life principle was to either act or not act at all. With YeCong's command, The golden knife mantis that had previously claimed an enemy's head flew close to Tang Run, and with a swift strike, it took another life. After changing into a new outfit, YeCong approached Shauna, encouragingly patting her shoulder and saying, "You did well." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the flag demon to heal Shauna's wounds. The flag demon YeCong summoned was a recently matured Jade Honghu, a subspecies of the Emerald Swan. Although it could not match the outrageous healing abilities of the Emerald Swan, it was still quite remarkable. As a light green glow enveloped Shauna, her nearly powder-fractured arms began to slowly heal. With the Jade Honghu's healing combined with Oscar's recovery, Shauna quickly regained her strength. YeCong checked the rewards, but regretfully found that the few Haotian Sect disciples were indeed pitifully poor, not to mention the young ones. Even Tang Gui and Tang Run had only a scant few golden soul coins, even less than Shauna. YeCong sighed, indeed. Had the once glorious Haotian Sect fallen to such a state? It wasn't that he truly felt sympathy for this rival sect. He was merely reflecting. The Haotian Sect's downfall was not only due to their unscrupulous actions, but fundamentally because they were not strong enough. If they truly could dominate the world, what would it matter if they were deeply wicked? Although the battle had come to an end, YeCong did not let his guard down. He immediately instructed Shauna to pack up and leave the area. After such a massive battle, combined with a fresh, strong smell of blood, it wouldn't be long before it attracted hungry and fierce soul beasts. Chapter 176. Snow Wolf. A moment gains a 10,000-year soul ring. Although YeCong and Shauna had already packed their luggage early, they were still a step too slow. Before they could leave, a series of chilling green lanterns lit up around them. As the green lanterns approached, YeCong saw their true appearance. Snow demon wolves. This type of soul beast is a unique species of the frozen forest, a variant of the wind demon wolf. Due to the special environment, they gradually mutated from the original wind element to the power of ice and snow. The leader of this wolf pack was a two-headed wind snow demon wolf king with over 9,000 years of cultivation, possessing both wind and snow elements. Humans need to absorb soul rings to advance, and soul beasts can also devour soul masters to enhance their power. Leaving aside the charred Tang Gui, the soul sage Tang Run was definitely a significant supplement for soul beasts. The several quasi-soul sects, quasi-soul kings, and quasi-soul emperors were also excellent sources of blood and flesh, naturally attracting these soul beasts. TSK, what a hassle. YeCong counted at least a dozen snow demon wolves and frowned slightly. However, he glanced at Shauna beside him and then at the leading two-headed wind snow demon wolf, and a smile appeared on his face. "Shauna, how about we use that wolf king as your fourth soul ring?" All according to the master's arrangement. The plan changed, and YeCong's methods for dealing with these soul beasts naturally had to change as well. He took out the reverse scale of Emperor Tian, and as he infused his soul power into it, an extremely powerful and terrifying pressure was instantly released. Upon sensing the pressure of the Beast King, the snow demon wolves immediately panicked, as their simple minds could never have imagined that they would encounter the king of the Soul Beast clan while merely foraging for food. Although the Wolf King was initially startled and frightened, it quickly calmed down. With a low growl, it immediately steadied the pack. In the Wolf King's perception, this place was already the territory of these two humanoid beast kings. Although it did not understand why such a big shot would appear on the outskirts, it certainly was not something that small fry like them could meddle with. Just as the Wolf King was about to command the pack to retreat, YeCong suddenly moved. He raised his hand, and a ball of green energy gathered in his palm, then directly transformed into a streak of light that hit the Wolf King. Powerful soul-destroying cannon. Attack! With YeCong's command, Shauna did not hesitate for a moment, instantly summoning her martial soul, revealing her sharp claws, and unleashed her strongest strike against the Wolf King. The other wolves were shocked and wanted to rush in to help their leader tear apart this unknown little brat. But YeCong snorted coldly, took a step forward, and the pressure from the beast god spread outwards from him, making the snow demon wolves dare not act rashly. YeCong's plan and idea were very simple. If it were a human soul master attacking one, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the entire wolf pack. Only by thoroughly scaring, injuring, or even killing them all could they escape. But if he had this beast king backing him, then the nature of the situation completely changed. Shauna's attack on the Wolf King could be seen as a challenge for the throne. Until the victor was determined, the other wolves would not dare to act lightly. If luck was on their side, Shauna might even be able to use her innate ability as a wolf-type beastman to recruit this pack of wolves as her subordinates. Succeeding the Wolf King's position, the two-headed wind snow demon wolf with over 9,000 years of cultivation, had already developed a basic level of intelligence. It immediately understood that this bipedal female counterpart was here to challenge its position as the Wolf King. Although it was indeed very afraid of YeCong, the humanoid beast king standing behind the female counterpart, its desire to survive compelled it to fight to the death against Sha Na. Although Sha Na had just gone through a tough battle, both her soul power and physical condition had already returned to peak form. Meanwhile, the two-headed wind snow demon wolf had been ambushed by YeCong's powerful soul-destroying cannon and, under the strong pressure of the Beast King, did not dare to unleash its full power. This made it very passive when faced with a fully energized little she-wolf, remaining in a state of being beaten throughout the encounter. Sha Na used her first soul skill to enhance herself, and the second and third soul skills armed her teeth and claws. The battle between the human and the beast was extremely intense, with pure physical collisions on one side and elemental contests on the other. The two heads of the two-headed wind snow demon wolf were colored blue and white, respectively. The blue head could unleash wind element attacks, while the white head could unleash ice and snow. Suddenly, both mouths opened simultaneously, and with the fluctuation of soul power, a blizzard swept toward Sha Na. This blizzard was the ultimate skill of the two-headed wind demon wolf king, a powerful soul skill formed by simultaneously releasing wind and ice elements. Aside from the usual blizzard's abilities of obscuring vision and lowering body temperature, the fierce winds and ice crystals hidden within were as sharp as blades. If the target's physical defense was slightly lacking, they would be instantaneously turned into a skeleton. Sha Na's physique was not inferior to that of some tough-skinned soul beasts. Facing the overwhelming blizzard, she showed no fear, stepping forward to directly withstand the blow with her body. Before the two-headed wind snow demon wolf could react, Sha Na's second soul ring lit up again, and a phantom wolf head appeared, opening its mouth wide and directly biting at the two-headed wind snow demon wolf. The two-headed wind snow demon wolf intended to leap up to evade this attack, but unexpectedly, YeCong took action again, casually picking up a small stone and launching it, smashing it against its head. After being hit by the small stone, the wind snow demon wolf immediately fell into a state of sleep. And Sha Na's attack had also arrived. Although it woke up from the sleep, it was directly sent into a near-death state. Just as Sha Na was preparing to deliver the final blow to kill it and absorb its soul ring, YeCong intervened to stop her. He ignored the eager snow demon wolves and directly approached the Wolf King, who was barely alive. Taking out a syringe from his storage soul guide, Black Domain, and injecting the potion into the Wolf King's body. This potion was a treasure he had obtained through a lottery a few years ago, capable of enhancing a soul beast cultivation by 1/10 of its lifespan. After research by Huahaha, this potion could not yet be mass-produced on a large scale, still only yielding 1 or 2 limited potions each year. But at least it was no longer a rare addition that diminished with each use. As the potion was fully injected, the two-headed blood demon wolf began to convulse all over, and its body underwent some changes. It shrank in size, and its fur turned gray. This marked that the wind snow demon wolf, with over 9,000 years of cultivation, had now stepped into the realm of 10,000 years. Chapter 177. 10,000 years soul skill in an instant. The claws struck down, taking the life of the two-headed wind and snow demon wolf directly, and a pitch-black soul ring slowly floated out. Normally, if an ordinary soul sect were to rashly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. This is because absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring requires a more powerful physique to withstand it, as well as a strong mental power to resist the soul shock. Generally speaking, one must at least reach the Soul King level to have the mental strength capable of resisting such soul shocks. Sha Na also understood this, but she did not hesitate at all to follow YeCong's orders and directly sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. YeCong nervously observed Sha Na's physical condition while remaining vigilant against the wolf pack, preventing them from suddenly attacking her. YeCong would never send others to their deaths. He dared to let Sha Na absorb the 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th ring level, because he had made thorough preparations. On one hand, after reading the stars, Sha Na's mental power had undergone a qualitative leap. On the other hand, her already extraordinary physical quality had significantly improved due to the characteristics of the underworld. Furthermore, this two-headed wind and snow demon wolf had its cultivation forcibly enhanced by a potion. Although it had reached the half-year mark, it lacked the corresponding mental power. This made its strength superficial, with a mismatch between body and spirit, and even without external intervention, its end was near. making it difficult to produce the unique soul shock of a 10,000-year soul beast. The process of Shauna absorbing the soul ring was relatively smooth, although it was initially painful. With a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth, she soon regained her calm and slowly inhaled the soul power from the heavens and earth. To YeCong's surprise, the entire pack of snow demon wolves did not seem to have any intention of avenging their leader by attacking Shauna. Instead, their eyes showed a hint of reverence. Clearly, due to Shanna's special form and the Beast King pressure she had previously released, this pack of snow demon wolves had developed a certain misunderstanding, mistakenly thinking she was one of their kin. According to the rules of their kind, the pack had recognized Shauna, who had defeated their leader, former leader, as their new wolf king. Shauna took about half an hour to absorb the soul ring. During this time, the snow demon wolves not only made no unusual movements, but also quietly waited in place. Some even took on the responsibility of guarding, driving away other soul beasts that tried to approach. Seeing this scene, YeCong couldn't help but marvel, although he had speculated about such a situation occurring beforehand. Witnessing it firsthand still felt quite novel. As a rare 4-ring, 10,000-year soul skill, its effects and power were naturally remarkable. Hidden Snow Star Silver Dance, creating sharp ice crystals around the body, using soul power and manipulating these ice crystals to attack enemies. Upon realizing that she had inadvertently become the king of this pack of snow demon wolves, Shauna was quite surprised. After trying it out, she found that the wolves followed her commands without question. Although she was very pleased with this unexpected gain, she quickly expressed her concerns to YeCong. How to deal with such a large pack of wolves was a problem. Leaving them to fend for themselves in the forest felt inappropriate. If she brought them directly into the city, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Not to mention that snow demon wolves are fierce beasts by nature. This pack had members with at least 100 years of cultivation, and there were even 4,000-year soul beasts among them. A pack of this size would likely bring disaster even to an ordinary soul king. YeCong had already made arrangements for this. When Shauna began to absorb the soul ring, he had sent a message through the communication soul guide to the old man, asking him to make another trip to pick them up along with the pack of snow demon wolves. At that moment, Hua had just finished visiting Sea God Island and received YeCong's message on his way back. Feeling helpless, he had no choice but to make another trip to the frozen forest to bring his child back. Seeing that Shauna had managed to gather such a large group of soul beasts, he couldn't help but admire their ability to stir up trouble. During their conversation, upon learning that the people from Haotian Sect were about to attack YeCong indiscriminately, Huahaha's expression darkened slightly, and he made a note of it in his heart. It seemed that dealing with the Haotian Sect would need to be expedited. Against such unreasonable sects, there was naturally no need to reason too much. Using his 8th soul skill, Illusory World, Huahaha pulled everyone into his self-created space and returned to the underworld. In this self-created space, YeCong unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the 10,000-year soul beast, the king of the magic soul, Great White Shark, Little Bai. Upon learning the true identity of this mermaid lady, YeCong felt a surge of emotions. He never expected that his old man would act so quickly, using some unknown means to capture the most loyal servant of the sea god, and it seemed that Little Bai was willing to follow and submit to Huahaha. After understanding the situation, YeCong fell into silence for a long time. Although he had imagined Huahaha's power and diverse means to the fullest, he realized at this moment that he still seemed somewhat shallow. Every time he thought he understood Huahaha well enough, the old man would always come up with new tricks. Fortunately, the old man was on his side and had absolute loyalty to him. Otherwise, just thinking about being enemies with him was chilling. After settling the captured pack of snow demon wolves in the Sunset Forest, YeCong and Shauna did not linger in the underworld for long, preparing to return to the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, YeCong first visited his master, Ghostly Charm, his adoptive mother, Bibi Dong, and his teacher, Qin Dalu. Seeing that YeCong had surprisingly broken through a level in just a month or two, the three were somewhat astonished. YeCong recounted his experiences during the soul hunting, of course, omitting the matter involving the Haotian Sect. On one hand, he had not suffered any losses in this matter. In fact, from a certain perspective, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the conflict with those guys, they would have found it difficult to attract the entire pack of snow demon wolves. On the other hand, YeCong was not someone who liked to report to his elders. Moreover, with Huahaha already helping him, there was no need to trouble the Spirit Hall further. Chapter 178. Element City. These three titled Daw, who stand at the pinnacle of the continent, showed no airs of superiority when facing their missing junior after several months. They only expressed the concern of elders for their younger generation. After a lengthy conversation, they finally let YeCong leave. When YeCong and Shan Na returned to their residence, the night had already deepened. Before he could approach his independent villa, he noticed several figures at the gate. Naturally, those who could freely move in the Spirit Hall family area were not unidentified idlers. Upon closer inspection, YeCong recognized that these individuals were members of the current golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Unlike the original golden generation, which consisted of only 3 members, Meng Yiran's bloodline was activated due to the treasure pill she consumed, greatly enhancing her talent compared to the original timeline. Combined with the combat skills taught by her grandparents and her master, Ghostly Charm, she could be said to be on par with the male competitors of the same rank. Because of this, she defeated numerous rivals, passed many tests, and was honored to become a member of the Golden Generation. In addition, the Golden Generation also included Oscar, Yu-Yang, and Chao Shitting, all of whom became leaders of the younger generation thanks to their outstanding talent. Together with the 4 older members, they formed a small team of 7. However, the 3 younger ones had gone to bed early and were not there to welcome YeCong. Reuniting with friends was naturally lively. Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu were particularly animated, as they had grown up together with YeCong. Hulaina had even subtly confirmed her romantic relationship with YeCong. Meng Yiran was also YeCong's junior sister, and in the world of Douluo Continent, where respect for teachers is emphasized, they could be considered as siblings from different parents, although they had not been apart for long. The saying "one day apart" feels like 3 autumns seemed to apply to them. As children, they always had endless topics to discuss. YeCong personally cooked a large feast for his friends, and they gathered around to eat and chat. Including Shan Na, there were 6 of them, and they talked until dawn. Eventually, they were too lazy to leave and simply fell asleep in YeCong's large villa. They slept soundly until well past noon. Since today marked the 10,000th anniversary of the Spirit Hall's establishment, there were no scheduled activities, allowing them to freely arrange their time and activities. YeCong was not a cultivation fanatic. To him, cultivation was cultivation and life was life. There was no need to mix the two. Thus, he naturally did not engage in any cultivation during his rest time. The 3 younger members who missed the gathering last night rushed to YeCong's residence early in the morning upon hearing he was back. As soon as they entered, Oscar shouted, "Boss, this isn't fair. You clearly came back yesterday, yet you had a gathering without inviting us." He spoke while putting on a pitiful expression. Although Oscar was a genuine boy, his appearance was exceptionally delicate, especially his peach blossom eyes, which could be described as enchanting. If he dressed in women's clothing and put on some makeup, people would undoubtedly mistake him for a beautiful little girl. Despite Oscar's striking looks and his talent for acting pitiful, the others present were already accustomed to his antics and were not swayed by them. Hulaina skillfully took out a folding fan and gave Oscar a light smack on the head, saying, "All right, stop acting up. Today, I'll take you all out to have some fun." Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately stopped pretending to be pitiful and stood up excitedly. "Big sister, I knew you were the best." Chao Shitting and Yu-Yang, 2 genuine little girls, exchanged joyful glances and raised their arms, cheering for joy after hearing they could go out to play. Everyone quickly packed their bags and met at the entrance of the family compound. Thanks to the existence of storage soul guides, they didn't carry large bags, but appeared no different from usual. The group, consisting of 9 people, divided into 2 carriages and set off on their journey. Although Spirit City, being the center of the continent, could be described as economically and politically prosperous, the journey and the destination's economic status were not closely related. It was more about shifting from a place they were tired of to another place they might also grow tired of. After leaving Spirit City, their first stop was Element City, which is now under the jurisdiction of the underworld. As it was YeCong's first visit to Element City, and he had not announced his arrival, the guards at the city gate did not recognize this young master. However, that did not mean no one knew him. For example, among the personnel on duty today was a guard named Hua Zhuwei, who, being a member of the Hua family, one of the original great families of Element City, had had the fortune to see YeCong's portrait. Additionally, with the presence of the somewhat special wolf girl beside YeCong, Hua Zhuwei further confirmed YeCong's identity. He was also a small leader here and quickly arranged for his subordinates to secretly follow and protect YeCong while he himself left to report to the city lord. In fact, this so-called secret protection was somewhat unnecessary. Not to mention YeCong's various life-saving cards. Who would dare to cause trouble on the underworld's territory? Just the configuration of this team was enough to make many petty criminals think twice before acting. 6 soul ancestors, and 3 soul masters. Shan Na, being a soul master with the bloodline of the Frost Wolf King, had first-rate hearing and smell. She noticed the follower tailing them as soon as they began to track them. Originally, after reporting this to YeCong, Shan Na intended to show her claws and deal with the tailing follower directly. "Don't make a fuss." YeCong patted her shoulder and whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, someone must have recognized me. The one following us is likely sent to protect us secretly." Shan Na then sighed in relief, retracting her fighting stance. As she calmed down, her cheeks turned slightly red. After all, Element City was currently the largest sect in the world and a direct territory of the underworld. If someone dared to cause trouble here and kill indiscriminately, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of a limit Douluo. These days, having to deal with and be wary of the assassinations from the bell tower had left her with a bit of PTSD. Chapter 179, Rare Treasures Auction, Part 1. After YeCong and his group entered the city, they found an inn to temporarily store their carriage and strolled on foot through the streets. Although YeCong and his companions did not intentionally reveal their true identities, they also did not hide them. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily tell that this group of young people was either rich or noble. Moreover, with the good public order in Element City, there were no reckless ruffians or spoiled rich kids looking for trouble. Coincidentally, they happened to arrive just in time for the Rare Treasures Conference held by the Wanbao Pavilion in Element City. The Rare Treasures Conference is arguably the most prestigious auction in the entire Douluo Continent, held once every 5 years, with locations that are highly random. Only those qualified to enter are either the monarchs of a nation or renowned powerful figures. At the very least, one must possess a fortune of at least 10 million to barely secure a seat at the most ordinary level. If other auctions mainly sell luxury goods, with some involving the black market of human trafficking, then the Rare Treasures Conference claims to sell anything without fear, in addition to the common trinkets found at other auctions. Even rare treasures, self-created soul skills, and high-age soul bones are often seen. Since Wanbao Pavilion dares to organize such a high-level auction, its foundation is naturally very solid. There is a famous soul Doa who covetously attempted to forcibly seize a soul bone over 60,000 years old at the auction. But that unfortunate soul Douluo was captured on the spot, and his head was hung at the entrance of the auction. Although the threshold for the Rare Treasures Conference is high, it is not too difficult for this group, considered the top second generation in the entire continent from a certain perspective, to obtain an invitation. However, YeCong did not go to the city lord to ask for an invitation, but instead went to the recently famous Tianyan Pavilion to directly obtain a top-tier invitation. Tianyan Pavilion is a multifunctional resort restaurant that has emerged in recent years, offering bathing, dining, entertainment, and accommodation. In just a few years, it quickly captured the noble market with its novel dramas, attentive service, and various delicacies, receiving widespread acclaim from the noble class across the entire Douluo Continent, and even established several branches in the 2 major empires. However, the only complaint from the nobles is that their proud privileges have no effect within Tianyan Pavilion. There was once a noble from the Tiando Empire who, after drinking, tried to take liberties with a waitress, only to be directly warned and thrown out of the resort restaurant. Naturally, the noble was unwilling to accept this and considered revenge afterward. However, before the plan could be carried out, it abruptly ended. On the very night he gathered his subordinates to prepare for revenge, a powerful figure in black visited his residence. After a friendly conversation, the noble voluntarily gave up on his revenge plan. As for what exactly happened that night, he refused to speak of it. Tianyan Pavilion's power is closely related to its strong background, with YeCong being the behind-the-scenes owner. Since it was still early, YeCong arranged for everyone to stay in the top-tier guest room at Tianyan Pavilion to rest and recharge, as they needed to be in high spirits for the auction that evening. After dinner, they all set off together to the Rare Treasures Conference auction venue. At the entrance of the conference, several hostesses stood welcoming guests. Each of them wore glamorous and revealing clothing, creating a tantalizing allure that made the inexperienced young ones blush and lower their heads, too shy to look directly. YeCong, having been through 3 lifetimes, although still a virgin in all 3, had lived in an age of information explosion and had seen much, so he remained relatively calm in such situations. After submitting the invitation, he quickly led his companions through the grand entrance of the Rare Treasures Conference. The venue for the conference appeared quite ordinary from the outside, but upon entering, it revealed a different world. Guided by a waitress, they passed through several private rooms and soon arrived at their designated room 76. Upon entering the room, they found a 200 square meter space extravagantly decorated. The floor was laid with precious white jade bricks, covered with a blanket made from an unknown soul beast fur. Four corners of the room were supported by columns carved with exquisite floral patterns, and the walls looked as if they were wrapped in gold foil, intricately engraved with complex and gorgeous designs. At the top of the corridor, luxurious crystal chandeliers hung down, casting soft yellow light, creating a three-dimensional golden world against the backdrop of the golden walls that could dazzle anyone. The spacious sofa could accommodate more than 10 people, also covered with soft animal skins. The smooth white fur provided an exceptionally warm feeling. Sitting on it was soft and comfortable, with strong support. The coffee table was also carved from a single piece of white jade, and the tableware on it was incredibly luxurious, with fruits on the plates that even YeCong and the others could not casually enjoy. In the room, a woman dressed in a golden long dress had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that her guests were merely a group of inexperienced young children, she was momentarily taken aback, but her good professional training quickly restored her slightly artificial service smile. She bowed and greeted, "Hello, esteemed guests. I am the waitress 0973. To protect the privacy of our guests, all guests participating in the Rare Treasures Conference have their own private rooms. During the bidding process, I will assist you with the bids. You only need to state your price. All food and drinks here are free for you to enjoy. After the auction, the items will be delivered to your room immediately. You only need to settle the bill after the auction ends. The auction will start soon, so please wait a moment." YeCong and the others were somewhat seasoned and had already eaten and drunk well before coming, so they were not particularly interested in the exquisite delicacies that might be unfamiliar to ordinary people. They simply tasted a little and then stopped. Hulayina did not engage in the antics of her companions. She glanced at the waitress 0973 standing beside them, felt a stir in her heart, and invited her to sit beside her. After Hulayina pulled 0973 down to sit next to her, she cheerfully asked, "Sister, what is your name?" "Miss. You really know how to joke. My name is 0973. The girl maintained her smile, but a flash of sadness briefly appeared in her eyes, unseen by others. Chapter 180, Rare Treasures Auction, Part 2. Hulayina looked at the scene with a hint of disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't that just a string of numbers? Seiyu walked over and sat beside her to explain. Nana, Miss 0973 is not lying. They have been bought by the auction house as commoners since childhood. They're not only service staff, but also a kind of alternative auction item. After hearing her brother's explanation, Hulayina's face was filled with incredulity. Isn't this behavior equivalent to buying and selling slaves? If I remember correctly, the two great empires have prohibited the trade of slaves. What is going on here? Seiyu sighed. The rules are set by the powerful, and they naturally serve the interests of the powerful. The so-called prohibition of slave trading is merely a rhetoric to appease the common people. Moreover, the Rare Treasures Auction House does not strictly belong to either of the two great empires, so it does not have to adhere to their laws. Furthermore, this business primarily serves the nobles of those empires. Therefore, the empire turns a blind eye to such open slave trading. Hulayina widened her eyes, feeling indignant. Just as she was about to say something more, a middle-aged auctioneer with a single round glasses and dressed in a red uniform stepped onto the auction stage. On the Douluo Continent, there's an unwritten or well-established custom among various organizations. Regardless of what they do, all industries or rare treasures are classified according to the color of soul rings. This means white represents the lowest, followed by yellow, purple, black, and red, which represents the highest level. This auction clearly follows this custom, and one can easily determine from the color of the auctioneer's attire that he is the top auctioneer of the Rare Treasures Auction House. The auctioneer cleared his throat and smiled slightly. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Rare Treasures Auction. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the auction hall. It was obvious he had amplified his voice using soul power, evenly dispersing it across the entire venue. Of course, it was also possible he used a special soul guide device. I'm the auctioneer Wang Chaoxin for this auction. I believe everyone is somewhat familiar with the Rare Treasures Auction House, so I won't elaborate further. Now, let's welcome the first item for auction. As he spoke, several beautiful young girls in glamorous long dresses entered the stage holding trays from backstage. The tray was covered with a red cloth, concealing the auction item. They respectfully placed the item on the table in front of Wang Chaoxin and bowed before slowly stepping back. Wang Chaoxin pulled off the red cloth, revealing the true form of the auction item, a large ruby the size of a fist. The gem was perfectly round and transparent, clearly a top-quality treasure. Wang Chaoxin introduced, "Don't underestimate this ruby. It was crafted from the eye of a 90,000 year Old Emperor Crow. I believe you're all aware that the Emperor Crow race is nearly extinct, and few of the remaining ones have even reached 1,000 years of age. Therefore, I believe I don't need to elaborate on the value of this gem. The starting bid is 1,000 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 100 gold soul coins. YeCong subtly furrowed his brow. It was fortunate he and T released his flag spirit. Otherwise, Shimu would surely blow his top upon seeing one of his ancestors' bodies turned into a gem, although this item was of little use to him. Out of responsibility for his staff, YeCong decided to bid on the ruby as a gesture for Shimu. Thinking this, he announced a bid of 2,000 gold soul coins. The attendant 0973 hurriedly raised her paddle and used the amplified soul guide device in their box to report the price to the auctioneer. YeCong's action surprised the others. After all, he had never shown much interest in material possessions. It was indeed shocking that he actively bid for a gem today. Oscar guessed YeCong's thoughts and asked, "Boss, you're buying this gem for Shimu, right?" "Yes." YeCong note that Shimu was the first to follow me, and I have nothing to give him, so I'll get this blood gem as a gift. Boss, while your intentions are good, don't you think giving someone a gem made from a family member's corpse as a gift is a bit morbid?" Oscar commented with some exasperation. YeCong fell silent for 3 seconds and shot him a sideways glance. "Mind your own business." After saying that, he continued to participate in the bidding. Although this gem was valuable, it was not indispensable for him, and since the other distinguished guests at the auction needed to reserve money for subsequent items, the price stopped at 5,000 gold soul coins, which YeCong successfully bid for. The auction continued smoothly, but nothing else caught YeCong's interest afterward. However, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and the other younger ones attempted to bid a couple of times, but as the prices soared beyond their expectations, they also chose to give up. After all, they were not as extravagant as YeCong, who could bid 5,000 gold soul coins without batting an eye. The auction proceeded smoothly, and when the fifth auction item was presented, it finally moved away from the usual definition of luxury items. The fifth item was called the Fire-Stabilizing Pearl. It was rumored to be made from the soul bones of a 10,000-year soul beast-born in the northern glaciers, making it quite rare. It was transparent, warm, and had a unique fragrance, with remarkable effects for calming fires and dispelling evil. Meng Iran immediately became interested in this pearl, planning to buy it as a gift for Yin. As a soul master with top-tier fire and earth attributes, the best place for him to cultivate was the volcanic region. However, being human, he couldn't stay in such a harsh environment for long. He could only cultivate for 2 hours at most before needing to leave, or his body would suffer severe backlash. With the help of this fire-stabilizing pearl, he could significantly extend his cultivation time in the volcanic area. Just as Meng Iran was about to call out a bid, YeCong stopped her. "Don't rush to bid. That pearl has a problem." Before Meng Iran could question him, 0973 spoke up first. "Sir, I apologize for being presumptuous. You are indeed our esteemed guest, but you cannot casually doubt the quality of our products. If this gets out, it will greatly affect the reputation of our rare treasures auction house." YeCong was not angry. Instead, he looked at the girl with a hint of mockery in his eyes and teased. "Oh, it seems Miss 0973 has quite a bit of knowledge about these treasures. Is it really like the stories in the picture books, where Miss 0973 is actually the big boss behind the rare treasures auction house, pretending to be a little maid to understand the people's sentiments?" Chapter 181, Rare Treasure Auction, Part 3. The servant did not dare. Although YeCong's words were not heavy, they scared Ling Jiuqi into a cold sweat, and she hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Just as Xiaoyu analyzed, she was merely a slave raised by the Rare Treasure Association, a type of alternative commodity. If she really angered the master in front of her and got herself killed, he would only lose some money and it would be easily resolved. Naturally, YeCong would not be petty over such a trivial matter. He just waved his hand to signal Ling Jiuqi to return her seat and then began to analyze for his little junior sister. You should have noticed that during the auction, Wang Chaoxing was also a soul master of considerable strength, right? Yes, his strength should be on par with mine, at least at level 44. Meng Iran had been a 4-ring soul master for some time, and now her soul power had reached level 43. Meng Iran pondered for a moment and then said, "Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, his martial soul should be the auction hammer he is using." Good analysis. YeCong smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. He concealed the soul ring beneath his feet and used a special soul skill to make the auction hammer emit a soft light that enveloped the fixed fire bead, successfully hiding some flaws. YeCong was naturally skilled and proficient in the 6 great skills of the underworld, including reading stars. He had just observed the fixed fire bead through the powerful copper tree and discovered that cracks had already appeared inside it. If it were bought and used a few times, it would turn to powder. How could this happen? Meng Iran found it hard to believe. Such behavior was essentially deceiving consumers, right? What can be done? YeCong chuckled lightly and said, not to mention that once bought, it's hard to return. The fixed fire bead is undoubtedly real. The buyer's inability to see the flaws is their own problem. If they don't use it properly and it gets damaged, what does that have to do with the Rare Treasure Association? Although there were many powerful guests at the auction, it did not mean they possessed extraordinary sight. Naturally, they did not see the problems with the fixed fire bead that the Rare Treasure Association had deliberately concealed. After a tense and thrilling competition, it was bought by a mysterious strongman for 100,000 gold soul coins. The next few treasures were also quite extraordinary, including a garment made from the feathers of wind smoke birds that could enhance speed, black water refined from the saliva of swamp poisonous crocodiles that had strong corrosiveness and adhesion, and even a piece of whale glue with hundreds of years of age. Each of these treasures was a rare sight in the world, or one could say they were priceless and hard to find. Usually, if any family obtained them, they would carefully treasure them as their hidden gems. Yet now, they all appeared at the Rare Treasure Association for casual auctioning, which showed that the Rare Treasure Association was indeed a formidable force. As the items rotated in turn, the auction neared its conclusion. The penultimate grand treasure was brought to the front by the staff. Please allow me to introduce this treasure, Wang Chao Xin said with an excited smile on his face. As everyone has guessed, it is indeed a combat-type soul guide that has appeared in historical records. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in gasps and exclamations. The temperature in the auction hall seemed to rise several degrees, as if all the yang energy had been absorbed. It should be noted that in this era, the manufacturing technology of soul guides had long been lost, except for Wuhun, and what was passed down to the present were mostly life-related storage or other soul guides excavated from various ruins. Even so, each was extremely expensive and certainly not something an ordinary soul master could afford. As for attack-type soul guides like this one, selling for a sky-high price would not be surprising at all. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Huahaha hadn't produced any new soul guides recently, YeCong would have thought this thing was made by him. Wang Chao Xin continued to explain. After our tests, this soul guide has both attack and defense modes, requiring a 3-ring soul venerable or higher to activate. When fully operational, it is enough for a 3-ring soul venerable to counter a 5-ring soul king. The starting bid is 40,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid needing to be no less than 1,000 gold coins. This base price can be considered very low, even to the point where it could be said to be a giveaway. However, in the auction business, one should never assume that a low base price guarantees success. The final transaction price of each item depends on whether it is equally sought after by other competitors. If other competitors do not find it appealing, the price might only need to be raised once or twice, and then it would be over. But if other competitors also have the mindset of must have it, then the base price could easily multiply several times or even tenfold. As Wang Chao Xin finished his introduction, the whole place fell into a moment of stunned silence. But once everyone regained their composure, a surge of explosive bidding erupted. 45,000 gold soul coins, 60,000 gold soul coins, 67,000 gold soul coins. In just a few breaths, the price of this soul guide in the shape of a fist glove had tripled, reaching a terrifying 120,000 gold soul coins. Such a sky-high price left even a wealthy person like YeCong astonished, to the point where he began to consider asking Uncle Hua to make a batch of combat-type soul guides to sell for money. In the end, this combat soul guide was purchased by someone who looked like a staff member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for 200,000 gold soul coins. YeCong secretly shook his head. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was indeed financially powerful, buying it for 200,000 gold soul coins without even blinking. However, hadn't the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School recently submitted to the underworld? Logically speaking, they should have no shortage of defensive combat soul guides. Why spend extra money to buy them from outside? Could it be to divert attention? YeCong shook his head, not wanting to think too deeply. Even if there were some dirty dealings with Huahaha's strength, as long as no one was foolish enough to openly break the rules and interfere, he was invincible. Moreover, this might just be a strategy and means for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to divert attention. After all, besides the high-ranking officials of the underworld, No one knew about the submission of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, not even the spear hall. Once YeCong came back to his senses, he began to look forward to the last item, which was the grand treasure of this auction. Since the penultimate treasure had such a high profile, the final treasure, as the bottom line of this rare treasure association, would definitely not be of low prestige. Chapter 182, The 181st Rare Treasures Auction, Part 4. When the final auction item appeared before everyone, it was particularly solemn. Unlike the previous items brought up by beautiful young maidens with fair skin, this treasure was escorted to Wang Chaoxing's table by several formidable-looking soul masters. As the red cloth covering the auction item was slowly lifted, everyone clearly saw a soul bone placed on the tray. As the soul bone was revealed, a flash of greed appeared in the eyes of Wang Chaoxing and the 2 soul masters responsible for transporting the soul bone. But it was just a fleeting moment. There had once been a staff member who thought of stealing an auction item using their position. As for the consequences, let's just say that death became a luxury for that poor staff member. The wailing of that unfortunate soul lasted nearly a month before it finally ceased. Although that unfortunate soul completely disappeared, the sound of their screams seemed to linger for 3 days even after their death. After that, no other staff member dared to entertain any crooked thoughts about the auction items. After all, the treatment given by the rare treasures auction was not bad. There was no need to risk their lives for something so unrealistic. Wang Chaoxing took a deep breath, his face once again beaming with a professional smile full of enthusiasm. I believe everyone can see clearly now. Our last mysterious auction item is indeed a left-arm soul bone with a history of 14,000 years. The entire venue fell silent. The appearance of this soul bone astonished and shocked everyone far more than the previous soul guide device. No matter how powerful that soul guide device was, it could only allow a soul respect to challenge a soul king. Its value was more significant than its actual use, mainly providing some self-defense for support-type soul masters. However, the soul bone was entirely different. It was something that even a titled Douluo could continuously use. Moreover, a 10,000-year soul bone was enough to incite a bloody war between 2 small nations, especially for those veteran soul Douluos stuck at levels 89 for many years. The desire was even more intense. If they could absorb the soul bone, they might directly break through to the titled Dalu realm. This unparalleled treasure was almost unguarded, which stirred the greed of many people, wanting to snatch it directly. But just as they had this thought, a seemingly indifferent voice echoed in their ears, accompanied by a faint but terrifying pressure. Clearly, there was a title-level powerhouse guarding this place. Those who had been harboring crooked thoughts immediately quieted down. Indeed, how could such a treasure appear without any precautions? The terrifying power behind the rare treasures auction was unimaginable. It was feared that this title Doa on the surface was merely a visible powerhouse. There might well be another title Doa secretly guarding here. No one wanted to be caught, as an example, becoming the chicken used to warn the monkeys. The auction continued, and Wang Chaoxing seemed unaware that a conflict had quietly settled. He continued enthusiastically introducing. This soul bone was obtained by our ancestor after defeating an opponent in their youth. According to our ancestor, this soul bone comes from an extremely rare mutated soul beast, the Phantom Spider. You esteemed guests, coming from various top powers, must have heard of this soul beast. Once born, the Phantom Spider is destined to become the ruler of the Spider Clan. Even soul beasts of far greater age than it can only flee and cannot resist once marked as prey. It was precisely because of this unique characteristic that only soul masters with spider-type martial souls could safely absorb this soul bone. And the soul skill was fixed as 1,000 spiders, 10,000 poisons blade, which could devour toxins to gradually enhance its own power. The ancestor had conducted multiple experiments, and anyone other than spider-type soul masters who attempted to forcibly absorb this soul bone suffered powerful and terrifying backlash without exception. Due to the special nature of this soul bone, the starting price was 1 gold soul coin, with no requirements for bidding increments. Although Wang Chaoxing had made it clear that the limitations of this soul bone were significant, it did not hinder people's enthusiasm for wanting to bid on this treasure. They all harbored a sense of luck, thinking, what if they were the exception? Even if it didn't work out, they could use this soul bone to trade with other major powers for a soul bone of equal value. YeCong suddenly spoke up. Xiao Shitting, this soul bone matches you quite well. Do you want it? Huh? Xiao Shitting expressed that she came out this time just to follow the holy sun to broaden her horizons and never expected the topic to suddenly turn to herself, leaving her a bit dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure and repeatedly waved her hands to politely decline. No, no, this is too precious. Joking. In such a short time, this soul bone had already skyrocketed to 360,000 gold soul coins. Even selling herself wouldn't be enough. Well, now she was a disciple of the Pope, so if she really had to sell, the price should be a bit higher than before. Before she could finish her sentence, Oscar cheerfully leaned over, putting his arm around her shoulder. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The boss is willing to splurge for once. Besides, it's not easy to find a soul bone so suitable for you. This opportunity is clearly something rare. Moreover, as the Holy Son, we will probably be working for him in the future, so we can just pay him back slowly. Hulaina unceremoniously lifted him away from Chao Shitting. Don't be so handsy. There are differences between men and women, you know? Then she turned to Chao Shitting and said, Oscar has a point. Besides, you need to become strong enough to help your uncle and aunt take revenge in the future, right? After her friend's persuasion, Chao Shitting no longer hesitated. She stood up, solemnly bowing to YeCong. Thank you, Holy Son. From now on, whatever you command, I, Chao Shitting, will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Good. YeCong nodded, raising his chin to signal Ling Juqi to be ready to raise the bidding sign. Then he announced his price, 400,000 gold soul coins. This price was indeed high, even equivalent to the annual tax revenue of some small towns. Compared to a 10,000-year soul bone, it was still far from enough. Sure enough, the next second, someone bid a higher price, pushing YeCong's offer down. YeCong had naturally anticipated this and continued to bid calmly. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. As the price kept climbing, fewer and fewer people participated in the competition. In the end, only a handful remained persistent. The price quickly broke through the million mark, and Chao Shitting was frightened by this terrifying number, wanting to persuade YeCong to give up. Chapter 183. Time year after a general competition, YeCong finally acquired this soul bone for the price of 27 million. As the saint son of two major factions and the owner of a top-tier resort hotel, this 27 million, although a considerable sum, was not enough to cause significant harm to him. After completing the paperwork and paying the money, he left the door of the Rare Treasures Association with the soul bone wrapped in layers. Since acquiring this treasure, apart from YeCong, who managed to maintain a calm mindset, everyone else was on edge, especially Oscar, who regarded everyone as a potential villain. In fact, there was no need to be so tense. YeCong smiled and comforted everyone, stating that theoretically, no one in Element City would dare commit murder for treasure. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the headquarters of the underworld was not stationed within Element City as the nominal main city of the underworld, its status was entirely comparable to that of Martial Soul City and Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile City. Moreover, Hohaha had explicitly stated that the use of force and random fighting within the city was prohibited. If someone truly wanted to fight, there were dedicated arenas in the city center for soul masters to battle. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, even a titled Douluo would likely face death. While they were on their way back to Tianyan Mansion, YeCong suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself in a particularly remote and eerie place. Looking around at the familiar yet strange environment, he quickly realized the situation based on his knowledge of Douluo Continent. He was undoubtedly dragged into a hallucination by that unfortunate time year. TSK, what a hassle. I didn't expect to be caught off guard on my own turf. YeCong helplessly rubbed his forehead, but since he was already here, he thought to himself, let me see what my greatest fear is deep down that I don't even know about. As he delved deeper, he finally recognized that this eerie place was not just one location, but a combination of two places. The first scene that came into view was the spirit courtyard from his past life. Once as a child, he and Yen had watched helplessly as their parents were torn apart by several powerful evil spirits. This had become a nightmare for him, causing him to often awaken in terror even as he grew older. It was also the fundamental reason for his obsession with the cultivation of the Shadow Master form. Now that the old scene was being replayed, an unnamed rage surged within him. With a shift of the scene, the other side revealed the ruins of the Martial Soul Hall, where soldiers from the two great empires were fighting over and dividing spoils. Elders, offerings, and his friends were nailed to crosses, while Tang Sect and his group, as victors, stood proudly at the highest point, pointing out the world. These two scenes represented his deep-seated shadows and pains from the past, and his fears and worries for the future, with both appearing simultaneously, beneath YeCong's seemingly calm exterior. A storm was brewing. YeCong's character was actually very good. He usually advocated for peace unless facing an evil soul master. However, the current situation ignited his true anger. If he didn't tear the instigator of this chaos to pieces, it would be hard for him to quell the rage in his heart. But upon reflection, although Time Year hadn't harmed innocent people like those evil soul masters, he had committed numerous acts of senseless slaughter. Strictly speaking, he could also be classified as an evil soul master. Relying on the uniqueness of his martial soul, he found it difficult to leave evidence after killing people, thus evading justice for a long time. Now, driven by greed to kill and seize treasures, he had just run into YeCong theoretically. After falling for Time Year's trick, YeCong should have experienced this pain from first-person perspective and even sunk into it. Fortunately, he had completely subdued and refined his dark personality. This allowed him to break free from the constraints and observe the hallucination from a third-person perspective. All right, very good. YeCong gritted his teeth and revealed a chilling smile. Time Year, since you dare play this way, I will definitely accompany you for some fun. Zuolang, use mind shock to give this old man a shock. Although theoretically, Time Year was quite innocent. All he could do was outline the target's greatest fear using his soul skill. Even with his current soul sage cultivation, he could not know what the target saw. However, this did not prevent YeCong from holding a grudge against him and placing him on his kill list. As YeCong suddenly clenched his right hand, a terrifying and eerie figure emerged behind him. With a wave of powerful mental energy, the surrounding environment shattered like a mirage. As the hallucination was dispelled, YeCong finally returned to the real world. He looked around and found that they had unknowingly arrived in a very remote alley. The others had their eyes closed, breathing heavily, their faces showing expressions of pain and struggle. Some were angry, some were sad, and some were fearful. Clearly, they were immersed in their painful memories. YeCong breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his friends were at least not in serious trouble. Once he had assessed the situation, he calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "To be able to unknowingly trap us in a hallucination, this kind of skill must only be achievable by Lord Time Year, who possesses the dreaming martial soul on this continent." An old man with a shadowy expression slowly walked out. Your insights and reactions are quite impressive. It seems you are indeed a genius. But unfortunately, what I enjoy the most is to crush these geniuses in their cradle. Clearly, Time Year did not recognize YeCong. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious. Although the widespread availability of newspapers had broadened the channels for information on the Douluo Continent, and people's knowledge had greatly improved, it did not mean that everyone knew YeCong was the saint son of the martial soul hall. As for how YeCong dispelled the hallucination, that peculiar creature named Zhuolan acted as YeCong's martial soul. After all, compared to the low-key YeCong, that master's reputation was well known. The boy before him might also possess a special detached beast martial soul. YeCong did not explain much to him. He simply asked casually, "Lord Time Year, aren't you afraid of punishment and retribution for so openly violating the laws of Element City?" "Ha ha ha, little boy. You're indeed naive." Time Year seemed to have heard the biggest joke, perhaps because he was about to acquire a high-quality soul bone, which made him happy. So he explained a bit. "Let us not mention that even if I kill you, they have no evidence to trouble me. Just saying, the strongest among you little kids is only you, a 4-ring soul zone. Though powerful, it is not worth my trouble as a dignified soul sage to deal with a bunch of irrelevant ants like you." YeCong was speechless. How should he put it? This old man had quite the imagination. His self-righteous conclusions might be effective in other factions' territories, but unfortunately, this was the underworld. If someone were to be inexplicably murdered, even an ordinary person, the underworld would investigate thoroughly. As for the lack of evidence, the old man never needed that to kill a knight. Chapter 184. Evil Soul Bone Refining. After Xinian explained everything, he was ready to send YeCong on his way with satisfaction. However, just as he raised his hand to cast a soul skill, a sharp wind blade suddenly appeared and severed his arm. The incident happened so abruptly that Xinian momentarily couldn't react. It wasn't until the pain from his severed arm hit him that he fully awoke. Xinian, with a face full of terror, fell to the ground, clutching his arm where the forearm had been lost, screaming like a slaughtered pig. YeCong, unable to dodge in time, was drenched in the spurting blood. "Oh dear, I can't let you act against the young master. Otherwise, if Lord Fu gets angry, I might not be able to bear the consequences." As she spoke, a voluptuous, graceful woman in green attire descended from the air, holding a green sword and smiling. She was Feng Yun, the head of the Feng family and the current lord of Element City. After absorbing the left arm bone of the wind-shredding cloud from tens of thousands of years ago and cultivating the soul core training method improved by Huahaha, which was provided by Song Qianqian, she had officially reached the rank of title Dalu, becoming the first among the 3 family heads to achieve this level. Feng Yun's previously unstable position as the family head had completely stabilized after her breakthrough to title Dalu. In reality, Feng Yun was not a member of the Feng family by blood. It was merely a coincidence that her martial soul was of the wind attribute. If it weren't for her wind attribute martial soul, she wouldn't even qualify to represent the family. Unlike the Shui family, which has always been a matriarchal clan with female family heads in every generation, the Feng and Hua families, like many others on the continent, are patrilineal. The previous family head of the Feng family was Feng Hongba, Feng Yun's husband, who passed away a few years ago when their child was still young. At that time, the younger generation of the clan had not yet matured, so before his death, he entrusted the clan's power to his second strongest subordinate, his wife Feng Yun. While the elders of the clan were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to relent due to Feng Yun's formidable strength. Although those elders did not openly express their grievances, they often acted against her wishes. Especially recently, when Feng Yun surrendered to the underworld without consulting the elders, it incited their furious anger, and they nearly stripped her of her position. This farce only calmed down after Feng Yun became a title Dalu. YeCong took out a handkerchief and disdainfully wiped the blood off his face, then complained, "Sister Feng, your timing to intervene is really spot on. If you had been even a moment slower, I might have really been killed by that old geezer." Young master, Xinian, hearing their conversation, was stunned and wanted to cry without tears. He never expected that the seemingly talented, rich second generation he casually targeted would actually be the young master of the underworld. If he had known this information earlier, even if he had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, he absolutely wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on this person. He wanted to plead for mercy, but Feng Yun would not give him that chance. With a flourish of her martial soul, the swift wind sword, a terrifying sword energy shot out, directly piercing Xinian. But to everyone's surprise, YeCong suddenly took action, deploying the flag demon, Emerald Honghu, before Feng Yun and saving Xinian just before he passed away, allowing him to cling to life and remain in a near-death state. Feng Yun looked back at YeCong with a puzzled expression. "Young master, what are you doing?" YeCong didn't elaborate, only vaguely stating, "This guy is still useful while alive. He can't just die like this." Seeing that YeCong was unwilling to say more, Feng Yun had no choice but to let it go. She had only recently been promoted to elder after her breakthrough to title Dalu, while YeCong was truly the prince with real power. She had no authority to interfere with his decisions. After a brief exchange, Feng Yun complied and led the other 7 children, excluding YeCong, back to the Lord's mansion. The interference from the nightmare had ceased when Xinian was severely injured, and Hulaina and Shana, the 2 strongest in mental power, were the first to awaken. After learning the details, they felt a wave of fear. Originally, the 2 wanted to act alongside YeCong, but what he was about to do was highly confidential, and he didn't want anyone to know, at least for the time being. So after some comforting words, Hulaina and Shana agreed to follow Feng Yun to the Lord's mansion to rest. After watching everyone leave, YeCong grabbed the barely alive Xinian and stuffed him into the Black Domain, then headed straight to the underground barrier of Tianyan Mansion. On the surface, Tianyan Mansion was merely the largest chain resort hotel on the Douluo Continent. But in reality, it was an extremely terrifying intelligence agency belonging to the underworld's dark guards. The underground headquarters of Tianyan Mansion in Element City was even more extraordinary, protected by a magical array personally arranged by Huahaha, who had expended vast amounts of rare materials. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this underground barrier had been severed from this world, existing in an independent space. Once YeCong entered the barrier, he threw Xinian out like a dead dog. Then, he began to recall the various alchemical magical materials stored in this space and started drawing the magic array. His magical talent was not very high. Compared to the newly discovered magical genius Zhu Ling, he couldn't even compare to Qian Rengshu and Hulaina. As the top disciple whom Huahaha had invested the most effort in teaching, he only knew a few basic spells that could be performed by anyone with hands. However, he had successfully inherited one of Huahaha's ultimate spells, Evil Soul Bone Refining. This spell was entirely deserving of the words evil, dark magic. Even though Huahaha held Zhu Ling in high regard and opened up almost all magical materials to her, He never taught her this particular spell, because if it were to circulate outside, it would definitely cause a terrifying upheaval in the entire Soul Master community. The principle of evil soul bone refining is to use the Soul Master's martial soul as a carrier, injecting all their blood, flesh essence, and soul power into it, thus forming a powerful soul bone. Because there are beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, and elemental martial souls among soul masters, the soul bones produced by this method are quite unique, offering more varieties and choices. In theory, even those with god-level martial souls could also serve as materials for refining soul bones. It is precisely because of this evil method of refining that once it spreads widely, many deranged nobles would take innocent commoners to refine soul bones, enhancing their own strength. Maintaining a magic array of this level also consumes a terrifying amount of soul power. Even though YeCong's soul power was many times stronger than that of soul masters at the same level, he still found it somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, he always carried many recovery sausages provided by Oscar to replenish his soul power, which barely ensured his endurance. As the ground became soaked with sweat, this long and exhausting magical ritual finally reached its conclusion. The light at the center of the magic array converged, and two brilliantly glowing head soul bones fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. YeCong let out a sigh of relief. Such a huge expenditure left him completely drained, lying flat on the ground for a long time before recovering. He stood up and walked to the center of the magic array to carefully pick up the two soul bones and inspect them. One of the lower age soul bones is called the illusory wisdom skull. According to the normal plot development, Xinian died at the hands of the destined child Tang Sect because he wanted to eliminate the genius in advance to avoid trouble for his academy's battle team. This soul bone, originally belonging to him, was later absorbed by Ning Rongrong. The other soul bone, which is over 50,000 years old and produced by Xinian, is called the Remnant Dream. Since Xinian is a quite powerful spiritual type soul master, this led to the absorption of all his essence. And the soul bone formed from his martial soul became an unparalleled treasure that all spiritual type soul masters long for but cannot obtain. YeCong did not rush to absorb it. In his view, these two soul bones could only reach their maximum value when they fell into the hands of suitable owners. Chapter 185, City of Slaughter 1. Do you want to go to the City of Slaughter for training? No, I absolutely do not agree. The voice of Pope Bibi Dong echoed in the inner hall of the Spirit Hall. Today, just like any other day, Bibi Dong was handling administrative matters in her office when a guard reported that the Holy Son, YeCong, had come to see her. Initially, Bibi Dong was quite happy to hear that her beloved godson was visiting. However, that happiness did not last long. After exchanging pleasantries, YeCong directly got to the point and made a request to go to the City of Slaughter for training. Bibi Dong felt a headache coming on. She could not understand why YeCong suddenly wanted to go to that dreadful place for trials. Others might not know, but as one of the 8 slaughter gods who came out of the City of Slaughter, Bibi Dong was all too aware of how disgusting that place was. The City of Slaughter, to put it nicely, is a so-called paradise for villains, a haven for evil. But to put it bluntly, it is a large prison that suppresses the most heinous criminals of the entire continent. If one could survive and walk out of the City of Slaughter, they would naturally gain immense benefits, but the premise is that one must be able to get out. Too many young prodigies have wanted to complete all the trials of the City of Slaughter to obtain the Slaughter God domain, but almost all have failed. In thousands of years, only 8 slaughter gods have emerged. The City of Slaughter is so dangerous not only because it is filled with ruthless criminals, but mainly because one cannot use any soul rings or the soul skills they grant. This means that even a title Dalu, when in the City of Slaughter, is like a lion stripped of its teeth and claws, merely possessing a body that is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. In such an environment, experience in martial arts and combat, as well as self-created soul skills, become particularly important. Although, strictly speaking, YeCong did not lack these qualities as a mother. Bibi Dong naturally did not want her beloved godson to take risks in such a perilous place, especially since there was currently no significant pressure from the outside world. YeCong, while easygoing, was known to be famously stubborn among those who truly understood him. Once he made up his mind about something, it was as if 8 oxen could not pull him back. To ensure that she could better persuade YeCong to change his mind, Bibi Dong immediately sent someone to summon Dalu, who was at the offering hall, and Guai Mei, who was on vacation. If it weren't for the fact that Huahaha was too far from the Spirit Hall and also a key figure of another major power, making it inappropriate for him to attend an internal meeting of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would have even wanted to invite the old man as well. Bibi Dong continued to persuade, saying if you want to hone yourself, you can go to the Death Canyon. You can also achieve self-improvement there. Qian Dalu nodded in agreement, saying, I understand your urgent desire for that slaughter god domain. It is indeed a powerful trump card. However, you're still a bit too weak right now. It would be better to wait until you obtain your 5th soul ring before going. YeCong scratched his head and explained to the 2 elders, Mom. While the Death Canyon is indeed not bad, it ultimately allows for a retreat, and if danger truly arises, there are elders who can come to rescue. But the City of Slaughter is different. Once you enter, you only have 2 options: fight your way out or die inside. The sense of crisis and oppression from these 2 choices is completely different, and I believe the final outcome will also be vastly different. As for my 5th soul ring, he looked at Qian Dalu and said, my main purpose for going to the City of Slaughter, besides wanting to gain that slaughter god domain, is to make the 10-headed fiery sun serpent at the end of the Hell Road my 5th soul ring. You mean that creature? Is it even possible? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. As one of the slaughter gods who had fought her way out of the City of Slaughter, she had indeed seen that big guy. However, if her memory served her right, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent did not seem to be a soul beast. Of course it is. YeCong smiled slightly and shifted the responsibility onto Hua. Uncle Hua once told me that although the 10-headed fiery sun serpent is not a soul beast, it is a primordial exotic species. It produces a treasure pill within its body, which can be refined just like a soul ring. And you also know that my method of absorbing soul rings is different from that of ordinary people, so it should be fine. Bibi Dong was momentarily at a loss for words, and she could only cough lightly, signaling Gay made to think of a way to continue persuading YeCong. Gue Mei came back to his senses and looked at YeCong, saying, Zonger, can you tell me why you were so eager to go to the City of Slaughter? Bibi Dong felt a surge of anxiety in her heart. She initially wanted Gue Mei to find a way to dissuade YeCong, but now Gue Mei's tone seemed off. Just as she was about to say something, Qian Dalu stopped her with a look. Qian Dalu used his soul power to transmit a message. Don't rush. It would be better to understand what little YeCong is planning before prescribing a remedy. YeCong hesitated for a moment and said, half-truthfully, Uncle Hua once briefly observed a glimpse of the future, and in the future, the entire Douluo Continent will face a terrifying crisis, and even a divine war might break out. I can only maximize my strength to successfully resolve this disaster. YeCong's words made Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu exchange glances, and they both frowned in unison. They did not doubt Uncle Hua's predictions about the future. After all, based on current observations, the methods exhibited by this Hua were unfathomable, and it did not seem difficult to believe that he could see the future. However, what kind of disaster could make even someone so close to divine existence feel worried? It should be noted that the Spirit Hall is destined to have Qian Rinxue become the angel god in the future. Besides that, YeCong would also inherit a divine position, and Bibi Dong had a great chance to create her own divine position to become a powerful figure. Even so, could they not cope with future crises? It is also referred to as a divine war. Could it be that some evil god will descend to wreak havoc on the world? Bibi Dong suddenly recalled that Hua had once told her about the hidden settings of the City of Slaughter, and combined with YeCong's insistence on going there, she had a vague guess. Perhaps that apocalyptic disaster would have intricate connections with the City of Slaughter. If that were the case, could it be that the Rakshasa god was planning something? While she was still pondering this matter, Gue Mei nodded and said, if Lord Hua agrees, then you can go with peace of mind. But remember to protect yourself. Hui Mei. Bibi Dong was furious. She had intended for Gue Mei to dissuade YeCong, but now he had directly agreed to YeCong's unreasonable request. Gue Mei stood up and respectfully bowed deeply to Bibi Dong, saying, Your Holiness the Pope, forgive my rudeness. But who do you think is stronger, you or Lord Hua? I'm not as good as him. Bibi Dong coldly snorted, her expression unfriendly. There was no shame in admitting this. As an unparalleled powerhouse, even Qian Dalu, who was of the same level, was lacking compared to him. Moreover, Bibi Dong had not yet reached the level of a limit Douluo. Gue Mei bowed again and said, Lord Hua values Zonger as much as we do. Since he has already agreed to let Zonger go to the City of Slaughter for training, he must have also made full preparations. YeCong also promptly took out the scapegoat that Hua had prepared for him a long time ago to show everyone. After confirming that these dead scarecrows were not suppressed by the special environment of the City of Slaughter, like the tokens that stored the 9th soul ring of the title Douluo, Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to let YeCong go to the City of Slaughter. However, before that, she made Gue Mei sign a military order. If YeCong could not return safely, he would face severe punishment. Chapter 186, City of Slaughter, Part 2. YeCong followed Bibi Dong to a very remote small town. This place was located at the border of two great empires, and to some extent, it could be considered a no-man's land. As soon as he entered the town, YeCong felt a chill sweep over him. It wasn't because of the drop in temperature, but rather because the town was filled with an atmosphere of death, or rather, every person there seemed to be wrapped in a layer of a chilling aura that demanded respect. Even before entering the continent, it was already like this. YeCong couldn't imagine how chaotic and terrifying it would be in the true City of Slaughter. As per the usual custom, 2 Bloody Marys, please. Bibi Dong, dressed in a black robe, pushed open the door of a tavern. YeCong closely followed behind her, and as soon as he entered, a foul stench hit him in the face, causing him to instinctively frown. It was a strange mixture of low-quality alcohol, sweat, blood, and the smell of decaying bodies, which was nauseating to a certain extent. YeCong waved his hand in front of his nose while carefully examining the tavern's decor. The entire tavern was black, with only a small amount of red as decoration. Although it was still daytime outside, the tavern appeared extremely eerie and frightening. There were quite a few people inside, but since no one was speaking, it felt quiet. Although Bibi Dong was wearing a black robe, she did not deliberately hide her appearance, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. Among the desperate individuals present, there was greed and wicked desire, but that was as far as it went. No one dared to be the first to act as the scapegoat. Elderly people, women, and children were indeed some vulnerable groups, especially when these vulnerable individuals were dressed lavishly and possessed striking beauty, making them irresistible to any desperate person. However, in a place where survival meant licking blades, the vulnerable groups living comfortably were either fearless newcomers who had not yet experienced the harshness of society, or they were powerful individuals themselves, or at the very least, had a significant figure backing them. The first 2 types were clearly the latter. The desperate individuals here were merely bad, but not foolish. No one was willing to play the fool and act as the one to scout for others without knowing the situation first. The bartender was momentarily taken aback, wanting to ask more, but upon sensing Bibi Dong's terrifying aura, he wisely shut his mouth, lowered his head, and hurried to serve. Before long, the bartender brought over 2 cups of murky liquid. The liquid was dark red and emitted a strong, fishy smell. YeCong, being quite knowledgeable, quickly deduced that this drink was made from human blood. Unlike Bibi Dong, who drank her Bloody Mary in one gulp, YeCong picked up the goblet, examined it, and then cheerfully approached the bartender. "Hey, is this Bloody Mary genuine?" The bartender was somewhat confused, but he still forced a serviceable smile and said, "Sir, are you joking? How could a tavern owner like me sell you fake alcohol?" "Oh." YeCong pretended to taste it, and the next second, with a very healthy smile, he splashed the entire cup of Bloody Mary onto the bartender's face. "I don't drink red wine." The bartender's face momentarily lost its composure. As the gatekeeper of the first entrance to the City of Slaughter, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Not to mention his considerable strength and his influential status in this special environment. Who dared to insult him when trying to enter the City of Slaughter? "Kill him, and I will allow you to enter the City of Slaughter." The bartender roared in anger. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who had been watching the show, suddenly had their eyes light up. They stood up, activated their martial spirits, and all were eager to take action for the first kill. They had been living here for quite a long time, dreaming of entering the City of Slaughter, but had been unable to even enter through the main gate for various reasons. Although Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised by YeCong's bold move, she had no intention of intervening, quietly watching the drama unfold. If YeCong couldn't handle such a small scene, then there was no need for him to enter the nearly lifeless and deadly City of Slaughter. "Hey, do you want to bully the weak? Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person." YeCong didn't even turn around. A swirl of dark green gas emanated from him, and the soul beast transformed into flags materialized around him. Inside the tavern, apart from the mother and son and the bartender, there were about 40 to 50 people. Although all of them had at least 3 rings of cultivation and were the strongest present, with a few soul kings among them, they were still not enough to face YeCong, who could single-handedly form an army. Shimu was the first to act, his sharp claws crushing the head of the leading soul master, while the ear-piercing scream caused some weaker individuals to bleed from their orifices. The other main flag spirits naturally did not fall behind. The wind blades generated by Xiaofeng turned one unfortunate soul into a skeleton, stripping them of flesh and blood entirely. Zhongsu floated in midair, surrounded by terrifying lightning, directly turning nearby enemies into charred remains, as if entering a no-man's land. Zhou methods were the most bizarre. Enemies struck by him seemed to vanish completely, turning into ashes without even a scream, as if they had never existed in the world at all. The tavern was filled with screams, and in no time, everyone inside had been slaughtered, leaving only the bartender, Bibi Dong, YeCong, and 3 living individuals still standing. Throughout this process, YeCong showed no signs of mercy or hesitation. To borrow a phrase from someone, everyone who came here, including himself, was on a path to death. YeCong smiled at the bartender, lightly tapping his palm with the soul-suppressing hammer, his smile kind. "Sir, will you choose to obediently open the door, or should I crush you to death first and then open it myself?" The bartender looked at YeCong and the host of vengeful spirits behind him, his face turning pale as he gulped hard, not daring to say anything more, and quickly opened a secret passage door leading to the city of slaughter beneath the bar. As the door opened, a cold wind blew up from a deep hole. "Well done." Bibi Dong smiled and applauded. "It seems you've adapted here. I'll be waiting for your victorious news." YeCong nodded confidently. "Don't worry, Mom. I guarantee that in less than 2 years, I will kill my way through the entire system and come back out." After bidding farewell to each other, YeCong slowly walked into the deep, black hole-like passage. However, before entering, he casually smashed the unfortunate bartender's head into pieces with a hammer. This long passage was as dark as ink, as if it had swallowed all light. But for YeCong, this posed no significant trouble. In fact, it was a great advantage. As the Night Watchman, he would thrive in the darkness. In the darkness. After about 2,000 meters, a cold voice suddenly echoed. "Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the city of hell, a world filled with slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire, at the cost of your life." Chapter 187, City of Slaughter, Part 3. After walking a few dozen steps and turning a corner, YeCong faintly saw a light ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was an open doorway. On the other side of the doorway, there was a breath of life. He continued to stride forward, but as he exited the passage, 101 people suddenly appeared, blocking his way. All of these individuals were dressed in black armor, their faces completely concealed by helmets. The leader sat atop a tall warhorse, which was also covered in thick black armor. The other 100 held heavy swords, forming a formation that surrounded YeCong. They were clearly well-trained soldiers. "Stop, outsider. You have violated the rules," the one on horseback commanded in a deep, cold voice that sounded almost unnatural. YeCong was in a good mood and wanted to toy with this guy a bit, so he smiled and said, "Oh dear, what should I do now?" The black-armored knight ignored YeCong's teasing tone and continued in an icy voice, "Defeat me, and you will earn the qualification to enter the city of slaughter. Otherwise, you will die here." As he spoke, the knight slowly raised the long lance in his hand, and the black-armored soldiers beside YeCong gradually retreated, clearing a space for the confrontation. "TSK, how boring. Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" YeCong quipped, while also preparing for battle. The black-armored knight didn't waste words. His warhorse suddenly accelerated, and the long lance pointed straight at YeCong, charging forward with a fierce aura. YeCong had sensed that his soul rings seemed to be sealed the moment he entered the dark passage, and he was unable to summon any of his spirit beasts. However, fortunately, his soul power was unaffected, and he could still easily perform the techniques he had created. "Si ultimate technique, Café Shadow." YeCong instantly transformed into a phantom, effortlessly dodging the knight's thrust. At the same time, he swiftly executed the in-hand from the 6 ultimate techniques, directly using clever strength to forcibly seize the nearly 4-meter-long knight's lance and throw it aside. Then he stepped forward, exerting force with his foot, and unleashed the 5 directions tremor, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider web, with his landing point as the center. This powerful shockwave directly knocked the black-armored knight off his horse, sending him crashing to the ground. "Goodbye," YeCong said, gripping the soul-cleansing hammer and preparing to smash the knight's head open. Wait. Faced with impending death, the black-armored knight no longer dared to act arrogantly and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "What? Do you have any last words?" The soul-cleansing hammer stopped just above the knight's scalp as YeCong teased. "You have passed my test and earned the qualification to enter the city of slaughter," the black-armored knight quickly said, as if fearing that a delay would lead to his demise. He couldn't believe that the young spirit master in front of him was so powerful, capable of killing him in an instant. As he spoke, the black-armored knight struggled to sit up and took out a black token, handing it to YeCong. The token was engraved with a skull and bore the number 9,430. The black-armored knight presented the token with both hands, his tone quite respectful. This is your proof of entry to the city of slaughter. Please enter. Someone will guide you at the city gate. YeCong took the black token and shook it. TSK, you should have shown this earlier instead of taking a beating. After saying this, he turned and left. Although he didn't mind killing a few more bugs, this was someone else's territory. Causing trouble and breaking rules would ultimately reflect poorly. The pitch-black city gate gave an extremely oppressive feeling, with the words City of Slaughter hanging prominently above. In front of the gate, 2 rows of black-armored soldiers stood silently. Before YeCong could show his identity token, a woman with a masked face stepped out from inside. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. The woman's voice was pleasant as she stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Inside the city was a world of blue and purple hues. The streetlights on either side emitted only these 2 colors. YeCong was somewhat surprised to see that there were quite a few people here. No one paid attention to him as an outsider. Everything seemed so dark, yet at first glance, it didn't seem much different from an ordinary city. I am your guide. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. For 12 hours, I will answer all your inquiries. After 12 hours, this will be your home, and you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. YeCong nodded. What are the rules of the City of Slaughter? Although he had a good understanding of the City of Slaughter, he wanted to confirm with someone in charge to ensure his memory was correct. The masked girl calmly replied, the rule here is that there are no rules. As a member of the City of Slaughter, you can do anything you want. Even if a titled Douluo from the outside world comes here, they will become weaker due to the loss of their spirit skills. Under the rule of the King of Slaughter, we have no need to fear them. In the City of Slaughter, as long as you have enough power, you can do anything you wish. However, I must remind you that precisely because there are no rules, you may face deadly dangers at any time. In a sense, this is a paradise of sin. You may have misunderstood my meaning. YeCong shook his head. What I really want to know is what conditions must be met to leave the City of Slaughter. The masked girl looked at YeCong with a hint of surprise, but calmly explained. There is only one way to leave the City of Slaughter. You must achieve 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field and win the championship. Only then will you gain the qualification to challenge the Hell Road and escape the City of Slaughter. Those who achieve this will be bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter has been established for over 1,000 years, and there have been a total of 8 gods of slaughter. YeCong nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the girl's words. He was certain that there were exaggerated elements involved. After all, there were only 2.5 gods of slaughter in existence today, Bibi Dong, Tang Hao, and that half-dead current king of slaughter, Tang Chun. If it was said that there were only 5 gods of slaughter in the past few hundred to 1,000 years, it could only mean that the previous eras were quite lacking. The masked girl continued, in the City of Slaughter, there is no currency. All food and drink are provided for free. Of course, some may be poisonous. Here, the dead are the most valuable. Each person will use the number of skulls they possess as a symbol of strength. The blood and skulls obtained from personally slaying opponents can be exchanged for other items. YeCong nodded, finding it somewhat interesting and consistent with his preconceived notions of this place. All right, since I'm not doing anything, how about you take me to the Hell Killing Field for a tour? YeCong smiled slightly. The masked girl was taken aback. Are you sure? The number of people who can walk out of there alive is less than 1 in 10. That is also the place where our population in the City of Slaughter decreases the most. Each person is only required to enter the Hell Killing Field once a year. As long as they can survive 1 battle, they can live another year in the City of Slaughter. YeCong simulate. Going to the Hell Killing Field doesn't mean I want to compete. Is it not allowed for other spectators to watch the competition? Not really. The girl in black gauze was also taken aback. She didn't expect YeCong to have such a novel way of thinking. I was presumptuous. Please follow me. The girl in black gauze walked toward the city, maintaining a steady pace, always staying half a step ahead of YeCong. Chapter 188. City of Slaughter, Part 4. YeCong walked leisurely beside the girl in black gauze, surveying his surroundings and carefully observing the local customs and conditions. On their way to the hellish slaughter arena, they encountered several residents of the area. YeCong noticed that most of the people here seemed to be in a half-alive state. There seemed to be no flesh on their bodies. And if it weren't for the skin covering them, one might easily mistake them for skeletons. This was not due to practicing some special evil soul master's technique. This group of living skeletons was weak in both blood and vitality. To put it bluntly, a single fire could easily burn them away. A gust of wind could blow them away. Given their appearance, they seemed like they could drop dead at any moment. It's truly remarkable that they could survive in such a chaotic and disorderly place. The girl in black gauze seemed to sense YeCong's thoughts and patiently explained, not everyone needs to undergo the baptism of the hellish slaughter arena. After all, the death rate there is too high. Besides experiencing a battle in the hellish slaughter arena each year, there is another way to survive in the city of slaughter by contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. Strictly speaking, you are currently in the outer city of the city of slaughter, which is not the true city of slaughter. Only the inner city is the place where there are no rules. Those who are barely surviving by contributing Bloody Mary can only operate in the outer city, where random killings are not permitted. Only those warriors who survive in the hellish slaughter arena have the qualification to live in the inner city. Of course, the pleasures available there are greater than outside, but they also face the constant threat of death. Faced with YeCong's young and strong physique, the old corpses around him showed looks of envy and greed. However, upon seeing the girl in black gauze, they all fled as quickly as mice fleeing from a cat. YeCong joked, "I didn't expect you to have such authority here. I never thought someone as impressive as you would actually come to be a guide. It's quite a surprise." In response to YeCong's teasing, the girl in black gauze showed no emotional reaction. She simply replied calmly, "I have served by the side of His Majesty for many years and have been recognized. With His grace, I can exceptionally use soul techniques." This took YeCong by surprise. As far as he knew, there were indeed some individuals in the city of slaughter who could exceptionally use soul techniques. However, they were part of a law enforcement team made up of a titled Dalu and several soul Daluos. He might not have expected that this seemingly ordinary girl in black gauze also had this privilege, though it was unclear if she was a member of the law enforcement team. As for why such a high-ranking individual was acting as a guide and explainer for a newcomer like him, it was undoubtedly because the king of slaughter sent his personal maid due to the favor he owed to YeCong's foster mother, who held the title of god of slaughter. Others certainly wouldn't have such privilege. The outer city was not small. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived in front of City Wall. From his observations along the way, YeCong had gained a simple understanding of the environment in the outer city of the city of slaughter. On both sides of the street were simple black stone houses, and there were only a few places designated for eating where many people were lined up waiting for food distribution. It felt as if they were just slightly better off than beggars. As for the so-called paradise of sin, it simply did not exist. The reason was simple. In this fallen world, the law of the jungle was taken to the extreme. The winners take all, and the weak can only become food for the strong. Evildoers are also ranked, and only truly powerful evildoers can enjoy themselves in this depraved paradise. As for useless waste, they have no right to enjoy anything. Compared to the outer walls of the city of slaughter, this city wall was not very high, with the highest point only about 10 meters. Clearly, beyond this wall lay the inner city of the city of slaughter. At this moment, the city gate was wide open, with no guards present. The girl in black gauze stopped and turned to face YeCong. The inner city does not need guards. Anyone from the outer city who has the courage can enter at any time. Of course, once inside, they must endure the uncertainties of that world. Since you just arrived in the city of slaughter, I suggest you live in the outer city for a while. Once you adapt to everything here, it would be better to enter the inner city. Though YeCong couldn't see her expression, he could sense her seriousness. He nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, but I feel there is no need to waste my time in the outer city. If that's the case, please do not leave my side by more than 5 meters once we enter the inner city, or I cannot guarantee your safety. You are in a newcomer protection period for 12 hours after entering this world. Having me by your side is the best protection for your life. After this time, your fate will be in the hands of heaven." After saying this, the girl in black gauze stepped into the inner city, and YeCong naturally followed closely behind. However, as soon as he stepped into the inner city, YeCong immediately felt an atmosphere completely different from that of the outer city. If the outer city was a dead and indifferent world, then the inner city was a luxurious and chaotic world. Various colorful lights were everywhere, and the population in the inner city was much greater than in the outer city, contrasting sharply with the quietness of the latter. The inner city was extremely chaotic. There were loud bursts of laughter, painful cries, and many horrifying sounds everywhere. The inner city could indeed be described as a city of luxury or decadence. Just as the girl in black gauze had said, with her by his side, although there were many unfriendly glances directed at him, no one approached to harass him. Robbery, murder, and rape. These illegal acts that were frowned upon in other places were commonplace here, forming the main theme of this world. Everyone openly released their desires without reservation. With the triple impact on his vision, smell, and hearing, YeCong, who prided himself on being cold-blooded and ruthless in battle, felt dizzy and nauseous at this moment, having to repeatedly chant a calming mantra to soothe his emotions. In this city of slaughter, there was no need to deliberately control. Murderous intent surged up continuously. It seemed that only through killing could one release the pent-up resentment within. To some extent, this could be considered a blatant scheme. If one did not participate in killing, the resentment accumulating in their heart would gradually drive them insane. Conversely, if one vented their resentment through killing, they might temporarily clear negative emotions, but it would only be a temporary relief. Over time, the more one struggled in this quagmire, the deeper they would sink, unless they could truly leave this place. Suddenly, YeCong felt a malicious wind behind him and realized someone was attempting a sneak attack. Just as he was about to act, the girl in black gauze moved first. With a gentle wave of her frail hand, she directly seized the throat of a woman wielding 2 daggers. "You've crossed the line." The girl in black gauze's voice was as cold as ice, and as she spoke, she directly drained the life out of the woman, who didn't even have time to scream. That wasn't all. After absorbing her, the girl in black gauze lightly lifted a corner of her veil and licked her fingers as if savoring a delicious delicacy. Originally slightly dismissive of the girl, YeCong was now drenched in cold sweat after witnessing this scene. I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary maid, who appears to rely on selling her looks to gain the favor of the King of Slaughter, would have such abilities. Indeed, in this city of slaughter, where danger lurks everywhere, one should never underestimate any opponent. The saying goes, even a fierce tiger uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. YeCong maliciously speculated in his heart. Could this woman be a vampire? She probably has reached an age of 70 or 80, and now maintains her youthful appearance of 20 by absorbing fresh blood. The actions of the girl in the black veil thoroughly shocked many villains who held on to lucky thoughts. No one dared to provoke her anymore, and they hurriedly left. The Hell Slaughter Arena is located in the very center of the city of Slaughter. The architecture is circular, or more accurately, an irregular cone shape. The base has the largest area, and it narrows as it goes up. Only at about 30 meters above the ground does it maintain the same diameter, extending upward until it reaches 50 meters. Others may not be aware, but YeCong knows that the Hell Slaughter Arena is the exit of this city of slaughter. Behind it connects to a passage known as the Road of Death. After passing through that road, one can leave this so-called paradise of decadence, which is truly a hellish prison. Chapter 189, Outside World. YeCong went to the city of Slaughter for training, but the world would not stop for him. That year, the supreme battle team of the first sect on the continent, the Underworld, emerged and defeated many teams in major soul-fighting arenas across the continent. Among them was a girl with the martial soul of Blue Silvergrass, who broke the prejudice against waste martial souls with her powerful strength and exquisite use of her martial soul, privately earning the title of Blue Silver Empress. That year, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, along with the supreme battle team of the Underworld, went to the legendary Sea God Island for training. If they could successfully complete their training and return with great achievements, they would undoubtedly become the strongest of the younger generation. This marked the first public cooperation between the 2 top forces on the continent, stirring quite a commotion throughout the Douluo Continent. That year, the Underworld suddenly dispatched strong members of their sect to directly attack the ancestral land of the former first sect, the Haotian Sect, seemingly aiming to completely swallow it up. This day was the annual ceremony for the Haotian Sect, organized for the young children of the sect to awaken their martial souls. Except for Tang Yuehua, all direct descendants gathered in the main hall of the sect to witness this solemn scene. The Haotian Sect had been living in a state of extreme frustration over the years. First, they were forced into the deep mountains and forests by the Spirit Hall. But after just a few days of peace, due to Tang Hao causing trouble, the Spirit Hall struck again, leading the Haotian Sect to pay a heavy price to quell the situation, even losing the nominal position of the first sect in the world. Soon after, the Underworld emerged with overwhelming force, not only directly subjugating the 4 major affiliated families originally belonging to the Haotian Sect, but also occupying the position of the first sect in the world that originally belonged to the Haotian Sect. Fortunately, the 5 remaining elders of the sect still had some backbone, feeling ashamed and striving to improve. After relentless efforts in cultivation, including the sect leader Tang Xiao, the Haotian Sect now had 6 titled Douluos, surpassing their former high-end combat power. With such combat strength, they could once be regarded as the undisputed first sect in the world of the former Douluo Continent. However, it was unfortunate that the times had changed, and they did not know that with the flickering of the ominous star above, a catastrophic disaster was silently descending. Currently, Every martial soul awakening ceremony of the Haotian sect was particularly important. After all, no matter how hard the older generation worked, their talents were limited. Thus, they could only hope that the new generation would produce a few geniuses to reverse the current predicament of the Haotian sect. If they could awaken a genius like Tang Chun or Tang Hao in this martial soul awakening ceremony, then the Haotian sect would immediately turn the tide, and perhaps even replace the spirit hall. The first child stepped onto the awakening formation for the martial soul awakening ceremony, and the awakened martial soul was naturally the Haotian Hammer. Next was the awakening of innate soul power. As he placed his hand on it, the crystal lit up halfway. The person in charge of the awakening announced loudly, Tang Feng, martial soul, Haotian Hammer, innate soul power level 5. The awakening ceremony continued as the children took turns proceeding with the process, first awakening their martial souls, then their innate soul power. Dandan, Maso Sao, Haotian Hammer, innate soul power level 6. Tang Ziwe, martial soul, Haotian Hammer, innate soul power level 4. Tang Guansong, martial soul, Haotian Hammer, innate soul power level 8. Due to that great calamity, the Haotian sect had suffered significant damage. In such a large sect family, the number of age-appropriate children awakening their martial souls was now very few. This awakening ceremony soon approached its end. Looking at the results of the awakening, Elder 5 felt somewhat disappointed, shaking his head and sighing. Indeed, one generation is worse than the last. Although there were some decent children in this awakening ceremony, the highest innate soul power was only level 8, which could not even compare to the former Haotian twins, let alone reach the level of ancestor Tang Chun. The most hot-tempered among the elder group, Elder 7, sneered. If it weren't for that scoundrel Tang Hao causing trouble everywhere, would we be in this situation? His resentment and hatred towards Tang Hao in the spirit hall were the deepest, as his only son had died in that battle. After experiencing that battle, his bloodline was completely severed. Seeing that the flames of war were about to reach his precious younger brother, Tang Xiao hurriedly changed the subject. Uncle 5. There's no need to be so disheartened. That child Guansong also has the potential to be a title Dalu. With good training, he might surpass me. The sect leader Tang praised. Your vision is commendable, old man. But unfortunately, this boy may not have that opportunity. Just as the high-ranking members of the Haotian sect were chatting, a voice directly interrupted them. Who? Everyone was both surprised and angry, quickly turning to see which reckless person dared to speak so arrogantly. For people strolled into the main hall as if taking a leisurely walk. Behind them stood statues, each with rich expressions of confusion, anger, or terror, every one of them lifelike. Elder 3's expression was uncertain, and combining it with the forcibly petrified clansman, he solemnly addressed the green-haired, charming youth who spoke. You are Dugabo. White, young Woody, you're here too. These 4 were the backbone of the underworld, known as Young Woody, who could break 10,000 laws with one shot. Dugabo, the Poison Dalu, Song Chanqian, the Scorpion Dalu, and Feng Yun, a recently promoted God-Wind Dalu. Yang Wudi glanced at his former employer with a calm voice. I am here on the orders of the Palace Master to subdue you all. Traitor, villain, rebel. Elder 7, already hot-tempered, was furious to see former servants daring to come and bite the hand that fed them, and he immediately summoned his martial soul to prepare for a fight. Elder 7, wait. Tang Xiao quickly stopped Tang Yuan. At this moment, the new forces of the Haotian sect were all present. If both sides really started fighting, these children would undoubtedly face certain death. His face darkened as if water could drip from it, and he slowly said, from your words, does it mean the underworld intends to take action against our Haotian sect? Song Chanqian coldly laughed and took over the conversation. How fresh. We are not here to cause trouble. Could it be that we are here as guests? If you are here as guests, our Haotian sect naturally welcomes you warmly. But if you have some delusional dreams, our Haotian sect is not something that just anyone can bully. The second elder calmly looked at them and slowly spoke. Elder 7 exclaimed, Second brother, why waste words with them? They are merely a group of lackeys of the Spirit Hall, and moreover, they currently have only 3 titled Duluos and 1 soul Dalu. Is our entire Haotian sect afraid of them? Chapter 190, The Destruction of Haotian Sect, Part 1. Dugu Bo smiled slightly. First, although our underworld has a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, it has never been a subordinate relationship. The saying goes, you can eat haphazardly, but you can't talk haphazardly. If you provoke the lord of the underworld and he gets angry, the consequences that follow will definitely not be what you want to see. Second, who told you that only the 4 of us came here? As he spoke, He pointed to the sky with his left hand, and a green soul power ball gathered at his fingertips, then broke through the ceiling and exploded in midair. At the foot of Haotian Sect, there were already 4 uniquely dressed titled Douluos waiting. An old man with a long beard wearing a bamboo hat, a seductive woman in revealing clothing, a shrewd businessman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a fat monk with an exposed chest. They arrived earlier than Douluo, Feng Yun, Song Qianqian, and Yang Wudi, and their task was not only to clear the peripheral minions, but also to quickly deploy the soul fusion skill after receiving the signal, placing a debuff on the entire Haotian Sect. As soon as they saw the signal flare, the 4 heirs of Wang Qi, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately understood. Brothers, it's time to get to work. They were positioned in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions of Haotian Sect and instantly summoned their martial souls. Accompanied by hand seals, from massive flags rose to cover the sky, and a total of 36 soul rings slowly fused together. The green flag swayed, howling like a ghost. The red flag stood tall, killing without mercy. The white flag swayed, swallowing mountains and rivers. The black flag stood tall, sealing life and death. With my hand's flag, summon the power of death, death barrier. As the last syllable fell, a translucent gray-black barrier, like an inverted bowl, slowly unfolded, enveloping the entire Haotian Sect. Logically speaking, the 4 of them were at most rank 92, and it was impossible to support such a large-scale soul fusion skill. But the key was that they had magical items specially prepared by Huahaha, which maximized the effect and range of this soul fusion. With the activation of this powerful soul fusion skills domain, everyone in the Haotian Sect felt a terrifying pressure and restrictions imposed on them. Not only did they feel their strengths, such as power, spirit, and soul power, decline, but even soul masters below the rank of soul saint found their martial souls sealed. Tang Xiao and the elders looked grim. Even they, as titled Douluos, clearly felt their strength drop by at least 10%. Realizing the change in their situation, Tang Xiao's face turned pale. He didn't expect the opponents to come prepared. Douluo ignored the fury of the 6 titled Douluos from Haotian Sect and casually took out a scroll, throwing it towards the group of children participating in a martial soul awakening. The Lord of the Underworld doesn't like to involve innocent people like some do. Before the final conclusion comes out, please let these children stay in a safe place. Stop! Tang Xiao shouted in alarm, instantly summoning his martial soul and stepping forward to try to stop it. But Yang Wudi was faster than him, blocking his way with his spear. Tang Xiao, if you want to go past, you should first ask my spear if it agrees. In that brief delay, the magic scroll had already unfolded, activating a high-level magic, Earthball Prison. These children had just awakened their martial souls and had never seen such a scene. They all huddled together in fear. Centered around the magic scroll, the surrounding earth and stone were instantly drawn in, and the children were gradually enclosed within an earthball, which then slowly rose into the air. After this commotion, the originally magnificent Haotian Sect Hall had become a ruin, with only a few people still standing there. Yang Wudi's eyes sparkled with combat intent. Old poison, as we agreed on the way, Tang Xiao belongs to me, and the rest you could distribute among yourselves. Saying this, the broken soul spear in his hand swung like a giant python, and then he lightly tapped the ground, charging at Tang Xiao. With no choice, Tang Xiao had to fight back. In his view, no matter how strong Yang Wudi was, he was just a soul Douluo, and as a 97th level super Douluo, even if his strength was weakened, defeating him should be easy. After dealing with Yang Wudi, he could then save those children, which was not too late. As the saying goes, an expert can tell the difference with a single move. After the two sides clashed, Tang Xiao found that he had underestimated Yang Wudi. Though Yang Wudi was currently only at peak 89th level Soul Douluo, he could completely crush a strong attack titled Douluo in terms of combat power. The quality of the Broken Soul Spear was not inferior to the Haotian Hammer. In fact, in some respects, the Broken Soul Spear was even slightly better than the Haotian Hammer. If it weren't for the limitation that the Broken Soul Spear could only be cultivated to the rank of Soul Douluo, and if it weren't for the fact that several decades ago, Haotian Sect had produced a monstrous figure like Tang Chun who made others dare not claim supremacy, it was uncertain who would hold the title of the #1 weapon martial soul. Yang Wudi easily deflected Tang Xiao's attack and sneered. Tang dog, did you not eat? Why is your strength so little? In the face of the insult, Tang Xiao did not get angry. He calmly replied, Senior Yang, I know that you harbor resentment against us Haotian Sect because of past events, but the source of all tragedies is that evil spirit hall. Why can't we sit down and talk? Yang Wudi angrily interrupted Tang Xiao, shouting, I talked to your grandmother's leg. Want to have a good talk with me? Fine. First return the lives of my broken clan sons. As he spoke, the attack from his spear became even more fierce. Tang Xiao frowned slightly. Senior Yang, you should know that the underworld is probably not a good thing either. Their relationship with the spear hall is quite extraordinary. Oof. If you can only say these 2 sentences, it's better to save your breath. After blocking the Haotian Hammer, Yang Wudi coldly thrust out a spear. The spirit hall is indeed detestable, but I and they are ultimately just enemies on the battlefield. The truly disgusting ones are you bugs from Haotian Sect. First scheming against your own kin, then betraying your trust, and finally directly abandoning those sons who fought for you on the front lines while you hide like rats in the deep mountains. Shut up, Elder 7 shouted angrily. You were originally our Haotian Sect's subsidiary clan. It is only right to fight on the front lines and shed your last drop of blood for us. Now, not only do you not show gratitude for us not pursuing your betrayal, but you dare to rely on others to attack Haotian Sect. You truly do not know the meaning of death. Today, I will clean up the door. As he spoke with a swing of the Haotian Hammer, he released blazing flames all over his body, intending to assist Tang Xiao in killing Yang Wudi. A wall of wind suddenly appeared to block his path. The fierce wind on the wall like sharp blades, ready to punish anyone who dared to force their way through. Accompanying it was a woman's taunt. Oh dear, in a big forest there are all kinds of birds. In the deep sea, there are all kinds of fish. Clearly, you got yourself into a heap of trouble. Let others help you clean up the mess, and then abandon them, and now you dare to turn around and bite back. Is it an honor for others to fight for you? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Elder 7 had no choice but to stop his steps, squinting slightly at Feng Yun. Who are you? Feng Yun brandished the clear wind sword in her hand, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Elder 7's face. Although she wore a smile, her tone was very cold. I am Feng Yun, a 92nd level god Wind Douluo. I ask for your guidance, Senior. Chapter 191. The Fall of the Haotian Sect, Part 2. The remaining 4 elders of the Haotian Sect were each blocked by Douluo and Song Qianqian. After years of extraordinary cultivation, they had all reached the level of 95th rank Super Douluo. The gap between each rank of title Douluo was immense, especially starting from the 95th rank. Douluo, in particular, had shed his snake skin and transformed into a dragon. With all their advantages combined, taking on 2 opponents was naturally not a problem. 2 of you, since you were just standing around, why not spar with this old man? Douluo summoned his martial spirit embodiment, standing with his hands behind his back on top of the head of the emerald line poison dragon, smiling at the 2nd and 3rd elders. The 2nd elder's face turned red with anger, as the 2nd strongest member of the Haotian Sect after the sect master. He was now being provoked by a title Douluo whom he had looked down upon since the latter was still a soul Douluo, and to top it off, it was a 1-against-2 situation. How could he not be furious? Douluo, how arrogant you are. You think you can challenge both of us alone? Do you think you're Tang Hao? Douluo's smile gradually turned dangerous. Let us see if you can back up your words. Are you 2 just going to talk? As he spoke, his 8th and 9th soul rings simultaneously flickered. 8th soul skill, time freeze. 9th soul skill, emerald line divine light. These 2 powerful soul skills, one mainly for control and the other for attack, made the 2 elders feel as if their awareness was being slowed down, sensing something was wrong. Fortunately, they were both titled Douluos. They forcibly summoned their martial spirits and activated a defensive soul skill called Haotian's Bodyguard to barely withstand Douluo's first wave of attack. On the other side, Song Qianqian also transformed into a gigantic fire cloud scorpion, directly blocking the 4th and 5th elders. However, she was not as polite as Douluo. Due to her past life, she harbored intense hatred for the Haotian Sect. Now that they met, it was like seeing an enemy, and her eyes were filled with a strong, killing intent. Old dog, today I will take your lives. As she spoke, the red long tail behind her split into 2, transforming into streaks of light that pierced towards the chests of the 2 elders. The 2 elders secretly groaned, struggling to defend against Song Qianqian's attack, while racking their brains to remember if they had offended this crazed woman at some point. After thinking for a while with no results, they could only throw the blame onto the reclusive Tang Hao. Yes, it must be this troublemaker who inadvertently involved this madwoman's family during one of his escapades, causing her to hate the Haotian Sect so deeply. Although the number of titled Douluos on the Haotian Sect side was greater, In terms of quality, they were far inferior to the underworld. Young Wudi, who was sent by the underworld, along with these titled Douluos, not only had a much more solid soul power than the Haotian Sect's titled Douluos, but each of them also possessed at least 110,000 year soul bone. Additionally, apart from the Medusa's skull bow obtained while hunting for his 8th soul ring, Huahaha had also gifted him a piece of boundless poison bone that could multiply his own poison attributes. This greatly enhanced his strength as a poison master. In contrast, besides Tang Xiao, who had a legacy soul bone, the other elders did not possess such treasures to enhance their strength. Moreover, they were currently afflicted with debuffs. Even if they had a numerical advantage and possessed the exquisite self-created soul skill Haotian 9 extremes, they were still at a disadvantage against the underworld's heroes, who also possessed 6 great ultimate skills. In the constant clashes, they quickly fell into a losing position. Tang Xiao attempted to use the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique, but Yang Wudi, being a former elder of the Haotian Sect, was quite familiar with this most basic Haotian Sect ultimate skill. The essence of the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique was that each successive strike was stronger than the last, achieved through continuous layering. When reaching 81 strikes, it was said to be capable of splitting the heavens and shattering the earth. However, this was always just boastfulness, and Yang Wudi would not give him the chance to layer it. Every time Tang Xiao executed the technique, he was forcefully interrupted by Yang Wudi using the second soul skill of the soul-breaking gun. The Haotian Sect had 3 ultimate skills: the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique, which all direct descendants could learn; the Haotian 9 extremes, which would be learned by elders or direct disciples; and the Great Sumera Hammer, which was only passed down to the sect master and heir. Yang Wudi easily blocked Tang Xiao's attacks, sneering, "Tang Dog, after fighting for so long, isn't it time to end the warm-up? If you don't use your family's Great Sumera Hammer technique soon, you might really die under my gun." Tang Xiao set the li good one. While the Great Sumera Hammer technique was incredibly powerful, its essence, the exploding ring, was a double-edged sword that harmed the user as much as the enemy. If he couldn't kill the opponent after detonating the rings, the one suffering would be himself. However, seeing that the elders were basically at a disadvantage and being forced to retreat step by step, he could no longer care about the consequences. He gritted his teeth and detonated all his soul rings. The exploded soul rings transformed into pure energy, rushing towards the Haotian Hammer. In that instant, his strength, which had been stuck at 97 for many years, surged to nearly 98. He needed to quickly eliminate Yang Wudi before dealing with the other invaders. Now, this is getting interesting. Facing the enhanced Haotian Hammer, Yang Wudi felt no fear. On the contrary, his battle intent burned even more fiercely. As he tightened his grip on the long spear, the 10,000 year soul ring that did not come with a martial spirit was finally lit up. Shatter. This soul skill was somewhat similar to the exploding ring, with a possibility of self-harm. The effect of shatter was quite random, like flipping a coin. When triggered, there was a chance to directly shatter the opponent's martial spirit, inflicting severe injuries. Conversely, if luck was not on their side, their own martial spirit would shatter instead. To avoid Yang Wudi being backfired, Huahaha had prepared in advance a special blessing called Jester's Favor. This technique could greatly enhance the luck of the recipient. It was no exaggeration to say that someone granted this blessing could play Russian roulette, and even with 6 bullets, they would still be lucky enough to jam the revolver. With the blessing of the luck god, Yang Wudi smoothly triggered the special effect of his soul skill. With a loud crash, both of them were sent flying. Tang Xiao knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. The scene was quite pitiful. His once proud martial spirit, the Haotian Hammer, was now covered in cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. If it weren't for the significant disparity in strength between him and Yang Wudi, he would have likely shattered his martial spirit due to the accumulated damage. In this state, if he were to shatter his martial spirit, he would truly become a waste. For ordinary people, if their martial spirit shattered, they would just need to recuperate for a while, and at most, spend some time and rare treasures to rely on soul ring memories to recondense and repair their martial spirits. Similarly, even the past sect masters of the Haotian Sect could recover after using the exploding ring as long as their martial spirits remained intact, given enough time. The soul rings and martial spirits were interdependent. If both were destroyed, there would be no chance of recovery. Although Tang Xiao managed to barely hold onto his martial spirit without shattering it through his powerful soul power, he paid a price. He not only lost the possibility of breaking through to 98, but also, even after recovering from his injuries, his soul power would drop at least 1 level. It may even drop below level 95. Chapter 192. The downfall of the Haotian Sect, Part 2, compared to Tang Xiao. Yang Wudi's situation was completely the opposite. Aside from his clothes being torn and ragged from the clash of soul power, he seemed to be unharmed. He rested the broken soul spear on his shoulder and walked slowly in front of Tang Xiao, looking at him with a half-smile. Tang dog, you're not doing so well. You. Tang Xiao could hardly believe his eyes. Just as he was about to ask, he felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the stones in front of him. Yang Wudi touched the now turned to ash scarecrow hidden in his chest and sighed with relief. I almost met my end here, but fortunately, I had the treasure bestowed by the lord of the mansion. Although Yang Wudi's combat power was astonishing, it was impossible for him to take a full-force attack from a level 98 title Dalu of the assault system without injury. Moreover, the path he chose was one of abandoning all defense and speed, solely pursuing extreme attack and destructive power. Under such circumstances, he became someone with overwhelming combat power, but also extremely vulnerable to death. The reason he was still standing here, full of life, was thanks to the scarecrow given by Haha, which had absorbed a fatal blow for him. Yang Wudi rubbed his chin. Let me think. If I remember correctly, the Haotian Sect has 3 pieces of inherited soul bones. The right arm bone and the left leg bone were taken by that dog Tang Hao. So, you should have 1 left arm bone, right? As he spoke, he thrust the broken soul spear forward, and with a swift downward motion, he directly severed Tang Xiao's left arm. Tang Xiao's shrill scream echoed throughout the Haotian Sect, and then his vision went dark, and he fainted. Yang Wudi shattered Tang Xiao's severed arm with his soul power, revealing a soul bone within it, the 6,000-year-old evil spirit Orca left arm bone. This was brought back by Tang Chun when he returned from Sea God Island. Tang Xiao was already heavily injured, and now losing an arm was a disaster for a martial soul like the Haotian Hammer that required strength. In other words, unless Tang Xiao could gain the favor of a deity to change his situation, he was already crippled. Yang Wudi no longer paid attention to the unconscious Tang Xiao, but temporarily stored the soul bone in the soul island and turned to look at his 3 companions who were still engaged in fierce battle. Old Poison, you're not doing so well, still unable to deal with those 2 old geezers after such a long time. Do you need my help? Because of Yang Wudi, Dugabo, Yiren, and the others were all experts in pharmacology and often collaborated on research, gradually becoming close friends. Now seeing Dugabo unable to defeat his opponent for so long, Yang Wudi couldn't help but tease him. Dugabo said fiercely, "Stop talking nonsense, old goat. Come help me out and finish this quickly." You're actually begging me. Yang Wudi, usually serious, unexpectedly started joking. However, his actions did not hesitate. He raised the broken soul spear, found the right angle, and then threw it fiercely at the heart of the second elder. The holy white tiger, right arm bone, soul bone skill activated. Sacred judgment. The broken soul spear instantly transformed into a sharp javelin, piercing through the air straight toward the second elder's heart. The second elder, being a level 94 title Dalu, sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged. However, even without Dugobo's specific restrictions, it was impossible for him to easily escape the lock of sacred judgment. Pulp, bang! The dignified second elder of the Haotian Sect was instantly pierced through, nailed to the already ruined wall of the Haotian Sect like a piece of tattered cloth. After flailing his limbs a couple of times, he fell down completely dead. Second brother, although Tang Xiao had also suffered a crushing defeat earlier, he still had a breath left, allowing the elders to maintain their composure. But now, seeing the second elder being nailed to death, the remaining elders were shocked. This was a battle among titled Duluos, and any slight mistake could lead to a fatal flaw. Following that, with several more cries of pain, the remaining 4 elders also suffered defeats. Third elder was turned into a stone statue by Dugu Bo's Medusa's gaze. Fourth elder rapidly turned to ashes under the effect of the corruption poison. Fifth elder was directly bisected by the terrifying scorpion tail, with his upper body still crawling in pain. Seventh elder had the worst fate, having all 4 limbs severed and could only twist and crawl on the ground like a bug. As for why Feng Yun was so ruthless, it was simply because the 7th elder had been too mouthy, continuously insulting Feng Yun and the Feng family during the battle. Naturally, Feng Yun could no longer endure it, and after multiple warnings went unheeded, she turned the unfortunate 7th elder into a human stick. In contrast, Tang Xiao had become the least injured among this group of people. He slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing the scene before him, his vision darkened, and he almost fainted again. Tang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. You bunch of beasts! How dare you humiliate my Haotian sect like this? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Ha ha! Yang Wudi seemed to have heard something amusing and burst into laughter. When your Haotian sect caused a catastrophe, abandoning us 4 clans to survive alone, letting our family's disciples quell the wrath of the Spirit Hall with their blood and lives. Where was the retribution then? When that dog Tang, how innocently slaughtered innocent civilians. Where was the retribution? How come now that your Haotian sect has become the weak side, you suddenly speak of retribution? Tang Xiao was momentarily speechless, but he quickly roared again. Don't be so smug. My grandfather Tang Chun is only undergoing the divine test, and when he returns, you all, along with the so-called underworld, will perish, becoming a god? I'm so scared. Song Chanqian sneered. It's been so many years, and he still hasn't made sound. Are you so sure he can successfully complete the divine test? Besides, you don't really think that the so-called Haotian sect holds any significance in his heart, do you? You talk nonsense. The 7th elder, who had already been turned into a human stick, shouted angrily. The old sect master established the Haotian sect's reputation, and his feeling for the sect should not be casually dismissed by you. It seems your filter is really heavy. I wonder if you know the love and hate of the former 3-limit Douluos? Song Chanqian glanced at everyone, then recounted the widely sung love story of the future Douluo Continent. Of course, it was an artistically processed version. In summary, that's how it is. His pursuit of the path to godhood was not to make the Haotian sect great again or to surpass the Spirit Hall, but merely for a woman. Of course, as a human, one always has emotions and desires. No matter how the process unfolds, as long as the final result is good, there is no problem. Moreover, his situation only shows that Tang Chun was a person who valued emotions and righteousness. Look at the current situation. Once called the magnificent Haotian sect, Radiant Battle Soul Hammer, the #1 sect in the world has fallen to this state. First, they were forced to retreat to their ancestral land by the Spirit Hall and had to seal the sect, and now they are facing the fate of being swallowed by our underworld. With such a big commotion, I think everyone on the continent should know about it. But where's your old ancestor? To him, flying together with his beloved woman is the truth. The Haotian sect is merely a one-sided affair. Feng Yun's expression was a bit strange. Why did she feel like she was becoming the villain? She nervously touched her nose, then calmed her mind and put on a composed and calm demeanor again. Chapter 193, The Fall of the Haotian Sect, and, alright, now that the battle has been decided, it's time to announce the results. Dugabo also felt something was off and quickly silenced Song Chanqian, who still wanted to say something. He first lifted the petrification on everyone, then ordered Tang Xiao to gather all the disciples of the Haotian sect in the now ruined main hall of the sect. Naturally, Tang Xiao refused. He still wanted to resist. However, Dugabo's words extinguished any thoughts of rebellion. Sect Master Tang, I advise you to follow my instructions. If you obediently accept our incorporation, the Haotian sect can retain a flicker of hope. Otherwise, what awaits you is complete annihilation. Tang Xiao struggled to stand up, glancing at the scene, feeling even more desolate. All the elders except for Elder 7 had perished. To be precise, Elder 7 was in a worse state than being dead. His limbs were severed, and even his tongue had been torn out after he continued to curse following his defeat. Although Tang Xiao had a million unwilling thoughts in his heart, he was outmatched and had no choice but to lower his head. If the underworld truly wanted to annihilate the Haotian sect, they could have done it directly. For the sake of the sect's continuation, he could only comply. Everyone from the Haotian sect was anxious. They were already aware that the sect had been attacked by powerful foes. Previously, they had either been petrified or had their martial souls sealed. Now, they were gathered on the mountain, and a very ominous premonition filled their hearts. When they saw their revered sect master severely injured and the elders lying peacefully on the ground, chaos erupted among them. However, this turmoil quickly subsided under the pressure of a tidal low-level presence. Once everyone was gathered, Dugabo directly announced the defeat of the Haotian sect and its subsequent belonging to the underworld. He amplified his voice with soul power to ensure that every disciple of the Haotian sect could hear him. Although those disciples had already guessed something upon seeing the tragic state of their sect master and elders, they still found it hard to believe this news. Many of the spirited members of the Haotian sect widened their eyes in anger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We are born of the Haotian sect and will die as its ghosts. I will never surrender to you. Indeed, every member of the Haotian sect was a man of honor, preferring to die standing rather than live kneeling. With a leader emerging, The crowd, which had already calmed down, erupted into chaos again. Everyone raised their fists in righteous indignation, denouncing the enemies who invaded their Haotian sect. Douluo Bo did not delve deeper. His snake-like eyes coldly scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto a few instigators, a chilling smile creeping across his face. He slowly said, 1, 2, 3, 4. You few are quite impressive, full of spirit. I suppose you haven't tarnished the Haotian sect's reputation. Tang Xiao felt a chill at Douluo Bo's cold smile and wanted to loudly stop his clansmen from resisting, but his mouth had been sealed, and he could not make any sound, only staring wide-eyed as tears fell like beans. Facing Douluo Bo's praise, those few leaders proudly puffed out their chests. Of course, the mighty Haotian sect, the shining battle soul hammer. We, the disciples of the Haotian sect, will never be weaker than anyone else, nor will we submit to anyone. Well, that makes sense. Douluo Bo nodded. Since that is the case, I'll grant you your wish. Take your pride and arrogance to reunite with your ancestors. As he spoke, he lightly flicked his fingers, and several dark green pillars of light instantly turned those leaders into blood and water. After handling all this, Douluo Bo appeared unfazed as he surveyed the crowd again, his tone surprisingly gentle. Does anyone have any opinions? Feel free to express them. I will do my best to help you all resolve them. Before coming here, the lord of the mansion had instructed him to win people over with courtesy, ideally convincing the Haotian sect to willingly submit to the underworld. However, after witnessing Douluo Bo's brutal methods, who would dare to speak out? It was feared that Douluo Bo's so-called resolution would be to eliminate anyone who raised an issue. After the previous events, the once spirited disciples of the Haotian sect were now like cold water poured over their heads, no longer daring to make sound. Many were frightened to the point of tears, trying to curl up and hide in the crowd to reduce their presence. Douluo Bo was very pleased with this situation. Hohaha had developed different strategies for subduing the original top 3 sects, one pulling in, one beating, and one killing. The 7-treasure glazed tile school had already been drawn in. The blue electric tyrant dragon sect only needed to send a strong person to inflict some pain, and they could naturally be subdued. Only for the Haotian sect, this family, which could still be considered the original children of destiny, had to be dealt with ruthlessly. Only by making them feel pain or sustaining significant injuries could they ensure that they would not turn against them in future battles. To be honest, in the initial plan, Hohaha intended to completely annihilate the Haotian sect to fundamentally eliminate the possibility of betrayal. However, Hohaha was too kind during the day, ultimately softening his heart. After changing strategies, the current policy was established. All those above Soul Sage level were to be executed as unstable factors. Those below Soul Sage level with good talent were given the 3-corpse brain god pill. After Hohaha had resolved the poison of the Shun and Sha siblings, he did not destroy it as YeCong had intended, but instead perfected and modified it for use by the underworld. As for those with insufficient talent, they were out of luck. All were stripped of their cultivation and had their martial souls destroyed, becoming useless. For those who had just awakened their martial souls and those with higher level martial soul awakenings, the methods were much gentler. They were all captured and handed over to Hohaha for disposal. These children, who had not yet matured in thought, were the easiest to transform. With some brainwashing and slight guidance, they could become loyal servants of the underworld without any external assistance. The process of completing these tasks was not particularly smooth. Those who were supposed to be killed or have their cultivation removed were naturally unwilling to be slaughtered and sought to resist. But at this point, their cultivation was suppressed, and their martial souls sealed, making them no more than slightly larger ants in front of a tidal dual-level powerhouse. Their so-called resistance was merely a source of amusement, serving no purpose other than to worsen their fate. Song Chanqian stretched lazily, finally feeling that it was all over. Now, they just needed to send this group of guys back to the map, and they could finally rest. Yang Wudi shook his head. It's best to stay fully alert until the task is completely finished. After all, no one can be sure if a reinforcement will suddenly appear to help these Haotian sect rats. Relax, I'm just saying that. I'm not really going to let my guard down. Song Chanqian pouted, wondering how things were going on Ning Fengji's side. Chapter 194. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Sect. Unlike the fierce and lively atmosphere of the Haotian Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Sect, located in the Heaven Do Empire, was welcoming a distinguished guest at this moment. Ha ha ha, a distinguished guest is visiting, and I have failed to welcome you properly. This is truly a crime. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily as he descended from the sky, greeting the arriving Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, with a smile on his face, approached and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "What is the sect master you saying? It was inappropriate for me to disturb you last time, and I hope, sect master, you can forgive me." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Yuanjin noticed that this time, Ning Fengji had not brought his two titled Duluos, Sword Bone and the other, to guard by his side. Instead, he was accompanied only by a seemingly young child. Yu Yuanjin didn't think much of it, assuming that Ning Fengji had recruited a gifted young talent to show off to him. However, what did it have to do with him? Even if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect wanted to reclaim its position as the second strongest, it would still have to wait for the child to grow up. Yu Yuanjin was confident that he could cultivate at least one more titled Dalu for his family before that happened, although the second-generation disciples seemed to lack ambition. Especially with someone like Yu Shaojiang as a laughingstock, there were indeed talented individuals among the third generation, such as Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect was not ranked very high among the top 3 sects, it occupied a vast area that could be considered the largest, both in the past and present. After all, strictly speaking, the underworld only occupied the core area of the Sunset Forest, while the outskirts still allowed ordinary soul masters to hunt for soul rings. The sect consisted of 9 mountains connected in a ring: Crane Mountain, Valley Mountain, Rising Mountain, Dominance Mountain, Fighting Mountain, Windstorm Mountain, Purple Dot Mountain, South King Mountain, and True Dragon Mountain, with True Dragon Mountain being the location of the sect master. These 9 mountains were interconnected, making them easy to defend and hard to attack, even with the flying mounts specially trained by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. It took the 3 a bit of time to reach True Dragon Mountain. Yu Yuanjin led the 2 directly to the reception hall and waved his hand, saying, "Sect Master Ning, there's no need for excessive courtesy. Our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect doesn't have so many rules. Please treat this as your own home and have a seat." Yu Yuanzhen's generosity impressed Ning Fengji. After more polite exchanges, he did not sit down immediately, but waited for the young boy who came with him to take his seat first before he himself sat down. The servants standing by poured fragrant tea for the 3 of them. Yu Yuanjin drank the tea in one gulp and said, "I believe Sect Master Ning isn't just here to pass the time, right? Feel free to speak." Ning Fengji smiled slightly, but did not speak, merely glancing around. Yu Yuanjin understood and waved his hand, signaling everyone else to leave. As for why he wasn't worried that Ning Fengji had ulterior motives, even though he wasn't clear on what this old fox was up to, the level 79 support-type Soul Sage, along with the child, posed no threat, no matter how extraordinary they might be. Moreover, this was his own territory. Even if the other side wanted to resort to underhanded tactics like poisoning, setting traps, or ambushing, they would have no opportunity. Once the reception hall was left with only the 3 of them, the boy suddenly spoke. "Yu Yuanjin, we come here with only one purpose. Do you wish to surrender to our underworld?" Ning Fengji couldn't help but facepalm. He didn't expect Xianming to be so direct without any prelude. As Xuanming's words fell, the previously calm atmosphere in the reception hall immediately became oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that." As he spoke, he released the pressure belonging to a titled law. Of course, he also deliberately restrained it to prevent the unaware child from fainting from the pressure. Xianming, however, seemed unaffected. He picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, even leisurely commenting, "The tea is good, but it's a pity that the water used for brewing is lacking some richness." After setting down the teacup, he looked directly at Yu Yuanjin and slowly said, "Yu Yuanjin, please do not misjudge the situation and do not disappoint the Lord of the Underworld's goodwill. Although the Lord highly values your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, it does not mean you cannot be destroyed." As he spoke, a pressure even stronger than Yu Yuanjin's was released from him. What was even more terrifying was that as Xianming released his aura, the temperature of the tea on the table quickly dropped, almost to the point of freezing. Yu Yuanjin, who was not known for his good temper, naturally could not tolerate such provocation. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he suddenly recalled something and forcibly calmed himself down. He carefully scrutinized Xianming, suppressing his anger, and furrowed his brows as he asked, "Kid, what is your relationship with His Highness Shengwei?" "Oh, you actually know my sister?" Xianming was somewhat surprised, and his attitude softened considerably. He introduced himself. "I am Xianming, the right protector of the underworld." Yu Yuanjin's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect this young child to have such a background. As the right protector of the underworld and the brother of His Highness Shengwei, he was likely a super Dalu-level powerhouse, just as Yu Yuanjin contemplated his countermeasures. Xianming spoke again. "I remember now. I missed a great show because I had to guard the sect. You should be the big guy who had a spar with my sister during the sect competition, right? Big guy. Yu Enjin's mouth twitched. It was hard for him to imagine that the little girl, full of maternal brilliance, would describe him in such a way. Seeing his expression, Xianming waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, my sister never gives people random nicknames. This is just my personal summary after hearing her describe her opponent. Alright, back to the point. The Lord's meaning is very clear. There are too many so-called top 3 sects. We only need one. In any case, due to various factors, the Lord only sent me here to resolve this peacefully. At this point, Yu Enjin realized something was off. He turned to Ning Fengji and asked, so, Sect Master Ning has actually surrendered to the underworld? Ning Seng ti akwarti noted. Although this matter had been some time ago, it hadn't been publicly announced, and being brought up by another sect master who was once on equal footing with him still made him somewhat embarrassed. The Lord of the Underworld is extremely powerful, and he offered a condition that I could not refuse. So I led the sect to surrender. As he spoke, he revealed his martial soul and dispelled the disguise of his martial soul and level. The surrender of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect was basically only a matter of time. He naturally had no need to hide too much from a future colleague. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. You actually broke the limit and reached the Soul-Subduing realm. Yu Enjin was shocked. With his title Douluo cultivation, he could clearly sense that Ning Fengji was now a level 83 Soul-Subduing. The 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Fengji's hand and the 8 soul rings moving rhythmically behind him further proved that he was not mistaken. Chapter 195, The Hidden Dragon, Part 1. The young girl, by a stroke of luck, broke through to become the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. According to the words of the Lord of the Mansion, with time, the young girl could also break through to become a title Douluo and ascend to an even higher existence. Ning Fengji used himself as an example to persuade Yu Enjin. Xianming added, not every power has the qualifications to be treated with courtesy by the Lord of the Mansion. For instance, we are already preparing to take action against the Haotian Sect at this moment. If nothing goes wrong, you will see the latest news about the Haotian Sect by tomorrow at the latest. Yu Enjin was both surprised and delighted. He was shocked that the underworld was so domineering, actually preparing to send troops to annex a major sect. He was pleased that the underworld had many ways to help martial souls advance. Perhaps that legendary golden sacred dragon martial soul would officially be born in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It must be said that under this temptation, he felt somewhat moved, and the pressure from the threats also made him feel fear. However, as the Lord of Sect, he did not show these emotions. Anyone could surrender, but he could not. As the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he had his own pride. A dragon can only be a dragon. Forever a dragon. It was impossible to be beaten and then become someone's dog. However, it was clear that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was at an absolute disadvantage. Aside from the left and right protectors and the sect master, Wuhun, the underworld also had at least 3 titled Douluos, Dugubo, Song Qianqian, and Yurenshin. Not to mention the addition of the 2 titled Douluos, Swordbone. And with the powerful support of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, if the underworld really decided to go all out to destroy the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it would not be difficult at all. While Yu Enjin was silent, Xianming spoke up, for the sake of little Dugu, I can give you a chance to choose. Yu Enjin was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that the little Dugu he mentioned was his in-law, the poison Dugubo. I heard you lost after taking 2 moves from my sister. My strength is a bit weaker than my sister's, and now we are in your own territory. So you should have some hidden cards and means to enhance yourself. Therefore, I will only make 3 moves, as long as you can take them. We will no longer make things difficult for you, and will turn a leave. Otherwise, you will lead the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to submit to the underworld. Xuanming's attitude was very firm, not negotiating with him, but rather showing an attitude that if he dared to refuse, he would destroy his entire clan. There was no point in talking further, and both sides had no plans to change the battlefield. They directly engaged in battle on the spot. As in the past, Yu Enjin started by displaying his strongest form, possessing the cultivation level of level 98 against Xianming. Although he had imagined Xuanming's power to a high degree, he did not expect the terrifying dragon bloodline of Xianming, accompanied by the Taiyin Dragon Soul and the 8-angled Xianbing Grass Martial Soul, would almost force Yu Enjin to withdraw from his martial soul form. Moreover, the color of his soul rings was unusually ice blue. How is this possible? Yu Enjin's eyes widened. He had imagined various possibilities of being defeated, but he never thought he would be instantly overpowered by just a dragon's might at the beginning. and he never expected that his proud, blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul would be suppressed so severely. What was even more terrifying was that the pressure he felt from Xianming was far greater than that of Shenghui. It seemed that either Xianming was being modest, or Shenghui had been hiding his true power. Regardless of which possibility it was, the terror of the underworld was something the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect could not contend with. To have even a slim chance of survival, he could only use the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect's treasured item, the true dragon 9 crowns. The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different. Before the ancient dragon king died, he self-destructed his body and sealed his limbs, head, trunk, tail, and wings into 9 mountains. As the ancestral treasure of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, only the current clan leader can open the mountains and retrieve the treasure with the secret key. Although using this trump card would likely only allow him to last 3 rounds at most, after which he would have to suffer backlash and pay with his life. If he did not use it, he feared he wouldn't last even 1 round against Xianming. In this regard, Yuanjin was quite self-aware. Xianming would not give him much time to think. After a brief hesitation, Yuanjin decided to use all his power. Even if he could not win, he wanted Xianming to know his strength. After the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect surrendered to the underworld, they would still receive more attention. Yuanjin infused his soul power into the ring and chanted a spell. The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, residing in 9 mountains. Each mountain has a crown, and all return to 1. In an instant, the 9 mountains shook violently as if an earthquake occurred, causing the disciples of various sects living on the mountains to rush out of their houses in panic, not knowing what had happened. If it weren't for the elders calming them down, there would have been quite a commotion in the entire blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. The 9 dragon bones sealed in the 9 mountains flew towards Yuanjin. The 8 dragon bones, excluding the snow jade crown, were not soul bones, so they would not conflict with the soul bones they had previously absorbed. Moreover, they did not require time to fuse. They could be directly integrated and refined. As Yuanjin absorbed the 8 dragon bones, his power continuously increased, crossing the threshold of level 97, and his momentum was about to catch up with Xianming. Interesting. Now, this is worth my serious effort. Xianming felt the rising momentum of Yuanjin, and his eyes shone with battle intent. Kid, you better be careful. I am not as merciful as my sister. As he spoke, the ice blue soul rings on him lit up one after another. Cold shadow, forming a set of armor on the surface, granting all attribute enhancements. Ice blade, transformed from the essence of the world's coldest, its chill can freeze all things. Winter, masking one's aura, minimizing presence, which could be considered a form of invisibility. After stacking his buffs, Xianming's momentum rose sharply once more. He manipulated the ice soul power to condense several ice spikes around his body, moving in tandem with him, and charged directly at Yuanjin. In the first round, Xianming only needed to use a regular attack to test, determining how much strength he would use next, ensuring that he could defeat him without accidentally killing him. If Yuanjin were to be accidentally killed, it would be much more difficult to peacefully subdue the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Of course, after using his trump card, Yuanjin could not withstand even a serious attack. Then there would be no need for the entire blue lightning tyrant dragon sect to be treated with courtesy. After all, if the strongest combat power of a prestigious sect, even after enhancement, was not his match, then the claim of having the world's strongest beast martial soul would have to be questioned. Chapter 196, The Hidden Dragon, Part 2. Yuanjin was startled to see Xianming disappear right before his eyes. He quickly activated his left arm soul bone ability, and a spherical barrier of lightning energy immediately surrounded him. However, this level of defense was utterly useless against Xianming. The ice blade merely slid past effortlessly, and Yuanjin's electromagnetic shield was instantly shattered. Following this, several ice spikes hovering beside, Xianming slammed down onto the lightning dragon scales that Yuanjin had transformed into. Like cruise missiles, the powerful attack left cracks on Yuanjin's dragon scales, causing him excruciating pain as he let out a deafening roar. The intense pain brought Yuanjin back to his senses, and he finally managed to notice Xianming's position. Without hesitation, he roared and unleashed his strongest attack, True Dragon's Roar, shaking the heavens. As a traditional soul master, Yuanjin had no unique soul abilities. He focused on refining his soul power to the extreme and mastering all soul techniques to achieve an effect of devouring all kinds of delicacies with a single move. With the enhancement of the True Dragon Bone, Yu Yunjin's Nine Soul technique was several times more powerful than the one he had used in the sect ranking tournament, to the extent that Xianming felt a hint of threat. Good. It seems you're the third person since my birth who qualifies me to go all out. Xianming looked at the enormous lightning dragon with 10 clawed limbs, including Yu Yunjin's body, without any panic, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. The stronger Yu Yunjin was, the more valuable it was to reclaim the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Xianming dispelled the effect of winter, raised the ice blade in his hand, and it automatically rose into the air, splitting into 4 in midair, falling like heavenly nails towards 4 directions. As the blade tips plunged into the ground, the 4 ice blades released energy waves, forming a blue barrier that interconnected, enclosing both Yu Yunjin and Xianming within, an ice frost barrier. To ensure that their battle wouldn't affect others, Xianming's 9 soul rings flickered as he unleashed his ultimate attack, Celestial Ice Breaking. The collision of the 2 tidal Daluo's 9th soul techniques naturally produced terrifying aftershocks. If Xianming hadn't set up the barrier to isolate the waves in advance, the residual force alone would have been enough to shave off half of the true Dragon Mountain. Yu Yunjin, who had transformed back from dragon form to human form, lay in the ruins, gasping for breath. Absorbing the true dragon bone would have granted him a massive boost in power. But humans and beasts had a strong rejection of each other. The backlash from forcibly absorbing and integrating the dragon bone was enough to take Yu Yunjin's life. It seems I have lost. Yu Yunjin barely managed to force a smile, feeling grateful that Xianming had used the barrier to isolate the aftermath of their battle, thus saving many of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect members. Your Excellency, Xianming, from now on, I will rely on your care for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Don't mention it. The youthful-looking Xianming walked up to him and said with a smirk, you should handle your own matters. I believe your family taught you this since childhood. Saying this, he bit his finger, letting a drop of true blood fall into Yu Yunjin's mouth, then used his soul power to place his palm on Yu Yunjin's chest, helping him to absorb the medicinal effects of that drop of true blood. Every drop of Xianming's blood, as a simultaneous inheritor of the previous Water Dragon King and the octagonal mysterious Ice Grass legacy, was comparable to miraculous elixirs. Xianming wanted to save Yu Yunjin not only because he couldn't die in Huahaha's plan, but also because Yu Yunjin was currently the only title Daluo who could satisfy Xianming's vanity. Just as humans wouldn't feel satisfied with their confidence simply because they could easily crush an ant as a super Daluo at level 98. There were few who could defeat him on this vast road. Even facing traditional extreme Daluos like Qian Dalu, Poseidon, and even Emperor Tian wouldn't guarantee a victory. The other 2 individuals whom he mentioned that could make him go all out were Huahaha and his sister Shenghui. Huahaha needn't be elaborated on. He appeared to be a level 99 extreme duel, but possessed near-divine strength. Even if Xianming went all out, he was not a match for him. When he said Shenghui was stronger than him, it wasn't false modesty. He truly couldn't defeat his sister. As 2 equally strong individuals, they often sparred, but the results were consistently the same. Xianming was always beaten badly, with a record of 9 losses and 1 win, the only victory being when Shenghui was pregnant and couldn't exert her full power. In this situation, Xianming felt quite frustrated. He couldn't beat the strong, and fighting the weak was meaningless. Now that he finally encountered someone he could barely spar with, he naturally didn't want Yu Yunjin to die like this. The true dragon blood slowly transformed Yu Yunjin's body, allowing him to evolve towards the dragon lineage. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus had only reached the level of a priest in life, and many years had passed since its death. The divine power within its bones had almost entirely dissipated. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, he was at most a 3rd or even 4th generation descendant, naturally not comparable to the 1st generation Dragon King's bloodline's dominance. As Yu Yunjin's body was gradually transformed by the dragon blood, the true dragon bone could no longer continue to erode his vitality and was gradually completely absorbed by Yu Yunjin, becoming a part of his body and strength. Yu Yunjin sat up, incredulously looking at his hands. Then, with a thought, he instantaneously completed his dragon transformation. This process didn't consume any soul power, as natural as the instinct to eat and drink. Then he revealed his soul rings. The originally yellow, purple, black rings had already upgraded to purple. Black, red. In terms of soul power, he had officially reached level 97. Yu Yunjin clearly felt that if he stabilized his realm and encountered a little bit of fortuitous opportunity, breaking through to level 98 was not out of the question. From a rational perspective, You're no longer a pure human. Perhaps you could be called a hybrid? Xianming tilted his head in thought, saying, according to our agreement. From now on, we are colleagues. I hope you can train hard, and we can have another match in the future. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin's eyes were filled with respect and trust. He took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and bowed. Thank you, Your Excellency Xianming. If there are any orders in the future, Yu Yuanjin will not hesitate to face any danger. Yu Yuanjin was not someone who couldn't afford to play around, especially facing someone who had saved his life. He truly found no reason to go back on their previous agreement. Witnessing the entire battle, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Yu Yuanjin. Congratulations, Sect Master Yu, on breaking through your realm and greatly increasing your strength. From now on, we can be considered equals in the same hall. Please take care of me. Chapter 197 follow-up at this moment. The original 3 sects of Douluo Continent have officially become part of the underworld. However, due to various considerations, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect did not publicly announce this matter. On the surface, these 2 sects still maintain an equal status with the underworld, standing as independent sects among the top 3 sections. However, the Haotian sect did not enjoy such favorable treatment. The news of the Haotian sect being annexed and destroyed quickly spread throughout the continent under the promotion of the Douluo Daily. Although the Haotian sect was once the #1 sect in the world, it had long since retreated into obscurity. And coupled with the Soul Hall's subtle efforts to diminish its presence through news and reports, this matter did not provoke much shock or discussion. It was mostly just idle chatter among the common folk after meals. The only ones truly concerned about this matter were Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua, the siblings who had been away for many years and thus avoided the disaster. Tang Hao, numbed by alcohol, initially did not know about this incident. One of the 2 major shareholders of the Douluo Daily had a direct enmity with him, the Soul Hall, while the other was the underworld, which had forcefully taken the position of the world's #1 sect that originally belonged to the Haotian sect. Under these old grievances and new resentments, he was strongly resistant to, or rather disgusted by, the very popular newspaper across the continent. This led him to become almost an information isolate. He only learned of the destruction of his sect 3 days later when he overheard patrons in the tavern discussing it. Sigh, the underworld is really domineering. Just like that they destroyed a good sect. Although they have been in seclusion for many years, they were once the #1 sect in the world, after all. The speaker was a young man who seemed somewhat regretful about the downfall of the Haotian sect. Next to him, an old man scoffed at the young man's words. When the Haotian sect was still active, he had witnessed its peak. Come on, the #1 sect. The Haotian sect, to put it bluntly, was just a bully. Back in the day, they were much more tyrannical than the underworld. They were all arrogant and acted recklessly. I'm not trying to scare you, but those people from the Haotian sect back then looked down on everyone. If you even glanced at them on the street, they might think you were offending them and smash you into a pulp. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. The already 7-tenths drunk Tang Hao suddenly sobered up significantly upon hearing about his sect's destruction. He walked over and grabbed the old man, throwing him aside, then seized the young man's collar and lifted him up, coldly asking, "Kid, what did you just say?" The young man, bolstered by alcohol, was about to curse back. But when he saw the middle-aged man's face, the alcohol turned into cold sweat that flowed from his pores, and his tongue suddenly became tied. "What, Your Majesty?" The Douluo Daily had a dedicated section for rewarding various wanted criminals, leveraging the power of ordinary citizens to better capture those fugitives. This led to the indirect formation of a profession of bounty hunters on the Douluo Continent. The young man was a capable bounty hunter. As a professional, he had memorized all the wanted criminals' reward amounts and appearances. The middle-aged man before him was the one with the highest bounty, Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, who could earn a hefty reward just for providing information. As the young man finished speaking, the entire tavern fell silent, and all eyes turned toward them. Tang Hao felt a vague sense of unease. Having never seen the Douluo Daily, he naturally did not know that he was already wanted. However, he sensed that the atmosphere in the tavern was off. Almost instinctively, the pressure belonging to a title Douluo erupted, enveloping the entire tavern. Tang Hao suddenly turned around and casually killed a hapless patron who had run to the door to tip off others, then surveyed the surroundings and coldly declared, "Anyone who leaves the tavern without my permission will die." With a precedent set, no one in the tavern dared to make a move. They all fell silent, as if frozen. With that example in front of them, who would still think about selling information about Tang Hao for profit? They just hoped this calamity would leave quickly. After intimidating everyone, Tang Hao turned back to the young man, who was being held like a chick, and coldly demanded, "What happened to the Haotian Sect? Speak the truth." The young man, already drenched in sweat, dared not hide anything. He spilled everything he knew to Tang Hao like beans from a bamboo tube. This is impossible," Tang Hao stammered, trembling hands taking the newspaper, his eyes widening as he quickly searched for any information about the Haotian Sect. The newspaper clearly stated that the Haotian Sect had become history. All high-ranking members except for the sect leader, Tang Xiao, had been killed, while other clan members were either crippled or forcibly integrated. Their ancestral land had been burned to the ground. Although Tang Xiao had not died, he was merely surviving. His cultivation had been completely destroyed, and after suffering serious injuries, he was imprisoned in a maximum security prison. Below the article was a photo showing Tang Xiao, who was left with only one arm, disheveled and lying in a water cell, unaware of his fate. Looking at the report, Tang Hao's blood surged, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The newspaper shattered under Tang Hao's immense soul power, his eyes bloodshot and on the verge of exploding as he roared in anguish. "Underworld, I will not share the heavens with you. One day, I will annihilate you all to honor the spirits of my ancestors in the Haotian Sect." Now aware of his wanted status, Tang Hao naturally would not expose his whereabouts. He eliminated everyone in the tavern, ensuring there were no survivors, then donned a black cloak and silently disappeared into the night. He wanted to return to the Haotian Sect personally to see if this was all a lie. Tang Hao held onto a glimmer of hope. However, before leaving, he made a trip back to Nottingtown. Tang Hao was worried that this wanted notice might make Tang Sect suspicious of the drunkard blacksmith identity he had created. Everything else was manageable, but if the kid was careless and alerted the Soul Hall, that would be a problem. Chapter 198 Continuation 2. Although Tang San, who was studying at the Notting Academy, did pay attention to the Douluo daily and was aware of the fact that the Haotian Daw was wanted, he did not associate it with his drunkard father. He merely thought they were similar in appearance and shared the same name. After all, the difference in status between the two was too great. It would not be an exaggeration to compare it to that of a dragon and an ant. One was a revered title Daw, held in high esteem by thousands, while the other was a drunken blacksmith wasting his life away in a remote village. Given such a disparity, even the thought of it would be a terrible offense to a powerful person. Moreover, Tang San was aware that although Haotian Daw was indeed a powerful title de law, he was also a terrifying wanted criminal. If others found out that his father bore a striking resemblance to this criminal, leading officials to suspect a connection, it would undoubtedly bring him a host of troubles. Tang Hao, relieved that Tang San was safe, hurriedly made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Haotian Sect. It had been a long time since he last returned, and the map in his hand had been secretly given to him by Tang Yuehua years ago. However, for various reasons, he had never had the chance to come back. 300 miles east of Tiando City, surrounded by mountains, a seemingly ordinary small village appeared before Tang Hao. Once upon a time, the Haotian Sect was the #1 sect in the Soul Master world of the Douluo Continent. But now, it had fallen to hiding in a small village. Although this allowed for better concealment, it was a massive blow for a family with a powerful legacy. A sense of sorrow welled up in Tang Hao's heart. His child was unfilial, causing the sect to fall to such a state. One day, when his child grew up, he would have to destroy the spirit hall and annihilate the underworld to avenge this grievance. He calmed himself and stepped into the village. As he delved deeper, he began to feel that something was off. Though the village was not large, it theoretically could house hundreds of people. However, despite it being the dead of night, the eerie silence was unsettling. Not a single living soul, nor even livestock or poultry, could be seen. Just as he was about to push open a door to investigate, a faint sigh reached his ears. Sigh? Who? Tang Hao was startled, instantly summoning his martial soul and tightly gripping the massive Haotian hammer, alertly scanning his surroundings. When he saw the white-clothed elder suddenly appearing behind him, he was taken aback and cautiously called out, "Uncle, uncle?" Baihe's expression was very complex. He shook his head gently and said, "Hauer, you shouldn't have come back." To be honest, among the 4 clan leaders of the former 4 affiliated families, his feelings toward Tang Hao were the most complicated. Titan was needless to say. As Tang Hao's staunch supporter, he would defend him to the death against anyone who dared speak ill of him. When he was still alive, during gatherings with old friends, he rarely mentioned Tang Hao to avoid upsetting him. Niao Gao also harbored hatred for Tang Hao, but it was more of a live and let live sentiment. As long as Tang Hao and his direct descendants did not appear before him, he could not be bothered to get involved. Yang Wudi's hatred for Tang Hao was the deepest, to the point that it had surpassed his feelings toward the Spear Hall. In the original storyline, if it weren't for the sake of a few old friends, he wouldn't even have wasted words on Tang San. He would have simply killed him with a single shot. Bai naturally held resentment towards Tang Hao, but this nephew he had watched grow up still held a place in his heart. The so-called aunt's son is the uncle's treasure was just that. Under the influence of such emotions, he wanted to persuade Tang Hao to leave quickly and not to stay here and die needlessly. Uncle, why did you join the underworld? They are the ones who destroyed the Haotian Sect. And where have my clansmen gone? Tang Hao shouted. Bai did not answer his questions, instead continuing to urge him. Howard, it's still not too late to leave now. Go quickly. Perhaps due to his confidence in his own strength, Tang Hao did not heed Bai's advice. He said sternly, Uncle, it seems you have decided to stand against me. If you don't step aside, I can only force my way through. As he spoke, his soul rings appeared, and he swung the Haotian Hammer, unleashing a fierce gust of wind towards Bai's face. This was not to say that Tang Hao was truly heartless enough to want to kill Bai. He understood that with Bai's speed, dodging his attack would be a piece of cake. Bai did not move, but the massive Haotian Hammer was completely blocked by an invisible barrier as it descended. Unable to touch him at all, upon closer inspection, a semi-golden transparent protective shield surrounded Bai. Soul Bone Skill, Diamond Barrier. How old Bai, I told you long ago. Tang Hao is just a rat in the gutter. He won't appreciate your kindness and will only treat it as a donkey's liver and lungs. Niu Gao slowly emerged from the darkness, standing to Bai's left, arms crossed, sneering at Tang Hao. To Bai's right stood a middle-aged man as solid as a tower. He was Tyson, the new clan leader of the Strength Clan, who had recently broken through and became an 81st level soul Douluo. You are Tyson? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. When he was still in the Haotian Sect, aside from his uncle Bai, he had the closest relationship with the Strength Clan. He had heard of this genius from the same generation of the Strength Clan. Although he was not as outstanding as the youth of the Haotian Sect, he was still on par with Titan back in the day. He never expected that he had already become a soul Douluo. Tang Hao pointed the hammer and said, Tyson, where is Titan? Bring him out to speak with me. Tyson remained unmoved, coldly stating, Titan the old rogue has acted against the family and betrayed us. I have executed him and removed his name from the family tree. Hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback. Although he had always regarded Titan as a servant, Titan had been loyal to him, and he felt some affection for him. Now learning that Titan had been killed, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, he did not show this emotion, coldly gazing at the three of them. For the sake of our past friendship, I will give you a chance. Step aside now, and I will not hold it against you. Otherwise, you will have to blame me for being merciless with my hammer. He paused. Additionally, the other two hidden guys should come out as well. Or do you think 5-souled Douluos alone can take me down? Chapter 199, Continuation 3. I have long admired the great name of the Haotian Douluo, and today, seeing him in person is indeed extraordinary. Realizing they had been discovered, Hui Yuan and Shui Rou no longer felt the need to continue hiding. They stepped out from their hiding place, smiling and cupping their hands in greeting to Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao's reputation is not very good now, and both sides are in a hostile state, he is still a titled Douluo, a strong individual deserving of some surface politeness and respect. Tang Hao looked disdainfully at the 5-souled Douluo, carrying the enormous Haotian hammer on his shoulder, and arrogantly said, You can all come at me together. I'm in a hurry. While it's true that many ants can kill an elephant, in Tang Hao's view, 5-souled Douluo was still not a particularly overwhelming number. Although he was currently injured, it was more than enough to deal with these few soul Douluo. Moreover, he was not a titled Douluo who could be defeated by a soul Douluo's 1 or 2 moves, but a genuine martial arts expert. Back when he barely broke through to the titled Douluo level, he was able to explode with power and defeat 3 veteran titled Douluo from the Spear Hall. Although his sudden ambush and the support from the Shura God played a part, it was enough to prove his talent and combat power were quite remarkable. No. Your Highness Haotian, you misunderstand, Hui Yuan said with a slight smile. We're simply staying here to clean up, at most dealing with some remnants and some ignorant little thieves. Someone of your level, the real person to fight you is someone else. The 5-souled Douluo did not waste any more words with Tang Hao. They stood together, turned around, and reverently bowed in the direction of the sunset forest, saying in unison, We invite the Master to take action. After speaking, a 6-pointed star magic circle appeared before them, and then a purple mist rose from the magic circle, condensing into a human form. Ha ha ha, my dear children, did you summon me because you encountered some troublesome issues? Accompanied by a loud and domineering laugh, a white-haired figure, Huahaha appeared. Huahaha's words made the faces of the group flush. They were clearly all quite old, had been heads of their families for many years, and some were even grandfathers. Yet now they were referred to as children, which made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Among the five, the youngest Shui Ro endured the awkwardness and reported everything to Huahaha in detail. Oh, I understand. Huahaha propped his chin with his wand, turned his head with a half-smile, and looked at Tang Hao. So this little child is quite unconvinced and wants to cause trouble, right? Tang Hao's expression was alert. He hadn't expected that mere five-soul Douluo could summon such a terrifying deity. You're the master of the underworld. Ha. Well, yes and no. Strictly speaking, I'm just a projection of my main body. After all, my main body has its own private life and cannot be summoned at any time. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard of Huahaha's strength. If the real body was here, he would probably be doomed. However, if the opponent was just a weakened avatar, then perhaps he still had a chance to fight. Although he currently appeared to be only level 96. Even lower than his brother Tang Xiao, he was pursuing ultimate power, and fighting above his level was already commonplace for him. That said, Tang Hao still quickly unleashed his strongest move, 9 Rings Explosive. Although he had an almost arrogant confidence in his own strength, as a super Douluo, he knew very well that after level 95, every level up was like crossing a heavenly barrier. Then he performed the great Sumeru Hammer technique, launching a devastating strike towards Huahaha, the avatar, with an overwhelming aura, as if he were about to destroy the heavens and the earth. Huahaha, the avatar, did not mind at all. He took a few steps forward, shielding his 5-soul Douluo behind him, then raised his magic wand and casually blocked the gigantic Haotian Hammer with a light tap, stopping it effortlessly. The gale generated by the Haotian Hammer only messed up a few strands of his hair. TSK, you're not doing too well. Huaha, the avatar, shook his head mockingly. Is this all the strength that the Grand Haotian Douluo has? What? Tang Hao's pupils constricted violently. Just as he was about to withdraw the hammer for a second attack, Huahaha, the avatar, moved first. He gently pushed forward with his hand, directly slapping Tang Hao's chest. The seemingly light slap sent Tang Hao flying, with his internal organs displaced and blood pouring from his mouth. The internal injuries he had just managed to suppress flared up again. I'm done for. Just as Tang Hao closed his eyes, preparing to await death, Huahaha, the avatar, did not deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he cheerfully approached Tang Hao. You're on my territory now. If you don't hand over some trivial things, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Saying this, he reached out and grabbed Tang Hao's right arm, yanking it off. Tang Hao felt unbearable pain and let out a scream. The avatar shook the severed arm, then channeled his soul power to violently shatter the flesh and bones, revealing the soul bone inside. Right arm bone of the ant of over 60,000 years? Not bad. The avatar nodded in satisfaction, then casually tossed it to the nearest Niogao. You can keep this for now. I'm just an avatar, and it's inconvenient to carry things. Niogao bowed and accepted it, storing it in his storage soul guide. As for embezzlement, putting aside his character which wouldn't do such a thing, he could still distinguish clearly between a full meal and a satisfying meal. TSK. Tang Xiao lost a left arm, and you lost a right arm. It seems you brothers are quite symmetrical. Huahaha, the avatar, looked at Tang Hao, who was collapsed on the ground holding his severed arm, nodding frequently. All right, before I change my mind, hurry up and scram. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with hatred, but he said nothing more, lowering his head and biting back his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. After retracting his martial soul and simply stopping the bleeding with soul power, he fled the scene without looking back. After watching Tang Hao flee in panic, Huahaha, the avatar, leisurely said, Do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. I can stay here for a while longer. The five exchanged glances, and Tyson stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, Master, I dare to ask, why let Tang Hao go? Letting a tiger return to the mountain will bring endless troubles. Just a stray dog, no need to fear. Huahaha, the avatar, explained with a smile. In his peak period, he was not even my match in a single strike. Besides, now that he is lying there with a soul bone taken from him, his cultivation has probably dropped back to the soul Douluo level. That child Cong has always been too smooth. He needs some tempering. Let this old rat serve as his whetstone. Huaha had one more thing to say, which was that Tang Hao's existence was a crucial part of his script. If this guy died too early, he would have to rewrite the already edited script. Chapter 200. Encirclement YeCong had been in the City of Slaughter for half a year, and his record in the hell-killing field had reached a terrifying 50 victories. In this hellish place, what was truly frightening was not the enemies within the hell-killing field, but the constant ambushes one had to face after the matches when one was at their weakest. However, as his victories continued to increase, the number of people daring to ambush him also dwindled. Under his terrifying methods, those villains were thoroughly scared of him, and over time, he earned the title of Smiling Yama. A small group of reckless youths thought they could make a name for themselves in the City of Slaughter by taking YeCong's head. Another group could be considered rivals of equal standing. "Oh, isn't this the Hell Rose? What brings you here, old lady, with a bunch of little brothers to block me?" YeCong looked at the woman in front of him, dressed provocatively and exuding charm, scratching his head helplessly. The woman, known as Hell Rose, Catherine, chuckled lightly. "Don't be so formal, little brother. I just received a commission. Someone wants your head, so please cooperate." YeCong was somewhat surprised. In the entire City of Slaughter, there are still people who can hire you? Given Catherine's status, she rarely takes on commissions herself. Catherine's record in the hell-killing field was even higher than YeCong's, with an astonishing 65 victories, ranking her among the top 3 strongest in the City of Slaughter. Moreover, she was the master of the first organization in the City of Slaughter, the Death Guild. Although she had indeed been there many years before YeCong, her ability to survive so many bloody battles and even form her own faction demonstrated her formidable strength. Especially in this ruthless world, building a faction required one to show no weakness. Otherwise, one would be devoured by their own subordinates like hungry wolves. Catherine feigned a look of distress, shaking her head. "There's no helping it. I didn't want to make an enemy of you, but that person was generous enough to offer me an irresistible price. Considering that besides me, the Death Guild likely has no one who can match you, I had to come personally. You wouldn't deny me this face, would you?" Just as YeCong was about to retort, he felt a gust of malevolence rushing towards him, and he hurriedly dodged. Whoosh! A head-sized meteor hammer, studded with iron spikes, hurtled through the air, smashing into the spot where YeCong had just been standing. "Too slow, too tedious. Why waste words on someone about to die?" said a voice coldly from a figure fully encased in medieval knight armor. The meteor hammer had been thrown by him, and seeing his attack miss, he flicked his wrist, readying for another strike. Ranked 30th in the City of Slaughter, Silver Armor was a mysterious figure whose real name and appearance were unknown, making him one of the most enigmatic strongmen within the top 100. Silver Armor was also a Soul Saint level powerhouse, and although he could not use Soul skills currently, his nearly indestructible armor and the legendary meteor hammer had earned him a fearsome reputation in the City of Slaughter, because he never parted with his armor and hammer. Many speculated whether his martial soul was the armor or the hammer. "Hey, you think you can ambush me?" YeCong glared at Silver Armor, grinding his teeth. "Do you know that ambushing is quite shameless? And for someone of your status, to resort to ambushes is really beneath you." Smiling Yama, "You've been in the City of Slaughter for a while now. I didn't expect you to be so naive. The means do not matter. Only the living have the right to speak of principles." The voice of Silver Armor was cold as the second attack followed immediately. "Just a villain. And he speaks so grandly about his misdeeds." YeCong sneered. In the entire City of Slaughter, there wasn't a single person he deemed worthy of his attention. Except for some unfortunate babies born in this filthy place. Every one of them, including himself, was drenched in blood debts. People in the City of Slaughter had long speculated about what his martial soul might be. To be honest, I was curious about this matter too. Now, finally, there was an opportunity. After all, once a person dies, their martial soul ceases to exist. Thunderclap. YeCong acted swiftly, retrieving the comical mask with blushing cheeks from the black domain and quickly putting it on, while a dark green gas enveloped him, allowing him to swiftly enter the night sovereign form, raising his soul-settling hammer, charged with lightning, and swinging it fiercely. YeCong's codename can be divided into 2 parts. Yama signifies that all his enemies die in a rhythmic manner, while smiling refers to the smiling mask he often wears during battle and slaughter, to prevent himself from becoming a demon who relishes in slaughter. YeCong specially asked Huahaha to modify this mask into a soul guide device. Wearing the mask suppresses 50 of his humanity and emotions, temporarily repressing his humanity to avoid corruption of his true nature. The environment of the City of Slaughter is quite unique, unless one has special means. Even a powerful limit Douluo would have all their soul rings and skills sealed. However, this strange magnetic field only targets soul ring-type soul skills and has no effect on soul bone skills or self-created soul skills. Because of this, compared to most ordinary soul masters from the outside world who can only perform standard soul skills. The rare self-created soul skills appear to be more abundant here. After all, in this place filled with death and slaughter, having more means represents better self-protection and the ability to kill others. Due to his uniqueness, the restrictions YeCong faced here were minimal. The Night Sovereign was a self-created soul skill, akin to a martial soul true form skill, significantly amplifying his attributes. Moreover, and more importantly, upon entering the Night Sovereign mode, he would no longer be subjected to the special laws of the City of Slaughter, allowing him to summon all his flag spirits once again. Chapter 201. Counterfeit Thunderous 8 Trigrams to avoid unnecessary trouble and attention. YeCong did not summon any flag spirits to assist him. Moreover, as his strength increased, his uniquely special torso bone also underwent evolution and enhancement, growing into a 10,000-year soul bone. Although this soul bone had a pitiful conversion rate from absorbing lightning to enhance itself, it gained a characteristic of storing electricity. Due to the unique geographical location and environment of the City of Slaughter, although YeCong could not harness heavenly thunder to forge himself, to ensure this battery remained fully charged, he usually chose to release a few electric attribute flag spirits in a secluded or private space to recharge himself. The so-called Thunderous 8 Trigrams was merely YeCong using the vast amount of thunder elements stored in the Thunderous Purgatory Vine Torso Bone to enhance his Soul Hammer while performing the Soul Suppression, Judgment. Compared to a certain 4th Emperor's normal attack, it was just an empty form without the true essence. Soul Suppression, Judgment, is one of the moves that can only be used after activating the Night Master mode, and its power is naturally formidable. Now, with an additional layer of lightning power infused, its destructive capability had risen to another level. Bang! YeCong's transformation did not cause much surprise among them. They merely regarded it as a special soul bone ability. Silver Armor, as an old powerhouse, had keen perception. Sensing the ferocity of this move, he immediately shifted from offense to defense, bracing himself to withstand it. This counterfeit Thunderous 8 Trigrams, although only at the level of Thunderous 1 Trigram compared to the genuine article, was more than enough to deal with a soul sage who couldn't unleash soul skills. With one hammer strike, Silver Armor was sent flying, taking a few unfortunate bystanders with him, crashing heavily to the ground and falling silent. As YeCong successfully landed a hit and was about to retract his Soul Hammer for a follow-up strike, a sudden leg whip attacked from his right side. YeCong was already on guard and swung his left hand with the Soul Suppression Bell to act as a shield, completely blocking the kick. However, Catherine, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly made her move. With a flick of her wrist, a chain sword shot out, aimed directly at YeCong's throat. YeCong had no choice but to abandon the Soul Suppression Bell and dodge to the side to avoid the critical blow. Just as he dodged, a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly loomed larger in his vision, rushing toward him. YeCong inwardly cursed, but there was no time to evade. He could only cross his arms in front of himself while activating the water armor shield to protect himself from the attack. YeCong took the hit, and although the water armor shield fully absorbed the damage, the immense force still pushed him back several steps until he barely stopped against the wall. The 17th ranked Fist King, YeCong, and the 18th ranked Leg King, Li Jian. Unexpectedly, you two have also arrived. As twin brothers, YeCong and Li Jian were one of the few pairs in this City of Slaughter who could trust each other with their backs. YeCong looked at the three of them, who had assumed combat stances, and for the first time, a serious, intense expression emerged beneath his mask. Those miscellaneous soldiers were not worth worrying about. He could solve them with an AoE skill. The real trouble was Hellrose, Catherine, Fist King, YeCong, and Leg King, Li Jian, including Silver Armor, who had been knocked down by his previous strike. Four of the top 50 powerhouses from the City of Slaughter had actually joined forces to hunt him down. With an icy tone, YeCong remarked, "What a grand scheme. To have all four of you team up against me makes me increasingly curious about that so-called irresistible condition. Moreover, the only one capable of offering such a deal must be that guy." As he spoke, he looked up. You are quite clever, but unfortunately, sometimes it's better to be a bit muddled." Li Jian smirked coldly, kicking out once more. However, this time, YeCong easily dodged. The Soul Suppression Bell and Soul Hammer had already returned to his hands, as martial souls, even if they were far from his body. YeCong did not need to make an effort to retrieve them. He just needed to dismiss them and then summon them again. At this moment, the forms of these two weapons had also changed. The original bronze bell and drum hammer had transformed into a shield and a staff after being enlarged and elongated. Dark Knight, Soul Suppression Bell. Divine Power. Soul Hammer. YeCong glanced at the coalition surrounding him and said flatly, "This number is a bit excessive. Let us clear the field first." As he spoke, he raised the Divine Power, Soul Hammer high, and then swung it downwards. Countless miniature Soul Hammers fell from the sky like meteors, instantly overwhelming the weaker miscellaneous soldiers with AoE damage, crushing them. "This is a soul bone?" Catherine, Cong, and Jian were not affected. Each unleashed their ultimate skills, successfully blocking this wave of attacks. Their eyes shone with excitement, as if they had suddenly spotted a feast after being hungry for days. In their view, no matter how powerful YeCong was, he would surely die here today. At that time, not only would they receive reward from that esteemed individual, but they would also obtain a powerful soul bone. As for how the three would split the spoils, that was something to consider after the battle. Moreover, many of YeCong's display techniques were clearly not within the realm of self-created soul skills. This suggested that he likely possessed more than one soul bone. "Go ahead. I'll take this soul bone." YeCong laughed heartily and was the first to launch an attack. He sprang forward, his left fist emitting endless light as it ruthlessly struck toward YeCong's face. Explosive fist. Whoosh. The powerful fist wind approached with a sonic boom. YeCong blocked with his shield, then struck back with the right hand of the Divine Power, Soul Hammer, aiming a heavy blow at Kang's abdomen. Li Jian could not let his brother take the hit. He leapt and kicked away the hammer that was originally aimed at Li Kang's abdomen. Even facing the brothers' combined attack, YeCong remained calm. First, he unleashed the Five Directions Quake to push them back. Then he swung down with a powerful strike of the Great Bell Thousand Cracks. Seeing the situation was dire, Li Jian first kicked YeCong away. Then, using his well-developed leg muscles, he leapt backward to perfectly evade the attack. With his strike missing, YeCong quickly changed his move, raising the Divine Power, Soul Hammer horizontally, targeting YeCong, and fired a Soul Power Condensed Great Force Annihilation Cannon directly. Li Kang's expression turned grim as he cursed loudly, "Bastard, why are you only targeting me?" Realizing he could not evade, he let out a furious roar and raised both fists to unleash his explosive fist in response. Li Jian's face changed drastically. He shouted and rushed toward YeCong, delivering a flying kick. After landing a hit, YeCong swung back with a hammer toward Li Jian's thigh. Li Jian quickly changed his move mid-air, switching from a kick to a stomp, aiming to crush YeCong's head as he descended. YeCong hastily raised the Dark Knight's Soul Suppression Bell, shielding his head. However, even with such protection, the tremendous force still caused him to sink down, kneeling heavily on one knee. On the other side, the collision between the dual explosive fists and the Great Force Annihilation Cannon kicked up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled, YeCong stood there with drooping arms and bulging veins on his forehead, panting heavily. If it weren't for his own soul power being strong enough, coupled with the impressive power of his self-created soul skill, explosive fist, even if he didn't die from taking that hit, he would still be gravely injured. Out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see Katrina watching from the side, and he couldn't help but shout in anger, "Damn woman, are you just going to stand there? Hurry up and help." "Oh, come on, don't be so anxious," Katrina replied with a smile, casually swinging her chain sword as she joined the battle. With her joining in, YeCong suddenly felt the pressure increase dramatically. Although he was quite powerful, facing the onslaught of three top experts, he found himself in a difficult situation. Chapter 202. King of Slaughter. Unlike the deceit and bloody killings outside, there was a ghostly peace in the room at the top of the highest building in the city of Slaughter. At the end of the room was a large chair inlaid with blue and purple crystals, exuding a sense of grandeur. Sitting on the chair was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a blood-red robe, completely wrapped in a huge crimson cloak with a high collar. His eyes and hair were blood red, while his exposed face and hands displayed a strange color between white and blue, with sharp nails and two fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice faint blood-red magical patterns on his cheeks and the backs of his hands, and a sword-shaped magical pattern hanging upside down on his forehead. Behind him were hidden enormous blood wings. If any of the old Top Soul Masters were present, they would recognize this man, who resembled both human and ghost, as Tang Chun, the Haotian Hammer, who once dominated the entire continent with just a hammer and then mysteriously disappeared. However, Tang Chen's self-awareness had long since fallen asleep, or rather, was in a sealed state. The one who dominated this body was a blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, a being with a cultivation of 370,000 years, a subordinate of the Rakshasa god. Back then, Tang Chun searched the continent for opportunities to become a god and finally found the legacy of the Asura god in the City of Slaughter. However, the essence of Asura and Rakshasa was actually one and the same, which led to the City of Slaughter being not only the place of the Asura goddess legacy, but also that of the Rakshasa goddess. Unaware of this, Tang Chun was interfered with by the Rakshasa goddess consciousness and completely fell into evil thoughts when facing the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, becoming the King of Slaughter. Although Tang Chun had immense strength and some divine protection, he was already infinitely close to the new realm of demigods as classified in later generations. He still lacked the combat power to match the so-called demigod strength and soul power due to the fact that the blood-red nine-headed Bat King was merely a usurper and lacked sufficient strength. How are your arrangements coming along? The King of Slaughter's voice was sharp and somewhat grating, his emotionless eyes staring at the armored knight kneeling below. The armored knight spoke with great respect. Great King, I have arranged everything. No matter how powerful the grinning Yama is, he is still just an unripe seedling. In the face of 4 opponents whose rankings and cultivation far exceed his own, he will ultimately meet his death. You did well. After this is accomplished, I will certainly reward you. Thank you for your great grace, my king. I ask for no reward, only to serve you for all eternity. This armored knight was already a fervent believer of the King of Slaughter, and now that he was being valued and granted favor by the one he idolized, he was naturally thrilled. Keek. The King of Slaughter let out a chilling and eerie laugh. Since you have this awareness, I am quite satisfied. I allow you to become part of my family. The armored knight was puzzled, but the bat hanging upside down from the ceiling that had been hidden in the darkness suddenly opened its eyes, then spread its wings and dropped down. During its free fall, the bat gradually transformed into a curvaceous and stunning young girl, the same black-robed girl who had previously received YeCong. As this girl lightly landed on the ground, her palm rested on the head of the armored knight. The next moment, with a scream from the armored knight, all of his blood was drained by the girl, turning him into a desiccated corpse. The reason the King of Slaughter did this was simple: to eliminate witnesses. Although he appeared to be the ruler of the entire City of Slaughter on the surface, in reality, he could only be considered a general manager in this large company. Above him were the CEO, the Rakshasa god, and the chairman, the Asura god. The seemingly chaotic and disorderly City of Slaughter actually had its own hidden rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't obediently follow the regulations to open the road to hell for those who achieved 100 victories, thereby creating those killing gods. While the King of Slaughter could control the life and death of everyone in the City of Slaughter, this was only applicable to ordinary expendables. He could not easily decide the fate of the top 100 seed contestants. Furthermore, on another front, YeCong's backing was not something he could easily offend. Bibi Dong, who brought him in, was one of the 2 killing gods who could freely roam, and with the domain of killing gods, she could freely unleash soul skills within the City of Slaughter. Moreover, he clearly read from Tang Chin's memories that the Spirit Hall did not only have those titled level elders on the surface. There were also many old immortals hidden within the offering hall, especially the Grand Offering, Dalu, who was an extreme Douluo with divine power. While he was unsure if the divine powers of other gods could evade the rules of the City of Slaughter, the domain of killing gods could completely allow everyone within the domain to avoid the influence of the City of Slaughter's rules. In this case, whether it was his superior discovering that he was breaking the rules, or the folks from the Spirit Hall learning that he was plotting against their successor, it would be a troublesome matter for him. The black-robed girl's fingertips glowed with firelight. After burning the desiccated corpse to ashes, she gracefully moved to kneel before the King of Slaughter. I, Elizabeth, pay my respects to the great king. This seemingly delicate girl was no ordinary human, but a genuine dark golden bat with 80,000 years of cultivation. Thanks to the blessing of her ancestor, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, she had the privilege to freely transform between human and beast within the City of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter reached out and lifted Elizabeth's chin, gazing at her pretty face as he slowly said, "You should know what to do next, right? Great King, you can rest assured. If he survives this siege, I will use all means to approach him, leading him to fall into a gentle embrace, to sink, until he willingly becomes part of the City of Slaughter and does not wish to leave." Elizabeth looked at the King of Slaughter, her tone filled with confidence. Without a hint of fear, the King of Slaughter gently patted her cheek. Elizabeth, you are a clever girl. As one of my many descendants, the smartest and most talented little one, I hope you understand what to say and what not to say. Chapter 203, breakthrough Catherine's joining increased YeCong's pressure exponentially, although she couldn't cooperate as closely as the Li brothers. Her own exceptional combat power made things quite difficult for YeCong. The chain sword in Catherine's hand moved like a flexible serpent, soft and hard at will. And even though YeCong had a shield for protection, he still suffered numerous hits from her elusive attacks. YeCong's expression grew increasingly grim. According to the rules of the Hell Killing Field, those ranked above 50 were not supposed to appear in the same battle. Facing 3 experts from the top 20 attacking him directly was likely an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of the Killing City. While lower-ranked opponents were not necessarily weak, those ranked high were definitely not weaklings, each possessing their own skills and tricks. Clang! YeCong struck the soul-calming gong, activating the immobilization effect. The basic ability of the soul-calming gong, immobilization, was meant to be most effective against enemies weaker or of similar strength. When facing 3 opponents far stronger than himself, this move became rather useless. The 3 were only immobilized for a second before quickly regaining their movement. However, that single second was enough. YeCong swung his hammer with his right hand and unleashed a makeshift version of the thunderous 8 trigrams, aiming directly at the strongest among them, Catherine. Catherine's expression changed slightly. She had witnessed YeCong use this move to instantly kill the silver armor, and knew that if it hit, it would be devastating. She quickly jumped out of the battle circle and retreated, swinging her chain sword to create a vortex that wrapped around the incoming soul-calming hammer, trying to slow its speed. Taking advantage of the opening in their encirclement, YeCong charged forward with all his might. He used his left hand to block all attacks from the Li brothers with his shield while his right hand revealed his second martial soul, the Emperor's Sword, directly aiming for Li Jian's head. Dual martial souls. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected YeCong to have such a trump card. However, facing the sharp sword aimed at his head, Li Jian showed no fear, instead revealing a sinister smile. "Oh, so you're a genius with dual martial souls? That's even better. The more talented you are, the greater my sense of achievement when I kill you." With that, Li Jian kicked out with an incredibly powerful strike. That kick was strong enough to shatter YeCong's arm. YeCong's face also showed a hint of madness. He didn't dodge, but instead charged forward. Protected by the water armor shield, Li Jian was somewhat surprised. "You're not changing your attack? You're coming at me? Fine, I'll grant you that." In Li Jian's view, his leg technique was unmatched. Not to mention that YeCong was merely a weapon martial soul king. Even a beast martial soul sage of the same level would not fare well after taking this kick. Crack, oh no. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Li Jian's leg bone actually broke, and a blood-filled hole the size of a fist appeared on his thigh, gushing blood. In contrast, YeCong seemed unaffected, gritting his teeth. He swung his sword and continued forward, piercing Li Jian's throat. After confirming that Li Jian was dead beyond any doubt, YeCong let out a sigh of relief. Though he appeared calm, his arm was trembling slightly. YeCong pretended to be nonchalant while quietly using reconstruction to heal his arm, which had suffered fractures and slight dislocation. When Li Jian had kicked him, YeCong had even used the soul bone technique, Furious Water Peak, to deflect the attack. The water armor shield's strong defense had mitigated part of the attack power, while the counterattack from Furious Water Peak had severely injured the unsuspecting Li Jian. After killing Li Jian, YeCong retracted the Emperor's Sword. His use and development of this martial soul relied heavily on just a few soul techniques. As for swordsmanship, he could only claim to know a little. It was nowhere near as proficient as his use of the soul-calming gong and soul-calming hammer. Second brother, Li Kang's anger reached its peak upon seeing his brother's tragic death. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a furious roar, he swung his fist at YeCong. With Li Jian dead, the once nearly perfect and stable triangular formation was shattered, and the pressure on YeCong suddenly decreased. However, his nerves remained taut, showing no signs of relaxation. The earlier reconstruction had healed his injuries, but had also consumed a large amount of his soul power. If this dragged on, it would ultimately be difficult to avoid defeat. Damn it, do I really have to use that move? YeCong thought, while fending off Li Kang's frenzied attacks like a rain of blows. The Golden Scale Absolute Curse could indeed grant him a threefold increase in combat power. But using it simultaneously with the Night Team would come with a negative buff that shortened his lifespan. Although YeCong had many trump cards aside from that. Even if he couldn't beat the Killing King himself, he could still escape. After all, while the use of soul technique tokens could be restricted here, he still had numerous magic scrolls to choose from. However, he didn't want to use his trump cards so easily. If he resorted to them now, in a sense, it would mean he was conceding defeat. In the original timeline, Tang Sect had managed to walk out of the killing city unscathed by relying solely on himself. Why couldn't he do the same? If he couldn't even accomplish this, how could he expect to defeat him in the future and protect his loved ones and friends? YeCong's personality was sometimes stubborn to the point of being hard to understand, such as when he refused to acknowledge that the protective treasures and various life-saving methods bestowed by his elders could also be considered part of his own strength. His abstract thoughts stemmed from a deep-seated lack of security. He had too many concerns and worries about the original protagonist, leading him to want to compete with him on everything to measure their strengths. Because YeCong couldn't be sure whether this Tang person would pull out an unknown new cheat during a desperate battle and kill him in return. Essentially, YeCong was a rather laid-back person who didn't like to fight. However, the current situation forced him to compete. To borrow a phrase from a promising young member of the Fanma family, I don't need to become the strongest in the world. I just need to be a little stronger than him. Even if he is the weakest in the world, I would be satisfied with coming in second to last. While pondering, YeCong's movements did not slow down. The family's secret technique of the bell ringer, combined with the soul-devouring stick method taught by the ghostly figure, allowed YeCong to hold his ground even against two opponents. At this moment, Catherine began to have second thoughts. Their alliance was originally a temporary arrangement, and now 2 out of the original 4 had been eliminated. YeCong, their target, was still full of energy. This kind of performance made her feel uneasy. They had originally come together for mutual benefit, and now, for personal gain, it wouldn't be a problem for them to go their separate ways. Catherine didn't dare to gamble on whether YeCong's desperate counterattack would seriously injure her. The people under her command were not easy to deal with. If she showed even a hint of weakness due to injury, they would undoubtedly swarm her, eliminating her and taking her place. Chapter 204. Acting Justly? It seems the little brother is really impressive. After making up her mind, Catherine began to switch from offense to defense, trying to withdraw from the battlefield. She parted her crimson lips and said in a teasing tone, "If I had met you at a different time, I would definitely have found a way to recruit you. But now, it seems that's impossible, right? Bye-bye, little guy. Maybe we'll meet again by chance." As her words fell, her left leg glowed, and she took off into the sky, leaving the battlefield. She too had a soul bone as a trump card, though she had never used it in the previous battle. YeCong, seeing this, was naturally anxious. "You wretched girl, where are you going? Are you going to betray the agreement and let down that lord's expectations of us?" Catherine ignored him. The only response he received was the soul hammer from YeCong and its mockery. "I say, you're no longer a child. Should I really have to tell you that betrayal is the main theme here? Such brotherly love in the midst of slaughter is truly a precious rarity." When YeCong first arrived in the city of slaughter, he hadn't yet adjusted his mindset. He was still that passionate youth. He had just finished a match in a hellish arena, and while strolling on the streets, he saw a burly man preparing to commit a crime against a small girl. With a strong sense of justice, he couldn't allow such filth to happen right before his eyes. Without considering how a harmless little girl could survive and grow up safely in such a place, fueled by his anger, he chose to protect her and dealt deadly blows to the clearly bad men. With YeCong's strength, even as a newcomer to the city of slaughter, it was easy for him to take down a few cannon fodder. After dealing with those strong men, while crouching down to comfort the little girl, he contemplated whether to keep her by his side for protection. Suddenly, the seemingly weak and harmless little girl revealed a fierce expression and lunged at YeCong with a poison dagger aimed at his vital points. If it weren't for YeCong's muscle memory and combat awareness, which allowed him to instinctively dodge the attack and counter with a slap that knocked her unconscious, that girl-esque sneak attack could have easily taken out one of his kidneys. After this incident, YeCong clearly realized that the common sense and worldview he had developed outside had to be overturned and rebuilt here. Kindness would only become a foolish trait that could lead to his own demise. No one who survives in the city of slaughter is truly innocent. Even if the opponent appears weak, helpless, and pitiful, they should never be underestimated. Those unfortunate children born here, even if they were pure and innocent at birth, inevitably grow up in blood and filth, becoming flowers of sin. After this ordeal, YeCong temporarily sealed away his kindness and chose to become a cold-blooded person. Although he wouldn't commit evil deeds, he also wouldn't continue to engage in pointless and useless acts of chivalry in this wicked world. Back to the main topic. With Catherine's retreat, YeCong felt an immediate reduction of 80% of his pressure. He took the initiative, and the situation reversed in an instant. Pressing hard against the remaining YeCong, "The game should end," YeCong shouted as he raised the upgraded version of the Soul Hammer high, with endless lightning swirling around it, and smashed it down towards YeCong. This time, It was not a mere feint. YeCong put all his strength into it, channeling all the stored lightning from the thunder refinement vines into the blow. With Li Kang's scream, he was sent flying until he crashed into a wall. At this moment, YeCong was in a miserable state. His arms were shattered like broken meat, hanging uselessly at his sides. His chest had caved in significantly, and several ribs were broken. He was coughing up blood, with bits of internal organs mixed in. Perhaps the intense pain brought him back to some rationality. YeCong had calmed down. Forget about avenging his brother. He just wanted to survive. He wanted to plead with YeCong for his life. But in a severely injured state, speaking was difficult, let alone kneeling to beg for mercy. YeCong walked step by step towards the collapsed YeCong, ignoring the pleading look in his eyes, and brought the hammer down on his head. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. YeCong swung the hammer several times, until Li Kang's head was completely reduced to a mush, confirming he was dead before stopping. After dealing with the last enemy, YeCong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He found a relatively clean spot to sit down, and began to recover his soul power. The previous large-scale brawl and its aftermath had scared off all the small fish hoping to take advantage. So YeCong didn't have to worry too much about someone claiming his head. The only thing to be wary of was whether Catherine might suddenly return to take him out, using his head to claim a reward from that lord. Just as YeCong had guessed, Catherine had not gone far. She was hiding nearby, recovering her strength while secretly waiting for the right moment to strike. As she quietly awaited a suitable time, a charming voice whispered in her ear, "What? Just waiting to pick up the pieces after their fight?" "Who?" Catherine broke out in a cold sweat, her hair standing on end, instinctively activating her soul bone ability to teleport a good distance forward. She turned around and saw a young girl with white hair and red eyes standing in the spot she had just occupied, smiling at her. "Who are you?" Catherine shouted sharply. Just the fact that this girl could approach her silently was enough to prove that her strength was anything but ordinary. However, having lived in the city of slaughter for quite some time, Catherine had never heard of such a powerful individual, which left her feeling puzzled. There were only 2 possibilities in this situation. Either this mysterious girl had intentionally kept her ranking low to decrease her presence, or she was a newcomer like YeCong, perhaps even more formidable. The girl smiled slightly, her voice as clear and pleasant as a lark. "Of course, I'm here to kill you." The girl tilted her head, pretending to think hard. "As for the reason, if I said it was because I couldn't stand seeing so many of you bully a weak, pitiful, and helpless little girl, so I couldn't help but want to act justly. Would you believe me?" Catherine fell silent. The girl's words had too many points to criticize, leaving her momentarily unsure how to respond. In the city of slaughter, the reasons for wanting to kill someone could be diverse: disliking them, wanting to take advantage, seeking to gain fame from an enemy's head, or even simply having no reason at all, just wanting to kill you. However, the reason of wanting to act justly was something Catherine had never heard before. Now, she was increasingly convinced that the girl before her was just a rookie who had just entered the city of slaughter. Chapter 205. Tang Sect. Catherine revealed a smile that was as hypocritical as it was sincere. "Little sister, your joke isn't funny at all. Acts of chivalry in a place like this are futile. Why don't you let your sister go, and I promise you'll be well rewarded in the future." "That's not possible." The girl shook her head seriously and said, "Taking money to help others avoid disaster. As an honest person, how could I do something so treacherous?" Catherine was left with a big question mark over her head. Wasn't her earlier statement about being righteous? How did it now turn into being hired to take her own life? How did she come to such contradictory conclusions? Catherine's smile faded, and her narrowed eyes questioned, "Are you playing with me?" "Correct. But unfortunately, there's no reward." Just as the words left her mouth, the girl moved and appeared in front of Catherine again, her delicate hand reaching directly for Catherine's throat. The girl didn't use any teleportation or spatial soul skills. Rather, she relied on her instinct and the explosive speed from her formidable physical prowess. What incredible speed! Catherine's pupils contracted violently. It was too late to dodge. She had no choice but to swing her martial soul butterfly chain sword to create a vortex to block the attack, hoping to force the girl back. Though the girl appeared weak, she was an absolute tough opponent. Facing the vortex created by the chain sword, she showed no signs of retreat, directly changing her approach and grabbing it with her hand. Before Catherine could react, the girl lifted her leg and kicked her in the abdomen. Catherine felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, and with a gasp, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, surprisingly, the girl controlled the blood that Catherine had expelled, transforming it into 4 long spikes that pierced through her limbs, pinning her to the ground. This maneuver made Catherine recognize her identity. Her pupils widened as she screamed in panic. "It's you?" the messenger of the king of slaughter. Elizabeth, realizing her identity was exposed, was somewhat surprised. Oh, I didn't expect to be found out, but it doesn't matter. At least this way, you can die knowing the truth. After all, you had thoughts you shouldn't have. With that, she said no more and struck down with her palm, severing Catherine's head. Elizabeth, holding Catherine's hair, looked down at the beautiful corpse that had lost its head and shook her head with some regret. What a shame for this exquisite Bloody Mary. On the other side, after recovering a significant amount of soul power and physical strength, YeCong found it strange that Catherine hadn't come to find trouble with him. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was better to have fewer troubles. When he removed his mask and returned to his dwelling, he encountered a familiar face. Tang Sect was leaning against the doorframe, happily waving at him. "Oh, isn't this smiling Yinluo, Mr. Yi? It looks like you've just gone through a tough battle. Want to try the premium roasted whole lamb I made? Guaranteed to be nourishing." YeCong's face darkened, and he coldly replied, "Tong, one day I'll kill you and feed you to the birds." If YeCong were to make a list of the people he hated the most, Tang Sect would undoubtedly be at the top. People entering the city of slaughter could roughly be divided into 3 categories. Most were evil soul masters with wicked martial souls, who practiced through bloody and cruel means. The second category consisted of notorious criminals wanted and hunted by the Martial Soul Hall and the 2 empires, and the last, a very small number, were challengers like YeCong who entered the city of slaughter to hone themselves. Tang Sect belonged to the second category. Although he was a man, his appearance was quite delicate, making many women feel inferior. However, beneath this handsome exterior lay a perverse nature. His level of perversion was among the highest in the city of slaughter, which was already filled with deviance. As the saying goes, they're only wrongly named titles, not wrongly given nicknames. Tang Sect, known as the Hell Chef, loved food and the process of cooking it more than anything else. The ingredients he used were anything but ordinary, with his favorite being bipedal lambs. To put it simply, bipedal lamb is a nickname for humans. Perhaps due to his excessive consumption, he had developed a keen insight into ingredient selection. The flesh of young women and children was the most tender, making any cooking method delicious and thus considered top quality. Male flesh was slightly inferior, best suited for roasting, classified as medium quality, while the elderly, who had lost their essence due to age, had dry and tough meat that could only be used for soup, thus deemed inferior. Logically speaking, in such a vast forest, YeCong could completely ignore this perverted lunatic. After all, if you walk your own path, I will walk my own, and there shouldn't be any major issues. However, the problem lay in Tang Sect's excessively malicious personality. This dog would often share his culinary creations with others. Ever since he and YeCong became neighbors, he frequently brought delicious dishes to share with YeCong, and despite repeated rejections, he showed no signs of stopping, which disgusted YeCong to no end. As for why YeCong didn't just kill him, it's simple. YeCong couldn't defeat him. They had fought dozens of times, and each time ended with YeCong narrowly losing. No matter how strong YeCong's techniques were, Tang Sect could always just barely counter them. His ability to perfectly counteract YeCong's moves indicated that his true combat power far surpassed YeCong's, likely at least that of a titled Douluo. Even more frightening was that he was a titled Douluo capable of freely using soul skills. YeCong speculated that he might be an old powerhouse who had passed through the Hell Road and gained the domain of the God of Slaughter. And for some reason, perhaps his own perversion made him incompatible with the outside world. He chose to settle in the city of slaughter. As for why he had always shown mercy and never struck with lethal force, YeCong could only guess that he had somehow learned of YeCong's considerable backing, making him quite cautious. YeCong's speculation was largely correct. Tang Sect was indeed a titled Douluo and possessed the domain of the God of Slaughter. However, his reason for residing in the city of slaughter was not because he liked the environment there. On the contrary, he held a deep disdain for this hellish place. It wasn't that he had any sense of justice. He simply believed that the bipedal lambs raised in the city of slaughter, who had long consumed Bloody Mary, had completely destroyed the original taste of food, which was intolerable for him as a discerning gourmet. The reason he came here was entirely for YeCong. YeCong had established no normal social connections here, and Tang Sect's perverse behavior fit perfectly with this place, leading to some misjudgments in his perceptions. Chapter 206. The visitor from the city of Carnage. Tang Sect's other identity is the chief magician. From there, he is second only to the fool. Logically speaking, getting rid of YeCong should have been just an ordinary silencing operation for there. Even if the mission failed, the only one who would end up unlucky would be the hangman. the one responsible. Many among this group of conflicting officials would merely watch the spectacle. However, with the appearance and warning from Ho-Ha-Ha, the nature of the situation changed. Ho-Ha-Ha's terrifying strength was one aspect, but the main reason the fool took notice was that he sensed a similar aura from Ho-Ha-Ha to that of the indescribable existence he worshipped and sought to revive. This discovery made the fool tremble with excitement, and he immediately dispatched his strongest subordinates to investigate YeCong. He increasingly felt that in order to revive that indescribable being, YeCong, as Ho-Ha-Ha's most valued junior, might be the most important piece on the chessboard. This is why Tang Sect could easily suppress YeCong, but always stopped short of killing him. Of course, his various gestures of goodwill towards YeCong, like sharing food, were purely personal preferences, unrelated to his mission. After YeCong returned to his residence, he locked the door, had a simple dinner, and prepared to rest. The City of Carnage is a special space where day and night do not exist, and living here for a long time can easily disrupt one's biological clock. Fortunately, YeCong mastered the technique of heart counting, allowing him to control time much better than anyone else here. So he could still maintain the good habits of going to bed early, waking up early, and eating on time. However, at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, accompanied by a girl's voice. "Is this Mr. Ye's residence?" Huh? YeCong was puzzled. Aside from the clingy Tang Sect, he had never interacted with anyone here. Why would someone else come looking for him? He raised his right hand, summoned the soul tool, the soul-settling hammer, and then opened the door. At the door stood a white-haired girl with ruby-like pupils, her hands behind her back, smiling up at him. Upon seeing YeCong, the girl looked very happy and waved. "Mr. Ye, long time no see. Who are you? Do I know you?" YeCong furrowed his brows, trying to think. Although he had interacted little with others since arriving in the City of Carnage, he would remember some particularly notable individuals, like a few of the top-ranked powerhouses or those with distinctive appearances or personalities. The girl before him belonged to the latter category, but YeCong did not recall knowing this stunning girl. The girl did not seem upset by YeCong's rudeness. She extended her left hand, presenting a carefully packaged head. "Here, this bad woman wanted to kill you, but I took care of her." Upon seeing the head of Catherine held by this strange girl, YeCong's pupils soudain constricted. He had some understanding of how troublesome Catherine could be, although he wasn't afraid of her. Truly dealing with her without exposing his ability to use soul skills would definitely require considerable effort, and he would have to pay a hefty price. However, he had not been away from Catherine for long, and his travel time was minimal. To be able to instantly kill one of the top 3 powerhouses in the City of Carnage in such a short time, YeCong could conclude that this seemingly harmless white-haired girl was likely an extremely formidable powerhouse. Seeing that YeCong still looked confused, the girl suddenly clapped her hands as if realizing something. "Look at my memory. This should be our first official meeting, right? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Elizabeth, and I am a guide in the City of Carnage." If YeCong's attitude towards Elizabeth had originally been one of caution and speculation, it was now completely replaced by shock, even tinged with a hint of fear deep in his heart. He did not understand why this person had come to find him, especially since she had kindly eliminated a major enemy for him. As the saying goes, every free gift comes with a hidden price, and YeCong never believed that free pie would fall from the sky, just as he would not believe that this guide, who transcended the rules of the City of Carnage, would come to help an unrelated passerby like him. Just as YeCong pondered the reason for Elizabeth's visit, she smiled again and said, "According to common sense, shouldn't you invite me inside for a chat, Mr. Ye?" YeCong hesitated for a moment, but nodded, putting away the soul-settling hammer and letting Elizabeth into the house. As for the head of Catherine, YeCong casually tossed it onto the street. He had no peculiar habit of collecting heads. The reason he chose to let Elizabeth into his house was simple. YeCong considered himself someone who had seen and experienced a lot, so he could easily determine that Elizabeth's strength was likely at least at the title Douluo level. A title Douluo unrestricted in using soul skills would probably be second only to the legendary King of Carnage in terms of strength in the City of Carnage. If she harbored malice towards him, it seemed he had no choice but to flee. Currently, without understanding Elizabeth's intentions, it would be best for him not to act rashly. YeCong had also considered using Tang Sect, who was like a clingy plaster, to execute a plan of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. However, this thought was quickly snuffed out. If executed properly, the plan could lead to a situation where the clam and the snipe fight, and the fisherman benefits. But if there was any deviation, he would be the one to suffer. Even though he had many life-saving means, and could even call on elders for protection, Facing two, at least, title-level powerhouses who were furious would definitely lead to him suffering greatly. Inside the house, Elizabeth did not treat herself as an outsider. Sitting casually on the sofa and grabbing an apple from the coffee table to munch on. YeCong. Although theoretically, food and drink were not a concern in the inner city, that was only the minimum standard of living. To eat something a bit better, like fruit or snacks, would require spending a considerable amount of Bloody Marys. Although he didn't lack those things, he still felt a bit overwhelmed by her casual demeanor. With a forced smile, he walked over and said, "I am naturally very grateful for your help in eliminating a major threat, Senior, but may I ask what brings you here?" Chapter 207. 100 Victories, Senior. May I ask why you specifically came to find me? Elizabeth rolled her eyes in a charming manner and said, "Why are you being so distant?" "Of course, I came here for you. After all, in His Majesty's words, you are a once-in-a-century genius of the City of Slaughter." Hearing this, YeCong furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand what this King of Slaughter was up to. In the original work, even his cheap great-grandson Tang Sect never received such treatment of being visited by a guiding person. Or perhaps he was actually recruited, but it just wasn't mentioned in the original. Just as YeCong was still pondering, Elizabeth suddenly moved. With her agile and nimble figure, she effortlessly leaped from the coffee table to the sofa, closing the distance to YeCong in just a blink. Elizabeth's posture was alluring as she leaned against YeCong's chest, emitting a faint fragrance. A delicate, boneless hand gently caressed YeCong's chest. "His Majesty has said that as long as you are willing to stay, not only can I help you remove the restrictions on you, but I can also assist you in directly becoming a title Douluo. Besides that, whatever you desire is at your disposal, including me." YeCong's expression changed drastically. He was taken aback by Elizabeth's speed in approaching him, not even having time to react. He had only encountered such situations with his own master, Ghostly Charm, the old man Hobhaha, and teacher Dalu. Even his foster mother Bibi Dong couldn't achieve this. A trace of panic flashed across YeCong's face, and he hurriedly took a few steps back to distance himself from Elizabeth. After calming himself down with some internal energy, he sternly said, "Senior, please have some self-respect." "Oh, how unusual. I didn't expect to see such a pure little virgin in a place like this," Elizabeth said, somewhat surprised by YeCong's reaction. She licked her lips and added, "In that case, sister wants you even more." YeCong had never seen such lewd behavior from a woman before. He was so frightened that he took several steps back, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He admitted he was scared. Being targeted by a title Douluo was definitely not a good experience. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the room, contemplating an escape route. Elizabeth did not take any further aggressive actions. Seeing that YeCong was on guard against her, she could only shake her head regretfully. It seems that little brother doesn't welcome sister. But that's okay. Feelings need to be nurtured slowly. Let's meet again tomorrow. After saying that, she blew YeCong a kiss and turned to leave the room. YeCong stood in place, silent for a long time before letting out a sigh. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? If fate wants to have its way with you and you can't resist, then you can only enjoy it." What else could he do in the face of a title Douluo? He couldn't possibly seek help over such a trivial matter. That would definitely lead to being laughed at by the old man and the others. Time passed day by day. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, YeCong accelerated his progress in the hell-killing fields. The only difference was that Elizabeth came to visit YeCong every day, and each time she brought valuable ingredients or other supplements. Half a year passed in a flash, and YeCong finally achieved 99 victories, preparing for his final battle in the City of Slaughter. From a complete novice to a king, just one victory away from 100, this speed was something even Tang Sect, who had the protection of fortune in the original work, could not achieve. The reason YeCong could accomplish this was fundamentally because he didn't have to waste time suppressing killing intent and maintaining his mental state like Tang Sect did. The killing intent and negative emotions YeCong accumulated were absorbed by his dark personality, and every time he engaged in rampant slaughter, it reduced his humanity. With this dual effect, he was not plagued by killing intent like others, which would lead to mental anguish. This made him seem somewhat fragmented when not engaging in combat. YeCong appeared completely harmless, with no killing intent detectable. But once he turned hostile, the terrifying killing intent emanating from him was enough to suffocate many. Perhaps due to YeCong's frightening record, he found it difficult to complete this last battle for a long time. More people chose to survive using the matches they had accumulated, and those who ran out of matches survived by contributing blood. After all, dragging on was the choice of most compared to immediate death. After waiting for a month in vain, YeCong chose to take the initiative, transforming into a hunter and randomly selecting lucky spectators on the streets to kill. This behavior, while making him countless enemies, did not bother him. Those ranked too low were not his opponents even if they banded together. And if those ranked too high joined forces against him, Elizabeth would solve that group for him. YeCong's rampage left the city of slaughter in a state of paranoia. To prevent him from continuing, the residents who had long lived in the city of slaughter selected 9 unfortunate souls to send to the arena. 80. With the sound of the soul-settling hammer falling, the last challenger had their head smashed by YeCong. The fallen spectators below erupted into cheers, celebrating the birth of a killing god that only existed in legends. More so, they were celebrating that this unfortunate soul was finally leaving the city of slaughter, no longer having to worry about being turned into mush as soon as they stepped outside. Amidst the cheering, even though YeCong's temperament was extraordinary, he raised his arms with a hint of pride and unleashed his killing intent without reservation. The nearly tangible killing intent formed a huge vortex in the air. Congratulations, smiling Yama. A low, sharp voice suddenly came from all directions. The killing intent released by YeCong actually surged back into him the moment the voice rang out, being repressed back into his body. The atmosphere in the hell-killing fields instantly reached its peak as a blood-red figure was descending from the sky. King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. The fallen spectators, who had quieted down, became fervent again, excitedly shouting for their king. YeCong raised his face to carefully observe this so-called King of Slaughter. It was a tall man, completely wrapped in a massive crimson cloak. With a pale complexion and blood-red eyes, he descended slowly from the air, seemingly unaffected by the force of gravity. YeCong was familiar with the oppressive aura belonging to an ultimate Dalu, having experienced it with the old man Huahaha and teacher Dalu. Chapter 208, Chaos, Part 1. The King of Slaughter shifted his gaze away from YeCong, scanning the audience in the hell-killing field. His voice sharp. I am pleased to witness the birth of a strong contender in the killing field today. 100 victories, a feat that hasn't been seen in decades, has been achieved by this young man. His formidable strength and terrifying killing intent have made you all tremble, haven't they? My subjects. Yes, yes, yes. The King of Slaughter seemed to possess a unique charm that drove all the fallen to develop an almost frenzied admiration for him upon seeing him. The King of Slaughter looked down at YeCong. You are quite impressive, managing to achieve 100 victories in just 1 year. This kind of achievement has been extremely rare since the establishment of the Killing City. As a token of recognition, I have decided to grant you the title of Killing God as an exception. From now on, you may come and go freely in the Killing City, and you will be appointed as a guest elder under my command. Sure enough, YeCong nodded slightly, realizing that this old hand was reluctant to let others obtain the domain of the Killing God. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed such tempting conditions. With this in mind, YeCong merely smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Thank you for the King of Slaughter's kindness, but I have always acted with integrity. I do not like taking shortcuts. I cannot disrupt the rules of the Killing City because of myself. I am willing to undergo the trial of the Hell Road to earn your reward. I hope to rely on my own strength to walk out of here and become a true killing god. The King of Slaughter's expression turned serious as he stared hard at YeCong. Little brat, I have given you special permission because of your youth and talent. So do not be ungrateful. The horrors of the Hell Road are far more dangerous than the entire Killing City. I advise you not to risk your life. Huh? YeCong seemed to have heard the biggest joke, unable to help but laugh. Respected King of Slaughter, are you telling me a joke? I admit this joke is quite good. It successfully made me laugh. After all, discussing the value of life in this Killing City, where a life is worth less than a steam bun, is truly amusing. YeCong's disrespectful words caused the King of Slaughter's expression to change several times. But he ultimately did not take action. He knew very well that if he dared to violate the rules and forcibly kill YeCong here, neither the laws of the Killing City nor the powerful figures behind YeCong would let him off lightly. The King of Slaughter revealed a cold smile. It seems good words are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Since you insist on venturing forth, I cannot continue to stop you. If you are fortunate enough to pass, remember to send my regards to your elders. Thick red mist suddenly erupted from the King of Slaughter, transforming into ripples. As this evil and cold red ripple slowly spread, within just a few blinks, it had already enveloped the entire arena. The fallen sitting in the audience were unusually excited. They all hoped to see the opening of the Hell Road. However, they did not know that their lives had reached their end. Except for the Killing God and the King of Slaughter, no one had ever witnessed the opening of the Hell Road, because those who had seen it were dead. Or rather, they had all become sacrifices for the opening of the Hell Road. The previously frantically cheering fallen gradually quieted down as the red light descended on the observation platform. Each fallen's gaze became increasingly vacant, then turned bloodshot. Before long, as the red light formed a massive barrier over the entire hell-killing field, the sounds of painful screams began to emerge from those who first came into contact with the red light. Affected by the red light, those fallen seemed to have gone half-mad, desperately clawing at their faces and bodies. The fallen who could survive in the inner city mostly possessed a certain level of strength, and at this moment, they exerted all their energy on themselves. Even the screams contained an extreme pleasure. It seemed they found infinite enjoyment in this self-torture. Skin rolled back, blood sprayed everywhere. They even pulled their own intestines out of their bodies. The madness continued until the end of their lives. YeCong's face turned a bit pale, although he had also walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and at this point had suppressed his humanity to a very low level. He still couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight of such a scene. Blood spilled onto the ground, beginning to coagulate. A large amount of blood flowed like small streams through inconspicuous tiny pipes towards the center of the killing field. It was clear to see that countless winding red liquids flowed into the arena like little snakes. As the blood flowed into the arena, it did not spread in a straight line. On the ground, grooves appeared at some unknown time. The blood poured into them, gradually gathering on the ground to form a huge blood-red pattern. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant bat. Just as the Hell Road was about to open, YeCong suddenly spoke. "Respected King of Slaughter, before we part, I have one more question. Should I call you Tang Sect or the King of the Nine-Headed Bat?" YeCong's words exploded in the King of Slaughter's heart like a bomb. He paused in his efforts to open the Hell Road and shouted with a sharp voice, "Who are you? How do you know my identity?" At this moment, the King of Slaughter had already made up his mind. Even if it meant suffering terrible punishment, he would crush this kid here. YeCong smiled without answering, producing a jade pendant in his hand. As he suddenly crushed the jade pendant, a spatial teleportation portal appeared behind him. "Ha ha, finally ready to make a move. I've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither." With a wild laugh, the silver-haired figure in purple robes, holding a magic staff, stepped forward first. Following closely was Pope Bibi Dong, who had changed into battle attire. YeCong smiled at the King of Slaughter. "Did you not say you wanted me to send your regards to the elders? No need to go to such trouble. I have brought them here." Earlier, during the last battle he participated in, YeCong had already informed his two elders in advance, waiting for the right moment to open the teleportation portal to bring the two titled Douluo here. Haha's gaze landed on the King of Slaughter. "I say, little bat, why is the killing intent on you so heavy? Are you really trying to make a move against little Yi?" As he spoke, an even more immense, evil aura enveloped the King of Slaughter like a tidal wave. At this moment, the King of Slaughter felt dazed and collapsed internally. Earlier, he thought YeCong's backing was only the killing god Bibi Dong. But now, where did this powerful figure come from? In this situation, he momentarily forgot why Ho-ha-ha-ha could still use soul skills in the killing city without being in the domain of the killing god. The King of Slaughter hurriedly retracted all his killing intent, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. "This senior, have you misunderstood something? I was just following the rules to send this young friend to the Hell Road." Chapter 209, Chaos Part 2. "Oh, is that so? But I want to kill you. This is no misunderstanding." As he spoke, Ho-ha had already taken action. With a flick of his wand, several gift boxes appeared out of thin air around the King of Slaughter, which then exploded instantly. The powerful explosion sent the King of Slaughter crashing to the ground. At this moment, the King of Slaughter turned hostile, no longer maintaining the superficial pleasantries. He roared angrily, "Bastard, you're seeking death." He soared into the air again, his blood-red wings unfurling, and in his hand appeared a long sword imbued with endless bloodlust and killing intent, the divine weapon, a Jura sword. Looking at the artifact in his hand, Ho-ha wore a somewhat deranged smile. "An artifact? Huh? You really scared me. What a pity I have one too." As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a scythe appeared in his hand, the very magic scythe he had confiscated from the Rakshasa god. "Little spider, protect little leaf. I'll play with him." With that, Ho-ha's figure flashed, and he swung the scythe towards the King of Slaughter. This death scythe was technically a 1/4 fragment of an artifact once belonging to an unparalleled existence, and in terms of quality, it was only a top-tier, first-level divine weapon, slightly inferior to a divine king's weapon. However, while the quality of the weapon was important, what mattered more was who wielded it. The nine-headed Bat King, with a facade of strength, had real combat power that couldn't even compare to an ordinary limit Doa. Even wielding a divine king's weapon was like a child holding a kitchen knife. In contrast, Hohaha was terrifyingly powerful. Even a deity's intervention posed a risk of falling if they were careless. Now, with an artifact in hand, it was like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Hohaha had no intention of playing around. He was fully committed. In just 3 exchanges, the Azura sword in the King of Slaughter's hand was sent flying by Hohaha's strike. And before the King of Slaughter could react, Hohaha turned the magic scythe around and smashed the King of Slaughter down from the air. As the King of Slaughter struggled to get up, Hohaha stepped on his chest. YeCong shook his head and covered his eyes. Who told this King of Slaughter he had such bad luck, running into Hohaha in his nighttime state? If it were daytime, this guy wouldn't be getting beaten so badly. Hohaha waved at BB Dong. Little spider, I remember you still need a 9 spirit ring, right? What do you think about this old bat? BB Dong perked up. The 9-headed blood bat had long since transcended the 100,000-year soul beast level to become a ferocious beast. More importantly, its attributes were quite compatible with her own martial spirit, both possessing toxic properties. However, this guy was currently in a possessed state. How could she kill it to absorb the spirit ring? Facing Bibidong's question, Hohaha rubbed his chin. Good point, let's try this. His latter remark was clearly directed at the King of Slaughter. Hohaha unleashed a wave of purple light from his hand, suddenly slapping towards the King of Slaughter's head. Haha, separation magic, 1 palm of expectation. With a scream, a red stream of light was blasted out from Tang Chen's forehead. However, to everyone's surprise, this stream of light did not fall to the ground. Instead, it shot upwards, attempting to escape from this place of trouble. But just as it reached midair, it crashed into a giant spider web and became immobilized. It turned out that by the time they arrived at the city of Slaughter, BB Dong had already released her second martial spirit, the Spider King, in a living form, secretly weaving a large web to prevent enemies from escaping. Seeing the 9-headed bat caught in the web, the Spider King slowly crawled out and spat out silk to tightly bind it into a large cocoon. Hohaha nodded in satisfaction. He had anticipated the 9-headed bat king's escape. He had merely chosen not to intervene. If BB Dong couldn't capture a spirit ring that had come to her door, it could only mean that she was destined not to absorb it. Seeing himself in imminent danger, the 9-headed bloodbat shouted with his raspy voice, "You can't kill me. My identity as the King of Slaughter has divine authorization and recognition. If I die, the gods will surely notice, and you won't escape divine retribution." Facing his threat, not to mention that your master, the Rakshasa god, is just the Shura god in disguise. I'm not afraid. The 9-headed blood bat wanted to retort, but suddenly recalled the familiar aura from the long-handled scythe Hohaha had used to beat him. A sense of foreboding instantly rose in his heart. However, before he could figure out the connection, Hohaha continued, "But you do have a point. Although I'm not afraid of them, facing them does bring many troubles, so I need to be cautious." As he spoke, Hohaha took out his magic wand again. He raised the wand high and began to chant a spell. Haha, 4-element seal, activate. As the spell was chanted, the magic wand trembled slightly, and then 4 streams of light split from the crystal ball at the top, transforming into 4 wands of wind, fire, thunder, and ice. These 4 wands flew towards the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the city of Slaughter, directly setting up a powerful magic array that enveloped the entire city of Slaughter, achieving the effect of isolating heaven and earth. Looking at the magic wand in Hohaha's hand, although its style had become much more ancient due to the separation of the 4 elements, it had not changed in essence. Or rather, the magic wand, now transformed into a scepter, revealed its true form due to the separation of impurities. Level 1 artifact, Scepter of the Underworld. As the former owner of the Divine Seat, BB Dong was all too familiar with this aura. She never expected Hohaha would hold 2 artifacts simultaneously. However, she wasn't too surprised, as Hohaha's many accomplishments had led her to regard him as an omnipotent being. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if Hohaha directly killed the true god tomorrow, she would find it reasonable. Seeing hope fade, despair filled the 9-headed Bat King's eyes. However, he still wanted to struggle, hurriedly saying, "My lord, the city of Slaughter is in extreme chaos. Without someone to manage it, even if you take me in as your subordinate, it will still be troublesome. Why not spare my life and let me be the administrator here?" Heh, that's unnecessary. What did they say? If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Hohaha waved his hand. BB Dong immediately understood and said, "Spider King, use eternal creation." "As you command, my master." Accompanied by a muffled voice, the Spider King lifted its front 2 spider legs, which emitted a faint green light, and suddenly stabbed towards the 9-headed bat. Normally, The nine-headed Bat King's innate ability, Immortal, gave him extremely strong vitality. But the problem was that he was not in peak condition. Having fought with Hohaha had already left him half-damaged. Moreover, the eternal creation he faced was no ordinary soul skill. This divine skill, which could ignore defenses, directly tortured him to the brink of death. Chapter 210, Chaos 3. The nine-headed bloodbat soon met its end, a crimson soul ring with two lines slowly rising. Taking advantage of BB Dong's time absorbing the soul ring, Wahaha lightly tapped the ground with his staff and smiled. I said, "You two little bugs. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to hide for so long without showing yourselves?" Although he smiled, the intense killing intent he exuded was genuinely terrifying. To be precise, his killing intent was not overwhelming, but incredibly pure. It was like he simply opened a can to drink the water inside. As his words fell, a man and a woman slowly emerged from the shadows. However, it was evident that this pair was also surprised to see each other, clearly unaware that there was someone else hiding here. Dongsha and Elizabeth? YeCong was somewhat surprised, but it also seemed reasonable. After all, in the City of Slaughter, the only ones capable of secretly observing battles of this level would likely be these two titled Douluos. Tang Sect seemed to have no fear at all. He still wore a smile, ignoring Wahaha's terrifying killing aura, and bowed deeply. Junior Tang Sect pays respects to Your Excellency, the God of Death. Unlike the calm and composed Tang Sect, Elizabeth was indeed trembling in fear. As soon as she appeared, she fell to the ground with a thud, not daring to meet Wahaha's gaze. After all, she had just witnessed her own ancestor being beaten like a dog by this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man. How could she not be afraid? Wahaha ignored Tang Sect and smiled at Elizabeth, beckoning with his hand, causing her to uncontrollably slide to his feet. Wahaha smiled as he lifted Elizabeth's chin. I didn't expect there to be a little bat here. Do you want to avenge your ancestor? YeCong was somewhat surprised. He only knew that Elizabeth was powerful, but he didn't expect her to be a 100,000-year soul beast. However, she was not completely transformed into human form like Xiao Wu and Lan Yue. Rather, she was temporarily taking on a human shape thanks to her strong soul power. It was similar to how Xiao Bai on Sea God Island or the ferocious beast living in the Star Doe Forest appeared. Wahaha continued, Little one, do you want to live or die? I want to live, my lord, Elizabeth replied, her appearance resembling a crying flower, trembling and looking pitiful. However, Wahaha had no intention of showing any compassion. He tilted his head, Little leaf. Hey, Uncle Hua, YeCong said curiously, not expecting that he would be involved in this matter as well. This little one is quite capable, and I plan to let her temporarily act as the new king of slaughter, managing the City of Slaughter. So she can also serve as your spirit beast. The Night Watchman, in addition to refining Qi Yao, also possessed a spirit beast as a means of assistance in battle, though most of the time, the contracts were equal. Such contracts allowed for mutual benefits between the two parties. Later, after Wahaha's modification, YeCong learned another way to establish a master-servant contract. The fundamental difference between this master-servant contract and an equal contract was that the contracted spirit beast, regardless of life or death, remained under the control of the master. In other words, after Elizabeth signed this contract with YeCong, as long as YeCong had a thought, Elizabeth would truly be in a position of neither being able to live nor die. The most terrifying part was that if one day YeCong encountered an accident and died, Elizabeth would also have to accompany him to the grave. Although Elizabeth looked pitiful now, YeCong would not foolishly believe that this girl before him was weak and helpless. As a 100,000-year beast king, even without bloodline enhancement, she could easily crush an ordinary title Dalu, even with just a hint of an extraordinary bloodline. Even an ordinary 95th level super Dalu would not be intimidated. Didn't the original work show that the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python had once made their master, Ghost Shadow, and his good friend, Moonlight, suffer quite a bit? YeCong stepped forward, bit his index finger, and inscribed runes on Elizabeth's forehead. At this moment, Elizabeth was on the verge of tears. Although she had previously promised to submit to YeCong while enticing him, she never expected it to be in this form. The master-servant contract, though intricate, was something YeCong had become adept at, so it didn't take long before he finished. As the last stroke fell, Elizabeth's identity as a servant had been confirmed and could not be changed. Wahaha pointed to Tang Chun, who was still lying on the ground. I will teach you the method to control puppets, and from now on, this body will be temporarily under your control. My requirement is simple. When Little Leaf does not summon you, you must manage this city of slaughter well. At this time, Tang Shun was sleeping soundly on the ground. Earlier, when Huahaha was expelling the nine-headed bat, he also found and killed his sleeping soul. In other words, Tang Shun was now in a state of brain death. The Haotian clan had now been completely annihilated, and Huahaha certainly could not allow this old ancestor of the Haotian clan to wake up. Otherwise, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. Although Huahaha was not afraid of him, it was inevitable that there could be an accident. If he accidentally destroyed this extraordinarily powerful body, it would be quite a pity. At this moment, Bibi Dong had also completed the absorption of the soul ring. And with the nurturing of a soul ring over 200,000 years old, her cultivation had reached the realm of a 99th level limit Douluo. Bibi Dong held a head soul bone that was as translucent as red crystal and approached YeCong. Sir, my soul bones are complete. This one is of no use to me, so you can have it. Although YeCong had anticipated this, he was still somewhat surprised when he really heard Bibi Dong offer him the soul bone. It should be known that not to mention in this era of fierce beasts, even in 10 or 20,000 years, a soul bone from a fierce beast would be enough to cause several titled Douluos and even super Douluos to engage in bloodshed. Now, it was even more unnecessary to say. Initially, the Spirit Hall signed an agreement with the Haotian clan for a 100,000-year soul bone to jointly ambush Yin. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao directly breached the contract, making the Spirit Hall a laughingstock for failing to achieve their goals. After thanking her, YeCong began to quantify and absorb the soul bone. At this time, Huahaha finally turned his attention to Tong Sect. No need for courtesy. You came here because that guy called ordered you to contact Little Leaf, right? Although Tong Sect had been left out for a while, he was not angry. He chuckled. Your Excellency, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, I was sent by the Lord to secretly contact Old Leaf. Old Leaf? Huahaha raised an eyebrow. It seems you have a good relationship with Little Leaf. We've been neighbors for a long time. The only pity is that Old Leaf doesn't like my craftsmanship. If YeCong could hear the outside commotion at this moment, he would definitely jump up and curse. Damn it, Tong. Who has a good relationship with you? Don't touch me. Chapter 211. The road to hell. Huahaha cracked a chilling smile and said, Go back and tell your master that I don't care about your little schemes. But if anyone dares to break the rules I told you last time, then you'll have to blame me for turning against you. That's only natural. But considering my relationship with Old Yi, I won't let him die easily at someone else's hands. Tong Sect bowed with a false smile and stepped back a few paces before turning to leave. After absorbing the soul bone, YeCong felt refreshed. His soul power was stagnant due to not having absorbed the fifth soul ring, so he didn't feel any significant changes. However, his mental strength had indeed seen a noticeable improvement. Elizabeth, who took over the position of the King of Slaughter, completed the ritual to open the road to hell. As a beam of red light enveloped YeCong, he felt the ground beneath him vanish, and everything around him became illusory. With all senses completely sealed off at that moment, when YeCong opened his eyes again, he found himself on a circular platform. This platform was not large, only about 5 meters in diameter. Everything around him was bathed in a faint blood-red hue, and apart from the circular platform beneath his feet, there was nothing but an endless abyss. In front of him, a narrow path less than half a foot wide connected to the platform, leading into the unknown darkness. Clearly, this path was the road to hell from the capital to the outside world. YeCong did not feel overly nervous. He didn't even summon his martial soul and hummed a tune as he stepped onto the stone path. Despite the dim light, where one could barely see their hand in front of their face, it had no effect on YeCong. In fact, one might say this environment was his home turf. Although YeCong had long since adapted to a regular routine, the profession of a watchman involved working at night, so moving stealthily was instinctual for him. After an unknown distance, as the temperature rose, YeCong heard a faint rustling sound near his ear. Great, if nothing unexpected happened, he was now in a bat's nest. As the sound grew louder, YeCong's keen eyes in the darkness clearly saw a crimson storm composed of countless blood-red bats sweeping toward him. Upon closer inspection, these bats were about a foot long, but their enormous wingspan exceeded a meter. There was no doubt they were all descendants of the nine-headed bat Elizabeth. Even in the face of such a formidable scene, which could be described as a catastrophe, YeCong remained composed with his hands in his pockets. It wasn't that he was overconfident. He had just absorbed a 200,000-year-old nine-headed bat king's head soul bone, and one of the 2 soul skills attached to it was specifically designed to deal with his own descendants. YeCong channeled his soul power, and a blood-red rune manifested on his forehead. He then opened his mouth and let out a long howl. Soul bone skill, hellish roar. The Nether Roar, as a sound wave-type soul skill, amplifies the target's negative emotions while directly launching a mental strike, severely damaging the soul. However, this move is far from sufficient when dealing with other types of soul beasts. After all, facing a beast pack, YeCong, no matter how extraordinary, is still just a quasi-soul king. The soul power consumed to eliminate a beast pack could drain him completely. However, it just so happens that the enemy he faces relies on sound wave positioning, bats. The group of blood bats flying at the front bore the brunt, directly taking a wave of the Nether Roar, their souls instantly shattered and falling into the blood pool like dumplings tossed into boiling water. Although the bats in the back did not lose their lives like their unfortunate counterparts in the front, the roar disturbed their positioning, causing them to fly around chaotically like headless flies, disrupting their formation. Hell, look at that. With just one move, he resolved the predicament, and YeCong proudly whistled. Regardless, he is still young at heart. Although he has experienced a lot, it hasn't changed his true nature. Moreover, there is no one else here. Even if he acts foolishly, it won't embarrass him. However, at that moment, a sharp, piercing sound echoed, and the previously chaotic group of blood bats suddenly fell silent. Right in front of him on the narrow path hung a massive creature. Bathed in a faint red glow, it emitted a dark golden light. The creature was over 4 meters long, its enormous claws gripping the narrow path. A pair of gigantic wings slowly unfurled from its dark golden body, and its terrifying wingspan reached an astonishing 10 meters. With a powerful release of its claws, it soared into the air with its massive wings. It was an incredibly gigantic bat. The most terrifying thing is that this giant bat actually has 3 heads. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. Obviously, this guy is an outlier in the clan, just like the 9-headed Blood Bat King. If it weren't for its short lifespan, it would probably be kept close by the 9-headed Blood Bat, just like Elizabeth. Oh, have we finished off the minions? Is it time to take on the boss now? You are at best just an elite monster. YeCong said to himself while activating the Night Sovereign mode. As a long robe, entirely black with golden patterns, appeared on him, the 4 great flag monsters, Shimu, Xiaofeng, Zhongsu, and Zhoulan, also appear behind him, leading a group of minions. Crack! I've been suffocating. Finally able to come out and breathe openly. Shimu flapped his wings and shouted excitedly. If there is anyone who has had a hard time in the City of Slaughter this past year, it's definitely this chatterbox, Shimu. In his words, Xiaofeng is too boring. Zhongsu is an ascetic, and Zhoulan is a lunatic, making it impossible to communicate with them normally. YeCong helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "All right, say what you need to say later. Let us teach this little guy a lesson. Oh, and be careful not to kill him. After all, he seems to be one of the few geniuses from Xiaosha's family, unlike those lackeys. Boss, just leave it to me." Shimu let out a cry and charged forward first. The 3 dark gold bats did not dare to be careless in front of the 4 experienced predecessors whose strength was not inferior to their own. 3 heads opened their mouths simultaneously, releasing dark red ripples. The 4 banner demons naturally would not fear such small tricks. Among them, 3 demons used their abilities to neutralize the dark red waves, while the remaining spellcaster unleashed endless thunder to strike the 3 dark gold bats down from the sky. Under the thunder that was as thick as a water barrel, the 3 dark gold bats were directly turned to charcoal, screaming as they fell from the air and plunged into the boiling blood pool. Chapter 212. 10-headed sun serpent. These 3 dark golden bats, after all, are mutated 10,000-year-soul beasts with special bloodlines, so they wouldn't be weak enough to be killed by a single thunderbolt. They let out an angry roar and flapped their wings to fly up from the blood pool. However, as soon as they showed their heads, they were hit by several powerful attacks: Shimu's poisonous feathers, Xiaofeng's wind cannon, and Zhoulan's soul shock. The powerful attacks directly shattered 2 of its heads. The piercing pain made the dark golden 3-headed bat let out another howl, quickly retreating and shielding its younger brothers in front of it, then devouring several of its minions to restore its shattered heads. This dark golden 3-headed Bat King had at least several thousand years of cultivation, and its intelligence was significantly higher than that of other soul beasts. After the brief skirmish, it clearly understood the gap between itself and the invaders. If the fight continued, it might really die. Seeing the dark golden 3-headed bat wisely giving way to a passage, YeCong nodded in satisfaction. He strode through the bat swarm with an arrogant gait, leading his group of younger brothers. The road to hell consists of 3 levels in total. After passing the first level, YeCong quickly arrived at the second level. As he continued to delve deeper into the road to hell, a gigantic snake lay coiled on a narrow bridge, blocking his way. The snake's eyes were crimson gold, and its red body seemed to blend into the surrounding environment. Even more peculiar were the 9 protrusions on its head and back, each resembling a fresh red mushroom, with what appeared to be blood flowing inside. "Ha! Little treasure, I've finally found you." YeCong's eyes sparkled as he stared at the ancient beast, the 10-headed sun serpent. Faced with YeCong's intensely hot gaze, the 10-headed sun serpent surprisingly felt a sense of fear. It nervously opened its massive mouth, producing a sound akin to a baby's cry. Unlike other snakes, the 10-headed sun serpent feeds on magma, and its mouth did not carry a foul odor, but was instead filled with a strong, sulfuric scent. This 10-headed sun serpent had evidently not yet matured. The 9 fleshy lumps on its neck could potentially grow into independent heads in the future. There are rumors that every time a 10-headed sun serpent undergoes metamorphosis, it grows an additional head. After going through the ultimate 9 transformations, when it truly grows 10 heads, it will become a genuine deity. However, this legend dates back to ancient times when the divine realm did not restrict the beast race gods, and the concept of soul beasts did not exist. This 10-headed sun serpent was fortunate to have escaped the divine realm's transformation of the beast race into soul beasts after the Dragon God War, allowing it to remain within the category of ancient beasts. However, living in such a desolate place had caused its evolution to be extremely slow. Even though it now possessed combat power at the level of a 20,000-year soul beast, it had yet to complete a single transformation. Shimu and the others had long known that YeCong intended to refine this 10-headed sun serpent into his 5th soul ring, so their attitude towards this future colleague was naturally different from before. "Hey, little one." Shimu took the lead and spoke to the soul beast in the universal language of soul beasts. There's an ancient saying among humans: those who recognize the times are heroes. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Obediently submit to the boss and avoid bodily harm. Due to its limited cultivation level, the 10-headed sun serpent's intelligence was not particularly high. And living in such a remote place meant it had not even learned the universal language of soul beasts, which resulted in it not understanding Shimu's words. From the 10-headed sun serpent's perspective, a very strange large crow flew out, and then it babbled a bunch of incomprehensible words. It was already frightened by YeCong's intense gaze, and now this unexpected situation startled the 10-headed sun serpent even more, causing it to open its mouth wide and shoot a fireball directly at Shimu. Shimu faced the incoming fireball without panic. He simply flapped his wings lightly and easily dodged the attack. Feeling a bit awkward, he was just about to teach the 10-headed sun serpent a lesson when YeCong suddenly spoke. "You all step back. I want to meet this little snake personally." Yes. Naturally, Shimu did not dare to disobey his boss's command and retreated to the back with Xiaofeng and the others to support YeCong. YeCong stretched his muscles, and with a twist of his wrist, the imperial sword appeared in his hand. Holding the sword in his right hand, he brought his left hand's index and middle fingers together and stroked the sword body, activating his first soul skill, Destruction. As the effect of destruction was applied to the imperial sword, the sword emitted a faint blue light, becoming increasingly chilling. Perhaps the 10-headed sun serpent sensed that this human was very dangerous and took the initiative to attack first. A fiery red light suddenly burst from its mouth, and a fire dragon rapidly surged along the narrow stone path toward YeCong. The fire-red light fluctuated violently on the narrow path, even producing the crackling sound of burning rocks. More terrifyingly, this fire dragon contained pure fire poison. Slash! YeCong shouted lightly, swinging his sword toward the fire dragon. The sword light cleaved the flames in two, which then quickly dissipated. Although the flames dispersed, the residual fire poison followed closely behind. YeCong remained unmoved in the face of the incoming fire poison. Having undergone the tempering of the ice and fire duality, unless it was an extremely high-quality poison, he could be considered immune to all poisons. To be honest, YeCong found it completely incomprehensible that Tang Sect in the original story used realgar to counter snake poison. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he should have been well-versed in toxicology. Yet, this genius managed to perform the unconventional act of using realgar to counter all snake poisons. Realgar does have a certain effectiveness against snakes, but it has never been a restraining factor. It's like a mop dipped in excrement, akin to Lu Bu descending to the world. Realgar simply makes snakes feel disgusted and reluctant to come into contact. After dispersing the flames, YeCong first performed a flourish with his sword, then leaped up and delivered a powerful strike toward the head of the 10-headed sun serpent. The imperial sword struck the hard scales on the forehead of the 9-headed sun serpent, creating a shower of sparks. Seeing that he could not break through its defenses, YeCong quickly changed his tactics. Using the cloud stepping technique, he executed a double jump in the air and leaped over the head of the 10-headed sun serpent. Then turned the blade of the imperial sword downward and fiercely thrust it down. Royal authority overlaps with sovereign might. The originally unadorned sword instantly became enveloped in the aura of royal authority, with a golden divine dragon coiling around the blade. Any person with a weak mind would worship it at first sight. Sovereign might belong to a pseudo-domain type soul skill. As the sword domain it created unfolded, the imperial sword was further enhanced, while the 10-headed sun serpent was suppressed, causing its fighting will to diminish. In this situation of mutual increase and decrease, YeCong easily broke through the defenses of the 10-headed sun serpent. In pain, the injured 10-headed sun serpent thrashed its head, trying to shake YeCong off. However, YeCong had trained extensively, and his feet felt as if they had taken root on the serpent's body. No matter how it thrashed, he remained completely still. The narrow stone path was completely destroyed under the wild thrashing of the 10-headed sun serpent. In agony and fury, the 10-headed sun serpent roared, its cries resembling those of a crying baby, becoming increasingly annoying. YeCong shouted, "Be quiet." With that, YeCong lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely on the head of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. This kick nearly crushed its skull, and the intense pain almost caused the 10-headed fiery sun snake to faint. Chapter 213, The Domain of the God of Killing, Part 1. The game should come to an end. YeCong saw that the situation was already settled and prepared to unleash his final move, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Since he could not get it to cooperate willingly, he would have to force it into submission after beating it nearly to death. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent was indeed a fierce creature. Ordinary means could not drive YeCong back. With a determined heart, it pushed the 9 flesh lumps on its neck, which instantly emitted a brilliant light. These 9 flesh lumps would eventually generate 9 heads in the future, serving as the foundation of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, containing endless energy. At this moment, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was about to self-destruct. YeCong's face darkened as he quickly conjured a mage's hand to control the soul-calming gong and the soul-calming hammer, casting stun sound wave to forcefully interrupt the next action of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent stood still, and YeCong seized this opportunity to stab down hard with the imperial sword, piercing its brain directly. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent let out a mournful cry. Then its body went limp and fell into the blood pool. With the ground losing its support, YeCong also fell from midair. Shamu, positioned behind, was already prepared. He instantly enlarged his body to its true form, flapping his wings to catch YeCong securely below. Shamu slowly brought YeCong closer, and Zhoulan used powerful telekinesis to lift the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, which had fallen to the bottom of the blood pool, into the air. YeCong extended his hand and placed it on the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, then began to chant an ancient incantation. To be honest, YeCong was unsure if he would succeed. This time was not like before, when he simply recruited a subordinate, whether voluntarily or forced. As long as he could make it lose its ability to resist, he could easily reclaim it. Now, he aimed to use the 10-headed fiery sun serpent as a foundation to evolve it into a flag demon banner for a breakthrough. The 4 soul rings YeCong had absorbed earlier conformed to the conventional methods of soul ring absorption in Douluo Continent. He had directly absorbed the soul rings after defeating the Emperor Crow and the Hurricane Toad. The Thunder, Purgatory Vine, and Yunas had been sacrificed, achieving a form of resurrection after transforming into his own flag demon. However, this was the first time YeCong was attempting to reclaim and evolve a soul ring through special means. Under YeCong's catalytic power, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent gradually transformed from solid to ethereal. Once the transformation was complete, a yellow flag demon banner appeared in YeCong's hand. Breakthrough to Soul King. YeCong could clearly feel his strength had increased significantly. The soul power he had cultivated over the past year while in a suppressed state, along with the feedback from absorbing that beast-level head soul bone, had allowed him to leap to level 59. He was just one step away from the next stage. Soul Emperor. On the other hand, the number of flag demon banners had expanded to 5, increasing the number of flag demons YeCong could recruit. Each flag demon banner could accommodate 16 flag demons. This meant that at full capacity, YeCong could have as many as 80 flag demon subordinates at the same time. With a thought, YeCong released the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, now transformed into a flag demon. The originally several meters long 10-headed fiery sun serpent shrank several times. appearing somewhat mini and cute, similar to the Emperor Crow and the others. Notably, after being transformed into a flag demon, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, perhaps due to the breaking of its bloodline shackles, had 2 of the 9 flesh lumps on its neck sprout into heads. Aside from being slightly smaller than the original head, they were almost identical. Following tradition, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was given a new name, Shindu. What surprised YeCong was that Shindu was actually a girl. Shimu, Xiaofeng, and Zhongsu were pure men. Zhoulan was genderless, or rather, their gender exceeded normal human understanding. From Shindu, YeCong learned a secret. The boiling blood pool beneath them was merely a facade. Diving down 100 meters revealed a whole new world. However, there was a powerful energy wall blocking the way, so Shindu had never ventured down to explore. Though YeCong was curious about this, he did not plan to investigate right now. Not to mention his current weakness, rashly venturing could only bring him more danger. Moreover, the urgent task at hand was to complete this hellish journey in order to obtain the domain of the god of killing. According to the rules, the hellish path only had 3 checkpoints. Now that the first checkpoint, the dark gold 3-headed bat, had been repelled, and the second checkpoint, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, had been subdued, he just needed to pass the final checkpoint to end this journey. Due to the destruction of the stone path ahead, YeCong had Shindu revert to her original size. He stood on the giant serpent's head as Shindu carried him through the scorching blood pool, heading towards the end of the hellish path. The surrounding temperature continued to rise, and even YeCong's clothes emitted a faint burnt smell. However, years ago, YeCong had cultivated a nearly indestructible body using the ice and fire yin-yang eye and the ice fire yin-yang pill. So even in this high temperature, he only felt slight discomfort and was not harmed in any substantial way. The third checkpoint was the hardest to pass. It was also the easiest to navigate. The boss guarding the third checkpoint was still a formidable enemy, but was not a tangible object. Instead, it was his own invisible inner demons. For ordinary people, the overwhelming evil aura, the scorching evil blood plasma, and their own massive killing intent would lead to failure unless they possessed an incredibly strong will. Otherwise, they would face a dead end. However, YeCong, in a certain sense, was a bug in this world. He had completely tamed his inner demon, Dar Persona, back when he practiced the Night Ruler form. So the various factors that triggered the inner demons were utterly ineffective against him. The air grew hotter, and with a rising temperature and blood plasma on both sides, YeCong knew that he was close to the exit. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent moved through the blood pool at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person's walking speed. In less than half an hour, an oval-shaped light curtain of white light finally appeared not far ahead. Clearly, this was the end of the journey, the exit of the city of killing. Although the exit appeared, it was located on the opposite shore. Bubbles surged in the blood pool, and a terrifying aura of killing and evil gathered into a thick mist on the lake's surface, forming an insurmountable chasm 1,000 meters wide. Even someone as strong as YeCong felt some impact. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the head of the giant serpent, closed his eyes, and began to silently recite the celestial heart cleansing spell. As a native of this place, Shindu had great resistance to such a special and harsh environment. Additionally, being transformed into a flag demon, she was immune to most negative conditions, making this perilous blood pool feel as easy as walking on flat ground for her. Chapter 214, Domain of the God of Killing, Part 2. The exit was located about 1,000 meters ahead on a stone wall roughly 200 meters high. To reach that platform, one would either need to employ some means or expend a considerable amount of effort. YeCong pointed his finger and switched mounts, seating himself once again on Shimu's back. For a human, a height of 200 meters was like a difficult mountain to climb, but for a bird, it could be crossed with a mere flap of wings. As he approached the white light curtain, YeCong lightly tapped his toes on Shimu's back and leaped up, then recalled Shimu back into the Huing Y-O banner, reverting to a regular human unable to use soul techniques. As he entered the light curtain, everything around him seemed to change. YeCong felt as if he had entered a special world. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of snow-white void, where he was unable to exert any power, and the only sensation he felt was cold. It was as if countless chills were coalescing towards him while many others were being released from his body. This terrible feeling made YeCong quite uncomfortable. He had prepared for this situation long before arriving, so he naturally knew this was the process of a domain's condensation. The bone-chilling cold was not a true change in temperature, but rather the chill brought on by killing intent. The purest aura of slaughter quickly invaded YeCong's body, making him tremble with each incursion. In this vast, pure white space, YeCong floated like a rootless water plant. Amidst the frigid cold, a profound sense of emptiness and loneliness surged within him. Fortunately, YeCong was somewhat experienced in dealing with such situations, having encountered something similar when facing the dark persona. He bit the tip of his tongue to awaken himself and silently recited the clear heart mantra to maintain his inner calm. Although YeCong had many means at his disposal, he still felt somewhat powerless in the face of the true methods left behind by deities. Even as he struggled to maintain his composure, his senses began to quietly fade away along with his consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed when YeCong finally awakened from his pain with a groan, feeling as if he had just emerged from a long dream. At that moment, he lay sprawled on a vast prairie covered in blue-silver grass. When he tried to turn and sit up, he found his right hand felt a bit heavy. Turning his head, he saw the Emperor sword firmly gripped in his hand. YeCong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the domain of the god of killing to manifest on his second martial soul. Perhaps it was because his main martial soul, the Soul Restraining series, was a two-piece set, making it difficult to enchant. The Emperor sword had a new white pattern along its blade. Those patterns resembled the bloodstained patterns on the ground of the Hell Killing Field when the Hell Road was activated, only they were much smaller and white. YeCong sat cross-legged on the ground, gently stroking the Emperor's sword in his hand, and focused his mind to activate that white pattern. In an instant, a surging white light quietly spread, emanating from the Emperor's sword. But soon, the white light transformed into a colorless hue. YeCong carefully sensed it and confirmed that this domain of the god of killing was condensed from the endless killing intent he had accumulated over the past year in the City of Slaughter. In practical combat, it could not only provide him with a certain enhancement, but also greatly suppress his opponents. According to official data within this domain, the opponent's strength would be reduced by 10%, while he could exert 110% of his power. Moreover, this was just the most basic form of the domain of the god of killing. As he continued to develop the domain and increase his strength, this enhancement and suppression ratio would continue to grow. Additionally, when facing a large number of miscellaneous enemies, it could achieve a miraculous effect similar to the Conqueror's Haki, clearing them out with a single key press. YeCong, feeling playful, stood up to stretch his limbs and released all his flag monsters. Aside from the 5 main forces, the remaining auxiliary flag monsters he had consumed a portion of in the City of Slaughter. Most of the rest were functional flag monsters, the Emerald Swan that could heal and restore health, the Wind Speed Hound with excellent olfactory senses, the Rock Giant with immense strength. Although these functional flag monsters might lack in combat power if they teamed up to fight, relying on their unpredictable strategies and tactics, even enemies several times stronger than them would find it difficult to cope. YeCong casually selected a few lucky ones as his hypothetical opponents and engaged in sparring within the domain of the god of killing. After having his fill of play, he gathered everything up and walked down the slope. Master! At that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. YeCong looked up to see several people not far away waiting for him. In an instant, the wolf-eared girl was happily waving her hand and running toward him. Having not seen her for a whole year, this little girl missed YeCong dearly. Behind her stood 4 adults, aside from Bibi Dong and Hua. Dalu and Gue Mei had also come to this place. It should be noted that even the weakest among these 4, Gue Mei, possessed the cultivation of a 96-level super Dalu, while the other 3 were all 99-level limit Douluos. This lineup was enough to sweep through any force on the continent. Master, Godmother, Uncle Hua, and Teacher, you all came too. YeCong caught Shauna and habitually ruffled her hair, then greeted the 4 elders one by one. Although Shauna was slightly younger than YeCong, perhaps due to early development in girls, she was now almost as tall as YeCong. If considering her upright ears, she might even be a bit taller than him. However, as for figure, that was a bit awkward. Her slender build was even less impressive than YeCong's muscular chest. Bibi Dong was quite satisfied. Songer is truly remarkable. The time taken to traverse the regional path is much faster than I was back in my day. Pope, although you also possess extraordinary talent, you're still far behind Songer, the born demigod. Dalu said with a hint of sarcasm, casting a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong. Old man, are you looking for a fight? Just in time. I've also broken through to level 99. Let me practice my skills on you, so you can experience this 200,000-year soul technique. Since the Pope wishes to spar with me, I naturally have no reason to decline. Watching the 2 big shots with their tense and confrontational tones, Gue Mei trembled slightly beside them, fearing that he might inadvertently get caught up in their conflict. He felt a bit aggrieved. YeCong was clearly my disciple, So why were the two of you more excited than I am? Chapter 215. The story begins in an instant. 3 years had passed at Shrek Academy. During this time, he had established himself as a gentle and wealthy senior. Although this persona was fake, it was very effective, easily winning the support and trust of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, making him the undisputed big brother. The feelings he had over these 3 years can only be described as complicated. He truly witnessed what a 3-0 academy was like. There were no teaching resources that any Soul Master Academy should possess. Although the teachers had strong abilities, their teaching skills were appalling. Even the students' nutritional needs were not met. Can you believe it? In one academy, eating plain steamed buns, thin gruel, and occasionally having stewed meat was considered a nutritious meal. This led to a period where Shunshur felt like he was dreaming back to the days when he served as a subordinate for that person in charge. Fortunately, with the support of the Spirit Hall, he was able to access substantial funds due to his identity, as well as his generous salary and pocket money borrowed from his sister, ensuring not only nutritional support, but also some extra cash, allowing him to avoid wasting his talent and successfully reach the strength of a 4-ring Soul Master. If it were just this, Shunshur would have simply looked down on Shrek Academy. But what truly disgusted him was that the teachers in this academy did not care about the students' lives at all. Or rather, the teachers treated the students as mere pawns to enhance their own reputations. After inquiring from various sources, it turned out that since the academy was established, it had actually recruited quite a number of students. However, very few graduated. Most either failed to meet the standards and were expelled for various reasons, or they died in accidents. Not to mention the distant past. The most recent case was Along, who had an incident shortly before he enrolled, dying in the mouth of a soul beast while hunting for his 4th soul ring. The absurdity was that Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, although expressing deep regret over Along's death, felt that there was nothing wrong with the school's actions. They even took pride in the so-called strict requirements. Being able to reach level 20 before the age of 13 and passing various assessments was truly a mark of excellence. Yet, even with such qualifications, failing to meet the so-called graduation requirements could only mean one thing: being thoroughly ruined by this damn school. As for those students who supposedly lacked the ability and died during soul hunting missions, that was even more absurd. Among the few teachers in this academy, the weakest possessed the cultivation of a soul emperor, and with such strength, helping students obtain their first 4 soul rings was as easy as taking candy from a baby. In other academies, if such situations occurred, not to mention genius-level students, even ordinary students encountering accidents would cause the leading teacher to either resign in shame or receive disciplinary action. Yet looking at these teachers, they paid no heed to the students' lives, as if those were not vibrant lives, but merely disposable failed experiments. Such a twisted worldview made Shunshur, who had once worked as a white glove for a long time and now served as an undercover agent, feel ashamed. It was precisely because of this that he naturally did not dare to entrust such a lifelong matter as obtaining a soul ring to these unreliable teachers. Instead, during the holidays, he returned to the Spirit Hall and, with the help of the staff there, obtained his 4th soul ring. For this, he was scolded by those cheap teachers for quite a while, as he had forged a background of being a minor noble, with the strongest in his family being only at the Soul King level. In the eyes of these self-important soul saints and soul emperors, he was wasting his talent. As usual, Shunshur used the excuse of receiving a subsidy to summarize the events of the past month and sent them in a letter to the Spirit Hall, which was then forwarded to YeCong, with the Son of God-S token. The staff at the Spirit Hall naturally did not dare to be negligent and smoothly completed the paperwork. When he returned to the academy, he saw that a long queue had formed at the entrance. It was that time of year again for money-making, or rather enrollment. He glanced at the parents who were still eagerly lining up without understanding the truth, and at Dai Mubai, who stood by acting as a bouncer, and sighed softly. The 2 bait tactics released by Shrek Academy for enrollment were extremely ridiculous. The first bait claimed that the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall came from Shrek Academy. This was purely a rumor. You should know that to hold an elder position in the Spirit Hall, one must at least reach the title Douluo level. Not to mention how many years Shrek Academy had existed, even if we assume it was a century-old establishment. The title of Mother School of Title Law was enough to make it profitable without needing to scam money for a living. The second bait claimed that as long as one could graduate smoothly from Shrek, they could obtain a noble title in the future. This was even more of a scam, taking advantage of the common people's lack of information. The graduation standard set by Shrek Academy was to reach the Soul Master level before graduation. To put it simply, being a Soul Commander around the age of 20 was something that many powerful factions would seek to recruit. While it couldn't be said that one could become a duke in the empire, entering the noble class in those kingdoms or principalities would be quite easy. In other words, those who were attracted by these titles from Shrek Academy were either pitiful commoners or people like Shunshur and Dai Mubai, who had fled from the Xinghua Empire with ulterior motives. Just as he was about to leave, a few figures in the long queue caught his attention. What drew his gaze was a pair of young man and woman. Although the boy was rather unremarkable, the girl beside him was exceptionally eye-catching. She was slightly taller than the boy, wearing a pair of pink rabbit ears as hair accessories. Her beautiful face, combined with her cute pink decorations, made her appear particularly adorable. Is it them? Shunshur's expression changed slightly. He had been given 2 portraits when he was dispatched on a mission. The individuals depicted in those portraits were the very young couple in front of him. At that time, YeCong had repeatedly instructed him that once these 2 appeared, he must record everything related to them and report every detail back to him. In other words, while he previously only needed to document important matters and send them every few months from the time these 2 arrived, he had to record everything, sending multiple reports within a month. Although he did not know how the Son of God knew that these 2 would come to enroll 3 years later, he did not ask further, as everyone had their secrets. What he needed to do was to perfectly execute every task assigned to him. Chapter 216. New student enrollment. Shunshur was not in a hurry to go back. He stood on the hillside, silently observing. Among the crowd of people waiting in line, apart from the 2 main characters, he clearly saw 2 other beautiful women who also appeared in the information provided to him by YeCong. Ning Rongrong from the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Zhu Zhuqing from the Star Luo Empire. Thinking that YeCong had predicted 3 years ago that these 4 would join Shrek Academy, Shunshur's thoughts gradually became more profound, realizing how unfathomable his new master was. It was not surprising that Zhu Zhuqing came here. The issues regarding the heir to the Gu technique in the Star Luo Empire were not secrets among slightly powerful factions. Having fled here, the pawn Dai Mubai was naturally followed by Zhu Zhuqing, his unofficial fiancée. However, what was Ning Rongrong doing here? As the most favored daughter of the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Master Ning Fengji, she not only held an incredibly noble status, but also had top-notch talent among the younger generation of the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It could be said that unless something unexpected happened, her succession to the next master was almost a foregone conclusion. Thus, as a daughter of destiny, Ning Rongrong should be on a completely different path from this fraudulent academy built in a remote mountainous area with no intersection whatsoever. Looking at the current situation, the 3 students in the academy were a poor fellow born in a commoner family who was tricked into coming here, a waste who was content with mediocrity and self-indulgence, and an undercover agent sent to investigate the situation. Adding to this, the other 3 new students, Tang San and Xiao Wu, also seemed to come from commoner backgrounds and were likely deceived by some big talker. Zhu Zhuqing was clearly a poor soul caught up in fate, coming here against her will. They all had their reasons, but Ning Rongrong had no reason to be here at all. Although the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile School had been merged into the underworld through YeCong's operations, it did not have much impact on the young lady Ning Rongrong. On the contrary, due to the evolution of her martial soul, the expectations from her elders at home had become even stricter. Additionally, some events that occurred at the Martial Soul Hall banquet made her yearn more for freedom, socializing, and true friendship, coupled with the possible influence of plot alteration powers. Ning Rongrong once again came to Shrek Academy. Once the 4 targeted individuals passed the first hurdle, Shunshur did not linger any longer. After greeting Li Yusong at the entrance, he walked into the school. At this moment, Dai Mubai had already taken the 4 new students who passed the entrance exam to the 4th checkpoint, explaining the admission requirements and the current situation of Shrek Academy along the way. When the 4 new students learned that there were only 3 students in the academy, they were all taken aback. According to Dai Mubai, there were actually 5 teachers in the school, and even with the addition of their 4 members, one-on-one teaching could almost be achieved. As they were talking, Shunshur happened to walk by and encountered them. "Shunshur, big brother," Dai Mubai said with some surprise, his tone containing a hint of respect. Shunshur smiled slightly. "Mubai, are you responsible for welcoming the new students today?" He then looked over the 4 newcomers. "Oh, it seems the academy has had good luck this year, with 4 little monsters arriving at once." "Who are they?" Xiao Wu asked curiously, not expecting the usually rude Dai Mubai to have such a side to him. Dai Mubai smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is our big brother Shunshur. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is only a year or 2 older than me. He already has a cultivation level of 47. Huh? Everyone, including the well-informed Ning Rongrong, was shocked, especially Ning Rongrong. who considered her own talent to be top-notch and was nearly at level 32 due to the evolution of her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, found this level of cultivation speed to be extremely rare across the Douluo Continent. Who would have thought that such a talent was hidden in a small mountain village? The group walked together and soon arrived at the open area for the 4th checkpoint. Normally, this 4th assessment should be overseen by Shunshi or Daimubai, but Zhao Wujia, perhaps excited by the hunt, personally took on the role of examiner. It was worth noting that Shunshi discovered that Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing seemed not to know each other, or at least they had never met after growing up. When they met, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the big horse at first sight. While Daimubai only realized she was his fiancée, he threw the subtle connection and attraction between their martial souls. Just like in the original plot, under the leadership of the fated child Tang Sect, the 4 powerful soul masters successfully played with the renowned 76th level soul Saint Zhao Wujia and passed the 4th admission assessment smoothly. By this, Shrek Academy finally gathered a 7-person team. However, unlike the original work where Oscar was part of the future legendary Shrek 7 monsters, he was replaced by Shunshi, the insider. Life in Shrek Academy did not change due to the arrival of these 4 students. It remained as calm as usual, except for Zhao Wujia, who had been severely beaten by an unnamed one-armed man in black due to being too aggressive during the assessment, taking several days to recover. If there was any change, it was that Shunshi's workload increased slightly. He had to record the day's affairs and send them to the Martial Soul Hall branch in Soto City. The Soto City Martial Soul branch was quite considerate, specifically sending a 4 to 5-year cultivation level little swift rain swallow as a messenger, saving Shunshi a lot of time. The so-called learning projects and methods at Shrek Academy were simply blunt and absurd. Go to the Soul Arena for competitions. According to the school, practical combat was the best teacher, and only obtaining the Silver Soul badge would count as meeting the graduation standard. Speaking of which, an amusing incident happened on the night following the new students' first participation in the Soul Arena. Daimubai's hedonistic behavior led Zhu Zhuqing to find him very displeasing. So no matter how he tried to be nice, she remained very indifferent to him. This constant rejection made Daimubai, known as a master of romance, feel extremely miserable, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Although Ning Rongrong had become much more sensible compared to the original work, it couldn't change her inherent nature as a little witch. Since she was exceptionally clever from a young age, she picked up on a lot from Daimubai's expression. Ning Rongrong, enjoying the spectacle, openly mocked him. "Oh, isn't this our master of romance, old Dai? Looks like you've hit quite a wall with Zhuqing." Daimubai's eyes flashed with cold light. "Ning Rongrong, don't provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your 8-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Daimubai, am not afraid. If you anger me, be careful I don't deal with you first." Ning Rongrong truly did not care, giggling, "I'm so scared." She even purposefully puffed out her still undeveloped chest. "Come on, let me see how you deal with me." Daimubai, who had been on the verge of exploding for a long time, finally erupted completely. A strong aura suddenly surged forth, and his soul power burst out. Ning Rongrong's body was almost thrown out in an instant. Fortunately, the agile Xiao Wu quickly supported her, preventing her from falling. Shan, who was originally watching the scene, didn't expect Daimubai to do something like this. His expression changed, and he silently cursed idiot in his heart, then quickly moved forward to stand between the two. Chapter 217. Contradiction in an instant. Shunshi stepped in between Ning Rongrong and Daimubai, extending his hand to completely block the soul power pouring out from Daimubai. "Daimubai, that's enough." Although Shunshi's persona in Shrek Academy was that of a good big brother, it didn't mean he wouldn't get angry. Being overly tolerant toward Daimubai and Ma Hongjun would only make them take advantage of it and fail to recognize their own positions. Only by combining kindness and authority could he establish respect. Seeing the anger on Shunshi's face, Daimubai calmed down a bit. He retorted, "Shunshi, you saw it too. That little brat provoked me first." Shunshi's expression darkened. "Setting aside that we are all classmates now, does that mean just because someone provokes you, you should go all out and kill them? Or do you want the entire Shrek Academy to pay the price for your actions?" Shunshi's latter words detonated in people's hearts like a powerful bomb. Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong in her arms in surprise. She didn't expect this little demon girl, who seemed fearless, had such significant influence. Ma Hongjun was startled and stammered. "Shunshi, no, it can't be that serious. The dean and vice dean are both soul saints. Can't be that serious? I'm telling you, fat guy. Do you really think the 8-treasure glazed tile school can maintain its position among the top 3 sects merely by being peaceful and harmless in business? Shunshi coldly laughed at Ma Hongjun. With a title Douluo backing them, the 8-treasure glazed tile school could easily wipe out our Shrek Academy in an instant. Shunshi's words shocked Tang Sect, who was nearby. He had previously known the 8-treasure glazed tile school was powerful, but didn't realize it was this terrifying. In his understanding, even a single soul saint could match an army, while title Douluo was a legendary existence. Shunshi then turned to Dai Mubai, his tones softening a bit. Mubai, perhaps with your status, you really don't fear them, as you have the Star Luo Empire backing you. But what about the others? All the people in Shrek Academy combined are just like fireflies in front of the colossal 8-treasure glazed tile school. No one can guarantee that if something happens to Ning Rongrong, the 8-treasure glazed tile school won't take it out on the entire Shrek Academy. There was more Shunshi wanted to say, especially considering that the Star Luo Empire would not antagonize the 8-treasure glazed tile school for a discarded pawn like you. It's even possible they might use your head to calm the anger of the 8-treasure glazed tile school. At first, Dai Mubai dismissed Shunshi's words, thinking he was just trying to scare him. However, when he heard Shunshi directly expose his identity, he was startled. You know my identity? Shunshi looked up at him and said, surnamed Dai, White Tiger Martial Soul. My family is considered noble, so I can guess this much. Dai Mubai's face turned red for once. What about Zhu Zhuqing then? Shunshi waved his hand, interrupting him. All right, I've said enough. I hope you can think it through yourself. It's getting late. I'm going back to sleep. After saying that, Shunshi turned and walked toward the school. He felt he'd said too much today, and if he continued, it might lead them to suspect his identity, which would not be good. After saying goodbye to Xiao Wu, Tang Sect accompanied Ning Rongrong and left first. Ma Hongjun and Tang Sect stayed behind silently with Dai Mubai. The 3 men present had different thoughts in their hearts, especially Ma Hongjun, who was surprised that his good buddy, who had shared countless experiences of eating, drinking, and gambling with him for years, actually had a royal background. Dai Mubai rubbed his head in annoyance. Fatty, let's not go back to the school tonight. Let's go out and have some fun. Seeing Ma Hongjun hesitate, Dai Mubai added, tonight, it's on me. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Let's go. He knew he couldn't compare to Dai Mubai's carefree style. In terms of looks, Dai Mubai was leagues ahead, while he could only rely on being a soul master to flirt with some village girls. In terms of wealth, he could only rely on the subsidies from the spirit hall to go to the most ordinary brothels. Usually, he could only make do with plain meals. So when he heard that Dai Mubai was treating him to a feast, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Xiao-san, what about you? Dai Mubai turned to Tang Sect and invited him. Tang Sect, having been raised in a wealthy family, understood what they meant. He shook his head and politely declined. I can't. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me. The 3 of them temporarily parted ways, with Tang Sect returning to the school alone, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun headed to the largest brothel in Soto City. YeCong had finished his year-long journey in the city of slaughter and returned to the big city where humans lived. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. On the contrary, he spent a leisurely holiday. This kind of life lasted about half a month until he received a secret letter from Soto City, learning that except for Oscar, the Shrek 7 monsters had gathered at Shrek Academy. Putting down the secret letter, YeCong began to recall carefully. He vaguely remembered that in the original work, not long after Tang Sect entered school, Oscar broke through to level 30, and while hunting for a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, he encountered Meng Yaran and the Dragon King and Snake Queen. Tang Sect accidentally broke through to level 30 Soul Master during a competition with Meng Yaran. After that, Tang Sect's luck exploded, leading him to his opportunity, gaining the 3rd Spirit Ring while also obtaining the 8 Spider Lances, a powerful external soul bone artifact. Although now Oscar and Meng Yaran had been lured to his side, those events in the original work could no longer happen. However, no one could guarantee when Tang Sect would naturally break through to level 30, nor could anyone ensure that he wouldn't encounter that unfortunate humanoid magic spider while hunting for spirit rings. Thinking of this, YeCong made up his mind to head back to Shrek Academy. If it was indeed, as those conspiracy theories suggested, that this humanoid magic spider was destined to deliver a soul bone to Tang Sect, he would find ways to intercept it, even if he couldn't obtain it himself. It couldn't fall into Tang Sect's hands. Moreover, this was also a key point to test the attitude of the Shura God. If even after successfully intercepting it, Tang Sect could still obtain the 8 Spider Lances, it would indicate that the Shura God was openly supporting him, and any plans to deal with Tang Sect would need to be considered carefully. On the contrary, if Tang Sect merely obtained a 3rd soul skill without any compensation, It would indicate that while Tang San was important to the Shura god, he was not indispensable. In that case, it would be acceptable to eliminate him in the cradle early. Chapter 218, Star Do Great Forest 1. Although Tang San did not have the opportunity to directly break through due to the pressure of competing soul power with Mengaran, he still had the Xintian skill at his side, and he had been stuck at the bottleneck of level 29 for quite some time. Thus, breaking through to level 30 went smoothly, only a day or two later than in the original story. With the example of Shunshur and Ning Rongrong, the appearance of the 12-year-old soul ancestor as the third in Shrek Academy was indeed stunning, but did not shock the faculty and students too much. Unlike the usual reactions of Flandra and the others, Shunshur, while outwardly congratulating his little brother Tang San on becoming a soul ancestor, was secretly wary. As an insider for YeCong, Shunshur was already aware of Tang San's hidden background. He was the only son of the former Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. This was something even Tang San himself did not know. If Tang San were just an ordinary genius, Shunshur would naturally not care. Even if he was unwilling to submit to YeCong, they could each go their separate ways. However, with Tang San being the only heir of Tang Hao, it essentially confirmed that he and YeCong were irreconcilable enemies. Whether it was the Spirit Hall or the Underworld, it was an unresolvable grudge. Although Shunshur felt a murderous intent in his heart, wanting to eliminate this future threat for his master, he had not received any orders from YeCong, so he could only endure and continue playing the role of a good brother. With only a day to prepare, the group did not have much to gather. The next morning, after breakfast, when everyone gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujia was already there waiting for them. Zhao Wujia looked somewhat disheveled. There were at least 3 bruises on his face that had not yet faded, especially the pando eye appearance around his left eye, which was quite amusing. Amidst the laughter, Shunshur had a vague guess about the reason for Zhao Wujia's injuries. As a level 76 Soul Sage, the defense of the Great Strength King Bear was exceptional. Who in Shrek Academy could injure him? Even though the Dean, Flandra, had a slightly higher cultivation level, as a sensitive attack type, Cat Eagle Martial Soul owner, he clearly cannot achieve this. If the two really had a conflict, it would likely result in both parties being helpless. Moreover, the injuries on Zhao Wujia's face were clearly caused by blunt force. Considering Tang San's background, as well as Zhao Wujia's usual vengeful nature, it was surprising that he had not sought revenge on Tang San for embarrassing him. It quickly led to the conclusion that it was likely Tang Hao secretly dealt with this unfortunate fellow, giving him a good beating as a warning. The Star Do Great Forest is located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small part bordering it. Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Star Do Great Forest, only less than 500 kilometers away. Therefore, this was naturally the best choice for the Shrek Academy students to obtain soul rings. There were no carriages here, and as soon as they left the academy, everyone began to run. Unlike in the original story, where they could replenish their stamina anytime with Oscar sausages, although they were all soul masters, they were still underage and had to carry a lot of luggage, so they had to stop and rest every 100 kilometers. Without much conversation, they finally reached the edge of the Star Do Great Forest around noon the next day. Although this was not Shunshur's first time here, he marveled at the power of nature each time. The refreshing scent of plants was invigorating. Taking a deep breath felt like all 36,000 pores in his body were opening up, an indescribable comfort. No one could say how many years the Star Do Great Forest had existed on the Douluo Continent, but once inside the forest, its dense canopy blocking the sky was enough to tell people of its long existence. Standing at the entrance of the forest, Zhao Wujia waved his hand to signal everyone to stop, looking seriously at the 7 students in front of him. Listen carefully. The Star Do Great Forest is not a place where soul beasts are raised by the country. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous, and you may face attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year level magical beasts at any time. Therefore, once you enter the forest, none of you are allowed to leave my body more than 20 meters. Ning Rongrong, you must stay close to me. Without my orders, no one is allowed to attack soul beasts recklessly. Do you understand? Understood. The 8 of them sat down to rest in place, and after their stamina was restored, they rose again and stepped into the Star Do Great Forest. Because the conditions in the new forest were variable, no one could be sure what happened next. Zhao Wujia chose to personally hold the rear, with Dai Mubai and Shunshur, the 2 main forces, standing at the front. As this 8-member soul hunting team advanced steadily, Shunshur was also on high alert for the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a sharp screech rang out. A monkey, with fur like fire and measuring 2 to 3 feet in size, leapt down from a large tree, swinging its claws directly at Shunsher's face. Shunsher was already prepared, forming a sword gesture with his hand, and a piece of crimson maple leaf appeared in front of him. With a flick of his wrist and a light shout, the maple leaf transformed into a streak of light, directly beheading the monkey that attempted to attack him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Dai Mubai, looking at the fiery monkey lying on the ground, severed in two, broke into a cold sweat. The clear yellow soul ring floating above the corpse clearly indicated that this soul beast had 100 years of cultivation. If this soul beast had targeted him at that moment, Dai Mubai questioned whether he could have dodged such a fierce attack. Shunsher, you actually only needed one move to kill a 100-year soul beast that ambushed you. Dai Mubai praised from the heart. Shunsher did not let his guard down in the slightest, seriously saying, "Don't relax your vigilance. The situation is not over yet." As he spoke, with the activation of his first soul ring, dozens of palm-sized maple leaves appeared around his body. Each leaf was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through gold and jade. The fiery monkey was a gregarious soul beast. If a small monkey at the front had 100 years of cultivation, then the leader of this monkey group was likely at least a 1,000-year soul beast. Shunsher moved quickly, beginning to issue orders. Mubai, get ready to fight alongside me. Fatty. Tang San, guard the left and right flanks. Don't let the fiery monkeys ambush us. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, protect Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong. Be ready to enhance and assist us at any time. Zhao Wujia was very satisfied with Shunsher's performance and prepared to intervene at any moment to resolve the crisis that these kids could not handle. Just as Shunsher's voice fell, a series of screeches followed, and shadows appeared ahead. These figures moved extremely fast, weaving through the treetops, and soon surrounded the 8 of them in an organized fashion. As a type of soul beast with a volatile temperament and a strong sense of vengeance, those humans who dared to kill their kin had already been placed on the fiery monkey's must-kill blacklist. Chapter 219, Starry Forest, Part 2. The appearance of these fire monkeys is quite similar, with variations in size. The largest stands at about 2 meters tall, even surpassing an adult, while the smallest is only about 2 feet tall, resembling an infant. Their fiery red fur is particularly striking in the forest, and their long fangs protruding from their lips reveal their nature as fierce carnivorous spirit beasts. There are at least 30 to 40 fire monkeys in this group, which immediately surrounded everyone and began to screech menacingly. In the distance, atop the treetops, the most robust one, seemingly evolved into a blaze monkey king, pounded its chest with its fists, causing flames to flare up from its fiery red fur. It shot up like lightning, and a massive fireball, over 1 meter in diameter, came crashing toward them. Although this blaze monkey had not yet reached 10,000 years of cultivation, and its fur had not turned golden red, it still possessed at least 5,000 years of strength. Even in the mixed area, they could survive in the outer regions due to the power of their group. At the very edge of the forest, they were indeed the dominant force. As the Monkey King launched its attack, the other fire monkeys leapt through the trees. And with their rapid speed, fireballs rained down, targeting everyone. In an instant, a cold snort escaped. Trivial skills. With a thought, the maple leaves that had long been circling around him shot out, slicing through most of the fireballs in half. Although some managed to slip through, the others were not weak, each using their abilities to intercept and destroy the remaining fireballs before they hit the ground. Despite only being at the second ring, they could easily cope with the assistance of Ning Rongrong. Faced with the encirclement of the monkeys, he showed no signs of panic. With a snap of his fingers, the previously cut fireballs that had embedded themselves in the trees or ground were detonated. 4th soul skill, Maple Fire in full blaze. As a 7,000-year soul ring, the soul skill provided by him was immensely powerful, capable of directly exploding the maple leaves he created within the area, severely wounding the enemies. Accompanied by screams, the fire monkeys from the trees fell like dumplings. In an instant, numerous white 10-year soul rings and yellow 100-year soul rings emerged from the bodies of the fire monkeys that had been killed. Watching a large number of its kin being slaughtered by this human spirit master, the Monkey King immediately flew into a rage, its fiery red fur becoming even more vivid, resembling a blazing fire. In a fit of anger, the Monkey King let out a strange cry and charged directly at him, intending to engage in close combat. Dai Mubai wanted to step in and confront it, but was held back by him. You are not his match. Protect the others. Ningrongrong, assist me. After this, he activated his 3rd soul ring, and 9 large maple leaves appeared, surrounding him. Then, he tapped his toes to the ground and swung his fist towards the blaze monkey's face. At the same time, Ning Rongrong revealed her martial soul. Of course, what was shown to everyone was the disguised 7 treasures glazed tower. 7 treasures. The first is strength. 9 treasures. The second is speed. 7 treasures. The third is soul. The 3 amplification type soul skills were all applied to him as if they were free. A 40 boost greatly increased his strength, bringing him nearly to the level of a soul king. He first used the massive leaves surrounding him as a shield to block the blaze monkey's sharp claws, then delivered a powerful punch to its face, already possessing considerable strength. The additional 40 boost from Ning Rongrong made his power comparable to that of some spirit masters who specialized in strength. The blaze monkey was sent flying like a rag doll, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, even one of its fangs shattered. Seizing the advantage, he created maple leaves with his soul power, unleashing a torrent of them like a rainstorm upon the blaze monkey. Perhaps the heavy punch had awakened the enraged blaze monkey, which realized it was a spellcaster rather than a melee tank. Facing the overwhelming rain of maple leaves, it wiped the blood from its lips, then beat its chest, and, with a strange cry, spat out a powerful fireball. As the fireball was about to collide with the rain of leaves, he smiled at the corner of his mouth, and with a flick of his finger, the originally straight-flying maple leaves curved around the fireball, forming a massive maple leaf that headed straight for the blaze monkey. Simultaneously, the 9 large maple leaves that had been surrounding him transformed under his control, wrapping him like petals. Although he was powerful, his martial soul was ultimately wood-type, which was restrained by fire elements. When faced with the massive fireball, the protective shield formed by the leaves was reduced to ashes. Almost simultaneously, the enormous maple leaf capable of slicing through gold and jade arrived in front of the blaze monkey. Not to mention that the blaze monkey, as a spirit beast, lacked intelligence. Even a human spirit master with slightly less combat experience would not have anticipated such unpredictable changes in his technique. The gigantic maple leaf struck the blaze monkey, cutting it in half. To ensure it was truly dead, the massive leaf was detonated, with the powerful explosion obliterating the poor blaze monkey's remains. Having dealt with the formidable opponent, he let out a long sigh of relief. As he descended from the air, he stumbled but managed to steady himself. At this moment, the remaining fire monkeys had either been repelled or killed by Dai Mubai and the others. Even the stubborn ones fled into the depths of the forest upon seeing their leader turn to ash. Due to the overwhelming victory, almost everyone appeared extremely excited and thrilled. Although Zhao Wujia did not take action, seeing his students perform so excellently brought him great satisfaction. As spirit masters, they clearly did not feel any wrongdoing in killing spirit beasts. However, Xiao Wu's emotion seemed somewhat subdued. This melancholy was not merely a child's first encounter with the world's cruelty or the disappointment and fear that come with seeing blood for the first time. It was a sorrow of empathy, a feeling of loss at the death of fellow beings. He squinted his eyes. As a former white glove, and now an undercover agent, his suspicious nature led him to doubt Xiao Wu's identity. Looking around the entire Shrek Academy, almost everyone's identity could be considered transparent. He himself had an almost perfect false identity to rely on. But this girl named Xiao Wu seemed to have appeared out of thin air, as an extremely rare innate, full soul power. There was no record of her in the spirit hall. If she were from some prominent family, it could be understood. However, according to the investigations by the spirit hall, she was even less notable than Tang San and Ma Hongjun, both commoners. Combining all of this, he vaguely guessed that this girl was very likely a legendary soul beast that had transformed into a human. But to transform into a human, a soul beast must have at least 100,000 years of cultivation, in which 100,000-year spirit beast has not experienced countless battles. How could she be saddened by the death of a few insignificant creatures that had yet to reach even 10,000 years? Chapter 220, Star Do Great Forest, Part 3. The process of searching for soul beasts was not smooth. Although they encountered several thousand-year soul beasts along the way, none of them were suitable for Tang San. The remaining ones were all 100-year soul beasts. Even though they had spent several days in the forest, the group did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Hunting for soul rings was, after all, a gamble of life and luck. The third soul ring was ultimately just a choice among 1,000-year soul rings, so it was necessary to have a broader selection. Later on, soul masters might spend several months looking for a perfect match among 10,000-year soul rings, which was not unusual. As the days passed, although food supply was not a problem for the group, living in the crisis-ridden Great Forest every day still kept their spirits highly tense and made them feel fatigued more easily. However, It was precisely because of this sense of crisis that the cooperation among the students gradually became more tacit. With a configuration of 4 strong attack-type Soul Masters, 1 control type, 1 defense type, and 1 support type Soul Master, the small team had some fighting capability in this forest, even without Zhao Wujia's help. As long as they did not encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, they would not face any threat. As night fell, it was time to rest. It was not allowed to light a fire in the Star-Do Great Forest, although most soul beasts feared flames. There were a small number that were extremely fond of fire, and among this small group, most were deadly beings. There was no need for Zhao Wujia to direct them. The male students were responsible for setting up temporary tents, while the female students took care of food. Unbeknownst to them, YeCong had actually arrived at the Star-Do Great Forest early and had been quietly following them from a distance. YeCong had instructed Shimu to disguise as an ordinary bird to monitor the Shrek Academy group. In addition, among his many flag demons, there was a 1,000-year ice silkworm skilled at concealing its presence. Thanks to its talent, even Zhao Wujia, as a formidable soul sage, had not detected it. To be honest, YeCong was really curious. If the Titan giant ape did not capture Xiao Wu, would Tang Sect still be able to obtain the human-faced demon spider soul ring and the external soul bone, 8 spider lances, from the original story? At this moment, the Shrek group was scattered, preparing dinner in the tents for the night. As a soul beast turned human, Xiao Wu represented a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone for humans, but for soul beasts, she represented a chance to devour her and gain tens of thousands of years of cultivation. At an unknown time, a human-faced demon spider emerged from the shadows, its greedy gaze fixated on Xiao Wu's slender body. Seeing that Xiao Wu was isolated, it mechanically lunged toward her. As a soul beast with a cultivation of only around 2,000 years, its intelligence was not high. Even though Xiao Wu had 200,000-year soul beasts as her backing in the Star-Do Great Forest, the human-faced demon spider still chose to follow its instincts. The human-faced demon spider was fast, but Xiao Wu's reaction was not slow either. Sensing the malicious wind behind her, she activated her first soul skill, Waist Bow, and the flexibility of her body reached its peak, with her body twisting into an angle that an ordinary human could not achieve. She easily dodged the human-faced demon spider's sneak attack. The others were not far from Xiao Wu and hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Wu. Tang Sect ran ahead, seeing his beloved in danger and nearly hurt. His eyes widened in anger, and with his martial soul activated, he was ready to fight desperately. However, Zhao Wujia's speed was faster. His face was extremely grim as he transformed into a fierce bear and let out a roar, simultaneously unleashing his 3rd and 4th soul skills. As a soul sage, it was a disgrace to be approached by a 2,000-year-old spider without realizing it. The enhanced gravity directly immobilized the human-faced demon spider, and then, with the effect of the 4th soul skill, echolocation, a powerful bear paw struck the spider's head. As a power-type, strong attack soul sage, even without using any soul skills, Zhao Wujia was not something a 1,000-year soul beast could withstand. The combined blow to the head did not immediately kill the human-faced demon spider, but it was close. Zhao Wujia was not satisfied and continued to unleash destruction on the human-faced demon spider's body, first breaking its poisonous pincers, then grabbing its long legs and tearing them off one by one to vent his anger. Under Zhao Wujia's assault, it wasn't long before the unfortunate human-faced demon spider had turned into what could be described as a gourd in the true sense. At this moment, the human-faced demon spider felt completely crushed and desperate. With a small brain capacity, it hated its own vitality for being so resilient for the first time. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to finish off the human-faced demon spider, Tang Sect suddenly called out, "Wait, Teacher Zhao." When Tang Sect had learned from Xiao Zhang had listed many soul beasts for his 3rd soul ring selection, among which the human-faced demon spider was the best option. "What is it?" Although Zhao Wujia was very impatient, he still stopped his actions. After all, this kid had a titled Douluo father, and he had to give him some face. Tang Sect explained his reasoning and why the human-faced demon spider was suitable for him. After hearing this, Zhao Wujia's expression gradually softened. "You got some luck, kid." After searching for several days without success, now a soul beast so suitable for you comes knocking on your door. Just as Tang Sect took out a dagger to finish off the human-faced demon spider, the originally calm Star-Do Great Forest suddenly filled with a dense white mist. Within this white mist, the sound of a gong abruptly rang out, followed by an ethereal voice echoing in everyone's ears. "It's the 3rd watch. The weather is dry. Be careful with fire." Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Where did a watchman come from in this deep mountain forest? Only in an instant did YeCong perk up, realizing that it was him coming. However, he did not show it, pretending to be as vigilant as everyone else. Who? Don't play tricks. Do you dare to come out and fight? Zhao Wujie clenched his fists and shouted sternly, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Even though Zhao Wujie had roamed the Soul Master world when he was younger, he had never seen a sight like this before. As the gong sound grew closer, the person who struck the gong finally appeared before them, dressed in a black and red robe, his face obscured. Upon closer inspection, the tools he held were not ordinary tools used by a gong player. Whether it was the drumstick or the gong, they were all made of bronze. Although the details were unclear, one could distinctly feel the ancient and profound aura contained within. Additionally, what was even more terrifying was that Zhao Wujie could clearly sense a terrible pressure emanating from this mysterious figure, a pressure that seemed to surpass that of the Haotian Hammer who had come to trouble him before. Chapter 221. Me? I just want to save this young man, Your Excellency. May I ask what brings you here? Zhao Wujie asked, forcing himself to bow. In his eyes, the only person capable of exerting pressure beyond that of a title de law could only be another title de law. Zhao Wujie's words startled several students. They had not expected this mysterious figure to actually be a title de law. In an instant, they vaguely guessed that this powerful aura and soul power pressure, which now blanketed half the forest like white mist, came from YeCong's means. However, to avoid exposure, he also put on a shocked expression. Among them, Xiao Wu reacted the most intensely. Her face turned pale as she quietly moved her body into the bushes to crouch down, praying that she would not be discovered. YeCong naturally noticed this little rabbit trying hard to reduce its presence, but it wasn't the right time to deal with her, so he pretended not to see. I simply don't want a young man with limitless potential to lose his life in vain, YeCong said, his voice slightly hoarse. That little brat named Tang Sect. Do you wish to absorb this soul ring? Before Tang Sect could respond, he shook his head to himself. Kid, you are quite impressive. Having reached this level at such a young age just by cultivating blue silvergrass. If you can grow smoothly, your future will likely be limitless. It's a pity that you followed the wrong bear, and if you hadn't encountered me today, you would have surely died in this forest. Senior, what do you mean? Tang Sect asked, not understanding why this mysterious expert would say such a thing. YeCong slowly walked past them, bent down, and picked up a spider leg that Zhao Wujie had removed, gently stroking it. Since you are Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, your theory must be quite good. Let me ask you, what is the limit for the third soul ring? Tang Sect was taken aback. How could this title de law see through his teacher's lineage at a glance? But after a moment's thought, he understood. His master was famous in the theoretical world of soul masters and must have made countless friends over the years. Perhaps this title de law was one of the many friends master made back then. Thinking this way, Tang Sect believed the senior knew of his origins through the moonlit night of the 24 bridges. Thinking he had figured it out, Tang Sect cupped his hands and said, returning to the senior, the limit for the third soul ring cannot exceed 700 to 800 years. So you do know. YeCong suddenly flicked his wrist, tossing the fully extended spider leg, which was 3 meters long, directly into the ground just 1 centimeter from Tang Sect. In that case, are you trying to absorb a soul ring over 2,000 years old? Is that not seeking death? YeCong's tone carried a hint of frustration. While Tang Sect, the person involved, remained relatively calm, Zhao Wujie broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for this senior's sudden appearance and intervention, Tang Sect would have faced only one outcome after trying to absorb this excessively aged soul ring, exploding to death due to his body being unable to withstand the overwhelming and violent energy. Tang Sect hesitated and said, "Thank you for the warning, senior, but I believe I can give it a try." Although he was very grateful for the mysterious senior's reminder, upon closer inspection, this human-faced demon spider was indeed a 2,000-year soul beast. However, Tang Sect felt that if he didn't absorb this soul ring, he would lose many things. That's nonsense, Tang Sect. I admit you have talent. But this talent does not justify attempting to exceed the age limit to absorb a soul ring. Zhao Wujie interrupted him sternly. You cannot absorb this human-faced demon spider. I will find a more suitable soul ring for you. It was no joke. If Tang Sect were to explode due to absorbing this overaged soul ring, the Haotian Douluo would definitely kill himself. No, by then, it might be difficult for me to die painlessly. I would likely end up being torn to pieces like this unfortunate human-faced demon spider. YeCong's tone softened a bit. I know, youth is reckless, always thinking that nothing is impossible. Especially for young geniuses, they have confidence and pride that far exceed their peers. But once this pride goes too far, it becomes arrogance. And arrogance often comes with a price of life. As YeCong spoke, he walked over to the spider gourd, pressed it, and it turned to powder, leaving only a purple soul ring behind. Since it has come to this, take care of yourself. YeCong finished speaking and turned to leave slowly. As he disappeared into the depths of the forest, the thick mist gradually dissipated. To prepare for the earlier performance, YeCong had made ample preparations. First, he used 4 ghostly spirits with over 1,000 years of cultivation to create a mist with powerful illusion effects, while also lowering the target's perception. Coupled with the momentum simulated through the ice silkworm's talent, he successfully frightened everyone, avoiding any conflict. Of course, if it came to fighting, YeCong wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had killed a soul sage from the Haotian Sect when he was only a 4-ringed spirit master, and now as a peak soul king. Killing Zhao Wujie would be easy. YeCong sent Shimu to continue monitoring the Shrek Academy's teachers and students, while he went to a safe place to release the human-faced demon spider, which had been turned into a spider stick, pondering how to extract the external soul bone. As a diligent and thrifty man, YeCong couldn't bear to destroy a soul beast that might be hiding an external soul bone treasure. The earlier scene of him turning the human-faced demon spider into powder in front of the Shrek Academy teachers and students was also part of the act. The mist produced by the ghostly spirits had a strong hallucinatory effect. YeCong directly staged a scene of Peach replacing Li. When his hand touched the human-faced demon spider, he quietly stored it in the storage soul guide, the Black Domain, while using the cover of a weapon and his quick hands to substitute a 1,000-year soft-boned rabbit he had casually caught as a scapegoat. YeCong looked at the unfortunate human-faced demon spider in distress. According to the original text, the external soul bone 8 spider lances was different from his water armor shield in that it was bound to the soul ring. In other words, only an absorbed soul ring could obtain the external soul bone. Otherwise, even if he finally chopped the spider into pieces, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. So the question arises, this human-faced demon spider's cultivation was over 2,300 years, perfectly in the awkward zone where the 3rd soul ring could not be absorbed. And the limit for the 4th soul ring was too low. If it were just 2,000 years higher, it would be perfect for grabbing it for Chao Shitting's 4th ring. However, with its current cultivation, even using a potion that could forcibly increase the innate soul B-Sage limit by 10% would be of no use. After pondering for a while without any results, YeCong had to give up. This matter would have to be left for Hua to worry about. Perhaps that omnipotent uncle who really had a way. Chapter 222. Lucky Tang. After sending away the mysterious powerhouse, Zhao Wujie finally let out a sigh of relief. Due to the appearance of the title Dalu, Zhao Wujie decided to change his plan to rest for the night and continue searching for Soul Beast tomorrow. After all, encountering such a powerful figure, even on the outskirts of a forest, made him wonder what other situations might arise if they stayed longer. For Shunshi and Ma Hongjun, it didn't matter much. One was of common origin, and the other was just an ordinary minor noble. So as the chaotic king, he naturally wasn't afraid. The others, however, were genuine young masters and young ladies. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were backed by the imperial family, and Ning Rongrong was even the crown princess of the 8-treasure glazed tile school. Although Tang seemed to be less impressive than them at first glance. He had a genuine title Daluo father. Even though the Haotian Sect had been destroyed, Tang Hao was indeed a true title Daluo. Although there were rumors that he was seriously injured and his formidable cultivation had diminished significantly, a title Daluo was still a title Daluo. He could still smash his own bare head without any issues. As for Xiao Wu, although she also came from a common background, the key was that she had already latched onto a powerful leg. If anything happened to this girl, who could guarantee that Haotian Dalu wouldn't step in for this prospective daughter-in-law? In summary, if something unexpected happened to this group of soul second generations, old Zhao would quickly find a good place to die and then end it all. At least that way, he could leave a whole corpse and die more peacefully. After a simple dinner, everyone got up again to search for Tang San's 3rd spirit ring overnight. It must be said that as the child of destiny, Tang San's luck was quite good. Although YeCong intervened and took away the 3rd spirit ring and external spirit bone that originally belonged to him, he quickly caught a 600-year-old weaver as his 3rd spirit ring. As a spider skilled in weaving webs to hunt soul beasts, it granted Tang San the same soul skill as the web binding he obtained from the faceless demon spider in the original work. In fact, if one disregarded the invisible benefits and only looked at the surface, this soul skill was even more beneficial to Tang San than the faceless demon spider version of web binding. Although the Weaver version of web binding didn't have the corrosive poison like in the original work, it also didn't have the 3 times per day limit. In fact, to some extent, the Weaver enhanced the toughness of blue silvergrass, making it harder for opponents to break free once hit by the skill. However, what gave YeCong a headache was that Tang Sect's opportunities and luck were indeed against the heavens. Even with his deliberate interference, Tang Sect still obtained a 1,000-year left arm bone from the Weaver. The remaining members of Shrek, excluding Xiao Wu, looked at Tang Sect with eyes full of heat and envy. Even if it was just a 1,000-year limit, it was still quite valuable. The output probability of spirit bones was extremely low. Even a titled Douluo might not have a single spirit bone. YeCong's mood was somewhat complicated. Although he had anticipated that Tang Sect had someone backing him long ago, seeing it with his own eyes today still made him feel regretful. He had clearly prepared to crush him in the cradle, but now it seemed that this plan had to be temporarily shelved. However, YeCong wasn't in a hurry to leave. He continued to silently observe Tang Sect's every move through shared vision with Shimu. He wanted to know whether Tang Sect would absorb this 1,000-year spirit bone. If he did absorb it, that would be quite amusing. Although spirit bones were rare, once absorbed, they were difficult to disassemble. A 1,000-year spirit bone was good, but it depended on who was using it. With the Blue-Silver Emperor and Haotian Hammer as top-level martial spirits, Tang Sect had to possess a stronger physique to withstand the pressure brought by 18 spirit rings. For this reason, he needed to absorb better spirit bones to improve his own constitution. If he absorbed this spirit bone, although it would temporarily boost his strength, it would also weaken his potential in the future. This would also indirectly enhance his chances of winning in the inevitable battle that would occur in the future. Unfortunately, Tang Sect was clearly a perfectionist, although he didn't yet realize that he could barely be considered a sole second generation, with his sect destroyed and only a half-crippled titled Douluo protecting him. This didn't stop him from looking down on a 1,000-year spirit bone. With the act coming to an end, YeCong saw no need to stay here any longer. He retracted Shimu with a thought and prepared to leave the Star Doe forest, just when he was planning to take the time to visit Shanshi. The surrounding trees suddenly twisted and unexpectedly reached out toward YeCong. YeCong's expression changed slightly. Without time to think of anything else, he quickly dodged. The branches seemed to have eyes, directly twisting in midair and rushing toward him. Seeing this, YeCong didn't care whether he would set the mountain on fire or end up in jail. With a flick of the Huang Yao banner in his hand, he unleashed the fire attribute of the Divine City. The Divine City revealed its true form, taking on the shape of a giant python. And all 3 of its heads simultaneously spewed out raging flames, turning the branches that had wanted to continue pursuing YeCong into ashes. YeCong had just let out a sigh of relief when he felt the ground tremble. Following that, several thick vines broke through the soil, clearly aiming for YeCong. YeCong dodged somewhat awkwardly, trying to recall when he had offended a plant-type powerhouse. Although he had many life-saving trump cards, he hadn't even seen the main figure yet, making it quite difficult to counterattack. At this moment, YeCong had already drawn the Emperor's Sword. With the assistance of the Divine City, all the vines were either severed or burned away. Although YeCong's attacks were fierce, the vines seemed endless. He was destroying them quickly, but they were growing even faster. Just as YeCong finally carved out a bloody path with the firepower from the Divine City, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. No need to ask. The previous attacks were certainly his doing. The middle-aged man wasn't particularly tall, but was very slender, dressed in a dark green robe that fluttered without wind. Slowly waving behind him, his long hair was the same color. Upon closer inspection, his appearance wasn't particularly handsome. His complexion was somewhat pale, and even his eyes were a bluish green, but it was a haunting, deep green, filled with an eerie glow. This strange appearance reminded YeCong of Douluo before he was detoxified. YeCong felt a bit nervous and kept a close watch on the suddenly appearing middle-aged man. He had no idea when this person had shown up, leading to a ridiculous thought in his mind. Could it be that heaven couldn't stand me scaring others and directly sent a real, mysterious powerhouse to deal with me? Thinking this, he quietly reached for the protective token he carried with him, ready to activate it at any moment. Chapter 223, Deep in the Starry Forest, Part 1. The middle-aged man was surprised to see YeCong manage to break through the encirclement so smoothly. However, he did not say much, and with a slight lift of his hand, YeCong suddenly sensed a sweet fragrance in the air. He immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly held his breath. But it was too late. As the sweet-smelling powder entered his body, YeCong's body was instantly paralyzed, unable to move at all. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and as he made eye contact, YeCong felt his consciousness gradually blur. With attributes of poison, wood, and spirit, YeCong finally guessed the true identity of the middle-aged man, the terrifying beast king of all demons, with 50,000 years of cultivation, whose true form was that of the demon eye tree. YeCong had heard a bit about these terrifying beasts hidden deep in the starry forest. In terms of combat power, the king of all demons might not be very high. However, in terms of strategic value, according to Emperor Tian, even the second-rank Bear Lord could not compare to him. As the only plant-type terrifying beast, the king of all demons controlled all plant-type soul beasts in the starry forest. According to Emperor Tian, this king of all demons was also a typical homebody, unwilling to leave the starry forest easily. Otherwise, if he ventured out to expand his influence in the outside world or other forests, with just a little exertion, he could command all the plants across the Douluo Continent. YeCong was relieved upon realizing that the middle-aged man before him was a soul beast. If it had been that ambitious Bear Lord who came to find him, his intentions might not have been pure. But if it were other terrifying beasts, they would certainly be acting on Emperor Tian's orders. And Emperor Tian had no reason to harm him. Perhaps there was something important he wanted to discuss with him. Finally, YeCong slowly regained consciousness. He felt as if he were lying on a soft patch of grass, and the life force permeating the air made every pore in his body expand, feeling particularly pleasant. He heard a particularly robust voice impatiently exclaiming, "Emperor Tian, are you joking with me? A mere soul king, a bug-like existence. You say he can save my daughter?" Emperor Tian calmly replied, "Bear Lord, I have no need to lie to you. Whether it's true or not, you will know when he wakes up. Beast God, is it really okay to bring a human here?" The three-headed demon hound, Qi Wang, in human form, spoke with concern, clearly showing hostility towards YeCong. YeCong slowly opened his eyes, sitting up with some effort while rubbing his head. He glanced around and saw 4 men and 2 women, along with an unknown species wrapped in black mist. There was no need to ask. These figures were undoubtedly the leaders of the starry forest who were in retreat. YeCong put on an innocent smile and greeted Emperor Tian, the only person he recognized, saying, "Hi, uncle, long time no see," before Emperor Tian could respond. The towering figure of the Bear Lord rushed forward and pressed down hard on YeCong's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "Human, I've heard you have a way to save my child." "Bear Lord, don't scare the young friend," Emperor Tian chided, using his powerful soul force to separate the two. He then turned to YeCong with an apologetic expression. "Please don't mind Bear Lord's rashness. He is just anxious to save his daughter. I hope you can be forgiving." YeCong was not an unreasonable person, and moreover, it was not beneficial to quarrel in a place like this. He stood up, rubbed his sore shoulder, and smiled, saying, "Uncle, there's no need to worry. From your conversation, I gathered some context. When a family member is injured, it's natural for relatives to be a bit emotional. However, I don't know why you brought me here." As he spoke, YeCong carefully examined the dark gold, terrifying Bear King ranked second in combat power in the starry forest. The Bear Lord was exceptionally tall. Even in human form, he stood at least 2 meters, seeming even slightly taller than Emperor Tian at first glance. This indicated just how enormous his true form must be. The transformation of soul beasts into human forms is strictly a matter of idealism. After all, the human body is merely a disguise, and no matter how it looks, it does not affect the true form. The human shape of a soul beast is determined by the soul beast itself. Depending on their species habits, their post-transformation forms vary, which are also defined by their true forms within their species. Here, a certain 10,000-year-old lowly ice emperor is mentioned, although she is the queen of her group. Her size among the ice scorpions is petite, hence her transformed form is that of a green-haired lowly. Emperor Tian did not engage in further pleasantries and explained in detail why he had sent the king of all demons to invite YeCong to the depths of the starry forest. In simple terms, the Bear Lord had a daughter late in life, and this daughter was the most gifted offspring born in his beastly career, so naturally, he cherished her greatly. This little female bear did not disappoint her father's expectations, having become a genuine 10,000-year-soul beast in just 20,000 years. However, misfortune struck. When the little female bear faced the tribulation to advance to a 10,000-year-soul beast, something went wrong. Although she barely made it through, her essence was injured. In the face of such severe injuries, even the strongest healer in the starry forest, Biji, could do nothing. At this rate, let alone the tribulation 1,000 years later, the newly advanced dark gold terrifying bear would likely perish soon. In desperation, Emperor Tian remembered YeCong, this unusual soul master. thinking that perhaps only this method could save the dark gold terrifying bear. That led to the series of events mentioned above. Upon learning the details, YeCong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could indeed save the life of the dark gold terrifying bear and ensure she would not die. But it would cost him his freedom, making her his servant. If it were another soul beast, it might be easier to negotiate. But for a proud creature like the dark gold terrifying bear, it was uncertain how she would respond to such a proposal. Given Bear Lord's temperament, after hearing about his so-called medical plan, he might just slap him. Seeing YeCong hesitate to speak, the Bear Lord urged, "You human, be straightforward. Just say what you can do. As long as you can save my daughter, consider it a favor owed by me, old bear. I will surely help you within my capabilities." YeCong cast a resentful glance at Emperor Tian, leaning slightly towards him. And only after Bear Lord assured him he would not lose his temper did YeCong explain his method and the ability to subdue the flag demon. Sure enough, before YeCong could finish speaking, the Bear Lord fell into a rage. "Nonsense. You're looking for death." As he spoke, he revealed his true form. Ready to crush YeCong, YeCong was startled and quickly hid behind Emperor Tian, mumbling, "I already said I wouldn't say anything, but you insisted on me speaking. Why are you getting so angry?" Chapter 224, Deep in the Starry Forest, Part 2. Tian felt somewhat helpless as he stepped forward to block Xiangjun. "That's enough. Young friend YeCong was invited by me. It's quite inappropriate for you to lose your temper like this." Seeing Tian take action, Xiangjun, though still unhappy, forcibly suppressed his anger and returned to his human form. "Tian, I'll spare his life for your sake, but you need to explain why you conspired with humans to have our kin sacrificed." The expressions of the other fierce beasts looking at Tian were also a bit strange. After all, if the matter was as Xiangjun said, it was rather abstract. Tian's mouth twitched. He understood that if this issue wasn't clarified, it would be a problem for him. At the very least, these prime ministers would definitely begin to doubt his authority, leading to a scenario akin to questioning why the emperor rebelled. He cleared his throat and stepped aside for YeCong. "Young friend, talking too much is not as good as showing results. Please explain your abilities." Once YeCong confirmed that Xiangjun wouldn't make a move, he stepped out from behind Tian and released the most talkative Shimu to explain the specifics of the flag demon. Shimu's appearance surprised all the fierce beasts except for Tian, and they instinctively turned their gazes toward the least noticeable being, the Yaoling. After all, a soul beast existing in the form of energy was obviously similar to a Yaoling, as the most mysterious fierce beast. Even after working alongside him for tens of thousands of years, the other fierce beasts knew nothing of his race or origins, except for Tian, who had picked him up. In fact, Shimu's appearance also surprised the Yaoling. He never imagined there could be a relative so similar to himself in the world. The Yaoling, a soul beast that should not have existed, was a special life form condensed from the resentment of soul beasts killed by humans on the Douluo Continent, making him unique in the world. Just like the Emperor Rue beast. The Emperor Rue beast represents the positive fortune of the soul beast clan, while the Yaoling embodies all the negative emotions of all dead soul beasts. The Yaoling carefully examined the new Shimu, shook his head at the other fierce beasts, and floated back to his original position. Shimu, transforming into the best salesman of the Douluo Continent, detailed the advantages of the flag demon. After hearing the specifics about the flag demon, Xiangjun finally calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "So the so-called flag demon exchanges freedom for immortality, and if it serves as the main flag, its cultivation can also increase along with this kid's strength?" Shimu nodded. "That's right, Lord Xiangjun. I was initially just an ordinary soul beast with over 400 years of cultivation. Ever since I followed my boss, not only do I now have over 10,000 years of cultivation, but I have also successfully awakened my intelligence." Xiangjun fell into deep thought. The other fierce beasts were also particularly surprised after hearing about YeCong's special constitution. Bai Ji suddenly thought of something and asked YeCong, "Little guy, if you were to accidentally encounter an accident, would your flag demons be affected?" "I don't know." YeCong shrugged helplessly. "After all, I've never died before, so I'm not sure if the flag demons can still exist independently after I die." YeCong's words made the already wavering Xiangjun hesitate again. YeCong was still too weak now. If he could grow up smoothly, there would be no problem, but if he fell halfway, wouldn't his daughter also be short-lived? He might even have to bear the humiliating title of someone else's servant when he died. At this time, Tian spoke up. "YeCong's talent is very good. It's not impossible for him to ascend to that realm in the future." While the other fierce beasts were initially curious about YeCong due to his uniqueness, They had seen many so-called human geniuses after living for so long. Naturally, those who could grow into geniuses were powerful individuals. But most of those who didn't grow up turned into dust in the river of time. However, with Tion's endorsement, the way the fierce beasts looked at YeCong clearly changed. Becoming a god, the fierce beasts, with the Silver Dragon King overseeing them, naturally knew this secret. The iron rule of the divine realm that soul beasts could not become gods weighed heavily on all fierce beasts like a mountain. Now they saw a human boy with the potential to become a god standing before them. How could they remain calm? This also made them more puzzled. Logically speaking, facing such a seedling that would grow into a towering tree, they should eliminate him early, but for some reason, their boss treated this boy with so much favoritism. Since YeCong, the party involved, was present, they couldn't directly ask and could only suppress their curiosity for the time being. Xiangjun finally made up his mind and said in a muffled voice, "All right, human boy, come with me." He revealed his true form and walked in a certain direction of the forest. In his true form, Xiangjun resembled a small mountain, and with each step, he covered several meters. Given YeCong's size, it was very difficult for him to catch up. Tion noticed this predicament and glanced at Wang. Wing, go see off the young friend. Yes, Wang nodded, revealing his true form as a three-headed magic hound. Once YeCong sat securely on his back, he quickly chased after Xiangjun. After they had gone far, ZG could no longer hold back and asked Beast God, "Since that human has the potential to become a god, why don't we crush him beforehand to eliminate future troubles?" The Yaoling also spoke up, "Beast God, you can deceive Xiangjun, but you can't deceive me. I can see that you brought this human here under the pretense of helping Xiangjun rescue his daughter. But your main purpose is to take this opportunity to enhance his strength, right?" Tion did not deny the Yaoling's suspicion and slowly nodded. "I do have this idea. To put in human terms, I am investing. While humans are incredibly weak as individuals, their reproduction and growth rates are far beyond what our soul beast clan can compare to. In the same amount of time, it takes humans only a few decades to produce a tidal Douluo, whereas for us soul beasts, even with bloodline enhancement, it takes at least half a year. Even so, there are still threats from heavenly tribulations and human hunting. Ultimately, all of this stems from the shackles and curses imposed on our soul beast clan by the myriad gods. The only way to overthrow the tyranny of the gods is to have a newly born deity. What I am doing is courting YeCong. As long as he is willing to stand on the side of the soul beasts after becoming a god in the future, then we have hope of breaking this painful curse." Tion's meaning was very clear. He wanted to cultivate a deity willing to fight for the soul beast battlefield. The king of all beasts slowly spoke, his tone somewhat cold. "Humans are not to be trusted, Beast God. What if this guy turns traitor and sells us out?" Tion smiled bitterly. "If that day really comes, it means I was blind on the first day and made a misjudgment. I will be willing to die to atone." Chapter 225. The little thoughts of the demon king. The starry forest is vast and boundless. At this moment, YeCong, sitting on the back of the Crimson King, was carefully admiring the surrounding scenery. The night view of the core area of a new forest was particularly beautiful, with fireflies dancing and frogs croaking along with the chirping of cicadas. Looking back, one could also see the shimmering surface of a lake. These sights truly resembled a fairyland. While YeCong was still lost in thought, the two fierce beasts, the Crimson King and the marching army, stopped in front of a tall cave. The restored Bear King spoke as if thunder were rumbling. "We have arrived. This is where my daughter is recuperating. You are YeCong, right? Follow me." The Crimson King stopped at the entrance of the cave and did not enter. YeCong followed the Bear King into the cave. Inside the bear cave, it was not as foul-smelling as YeCong had imagined. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. Evidently, as high-level soul beasts, they had high standards for living quality, at least in terms of hygiene, which was not inferior to that of humans. After walking about 10 meters in, YeCong saw a dark golden claw bear lying on a bed made of grass and feathers. This dark golden claw bear was several sizes smaller than the Bear King, but when standing, it was still a good 4 to 5 meters tall. At this moment, it lay quietly on the bedding, not moving at all. "This is my daughter. She was severely injured, so she had to force herself in a hibernation mode to reduce energy consumption." The Bear King, known for his brutality, spoke with a hint of sadness in his tone. "Next, I will wake her up. As for whether you can persuade her to make a sacrifice for you, it will depend on your eloquence." After saying this, the Bear King staggered towards the sleeping dark golden claw bear. What would happen after YeCong entered the cave with the Bear King was of no concern to the Crimson King. His task was merely to bring this human here. Seeing YeCong follow the Bear King into the cave, he felt there was no need to linger any longer and turned to return to his territory. However, on his way back, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Demon King? What are you doing here? The Crimson King frowned slightly at the shadowy man blocking his path, while the two dog heads on either side bared their teeth in a threatening manner, perhaps due to their conflicting attributes, and the fact that the Crimson King disliked the Demon King's insidious style of doing things. These two fierce beasts regarded each other with mutual dislike, and their relationship was not good. The Demon King, however, did not care about the Crimson King's hostile attitude. He smiled slightly and said, "Crimson King, we are all brothers. Why do you have to treat me so harshly? I came here today only to ask for a piece of soul bone." The soul beast community was not entirely harmonious. Unless they became family, it was perfectly normal for the strong to eat the weak. Although soul bones were rare, they were of no use to soul beasts, especially for fierce beasts who perfectly practiced the survival of the fittest. Sometimes they could even encounter soul bones during meals. No matter how high the quality of the soul bone, it could only be considered a tough bone to chew or a decorative item for the soul beast clan. As the overlords of the forest, the fierce beasts regarded the soul beasts in the forest as both their subjects and their food. Except for Bijia, the vegetarian who only ate plants that had not yet matured into soul beasts. Every fierce beast had encountered many soul bones while eating, but aside from the Crimson King, who had a particular fondness for such special bones, the rest of the fierce beasts generally found them unlucky and casually discarded them. The Crimson King did not believe the Demon King's request at all. Among the 7 leaders in the Starry Forest, the Demon King was the one who most despised soul bones. In his words, those things were so useless they were even uncomfortable to use as fertilizer. The Demon King did not hide this and directly conveyed the investment from Emperor Tian to the Crimson King. Although the Crimson King was an honest beast, he was definitely not stupid. He immediately understood that the Demon King was worried about being held a grudge for bringing YeCong here too roughly and wanted to take a piece of soul bone as a gesture to ease their relationship. "How about it? Want to join me?" The Demon King extended a sincere invitation to the Crimson King. Emperor Tian called this angel investor. "I'll pass. After all, I've already offended him." The Crimson King shook his head with a hint of schadenfreude, finding it amusing to see a colleague he didn't get along with in a difficult situation. "But Demon King, you aren't really expecting to get something for nothing from me, are you?" "Of course not." The Demon King produced an unusually round fruit covered in dense, eye-like patterns. Demon Eye Spirit Fruit. Upon recognizing the fruit, the Crimson King was taken aback. He looked at the Demon King with a mix of strange and complex emotions. "You really are generous, if you calculate it this way. I'm actually the one benefiting from you. Just wait a moment, I'll be right back." After returning to his territory, the Crimson King quickly searched through his collection and soon found a piece of medium-quality 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit left leg bone. After considering it, he felt it was inadequate and also found a 5,000-year black ice python right arm bone and a 4,000-year lovable demon skull to serve as extras. The Demon Eye Spirit Fruit, as a fruit of the Demon Eye Magic Tree, was essentially ordinary like other tree fruits. However, the Demon Eye Spirit Fruit produced by the Demon King, who had attained a cultivation of 500,000 years, had indeed undergone a qualitative leap. Once consumed by a soul beast, regardless of age, there was a probability it would awaken its intelligence early and gain intellect that could rival that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Such a miraculous effect was no less than a top-tier genius treasure for soul beasts. However, cultivating a fruit with such miraculous effects was also extremely difficult. Besides needing to wait 10,000 years for it to mature, it required the Demon King to be distracted during the heavenly tribulation, drawing some of the tribulation's power into the fruit for such effects to manifest. Under such stringent conditions, even though the Demon King had now reached a cultivation of 500,000 years, he had only managed to produce 3 Demon Eye Spirit fruits. Although the Crimson King could no longer make use of this fruit, his clan's descendants could use it to get ahead at the starting line. And it was not impossible to recreate a fierce beast in the future. In the past, the Bear King's daughter had achieved the remarkable feat of growing from a 10,000-year soul beast to a 100,000-year soul beast after consuming such a fruit. Now that the Demon King was willing to offer a Demon Eye Spirit Fruit in exchange, the Crimson King naturally could not be stingy. The 3 heads of the Crimson King simultaneously held out a piece of soul bone and approached the Demon King. "Demon King, don't let others say that I took advantage of you. I'll trade you 3 pieces of soul bone." The Demon King smiled slightly and nodded. "Thank you, Crimson King." Chapter 226. Sacrifice, Dark Golden, Fearclaw Bear. Part 1. Upon learning of YeCong's intentions, the dark golden Fearclaw bear initially resisted fiercely. However, after persuasion from her father, she finally relented. Nevertheless, the young she-bear proposed a condition. She wanted to compete with YeCong. Unless he could earn her recognition, she would rather die. The Bear King did not oppose his daughter's request. In the world of soul beasts, the strong dominate the weak, and this is only natural. When communicating with soul beasts, no matter how reasonable you are, in the end, it still comes down to brute force. Just as he followed Emperor Tian as the beast god and obeyed his orders simply because he was no match for Tian. YeCong felt a bit of a headache. He wanted to refuse the battle and walk away, but he was afraid that the Bear King would use this as an excuse to trouble him. Reluctantly, he agreed to the competition. The dark golden Fearclaw bear was among the strongest bloodlines of soul beasts. For this group, pure blood dark golden Fearclaw bears had long been accustomed to fighting against 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, this 100,000-year dark golden Fearclaw bear was the daughter of the fierce beast Bear King, and besides her innate skill, the dark golden claw, she likely also learned her father's unique killing move, the rending claw, capable of severely injuring even Emperor Tian. Don't be fooled by her current state of injury, looking half dead. If she truly got serious, she could easily take down several ordinary titled Douluo. The Stardow Forest was never short of battlefields, and soon, one bear and one human found a spacious area. The dark golden Fearclaw bear allowed YeCong to strike first, and he did not hold back, directly activating his strongest mode, the Shadow Master with a kill God Domain. As the domain unfolded, YeCong's aura changed dramatically. If the previous YeCong appeared to these fierce beasts as a harmless little sheep, now he could be considered a humanoid fierce beast. Behind him, 5 banners of the flag demons unfurled, each of the 5 leading figures standing behind YeCong with 2 aides, all filled with battle intent. At this moment, YeCong exuded dominance, brutality, and majesty, as if embodying the essence of a demon lord descending to the mortal realm. Even the Bear King, who was accustomed to bloody battles, couldn't help but glance sideways at the change in YeCong's aura. The dark golden Fearclaw bear spoke. Human, no, YeCong. I admit that I underestimated you before. Please go all out and show me if you have the qualifications to be my host. YeCong nodded and replied, please guide me. After saying that, he took the initiative to attack. With a push off the ground, YeCong soared into the air. He then swung the evolved version of the Daluo Continent Hammer, executing his ultimate move, the Judgment, aimed directly at the dark golden Fearclaw bear's head. Meanwhile, the flag demons behind him did not remain idle, closely following their leader to unleash the highest essence of their fighting technique, the circle kick. Facing the descending hammer and numerous attacks, the dark golden Fearclaw bear showed no signs of panic. As a soul beast that perfectly combined attack and defense, even standing still, few soul beasts could break through her defense. A layer of dark golden light surged from her fur, enveloping her without shining outward. It was evident that her dark golden fur stood on end, resembling steel needles. At the same time, the half-kilogram Fearclaw bear raised its paw. The nearly 1-meter-long bear claw was already quite exaggerated, but upon swinging it, the massive claw expanded threefold in the air, its terrifying sharpness gleaming with dark golden light as it charged towards YeCong innate ultimate skill, Dark Golden Claw. The Bear King watched coldly from the side, ready to intervene at any moment. Although his daughter was in a half-damaged state, it didn't mean that just any ant could come and provoke her. The only reason he would save YeCong was that he was specifically brought here by Emperor Tian. It wasn't that he feared Emperor Tian. It was just that if YeCong were to die in his territory, it would certainly cause trouble. As for whether this human kid would lose an arm or a leg, that was beyond his control. Facing an attack rumored to tear the earth apart, YeCong had no intention of dodging. Seeing YeCong's audacity, the Bear King cursed him as an idiot, preparing to save him, but unexpectedly, a faint black spherical barrier appeared around YeCong's body, directly neutralizing the terrifying claw. What kind of move is this? The Bear King was a bit stunned. In his understanding, when a soul master wanted to use a soul skill, the corresponding soul rings had to glow. Even when using a soul bone skill, the corresponding part absorbing the soul bone would emit a faint light. Yet this human had unleashed this bizarre soul skill without any warning. What was the principle behind it? The Bear King, not particularly bright, now felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. The dark golden Fearclaw bear had tough skin and thick flesh. The rain-like barrage of attacks felt like mere tickles to her, causing no substantial harm. It should be noted that under such firepower suppression, An ordinary 10,000-year-old beast would likely be reduced to nothing. Roar! The dark golden fearclaw bear roared again, shaking her body, sending YeCong and the surrounding flag demons, who had surrounded her for a group attack, flying. YeCong landed steadily on the ground and wiped his nose with his thumb. Tsk, it really had no effect. The dark golden fearclaw bear reacted quickly. After repelling YeCong, she immediately launched a second attack. As the bear paw was raised once more. This time it did not enlarge, but YeCong could clearly sense that this bear paw was crazily absorbing the surrounding soul power like a black hole. YeCong immediately understood what she intended to do, rending claw, as the second strongest power in the Stardow Forest. This self-created ultimate move by Bear King could be considered an upgraded version of the Dark Golden Claw. The rending claw was not an exaggeration to a certain extent. Remembering the past, Bear King had almost severely injured Emperor Tiantian, who was superior to him in both cultivation and bloodline, using this move. Although he ended up getting beaten half to death and took thousands of years to recover, this was enough to demonstrate the terror of this move. YeCong's scalp tingled, and his hair stood on end. He was certain that if this move hit him, even with the water armor shield, the Jinhuan bell, and the shadow barrier enhanced by the cursed blue, he would likely still be finished. He suddenly rang the Jinhuan bell, using the fixation method to restrict the dark golden fearclaw bear. At the same time, blood-red patterns emerged on his forehead. And YeCong opened his mouth to unleash the underworld roar towards the dark golden fearclaw bear. Receiving the command, Cursed Blue also ceased her attacks, using terror to force the dark golden fearclaw bear into a state of fear. Despite the fact that even with all three combined, the control effect only lasted for a second, it was already enough. Chapter 227, Sacrifice, Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear. Part 2. YeCong wrapped all the endless thunder stored in the trunk bones around the Soul-Suppression Hammer. And then he formed a seal with his hands and threw the Soul-Suppression Hammer into the air. Thunderous stars fall. The Soul-Suppression Hammer split into multiple pieces in the air and fell down like a torrential rain. YeCong himself was not idle either, quickly forming a special seal with both hands, and the dark green Great Strength Demon Slayer cannon shot straight towards the abdomen of the dark golden fearclaw bear. Thunderous stars fall, as one of the ultimate moves that only the Night Watchman can unleash in the Dominator state, was originally incredibly powerful. And YeCong's Thunderous Stars Fall, as an upgraded version of the ordinary one, was naturally even more formidable. At this moment, the energy accumulation of the flag demons was also complete. Air cutting, dust explosion, hurricane cannon, thunder punishment, instant shadow blade, 9-yang divine fire. All the attacks were unleashed recklessly towards the dark golden fearclaw bear, bombarding it wildly and raising huge clouds of dust to envelop it. The grass where the dark golden fearclaw bear originally stood was now blasted into a deep pit, and the bear itself, which was originally sleek and shiny, was now covered in a layer of dust, looking somewhat disheveled. Even though the dark golden fearclaw bear was known for its tough skin and thick flesh, it was still interrupted in its energy accumulation and was forced to take a half step back under YeCong's full-out assault. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that a few faint blood streaks were visible on the dark golden fearclaw bear's body. Clearly, even faced with such fierce attacks, the powerful defenses of the dark golden fearclaw bear had taken some damage. Of course, it wouldn't take this minor injury to heart. YeCong's expression suddenly turned somewhat grim. Logically speaking, an attack of that magnitude would at least leave a mark on a title Dalu, if not kill them outright. Although he had considered the dark golden fearclaw bear's extraordinary defense, he didn't expect it would only result in a little superficial wound. Just as YeCong was preparing to unleash another skill, the dark golden fearclaw bear suddenly spoke. To be able to injure me as a Soul King is enough to prove your strength and talent. Huh? YeCong was taken aback for a moment, temporarily halting his movements, but he did not lower his vigilance at all. Previously, they had been communicating in the common language of soul beasts. This was the first time the dark golden fearclaw bear used human language. A smile actually appeared on the bear's face. You indeed have the qualifications to be my host. I apologize for my previous disdain. So, are you ready to accept this sacrifice as agreed? The bear huffed and staggered away. Although it had long been agreed that his daughter would be sacrificed to YeCong, just thinking about it made him feel disturbed. He feared that witnessing the sacrifice would make him unable to restrain his urge to kill. As for whether there would be others taking advantage of the situation without a protector, let us not mention that the sacrifice process itself was designed with a self-protection mechanism. Moreover, this was the territory of the fearsome bear lord. Which soul beast would dare to come to the door uninvited? Although YeCong was only level 59 at the moment, according to reason, even if Yuan Chaoyu was at the limit of his physical endurance with a 100,000-year soul ring, he wouldn't be able to absorb just an ordinary soul ring due to not reaching a bottleneck in cultivation. However, sacrifice was a very unreasonable operation. The soul power returned during the sacrifice allowed YeCong's cultivation to directly break through to level 60, just in time to absorb a soul ring and advance. Moreover, the soul power returned was not limited to just this. As he absorbed the soul ring, YeCong's cultivation continued to rise, only stopping at level 65. Not only that, but due to the characteristic that 100,000-year soul beasts must produce soul bones, the Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear also brought YeCong a very powerful soul bone, the Dark Golden Fearclaw Right Paw Bone. It was said to be powerful not only because it could continuously grow as an external soul bone, but also because it carried the renowned ultimate skill of the Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear clan, Dark Golden Fearclaw. If he were lucky, he might even be able to unleash its upgraded version, Tearing Sky Claw. YeCong clenched his fist. He felt terrifyingly strong now. If in the past he had to rely on ambushes or group attacks to gain the upper hand against titled Daluos, now, if he encountered a hostile titled Daluo, even without calling for help, he could directly confront them in a true one-on-one battle without fear. YeCong waved his hand, and the six-sided, glorious demon banner appeared before him. Looking at the now-flagged demon Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear, YeCong fell in a thought. According to custom, he should give her a name. However, before dying, YeCong still asked her, as she was already a 100,000-year soul beast with awakened intelligence. She might have her own name. The Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear shook her head. We soul beasts are different from humans. Even as a 100,000-year soul beast, we usually do not name ourselves unless necessary. After thinking for a moment, YeCong decided to use Bogan as the name for the Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear, although this name had already become a term for a specific abstract group in his previous world. It clearly did not carry any other hidden meanings in Douluo Continent and remained just an ordinary noun. Just as YeCong was chatting with the newly transformed flag demon Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear Bogan, the Bear Lord returned once more. However, this time he held a piece of earthy yellow right arm soul bone covered in tiny crystals in his paw. The Bear Lord glanced at his daughter with a somewhat complicated expression, then turned to YeCong and said, YeCong, although I have always had an extreme dislike for humans, today I owe someone a favor. This soul bone is probably a token of gratitude. YeCong was indeed somewhat surprised. Strictly speaking, although he had been forced into this trip, the benefits were absolutely abundant. In addition to the flag, demon transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast and a top-notch external soul bone, he also gained a sudden increase of 6 levels in soul power. So, no matter how you looked at it, he had definitely profited. But he didn't expect that despite this, the Bear Lord still felt indebted and was willing to offer a soul bone as compensation. After receiving the right arm bone, YeCong looked at the honest Bear Lord with increasing satisfaction. Then I thank you, Bear Lord. After bowing, YeCong began to carefully examine the earthy yellow soul bone. YeCong's theoretical knowledge was quite good. By judging the integrity of the soul bone, he could roughly determine that it was probably a soul bone of around 30 to 40,000 years. As for the type, YeCong found it somewhat hard to tell, but vaguely felt that this soul bone seemed to originate from the same lineage as the Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear. Chapter 228. Super Harvest. At this moment, Xiangjun began to introduce, this soul bone was stripped from a human soul master by me several hundred years ago. Since it comes from the crystal bear, which can be considered a distant relative of mine, I kept it. Now I'm giving it to you. The crystal bear is a variant of the dark gold fearsome claw bear. Although it is a weakened mutation with significantly reduced attack power compared to the normal dark gold fearsome claw bear, it possesses a special ability. Any opponent attacked by it will undergo crystallization, and if the crystallized target is attacked again, it will shatter directly. Just as YeCong was contemplating whether to absorb this soul bone, Bo Gang spoke up. If you trust me, I suggest you absorb this soul bone. Although its age is a bit low, it is definitely the most suitable for you. Okay. YeCong, who valued advice, sat cross-legged and prepared to begin absorbing and refining the soul bone. YeCong's decisiveness surprised not only Bo Gang, but also Xiangjun, who was beside them. Soul bones are not detachable equipment. Once absorbed, it is essentially a lifelong decision. Bo Gang hesitated and stopped YeCong, who was about to absorb the soul bone, saying, Wait a minute, aren't you going to ask me why? YeCong smiled slightly. No need. You and I are now in this together. If something goes wrong, it won't benefit you either. YeCong's honesty made Bo Gang feel a bit awkward. However, as a bear-type creature, She had a thick skin as a racial trait and quickly shifted the topic to explain why she wanted YeCong to absorb this soul bone. As a variant of the dark gold fearsome claw bear, we are essentially from the same lineage. The right palm bone I gave you and this right arm bone share the same origin, which is very likely to resonate. The two can complement each other and possibly produce a new soul bone skill. As Bo Gang speculated, this crystal bear right arm bone not only granted YeCong a powerful soul skill called Magic Crystal Fist, but it could also interact with the right palm bone of the dark gold fearsome claw. The skill effect of Magic Crystal Fist was quite simple and brutal. It inherited the crystal bear's talent, and when the soul skill was activated, small crystals would emerge from the arm. If the fist struck, the crystallization effect would be triggered. Moreover, when combined with the dark gold fearsome claw, the dark gold fearsome claw not only retained its original violent destructive ability, but also gained the ability to crystallize targets and even create crystals directly. After all this commotion, a whole day and night had passed. Even though YeCong was naturally more energetic than others due to his unique nature and soul power, he still felt hungry and tired after all this. Fortunately, Xiangjun thoughtfully brought him a soft-boned rabbit with about 10,000 years of cultivation to serve as dinner. However, after dropping off the prey, he hurriedly left. Clearly, even though he had developed some rapport with YeCong, he still preferred to avoid too much contact with humans. The soft-boned rabbit is known for its delicious meat and plentiful numbers, making it highly cost-effective in both the Soul Master and Soul Beast realms. As a professional foodie, YeCong was naturally skilled at cooking such delicacies. After completing a series of smooth operations like skinning and bleeding, he took out his secret sauce and applied it to the giant rabbit, which weighed dozens of pounds, before cutting it into pieces and starting to roast it. As time passed, an incredibly rich aroma gradually spread from the roasted rabbit meat. Bo Gang, who was a dominant figure in the Stardow Forest in terms of cultivation, had eaten her fair share of soft-boned rabbits, but she had never encountered one that smelled this good. The other flag demons were unfazed. Having followed YeCong for so long, they had tasted many delicacies. Although the roasted soft-boned rabbit was indeed delicious, it was nothing extraordinary. After eating and drinking enough, YeCong prepared to leave the Stardow Forest. However, before he left, he felt the need to greet DTon. But he was troubled about how to find this elusive figure. Although he wouldn't be troubled by the core figures in the area, recklessly wandering into the territory of soul beasts alone was still somewhat dangerous. At this moment, DTon had already come to find him. A black dragon large enough to block out the sun swept across the sky and, upon noticing YeCong, transformed into a human form and landed. It had been a whole day since YeCong and Xiangjun left, and DTon was somewhat worried about his safety, so he came to check. After confirming that YeCong was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened to YeCong, not to mention the spirit hall, even Hua would definitely come knocking. With that guy's strength, if he truly went crazy, it would probably take the Silver Dragon King to forcefully revive him to stop it. Otherwise, even the combined efforts of the 7 fierce beasts might not be enough to deal with that lunatic Hua. DTon smiled slightly. It seems you absorbed it well. Your strength should be comparable to a titled Douluo now, right? Yes. YeCong nodded. With the help of Senior Xiangjun, as long as I don't encounter a super Douluo, I'm confident I can defeat my opponent without using any trump cards. That's good. By the way, this is a gift from the King of all Demons, a token of his apology. DTon said as he took out a ring-shaped storage soul guide. As one of the forest's overlords, many human soul masters had died at the hands of the King of all Demons. And this storage soul guide was a trophy he had obtained after killing a certain human soul master. Apology? YeCong was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized where this term for apology from the King of all Demons came from. He felt a bit helpless. The King of all Demons was perhaps being a bit too cautious. He wasn't a petty person, so there was no need to go through all this trouble. YeCong initially wanted to decline, but upon seeing the 3 soul bones quietly lying in the ring, he immediately changed his mind. Although he couldn't determine the level of the 3 soul bones at first glance, their aura and completeness indicated that their quality was definitely not low. In fact, one of them was a complete leg bone, and if his guess was correct, it was probably a 100,000-year soul bone. He respectfully bowed and said, Uncle DTon, please help me convey to Senior King of all Demons that I, Yi, will temporarily accept this generous gift, and I will definitely repay it in the future if there is an opportunity. DTon was very satisfied with YeCong's attitude and smiled slightly. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take you out of here. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle DTon. Chapter 229. The Gift to Avoid Unnecessary Trouble. Dition left YeCong at the junction of the outer edge and the buffer zone of the Stardo Forest. YeCong passed through the forest's outskirts and soon reached the nearest town to the Stardo Forest. As a necessary stop along the route to the Stardo Forest, YeCong had been to this town many times. Aside from the legitimate businesses selling soul beast skins, meats, various outdoor supplies, and soul-hunting mercenaries, there were also quite a few who chose to commit murder and robbery, engaging in some unscrupulous dealings. At a tea house on the second floor by the town's exit, a pair of eyes peered down through a narrow gap in the window, watching YeCong intently. "Boss, we have a target." The lookout was a bit excited. This delicate-looking young man clearly seemed like a rich kid and was definitely a rare prize. His eyes sparkled with greed as he licked his lips, already considering treating himself to a couple of top-tier girls after completing this job. The boss, a burly man with a face full of scars, immediately said in a deep voice after recognizing YeCong, "Don't touch this person." "Boss, why not?" The lookout was confused. This guy looked like a pampered rich kid who thought he was tough just because he had some power. What's so special about him? Besides, this is the Stardo Forest. Isn't it normal for a few people to die here? The boss frowned and scolded, "You fool. The most important thing in our line of work is having good judgment. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Anyone who dares to act alone in this forest is either an idiot or a real tough character. Just think about it. Someone who walks out from the depths of the Stardo Forest alone while still keeping their clothes clean and looking energetic. Is this the kind of person we can mess with?" Unbeknownst to the boss, his wise decision had just saved their entire team. YeCong had overheard their entire conversation. "TSK, so cautious? I even pretended to be a weak, pitiful, helpless rich kid." YeCong pouted with some regret. The 200,000-year-old nine-headed Bat King Skullbone not only gave him an attack skill called Ghostly Howl, but also a support-type soul skill called Sonic Perception. This skill was similar to Huagu's mental detection, except YeCong used his ears to see. In simpler terms, YeCong was like a human radar. When he activated the skill, sounds within the range would be transmitted to his mind, forming a three-dimensional map. As a person with an auditory sensitivity comparable to that of a well-known expert, he could hear everything within a 5-mile radius centered around him after activating the skill. YeCong had come to fish on a whim and didn't mind the lack of success. After quickly passing through the town, he sat on the back of Shimu and flew towards Soto City. At the Soto City Spirit Hall branch, Shauna often helped the staff with minor tasks like cleaning. A few days ago, YeCong had suddenly decided to bring Shauna to this small city, settling her in the local Spirit Hall branch and saying he had urgent matters to attend to before hastily leaving. Although Shauna claimed to be just an ordinary maid under YeCong, her humble attitude did not lead any of the staff, including the branch master Jiangqing, to underestimate her. Moreover, Jiangqing, who was adept at reading people's expressions, could clearly sense that the relationship between the holy son YeCong and Shauna was not merely that of master and servant, but more like family. From another perspective, Shauna was a talented girl who had reached a high-level soul master at just 15 years old, deserving of respect. Jiangqing, as a branch master, was merely a soul king at level 52. "Shauna, you probably haven't seen your brother in a long time, right?" YeCong suddenly asked upon returning to the Soto City Spirit Hall branch. Although Shauna was puzzled, she answered honestly, "Yes. We haven't seen each other since my brother was sent on a mission by the master. We've only been in touch through letters." YeCong ruffled Shauna's hair and smiled. "The next few days are free, so I'll give you a vacation. You could go see Shunshur." Shauna's hair was smooth, and she had fluffy beast ears and a tail, making her incredibly pleasant to touch, even more so than petting a cat. "Really? Is that okay?" Shauna was a bit excited. She had relied on her brother since childhood, and even though she had met such a rare good master in YeCong, it didn't lessen the bond between the siblings. After calming down, Shauna's emotions quickly turned to hesitation. "But my brother is on a special mission. Is it really okay for me to go?" "Of course," YeCong said, producing a soul guide ring. "When you go, take this and give it to him. It contains some small gifts I prepared for him as a reward for his hard work over the years." This soul guide ring was naturally the storage soul guide that the king of 10,000 beasts had given him along with his soul bone. The quality of this soul guide ring was not low. It was at least on par with his black domain. It had a storage capacity of nearly 40 to 50 cubic meters and could also carry living beings. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Not to mention that the king of 10,000 beasts had lived for an unknown length of time, but in the era when soul guides were still being passed down. He might have already been active on the continent. Moreover, the soul master he personally killed had to be at least a title Douluo level. It was not unusual for a title Douluo to possess a high-quality storage soul guide. YeCong didn't find much use for the ring himself, so he decided to gift it to his little brother. Inside, there were also some specially selected medicinal items, blood-stopping and muscle-repairing pills, foundational nurturing dragon leaf pills, and calming incense to help soul masters quickly enter a meditative state. Most importantly, it contained a scroll of magic that YeCong had specifically obtained from Huahaha, divine wind escape, even without considering the other small items. This magic alone made this gift comparable to a treasure from the Blood River. Chapter 230. The evil-eyed, lustful tiger Shauna stood at the entrance of Shrek Academy, staring at the seemingly fragile gate that she felt she could easily kick down with a little effort. She repeatedly glanced at the map in her hand and then at the dilapidated gate, finally confirming that she hadn't gone to the wrong place. A school, by definition, is a place for teaching and nurturing. But this place, it hardly looked like a proper school, more like a shabby school in a remote mountain village. Shauna would never believe that such a rundown place could be equipped with the training facilities, resources, and professional instructors necessary for a mid-level soul master school. Meanwhile, after repeatedly facing setbacks with Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai was infuriated and chose to give up pretending, indulging himself in a life of debauchery instead. His self-indulgence only increased Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for him, but due to the unfortunate fate she bore, she had nowhere else to go and had to remain there. Unlike the original timeline where their entire team faced life and death crises together, the cultivation of mutual understanding among them was really out of the question. The so-called bonds of the Shrek 7 monsters now were no more than ordinary classmates. In fact, due to Dai Mubai's lewd behavior, the other two girls, apart from Xiao Wu, were particularly cold towards him, treating him like a stranger. As for Xiao Wu, her relatively good relationship with him was merely out of respect for Tang Sect. Dai Mubai, who had just returned after spending the whole day indulging in pleasures, was originally exhausted and wanted to rest well. However, upon seeing Shauna standing at the school gate, he felt invigorated, even as a seasoned player in the realm of romance. The moment he laid eyes on Shauna, he momentarily lost his composure. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai had seen and experienced a lot. His father had kept several different types of beast women in the harem. However, he was young at the time, and since those women were his father's slaves, he had no right to touch them, and thus had never tasted the delights of beast women. As he grew older, fearing his older brother and the fated battle, he escaped the palace and arrived in the remote city of Sodo. Having lost his prince status, he now had even less chance of encountering beast women. Gradually, Dai Mubai forgot about this matter. Now, unexpectedly, a ready-made beast woman was presented to him, and moreover, this beast woman was quite beautiful, at least an 8 out of 10. Although her figure was slightly lacking, her rarity and high beauty were enough to compensate for this shortcoming, and Dai Mubai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Whether the beast woman in front of him was willing or not, was not something Dai Mubai needed to consider. In his eyes, beast people were innate slaves far inferior to even the commoners who couldn't cultivate, while he, even without his identity as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, was still a talented soul master. Although he wasn't sure why this girl hadn't been captured to become a slave, he felt that sharing a moment of pleasure with her could be seen as a kind of reward. She had no reason to refuse him. After making up his mind, Dai Mubai tidied up his hair and clothes, then approached Shauna with what he believed was a gentlemanly expression. "Beautiful miss, may I ask if you were facing some trouble?" Shauna turned her head to look at this young man, who could be considered quite handsome, and frowned slightly. Having grown up in darkness, she was all too familiar with the true nature of those dressed, well yet predatory. These people appeared courteous and polite on the surface, but the brutality and evil hidden within them surpassed even the most ferocious beasts. For instance, Dai Mubai, who was now trying to flirt with her, looked gentle and polite outwardly, like a refined gentleman. Yet, the lust and greed hidden in his eyes were clear to Shauna. However, Shauna was here to find her brother. She didn't want to fight, let alone see blood. Thus, concealing the disdain in her eyes, she forced a sweet smile. "I'm fine. I'm here to find my brother." Seeing Shanna's sweet smile, Dai Mubai felt a rush of blood to his head, a surge of wicked desire igniting within him. Fortunately, he still had some willpower left. Otherwise, he might have lost control. Dai Mubai thought carefully among the few male students in the academy, aside from himself. Either they were too young, or he had never heard of them having siblings. It seemed that the brother she mentioned was likely some ways to have been expelled from the academy and, out of shame, had not told his family the truth, leading them to believe he was still studying at Shrek Academy. Thinking he had figured everything out, Dai Mubai felt emboldened, becoming increasingly bold in his actions. Hey, standing around is so boring. Why not come sit in the school with me? Coincidentally, I'm also a student here. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Shana's wrist. What audacity! Shana was furious. She and T expected this lecherous man to dare to touch her in public. Quick to react, she grabbed Dai Mubai's wrist in return and kicked him in the stomach. Dai Mubai was already at least a whole rank weaker than Shana, and without any defense. Her kick sent him soaring like a shrimp, flying a good half-meter away. Clutching his stomach, he struggled to get up, enduring the pain. Fortunately, as a beast martial soul master, even without his martial soul activated, his physical capabilities were significantly stronger than those of ordinary people. For anyone else, Shana's kick would have been enough to rupture their intestines. At this moment, Dai Mubai's face was flushed, uncertain whether it was due to anger or unbearable pain. The murderous intent in his eyes flickered as he cursed, "Bitch, you're seeking death." As he spoke, his martial soul manifested, his body swelling considerably, patterns appearing on his skin, and his hands transforming into tiger claws. Behind him, 3 soul rings of yellow and purple emerged, ready to tear Shana apart or devour her whole. Although Dai Mubai was accustomed to delicate dishes, he didn't mind occasionally switching things up for something more thrilling. But that didn't mean he had a masochistic tendency. Shana let out a cold snort, and with a thought, her originally delicate hands transformed into wolf claws in an instant. Chapter 231. Siblings reunited as a beast girl with a strong beastification ratio. When Shunshur first met YeCong, she was in a soul beast state with not only ears and a tail, but also limbs. Later, after becoming YeCong's personal maid, the versatile Hua specially customized a set of skills for her based on her physical condition. This set of skills not only increased the speed of soul power absorption, but also gradually restored the beastified parts to the normal human appearance, while maximizing the retention of the strong physical qualities of the beastification. As for why she still retained her ears and tail, that would have to be asked to YeCong, although YeCong never mentioned it. Shunshur could feel that he had a fondness for her pair of fluffy ears and tail. It was precisely for this reason that she deliberately kept a part of them. Unlike Dai Mubai, Shunshur didn't even release her soul rings. For her, defeating such a useless opponent didn't require any soul skills at all. However, just as the two were on the verge of a confrontation, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted them. Mubai and little sister? In an instant, the older brother, who was originally ready to go out to handle some business, found himself at the door, witnessing his little sister and Dai Mubai in a confrontational stance. Normally, if he saw someone bullying his little sister, he would have already sent a strike to teach them a lesson, regardless of who was right or wrong. But now that he was undercover at Shrek Academy, acting as a big brother, he couldn't easily resort to violence against his classmate and subordinate. Little sister. Wait a minute, big brother. You mean this girl is your sister? Dai Mubai, who was initially full of murderous intent and ready for a fight, was taken aback when he heard Shunshur's address to her. His previously arrogant demeanor instantly extinguished. Shunshur didn't complain, but merely said lightly, "Is this your classmate, brother? He seems a bit weak." In the process of speaking, she had already released her battle form. Dai Mubai, having retracted his martial soul, faced Shunshur's sarcasm with an awkward yet polite smile. After all, having a powerful background and not having one were two completely different concepts. If she were an ordinary girl, even if he had truly overpowered her, he could easily settle things afterward by compensating her with some money. However, if this girl had a powerful soul master backing her, or even just a promising genius, then things would change dramatically, especially if that soul master happened to be his classmate. It would be even more troublesome. He was only so arrogant because he had a circle of protective and unreasonable teachers behind him. If internal conflicts arose, those teachers would definitely not intervene. On the contrary, they would happily watch them engage in friendly sparring. Dai Mubai understood clearly that his title as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, while seemingly glamorous, was actually a death sentence for him. There was no way around it. He was over 10 years younger than his older brother. That 10-year gap meant that no matter how gifted he was, as long as the other party wasn't a complete weakling, he would find it hard to catch up. If he and lost all hope, he would have run away to this place, indulging in a live for today mentality. Shunshur naturally understood Dai Mubai's character. Without needing to ask, it was clear that he had made the first move to tease her and had ended up being taught a lesson instead. Thinking of this, a trace of anger and disgust flashed in Shunshur's eyes, but due to her current identity, she could not express it openly and had to pretend not to know what had happened. Turning to Shunshur, "Little sister, what brings you here?" Shunshur, with a serious expression, recounted the lie she had prepared. A few days ago, I just passed the test set by my master, so I got a month off to come see you. Shunshur understood the hint and nodded. It's getting late. You should stay in the academy for the night. The two walked into the village together, completely ignoring Dai Mubai. The siblings had not seen each other for several years, and now that they were reunited, there was no end to their conversation. Dai Mubai, knowing he was in the wrong, chose not to say much and went straight back to his dorm after they had walked far away. Due to Shrek Academy being quite poor and having a small number of students, the dormitory was simply divided into male and female sections. Shunshur chatted with her sister in the back mountain, while Tang San had gone to the city to buy some supplies. At this moment, only Ma Hongjun was in the dormitory. After finishing his meditation, Ma Hongjun saw Dai Mubai returning with his head down, looking dejected and curious. Boss Dai, why you look so down today? Don't mention it just now. Dai Mubai didn't hide anything and briefly recounted what had just happened to Ma Hongjun, of course. He didn't mention the embarrassing part where he was kicked away by Shunshur. In the end, he warned Ma Hongjun, Fatty, if you see that girl later, you better rein in your lecherous nature. If you end up provoking Shunshur and get me involved, I won't spare you. Soon it was time for dinner. The Shrek Academy cafeteria was essentially just a few villagers hired to cook for the students. Upon seeing the quality of the food in the cafeteria, Shunshur's expression became somewhat subtle. She patted Shunshur's shoulder with a complex and strange look and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Big brother, you worked hard all these years. Shunshur could only smile bitterly. The school is like this. If you want better food, you'll have to pay to go to Soto City. Moreover, since the master came, the cafeteria's food has actually been improved a bit. The dinner provided by the cafeteria was quite simple, with a total of 6 dishes, 2 meat, 3 vegetables, and 1 soup. The staple food was just plain steamed buns. Such meals could be considered a rare delicacy for an ordinary family, but for soul masters with high consumption, it was far from enough. At this time, other students began to arrive at the cafeteria one after another. They were surprised to see the sudden appearance of the beast-eared girl, except for Dai Mubai, who had been informed in advance. Although Ma Hongjun had already received a warning from Dai Mubai, he still instinctively showed a lecherous expression upon seeing Shunshur, continuously swallowing saliva. It wasn't until he was kicked by Dai Mubai that he snapped back to reality. Chapter 232. Challenge the Academy. Although Shauna was not picky about food, it didn't mean she was easily taken advantage of. Flander, being notoriously stingy, certainly wouldn't let Shauna eat and drink for free. He had collected a considerable sum of gold soul coins from Shauna as meal expenses. So, my dear brother, could you explain what you meant by value for money? Shauna looked at Shunshur with a half smile. This time, she didn't lower her voice when speaking. On the surface, she was talking to Shunshur, but in reality, she was addressing the dean and teachers hiding in the shadows. Shunshur felt a bit helpless. Although he knew that Flander was famous for being tight-fisted, he didn't expect him to actually collect a large sum of money, yet only prepare the most ordinary meals. However, due to his current status, he could only force himself to say, the dean must have his reasons for doing this. Faced with Shunshur's flattery, Flander, hiding in the shadows, couldn't he help but feel embarrassed. He didn't have that many profound intentions. He was simply reluctant to spend money. Shauna didn't pursue the matter for too long. As she didn't want to make things difficult for her brother, she just wanted to annoy the teachers at Shrek Academy. After dinner, the students, who were supposed to disperse and rest, were suddenly notified by Dean Flander to gather on the playground. This included Shauna, who was a guest. When they arrived at the playground, they found that not only Dean Flander was there, but also Master Yu Xiaojing, who had been waiting for some time. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yu Xiaojing stepped forward, cleared his throat, and got straight to the point. Miss Shauna, I hope you can join our Shrek Academy. To be precise, I hope you can become my disciple. Huh? Shauna thought she had misheard and looked at Yu Xiaojing in confusion. She didn't understand why this old man, who was only a great soul master, had the audacity to take her as a disciple. Flander was equally surprised, looking at Yu Xiaojing with a frown. He expected his old friend to gather the students just to say this. Although he had learned through eavesdropping that Shauna was also a little genius and had developed a desire to recruit her in a Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojing's direct proposal seemed a bit reckless. Yu Xiaojing confidently said, I can see that although you are a beast-human hybrid, your talent is not inferior to your brother Shunshur. As long as you become my disciple, I will definitely maximize your talent. Shauna pretended to be curious and innocent. Wow, I've heard my brother mention you, Master Yu Xiaojing. So, do you have a way to cure my beastification? This. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yu Xiaojing's face, but fortunately, he was known for his thick skin, and he quickly adjusted his emotions. Not at the moment. However, as long as you become my disciple and let me study it thoroughly, I will definitely find a solution for your situation in time. Heh, Shauna almost laughed out loud, sneering inwardly. Anyone can make grand promises. I could also say that as long as you are willing to follow me, you could ascend to the divine realm in the future. However, she wouldn't say that out loud. Shauna deliberately put on a very regretful expression and muttered softly, "What kind of master is this? He looks like a swindler." Although Shauna's voice was not loud, everyone present was a soul master, and they could hear her complaints clearly. Yu Xiaojiang, although incompetent in many things, cared about his reputation. Now that Shauna had mocked him like this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. As his prized disciple, Tang Sect naturally wouldn't allow his teacher to be humiliated like this. He stepped forward seriously and said, "Shauna, regardless of your reasons, you have insulted my teacher, and I want you to apologize to him." Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Shunsher wanted to intervene, but Shauna gently patted his shoulder and shot him a glance, stepping forward first. "I'm just stating a fact. I don't think I need to apologize." Shauna's targeting of Yu Xiaojiang wasn't because she had any deep-seated grudge against him. After all, this was their first meeting, and they had never interacted before. There are not many grievances in the world that arise without reason. She had heard YeCong mention Yu Xiaojiang before, and YeCong's attitude toward this master was naturally very indifferent, or rather, filled with disdain. Although she didn't know what this iron waste had done to earn such hatred, since it displeased her master, she naturally didn't need to be courteous to him. Even if it wasn't convenient to directly teach him a lesson, adding a bit of trouble was no problem. Tang Sect's face showed anger as he took a deep breath. "Since you are unwilling to apologize, then I can only resolve this with force." "Huh, you want to fight?" Shauna was not afraid at all and even seemed eager. "Just you alone, isn't enough. If it comes to it, you can all come at me." Flander realized this was an opportunity for Shauna to see the strength of his academy. So he not only didn't stop them, but also actively made way for them, acting as the referee. Shunsher naturally wouldn't participate. After a simple discussion, the current situation on the field was Shauna challenging 5 people, namely Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Tang Sect, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Shunsher subtly shook his head. He didn't believe that these 5 could defeat Shauna together. Not to mention that Shauna's cultivation talent was originally on par with his, and having followed YeCong for some time now, her cultivation level was likely already far beyond his own. As for combat experience, don't be fooled by Shauna's appearance as a lively young girl. Before they had submitted to YeCong, the 2 siblings had been professional assassins, and calling them professional killers wouldn't be an exaggeration. Their combat experience was definitely not something these sheltered flowers, who had only hunted soul beasts, could compare to. In contrast, the 5 from Shrek Academy had 3 soul sages and 2 great soul masters. Although this team included the number 1 supporting spirit in the world, it would only narrow the gap between them. If Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing could work together to unleash their family's spirit fusion technique, Ethereal White Tiger, the outcome might still be uncertain, and there was even a significant chance that Shauna would be defeated. However, given their current relationship, wanting to unleash that spirit fusion technique was undoubtedly wishful thinking. Chapter 233, Sparring, Combat Level 48 Battle, Soul Master Shauna, Martial Soul, Frostwolf King. Shauna had always been puzzled about when the custom of revealing one's martial soul before a match had originated. But after the 5 opponents she faced reported their respective martial soul levels, she followed the local customs and briefly described her own situation. At such a young age, she had already reached level 48, even surpassing Shunsher. This level of talent shocked everyone present and clarified why she had the confidence to take on multiple opponents. Dai Mubai was especially grateful that he had interrupted the imminent battle between the 2. Otherwise, given the difference in strength, he would have been badly beaten. However, when Shauna's soul rings appeared, everyone gasped in disbelief, contributing to the warming of the Douluo Continent. Those 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, with their extraordinary configuration, left them unable to believe their eyes. Impossible. This is impossible. When Yu Xiaojiang saw someone overturning his proud theory that one could only absorb soul rings of the same level, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes turned red, his breath quickened, and he pointed at Shauna, yelling like a madman, "I understand. You must have a special soul skill that changes the color of soul rings. Or you're a twin martial soul. I'm not wrong, am I?" Unlike Xiaojiang's frantic revelations and the stunned silence of the crowd, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had extremely serious expressions. As heirs of powerful factions, and being 10,000-year soul beasts themselves, their understanding of soul beasts far exceeded that of ordinary people. The quality of the absorbed soul ring was closely related to the physical quality of the soul master. The stronger the physical quality, the higher the limit of the soul ring one could withstand. Generally speaking, male physical quality is stronger than that of females, and battle soul masters have better physical quality than auxiliary soul masters. Of course, specific situations still need to be judged based on actual circumstances. When a soul beast reaches 10,000 years, a qualitative change occurs. If 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts still largely retain their beastly nature, tending more towards wild animals, then 10,000-year soul beasts gradually begin to possess rationality, and their mental strength also becomes stronger. At this point, if one wishes to absorb the soul rings they produce, the focus is no longer solely on whether the physical body is strong enough. Mental strength and the ability to resist soul shock must also be considered. Generally, soul masters have sufficient physical bodies but lack mental strength, whereas special mental-type soul masters may have inadequate physical bodies. Overall, it is often only upon reaching the Soul King level that one can absorb 10,000-year soul rings. Now, Shauna, at the 4-ring soul master level, could successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Either she had special means to avoid the backlash from the 10,000-year soul ring, or her body and mental strength had already reached the level of a Soul King. Whichever situation it was, it meant that Shauna would definitely be a formidable opponent. Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Shauna's voice was cold, with a faint aura of killing intent released. Dai Mubai felt a chill. As the primary combat strength of the 5-man team, he absolutely could not retreat. So he shouted to bolster his courage, then used his 3rd soul skill, the White Tiger transformation, to enhance himself and pounce towards Shauna like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. At the same time, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile was already in play, and with a flicker of magical light, 3 enhancement powers were bestowed upon Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai felt his power, speed, and soul power continuously strengthen, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. At level 37 with a 40 boost, he felt he was now infinitely close to being Soul Master. Shauna merely moved her toes lightly, easily avoiding Dai Mubai's attack. As she landed, she stepped directly onto Dai Mubai. At the same time, Shauna casually commented, "Not bad attack power, but unfortunately your speed is too slow." While speaking, Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived behind Shauna. Her 2nd soul ring flickered, and she instantly unleashed the Spectral 100 Claws. As Zhu Zhuqing's strongest single-target attack, the Spectral 100 Claws not only added a penetrating attribute to her claws, but could also inject her soul power into the enemy's body through the wounds, damaging their meridians. Shauna's body moved slightly, dodging Zhu Zhuqing's sneak attack. Then, with a slight reach, she firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's wrist. What? Zhu Zhuqing's face changed drastically. She wanted to pull her hand back with force, but Shauna's grip was like a vice, locking her wrist firmly, leaving her unable to move. Good speed, but unfortunately, your attack is too soft. As she spoke, Shauna threw Zhu Zhuqing out, slamming her hard onto the ground. In that moment, Xiao Wu had already rushed forward, using her waist bow to enhance her flexibility, then executed her flexibility technique to try to seriously injure Shauna. Having already suffered a loss at Zhao Wujia's hands, she did not dare to easily use her 2nd soul skill, Charm, until she was certain how much stronger Shauna's mental strength was compared to her own. Shauna's expression slightly tightened, and she immediately used the Yang hand from her Yin Yang hand, mountain shaking response. With just 1 punch, she forced Xiao Wu back. The flexibility technique could indeed counter hardness, but equally, overwhelming force could also break through all methods. As a control-type soul master, Tang Sect naturally would not stand idly by. While protecting Ning Rongrong, he quickly activated his blue-silver grass martial soul. Thick blue-black vines spiraled out, surging towards Shauna from all directions. Shauna, like a ghost, easily avoided the countless vines. 3 moves have passed. Now, it's my turn. Saying this, she abandoned Xiao Wu and charged straight towards Ning Rongrong. In team fights, taking out the support first had become a consensus in this world. Tang Sect was taken aback. He could see that the movement technique Shauna was using now was on par with his Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. No, to be precise, it was much more refined than Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. However, he did not have time to think further as his 2nd soul ring suddenly lit up. Parasitism. As a soul skill provided by a 600-year-old ghost vine, this move was particularly sinister. Back when he and Dai Mubai had clashed over a hotel room, He had successfully used this skill to restrict Dai Mubai. However, he had underestimated Shauna, not to mention the vast difference in their strengths. Shauna had long been accustomed to heavy injuries and poison during missions, having developed excellent resistance to toxins. Thus, she would naturally not be affected by this little bit of neurotoxin. She merely shook her soul power slightly, shattering the parasitic blue-silver grass completely. Although Tang Sect was surprised, he quickly adjusted his emotions and unleashed his strongest third soul skill, spiderweb binding. A huge spiderweb woven from blue-silver grass was released from Tang Sect's palm, directly capturing Shauna within. Chapter 234. The battle ends caught. Everyone's spirits lifted, and the previously knocked down Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood up again. The two assault-type soul masters and one agility-type soul master joined forces to attack Shauna. With the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, their combined attacks were enough to severely injure or even kill a high-level soul master. Flander, who was watching from the sidelines, shook his head slightly. This young man, although gifted, was still too arrogant. He was already prepared to rescue them. Is that all you can do? Shauna, who had been at a disadvantage, showed no signs of panic as she calmly observed and suddenly spoke up. Tang Sect, having lived a second life, and being born into a sect of professional assassins in his first life, had reflexes far superior to those sheltered flowers. He immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Everyone be careful." However, his warning came too late. Shauna's pitch-black fourth soul ring lit up, and a terrifying blizzard swept over the 3 of them, centered around her. Thanks to Tang Sect's quick reaction, he and Ning Rongrong managed to retreat quickly, avoiding being caught in the storm. At the same time, he extended his robust blue-silver grass into the blizzard, trying to rescue Xiao Wu. However, as soon as his vines entered the storm, Shauna grabbed them. She had already torn apart the spiderweb when she released her soul skill. Shauna not only unleashed her 4th soul skill, but also activated her 1st soul skill simultaneously. The Ice Wolf possessed her, increasing her defense by 10, and boosting her strength and speed by 50. As Shauna exerted force with her wrist, Tang Sect was uncontrollably pulled closer to her. Realizing the situation was dire, he hurriedly let go. The blizzard produced by the snow-concealing star-silver dance was merely an additional effect. Its true power lay in the ice crystals hidden within the storm, which could transform into blades that continuously sliced at the enemies. Trapped in the blizzard, the 3 could only use their abilities to resist. Dai Mubai was in the best condition, as he had a defensive soul skill and opened the White Tiger protective shield, suffering little harm. The other 2 girls were not so lucky, although Shauna had held back, and they relied on their agility and soul power to forcefully defend. They still inevitably bore wounds on their bodies. They needed to quickly escape the area enveloped by the blizzard or risk being forced to attack Shauna through the ice crystals. However, each time they tried to act, Shauna manipulated the sharp ice crystals to push them back, especially Zhu Zhuqing, whose proud speed and elusive movements were rendered useless in the heavy snowfall. The snow-concealing star-silver dance as a 10,000-year soul ring, though its age had just surpassed 10,000 years, was exceptionally powerful. It could even rival the 5th or 6th soul skills of ordinary soul masters. The additional blizzard could be considered a makeshift domain, allowing her to easily manipulate the direction and shape of the ice crystals within the storm using her mental and powerful soul power. At this moment, Shauna didn't want to kill. Rather, she thought of this as just a competition and saw no need to go that far. Otherwise, she could easily have sent the 3 caught in the blizzard away at any time. However, although she had shown mercy, others did not think so. Hearing Xiao Wu's painful cry, Tang Sect felt as if his heart was being ripped apart. His eyes turned red with anger as he stared at Shauna, who emerged from the blizzard like a mortal enemy. This detestable woman had first insulted his teacher and then injured Xiao Wu. She was truly asking for death. Shauna was all too familiar with such a gaze. She nearly instinctively unleashed a lethal attack to eradicate the threat. Tang Sect's heart was filled with regret, anger, and pain. He blamed his own weakness and loathed Shauna for being so ruthless. He had vowed to protect Xiao Wu for his entire life, yet he'd still let her get hurt. No, if he could confront the powerful soul sage Zhao Wujie to seek justice for Xiao Wu, then he could surely defeat a mere soul master like her using hidden weapons. Though Shauna didn't know Tang Sect's current thoughts, she could guess from his expression and the fury in his eyes, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly, fool, even without being told. Shauna could see that this Tang Sect and the seemingly soul beast transformed Xiao Wu shared a deep bond. Although the thin veil between them had not been completely torn, Anyone with eyes could tell they were a couple. If this were a life-and-death battle, she wouldn't say anything. After all, it's hard for even the most open-minded person to forgive when a loved one is killed. But now it was merely a normal soul fighting match. Yet it had escalated to the level of revenge. Was it really necessary? If he was truly afraid of her getting hurt, then he shouldn't have let her enter the arena to fight. Tang Sect stared at Shauna intently and said in a low voice, "This match counts as our loss. But I hope we can have another round. This time, just the two of us." "I refuse," Shauna replied without a moment's hesitation. Tang Sect's eyes widened in disbelief. He clearly hadn't expected Shauna to reject him so decisively. "Are you afraid?" Tang Sect continued to provoke her, trying to stimulate her with taunts. Shauna was not swayed by his tactics and coldly laughed. "I agreed to fight you before just to prove I'm stronger than you. Since the outcome is already decided, continuing would only add to the ridicule." She even glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, suggesting, "Practice more if you're weak. If you can't handle it, then don't play." Even Yu Xiaojiang, no matter how foolish, realized she was mocking him. He started to say something, but was stopped by an old friend beside him. Earlier, Flander had heard that Shauna was taken away as a disciple by a powerful soul master when she was young, and he was somewhat skeptical, even considering poaching her. However, after witnessing Shauna's fourth soul skill, he realized that Shauna was not lying. With such a powerful talent and combat awareness, her mysterious teacher must also have an extraordinary background, possibly even related to the recent terrifying force known as the Underworld. After realizing this, Flander's thoughts of poaching were completely dispelled. Shauna snapped her fingers, ending the blizzard. She paid no attention to the conditions of Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, and looked at Flander, saying, "According to our previous agreement, you now owe me 200,000 gold soul coins." After saying that, she didn't even bother with Shauna and walked directly outside the academy. Before their soul fight, Flander and Shauna had made a bet. The gist was that if Shauna lost, she would have to apologize to Yu Xiaojiang and join Shrek Academy. Conversely, if Flander lost, he would have to give Shauna 200,000 gold coins. This amount was almost like taking Flander's life, as he was already living in a tight financial situation and was extremely stingy. Shauna glanced at her sister, who was walking away, and then at the awkward atmosphere among the Shrek Academy's teachers and students, gritted her teeth, and after apologizing to them, quickly chased after Shauna. Chapter 235. The Great Battle with the Haotian Law. It is said that Tang Hao, who is hiding and recovering in the city of Tiando, has been feeling uneasy these past few days. After he was brutally torn apart by Huahahaha, he fled the ancestral land of the Haotian Sect overnight. Having nowhere to go, after much consideration, he decided to go to the Tiando imperial city to find his sister, Tang Yuehua. There were two reasons for this decision. First, he could find a temporary refuge to heal, and second, he could protect his only remaining family member. Despite having only a 9th level soul power, Tang Yuehua had established a significant enterprise, Yuexian, in the chaotic Tiando imperial city. Besides her undeniable talent, her confidence also stemmed from the Haotian Sect behind her. Although the Haotian Sect was in a state of seclusion at that time, as a direct descendant of the once greatest sect in the world, she was not someone that just anyone could easily target. Now that the Haotian Sect had collapsed, it was inevitable that many unscrupulous individuals would be eyeing Yuexian as a tempting piece of fat. Even though Tang Hao's strength had dropped to that of a soul Douluo, he still had the ability to fight against titled Douluos. Initially, after confirming that Tang Sect had safely enrolled in the academy, he seldom visited. After all, the academy also had the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Oh no, now it was the 8 treasure glazed tile sect studying there. There were certainly many guards secretly protecting her. If he appeared carelessly, it might reach the ears of that sect leader. Tang Hao couldn't grasp Ning Fengji's attitude towards the Haotian Sect, so he was reluctant to reveal himself easily. Although Tang Hao was unsure why he suddenly felt uneasy, he decided to visit his beloved son in Suatuwa City. Considering the distance from the imperial city to Suatuwa City wasn't too far, he figured he could make a round trip in about a day and a night given his strength, so he left alone without telling Tang Yuehua. Tang Hao's left leg soul bone technique was called Swift Wing Divine Wind, which allowed him, as a strong attack-type battle soul master, to possess impressive speed. He was advancing along the official road when he was suddenly blocked by a man in black, just as he was about to enter Suatuwa City. "Who are you, and why are you blocking my way?" Tang Hao frowned slightly. He could sense that the person blocking him was only a soul emperor, but he had a premonition that this person might possess the ability to cause him trouble. Given Tang Hao's current special identity, he did not want to act rashly. Hidden beneath the black cloak, YeCong grinned maliciously. Your Highness Haotian, I, YeCong, have been waiting here for a long time. As he spoke, he launched a sudden attack, using his dark gold terror claw to try to tear Tang Hao to pieces. Although YeCong's sudden attack caught Tang Hao off guard, he was seasoned in battle and instinctively summoned the Haotian Hammer to defend. YeCong's claw came unexpectedly, and coupled with Tang Hao's weakened strength due to the loss of an arm, he was actually pushed back half a step. A glimmer of greed flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. He had evidently recognized that the claw technique YeCong was using was a skill brought by an external soul bone. Good courage. The moment of greed in Tang Hao's eyes was quickly replaced by anger. He questioned, "Why did you suddenly attack me?" YeCong had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. He brewed another attack and unleashed the dark gold terror claw towards Tang Hao again. Tang Hao ducked to evade this claw, then swung his hammer with one hand, striking fiercely towards YeCong in a dragon tail-like manner. YeCong raised his arm to block with a water armor shield, effortlessly neutralizing the blow. He had not used his martial soul or soul skills throughout the entire encounter. In order to prevent Tang Hao from recognizing his identity, an external soul bone, Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, but then he turned his anger into joy. Very well then. A title Douluo should not be insulted. Since you have delivered yourself to me, let us use these 2 soul bones as compensation. Saying this, he condensed his soul power into an arm, gripping the hammer to attack YeCong. While this method could alleviate the power deficiency caused by wielding the hammer with one hand to some extent, it consumed a significant amount of soul power, so normally, Tang Hao rarely used this approach. 6th soul skill, Titan Hammer. Tang Hao leaped into the air, raising the enlarged Haotian Hammer high above his head. A phantom of the Titan giant ape appeared behind him, and the Titan let out a roar, its fist merging with the Haotian Hammer as it descended towards YeCong. The Titan giant ape could be considered the king of the forest. Even when they had only 1,000 years of cultivation, they dared to battle 10,000-year soul beasts. Tang Hao's 6th soul ring came from a 20,000-year Titan giant ape. Although the soul ring was somewhat lower in age, in terms of quality, it was hard to find its equal. YeCong was confident, but he wouldn't foolishly withstand a full-force attack from a battle soul master stronger than himself, with just his physical body. He took a slight step back, and at the moment the massive Haotian Hammer was about to fall, he suddenly leaped up, using the cloud ladder technique to hover in midair. Taking advantage of Tang Hao being momentarily stiff after just releasing his soul skill, YeCong revealed his claws again. However, this time he did not merely unleash the dark gold terror claw. He simultaneously activated the soul bone skill from his left arm, Magic Crystal Fist. The earthy yellow crystal spread from his wrist, quickly covering his entire palm and the external dark gold terror claw. Hovering in midair, YeCong struck down fiercely towards Tang Hao with a claw. The combination of the dark gold terror claw's external soul bone and the crystal-covered left arm unexpectedly gained the ability for long-range attacks. The claw strike imbued with crystallized energy flew towards Tang Hao, whose expression changed slightly as he hurriedly tried to dodge backward. Unfortunately, his speed was just a beat too slow, and the incoming claw blade struck directly against the false arm he had condensed with soul power. The crystallization power began to spread along the wound, showing signs of wanting to grow onto his real body. Tang Hao did not expect this crystallization ability to be so terrifying that even soul power could not escape. Acting decisively, he immediately used his palm like a knife to sever the portion of the false arm that had been condensed with soul power. In just a few seconds, the originally non-physical soul power false arm had been completely transformed into earthy yellow crystal, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Clearly, Tang Hao had not realized that this was a soul skill triggered by the combination of 2 soul bones. He thought it was merely the power of a single dark gold terror claw. The greed in his eyes grew even stronger, and he resolved to obtain this soul bone. Even if he couldn't use it himself, it would be a great gift for his son Tang San. After making up his mind, Tang Hao unleashed the Killing God domain and began to execute the chaotic cloak hammer method. The essence of the chaotic cloak hammer method was to strengthen each strike by continuously swinging the Haotian hammer, with each blow stronger than the last. When he reached the 81st strike, it was enough to shatter the heavens and split the earth. Chapter 236, Mr. K, Part 1. This move, while powerful, has its drawbacks, namely, it is particularly easy to interrupt during the stacking period. Once interrupted, all previous efforts are wasted, and one must start from scratch to build it up again. However, Tang Hao, considering himself a titled Douluo, did not believe that this mere soul emperor could interrupt his stacking. so he was immensely confident, to the point of not applying any protective measures. The Shura domain, huh? That's indeed a good domain. But unfortunately, I have one too, YeCong said softly, simultaneously releasing his Shura domain. Feeling the domain released by his opponent, which was not at all weaker than his own, Tang Hao, no matter how foolish, realized that the person before him was not only powerful, but likely had an extraordinary background as well. Tang Hao paused slightly, coldly asking, "Where do you come from? Is it the Spirit Hall?" "Guess." YeCong replied indifferently, then launched his killing move. He continued to attach crystals to his claws, extending their length to over a meter, resembling a giant pair of scissors as the two blades came together, aiming to chop off Tang Hao's head. Tang Hao reacted extremely quickly, merely retracting his neck slightly, successfully dodging this terrifying snip. Seeing that his first move was countered and wanting to launch a second attack, Tang Hao was not someone who would endure being hit unless the opponent was much stronger, and immediately began his counterattack. Tang Hao was once the Haotian Hammer, and although his realm had dropped and one of his arms was broken, reducing his strength significantly, he was still exceptionally skilled in the use of soul skills. The chaotic cloak hammer method continuously stacked layers, and now there were a full 27 hammers. As the 28th hammer was swung, he simultaneously unleashed his soul skill, fourth soul skill, Whirlwind Hammer. As the Haotian blows danced continuously, a terrifying hurricane formed around Tang Hao. Its power was so great that merely touching it could lead to death, and being near it could lead to demise. Fifth soul skill, Radiant Explosion, also known as the Explosive Great Hammer. Every hammer strike not only delivered a heavy blow, but also triggered a terrifying explosion. If one's cultivation were slightly lower, they would be obliterated. Eighth soul skill, Earth Demon Slash, a massive axe blade formed at the hammerhead, made sharp by the condensation of soul power, giving it the ability to both split mountains and cut through gold and jade. With the support of his martial soul, true body, Tang Hao's attacks became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached 49 strikes. At this moment, YeCong's expression was also one of difficulty. Even with his extraordinary talent, attempting to counter the half-damage title Douluo with just a soul emperor's body without using his martial soul was extremely difficult. Facing Tang Hao's relentless attacks, he could only defend, with no chance to counter. Tang Hao's face twisted with rage, although he didn't know which little brat he was dealing with. To stand at this level with him was already deserving of death. As the giant Haotian hammer, the size of a small mountain, came crashing down, YeCong did not retreat, but instead advanced. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he opened his mouth and unleashed his head, soul, bone skill, ghostly roar. To put it simply, Tang Hao was the type of brute who trained his muscles to the point of dulling his intellect. Although he also possessed a head soul bone that could enhance mental power, it still seemed insufficient against the ghostly roar. Accompanied by the piercing cry, Tang Hao felt a splitting headache, as if countless bats had invaded his sea of consciousness, constantly emitting sharp cries. His face turned pale as he spat out blood. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tang Hao's moment of weakness, YeCong had already closed in on him, with a fierce swing of his dark golden claws. The terrifying attack nearly disemboweled Tang Hao. Tang Hao screamed in agony. Severely injured, he could no longer maintain his floating state and fell heavily to the ground. It was only due to his battle-hardened instincts that he managed to release the Haotian bodyguard defensive soul skill in time to mitigate most of the attack. Otherwise, that single claw could have torn him in half. Gasping for breath, Tang Hao clutched his wound and looked up at the slowly descending YeCong. His expression a mix of anger, fear, and various emotions. Under the black robe, YeCong quietly released the Emerald Phoenix to slowly heal his injuries. Tang Hao truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest attacking title Douluo. Even though YeCong had avoided the strike from the Haotian Hammer and had the protection of the Gold Bell Shield, he was still knocked down by the fierce wind generated by the swing of the Haotian Hammer and sustained significant injuries. If he truly allowed Tang Hao to stack the chaotic cloak hammer method to the maximum of 81 hammers, YeCong would likely find himself in a precarious situation. At this moment, Tang Hao's condition was quite terrible. The claw that severely injured him added both crystal and lightning attributes. These two different forces were continuously damaging and eroding his internal organs and body, leaving him gasping for breath on the verge of collapse. Glancing at the black-clad man before him, he touched his wound, seemingly deep in thought. The game should end now. YeCong once again revealed his claws, preparing to finish Tang Hao off completely. Tang Hao suddenly lifted his head and shouted loudly, "Want to kill me? Not so easy." accompanied by a shout. His 100,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. YeCong's expression changed slightly beneath his black robe, hurriedly switching from offense to defense. First, he utilized his crystallization ability to create a crystal shield in front of him, then activated the water armor shield to protect himself. But no one expected that this terrifying hammer would actually strike towards himself. As the massive hammer fell, Tang Hao did not have his brain burst open. On the contrary, his wounds rapidly healed, and apart from the severed arm that had yet to regenerate, his vitality and spirit returned to their peak. 100,000-year soul skill, Hammer of Life. This 100,000-year soul ring, acquired through the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor, transformed the previously unstoppable attacking soul skills of the Haotian Hammer into a powerful recovery soul skill that inherited the characteristics of the Blue-Silver Emperor's vitality and resilience, allowing him to instantly heal his own injuries. This Hammer of Life could not only heal the injuries of its target, but could also restore their soul power to its peak. To some extent, it was equivalent to a second life. It was also of great assistance to Tang Hao when he was able to face 3 seasoned Title Dalu and escape after counterkilling them right after breaking through to Title Dalu. Of course, this soul skill could not heal deeply rooted internal injuries or already damaged limbs. Additionally, there was a limit to its usage, with a cooldown period of a month after each use. Chapter 237, Mr. K, Part 2. YeCong was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Clearly, he hadn't expected Tang Hao's hidden ninth soul skill to have such an effect. For a moment, he felt that his previous serious defense seemed inexplicably silly. Fortunately, apart from himself, there was only Tang Hao as an enemy, and no third party was present. YeCong pretended to be indifferent as he withdrew his defense and slowly descended from midair, quietly observing Tang Hao. Tang Hao was also silently watching YeCong. Although he still did not know the true identity of the person in front of him, he could already conclude that this person was an enemy, not a friend. The thought of having such a terrifyingly talented young man as an opponent sent a chill through him. Now, he only hoped to attract all of this young man's firepower, preventing him from focusing on Tang San. Of course, if possible, he would prefer to crush this future peerless genius in the cradle right here. Tang Hao coldly spoke before I underestimated my opponent. This time I will not be careless. YeCong merely smiled slightly and replied, since you have fully revived, then I naturally need to change opponents to play with you for a while. As he spoke, he directly withdrew his soul bone, and at the same time brought his hands together, his fingers flying rapidly as he formed intricate and ancient hand seals. The summoner Elizabeth, in the city of Slaughter, was directly summoned before YeCong. Because they had signed a master-servant contract, Elizabeth, as the servant, instantly understood her master's intentions. Just after making her entrance, she immediately unleashed her ultimate technique, a blood-colored bat shrieking as it charged toward Tang Hao. Before he could react, it exploded just a few steps away from him. Tang Hao was already on guard. Seeing that YeCong intentionally stood still, he quickly prepared for defense and retreat. After the attack missed, Elizabeth revealed her true form, a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Hao's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected YeCong to have such a means. He warily stared at Elizabeth, tightening his grip on the Haotian Hammer. If he were at his peak, he would naturally be fearless against a 100,000-year Beast King. Weaker Beast Kings could easily be killed for their bones. Even stronger Beast Kings, Tang Hao was confident he could escape from. However, given his current weakened state, and with YeCong watching closely, if a fight broke out, he feared the odds would be against him. At this moment, Elizabeth also recognized Tang Hao. As the current king of Slaughter, she was well aware of the few killing gods existing in the world today. She was naturally very familiar with Tang Hao. Anyone who could survive the city of Slaughter was not easy to bully. If she were controlling a puppet of Tang Chun, she would have no fear. But now, facing the real body, she felt somewhat intimidated. Although both sides were adversaries, they exhibited an eerie calm, each harboring caution, neither daring to make a rash move. This stalemate lasted for an unknown time before Tang Hao finally could no longer restrain his temperament and suddenly erupted. The Haotian Hammer, the size of a wheel, swung directly toward Elizabeth and YeCong. Elizabeth was taken aback and hurriedly stepped in front of YeCong to open a blood shield to block Tang Hao's attack. What they didn't expect was that Tang Hao's move was merely a feint, as Elizabeth focused entirely on defense. He feigned an attack and took the opportunity to escape, leaving Elizabeth and YeCong exchanging glances in surprise. He just ran away? YeCong found it hard to believe. In his impression, Although Tang Hao was not an easy opponent, he should have had the dignity of a strong fighter. Retreating in the face of battle didn't seem to be his style. However, YeCong did not dwell on this issue. He had not intended to completely eliminate Tang Hao here today. As long as he could block Tang Hao and prevent him from seeing what he shouldn't see, that would be enough. After sending Elizabeth back to the City of Slaughter, YeCong released the Night Sovereign mode, revealing his true appearance. The reason he could severely injure Tang Hao without using his martial soul was not only because Tang Hao had underestimated him and he caught him off guard, but more so due to the powerful enhancement of the Night Sovereign. The Night Sovereign mode was, to some extent, equivalent to a regular Soul Master's martial soul true body. Meanwhile, Tang Hao transformed into a streak of light and quickly left the area. After confirming that no one was following him, he returned directly to the Yuxian located in the Tiando Imperial City. On the way back, Tang Hao kept pondering the origins of the man in the black robe, YeCong. He had been walking in the soul world for many years, and due to his domineering nature, he had offended numerous people and forces. The ability to cultivate a monstrous genius soul master was certainly not from a small force. The only major powers he had conflicts with, besides the Spirit Hall, were the underworld. He was contemplating where the young man in the black robe, who had blocked his path, could have come from. Although Tang Hao was not a sensitivity-type soul master, he had absorbed a right leg bone of a 7,000-year-old sharp-tailed swallow. This soul bone was said to have been obtained by his grandfather during his breakthrough to Soul-Duo, but he chose not to absorb it, instead offering it to the sect as one of its heritage soul bones. With the enhancement of the soul bone, although his speed could not match that of a sensitivity-type title Dalu, it could indeed be described as extremely fast. Upon returning to Yuxian, he did not dare to enter through the front door, but chose to enter through the window. Second brother, Tang Yuehua, naturally knew that Tang Hao had gone out to visit Tang San and was anxiously waiting in her room. When she saw Tang Hao come in through the window, she hurriedly approached him. Noticing that Tang Hao's expression was somewhat grim, she couldn't help but ask, "Second brother, what happened?" Tang Hao's face was dark as he nodded and said, "I just went to visit Xiao San, but unexpectedly, I was blocked by a man in a black robe on the way." He briefly recounted his encounter with YeCong to Tang Yuehua. Of course, he did not mention that the man in black only had the cultivation of a soul emperor and did not use his martial soul throughout the encounter. Such a thing would be too embarrassing to say. Tang Yuehua was startled upon hearing this. Her second brother's talent and strength far exceeded that of their elder brother, which was evident since the title of Haotian Hammer was inherited by Tang Hao and not Tang Xiao. Had it not been for that incident back then, the position of the Haotian Sect Master would undoubtedly have fallen to Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao had lost an arm now, it was still reasonable to call him the strongest under title Douluo. She bit her cherry lips lightly and analyzed carefully to cultivate such a genius. There must be a considerable force behind them. The only powers opposing us are the Spirit Hall and the underworld. I just don't know which side this black-clad person comes from. Yes, I also thought about this on the way back. Tang Hao nodded. But this guy hides too deeply. I haven't been able to probe it out. Just as the two siblings were conversing, an out-of-place voice suddenly interjected. Since you've guessed, why not be bolder? Perhaps that little guy is both from the underworld and the Spirit Hall? Chapter 238 Mr. K, Part 2. Who? Tang Hao was startled by the sudden voice, his hair standing on end. He did not expect that someone could stealthily lurk beside him without him noticing at all. It should be known that in terms of stealth and lurking abilities, even the ghost Doa from the Spirit Hall could not achieve this. If this person harbored malicious intent towards him, then both siblings would have long been dead. Following the sound, he saw the speaker sitting carelessly beside a rosewood table, playing with a delicate glass wine cup in hand. This person had a tall and slender figure, dressed in a black robe, and wore a somewhat strange mask that made it impossible to confirm his true identity. "Who are you?" Tang Hao instinctively protected Tang Yuehua behind him and asked sternly. "Me? Just call me Mr. K." The masked man, self-identified as Mr. K, smiled slightly. When faced with danger, your first reaction is to protect your loved ones instead of running away alone. It seems you're not as useless as the legends say. You are worthy of my recognition. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers twice, and two streams of light fell onto Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua respectively. The process was so fast that the two of them couldn't even react. Tang Hao realized that the arm he had lost had grown back. Not only that, but the internal injuries that had accumulated deep within his body were now fully healed, and even his soul power experienced a momentary surge. It was this brief surge that allowed him to break through the bottleneck of level 95 and become a level 96 super Dalu. Tang Yuehua experienced the same. The bottleneck that had plagued her for almost her entire life was instantly broken, and she was just one soul ring away from becoming a true soul master. Moreover, she clearly felt that she was definitely not an ordinary soul master. How many levels she could improve would depend on absorbing the soul ring. Feeling the changes within her body, Tang Yuehua was overjoyed to the point of tears. At this moment, her emotional fluctuations were even more intense than Tang Hao's. After so many years, she had finally become a soul master, no longer a useless person who relied on her brother and father. As the younger sister of the Haotian twins, she had been a lifelong waist stuck at level 9. This was once a major joke, comparable to Yu Xiaojiang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, although there were few who dared to criticize her within the sect because of her father and 2 brothers. It was impossible for her not to care. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ventured out alone to build the Yueshin business. Now that she finally had a breakthrough, she was naturally overjoyed. Tang Hao also came to his senses at this moment and hurriedly pulled his sister to perform a heavy bow in gratitude. Mr. K's methods clearly surpassed the level of a tidal daw. Only a legendary deity could achieve such feats. You don't need to thank me, Mr. K said slowly. If it weren't for my master's orders, I wouldn't bother with you. Tang Hao was taken aback, and only then did he realize that my master was not a self-reference of Mr. K, but referred to someone else. Mr. K continued, as I mentioned before, the little guy who intercepted you on the way is named YeCong. He is the dual holy son of the underworld and the spirit hall. Huh? Tang Hao's pupils trembled. I don't quite understand your meaning. Are you saying that the spirit hall and the underworld share the same holy son? Mr. K replied, I know what you want to ask. Unfortunately, we also do not know the origins of the underworld. The only thing we can confirm is that they are 2 independent organizations. There's also a limit Douluo behind them. Mr. K's words were calm, but for Tang Hao, it was no less than another heavy blow. A limit Douluo. A hint of despair flashed through Tang Hao's heart. Having just broken through to level 96, he could clearly feel that he could easily defeat his former self. After stepping into the super Dalu realm, each level up was a new world. Mr. K continued, I have 2 manuals for you siblings to cultivate. I hope you won't let my master down. As for what you need to do, you will naturally know when the time comes. As he spoke, he casually tossed 2 thin booklets, which fell precisely into the hands of the siblings. After doing all this, Mr. K transformed into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared, just as no one knew how he arrived. Even though Tang Hao had been staring at him, he did not see how Mr. K left. The Tang siblings flipped through the booklets left by Mr. K, and their expressions immediately changed drastically. What was recorded on them was clearly the cultivation methods of evil soul masters. Tang Hao's blood-refining magic required continuous slaughter of living beings, refining the blood-evil aura to temper his martial soul, which would then nourish himself. On the other hand, Tang Yuehua's charm and harmony seemed even more crude and straightforward, requiring extensive sexual activities between men and women to enhance her cultivation through the method of supplementing the original yang. Second brother, this. Tang Yuehua's face showed distress, anxiously looking at Tang Hao. As a seasoned brother complex, she clearly had a strong aversion to this technique. Tang Hao's expression was also somewhat grim, but after all, he was an experienced soul master. Gritting his teeth, he said, Little sister, we have now been forced into a desperate situation by that damned spirit hall and underworld. Since Mr. K is willing to help us, we should follow him appropriately. At worst, we can do some good deeds after completing our revenge to make up for it. At this moment, he was still unaware of the stark differences between his sister's technique and his own. Tang Hao then changed the subject. Now I'll take you to obtain your first soul ring, and then we can use Yueshin as a base to develop our power. This way, whether for revenge or to work for Mr. K, we will have better protection. I'll follow second brother's arrangements. After much internal struggle, Tang Yuehua finally made up her mind. For the prosperity of the family and revenge, making some personal sacrifices was not a problem. However, this first time would have to be entrusted to her second brother, she thought silently in her heart. On the other side, after staying in Soto City for a few days, YeCong and Shauna set off on their journey again. The next stop on their journey was the dark side of the continent, the extreme city-state. As a little-known place, unlike the Slaughter City, there were no restrictions on entry and exit here. It could be said to be filled with freedom. Moreover, the extreme city-state was not as chaotic and disorderly as the Slaughter City. It also had its own set of rules and order. However, this set of rules was filled with beastliness and cruelty. YeCong had known about this place for a long time, but was only officially approved to go there as his strength increased. As the main base of there, the extreme city-state could be considered the third empire alongside the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, a true dark empire. Chapter 239, Silver Water Casino. The Silver Water Casino is located in the central area of the prosperous city-state, making it the most vibrant place here. It is worth mentioning that the Silver Water Casino is different from the popular casinos outside. Here, the chips are not money, but people. In other words, this casino does not gamble money, but gamble people. The reason for saying gamble people instead of gamble lives is that a life is worthless to others. Whether one lives or dies is none of their concern. What can truly be exchanged for chips is not a life, but every inch of a person's skin, muscles, bones, organs, and so on. A person's life is worthless, but their body can be very valuable, used for cultivation, for viewing, for satisfying desires, or even for consumption. This is what Shana told YeCong. Although the Spirit Hall has a grasp of the continent's intelligence, much of it is merely surface level. For this dark empire, the Spirit Hall does not have adequate information and only knows some superficial details. They once considered sending undercover agents to gather intelligence. But all the agents they sent were caught without exception. Most of the undercover agents were executed, while a small number might have been brainwashed or for other reasons. In any case, those agents mysteriously became die-hard loyalists there. Inside the casino, the spacious and luxuriously decorated hall is filled with dozens of gambling tables, where countless people holding chips are focused on their games. Some look wealthy, while others are poor citizens in cheap cotton clothes. Some are cursing, while others are cheering. It is clear who wins and who loses. People are also standing in the aisles between the tables, some merely watching, while others appear eager to participate. Besides these gamblers, there are also casino attendants, moving around with snacks and drinks. YeCong is using the alias Mr. Sword here, aside from wearing a comical mask. His clothing is an ordinary ancient-style outfit. Shana, on the other hand, wears a black robe that conceals her face, making it difficult to tell if she is male or female. She closely follows YeCong like a little follower. YeCong reflects on his 3 lifetimes as a person, and having just escaped from the city of slaughter, he believes he can remain calm and collected, showing neither joy nor anger. However, he never expected that less than a minute after entering the casino, he would witness a scene that nearly sent him into a rage. It was a girl's head. This head was not attached to any body, but was floating in a large transparent jar filled with liquid. Her hair floated in the jar, her eyes wide open, her small mouth slightly ajar, and her pale tongue slightly protruding. The large jar was placed on a cart being pushed toward him by a girl in a light blue uniform skirt. This girl had grown up here, and with her distorted worldview, she did not consider using the head of a girl her age to brew liquor a cruel and terrifying act. YeCong had never wanted to unleash a massacre as much as he did today, in his past and present lives. Whether it was the demon offenders or evil soul masters who died by his hands, at least he could understand the sins they committed. But now, the actions taken at Silverwater are perhaps worse than those of beasts. It is truly a matter of eating people in the real sense. For a moment, he even had the illusion that there were no humans in this casino, only beings that had committed heinous crimes. No, even those beings were not as terrifying. They ate people to increase their cultivation, and they were not of the human race, so it did not violate the taboo against cannibalism among the same kind. This behavior reminded YeCong of an old acquaintance, Hell Chef Tang Sect. Only that bastard could commit such inhumane and outrageous acts. Tang Sect, one day, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts to vent my hatred. YeCong secretivovit. He initially came here with a playful mindset, but at this moment, he had made up his mind to eradicate this den of evil. Most of the gamblers here, apart from some daring characters who directly use themselves as stakes, are well prepared. They bring a living person as a bet to entertain themselves, and after winning chips, they decide whether to redeem that person based on the situation. The relationship between these gamblers and the so-called chips can vary. Some are like lovers, some like siblings, some like parents and children, and others are like abducted individuals, tightly bound and thrown on the ground. This is a lawless underground world, regardless of how your stake is obtained, whether willingly, through deception, or by kidnapping. As long as it is a living person, it can be exchanged for chips. The prices of the different chips also vary, but generally speaking, the younger the age, the more valuable. Within the same age range, females are worth more than males. For example, the little finger of the girl selling head liquor is worth 20 gold soul coins. By extension, an entire person is worth about 10,000 gold soul coins. YeCong and Shana seem somewhat out of place in this den of evil, but no one comes to cause trouble. Firstly, everyone is focused on their own games and has no need to interfere with others. Secondly, the murderous aura around YeCong makes it clear that he is not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, a commotion catches YeCong's attention. A girl is desperately pleading, "Uncle, aunties, who will buy me? Please, 1 million bets are nothing to you, right? I could do anything, cleaning, cooking, even giving birth to your children, and I don't mind selling myself." 1 million bets are roughly equivalent to 10,000 gold soul coins, which is indeed not much for most people here. YeCong pushes through the crowd and learns that this girl is a student from a Soul Master Academy. Born to commoners, deceived by so-called friends, she came here to gain experience, and under their deliberate coaxing and temptation, she played a few rounds. Initially, she made a small profit, but the situation quickly turned, and not only did she lose all her winnings, but she even lost an arm. If someone with guts were in this situation, they would likely choose to sever an arm to survive and immediately escape this quagmire. However, this girl, with her limited experience and immature character, panicked in this situation and only wanted to quickly win back her lost arm. But it was not that easy. The saying goes that 10 bets out of 9 lose, and coupled with her being a novice up against several seasoned gamblers who teamed up against her, the outcome was naturally disastrous. First, she lost one arm, then her legs, and then her eyes. When her internal organs were also lost, and her own chips were reduced to 40, no matter how she cut, she could not survive. The girl could only continue to stubbornly push forward until she completely lost everything. A small manager named Ahong pushed a cart over, attracting a crowd of onlookers. The cart was filled with various tools, clearly for slaughtering. The most prominent tool was a large handsaw over a foot long, which seemed to have some rust that could not be washed off. Owen unfolded a folding frame that could restrain a person's limbs, neck, and waist. The girl who was previously selling head liquor, Tong Hua, also came over, but her original sales cart had turned into a teppanyaki cart, with various seasonings arranged around the iron plate. Clearly, this setup was intended for public slaughter and barbecue. A middle-aged man with a slightly balding head and a hypocritical smile comforted her, saying, "Girl, we all sympathize with you. But well, losing is losing, and one should accept the outcome. As gamblers, we're just like you. Winning money is great, but we also have to be prepared for the possibility of losing everything. Mo, be good. Don't cry. It will hurt for a bit, but it will pass soon." A blonde girl, about the same age as Mo, walked over and hugged her softly. No need to ask, she is Mo's so-called friend. The owner of the blonde girl is a tall, thin man wearing glasses, looking very refined. He frowned, a bit impatient. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and strip her, put her on the rack. If you keep dawdling, you can go keep her company." The blonde girl and her companions began to strip Mo of all her clothes, securing her to the rack. Mo let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, but no one covered her mouth. To this group of demons, that sound was music to their ears. 1,000 gold soul coins, I bought this girl. Chapter 240. Rescue, Redemption 10,000 gold soul coins, I bought this girl. Under the mask, YeCong's face was as dark as water. Considering that the time was not ripe, he forcibly suppressed the urge to kill that surged in his heart and raised his hand to stop this farce. Mo's spirits lifted instantly as she hurriedly searched for the source of the voice. To her ears, this voice was like the sound of heaven. Seeing that the speaker was a strange man wearing a ridiculous mask, she judged from his voice that he was not very old. All the gamblers erupted in a burst of laughter. Clearly, they all looked down on this young man who was unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. This time he did not conceal the killing intent and murderous aura he released, a terrifying power enveloping everyone near the gambling table. The gamblers' laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Ahong could be considered part of the management at this casino, and he had a slight grasp of intelligence. He immediately guessed the identity of the person before him. He took a few steps forward and respectfully said, "So, it is Mr. Jian. We have failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive us." He paused before continuing, "Sir, I apologize, but this cannot be sold to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a more terrifying killing intent descended upon him alone. YeCong's hand also rested on his shoulder. "A girl is worth 10,000 gold soul coins. This is the marked price. Or do you have other thoughts?" YeCong's voice was icy. If Ahong's reply did not satisfy him, he would not hesitate to snap this guy's neck. Ahong quickly explained, "If you want to make a purchase, we have a small ranch behind the casino for storing goods. However, this one cannot be sold to you directly. I must say the quality is just too good. YeCong couldn't help but laugh. To put it bluntly, you just want to raise the price, right? Fine, I'll give you face a flat price of 20,000. Sir, you misunderstand. This girl is indeed worth 10,000 gold soul coins, and the casino will not raise the price. But we have an unwritten rule that all regular customers understand. Dr. Bai and Mr. Xie have hunted her all day, and these gentlemen have pursued her for quite a while. If we're to pick, it should start with them. Without them, we might not have caught this prey. Ahong explained with a smile. It was no joke. If the higher-ups found out he had unilaterally raised the price, he might be cooked alive. Dr. Bai? YeCong ignored the so-called Mr. Xie and glanced sideways at the cultured scoundrel. Those nameless evil soul masters didn't even qualify to be remembered by YeCong. At most, they could be considered cannon fodder in his large-scale bandit extermination. As for this Dr. Bai, YeCong had a bit of an impression. Dr. Bai did not have a surname Bai. He was called that because his martial soul was the white-clawed, red-tailed spider, and he always wore a white coat. This guy was notorious among the many wanted criminals marked by the Spear Hall. He roamed between the two great empires, setting up clinics wherever he went, disguising himself as a good man, offering free consultations to the villagers. However, during these free consultations, some children frequently went missing. Most of the missing children were girls aged 7 to 14. Whenever the authorities tried to investigate him, he would conveniently disappear. There were rumors that he was a heartless demon who devoured children, and now it seemed that those rumors were not unfounded. YeCong looked at Ahong and let out a cold laugh. Unwritten rules? Huh, that means there are none. Enough talk, cash on delivery. Selling the whole thing to me won't cause your casino to suffer, and besides, I'm offering double the price. You still make a profit. Ahong was now in a dilemma. If he agreed to this transaction, he would be breaking the rules, and he could forget about mixing in this line of work in the future. To some extent, it was no different from losing his life. But if he dared to refuse, he could guarantee that this lord in front of him would instantly snap his throat, and he would die here. Ha ha ha, my friend, he is just a small management staff here. How could he make the decisions? Please don't make it hard for him. Dr. Bai smiled as he stepped forward. Trying to persuade YeCong Wang Weilong, shut your mouth. YeCong showed no mercy and directly reprimanded him. I can handle my own affairs without your pointers. If you dare to say another word, be careful, I might kill you to feed the birds. Dr. Bai's expression changed several times, not because he was embarrassed by the public reprimand, but because his true identity had been exposed. Since he had made a name for himself in the Soul Master world, he rarely used his real name, and only a few major powers knew it. Now this stranger had directly called him by it, clearly coming from one of those major powers. Realizing this relationship, he did not dare to say more and retreated to the side, looking dejected. Mister, see, I wanted to say something, but was stopped by Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai had a strong sense of danger, which was why he had repeatedly escaped from imperial hunts. He vaguely sensed that if he really did not let go of this prey today, this freak named Mr. Jian would definitely kill him. With both major hunting forces giving up their claim to the prey, the others present naturally would not continue to entangle. Ahong let out a sigh of relief. Being able to handle the matter peacefully was the best news for him. He quickly completed the procedures and transferred ownership of MO to YeCong. YeCong could be considered wealthy. 10,000 gold soul coins were merely a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, this money was only temporarily held here. Under the mask, YeCong looked at Ahong as if he were examining a corpse. Realizing that he would not have to die, MO was overjoyed and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, thanking YeCong for saving her life. In the current situation, let alone being a servant to YeCong, even if he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to dismember her to make a vase, MO would have no complaints. After all, being alive was better than anything else. YeCong reached out and pulled her up, gently sighed, adjusted her clothes, and slowly said, "Go home peacefully. Your parents are still waiting for you. Consider today's incident a nightmare. Let it pass. Once you get home, have a good sleep and continue your studies tomorrow. There are many difficulties in life that need to be resolved. Gambling is the lowest form of solution. Remember this for the future." Montag war Stund, frozen in place. She did not expect this kind-hearted person not only did not think of ways to torment her, but actually set her free. She pinched her cheek hard, and after confirming that she was not dreaming, she fled this flesh-eating den without looking back. Chapter 241. If I don't enter hell, who will? At another gambling table. The main character is a young monk sitting upright in the chair closest to the roulette, wearing a grayish-blue monk robe and earthy yellow Wuhun shoes, with a string of prayer beads hanging around his neck. Behind him stand a little novice nun with long hair, looking about 13 or 14 years old. The girl has hair like a waterfall and a lotus flower perched on her head. The monk leisurely operates, placing tens of thousands of chips in the riskiest positions, while the little girl quietly observes him. In the Douluo Continent, Buddhism exists, and the nickname Zhao Wuji Akalanatha comes from Buddhist scriptures. However, the Buddhism in this world is a minor sect, with not many followers or people who know about it. YeCong recognizes the little girl. Her Dharma name is Haotian, a reincarnated saint child of Buddhism. Her status in the Buddhist community is similar to YeCong's status in the Spirit Hall. Haotian is not only well-versed in Buddhist teachings, but also has excellent cultivation talent. Now, at the second ring of cultivation, she is regarded internally as the hope for the flourishing of Buddhism. Due to the different cultivation systems, there have been some localized changes in Buddhism in the Douluo Continent, and the precepts against killing are not as strict. YeCong's eyes twitched. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the monk's bet, right? YeCong felt that everything was so absurd and crazy that he even doubted whether he had fallen behind the times. As a round concluded, some were happy while others were sad. Little Haotian quietly asked, "Brother Yinguang, how is the situation?" The monk Yinguang stood up, pressed his palms together, and recited a Buddhist chant. "With the Saint Child's protection, I have gained a lifetime." In front of him were over 2 million chips. After deducting Haotian's ransom, he could buy a person. It seems this is what they call gaining a lifetime. YeCong looked at Haotian with a bit more respect, stepping into the fray to help others. It matched the Buddhist saying, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" At that moment, a man in a leather jacket slammed the table and cursed angrily. He had lost all his 1 million chips. His face darkened as he left directly. The girl who had been abducted and used as a chip wanted to follow him, but was restrained by several waiters. She began to cry and scream, while another small supervisor pointed a blood-stained knife at her, causing the little girl to freeze in fear. Perhaps because this gambling game was not a hunt aimed at this girl, the other gamblers at the table did not discuss dividing the spoils. Yinguang suddenly threw out a handful of chips. The poor monk buys her. A waiter stepped forward to collect the chips, and, after counting, it turned out to be exactly 1 million. The small supervisor grinned and approached. "Master, so generous. How can I assist you?" Yinguang waved his hand. "Send her to the nearby Spirit Hall. Kind-hearted people will guide her home." The crowd below immediately booed, as they had originally expected a good show. But this bald monk indeed acted with compassion. A woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Huh, little bald monk Yinguang, little meat livestock Haotian, you're back again. When will you help me bless mine?" She walked straight to the monk, poking Yinguang's bald head with her slender fingers. She then began to touch him randomly and pinched Haotian's face. "YeCong, yachit koldi." This woman, though not particularly beautiful, definitely had a certain charm. Every frown and smile seemed to have the power to mesmerize. Yinguang replied calmly, "Ba, Madam Aiju, as long as you focus on Buddhism in the future and put down the butcher's knife, you too can attain results." Nice words, but just a foolish bald monk. Don't put on an act here. You can save 1, but can you save 100? Aiju mocked. "Of course I can. As long as I slaughter you all, I could save 100 or even 1,000. YeCong thought to himself, though he didn't voice it. Yinguang sighed helplessly. Alas, the poor monk and the lady have no grievances in the past nor grudges recently. "I don't know why you're venting your anger." Aiju snorted coldly. "Just looking at you makes me uncomfortable. Others eat meat, yet you let them go free, pretending to be compassionate, bald monk." In the end, Aiju was just venting her frustrations. Yinguang hadn't broken any casino rules. Rather, he was risking himself to win bets to save others. Yinguang stood up, leaving the roulette table, and Haotian followed behind. These two really had good tempers. YeCong wondered if he had that kind of patience. Even if he didn't act, he would definitely engage in a verbal spar. "Wait," Aiju suddenly shouted. "Just right, I won quite a bit today and just bought 2 meat livestock. The one on the right was abducted by a trafficker, and the one on the left lost herself here. I was just about to slaughter them for everyone's enjoyment. But since the little master is focused on kindness, how about I give you a chance to save them? Old rules, 1 million chips each. The poor monk has no chips left. I can't save anyone else." "Hypocrite, what about the equality of all beings you speak of? Look at these two. Aren't they pitiable? That little village girl deserves to be saved, but these two should die? Anyway, the 3 of them are right here. You figured out." As she said this, 2 waiters let out a pair of naked little girls from behind Aiju. The 2 girls knelt down, crying and pleading for help at Yinguang's feet. YeCong's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. This woman was clearly setting a trap for Yinguang. The moral coercion was truly putting this monk on the hot seat. If Yinguang really got involved, winning would be even more difficult. Yinguang wore a pained expression, closing his eyes to recite Buddhist prayers. He turned his back to Huiyin and said, "Today, I have saved a life. The saint child should return to the temple with the poor monk. This place is full of demons. Without the great Akalanatha's presence, they cannot be eradicated. I want to see how long you can pretend." A Zhu sneered, extending her hand to a nearby waiter. "Get me a basin. I want to slaughter a pig on the spot." The waiters swiftly brought various tools, including a large basin 2 meters wide. In just a few minutes, everything was ready. The two girls trembled in fear at the sight of the shiny sharp knife. Just as Zhu was about to act, Huiyin spoke up. "Please, madam, show mercy. We accept this bet. Saint Child, this place is too dangerous. Please follow me back." Yinguang was anxious, wanting to persuade Huiyin, but she shook her head. "Brother Yinguang, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Isn't that what we cultivate Buddhism for? In ancient times, the Buddha cut his flesh to feed an eagle. What is wrong with me stepping into the fray? But now, I ask you to be the one to wield the knife." Yinguang fell silent, and after a long time, he sighed and uttered a Buddhist chant. "Amitabha, Saint Child, after this time, there can be no more. Please be sure to follow me back." Chapter 242. YeCong enters the scene. A new round of gambling begins, and at first, Yinguang and the others are sailing smoothly, quickly earning enough chips to reach 700,000. Yinguang breathes a sigh of relief, takes a short break, and prepares to continue winning the remaining 130,000 chips. However, no one expected that the situation would turn upside down in the second half when a gambler named Mortimer joined. He not only lost the 700,000 chips, but also lost a full 40,000 from the original 100,000 chips. YeCong squints slightly. If he is not mistaken, this Mortimer is likely someone specially arranged by the casino. His martial soul is probably related to luck. At this moment, Yinguang is already in a state of chaos, completely losing his composure. He no longer thinks about how to save the two poor girls. He only wants to recover that 40,000 principal and leave this terrifying place with the holy girl of Huiyin. Unfortunately, even if the casino has arranged a soul master who can absorb luck to target him, once this thought arises in his heart, winning will no longer have anything to do with him. YeCong sighs and walks through the crowd to Yinguang's side. He pats the monk's shoulder and says slowly, "Stop gambling. With your current mindset, continuing will only lead to total loss." His actions provoke dissatisfaction from many onlookers. There is nothing more exciting to them than seeing the lofty sacred girl dragged into the mundane world and turned into a lowly beast. YeCong pays no attention to their shouts. He is always very tolerant of those who are about to die. After all, people are going to die, and letting them vent their frustrations is reasonable. Yinguang turns around, his eyes bloodshot as he stares at YeCong. "No, I must bring the holy girl back intact. Otherwise, Master will surely fly into a rage, and I will have no face to live in this world." YeCong sighs. Clearly, this little monk has lost his head. Only slightly better than those gamblers blinded by their losses. "If you trust me, then leave it to me from here on." Yinguang wants to refuse, jokingly. How could he entrust the safety of the holy girl to a stranger? Trust him. Although Huiyin is not afraid of death, living is naturally best. Brother Yinguang, your heart is already in chaos. If you continue, you can only sink deeper into the abyss. After a moment of silence, Yinguang slowly stands up and gives his position to YeCong. Zhu, seeing the situation, frowns. It's not easy to pull this monk into the fray. So why is there suddenly a change of personnel? Although with Mortimer, no matter how the personnel change, the ending of losing is inevitable. This sudden change still makes her very unhappy. This won't do. The game is going well, and suddenly changing people is. YeCong pays no heed and leisurely takes out an iron token, wipes it with a handkerchief, and places it on the table. Upon seeing the token, Zhu's expression clearly shows panic, and she quickly swallows the rest of her words. The onlookers don't understand this. Someone complains, "What the heck? Who is this idiot? I wanted to see that bald monk lose the holy girl completely. What will his expression be?" "She'll keep it down." A knowledgeable soul master quickly intervenes. What he has taken out is the decree of the underworld. Seeing the decree is like seeing the lord of the underworld. Dare to go against the underworld? Are you looking for death? The underworld. That person gasps quietly. Isn't that a terrifying force that has suddenly risen recently? It became a #1 sect in the world shortly after its emergence. It's rumored that there are more than 5 titled Douluos alone. Unlike the Buddhist sect with only soul saints stationed, the underworld is a true hegemon in the literal sense. The reason Silverwater Casino can be so arrogant is that it has several soul, strongmen backing it up. However, The capital they pride themselves on is nothing compared to the colossal underworld. Mortimer is somewhat surprised, but his expression doesn't change much. In his view, no matter how powerful the opponent is, they must follow the rules. With his special martial soul and soul skills, he is more than capable of remaining undefeated in every gambling match. Mr. Sword, since you are willing to lower yourself to play with me, I naturally welcome you with open arms. So, Mr. Sword, can we open the cards now? Mortimer says with a smile, fingers clasped under his chin. YeCong, however, does not move. He glances at the pie gao on the table and says, we can't play with such high-end stuff. Let's keep it simple. Let's play dice for big or small. As he speaks, a dice cup and several dice appear in his hand out of nowhere. The other gamblers frown slightly, clearly dissatisfied with YeCong's brazen behavior. Zhu and Mortimer exchange glances and nod in agreement with YeCong's request to change the game. Of course, Silverwater Casino cannot use YeCong's own equipment. Soon, a waiter brings over the necessary props for shaking the dice. YeCong takes the props and pretends to check them carefully, but in reality, he secretly places a small, 2-3-year-old hook claw centipede into the dice cup while no one is paying attention. This tiny centipede, combined with its ability to mist, makes it nearly impossible for the naked eye to detect. YeCong doesn't know any gambling techniques. To ensure he wins, he has to resort to little tricks. The game begins, and YeCong directly puts down 100,000 to test the waters, betting on the 3 armies position. He chooses the number 3 as his lucky point. Once everyone has placed their bets, the dealer starts shaking the dice cup. The dealer's technique is excellent, her wrist flicking up and down, making the dice cup seem to blur with motion. This dealer, nicknamed Big Milk Cow, clearly has an impressive figure, but at this moment, no one is admiring the beauty. All eyes are glued to the dice cup. All the gamblers are fixated on the dice cup, seemingly trying to see through it. However, YeCong, who is playing this game for the first time, appears quite calm, as if the one who placed a hefty bet of 100,000 ISNTM. But rather, he is comfortably chatting with Shauna while reclining in his chair. For YeCong, no matter what tricks and methods the dealer has, there's always a way to forcibly reverse the outcome. Shauna, feeling helpless, whispers, Master, I know you are fully confident in winning, but at least put on a show. Look, that monk is almost fainting. Oh, YeCong suddenly realizes and immediately adopts a serious posture, pretending to be nervous. The crowd is speechless. Can you be any more fake? Chapter 243. Good luck as the dice were rolled. All 3 dice showed 3. Everyone at the table, including the host Zhu, stared in disbelief. YeCong had naturally anticipated this result, as it was he who had arranged for the clawed centipede to be displayed. Oh, looks like I'm quite lucky, he said with a smile, giving a slight bow to those around him and collecting his tripled chips. YeCong looked at the mountain of chips and couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder so many people were addicted to gambling. The speed at which one could make money was astonishing. Mortimer, who initially underestimated YeCong, now wore a serious expression. He consoled himself internally. This swordsman must have extraordinary luck coming from the underworld. Let him show off for a while. He won't be so lucky next. With that thought, he concealed his soul ring beneath his feet and secretly activated his soul skill, attempting to forcibly strip YeCong of his luck. YeCong sensed a force trying to take something from him. However, this force was incredibly weak, almost negligible, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Not only did Mortimer gain nothing from YeCong, but he also exhausted himself in the process. As the second round began, YeCong again put forward 100,000 chips, but this time he chose to bet everything. The other gamblers at the table, along with many onlookers, scoffed at YeCong's choice. In their eyes, this newcomer had gotten cocky after his lucky first roll and was now recklessly betting. They had seen too many like him, and by common sense, this ignorant boy was bound to lose badly next. Once again, the result surprised everyone. YeCong won again. Of course, he was cheating. If he couldn't win with this setup, then his arrangement would have been for nothing. This time, he won a whopping 24 times his bet. With just this round, he not only recovered the ransom for Wuhun, but also had more than enough to rescue the other 2 girls. Zhu's face turned extremely ugly. She hadn't expected this swordsman to be so skilled in gambling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be cheating, she shouted hoarsely, her eyes flashing with madness. YeCong let out a cold laugh. Though his face was hidden behind a mask, one could almost feel the chill in his eyes. He gently toyed with the chip and slowly spoke. Madame Zhu, there's a saying. You can eat shit, but you can't speak nonsense. If you slander me without evidence, I might have to invite the old man to come and chat with you to prove my innocence. At this moment, Zhu realized she had spoken out of turn and almost ruined everything. a trace of fear flashing in her eyes as she hurriedly apologized. She dared not continue to vent her anger at YeCong and had to direct her fury toward Mortimer instead, kicking him over. "You useless piece of trash. You bragged about being invincible in the casino, and now you're being humiliated by a newcomer." Mortimer, already living under someone else's roof, was in the wrong and dared not retort against a Zhu's tirade. He covered his head and silently endured it all. Hey, are you guys not taking me seriously?" YeCong complained, tapping his fingers on the table. "If you want to fight, let's wait a bit. Even if you roast the people across from you, I couldn't care less. But shouldn't you release those two girls, as we agreed first?" Zhu's expression was as if she had eaten a fly. Her plan to annoy the two Buddhist disciples who came here to do good had completely backfired. She had initially wanted to win Huiyan and then torture and eat her, but now her plan was in ruins. Although she was unwilling, she dared not violate the rules. After all, she had only gained the position of host through her good looks and some tricks, gaining the favor of a powerful figure. If she dared to go back on her word or directly violate the rules, that powerful figure would have no qualms about turning her into roast meat. After accepting the chips YeCong threw her way, Zhu waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to release the two poor girls. She then left the casino hall in anger, and Mortimer hurriedly followed behind, looking defeated. YeCong deliberately raised his voice, calling after her retreating figure. "Practice more if you're inexperienced. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you keep comparing the present to the past, why don't you compare yourself to when you were just born?" Zhu stumbled slightly, her eyes seemingly ready to spit fire as she shot YeCong a fierce glare before hurrying away. She feared that if she stayed any longer, she might vomit blood from anger at this bastard. Zhaji also glanced at YeCong with a strange expression. She had never noticed how sharp-tongued her master could be before. Seeing Zhu and Mortimer leave, YeCong waved his hand and instructed the waiter to help the two girls get dressed, then handed 1,000,000 chips to Huiyan. "These two are now your responsibility. It's good to have a kind heart, but you lack self-awareness. A gentleman should not stand beneath a dangerous wall. If you lack the power to protect yourself, it's best not to step into such perilous places. After all, in someone else's territory, the so-called rules can change at any time. A slight misstep could lead you into traps they set. Of course, if your backing is strong enough, you can ignore most rules," YeCong silently added in his heart. "And you," YeCong turned to Ingguang, "your practice as a monk is still lacking. I may not know much about Buddhism, but I understand that it teaches to avoid greed, anger, and ignorance. You panicked just because you were at a disadvantage. If I hadn't stepped in, your saint would have been completely exposed. At that point, TSK, I can't even imagine what Huiyan would have faced." YeCong's words made Ingguang's face flush red, and he bowed his head. "I will remember your teachings, senior." Although he was practicing Buddhism, he was not entirely ignorant of the secular world. The saying about dragging good families into the mire and urging prostitutes to reform encapsulated the preferences of most men. Moreover, Huiyan's saintly status was particularly sacred, given the depravity of those evil spirits here. If Huiyan fell into their hands, she would undoubtedly suffer unimaginable torment. Huiyan pressed her palms together, lowering her eyebrows in a bow. "Amitba, thank you for your help, benefactor. Huiyan will always remember this and never forget. However, this place is a den of demons with heavy karma. May I ask the benefactor to leave with us? I have important matters to attend to, so I won't leave just yet. If we are destined to meet again, we will see each other in the future." YeCong waved his hand mysteriously, then stood up and left in search of new amusement. Chapter 244. Turning the table. YeCong was like a cheat in the casino, directly sweeping the table. Oh right, he was indeed cheating, so it was no big deal. With his special means, YeCong also tried some other methods of play. The result, of course, was without exception. YeCong directly won the Grand Slam, becoming the undefeated champion of the Silverwater Casino. His actions naturally made the gamblers envious, and some were even considering whether to pay their respects to this sword master when they returned home, perhaps to share in his luck and improve their own fortunes. The reason YeCong was so arrogant was not only because he had a strong backing, but his own strength was also absolutely impressive. Although his cultivation was only at the Soul Emperor level when it came to actual combat, unless several Soul Douluos teamed up or a titled Douluo was stationed, they really had no way to deal with him. Moreover, even if this Silverwater Casino could come up with a lineup to deal with him, YeCong could simply choose to call for help or flee. The chips he won were, of course, used to redeem people. Among these poor souls derogatorily labeled as livestock, ordinary people accounted for 90, and among them, girls made up the majority. Sometimes, YeCong really couldn't understand what those evil soul masters were thinking. Clearly, they were all humans, speaking the same language, having similar thought processes, and their physical structures were completely the same, yet they were divided into two entirely different species. They treated their own kind as if they were livestock. YeCong's ostentatious behavior naturally stirred up dissatisfaction among the higher-ups. Some wanted to directly suppress him with force, but feared his powerful backing. A barefoot, wheat-skinned girl came to sit beside YeCong. She had a balanced physique, and her exotic-style wrap and grass skirt, along with the glimmering accessories from head to toe, gave her a captivating allure. Strangely, she was holding an old skull, with the top of the skull missing, and black smoke was rising from it. YeCong frowned slightly and slowly sat up. This girl, who didn't look very old, inexplicably gave him an unpleasant feeling. He suddenly asked, "What is your relationship with Mortimer?" YeCong's question was so abrupt that not only the gamblers at the same table, but even Shauna was a bit curious. The girl looked at YeCong with a gentle smile. Her smile seemingly hiding some unknown, profound meaning. "I didn't expect my useless disciple to actually be remembered by Swordmaster. That is quite an honor. Let me introduce myself. You can call me Canary." "Canary?" YeCong frowned slightly, repeating this obviously code-named name in a low voice. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and coldly asked, "So, are you here to get revenge for that unfortunate thing?" "Of course not. He lacks skill, so losing to Swordmaster is only to be expected." The smile on Canary's face remained inscrutable. YeCong curled his lip. "Then I hope you, as his master, have the qualifications to open my eyes." After a few rounds, YeCong won several more hands. He spoke cheerfully, seemingly intentionally bowing to Canary. "Thank you for the game." Canary, undeterred by her earlier composure and calmness, was now sweating profusely on her forehead. She hadn't expected YeCong's luck to be so profound. No wonder her unfortunate disciple fell into his hands. She had exhausted all her means, but couldn't shake him at all. She knew very well that despite appearing to be in a glorious position, invited by the casino owner at great expense to serve as a trump card, if she continued to lose, she would definitely be brought down to earth, from a high-ranking guest to livestock at the mercy of others. Given the casino owner's character, there was a high probability that she would end up as a self-made dish for others to consume. YeCong continued to leisurely pick his preferred number and placed his chips, betting on 39. He wasn't relying on luck or skill for these games. Sure enough, under his deliberate manipulation, the small steel ball wobbled and rolled directly into number 39. Both the gamblers at the same table and the onlookers gasped in shock at this scene. They had never expected this swordmaster to be so extraordinarily fortunate. They had heard of Canary's methods, but they couldn't believe that in this situation, this unfathomable swordmaster could still win effortlessly. Canary's face turned pale. She was now in a state of turmoil and could only temporarily leave the table, giving her spot to another guest. After returning, Canary adjusted her state, sitting in her seat, cradling her skull, shaking it up and down, left and right, and chanting in an incomprehensible language. She continued to chant without pause, as if she didn't need to breathe. As Canary recited her incantation, a walnut-sized black beetle crawled out of the skull, with 4 bright red dots on its back. The beetle climbed onto Canary's hand and bit down hard. As its mandibles clamped, red-black blood immediately flowed down. The beetle took a few bites of fresh human flesh, its belly stained with blood, and staggered back to the jar. Meanwhile, Canary grimaced in pain, but continued to chant her spell. The onlookers around were horrified, gasping in amazement. This time, however, YeCong's luck seemed to have run out. The ball did not land on the number he had chosen as it had in the past. YeCong frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. He had never relied on luck and skill for these games, but rather on outright cheating. More specifically, using tricks. Moreover, his methods of cheating were different from ordinary people. He relied on his spirit to secretly alter the outcome of the game to ensure his victory. This method could easily be described as the hand of a god. Even under such circumstances, YeCong lost this round, which showed just how deep the waters of this casino were. A nearby burly man was suddenly overjoyed, grinning as he said, "Looks like you lost, my friend. Since that's the case, we'll reluctantly take this little girl." Saying this, he reached out to grab Shauna. It turned out that the chips that had served as his initial stake had long been squandered by YeCong, and later he had forcibly borrowed 1 million chips from the casino using his wits. This burly man, as a thug for the casino, naturally didn't know the origins of those 1 million chips. He simply thought YeCong had pawned his servant here for them. His thinking was simple. As a person from the underworld, Swordmaster was naturally untouchable, but as a servant of this big shot, she was worth a grab. Seeing this man being so unreasonable, Shauna's face instantly turned cold, and just as she was about to move, YeCong was indeed faster than her. He casually grabbed a cup from the table and pushed it forward, easily blocking the burly man's fist, which was the size of a sandbag. YeCong's voice was cold. "Scrap, did I let you move?" As he spoke, the teacup shattered instantly, and every shard became like a small flying knife, piercing through the burly man's body. Chapter 245, A Bloody Massacre. The burly man, as a casino enforcer, was naturally not weak, being a genuine soul master. Yet even so, he was easily killed by YeCong. In his final moments, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Clearly, he never expected YeCong to dare to be so arrogant and strike with lethal intent. After a brief moment of silence, lasting 2 to 3 seconds, the scene erupted in chaos and gasps of shock. Whether they were gamblers, onlookers, or other staff members, no one expected that someone would dare to cause trouble in the casino, directly killing a soul master, unlike those enslaved waitstaff, whose deaths could be compensated with some money. But directly killing a soul master belonging to the casino was akin to slapping the Silverwater Casino in the face, and it was certain that it would not end well. After all, there were rumors that the behind-the-scenes boss of Silverwater Casino had more than one title Douluo, or perhaps even a limit Douluo. The canary's face turned pale. She clutched the skull and forced herself to remain calm. "What are you doing? Even if you come from a noble background, you can't break the rules here. Otherwise, things will become very difficult to handle." "Ha!" YeCong sneered. "Difficult to handle? Then let's not handle it." Saying this, he kicked over the gambling table, and with a flash of dark light in his hand, he revealed his martial soul, the Dragon Spring Emperor sword, and slashed straight ahead. At that moment, the gamblers and staff dared not interfere any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. YeCong's sword was not wielded recklessly. The sword light aimed directly at the canary, who was said to have the ability to absorb people's luck, showing no mercy simply because she was a beautiful woman. The canary was terrified by the cold sword energy, her legs going weak and unable to move. Although she was a soul king, all her soul skills were focused on luck stealing, and her combat power was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. How could she withstand YeCong's attack? She screamed, "Sister Zhu, save me." A shield made of petals appeared in front of the canary, blocking YeCong's sword energy. A Zhu stood on the second floor, 5 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black appearing behind her. Holding a flower of manjusaka, she looked down at YeCong with a half-smile. "Dear friend, you have broken our rules and wish to harm others. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" YeCong let out a chilling laugh. As he released the domain of the god of killing, he shouted, "You dog-like thing, what makes you think you can look down on me? Get down here." 5th soul skill, supremacy. A Zhu was startled. She never expected YeCong to be so bold as to try to kill her, the one in charge. She quickly used her soul skill again, summoning a shield made of manjusaka petals to block YeCong's attack. Previously, she had been able to block YeCong's sword energy because it was merely a casual strike. Now facing YeCong's serious attack, a Zhu, being a non-defensive soul master with soul power and ring quality far inferior to YeCong, could not withstand it. The petal shield shattered instantly, and the second floor was directly turned to dust. YeCong looked at a Zhu, who was struggling to get up from the ground. With a hint of surprise, TSK, you're not dead yet. You have quite the cockroach-like quality, disgusting yet with strong vitality. A Zhu's appearance was disheveled, her hair a mess. She no longer resembled a noble woman, but rather a mental patient escaped from an asylum. She felt a wave of fear. Had she not been wearing soft armor, she would have been cut in half just now. She shouted furiously, "Are you all blind? Quickly take him down. I must roast this bastard and eat him." Such a huge commotion had naturally alarmed the security personnel of Silverwater Casino, and dozens of soul masters surrounded YeCong in an instant. Who dares? YeCong was unfazed by the encirclement. Under the overwhelming killing intent, he merely snorted coldly, causing hundreds of soul masters to not dare to move. Seeing this situation, a Zhu screamed like a madwoman. "You cowardly bastards, he has only one person, and you are all afraid to attack? Hurry up, or I'll turn you all into meat livestock." The enforcers exchanged glances. They did not dare to disobey a Zhu's command, yet they were also fearful of YeCong. So they changed their target and charged straight at Shauna. "Looks like I've been mistaken for a soft persimmon." Shauna was not surprised, with her martial soul manifested. The soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black was revealed to everyone. Having once been a killer, and now serving as YeCong's personal maid, She had received guidance from many strong individuals, and facing multiple opponents was not a problem for her. Just as she was about to return to her old profession, a somewhat familiar voice rang in her ear. 7 treasures, famous for 3 days, soul. With a surge of energy, she felt her soul power reach the level of a 6-ring soul emperor. In an instant, Shauna exploded forth, enveloped in a blizzard, and in just a moment, she eliminated a 2nd-ring Great Soul Master. After taking down the enemy closest to her, she turned back, surprised to find that the one providing her with support was actually Hui, and Shauna was somewhat astonished. You haven't left? And you're actually from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Hui nodded. Senior brother went back first. You all came here to save me, so I'll stay and accompany you. She did not answer Shauna's second question, clearly not wanting to delve too deeply into that topic. Well then, since you haven't left, let me give you another lesson. That is, when delving into dangerous places, you must have the ability to tear off the skin and overturn the table at any moment. At this moment, YeCong also noticed Huiyin, and while speaking, he once again charged at Aju with his sword. Aju's face was filled with panic. She hurriedly used her martial soul Manjusaka as a weapon, transforming its petals into a flurry of flying knives aimed at YeCong Imperial Guard. The sword energy formed a protective shield that blocked all the petals and flying knives, with some even rebounding directly. Seeing that the petal knives could not stop YeCong, Aju decisively launched her second move. She waved her arm, and 4 Manjusaka flowers the size of human heads appeared out of thin air, flying toward YeCong. Aju was able to reach this level not only because of her outstanding appearance, but also because her methods were not simple. Lightly chaotic dance was a powerful soul bone skill she obtained when acquiring her 5th soul ring. Not only could it devour the target's flesh and blood, but also contained a hint of hellfire that could directly incinerate their soul. Chapter 246. The man behind the scenes, YeCong, did not think much of Aju's soul skills. He swung his sword and sent the nearest Manjusaka flower flying. Following that, he moved with incredible fluidity, dodging the remaining Manjusaka flowers. I'll take your soul bone, he said, raising his sword to split Aju in half. Stop! Accompanied by a fierce shout, multiple soul Douluo pressures surged toward YeCong. Logically speaking, the pressure from a soul Douluo would feel like a mountain to a soul emperor. However, YeCong was not an ordinary person. Even when facing a peak title Douluo, he was confident he could fight. A mere few soul Douluo did not concern him much. With a swift motion, a beautiful head soared into the sky. 6 soul Douluo of various builds arrived late, and the one in front, as robust as a water buffalo, glared at YeCong with eyes nearly bursting with fury upon seeing Aju dead. Kid, you have some guts. Aju was his forbidden fruit. Although he had some feelings for her, they were not deep. What truly angered him was YeCong's disregard for his warning and directly killing Aju, which made him feel utterly humiliated. After wiping the blood from his sword with Aju's clothing, YeCong slowly turned to assess the 6 individuals. Oh my, I was wondering why the Silver Water Casino was so arrogant. Turns out it has the backing of the 12 deadly sin leaders, and 6 of them came at once. The 12 deadly sins were the 12 leaders of the Bell Tower, all seasoned soul Douluo of great strength. There were even rumors that although they were soul Douluo, they dared to take on a true title Douluo. The owner of the Silver Water Casino was Guan Yo, and the other 5 were his old friends, invited to relax. They had been enjoying themselves elsewhere when they unexpectedly encountered this situation. A blond man sneered, Olnyo, why are you in such a hurry? Just a little ungrateful thief. I'll capture him for you, so you can vent your anger. With that, he activated his martial soul, and 8 soul rings of optimal quality appeared, sprouting a pair of brilliant wings as if forged from gold. Golden-winged bird demon chicken, YeCong murmured. He had some old ties with the Bell Tower and was naturally quite familiar with these 12 leaders. The demon chicken grinned wickedly, fingers sharp like eagle claws, and lunged at YeCong's face. YeCong showed no signs of panic, almost instantly switching his martial soul. Clang. With a crisp sound of gong, the demon chicken's claws were effortlessly blocked by YeCong using the soul steel. YeCong's mastery of the sword could only be described as superficial. He had not even stepped through the door of true swordsmanship. His earlier strike against Aju was merely for show. When facing a true, formidable opponent, he naturally had to use his most adept martial soul. The demon chicken, closest to YeCong, felt its heart race upon seeing the style of the copper gong. It quickly retreated and shouted, "What is your relationship with that YeCong?" The other leaders also recognized the soul steel in YeCong's hand, staring at him as if facing a great enemy. Although they had begun to form a guess, they were unwilling to believe it. YeCong slowly removed his mask, saying, "I am Mr. Sword, and I'm also the bell ringer. How about it? Surprised? Happy?" The faces of the 6 leaders turned extremely ugly, as if they had eaten something foul. They secretly cursed themselves for not realizing that the son of the underworld and the son of the martial soul hall were the same person. They still vividly remembered the scene from a few years ago when a top-level powerhouse named Hua came to chat with them. Now, he was merely a soul emperor, and as Soul Douluo, it was clear that taking action against him would break the rules. They hesitated to act, but YeCong had no such scruples. He grinned and said, "If you're not going to act, then I will." As he spoke, he charged forward without hesitation, swinging his hammer. Damn it! The faces of the 6 leaders darkened further. They did not expect YeCong to be so bold as to challenge 6 Soul Douluo with just his soul emperor cultivation. Capture him. He attacked us first. Even if that lord comes to question us, we are in the right. Wu Zi, codenamed Viper, growled through clenched teeth. The other leaders nodded in agreement. The demon chicken was the fastest, forming its hands into eagle claws to directly seize YeCong sneered. "Where did this little chick come from? Get lost." The soul steel swung like the wind, meeting the enemy with the soul-devouring staff technique. The other leaders attempted to assist, but were blocked by the flag demon. Although YeCong appeared to be alone, he was never afraid of being outnumbered. Except for the strongest dark gold terror claw bear, Bagong, who had not yet made a move, the remaining 5 main forces could each match a leader. The thugs raised by the casino had already been cleared away by the remaining flag demons under YeCong's command. In an instant, they protected the little Nun Huiyan and retreated to a corner, alert to their surroundings. As the battle continued, the leaders became increasingly alarmed. Their positions were not solely based on their formidable cultivation. Having climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they were confident that no one could match them in one-on-one combat below the rank of Soul Douluo. Even against the title Douluo, if they charged together, the opponent would only have the option to flee. However, this notion was shattered. YeCong, a mere junior who had not even reached the rank of Soul Saint, was managing to hold off all 6 of them. More terrifyingly, the 6 leaders were subtly falling into a disadvantage. The demon chicken felt anxious. It knew that the only way to break the deadlock was to swiftly take down YeCong. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity. As the only leader capable of flight, it soared into the air to gain aerial superiority. YeCong merely chuckled lightly, and a large bird appeared, lifting him into the air as well. The battlefield shifted from the ground to the sky. YeCong directly unleashed the dark gold terror claw. A powerful attack surged forward, making the demon chicken feel spine-chilling fear. It hurriedly activated its defense. A faint golden protective shield enveloped its body. The sharp claws struck the golden shield, creating cracks. The demon chicken broke out in a cold sweat, but there was no time to ponder. It unleashed its strongest soul skill, 100,000 and 8,000 feathers. Golden feathers transformed into sharp arrows flying from its wings. Aiming to completely pierce YeCong facing this lethal strike, YeCong did not dare be careless. With a wave of his left hand, he summoned the dragon Spring Emperor Sword again, unleashing endless sword energy to shatter the golden feathers. Then, he pressed the attack, using the Soul Steel and Emperor Sword together, completely shattering the already cracked protective shield. Accompanied by the demon chicken scream, the Emperor's sword pierced through its chest, causing it to fall from the sky and nail into the ground. Introduction. In the world of the Ace Inspector, YeCong, who failed to awaken as the Night Ruler, travels again to the Douluo Continent. Are you the Blue-Silver Emperor? Sorry, I have the Night Ruler form. Do you have the Haotian Hammer? I have summoned beasts. Do you have Tang Sect's ultimate skills? Sorry, I have the Bell Ringer's legacy. You say I am outnumbering you? Who told you I'm a Bell Ringer? I have plenty of flag demons. How about it, little loser? Do you want to try my soul steel?